Dad, we're going back now. Boruto had been waiting for Naruto by the gate since early morning. Thinking about the enemies in the future, we don't dare stay here any longer. I'm afraid I'll be too attached to you, Dad, and then I won't want to leave. Naruto chuckled softly and ruffled Boruto's hair. Take care. Sasuke, as always, was sparing with words. He looked deeply at Naruto, though countless thoughts surged within him. In the end, they all condensed into this single farewell. Naruto nodded gently. Only then did Boruto take out the little turtle, Karasuki. After confirming the coordinates, he activated Karasuki. Dad, I know you have the power to come to our world. I'll be waiting for you. Boruto's eyes were tinged with red as he waved goodbye. Sasuke remained silent, but the look in his eyes, fixed on Naruto, was utterly unreserved. That profound respect in his gaze was a little different from the Sasuke of the present. Suddenly, he turned his head and saw Mikoto and Izumi, as well as Sasuke himself, standing by the window. The corner of Sasuke's mouth rose ever so slightly. With a hum, the power of space-time descended, sweeping the two into the rift between dimensions. Inside the house, Kushina still hadn't realized that her grandson from another world had left. She was tirelessly working to persuade the three snake ladies. To her credit, both Tanakami no Hime and Ichikishima Hime seemed tempted. Tajitsu Hime, on the other hand, managed to resist some of the allure. Kagaya, it's been millennia since we last met. The White Snake Sage raised a cup of tea, took a sip, then looked over at Otsutsuki Kagaya, who sat serenely to the side. Kagaya merely cast her a cool glance. Yes, it's been thousands of years. If Kushina hadn't brought them in, Kagaya wouldn't have bothered with them at all. Truth be told, not striking them down on the spot was already a sign of restraint. However, the White Snake Sage was no pushover. Several thousand years ago, she was able to coexist peacefully with Kagaya, each minding their own business. On one hand, her own strength was nothing to scoff at. On the other hand, Kagaya had been preoccupied with preparing to confront the Otsutsuki clan. After Naruto entered the room, the three snake ladies looked at him with visibly different eyes. Kushina noticed this, and her smile bloomed even brighter. There was no longer any need to worry about the Uzumaki clan's extinction. Then, her gaze drifted to Kagaya's belly. She frowned slightly. No, it can't be that fast. With these thoughts, she turned her attention to Kurenai, Anko, and Yugao. Her eyes curved in amusement. Kurenai's face seemed to have grown a bit rounder lately. Anko and Yugao are just beginning to outgrow their youthful awkwardness. Wait a minute. Even Tsunade seems to have put on a little weight. All at once, Kushina's mind began to race. She crossed her arms, narrowed her left eye, and kept her right eye slightly open. So, if it's Tsunade, what would the proper title be? Hold on a second. Suddenly, Kushina snapped to attention and turned to look at Mikoto, who was chatting with Izumi, Karen, and Mina. No, that can't be right. Mikoto's changes are the most obvious. Karen isn't quite old enough yet, and as for Mina, Kushina shook her head, then nodded after a moment's thought. No, that won't do. But if it's the Uzumaki clan, the bloodline would be even purer. Still, if Mikoto is the precedent, then maybe it's not impossible. No one knew that, at this very moment, Kushina's mind was already whirring with ideas. At that moment, the White Snake Sage slowly rose to her feet. Uzumaki Naruto, we finally meet. She didn't dare to sit down and talk to Naruto. Taking the initiative, she walked up to Naruto and reached out her hand. This is the gesture of goodwill I've seen most often in the Leaf Village. Naruto was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the charming woman before him to be the White Snake Sage. But then, with a turn of thought, he understood. After all, those three ants of the snakes could also change their appearance at will. There was no reason the White Snake Sage couldn't. Still, to see her take on this form and come right into his home, Naruto couldn't help glancing back at Kushina. A jolt of anxiety hit his heart. Mom, is that again? Resigned, he shook his head and reached out, grasping the White Snake Sage's hand. White Snake Sage. A sweet, almost cloying smile curled at the edges of her lips. This time, I've come with no other purpose than see you. Of course, if the chance arises, I'd like to invite you to the Ryuchi Cave. Naruto tried to pull his hand back, but just as he managed to move it a little, the White Snake Sage tightened her grip. All right, let's talk about it in a few days. I'm curious myself to see where the barrier sealing off Ryuchi Cave actually connects to. As soon as the words fell, the White Snake Sage's pupils contracted sharply. In the next instant, her smile took on a more alluring, seductive air. Just as she was about to speak, a slender hand suddenly rested on her shoulder. Turning her head, the White Snake Sage saw Kagaya's cold, steely expression. With a smile, she let go of Naruto's hand. Of course, the Ryuchi Cave will always welcome your arrival. With that, she gracefully sat back at her seat. I imagine Lord Naruto wouldn't mind if we stayed here for a few days, would he? Kaguya walked up to Naruto's side, gently hooking her arm around his, her gaze fixed steadily on the white snake sage. Of course I wouldn't mind. Besides, if the white snake sage wishes for Ryuchi Cave to reveal itself, the answer may be found in Konoha. Naruto replied with a smile, then pulled Kaguya down to sit beside him. Naturally, the other girls had no objections. Who would take the lead? From the moment Otsutsuki Kaguya, the ancient rabbit goddess, appeared, that question had already been settled. There was simply no need to compete for that position. Of course, this was also because Tenten and Ino never vied for it in the first place. And with Kushina and Tsunade around, Naruto never had to worry about any trouble between them. Except for Tenten and Ino, Kushina had always treated everyone with perfect fairness. After lunch, Kurenai and the other two women were called aside by Kushina for a private conversation. The meeting took place in Rin's room. Conveniently, Rin was included in the talk as well. Rin felt a little embarrassed as she was currently lying in bed. She had underestimated the power of lightning release, Kirin, and let her guard down. On top of that, she had insisted she didn't need any restorative nutrients, a touch of bravado that had now left her bedridden. The three women, having all been through similar situations, naturally didn't make fun of Rin. After all, they had their own misadventures to look back on. In the afternoon, Tsunade and Naruto Uzumaki arrived. The moment she stepped through the door, Naruto couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her eyes. Kushina had already explained the situation to her, even urging her and Hashirama to step up their efforts. Otherwise, Hashirama's soul might just get whisked away by Madara Uchiha. Still, as the princess of a land of whirlpools, these matters weren't so easily accepted all at once. But that wasn't the reason she'd come today. Tsunade glanced at Naruto, who finally had a moment to breathe, and hurriedly pulled him into the room. The woman behind followed closely after her. Click! The door shut behind them, and Tsunade dropped all pretense. My good apprentice, your master has missed you so much. Hadn't it only been one night since they last saw each other? Shaking his head, Naruto struggled free from Tsunade's uniquely scented embrace and said helplessly, Don't you care what they think anymore? At his words, Tsunade trapped him in a tight hug once more. Smooch. Care. Oomph. I am the fifth Hokage, the Senju princess, the princess of a leaf. No, the only noble of the land of Konoha, the feudal lord. Well, I have a lot of titles. Why should I be afraid of anyone's opinion? As she spoke, Tsunade lowered her head again. Besides, there's no point in hiding it anymore. Look, see for yourself. Creak. Tsunade pulled open the door. Several young women tumbled right in. Getting bold, are we? Have you even mastered the Yin seal yet? Tsunade stood with her hands on her hips, exuding the pride of a queen among summoners, while her two signature summoned beasts seemed to bare their fangs in challenge at the girls. Bang! The door slammed shut again. Unable to help herself, Tsunade dragged Naruto away for another round of face washing. Inside the room, a strikingly beautiful woman still stood quietly. The corners of her mouth lifted in a gentle smile as she watched the two, saying nothing at all. After a while, Tsunade finally released her grip, letting Naruto catch his breath. Conan, you don't really think you're hidden that well, do you? As Tsunade's words fell, a sheet of white paper on the table fluttered up, as if caught by a breeze, drifting slowly toward the window. Tsunade sighed. Honestly, these little girls are curious about everything. It's all your fault. Naruto blinked. All right, it's all my fault. Seeing how quick-witted he was, Tsunade stood up, exuding an air of dominance alongside her two majestic summoned beasts, and looked down at Naruto. Do you know who she is? Slug. That's right. She's, wait, already know? Tsunade was taken aback. She hadn't even said anything yet. She shook her head, and the two summoned beasts followed suit, shaking their heads as well. There's no hiding anything from you. Slug, if you have something to say, just tell Naruto. No need to be so mysterious. The door creaked open. The group of women outside tumbled over each other, falling in a heap. Tsunade rolled her eyes. All of you go back and sit down properly. Yes, ma'am. With that, Tsunade led the chattering women away. Lord Naruto. Slug gave a slight bow. Naruto waved his hand. Is it about Shikkotsu Forest? Slug wasn't at all surprised that Naruto had guessed her purpose. With a gentle voice, she replied, Yes, that's right. I'm sure Lord Naruto also knows that the three great sacred lands aren't actually islands on the sea. Rather, they are islands that float beyond the edge of the shinobi continent. After bowing slightly, Slug moved behind Naruto and extended her soft little hands to gently knead his shoulders. Naruto wasn't surprised by the rest, but it was Slug's behavior that caught him off guard. So, what exactly is above the Shikkotsu Forest? supported by all those giant trees. Slug shook her head and spoke softly. I don't know either. All I know is that, many years ago, one day, the sky was torn open, like a round barrier had been pierced. I was jolted awake from my dreams, and by then, seawater had already flooded Shikkotsu Forest. I spent a tremendous amount of energy just to patch up the rift in the sky. However, there's still a great deal of seawater left within the Shikkotsu Forest. I feel quite uncomfortable, and it seems that seawater is harboring some other kind of power as well. As she spoke, the slug lowered herself even closer. A much gentler massage began. I was worried that if all that seawater were expelled into the shinobi world, it would cause some unforeseen effects, so I used those 1,000-year-old, even 10,000-year-old trees in Shikkotsu Forest to support and contain the water. I turned it into an extra layer of barrier to reinforce the seal. Naruto gave a slight nod and slowly closed his eyes. Honestly, the slug's massage skills left a lot to be desired, but her boneless, squishy body felt oddly comforting. You've come to me because there's another problem with the barrier, haven't you? The slug nodded softly. You can repair it, but you've sensed another power outside the barrier this time, right? The slug blinked, then said, just as Lady Tsunade said, nothing can be kept from Lord Naruto. Naruto simply dismissed the chair beneath him, closed his eyes, and said with an air of leisure, no rush. The trouble you're facing is similar to the issues in the Land of Water. Chojuro will be visiting tonight. I'll check then to see if it's what I suspect. As he spoke, Naruto felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. The slug stopped talking too, and began to hum a soft, unfamiliar melody, a soothing tune that was pleasant to the ear. So, before long, Naruto drifted into a light sleep. Soft, cool, and even thirst-quenching. Outside, the smile faded from the white snake sage's face. Lady Mizukage, are you planning to go to Konoha yourself? Ao frowned, as if he'd already guessed her intentions. Maitarumi's lips curled into a faint smile as she took off her Mizukage hat and placed it on the table. I have important matters to discuss with Naruto Uzumaki. And take this hat and give it to the elders. Those old foxes have probably guessed as much already. With that, Meitarumi walked out of the Mizukage's office and gazed out at the distant sea. Her lovely face grew a touch more serious as she spoke in a low, commanding voice. Don't let anyone near that place. Ao was left standing there at a loss for words. He didn't know how to respond, nor whether he should follow Meitarumi's orders. Seeing him frozen in place, Mei rolled her eyes. As long as the elders haven't appointed a sixth Mizukage, I am still the fifth. What's wrong? Are you refusing to listen to your fifth Mizukage now? And never. Cold sweat beaded on Ao's forehead. Thud. But in the very next instant, Ao dropped to his knees. Lady Mizukage, the village can't do without you. Mei snapped impatiently. Get up and speak. If the people from the Leaf Village saw this, they'd laugh at us hidden Miss Shinobi. Ao's pupils constricted as he hurriedly scrambled to his feet. I'm sorry, Lady Mizukage. I've embarrassed Mist Village. Mei shook her head. The shinobi world isn't what it used to be. Though the hatred built up over so many years can't be erased overnight. Oh, right. There's another reason I'm going to the Leaf. Ao hesitated, then ventured cautiously. Is it about Uchiha Obito? Mei ran her tongue over her crimson lips, her gaze turning icy cold. Of course. The main reason I'm giving the hat to the elders is also because of Uchiha Obito. Why? Ao asked in confusion. Because I'm planning to offer up half of Kirigakure's wealth. What? Ao's eyes widened, and he unconsciously took a step back. Meitarumi's lips curled ever so slightly. We can always earn more money. But some things once lost are gone forever. All we can do is make up for them. Hearing this, Ao immediately understood Meitarumi's decision. His eyes reddened with emotion. Lady Mizukage, please, let me take responsibility instead. Mei waved her hand dismissively, took a deep breath, and gazed out at the developing village of Kirigakure. Looking down, she saw people from every corner of the ninja world bustling along the streets. A sly, almost wicked smile played at her lips. That man, he's truly remarkable. This time, I'm doing it for myself as well. She then turned to face Ao, who was at a loss for words. The era of the Bloody Mist has wounded Kirigakure too deeply. I never wanted to be Mizukage, but back then, someone needed to step forward for the village. To be honest, I'm hardly a model Kage. This time, I'll offer half of the village's treasure for Uchiha Obito's head. Bring him back to Kirigakure, and before everyone, right above the land of the Bloody Mist, I'll execute him. And then, I'll ask the Konoha shinobi to help us perform Edo Tensei and resurrect Uchiha Obito. I want him to kneel in the Bloody Mist for all eternity. As she spoke, Meitarumi suddenly broke into a bright smile. Who knows? Maybe it'll even become a tourist attraction one day, just like how Konoha treats their council elders. Look at how much wealth Danzo brought to Konoha. Ching let out a long sigh and bowed deeply to Meitarumi. Lady Mizukage, take care of yourself. Meitarumi said nothing more. She turned on her heel and walked away. Ching picked up the Mizukage's hat, just as he was about to seek out the council of elders. Several aged figures had already appeared at the entrance to the Mizukage's office. Elders. Before Ching could say another word, the eldest among them raised his hand, signaling him to stop. We've heard everything. Ching, go and make sure all the preparations are in order for the Mizukage journey. And also, spread the word. Everyone must be ready. Your Mizukage is heading to Konoha to find her groom. If she succeeds, I want everyone to shower her with blessings and gifts. If she fails, when your Mizukage returns, you must all give her a good-natured ribbing. With that, a smile appeared on that weathered face, a smile not seen in many years. And from this moment on, no one is allowed near that stretch of sea. Another elder added, Ching, during this period, you'll be in charge of all matters regarding Uchiha Bido. Remember, the ninja world now knows peace. It was hard-won. Even old folks like us can feel it. So, as for old grudges, Kirigakure can let them go. But the hatred for Uchiha Bido must never be forgotten. It must serve as a memorial for the Bloody Mist village. The head elder closed his eyes. That way, even if Meitarumi takes more than half the village's wealth, nobody will complain. She is the Mizukage, and there are duties she must bear. But we too have our own responsibilities. Ching's eyes grew moist. Suddenly, images of the Konoha F4 flashed through his mind. Their deeds, their fates. He turned his gaze to these true old-timers of the Hidden Mist village. A smile crept across his face. Yes, I'll carry out the mission without fail. Meanwhile, Terumi Mei, setting out on her journey to Konoha, gazed at the endless expanse of ocean before her. She simply couldn't suppress the smile tugging at her lips. That fox shouldn't be lying to me. As long as I hand over all that money, she'll take care of everything, even finding me a marriage partner. Yet, as soon as she thought about her own age and the age of her potential match, a wave of anxiety washed over her heart. To be honest, years ago, May's family had arranged a marriage for her, but her intended died in the bloody mist, and she missed her chance to wed. Now, at 28, she was still unmarried. Given her personality, well, it wouldn't be wrong to call Terumi May desperate to get married. Her goal in life was simple, to become a good wife and loving mother. She'd always worked hard to transform the Hidden Mist village. Power and politics held no interest for her. She'd dedicated the first half of her life to the village. Now, in the second half, she wanted to live for herself. Before she turned 30 and became a true old maid, she was determined to find herself a husband. The first time she met Naruto and Minato, her heart had skipped a beat. But Naruto was too young, and Minato was already married. She'd given up on both of them. Who would have thought that on the day she set out for Konoha, that certain fox would appear before her? With shameless bravado, she demanded a hefty sum of money. Of course, May had scoffed and refused. And then, the dream began. Every night, a new photograph would appear on her pillow, right on time. There's no need to spell out who the protagonist is. Those in the know will understand. Every angle, every pose. In Meitarumi's words, a flawless kind of charm. But then one day, the photos vanished. She felt as though the sky itself was falling. Without new photos, she simply couldn't sleep at night. Then, the next day, a small note appeared on her desk. One photo, 10,000 Ryo. Fair price, no tricks. Genuine, in-person delivery. Just half of Kirigakure's treasure in exchange. Can't deliver? Full refund. Kimogakure. A stunning beauty with short, honey-blonde hair, striking features, flawless fair skin, and an absolutely jaw-dropping figure lounged on the sofa, murmuring to herself. The shinobi world these days has gone far beyond anything I could have imagined. A peace achieved without war, and a promise of shared progress. These aren't things mortals could ever accomplish. As long as he stands there, the future, he'll shine as brilliantly as the sun. If possible, our Kimogakure should place its bed as well, so that one day our village will have a solid foundation too. And if, in the future, every village carries his bloodline, perhaps the chances of war will shrink even further. Samui turned her gaze out the window. She wasn't one for idle chatter. Once she made up her mind, she wouldn't just sit and do nothing. Besides, she couldn't help but recall the way he'd looked when Yujito had brought him back. She took a deep, steadying breath. No more hesitation. Samui rose slowly to her feet. Her two summoning beasts, no less awe-inspiring than Tsunade's, radiated an air of sheer dominance. And just then, a figure, agile as a cat, slipped down from the rooftop, glided through the window, and landed softly beside Samui. Samui glanced at the newcomer. She was tall, with long hair tied at her waist, exuding an air of cool detachment that kept others at bay. Quite similar to Samui herself. But in this moment, the woman wrapped herself around Samui's arm, snuggling up like a kitten seeking affection. Not hesitating anymore? Where are you planning to go? Samui made no attempt to hide her intentions. To the Hidden Leaf Village. To see Naruto Uzumaki. What do you mean? Yujito tilted her head, puzzled. It's nothing much, just going to complete a mission. Then I'll go too. I've never been to the Leaf Village. Yujito said eagerly. And, last time, wasn't it Naruto Uzumaki who saved me? Matatabi told me everything. I want to thank him in person. No sooner had Yujito finished speaking than Samui's brows knitted in concern. That won't do. You're a Jinchuriki, you can't just. Before she could finish, Yujito cut her off. Isn't the 5th Kazekage a Jinchuriki, too? He visits the Leaf Village all the time, and it seems like being a Jinchuriki isn't such a big deal these days. Samui fell silent. She narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Yujito carefully. Why are you looking at me like that? Yujito felt as if an invisible hand was brushing lightly over her. Samui pinched her chin thoughtfully, and both of their summons quickly clung to her arm. Raising the stakes. Before long, the two of them arrived at the office of the 4th Raikage. Instead, Mabui informed them that the Raikage had gone out to supervise a construction project. No need to send a message. Just tell him when he returns. I'm going to Konoha with Yujito. Bang. As Samui finished speaking, Mabui's notebook slipped from her hand and fell to the floor. What's wrong? Samui's delicate brows knit together in concern. Mabui shook her head. You're really letting Yujito go with you? Yujito spoke up right away. I want to visit Konoha. People keep talking about how great it is. I want to see the strongest nation in the ninja world for myself. And besides, I want to thank Naruto Uzumaki in person. Mabui shook her head again and raised a finger. You two are really too optimistic. If I'm not mistaken, Samui, you want to meet Naruto Uzumaki too, don't you? Samui nodded, and Yujito hurried to add, Me too. Mabui smiled. But do you actually know what it's like in Konoha? With that question, both of them understood what Mabui was getting at. Well, Mabui, could you share some intel with us? Among familiar friends, Yujito never bothered to keep up appearances. Mabui, is it really that hard to meet Naruto Uzumaki? Mabui glanced at Samui, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Of course. The difficulty is probably beyond what you can imagine. It's like reaching for the stars. Once again, Samui's plans took an unexpected turn. She frowned, lost in thought. At that moment, Mabui suddenly set her notebook back on the table. How should I put this? Lord Raikage seemed to have anticipated that you'd make this decision, Samui. He didn't say whether he agreed or disagreed. He just told you not to make things difficult for yourself. Yujito blinked in confusion. What are you two talking about? Samui looked at the man in coarse cloth and sighed. So what do you think we should do? The man in coarse cloth pulled the two of them out of the Raikage's office. In that moment, his composed, intellectual demeanor was laid bare without restraint. It's simple. I'll just take you both with me. Far out at sea, several bizarrely shaped warships sailed across the waves. Left rudder, 2 revolutions. Inside the flagship. All pilots, prepare to board. Prepare to board. Moments later, countless soldiers in strange uniforms and masks strapped flight devices to their backs. They stood atop stone platforms that rose like elevators, carrying them into the sky. With a thunderous crack, chains were severed, and the flight devices on the soldiers' backs unfurled gleaming wings. They soared around the strange warships, weaving through the air. Before long, they reached the outer islands at the edge of the shinobi world. Passing over small cities, they crashed into tall buildings. At the same time, countless soldiers dropped bombs from above. In his sleep, Naruto frowned. Large-scale aerial bombardment. Back during the Second Great Ninja War, there was a group of shinobi who could use chakra to fly. The land of sky, is it? With Mount Mayaboku destroyed, Ryuichi Cave temporarily sealed off, the snakes dispatched, and the slugs coming to Konoha. How interesting. They probably have no idea how much the shinobi world has changed. Their next target must be Konoha, right? Meanwhile, on that island, the residents had already been evacuated to air raid shelters. Even so, many still suffered injuries. A white-haired man pulled out a medical kit. Pneumothorax, the air leaking from the lungs is filling the chest cavity. It'll compress the lungs and lead to necrosis. Sensei, did you come all the way here? No matter what, I need help from the Leaf Village. Something major has happened in our village. With those words, she collapsed right in front of the gates of Konoha. Madarumi, who had hurried over, paused in surprise. The child before her had suddenly fainted without any warning. Narrowing her eyes, May remained vigilant as she slowly approached. She knelt down and gently turned the girl over. A girl, is it? Exhaustion. She must have passed out from fatigue. After a moment's thought, Mei decided to lift her up. Sensei. Uzumaki. Uzumaki Naruto. A faint whisper escaped from Yuyo's lips. Hearing this, Mei froze for a moment, then blinked in surprise. Sensei? Naruto? Could she be Naruto's student? I haven't heard anything about this. Well, best to take her to the Konoha hospital first. And this gives me the perfect excuse and a good topic to see Naruto. At the thought, the corners of Mei's lips curled up in a smile. Her anticipation only grew. At the gates of Konoha, Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane were both bent over their registers, pens in hand. Name, village. Oh, the fifth Mizukage herself. If you don't mind, could you handle the formalities for me? Mei asked with a light laugh. Izumo and Kotetsu quickly shook their heads. No need, Lady Mizukage. We'll take care of the paperwork for you. Thank you. With that, Mei carried Yuyo toward the Konoha hospital. Kotetsu rubbed his eyes. Why do you think the Mizukage came alone this time? Izumo gave him a gentle tap. Focus on your work. Meanwhile, after Terumi, Mei had settled Aim Yuri in Konoha hospital. She headed straight for the Hokage's office. Pushing open the door, she found Minato and the second Hokage both at work. Fourth Hokage. Second Hokage. Tobirama Senju nodded briefly, then turned his attention back to the paperwork. Why was he here? Why was Minato here? And why was Tsunade absent? The answer was simple. Tobirama Senju longed to hold his great-grandchild. Once Kushina caught wind of this, she promptly nudged Minato out the door as well. Honorable Fifth Mizukage. Minato put down the papers in his hand, stood up, and turned to prepare some tea. Terumi Mei's gaze swept over the two men, and she shook her head slightly. What brings you to Konoha this time, Lady Mizukage? Minato asked with his trademark sunny smile. Terumi Mei glanced at him, while images from the photos Kurama had given her flashed wildly through her mind. She forced herself to suppress her agitation. There are actually two matters. Terumi Mei started, but quickly corrected herself. Minato's smile never wavered as he said, Oh, please do tell. Terumi Mei nodded slightly. Lord Hokage, I've heard your village has captured Uchiha Bido. At her words, Minato immediately understood the reason for her visit. Is this about the Bloody Mist village? Terumi Mei nodded in confirmation. Naruto said that when it comes to Obito's fate, the decision would be left to Kurama. Minato had barely finished when Terumi Mei exclaimed. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her face a picture of shock. Of course, she quickly composed herself. After all, that fox did seem to have quite a fondness for money. If she wanted to find that fox, well, there was no doubt she'd have to pay a different price for that. Damn it. But, forget it. Worst case, I'll just make a trip back to the village tonight. Those old geezers are sitting on plenty of money. I'll just help myself to some, and they'll never know. At this thought, Mei Terumi's lips curled into a smile. Well then, Lord Hokage, could you tell me where Lord Kurama is? Minato pointed out the window. Mei followed the direction of his finger. There, right beside the Hokage Tower, stood a building with a bold sign. Kurama Corporation Headquarters. Thank you. Without hesitation, Mei rose to her feet and left. Minato scratched his head, but before he could dwell on it, Tobirama called him over to help with paperwork. Mei stepped outside the Kurama Corporation Headquarters, letting out a slow, steadying breath. This is it. My entire plan hangs on this moment. With that thought, she signaled for someone to announce her arrival to Kurama. Soon, under the guidance of a civilian attendant, Mei came face to face with the number 1 Fox Vixen of Konoha. Oh, isn't this the 5th Mizukage herself? As she spoke, Kurama waved her hand. Everyone else in the office quietly filed out. Kurama remained lounging in her chair, glancing sidelong at Mei. Mizukage-sama, you're an old customer by now. So what brings you here this time? Surely you're not here to return something, are you? That flippant tone was enough to make Mei's blood boil. But reminding herself of Kurama's skills, she forced a smile onto her face. My apologies for disturbing you. I'm sorry. With that, she slowly turned, making as if to leave. 1, 2, 3. You're not going to stop me? All right then. Mei Terumi couldn't hold back in the end. So Lord Kurama no longer thinks much of the Hidden Mist Village. Is that it? I originally came to discuss some business, but it seems Lord Kurama isn't interested in trading with us anymore. Kurama's long fox ears twitched. In a blink, she appeared right in front of Mei Terumi. The playful look on her face vanished completely. Mizukage, what are you saying? I was only away for the time it takes to brew a pot of tea, and you're already leaving? Why not stay for a taste of Konoha's finest Hong Pao tea? Mei Terumi let out a cold snort. No need. Since Lord Kurama now looks down on the Hidden Mist, I won't stay here and humiliate myself. Kurama quickly reached out and stopped her. Mizukage, you're one of our most valued clients. You rarely visit. At least take a seat for a while. With that, she let go and made no further move to stop her. Kurama strolled over to the chairs and began to savor her tea with a leisurely air. It seemed as if she truly didn't care about the business Meitarumi had mentioned. But then, Meitarumi noticed a photo had appeared in her hand. She stole a quick glance at it. Instantly, her pupils shrank, and her ears flushed red in a way that was impossible to miss. She hastily tucked the photo away. A complete reversal. Just moments ago, she'd been putting on airs, but now her expression shifted to one of eager deference. Lord Kurama. Kurama closed her eyes and began to hum a gentle tune. Meitarumi, surrendering all pretense, laid out her most valuable assets. It was the deed for a future commercial street planned in the Hidden Mist Village. Kurama, name your price. I must see him. I don't want the photos. Whatever you have left, give them all to me. Kurama opened one eye, casting her a casual glance before shifting his gaze to the land deed. Not enough. The photos are a separate charge. Uchiha Obito's price isn't a cheap one, either. You're not the first to come to me for Uchiha Obito. Amigakure is offering a hefty sum. And though you're an important client, well, Amigakure has its fair share of big spenders, too. Sigh, this isn't an easy matter. I'll need to think it over carefully. Meitarumi's eye twitched, but she pressed on. Our village has quite a few wealthy elders. They watch me grow up, after all. If I go to them to borrow a hymn, if I ask them for the money, it'll be no trouble at all. Kurama narrowed his eyes, his slender, fair fingers drumming lightly on the table. Thump, 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 echoing the pounding of Meitarumi's heart at that very moment. This matter, before she could finish, Meitarumi interjected, this is really my limit. Besides, I have 2 urgent matters for Naruto. Oh, and what might those be? Only 2. Kurama folded his arms, looking supremely confident. Meitarumi sighed helplessly. Yes, the waters outside Kirigakure are acting strange. It seems a situation like the Land of Demons might be brewing. And I just saved a student. As for the last thing, Meitarumi, usually so bold, suddenly found herself shrinking back at the thought of meeting in person, more timid and innocent than anyone. Kurama drew out a long, oh, and then, Mizukage, you know how busy I am. Just then, Kushina burst in. Kurama, so your foxtail is getting stiff now, isn't it? I told you to come back for dinner, and you're still dawdling. Right after, Kushina caught sight of Meitarumi. Mei felt an inexplicable wave of nervousness. She hurriedly stood up and gave Kushina a deep bow. Kushina's eyes lit up at once. If she remembered correctly, this Mizukage was also single, and she possessed a powerful bloodline. This, huh? Kushina suddenly narrowed her eyes. Wait, is that a photo of my darling? Could it be Kurama? With a questioning look, Kushina turned to Kurama. Kurama grinned and said, come on, Lord Mizukage, join us for dinner too. Mei's cheeks flushed bright red. She had noticed that odd look Kushina had just given her. Only then did she realize the photo she was holding had slipped out into view. In front of his mother, no less, and considering her own age, Mei wished she could disappear on the spot. Still, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed something. The moment Kushina walked in, Kurama had subtly flicked her tail. Her property deed was gone. Taken? Accepted? Mei would soon learn that once money ended up in Kurama's paws, aside from select few, no one could ever retrieve so much as a single coin from that fox's fur. Slug couldn't help but hum softly. With a hint of playful reproach, she glanced down at Naruto, who was still restlessly napping across her legs. Naruto slowly woke up. I'm here. Slug blinked. Lord Naruto, what's here? Naruto looked at her. Sorry, it was just so comfortable. I couldn't help but fall asleep. Slug just shook her head. Naruto spoke up again. You've just arrived in Konoha, so why not enjoy yourself for a few days? After that, I'll go to Ryuchi Cave with you. Meanwhile, outside the Hidden Cloud Village, the 4th Raikage was utterly dumbfounded. Where do you 3 think you're going? He had already guessed that Samui might head to Konoha. But what was going on with the Two-Tails, Jinchuriki, Yujito Ni, and Mabui tagging along? Any one of these 3 leaving would be a great loss for the Hidden Cloud Village. Losing all 3 at once was unthinkable. Samui's heading to Konoha, so I have to protect her. Nonsense. No sooner had Yujito finished her sentence than the 4th Raikage barked back furiously. These days, the ninja world is so peaceful that even the bandits are either in hiding or have surrendered. What danger could there possibly be? We even have the high-speed train now. Do I even need to mention how safe that is? And what about you, Mabui? A vein bulged on the 4th Raikage's forehead. Mabui answered with a sweet smile. I'd like to visit Konoha and broaden my horizons too. We can't just shut ourselves away from the world. The fourth Raikage twitched at the corner of his eye. Fine, the two of you can go. Yujito, you're a Jinchuriki, you can't. If they're both going, it'll be boring staying in the village alone. Yujito shot back, stubborn as ever. Oh, so even the Raikage's words fall on deaf ears now, do they? The fourth Raikage was truly at his wit's end. Jinchuriki these days were nothing like those of the past. They no longer had to worry about being resented by others. Their freedom was no longer restricted either. The fourth Raikage simply couldn't accept the idea of all three leaving at once. If Killer Bee were here right now, the Raikage might have lost his temper completely. Isn't it just like they say, speak of the devil, and he appears? Well, will you jerk, you idiot? Whoosh. Thud. Creak. Killer Bee snapped his mouth shut, his pupils narrowing behind his sunglasses. Yet his face remained unchanged. He lowered his head, glancing at the fist now pressed against his stomach. Big brother, why? His voice was calm and steady. Thud. Killer Bee staggered back a few steps, his legs trembling. And, at that very moment, the three women exchanged glances. Yujito gripped Mabui's sleeve, while Samui stood alone. Whoosh. All three vanished at once. The fourth Raikage, of course, noticed immediately. But in the end, he chose not to stop them. Meanwhile, over on the Konoha side, Kushina held Terumi Mei's hand, chatting about everyday matters, helping Mei relax her nerves. Every so often, she shot a glare at Kurama. But Kurama seemed utterly oblivious, as if he hadn't heard a thing. He pored over the account book for quite a while, before finally breaking into a smile. Her early obsession with money came from those childhood days when Naruto had nothing. As for her current love of wealth, well, she'd simply grown fond of the clink of coins. This fox had her own code when it came to riches. It finally dawned on Terumi Mei. Still, she had no intention of reclaiming the deed. Truth be told, her plan was always to buy herself a bit of offline authenticity from Kurama with some cash. As for Uchiha Bito, she'd figure Kurama could just toss him in as a freebie. But now she realized, meeting Naruto might not be such a complicated affair after all. All it would take was finding a certain woman in Konoha, and everything would fall into place. She wasn't even bothered about the money anymore, because she'd figured something out. In Naruto's household, the one who managed the purse strings was none other than the foxy lady right before her eyes. So, to sum it all up, at least the money is still in our own hands. But the key is we have to succeed. Kushina gently patted Mei Terumi's small hand. No need to be nervous. Mei Terumi nodded softly, her voice barely above a whisper. How could such a sweet, well-mannered girl ever grow old? Besides, with Lady Tsunade around, who would ever be afraid of aging? Before long, Mei Terumi followed Kushina and Kurama home. The moment they stepped through the door, everyone inside turned to look at her. Mei Terumi immediately straightened up, standing at attention. At first glance, she noticed among all the women present, whether it was their poise or their aura, Kaguya stood out as the most unique. Kaguya merely cast her a calm glance, nodded slightly, and then rose to her feet. Mei Terumi's body stiffened. Kaguya's presence was so imposing, Mei Terumi even forgot to greet her. But Kaguya simply took Kushina's hand and sat down quietly. Mei Terumi was left speechless. She'd always been so glib with her words for years. But now, faced with reality, she was as green as a new recruit, even in front of Hinata. In the end, it was Tsunade who pulled her over to sit down. Lady Mizukage, what brings you here? Seeing that it was Tsunade, Mei Terumi relaxed a little. They were both Kage, after all, so there was some familiarity. She replied, I have some matters to discuss with Naruto. No sooner had she spoken than the White Snake Sage answered directly. Get in line. Huh? Oh, right, of course. Naruto couldn't possibly have free time every day. It was just the same as when she was in the Hidden Mist Village. There were always countless people and matters that needed her attention. It wasn't long before Naruto appeared, with Katsuyu following closely behind. Mei Terumi's eyes went wide with surprise. The difference between a photograph and meeting someone in person was truly striking. At that moment, Mei Terumi could hear her own heartbeat pounding in her ears. The choice of marriage partner was settled in an instant. Absolutely unwavering. Kurama glanced at her, not the least bit surprised. Back then, he'd used this same tactic to win over Conan. But more than anything, it was that moment on the street and that time in the Hidden Rain Village that made Conan fall head over heels. Oomph. Kurama gave a soft snort, then turned to offer Kaguya a piece of meat. Lady Kaguya, please have some. He quickly picked up another piece for Kushina. No particular reason. If Kushina could draw chakra from her, so could Kaguya. It's tough being a fox, oh poor me. After lunch, the White Snake Sage finally got her wish and entered Naruto's room. Meanwhile, outside, the three snake ants didn't stop chatting for a moment. The women with missions went off to take care of their tasks. Those without duties sought out Tsunade to learn from her. Even Mei Terumi stayed close to the young girls, listening attentively as Tsunade explained the secrets of the Yin Seal. After all, who wouldn't want eternal youth? Chakra? Isn't Kurama right here? The three snake ants already enjoyed eternal youth, so the Yin Seal held little interest for them. After swallowing a bite of the Mayaboku frog, Ichikishimaheim whispered, "The white snake sage has gone in." Looks like Ryuichi Cave won't have to worry about the future anymore," replied Tajitsuheim. "So what about us?" Ichikishimaheim asked. Tenshinshinheim answered immediately, "Me. It's me. We agreed before. If anyone's coming, I'll be the first. If anyone's staying, I'll be the first to stay." This time, neither Ichikishimaheim nor Tajitsuheim said another word. Ichikishimaheim glanced instinctively at Kushina. Unexpectedly, Kushina had been watching them the entire time. Seeing this, Kushina sat down right away. After spending so much time persuading them, Kushina decided to get straight to the point and asked, "Why don't the three of you just stay here with Whitesnake?" Times 3. All of them? Really? Gulp. It seemed it might not be impossible after all. Will there be grilled Mayaboku frogs every day? Tanishinheim asked. "There will. As much as you want." Kushina patted her chest and promised confidently. Gulp. Takitsuheim and Ichikishimaheim swallowed unconsciously. Mom. Whoever said Tanishinheim didn't understand anything. She understood perfectly. That one word was enough to make Kushina feel like her soul was floating with joy. Good girl. As she spoke, Kushina took out a fine jade bracelet and slipped it onto Tanishinheim's wrist. At the same time, she presented 2 sparkling earrings. Thank you, Mom. Of course, the most important thing was that Kushina produced a small card with a magnetic strip. This is the ultimate membership card for grilled Mayaboku frog, right outside the village's frog farm. With this card, you can eat as much as you want. Black Zetsu won't charge you a single coin. To be honest, Black Zetsu didn't set up grilled Mayaboku frog to make money. What he really wanted was for the aroma of roasted frog to drift into the nose of the great toad sage, 24 hours a day. And if the frogs being grilled had names, Black Zetsu would even go to the cave entrance and shout, "Gamaken's legs! Gamako's legs!" Of course, what truly broke the heart of the frogs was the fact that the great toad sage could see and hear everything. And every one of those Mayaboku frogs had been sent out personally by Jiraiya. As soon as Kushina pulled out the ultimate membership card for charcoal-grilled Mayaboku frogs, Tajikaraheim and Ichikishimaheim finally couldn't hold back any longer. Mom! Kushina laughed. With a flourish, she produced jewelry identical to that of Tamiyoraheim and adorned Tajikaraheim and Ichikishimaheim with them. Ichikishimaheim wrapped herself around Kushina's arm. Tajikaraheim hurried to join in as well. Seeing this, Tamiyoraheim grew anxious. She simply dove straight into Kushina's embrace. Kushina couldn't stop smiling. Everyone gets something, don't worry. Then, leaning close to the ears of the 3 serpent princesses, she whispered softly, "Whoever's belly gets round first, I'll give her the chance to work at charcoal-grilled Mayaboku frogs." Boom! At those words, the eyes of all 3 serpent princesses turned red with excitement. Kushina clapped her hands. "All right, let's eat some frogs first. I'll have Black Zetsu bring more later." "Never mind, it's already a bit short right now." With that, Kushina went off to find Kagaya. Kagaya nodded obediently, and with a thought, sent out a message. Black Zetsu, who was busy attending to guests, received it immediately. He bent down to wipe the mouths of a few little ones who had hurried in for some frog legs. Then he headed to the kitchen, grabbed the freshly prepared Mayaboku frog legs, and put on a hat, emblazoned with Black Zetsu, charcoal-grilled Mayaboku frogs delivery. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With Kamui, in the blink of an eye, he appeared at Naruto's house. "Mom, your delivery has arrived." With that, Black Zetsu bowed to Kushina, then disappeared again with a flicker of Kamui. The shop was bustling. For Black Zetsu, who could finally bask in the sunlight, it only took a day for him to fall in love with this feeling. Fortunately, he managed to last a little longer than Madara did. Now, just one word from Madara, and he would pilot a Gundam without a second thought. Inside the room, the White Snake Sage sat across from Naruto. She said she had something to discuss with Naruto, but as she faced him, she realized there was nothing she really needed to say. Naruto already seemed to know everything. She took a deep breath. Imitating the way the Slug Sage had done earlier, she moved to sit beside Naruto. Naruto blinked. "White Snake Sage, is something wrong?" A sudden jolt ran through the White Snake Sage's hand. This isn't right. Why did it work for Slug Sage, but not for her? Seeing her growing uncertain, Naruto smiled and reassured her. "Don't worry, White Snake Sage. I'll take care of your concerns." You're just not quite used to things yet, and the current shinobi world is still unfamiliar to you. When you have time, you should walk around Konoha a bit more. As for the sealed underground palace in Ryukido, I'll go take a look at it soon. Hearing Naruto promise once again to visit Ryukido, the White Snake Sage finally let out a sigh of relief. For now, there was nothing more she could do but leave. Yet as she stepped outside, she glanced at the Slug Sage, who was quietly sitting nearby. She still couldn't figure out why, despite them both being sages, their experiences were so different. Just then, a piece of paper on the table fluttered into Naruto's lap. Before long, Konan appeared. She pouted. Naruto! Kurama handed a Beto over to Kirigakure. No wonder she refused every time I asked her before. Wouldn't it be better to have a Beto executed in Amigakure? Naruto could only give a helpless smile. Kurama's handling this, and lately, she won't even listen to me. Konan, for once, was acting unusually. She was even being a little coquettish today. However, as for Obito's execution site, it would be best to hold it in the Hidden Mist Village. Compared to the Hidden Rain Village, the mist has endured much more severe and prolonged persecution. Creak. The door was pushed open. Both Konan and Naruto turned to look. There, Madarumi tiptoed inside, her steps light and cautious. She turned her back, carefully closing the door behind her. Hee. Long time no see, Naruto Uzumaki. After steadying her breath, Madarumi turned around. She was clearly ready to get straight to the point. It was nothing but a simple turn. It revealed the smooth finesse of someone seasoned and shrewd. Then, she froze. You're the angel of the hidden rain, Konan? Ma. Konan's delicate face flushed rapidly. She was about to leave, but Naruto caught her by the arm. Since Maitarumi's here, about Obito's assignment. Before Naruto could finish, Konan interrupted. We'll talk about that later. You two go ahead, I'll excuse myself. Only in private would Konan show this other side of herself. With others around, she always maintained her angelic persona. At least, as far as Konan knew, only Hydrangea had caught her out of character once before. And now, Madarumi, quite evidently, was the second. Blushing, Konan dissolved into countless slips of white paper, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Madarumi stood awkwardly in place, sneaking glances at Naruto. Naruto acted as if nothing had happened, motioning to the seat across from him. Fifth Mizukage, please have a seat. At those words, Madarumi suddenly felt a subtle sense of unease. He was just calling her by name a moment ago. How come now he switched the titles? No, this isn't right. I can't be too hasty. Kushin is giving me a strange look. Oh no, this is so embarrassing. Blushing furiously, Madarumi sat down beside Naruto. Naruto was taken aback. Mei steeled herself, determined to state her purpose directly. She had come here for the sake of her future. But just as she opened her mouth to speak, her resolve faltered. Ahem. Naruto, I saw your apprentice faint outside the village. She's at the Konoha hospital now. Really? That's what she told me. She seemed really anxious, said something major happened in her village. After finishing, Mei suddenly realized it probably would have been better if she just brought the apprentice along. Naruto waved it off. That's not urgent. Let's talk about something else like Kisame Hashigaki. Mei's eyes narrowed slightly. She drew a deep breath. Then she turned, fixing Naruto with a serious gaze. I overheard them earlier. They said nothing escapes you. I didn't expect it to be true. Mei nodded slightly, her voice lowering as she continued. Mist Village sealed off that stretch of coastline a long time ago. Recently, someone discovered a creature there, a being with the upper body of a human and the lower half of a fish's tail. I started searching through Mist Village's classified records right away. In the end, I found the very first note in Kisame Hashigaki's file. Apparently, he was discovered as a child by an old man on the seashore. As she spoke, Mei's expression grew more solemn. Yet, almost unconsciously, she inched closer to Naruto. Also, before I came here, I received a message from the Umbu of Kirigakure. There's been another appearance of a new creature in that sealed-off area. As she spoke, Madarumi slipped her hand into her robe. She pulled out a photograph. Take a look. Doesn't this one look a lot like Kisame Hashigaki? With that, she unfurled the photo. Naruto, Madarumi, who gave this to you? Madarumi didn't answer. With the fastest reflexes she'd ever shown, she snatched the photo back and slid out another one in its place. In this new photograph, looming above a boundless ocean, a shark-skinned, towering humanoid figure emerges from the water. The photo only captured its profile. Oddly enough, from Naruto's perspective now, all he could see was Maitarumi's profile as well. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. In no time, she seemed ready to dissolve in a steam from embarrassment. Truly worthy of Kirigakure, truly worthy of the Mizukage. Madarumi dared not utter a word. Her pupils spun in a chaotic swirl as she pressed her hands to her burning cheeks. Naruto studied the photo for a long moment, and when he sensed the mood had settled, he finally asked, "That's Kurama, isn't it?" Terumi nodded, almost burying her face between her two imposing summoned beasts. Naruto let the matter drop. He said, "That sea area's been sealed off now, right?" Terumi nodded again. "For now, let's keep it that way. I'll head over myself in some time." "Wait." Naruto closed his eyes, extending his senses outward. A faint crease formed between his brows. If my senses aren't mistaken, beyond the seas outside the land of water, thousands of miles away, lies the island of the wet bone forest. The wet bone forest, Ryuichi Cave, Mount Maiboku. They move, sometimes appearing upon the ocean surface, other times drifting through the sky. The length of their stays varies. Mount Maiboku shifts most quickly. Ryuichi Cave changes once every 1,000 years. The wet bone forest movements, however, are controlled by the slug sage. As I was sensing all this, a sudden wave of warmth surged toward me. At the same time, a pair of soft arms gently wrapped around my neck. At Konoha Hospital, Yuyo slowly regained consciousness. Standing by her bedside was a man with striking white hair. "Sensei." Yuyo leapt out of bed, excitement shining in her eyes. "Sensei, something's happened to our village." The white-haired man nodded slightly and replied, "I already know." "Then let's go right now," Yuyo said, her voice urgent. "Leaving the hospital so soon? Are you sure you're all right?" A voice suddenly sounded from the doorway. "How could I possibly lie in bed and sleep when Shinnon-sensei is visiting our village?" Yuyo replied instinctively as she hurried to put on her shoes. "Is that so?" Suddenly, Yuyo snapped awake, startled. Turning around, she saw a gentle-faced woman standing just outside the door. Shinnon's expression remained unchanged. "You're from Konoha, aren't you?" Before the slug could respond, Naruto's figure appeared from behind it, accompanied by Terumi. Perfect timing. The Sky Ninja incident had just been resolved. And as for this Shinnon, Naruto glanced over at Yuyo. Her skin was slightly tanned, a beauty mark graced the corner of her eye, and her features were quite delicate. "Zero tails, huh?" With a swirl, the Rinnegan and Sharingan awakened. He could see the zero tails sealed within her. He walked over slowly, casting a glance at Shinnon, a god among the outliers. A low, resonant hum filled the air. In the next instant, Shinnon's pupils contracted sharply, his whole body trembling. Yuyo didn't notice this, instead gazing intently and murmuring to herself. Golden hair, handsome face, and those 3 whisker-like birthmarks on his cheeks. Of course, Naruto could have easily removed those marks from his face, but he chose not to. Those whiskers were symbol of the 9 tails. Besides, the marks made it easier to tell Naruto apart from Minato. They looked too much alike otherwise. Yuyo stared at Naruto for a long moment, then bowed her head slightly. "Uzumaki Naruto. You're Uzumaki Naruto, aren't you?" Naruto deactivated his Rinnegan Sharingan and looked at the seemingly ordinary, yet mysterious, tomboy before him. "Yuyo Amaru. Haven't you already figured out?" As soon as he spoke, Yuyo dropped to her knees before him. "Lord Naruto, please save our village. With Master Shinnon and you, Lord Naruto, I know you can save us." Naruto turned his gaze to Shinnon, the leader of the Sky Shinobi. This man wielded masterful medical jutsu, forbidden techniques, and the technology of the Sky Shinobi. The forbidden medical jutsu, body activation, could stimulate his cells, enhancing his physical abilities. Another forbidden art, body regeneration, would allow him to reassemble and revive his body even if it were torn to pieces. Combined with the 8 gates, the art of physical rebirth, and the dark chakra of Zero Tails. Even opening all 8 gates would not kill him. That was the reason Naruto hadn't simply finished him off. As for the Sky Shinobi themselves, they could be dealt with directly. "It's on my way anyway. Let's go." Naruto turned around and spoke. At that moment, Terumi was leaning against the wall outside the door, her cheeks flushed red. Fortunately, Katsuyu was there to support her. Kneeling on the ground, Yuyo blinked in disbelief. Was it really that simple? Had the legendary Lord Naruto just agreed? She hurried to put on her shoes and looked over at Shinnon. By now, Shinnon had shaken off his daze and returned to his senses. "Let's go, Yuyo. With Lord Naruto here, no problem is too big to solve." With those words, he was the first to step out of the room. Watching Naruto's retreating figure, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then a look of deep respect appeared on his face. The 5 moved swiftly. Before long, they had already left the hidden leaf village behind. Yuyo's village lies deep in the tropical jungle. Upstream along this river, someone said. There's also an ancient ruin nearby. Aboard an airship in the sky, Naruto gazed straight ahead. Behind him, Shinnon spoke with reverence. Before long, a sky ninja appeared on the horizon. He was flying through the air with specialized ninja equipment. Lord Naruto, that's a sky ninja, Shinnong explained. Shall I call him over? They all follow my orders. As Shinnong finished speaking, Yuyo, who had been pondering how to explain her village's situation, was left momentarily speechless. No need. The sky ninja bear a deep grudge against both Konoha and the entire ninja world. It's better if they simply vanish. With those calm words, Naruto had pronounced the sky ninja's fate. Hatred is never so easily erased. However, Naruto suddenly added, when you get back, have them spread out and launch attacks against the 5 great ninja villages. Remember, these are just feints. I'll have someone contact the 5 villages so we can unite against the threat. This could be considered making use of what would otherwise be wasted. Even as Naruto said this, Shinnong's expression of reverence toward Naruto did not diminish in the slightest. In fact, it seemed to grow even more intense. Yes, Shinnong dropped to one knee. Beside him, Yuyo's mind went completely blank. She wasn't foolish. As a healer, she was always attentive and perceptive. Unconsciously, her eyes drifted to that man. At the same time, a sky ninja, flying above, had already noticed the flying device carrying Naruto and the others. He furrowed his brow, but as he got a better look at the passengers, a flicker of delight crossed his face. Yet just then, a spiral-shaped distortion appeared in the air before him. In an instant, that sky ninja's body was twisted and engulfed by the spiraling wave of space. Shinnong turned and looked at Yuyo, that child who was once shunned by the villagers. Now, thanks to the scalpel she uses to save lives, she has finally found acceptance. Even when battered and bruised, she still rushed here to warn us of the village's danger. She's truly grown. A gentle smile played on Shinnong's lips, but in Yuyo's eyes, that smile was cold as ice. I'm truly sorry, Yuyo, but I've already sent the sky ninja to attack your village. Thunder rumbled ominously. Yuyo stared at him in utter disbelief. The teacher she respected was, in fact, the leader of the sky ninja attacking her home. Why would something like this happen? This can't be true, can it? Yuyo shook her head, her eyes reddening with tears she could barely hold back. At that moment, their airship had arrived directly above her village. Plumes of black smoke began to rise into the sky. She hurried over to see, but when she looked at the charred remains of the village, her mind went completely blank. Why? She cried out, her voice breaking with anguish. Shinnong glanced at Naruto and gave a slight nod. This was what Naruto had asked for, to draw out Zero Tails. Naruto took the opportunity to transfer Zero Tails into his own body. Now he could carry out the Sky Ninja mission, and later, return to Konoha to find Orochimaru. Shinnong stepped up behind Yuyo. Because you're my most accomplished student. Naruto walked to the edge and looked down below. At that moment, Kakashi and Might Guy, having completed their mission, both gave him an okay sign. Beside Kakashi stood a woman, holding his hand. Upon seeing Naruto above, she quickly bowed in greeting. Naruto nodded back to her. Then, he turned to look at Yuyo, who was still overcome with emotion. After this, head straight for the Shikkotsu forest. Bringing Meitorumi along wasn't just because their path led to the land of water, but also because she was a master of water release. Naruto had already formed a theory in his mind, so he knew exactly which should come first and which should follow. In matters like this, Meitorumi naturally wouldn't refuse. As for the sage of the 6 paths from the Pure Land, Naruto planned to give him some time to see what he would ultimately decide to do. Meitorumi and Katsuyu moved to stand beside Naruto. Summoning her courage, Meitorumi wrapped her arms around his. Even if it's the ocean, I can control it. At that moment, Liuli lowered her head and murmured, Teacher Shinnong is the one who saved my life. I was once an abandoned child, and when I was plagued by a mysterious and deadly illness, not a single person in the village was willing to care for me. Yet Teacher Shinnong risked being infected to treat me, despite the danger. When I finally woke up, Teacher Shinnong greeted me with a beaming smile and told me. Rainlu lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. She tore off her headscarf and draped it over her face, letting her dark crimson hair spill free. Suddenly, her whole body shuddered. In the next moment, her eyes glimmered with an eerie red light. I am Zero Tail, born of chaos and war in this world. When darkness takes root in the hearts of men, I shall be reborn. I shall devour the darkness within, descend upon this world, and then grow without limit. As she spoke, her voice began to change, so that this world may be ruled by darkness. Then she raised her head. In an instant, she transformed into Zero Tail, the Void. Zero Tail, a monstrous entity formed of dark chakra. Its body was serpentine, sinuous like a great snake. It had no face. Instead, a mask covered where its face should be. On the mask's forehead, the character 40 was engraved. Its snake-like body could morph into countless limbs. Zero Tail slowly turned its head and fixed its gaze on Naruto. So you harbor something most interesting. The power within you. That is precisely what I desire. As its words faded, countless tentacles sprouted, lashing out toward Naruto. Naruto gently pushed Meiterumi aside. In a flash, Zero Tail's tendrils wrapped tightly around Naruto, binding him fast. Then show me that power, here and now. The darkness that lurks in your heart. What? An expression of disbelief appeared on Zero Tail's masked face. It wanted to absorb Naruto's power. But at this moment, its tentacles felt as if they were wrapped around solid stone. Naruto's lips curled up slightly. The power is right here. If you want it, take it yourself. He took a step forward. Crack! The tentacles snapped. The phantom limbs conjured by Zero Tail shattered again and again as Naruto advanced. Gradually, a very human look of terror spread across Zero Tail's face. My power, why? Naruto came right up to Zero Tail, reached out, and patted its mask. You're not going to absorb? Then I guess it's my turn, isn't it? At this moment, Zero Tail curled up into a ball. And within that mass of flesh, the form began to turn translucent, revealing Ameu standing inside. She hung her head, as if she had lost consciousness. Rumble. At that moment, the ground shook violently throughout the ruins. At the same time, the hidden relic of the Sky Ninja began to rise slowly from underground. Eventually, it broke through the surface and hovered in front of the airship. Lord Naruto, this is the ultimate weapon of destruction, crafted by the Sky Ninja after decades of research and construction. Having spoken respectfully to Naruto, he glanced toward Ameu. Now, with Zero Tail's power rapidly fading, Ameu regained a bit of clarity. In order to obtain the Zero Tail's technique, I, as a wandering doctor, infiltrated villages across the nations. Finally, I found the scroll for Zero Tail's resurrection in the Hidden Leaf Village. And after that, I gained the power of Zero Tail. That is the power of Dark Chakra. Impossible. Ameu awoke completely. And in that instant, Naruto had absorbed the very last of Zero Tail's strength. He glanced at Yuyo, who was covering her ears. Then, he beckoned with his hand. Shinnong hurried over, dropping to one knee before him. Lord Naruto. Naruto gave a slight nod, then channeled the power of the Zero Tails into Shinnong's body. Remember your mission. With those words, he gave him a gentle push. In a flash, Shinnong shot toward the ruins of the Sky Shinobi. Several Sky Shinobi were already waiting for him in the distance. From afar, Shinnong offered Naruto another respectful bow. The strength of the Zero Tails could reveal whether the future of the ninja world would be a success. The Zero Tails could serve as a gauge for the world's hatred. At this moment, Yuyo had completely lost the power of the Zero Tails. Naruto cast her a sidelong glance. Go back now. The road ahead isn't meant for you. With that, a portal to Yomi, the underworld, opened before Naruto. He took Yuyo by the hand and brought her up to the surface. Naruto, I'll be back soon. Only then did Meiterumi stop in her tracks. After passing through Yomi's portal, they arrived at the shelter in Yuyo's village. Yuyo stood frozen in place. Everyone's safe. You already know the gist of what's happened. Whether you can move forward or not is up to you. Yuyo looked up, her face streaked with tears. Shinnong is under my control now. He still has his uses. Yuyo could no longer hear what Naruto was saying. Words she'd overheard when leaving Konoha echoed in her mind. Standing before her was Uzumaki Naruto. He too was alone. Compared to what he had endured, her own hardships suddenly felt insignificant. How did you do it? Yuyo asked all of a sudden. Naruto's words came to a halt. I don't know. With that, he turned and stepped into the depths of Yomi no Hirasaka. At that moment, bang! Youth! My guy burst onto the scene. Huh? Where's Naruto? He glanced around, scratching his head in puzzlement. Oh well, since Naruto has already shown up, there's no need for everyone to keep hiding out here. My guy shouted this to the crowd. Man, you're as fired up as ever, guy. Guy shot Kakashi a quick look over his shoulder, ready to strike his trademark pose. But the moment he caught sight of Hanarin standing next to Kakashi, his face fell flat. In front of Naruto, I have to keep up appearances. Unlike some people, Yuyo watched the three of them, her gaze lingering on the forehead protectors they wore. Konoha, yes, Konoha. Once Naruto had returned, the airship picked up speed. Meiterumi gazed out at the growingly familiar landscape. I never expected the land of water would look like this from above. Indeed, the three of them had already crossed the borders between the land of fire and the land of water. Naruto lounged in a recliner. Behind him, Slug massaged his shoulders. Madarumi, taking a cue from Slug, began to knead Naruto's legs. Slug didn't mind in the slightest, but as for Madarumi, well, Naruto didn't quite know what to say. It didn't feel like he was the one being pampered. If anything, it seemed Madarumi was the one enjoying herself. Maybe this was just how lovesick women behaved. Come to think of it, that girl Karen often did the same thing. Before long, the airship was floating above the hidden mist village. Madarumi glanced down. A sly smile curled at the corner of her lips. She couldn't help but steal a look at Naruto. Below, the elders lifted their heads, watching the airship speeding through the sky. Their weathered faces were filled with satisfaction and relief. Before leaving Konoha, Madarumi had already sent word back. The message was simple. Getting married. Just those 2 words. To the elders who had watched her grow up, the meaning was perfectly clear. Naruto, too, sensed the festive atmosphere in Kirigakure. Many homes below had already pasted up red wedding couplets. The scale of the celebration was actually quite grand. But if you had to talk about the greatest spectacle, Naruto could only rub his forehead with a helpless smile. 100,000 white Zetsu. No, now, just a few hundred of the evolved white Zetsu, stage 2. He allowed a long breath. Thank goodness, that's much better. Yet he had no idea, some, by now, had already spread across the entire shinobi world. All along the journey, Slug had scarcely spoken a word. She quietly watched everything unfold. She was well aware of the changes sweeping the ninja world. But to witness them with her own eyes, the impact was overwhelming. She raised her hand. With a soft pop, she split off a tiny slug. It settled gently on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto just felt a slight chill. Lord Naruto, we're almost at Shikkotsu Forest. Naruto nodded slightly and looked up. By now, the airship had already left the territorial waters of the Land of Water. It soared onward, heading for the sea beyond the borders of the ninja world. Guided by Slug and Naruto's own senses, the airship arrived at a stretch of calm, mirror-like sea. And then, ahead, a vague outline of an island began to appear. The island was immense. Its size rivaled that of any of the 5 great nations. Madarumi's eyes widened in astonishment. That is the legendary Shikkotsu Forest, one of the 3 great sacred grounds. Slug nodded gently. The motion of massaging Naruto's shoulders came to a halt. Lord Naruto, you can stop now. There's a barrier here, and I'll need to return to my true form before I can take you inside. Naruto carefully guided the airship to a gentle landing. This barrier, of course, was no obstacle for him. But if he forced his way through, the barrier's integrity would be compromised. Once they landed on a nearby islet, the slug hesitated for a moment, yet still chose to revert to its true form in front of Naruto. Its body began to writhe and swell. In no time, it expanded to about 1/10 of its full size. After all, a part of the slug must remain behind to safeguard the Shikkotsu Forest. So, this time, only a fraction of its full form had ventured out. Naruto and Mei-Terumi stood atop its head. The slug spoke softly, "Hold on tight." Then it drew in a deep breath. With a mighty exhale, a fierce gale whipped up around them. Suddenly, the little island started gliding toward the Shikkotsu Forest. Mei's face was alight with curiosity as she gazed toward the forest. As they passed through the invisible barrier, a gentle pop signaled their entry. At last, they had truly entered the Shikkotsu Forest. A thick mist hung in the air. Yet with the slug's presence, the fog that would obscure their vision seemed to drift away on its own. With a soft thud, they crossed over the water and set foot on the land within the forest. The moment Mei stepped down, she realized the ground was surprisingly soft beneath her feet. She stared out at the endless expanse, her face filled with disbelief. Naruto, on the other hand, showed no surprise. He had already sensed all this before. The slug's body undulated, picking up speed. Soon, they were gliding along as swiftly as the airship had flown. Half an hour later, Naruto looked up, only to find that Mei, overwhelmed with astonishment, had collapsed into his arms. So this is the towering tree that serves as the support? Naruto let out a breath, relaxing his aura. He realized that these giant trees didn't seem to be real trees at all. Rather, they looked as if they were formed from pure chakra. Slug slowed its pace. That must be your true form, right? Yes, Lord Naruto. I would ask that you and Lady Mei-Terumi dismount here. Naruto, still holding the stunned Mei-Terumi in his arms, landed softly on the yielding ground. Meanwhile, the 10th of slug that had split off also returned to the main body. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Lord Naruto. Naruto waved it off. Let's take a look at what's happening here first. With Mei-Terumi in his arms, Naruto lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and their bodies floated gently upward. Slug, too, began to raise itself, its body stretching longer and longer, forming a living staircase ascending into the sky. With a soft pop, they broke through the mist layer above Shikkotsu forest. Naruto frowned. The deep forest power within him was being suppressed. But it was only mildly uncomfortable. As his forest chakra circulated, he noticed a slight resistance. Meiterumi's mind was a complete blank. As she gazed at the circular, transparent barrier ahead, she instinctively clung tighter to Naruto. "Can we get through?" Naruto asked. Slug thought for a moment, then replied, "Yes, but I cannot accompany you any further, Lord Naruto. I must remain here to keep the barrier stable." Naruto nodded slightly. He lifted his gaze. Beyond the transparent, circular barrier was a vast expanse of cerulean blue. With a swift whoosh, a massive, peculiar fish-like creature glided past. Naruto squinted, trying to make out its features. Above the seafloor, at the ocean's surface, a thunderous rumble echoed as battleships unleashed a volley of shells. With a sharp whistle, the shells streaked through the air. A golden figure stood atop the pitch-black cannonball. Whoosh! A thunderous rumble followed. The black cannonball crashed down onto the island, exploding in an instant. The roar of the blast mingled with the chaotic shouts of people and billowing clouds of thick smoke from the explosion. "Oh, I've arrived. Please respond. Hello, this is Kizaru. Hello. How strange." At that moment, on the Tsunade archipelago, a voice rang out, lazy and sly, just from the sound. In a narrow alley, two pirate lackeys were rooted to the spot as they caught sight of the figure. He wore a billowing cloak draped across his back, with the bold word "Justice" emblazoned upon it. A pair of sunglasses sat on his face. He looked unkempt, a messy stubble shadowing his chin. Yet his build was unusually tall and slender. From behind, all you could see was that Justice cloak and a head of wild, black curls. His suit was striped, a mix of yellow and white, paired with a purple tie. "This is bad. It's actually an admiral. Admiral Kizaru. Why would he show up here?" One of them, a bearded man clutching a hunting rifle, muttered, "Wait a minute. If I could take this guy down, I'd be famous overnight." His companions stared at him, utterly incredulous. After all, the Tsunade archipelago was the gateway to the New World. And the man before them was none other than Admiral Kizaru. He was nothing like the regular Navy grunts. Don't be ridiculous. He's one of the Navy's strongest fighters. The companion tried desperately to stop the bearded man. But the bearded man had already aimed his gun at Kizaru. At that moment, Kizaru was still holding the den mushi. Hello. Can you hear me?" The bearded man couldn't hold back any longer. He set his sights on Kizaru's head. "It's now. Take this." He pulled the trigger. Bang. A gunshot rang out. The bullet shot forth, speeding toward Kizaru's head. Whiz. The bullet passed straight through Kizaru's head, and through the wall behind him. Hello. Kizaru had turned to light. Such an attack couldn't possibly harm him. "Damn it. This time, I'll finish him for sure." Bang. Another bullet fired, but the result was no different. How is that possible? "I definitely hit him just now." A companion cried out in fear. "He must have some kind of power. Do guns even work on him? Let's get out of here." With that, the companion dashed deeper into the nearby alley. The bearded man saw the situation was dire and took off running as well. Kizaru narrowed his eyes. How strange. He then turned his head to watch the two men fleeing in panic. Whoosh. In the next instant, the power of the glint fruit activated. On the other side of the alley, Kizaru stood with both hands in his pockets. "I'd like to ask you something. I'm searching for a man named Sinamo." Meanwhile, above the barrier of the forest of wet bones, Naruto raised his hand and drew a circle in the air. Immediately, a bubble of water appeared out of nowhere. He stepped into it with Meiterumi. In a heartbeat, the bubble solidified. On the outside, an additional layer had been added, much like the bubble-like barrier above the wet bone forest. "Lord Naruto, please be careful. Everything out there is unknown. I'm sorry, but the slugs cannot accompany you outside." The slug apologized. Naruto waved his hand dismissively and smiled. "It's all right. Just keep the barrier here under control. There's indeed a faint suppressive force outside, but it doesn't affect me much," he added. Meiterumi reached out and pressed her hand against the surface of the bubble, her chakra of water, nature welling up. "I'll keep reinforcing this bubble for you." Naruto glanced at the slug and nodded gently. After a brief hesitation, the slug spoke again. "Lord Naruto, it's your first time going out? There's not much time, about 3 hours. I'll have one of my split slugs come and notify you." "Understood." A gentle hum resonated in the air as the bubble enclosing Naruto and Meiterumi slowly began to rise. With a soft pop, it touched the barrier above. Slowly, Just like a bubble passing through another bubble, they moved forward. Yet, a transparent dotted line was left behind, faint and intangible. So much so that even the fish swimming past could not touch it. Once the bubble had fully passed through the barrier, the pressure of the seawater rushed in instantly. Meiterumi's expression changed in a heartbeat. She quickly increased the output of her chakra. Naruto patted her gently on the shoulder and spoke softly. It's all right. All you need to do is control the water flow as we ascend. Leave the rest to me. With that, Naruto closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his Rinnegan Sharingan were already activated. A flurry of swift movements filled the water as they pressed on. Meiterumi stayed silent, afraid to lose concentration. By her calculations, they were now at least 5,000 meters beneath the sea. As they continued to ascend, several strange fish appeared along the way. Each of these creatures was enormous, their sizes utterly astonishing. One of them was even a third the size of a giant slug. Naruto suppressed the deep, mysterious power within himself, locking it away in the deepest recesses of his being. With that, the oppressive effects of the seawater faded for the most part. Watching as 3 colossal sea kings charged toward them, Naruto slowly raised his hands. Although Meiterumi's face grew pale, she placed absolute trust in Naruto. She kept guiding the bubble upward, her focus unwavering. Yet, those 3 sea kings were too powerful in their own domain. They hurtled toward the bubble like cannonballs, swift and unstoppable. A deep hum resonated through the water. Naruto's ocular power spread out. In an instant, the 3 rampaging sea kings came to an abrupt halt. 3 green spheres of light appeared in Naruto's palms. With a whoosh, the orbs shot out from the bubble, and in a flash, each one sank into the body of the Sea King. Go and guard the perimeter of the barrier. Do not allow any creature to come near, Naruto commanded. The Sea King's eyes glazed over for a moment before clarity returned to them. Obediently, they turned and swam back along the route Naruto and Meiterumi had taken. At that moment, Naruto sensed a faint surge of power. He narrowed his eyes, then peered down toward the ocean depths. So that's it. This must be Shirahoshi's power. He shook his head, letting go of his perception. All around, the fish sensed the aura Naruto had released. As if they had seen a ghost, they scattered in panic. Before long, Naruto and Meiterumi broke through the surface of the water. Staring at the chain of islands before him, Naruto focused his thoughts. The bubble remained fixed in place. Naruto reached out and pulled the somewhat exhausted Meiterumi to her feet. You've worked hard. After transferring some energy to her, a healthy flush quickly returned to Meiterumi's cheeks. For you, it's no trouble at all. Naruto couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Truly, she's as smooth and slippery as ever. He opened his sensory perception. In an instant, his awareness spread outward. Holding Meiterumi's hand, he stepped out of the bubble. Tap! They landed on the surface of the sea. The moment the soles of his feet touched the water, a faint sense of weakness swept over him. Can't swim, huh? Oomph. With a soft scoff, he unleashed his demonic power. In an instant, that oppressive feeling was completely dispelled. Let's go. At this hour, things are bound to get interesting. Just then, he's one of my men, Kizaru said, lowering his head slightly, the reflection of his sunglasses glinting coldly. He didn't spare a glance at the 2 pirate lackeys who had immediately turned tail and fled. Honestly, I was only asking for some information. The next moment, he slipped his hands into his pockets and slowly lifted his left foot. A low hum vibrated through the air. Instantly, his left foot radiated with a golden light. He aimed straight at the 2 fleeing pirates. With a sharp rush, he kicked out. A pillar of golden light shot forth. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the gap between the 2 pirates. They had no time to react. Only after the golden light faded did they abruptly halt in their tracks. Turning back to look at Kizaru, their faces were filled with terror. They still had no idea what had just happened. A faint smile tugged at Naruto's lips. So it really is him. He narrowed his eyes, catching sight of the towering tree behind the 2 pirate lackeys. The Emperor's second uncle made his debut. One kick, and one of Sabeti Archipelago's immense red trees was brought down. On that red tree, the words 27GR were inscribed. A deafening explosion erupted. The blast wave knocked 2 pirate lackeys off their feet. At the same time, a massive gash appeared in the trunk of the 27GR red tree. Even the vice admirals of the Navy, standing on their platform, stared in open-mouthed astonishment. Their faces were full of disbelief. Another earth-shaking rumble followed. Next, the 27GR red tree began to topple slowly. The ground trembled as if struck by an earthquake. Only then did Kizaru leisurely withdraw his left foot. Admiral Kizaru, don't you think you may have gone a bit too far? Someone exclaimed. No matter how fired up you are, you can't go around kicking down trees. Kizaru squinted, a sly smile on his face. That's true. I might have overdone it a little. High above him, two pirates clung to the railing, peering down at the chaos below. What reckless behavior, murmured a man in red, headphones on his head, his arm twisted into an unnatural shape. So that's Admiral Kizaru? As soon as the words left his mouth, Kizaru suddenly called out, Would you mind if I ask a quick question? I'm looking for someone named Senamuro. Meanwhile, Naruto, alongside Meitarumi, seemed to stroll effortlessly across the surface of the sea, quick as a breeze. Through the plants, Kizaru's voice reached their ears. Naruto broke into a grin. He remembered someone formidable from his previous life. That man was always losing his sheep, asking everyone he met, Have you seen my sheep? At that moment, a man sitting by the pool, his face expressionless, spoke up. Defense. Evasion rate, 76%. Ask someone else. But Kizaru, in his sly, drawling voice, replied, It just won't do if I can't find him. But I got plenty of time on my hands right now. At a time like this, there's even less reason to let a wanted man like you go, right? He spoke with a cheerful grin. Bounty, 249 million. The magician, Basil Hawkins. In just 2.5 years at sea, he had already become a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Among his peers, there were a total of 11 such pirates. This generation was even called the worst generation. Speed is weight. With a sly tone, Kizaru said this, then slowly lifted his foot. Have you ever experienced a light kick? As soon as the words left his mouth, a golden radiance began to shimmer on Kizaru's right foot. He raised his leg, gently twisting his body. With a sudden burst, he lashed out with his foot, and Hawkins watched as Kizaru's heel flashed before his eyes. All he could see was the dazzling light emanating from Kizaru's strike. And before he could react, the light kick struck. In that split second, all Hawkins could manage was to move his eyeballs. Thunderous impact. The next instant, a figure was sent flying. He crashed heavily into the wall. In a flash, thick clouds of dust billowed into the air. Gulp. The pirate lackeys encircling the scene stared in disbelief as their boss was taken down in an instant. All of them were so frightened, they didn't dare move a muscle. A cold sweat broke out across their foreheads. So this is the power of a Marine Admiral? Just one kick? Only a single kick? As the smoke gradually cleared, Hawkins' figure slowly reappeared. He was covered in dirt, looking utterly disheveled. Yet, he didn't seem injured at all. Thanks to his abilities, Hawkins could transfer the damage he suffered onto the strong man within his body. Hawkins narrowed his eyes, his face filled with wariness as he watched Kizaru closely. At that moment, Kizaru had already raised his finger, and a golden orb of light appeared at his fingertip. Whoosh! The orb shot out, followed immediately by the thunderous sound of an explosion. Meanwhile, Naruto and Meitarumi had already set foot on the nearest island in the Tsunade archipelago. Elsewhere, the Straw Hats were still busy coating the Thousand Sunny. Little did they know that the threat from Admiral Kizaru would soon be gone. But what awaited them instead was a danger they would have no way to resist. Luffy, get out of there, quick! That's one of the 7 warlords of the sea. What's going on? I don't know. For some reason, all the soldiers have turned into old folks and little kids. What the heck is happening? At my back, it hurts so much. Crunch. On the other side, a pink-haired woman took a huge bite out of a piece of roasted meat. Ha! This is a masterpiece. It's her. A Marine looked up and saw the woman sitting atop the building. Bounty, 140 million berries. Jewelry Bonney. Bonney lowered her head, gazing at him. After another bite of meat, she sneered coldly. Now what should I turn you into? Ah! A scream rang out. Naruto, this world, something's not right about it. Meitarumi leaned against Naruto, her eyes darting around warily. Maybe, to them, were the ones who seemed strange. Naruto replied with a soft chuckle. He then stepped forward. Who are you people? You all look so weird. Bonney hopped down, still holding her food in hand. She is known as one of the Supernovas, famed for her insatiable appetite. Terumi Mei's brows furrowed instantly. She raised her hands, as if ready to form hand seals at any moment. Noticing Terumi Mei's movement, Bonney tilted her head slightly. What are you planning to do? Naruto lifted his hand, gesturing for Terumi Mei to stop. He turned his gaze to Bonney. Your devil fruit ability is quite impressive, he said. Are you interested in coming home with me? The Paramecia type, age fruit. A devil fruit that allows the user to manipulate age at will. One of its techniques, distorting the future, freedom's tomorrow. Lets her transform into a form as powerful as Gear 5, just like that idiot. No way. Bonney would never go home with you. The fishermen from the Sorbet Kingdom all chimed in. Bonney kept chewing on her meat, sizing up Naruto. If I'm not going home with you, maybe you can come home with me instead. You're strange. Somehow, you feel really strong. Naruto shook his head. In this world of pirates, reasoning doesn't seem to get you very far. He raised his hand again, stopping Bonney before she could say more. I'm very interested in your ability. Think of it as a journey. Your reward is simple. The celestial dragons of this world don't deserve to exist. In the future, I'll lead my army and descend upon this world. Bonney burst out laughing, tears streaming from her eyes. What did you just say? Celestial dragons? What do you mean they don't deserve to exist? Ha. But in the very next moment, Naruto's words wiped the laughter right off her face and brought real tears to her eyes. By the way, Bonney, he said quietly, happy 10th birthday. A thunderous silence fell. Bonney was completely stunned. Madarumi was momentarily stunned. 10 years old. She looked at Bonney with a puzzled expression. But no matter how you looked at it, the woman before her appeared to be in her early 20s. And the way she ate was completely unrefined. If she really were only 10, it would almost make sense. Who are you? Naruto closed his eyes. How do you know about this? Bonney was so agitated that she abandoned the food in her hands. With tears streaming down her face, she grabbed onto Naruto's clothes. The fishermen behind them were frozen in shock. They couldn't understand why these two strangers would know about such a thing. Naruto reached out and gently patted her on the head, chuckling softly. Don't you want to find a way to save Kuma? Bonney's trembling shoulders suddenly stilled. She lifted her head, gazing into Naruto's strange eyes. Are you telling the truth? If you dare lie to me, I'll turn you into a decrepit old geezer. No sooner had she spoken than the fisherman behind her hurriedly warned, Captain, you can't trust him so easily. They're strangers. We don't know where they came from. For all we know, they could be pirates. Before they could finish, Bonney turned and declared, I'm going with him. What? Just a few words, and she'd been convinced to leave with him? Damn it. A few fishermen, seeing the situation, immediately prepared to act. Water style, water formation pillar. With a sharp whoosh, Madarumi spat out a water orb the size of a meteor, sending the stunned fisherman flying. Bonney took in the scene, her eyes wide. That's not a devil fruit power. Who exactly are you people? That's not right. Who you people are doesn't matter. What matters is, can you really turn Kuma back to his original self? Madarumi offered a gentle smile. When it comes to Naruto, nothing is impossible. Naruto? Hey, your name is Naruto? Bonney narrowed her eyes. There was something strange about this Naruto. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. Naruto nodded slightly, then glanced off in another direction. Let's go. Without hesitation, Madarumi followed. Bonney hesitated for a moment, then called back over her shoulder. I'm going with him. You guys head back first. With that, she hurried after them. But almost immediately, she spun around and picked up the food she just tossed to the ground. She dusted it off, unbothered by the dirt, and was about to dig in. Naruto reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder. A wave of nourishing energy flowed into her. Eat a little less, or you might go back to your old self. Bonney blinked, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her belly. Oddly enough, she no longer felt hungry. She nodded and set the food aside. But before long, she swallowed back a mouthful of saliva. In a flash, she transformed into a cute young girl. Wasting no time, she grabbed the meat and started devouring it with gusto. Meanwhile, on the other side, a squad of Navy soldiers stood with guns raised. Your Capone Beach wanted for 138 million berries. We're not letting you set sail. Where did your subordinates go? Splitting up, are you? Tough luck for you. Just give up already. With a cigar clenched between his teeth, Beej sneered. You've already lost. The difference in numbers is just too great. A thunderous explosion erupted as cannon shells burst all around. Becky looked at the swirling dust and smoke before her, let out a cold chuckle, and was just about to leave. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the haze. His clothes were untouched by even a speck of dust. Who are you? Becky narrowed her eyes, a deep sense of foreboding rising in her gut. Naruto raised his hand. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. A surge of force swept over them. Becky's eyes widened in shock. In the next moment, Naruto's hand closed around her throat. Naruto narrowed his eyes. I can't absorb it. Is it the laws of this world interfering? If that's the case. With a rush of sound, swirling vortexes of space flickered before him. Becky was drawn into the swirling depths of the Kamui dimension. Yet when Naruto tried to toss her into the shinobi world, an unseen force pushed back, blocking his attempt. Do you want to compete with me? He murmured. As his words faded, a tremendous demonic power erupted from him. Instantly, the resistance vanished without a trace. Still, Naruto was simply testing things. As for whether he'd absorb Becky's devil fruit ability after this, he naturally wouldn't. He had no desire to turn his own body into a walking fortress. Trailing behind, the little girl Bonney stared in utter amazement. Meiterumi's eyes shone with excitement. As expected of an admiral, his power is beyond all imagination. To think 2 of them have already been taken down, sending 10 to deal with an admiral, leaves me feeling a bit uneasy. Hawkins remained expressionless. Tiny straw dolls began to appear all over his body. And then, suddenly, the monk Yuyo crashed down from above, landing between him and Kizaru. A sharp rush of wind followed. In the next heartbeat, Kuma appeared. Yuyo, gasping for breath, managed to say, "I failed. He's unbelievably strong." Hawkins spoke in an even tone. "There are even stronger forces out there." "What?" Yuyo was startled and turned to look at Hawkins. When he turned back, he was utterly stunned. "That could it be? Kizaru. What rotten luck. An admiral ahead, a warlord behind. Is this the end for us?" Hawkins replied, "No, it's not. You haven't shown the face of death yet." "Is that so? So it's you, Hawkins of the North Blue, isn't it?" Whoosh. At that moment, someone else arrived. It was a Navy undercover, ex-Drake. "That's all the strength you've got, Mad Monk." No sooner had he finished speaking than Kizaru's sly voice rang out. "Major Drake. Rumble, rumble." By then, Yuyo and the weaponized Kuma were already locked in battle. A cold sweat broke out on Drake's forehead. "That's Kizaru's laser. Not only does it have Bartholomew Kuma's body, but it also mimics Kizaru's abilities. Vegapunk. To think you've pushed the pacifista's powers to such a level." He narrowed his eyes, catching a glimpse of the sly Kizaru out of the corner of his eye. "They're all on the same side. Surely he won't go too hard on us?" "Major Drake, well, former Major, are you investigating it? Now that you know the truth, I suppose you must feel utterly hopeless, don't you?" Just as Kizaru finished speaking, swirling waves of space twisted around Kuma's body. Before anyone could react, Kuma's form vanished. Then, inside the Kamui dimension, he and Beej locked eyes. Of course, this wasn't the real Bartholomew Kuma. Yuyo, having just reverted from his dinosaur form, laughed and said, "Did they run away? I guess I've finally witnessed something truly rare." Kizaru, though still unclear about the situation, was in no mood to worry. This was his time for amusement. Yes, with every step, he'd feign fear, then casually take down another supernova. And when it was time to report, not a single one would remain. "I believe I already mentioned, there's still me to deal with." Yuyo had just turned his head. When he saw Kizaru casually cupping his chin with one hand, his foot glowing with golden light as it came down hard on Yuyo's side. With a thunderous crash, Kizaru's kick sent Yuyo flying, smashing him through several buildings in a row. Hawkins, now transformed into a straw figure, appeared behind Kizaru. "You lot, all with bounties over 100 million. Each one of you is like a monster. How terrifying," Hawkins said in a low voice, manifestation of the demon's slayer. In the next instant, Kizaru's body radiated an even brighter golden light, blinding Hawkins temporarily. He slowly raised his hand, golden energy gathering at his fingertips. Sharp beams of golden light shot through Hawkins' body in rapid succession. "Though I don't know what kind of powers you possess. It seems you still have a physical form. So, you're not a Logia user after all." Within a few breaths, all that remained of Hawkins was a lone straw doll. One down. At that moment, a sneak attack came. A drumbeat echoed, and Kizaru's body was split clean in two. But in the blink of an eye, he reformed, his body shimmering with golden light. Yasukani no Magatama. With a swift motion, another shining kick landed. Yet another supernova was incapacitated. The next moment, even Drake, who had been thinking that they were all comrades and Kizaru wouldn't go overboard, was sent flying with a single kick. Kizaru once again stood before Hawkins. "This time you're going to die, aren't you?" Kizaru, his hands gathering golden light, suddenly paused and turned around. "A bounty. 140 million berries. Jewelry Bonney." Bonney was hiding behind Naruto. "This is my big brother. If you dare lay a finger on me, my big brother will make you regret it." "Oh," Kizaru feigned surprise, drawing out the sound. Then his gaze shifted to the blonde man standing in front of Bonney. "Strange eyes. I don't recall. You're not one of the supernovas." Naruto grinned, a thought flickering in his mind. A black hole, rumored to devour even light itself. P.S. Not at home, using a computer elsewhere. Kizaru slowly withdrew his foot. Beneath him, Hawkins' pupils contracted. He knew his life had just been spared. Kizaru turned his head, eyeing Naruto and Meiterumi, whose clothing and appearance were utterly unfamiliar. Strange eyes, strange people, and strange powers. How very curious. That lecherous, drawling voice made even Meiterumi frown in distaste. "Ah, Kizaru, don't get cocky." Bonney stuck out her tongue at him. "I'm not afraid of you. Kizaru paid her no further mind. Instead, he narrowed his eyes. You're not a supernova, and you don't look like a pirate either. So what brings you here? As he spoke, Kizaru slowly withdrew his hands from his pockets. Who am I? I suppose I'm the one who will one day liberate this world. As for my name, Uzumaki Naruto. Upon hearing this, Kizaru raised an eyebrow. Uzumaki? Naruto? Oh, so that's how it is. I am Kizaru. As for what you mean by liberation, don't tell me you're planning to take action against those people as well. Naruto smiled and replied, Of course. I'll be dealing with both you Marines and the pirates. The Marines protect the celestial dragons, and the pirates are villains who prey on the innocent. So-called justice? It's just a joke. That's why if I wipe them all out, things will be much simpler. As Naruto's words echoed through the air, the entire place fell instantly quiet. Bonney stared at him in utter disbelief. To think someone would dare say such things out loud, let alone right in front of Kizaru, one of the Navy's 3 admirals. Sure enough, Kizaru's usual lazy smile vanished from his face. With so many eyes watching and so many ears listening, as one of the 3 admirals, if he didn't react at all, it would look bad no matter how you spun it. Only then did everyone notice that strangely dressed blonde man. He stood there so calmly, yet the aura he exuded pressed down on everyone present, a pressure they couldn't explain. It felt as if this blonde man could snuff out their lives at any moment. These were pirates formidable enough to make even an admiral like Kizaru take them seriously. The Navy grunts who'd come with Kizaru were even more shaken. Their eyes went wide, their jaws dropped. They stared at Naruto in disbelief. Did he just say that? He's going to deal with the Navy and take down all the pirates, too. Did he even speak ill of the celestial dragons? At that moment, both pirates and Marines stood there like a bunch of fools. They glanced at each other in bewilderment, exchanging uncertain looks. Kizaru's voice turned noticeably colder. Young man, there are some things you simply must not say. Do you understand? But just as he finished speaking, a Marine grunt suddenly shouted, Admiral Kizaru, he's a pirate. If he weren't, why would he be with Jewelry Bonney? Naruto turned around and looked at Bonney, who had reverted to her true form. You carry the blood of the celestial dragons. Bonnie's face darkened instantly. She gritted her teeth. I know, maybe this world is full of secrets, and maybe everyone has reasons and burdens that are difficult to escape. Madarumi reached out and gently patted Bonnie's trembling shoulder. She offered comfort, saying, Don't worry. It won't be long before Naruto liberates this world. Bonney didn't quite understand what she meant, but she clearly remembered what Naruto had said earlier. To deal with all the Marines, the celestial dragons, and the pirates, too? What about the Revolutionary Army? Kizaru's words interrupted Bonnie's thoughts. Honestly, you people, each one more terrifying than the next. Always talking about becoming the Pirate King. But you're even scarier. You actually want to overturn the entire world. Kizaru shifted back into his usual casual demeanor, hands in his pockets, chin lifted. For the Marines Naruto spoke of, their very existence is to protect the celestial dragons. That alone already made Kizaru uncomfortable. And now Naruto was saying he wanted to deal with the celestial dragons themselves. On the surface, he showed no emotion, but inside, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. Tell me, have you ever been kicked by light? A deep hum filled the air as Kizaru slid his hands into his pockets and slowly raised his foot. Golden light shimmered around his leg. Unfortunately, the wind-up for this move was a little too long. Madarumi formed hand seals with both hands. In the blink of an eye, her figure vanished. Acid release, monster melting technique. With a nasty splatter, Madarumi spat out a stream of sticky, highly corrosive acid. This was an ability so potent it could even melt the legendary Susanoo. The acid washed over everything in its path. Kizaru's movement paused, and the next instant, he shifted direction. He lashed out with a kick toward Madarumi. A piercing streak of light shot forth. Madarumi didn't react. She simply continued to unleash torrents of acid. What a bizarre power, Kizaru remarked. The beam of light shot straight through Madarumi's body. Kizaru's whole form erupted in golden radiance, the telltale sign of his transformation into pure light. A thunderous boom resounded as his light-speed kick, charged with immense energy, became a golden flash that struck an Archimon red tree once more. In an instant, the light-speed kick exploded. The mighty Archimon red tree was snapped in two yet again. The massive trunk crashed to the ground, shaking the earth with its impact. Meanwhile, Madarumi, who had just been pierced by the light-speed kick, had turned into nothing but a puddle of water. A water clone. Kizaru narrowed his eyes. A devil fruit user? I've never heard of this ability, nor have I ever seen it. As he finished speaking, The acid was already upon him. A harsh sizzle filled the air. Kizaru slipped into his Logia form, letting his body become light and evading the acid's widespread attack. But then, a sudden, blood-curdling scream rang out. The pirate lackeys and the navy soldiers were utterly defenseless. All of them were corroded by Meiterumi's acid release, dissolving monstrous technique. At the same time, Hawkins, who was lying on the ground, got splashed by some of the acid as well. He let out a pained scream, but soon, swirling spatial ripples appeared around his body. Kamui. In the next instant, Hawkins was sucked into the space of Kamui. Logia-type users can transform their bodies into elements, so ordinary attacks can't hurt them. At this moment, Bonney, having gotten over her shock, quickly explained to Meiterumi, who was completely unscathed. Whoosh. A second later, Kizaru appeared behind Meiterumi. He swung a kick at the speed of light. Meiterumi's pupils shrank sharply. Bonney's eyes widened in alarm. Of course, Kizaru had no intention of kicking Bonney. This strike was aimed solely at Meiterumi. But in that split second, Naruto appeared beside Meiterumi. He raised his hand. Thud! With one hand, he caught Kizaru's light-speed kick. A flash of surprise crossed Kizaru's sly face. At the same time, his body erupted in a dazzling golden light. In a blink, he turned into a beam of light, pulling away from Naruto to create distance. Interesting. Such speed, such strength. Naruto ignored him, instead turning to the still nervous Meiterumi and saying softly, "It's all right. He's really fast, and he can defend by turning into light. He's not easy to deal with. Leave him to me." Relieved by Naruto's reassurance, Meiterumi finally relaxed a little. On Kizaru's side, he lifted his foot once again. A kick shot out. The kick, moving at the speed of light, transformed into a golden beam and hurtled toward Naruto. It was incredibly fast, but Naruto simply raised his hand. In the next instant, a low, resonant hum echoed. Kizaru's light-speed kick vanished. Kizaru instinctively pulled his hand from his pocket. A look of seriousness appeared on his face. Naruto lifted his hand, and in his palm, a golden Rinnegan Sharingan swirled into view. Have you ever been hit by your own light-speed kick? Oh, right. Speed is weight, isn't it? Another hum filled the air. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from Naruto's palm. Here, take it back. With a sharp whoosh, the empowered light-speed kick shot back at Kizaru. Bonney was left stunned, frozen where she stood. Meiterumi quickly pulled her away from the battlefield. Over on the other side, Kizaru's eyes widened in shock. A moment ago, he was just about to turn into light to dodge Naruto's returning kick. But a powerful instinct surged through him. If he didn't dodge, he'd be killed by his own light-speed kick. So he twisted his body, and the enhanced kick grazed right past his ear. A faint sizzle filled the air. Kizaru touched his ear. Blood! The blood on his hand felt strangely unreal. Could it be his ability is to absorb an opponent's attack, strengthen it, and then send it back at them? Kizaru dared not be careless anymore. He was already wounded. This mission should have been a sure thing. He never expected that, after so many years, this body, which hadn't bled in ages, would finally be injured. But still, he couldn't understand. Why was it that this Uzumaki Naruto before him, who clearly didn't have any trace of haki, was able to hurt him? As long as I avoid giving him that hand with the eye, I should be fine. Without haki, he's helpless before the power of the glint-glint fruit. He can only surrender. With this in mind, Kizaru felt some of the tension in his nerves begin to ebb. But in the very next moment, a frigid chill swept across his back, sharp as a knife. At the same time, every hair on his body stood on end. A sense of danger unlike anything he'd ever felt before surged within him. His heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly glanced over at Naruto. Naruto's expression remained unchanged, but Kizaru's anxiety only deepened. Something was terribly wrong, especially when, through his observation haki, he sensed. A low, vibrating hum filled his mind. Before Kizaru could react, a powerful force of suction engulfed his entire body. No way! Kizaru's face contorted with shock. He immediately switched into his elemental form. But the suction had already taken hold. Even in his elemental state, he found himself being pulled inexorably toward Naruto. At that moment, Naruto raised his hand. In the center of his palm, the golden Rinnegan Sharingan eye opened wide. Kizaru could no longer bear the terror of the unknown. He unleashed the full power of his glint-glint fruit. In the blink of an eye, he broke free from the force pulling at him. But the effort put immense strain on his body. A bitter, metallic taste filled his throat as blood welled up, almost choking him. The sly, crafty look on Kizaru's face faded, his complexion turning ashen. A trickle of bright red blood slipped from the corner of his mouth. In that instant, Every marine grunt and pirate minion who hadn't been caught up in the clash stared in astonishment. What on earth just happened? Even Kizaru himself was left in utter disbelief. It can generate suction? Even turning into pure energy can't help me dodge this? This realization struck Kizaru hard, filling him with the urge to retreat. After all, only attacks imbued with haki could touch a body transformed into elements. That was the rule of the seas. Unfortunately, he didn't realize. The rules of the sea had nothing to do with the shinobi world. Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Kizaru dared not be careless any longer. He quickly stretched out his hand, golden light blazing from his palm. In the next instant, the golden radiance coalesced into a long sword, settling firmly in his grasp. At the same time, his body shimmered with golden light, and in a flash, he scattered into countless sparkling particles, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was already above Naruto's head. He raised his hand high, the golden sword blazing with dazzling brilliance. With a sharp swish, he slashed down. Clang! Kizaru was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected this. He was serious now, wielding the Tatsuka no Tsurugi, and yet his very first attack was effortlessly blocked by the man before him. No, to be precise, it was stopped by some invisible force. At that moment, a faint blue chakra shimmered around Naruto. Soon, the initial form of Susanoo took shape. What is that thing? Why is it so tough? The Tatsuka no Tsurugi continued to shine with blinding golden light. Its glow intensified. In the next moment, Kizaru appeared high above once more, and once again launched his assault on Naruto. Time itself seemed to freeze around them. Naruto deactivated the initial form of Susanoo. He stood his ground. Closing his eyes, he began to test the power of the Shrine Maiden, to glimpse the future. And as this power awakened, Naruto realized that this world possessed a similar kind of power. The vibrant energy of nature flowed into him effortlessly. Naruto understood instantly. This was observation haki. He closed his eyes, folding his arms across his chest. With a sudden whoosh, in a flash, Kizaru appeared directly before Naruto. The animerecap sword thrust toward Naruto's chest. But Naruto had already foreseen this moment. He twisted his body, narrowly dodging the attack. A thunderous crash erupted. Kizaru hadn't held back his strike in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, golden light blazed intensely. The ground beneath him trembled from the impact. Kizaru's eyes widened in surprise. This felt exactly like the power of observation haki. Yet, he was puzzled. From beginning to end, he hadn't sensed even a trace of haki's aura from Naruto. The thrust of the animerecap sword suddenly changed direction, sweeping horizontally instead. But Naruto anticipated this as well. He simply raised his arm. In an instant, a unique force wrapped around his forearm, entwining much like haki itself. At the same time, Kizaru also channeled his armament haki, enveloping his blade. Suddenly, the animerecap sword erupted with a surge of radiant energy. It crashed down upon Naruto's arm. A golden brilliance exploded across the scene. The animerecap sword shattered violently. Kizaru retreated at lightning speed, rising up into the sky. Below, thick black smoke billowed from the spot where Naruto stood. But it wasn't over yet. Kizaru couldn't afford any distractions at this point. A sense of impending danger gnawed ever deeper at his heart. He crossed his arms, curling his lips into a sly grin. Yasakani no Magatama. With a sharp burst, Kizaru flung his hands outward. A blinding golden light burst forth once again. Countless golden orbs of light appeared before Kizaru's eyes. Like a volley of cannonballs, they rained down toward the spot where Naruto had previously stood. A thunderous boom echoed. The explosions roared, and the force was so powerful that the entire island trembled beneath them. Even the seawater along the coast seemed to boil in agitation. The dazzling, wide-reaching attack was so overwhelming that the Navy grunts couldn't help but retreat in fear. It's over. Admiral Kizaru is getting serious. He might just destroy this whole island. Run. Run for your lives. Admiral Kizaru's gone too far this time. Meanwhile, the pirate lackeys were just as terrified, stumbling backward. They stared at the battlefield, now engulfed in thick, rolling smoke. Instinctively, their eyes flickered to Mai Terumi, who was holding on to Bonney. A nervous gulp escaped them. They couldn't help but swallow hard. Kizaru's too strong. Is this the true power of an admiral? Damn it. Even that man couldn't defeat Kizaru. We have to run, or it'll be too late. But, look, that woman doesn't seem the least bit worried about her man. Damn it. Forget about all that right now. Bonnie's a notorious pirate with a bounty of 140 million berries. Even she's not getting involved. We should just run while we can. The new world. Whoever wants to go can have it. And so, the pirate underlings joined the Navy grunts in retreat. For a fleeting moment, it was as if peace had settled between them. At the same time, as he continued to unleash his Yasakani no Magatama from above, Kizaru began to feel his strength waning. He seized his barrage, bringing the storm of Yasakani no Magatama to an end. That should be enough, right? Kizaru murmured, his voice tinged with uncertainty. By all logic, there was no need to even consider the outcome in a situation like this. Yet a deep sense of unease lingered in Kizaru's heart. It looks like you missed your mark. A thunderous crash erupted. Kizaru reacted on instinct. His body flickered, dissolving into golden light as he darted backward at lightning speed. He glanced down. That man called Naruto Uzumaki. He was completely unscathed. Not even a trace of dust clung to his clothes. Kizaru's urge to retreat grew even stronger in that moment. Just as he was about to vanish in a burst of golden radiance and make his escape, Naruto's voice rang out again, laced with a hint of curiosity. Don't be in such a hurry. I still want to see. Can the light of the glint fruit really slip past that jutsu? In the next instant, Kizaru froze on the spot. Meanwhile, Naruto slowly raised his hand, revealing a small, swirling black sphere. A faint aura shimmered around the dark orb. The overwhelming power it radiated was palpable to everyone present. Eyes wide, each person felt it. A force seemed to clamp down on their bodies, making every step forward a struggle of sheer willpower. Turning their heads, some noticed Kizaru, suspended motionless in midair. How can this be? That guy. He came out unharmed after Kizaru's terrifying assault. Wait, that can't be right. Look, doesn't it seem like Kizaru is trying to run away? With that startled shout, the Navy grunts all turned their gaze. In an instant, the color drained visibly from their faces. Admiral Kizaru, one of the 3 admirals, he actually chose to run away. In that instant, countless beliefs held by the Navy were utterly shattered. Especially now, as Kizaru hung in midair with his back to the crowd. On his back, the cloak of an admiral bore 2 bold words: justice. At this very moment, those words stung the eyes more than ever. Is this really an admiral of the Navy? Little did anyone know, Kizaru himself was suffering in silence. The man who had appeared so suddenly was simply too powerful. Even though Kizaru was fighting with all his might, the outcome of the battle remained unchanged. Most crucial of all, Kizaru could feel it clearly. That man, the one brimming with terrifying strength, it was as if he had never even been serious, as though toying with him for amusement. In any case, Kizaru understood. If he didn't flee now, the moment that man made his move, this entire island would be doomed. Insanity, utter madness. The world itself had gone mad. A Navy admiral, driven off by an unknown, unheralded man. And worse, even escaping seemed impossible. Yet even now, Kizaru was still struggling. Meanwhile, the petty pirates and low-ranking marines who had tried to escape had already resigned themselves to fate. At this level of combat, even though they had fled far from the battlefield, they still couldn't escape the aftershocks of the fight. Naruto glanced downward, eyes falling upon a tiny, black sphere that shimmered faintly with light. With a single thought, the sphere began to rise gently into the air. At the same time, Kizaru's sense of impending doom surged uncontrollably. He turned his head, just in time to see that little black orb ascending toward the sky. A premonition struck him. This black sphere must be the try-this power that man had just mentioned. He wanted to turn back and fight to the bitter end. But as soon as he recalled how even the Totsuka blade had been helpless against that pale blue cloak, Kizaru's heart sank once more into despair. Naruto smiled. Let's give this world a little shock, shall we? There's a moon in the ninja world, and there's a moon in this world too. Only, this one has Enel on it. Good things come in pairs. With that, Naruto spread his arms wide. Next time I come, I'll absorb your glint fruit myself. Then, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted from within him. The force of the shockwave made both Terumi and Bonney instinctively take several steps back. What a terrifying power. Naruto can definitely bring Kuma back. At this moment, Bonney placed her complete trust in Naruto at last. Terumi nodded slightly, her face calm, though inside, her mind was in a frenzy. So, this is the one I'm going to marry? He makes me feel so safe. No wonder they've been living so well all along. Luckily, I'm not too late. Just then, Naruto's technique reached completion. He spread his arms, then clapped his hands together. Chakra exploded forth. Boom! The black sphere, rising in the air, was instantly infused with chakra. In the next moment, it began to swell at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kizaru's face turned ashen in an instant. It's over. That was the only thought left in his mind. His survival instinct screamed that he couldn't just sit and wait for death. Chibaku Tensei. Naruto spoke softly. The power of the Rinne Sharingan was unleashed. A terrifying gravitational pull appeared. It enveloped the entire island. A deep, rolling rumble thundered through the air. In that instant, the whole island began to tremble. At the same time, the clumps of earth on the ground began to collapse and shatter. Chunk after chunk of rock and soil shot upward, drawn toward the black sphere suspended in the sky. Naruto turned around and reached out his hand, just as Meitarumi soared toward him. Meitarumi understood that Naruto was about to head to the next island. Hurriedly, she grabbed hold of Bonney, who was still frozen with terror. Bonnie's mouth hung open, stammering incoherently, unable to form a single word. All the while, her gaze remained locked on Naruto. It was as if she were staring at some terrifying creature beyond imagination. Naruto looked toward another island among the Sabaody archipelago. Let's go. There's still some interesting power waiting over there. As he spoke, Naruto tapped his toes lightly, and his body rose gently into the air. The nearby marines and pirate lackeys were stunned into silence. They couldn't utter a sound. All they could do was be swept up and pulled away by the overwhelming force of the planetary devastation. Meanwhile, Admiral Kizaru's face was written with utter despair. A cold sweat broke out across his forehead. A sudden crackle came from his transponder snail. Bellabile. Admiral Kizaru, we've located the Straw Hat crew. Right now, Kizaru was pouring all his strength into transforming into light, desperate to escape the terrifying pull of that force. But no matter how hard he tried, even after unleashing his Yasukani no Magatama, there was no escape. In the end, his strength was completely spent. He muttered softly, even the light of the glint fruit can't escape your black hole. Then, a massive boulder struck him. His body, unable to maintain its elemental form, was flung helplessly toward the black sphere of the planetary devastation. A thunderous rumble echoed through the air. When Kizaru was finally sucked into the planetary devastation, the entire island shattered into 4 pieces. Countless pirates and marine lackeys were also swept up, dragged mercilessly toward that dark sphere. However, the common folk weren't caught up in the pull. They stared at the sky, where a gigantic sphere of earth had appeared. They had forgotten how to breathe. Before long, the name Naruto Uzumaki would thunder through the entire world of the Grand Line. Meanwhile, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were still unleashing their attacks on Kuma. And at that moment, Naruto was leading Meitarumi and Bonney away. Wait a sec. Are you trying to kill me, even though I'm already dead? Ultimate technique, Atlas Comet. Thwip. With a snap, the slingshot released, and a small black ball shot out. As it neared the war machine Kuma, it split into several smaller black balls, almost like the shadow clone jutsu of Shuriken. Boom, boom, boom. The black balls exploded. They burst across Kuma's face, shoulders, arms, and even his groin. Whoosh. After firing off his ultimate technique, Atlas Comet, Usopp threw his slingshot over his shoulder and bolted. Now's our chance, run for it. Whoosh. Just as he was sprinting away, a skeletal figure dashed past him. That scared the life out of me. Oh man, thanks. Boom. But just then, the war machine Kuma suddenly dropped to his knees. The mechanical parts on his body were now exposed to the air. Smoke poured from every joint. Far off, Chopper had resumed his tiny reindeer form, keeping a cautious distance. That's weird. What's up with that guy? He looks really strange. Well, just like the little piggy, he was always meant to be emergency rations. Cute enough to tease when you're not hungry. But when hunger strikes... Usopp turned his head as well. What's going on? Could it be that the bomb only took effect just now? Frankie, gasping for breath, guessed one of the bombs must have landed in his mouth. There must be something inside him that short-circuited. Frankie squinted his eyes. Even though his body is incredibly tough, he can still bleed. Just like me, his entire body has been transformed into a weapon. He was once a flesh-and-blood human being. At this moment, Nami was running off into the distance, carrying her Climatact. Beep, beep, beep. The war machine, Kuma, slowly rose to his feet, his eyes locking onto Nami. Miss Nami, look out. He spotted you. War machine, Kuma slowly opened his mouth, aiming directly at Nami. A golden orb of energy gathered in his mouth, radiating danger. Oh no. Sensing the imminent threat, Nami spun around, her face instantly drained of color. 80-fold flora. 4 trees. From afar, Robin crossed her arms over her chest and closed her eyes. In the next instant, from massive arms, resembling sturdy trees, sprouted behind War Machine Kuma. Smash! Robin called out in a low, commanding voice. Thud! The 4 arms came crashing down, slamming forcefully onto Kuma's head. Crack! Kuma's gaping jaws snapped shut in an instant, but the golden energy orb remained trapped inside his mouth. Hiss! With his mouth clamped shut, black smoke began to seep through the gaps in Kuma's teeth. Boom, boom, boom. In that moment, the energy orb detonated inside his mouth. The explosion thundered, and billowing black smoke engulfed his entire head. Usopp immediately shouted with delight. Yes, we did it. The energy burst right inside his mouth. Haha, he just self-destructed. Boom. The war machine, Kuma, collapsed to its knees once again. Arcs of golden lightning danced across its back as a cloud of black mist formed. Sorry, mister. Didn't mean to disturb your rest, Nami said, raising her climb attack, which still crackled with threads of golden lightning. Careful now. This is thunderstorm territory. Gather storm clouds to the climb attack. Thundercloud, lightning spear. Crackle. With a flick of her climb attack, Nami sent a blazing column of golden lightning shooting forward. Crackle. In the blink of an eye, arcs of electric serpents slithered across Kuma's body. It raised its head, jaws parting as dark smoke billowed from its mouth. This time it worked, Brook exclaimed. But in the next instant, Kuma lifted its hand. From the cannon in its palm, blasts of energy began to fire wildly. It was clear the machine had lost control. Ea! Without hesitation, everyone turned and fled. If you're just going to give up, then the fight's already lost. Meanwhile, Sanji lifted his foot, a brilliant light blazing from his soul, his right leg glowing as though it had turned to molten lava. Oi! Kick him this way, Zoro shouted. You're always showing off. Diable jam. Sanji dashed forward. His fiery kick burst to life, flames swirling around his leg. Frankie observed, his voice deep and steady. Good. More and more pieces are breaking off. At that moment, off in the distance, Naruto and his companions appeared. Bonney stared at Kuma, her mind completely blank in shock. Demon aura, nine-sword style. Ashura, a resonant hum, filled the air, and in the next instant, Zoro transformed, gaining 3 faces and 6 arms, an awe-inspiring sight. What's going on? There are so many Zoros. Brook and Chopper exclaimed in astonishment. Demonic 9 flashing slash. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zoro began to twist his body. Spinning like a top, he charged straight at the war machine Kuma. No, Bonney murmured, stepping forward. Thud! The war weapon Kuma took a heavy hit and toppled backward. Suddenly, a figure appeared above its head. Gear 3rd. Of course, that figure was none other than Luffy, the fool. He raised his hand and bit down hard on his thumb. Here I come. Whoosh. He let out a deep breath, and his right hand quickly swelled to an enormous size. Gum gum. With a shout, Luffy lifted his gigantic right hand high above his head. Giant bazooka! Boom! His fist came crashing down. Even as the war weapon Kuma was struck, a golden orb of light was forming in its mouth. Rumble! The fist landed squarely on the war machine. No! Bonney cried out, her scream tearing through the chaos. She stumbled at the sight of the massive fist crashing down, then collapsed to the ground. Ah! At the same moment, Luffy's fist deflated, his body shrinking back to normal. He landed hard on the ground. Bonney stared at the fallen, motionless war machine Kuma. Her small mouth gaped wide in shock, as though it had come unhinged. Now, the PX for insignia on Kuma's body was visible. Is that kid all right? Mei Terumi tugged at Naruto's hand, her voice full of concern. The straw hats were spent. Every last one of them slumped to the ground in exhaustion. Panting, Frankie managed to say, that bastard. Looks like he's finally stopped. What a troublesome guy, Usopp remarked. Nami, still shaken, added, it feels like he could start moving again at any moment. It's terrifying. I'm so exhausted I can't move another inch. Instead of fighting head-on, maybe we should just run for it. Chopper and Usopp, too, were ready to give up the fight. Robin, however, still had some strength left. She slowly stood up. No, if we could defeat this enemy, we should do it as soon as possible, she said calmly. In the end, we'll just end up being hunted down anyway. Zoro spoke in a low voice, but what exactly is this thing? He's not a thing at all. Bonney roared, her eyes suddenly blazing red. Who is she? Kids, stay away from here. Frankie also stood up, his gaze fixed on a motionless war machine, Kuma PX-4, lying on the ground. This guy isn't just some cyborg, he said seriously. He used to be a human, a man who looked exactly like Bartholomew Kuma. But Bonney couldn't listen anymore. She looked toward the straw hats, her eyes burning with hatred. Luffy, meanwhile, was slowly returning to normal. I didn't think we'd have to go all out so suddenly, he muttered. I like a break too, Sanji chimed in. But just then he caught sight of Mei Terumi standing beside Naruto. His eyes turned instantly into hearts. In a flash, he dashed straight toward Meitarumi. These bastards. They didn't hold back at all. Damn it, old man. Did the guy trap him on top of that ball? At that moment, Senamaru arrived, bringing with him the war machine Kuma PX-1. But he dared not show himself. Of course, the Straw Hat crew would never give him that chance. But that handsome, yet seemingly fragile blonde man gave him the sense that, at any moment, he possessed the power to destroy the entire Sabedi archipelago. Up in the sky, the colossal earthen sphere continued to float in silence. Damn it, building just one pacifista costs as much as a whole battleship. Seriously, even the old man lost. How am I supposed to report this to that punk Vegapunk? At that moment, Bonney stood up. Sanji was sent sprawling by a kick from Zoro. What's your problem, Moss Head? For once, Zoro didn't snap back. Don't go over there. That man, he's dangerous. Only then did Sanji notice Naruto standing next to Meitarumi. At this moment, Naruto was looking right at him. A sudden, intense hum seemed to fill the air. In that instant, a chilling thought flashed through Sanji's mind. If he dared to get any closer, his head would surely be forfeit the next second. Tears streamed down Bonnie's face, soaking her clothes. She rushed to stand before Naruto. Help me. Naruto could see the deep hatred in her expression. He was about to explain that the real Bartholomew Kuma wasn't there, that what she saw was merely a look-alike cyborg. But Bonney suddenly shook her head. No, that move you just unleashed must have drained you a lot. I can handle this myself. With those words, her gaze hardened. Her petite form wrapped tightly around Naruto's leg. Then Bonney activated the power of the Age fruit. Twist the future, vortex of tomorrow. In that moment, Bonney felt Naruto's strength in a way she never had before. She bent her own future with the power of her devil fruit. A thunderous drumbeat of energy resounded. Bonney hadn't expected what would happen once her ability was unleashed. An overwhelming force surged within her, shattering everything she thought she knew about herself. This power had already reached the very limits of what she could bear. And because the nature of the power was so different, a cluster of unfamiliar memories suddenly emerged in her mind. The moment she touched that sphere of memories, her rapidly growing body gave a violent shudder. At once, her eyes turned a blazing red. Her body matured into that of a woman in her 20s. Her pink hair began to turn white before their very eyes. Her skin, too, grew paler and paler. Meitarumi covered her mouth in astonishment, her face filled with shock. What's happening to her? Naruto shook his head. The power of the Age fruit is changing. She must be reliving a childhood, much like mine. No sooner had Naruto spoken than Bonney emerged from the memories that so closely resembled his own childhood. A low, resonant hum filled the air. Her eyes blazed crimson. One Tomo in her Sharingan appeared. Then a second Tomo, and it kept evolving until the Mangekyo Sharingan finally awakened and the transformation halted. But by then, her eyebrows had vanished, replaced by the small, protruding bones unique to the Otsutsuki clan. She lifted her head, gazing at Naruto, who wore a gentle smile at the corners of his lips. She froze for a moment, then threw herself into Naruto's arms. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop the tears from falling. It was just too much to bear. That pain wasn't only physical. It was a deep, soul-crushing anguish. Compared to that, her own childhood now seemed almost idyllic. Every day back then had felt like treading on thin ice. She couldn't even imagine, if it had been her, would she have broken long ago? At that moment, Bonnie's eyes transformed into swirling rings, the youthful version of the Rinnegan. This world, it deserves to be destroyed. Meitarumi jumped, startled out of her wits. She couldn't help but look at Naruto. At that moment, Bonney slowly moved away from Naruto as well. The two of them stood together. In her daze, it was as if she saw two Narutos before her. Two Narutos with completely different states of mind. Yet, Bonney seemed as if she might shatter at any moment. P.S. I'll be heading back in a couple of days. This input method is driving me insane. What on earth is going on? Meitarumi asked in confusion. Why do I feel like Bonney has somehow become you? Meitarumi walked up to Naruto's side. Nearby, Bonney, her twisted future awakened by the Rinnegan, shot her a chilling glance. Her eyes brimmed with an icy, almost demonic allure. Could it be? Mei's eyes flickered, a strange light in her gaze. Naruto gave a slight nod and gently placed his hand on her shoulder. Just watch. This child, she is who I truly am. With that, Naruto placed his hand on Otsutsuki Bonney's shoulder. He left a seed of chakra within her. Go now. Do whatever it is you wish to do. Don't worry about your body getting hurt. Bonney said nothing. The hatred burning in her eyes seemed almost tangible. This world deserves to be destroyed. Kuma, I will avenge you. But before she could finish, before Naruto's chakra seed could take effect, a low, buzzing sound resonated. Bonney's Rinnegan vanished. All traces of the Otsutsuki clan's features disappeared from her body. Naruto stood silent. A moment too late. She's too young, only 9 years old. It's no wonder she couldn't handle such power. Looking at Bonney, who had reverted to her child form and lay unconscious in his arms, Naruto shook his head. Boom! At that moment, PX-1, who had been standing beside Senamaru, suddenly sprang into action. It landed on the ground with a heavy thud, sending up a cloud of dust. Ah! The instant PX-1's face came into view, Usopp, Brook, and Chopper were all stunned. Chopper was so shocked that, beneath his hat, his round head, devoid of its usual JoJo tuft, was on full display. Another Warlord of the Sea? W8, is that the real one? Who cares if it's the real deal or a copy? Sanji grumbled, his cigarette snuffed out between his lips. We don't have the strength to fight another monster right now. Nami and Robin were standing close together. They had both witnessed Bonnie's transformation just moments before, and now they stared, wide-eyed, still trying to process what they'd seen. That overwhelming power, did that really come from that child? Robin murmured, a chill in her voice. It's terrifying, Nami whispered. Beneath her gray hat, a sheen of cold sweat had appeared on Robin's brow. Meanwhile, Senamaru, hiding at a distance, nearly jumped out of his skin. Why was PX-1 moving on its own? He hadn't even given the order yet. And wait, is that really Bonney? That burst of Haki, just now? Damn it, do the new generation of Supernovas already know how to use Haki? No, that's not the main issue. It's that man. If I remember right, that man seems to have the ability to grant others power. But the power from the old man's side. Senamaru made up his mind. For now, it was safer to stay right where he was. Even if I'm the man with the strongest defense in the world, and I always keep my mouth shut. So, as for that man, I'd better stay out of it. Rumble. Over there, PX-1 had already begun its assault. If we fight again, someone's bound to get hurt. We still don't even know if those three over there are friends or foes. Cold sweat streamed down Zoro's forehead. He was already at his limit. Yeah. At this moment, the fool actually nodded in agreement. Everyone stared at him in utter disbelief. We should just run for it. We can't stick together. If we have to fight, we split up. The Straw Hats were struck dumb by these words. Was this really something he would say? Nami exchanged a glance with Robin. TCH. Nami turned to look at the one tending to Bonney, healing the hidden wounds from that fleeting moment. Just then, her eyes met Terumi May's. May looked at Nami's face, then glanced downward. Next, she looked at Robin. A memory flashed through her mind. Kushina's whispered instructions. This time you're going with him. Remember, make sure to keep an eye on him. If you see any pretty girls, help Mom bring 1 or 2 back. A sly smile tugged at the corner of May's lips. If it's Mom's order, I guess I have no choice but to obey. Hearing this, Naruto glanced at her, a little puzzled. What did Mom tell you? Oh, nothing. She just told me to watch over you. May replied with a gentle laugh. Naruto thought for a moment. No way. Mom didn't tell you to bring a few pretty girls home, did she? May's expression didn't change. Of course not. Is that child all right? She quickly changed the subject. All for the sake of marriage. All to speed up the wedding. Robin, Nami called out, then ran toward where Naruto and Mei Terumi were standing. Robin nodded and took off, heading in almost the same direction as Nami. I'll protect Miss Nami. Sanji once again transformed into a knight in shining armor, full of love. If you're looking to get yourself killed for a fight, go be the decoy on your own. Frankie snapped at him, clearly annoyed. But Sanji scoffed back. I only protect ladies, you idiot. You'd better worry about protecting yourself, you walking pair of underwear. Everyone, meet up on the sunny in 3 days. Luffy shouted with all his might. Bonney let out a soft hum and slowly opened her eyes. It was clear that Luffy's booming voice had woken her up. Is that Kuma? Huh, 2 Kumas? Bonney stared at PX-1, disbelief written on her face. All of these are pacifistas modeled after Kuma. You guys probably call them cyborgs, right? Naruto finished speaking, and Kamui began to activate. Lying on the ground, unnoticed, PX-4 was suddenly surrounded by swirling spatial ripples. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, PX-4 vanished, sucked into Kamui's dimension. Whoosh! Just then, PX-1 appeared right in front of Nami. Nami immediately sprinted toward Naruto. Help! Somebody help me! Water-style, water dragon jutsu. Meidarumi's voice came clear. Boom! A dragon made of rushing water slammed into PX-1, sending it flying. Nami came to a halt, blinking, and looked at the woman who had just appeared beside her. A gentle smile lingered on her face. Thank you. Nami quickly expressed her gratitude. Meiterumi chuckled softly and said, "No need to thank me. Just come home with me for a bit." Nami frowned. "But this... In that case, I have no obligation to save you again. I'll go." Nami agreed without a moment's hesitation. But Meiterumi just glanced at her, then shook her head. "You're lying. Your eyes already gave you away." Nami's pupils contracted. She hadn't expected to be seen through so easily. All she could do was plead, "Please, big sister, I can pay you." Meiterumi turned away, but when she heard the word money, she stopped in her tracks. Money? She looked back over her shoulder. Seeing this, Nami thought Meiterumi had agreed. She let out a sigh of relief, though her eyes filled with a trace of sorrow. That expression, it looked so familiar. Kurama? Meiterumi raised an eyebrow. "Just stay here for now." With that, she pulled Nami over to stand before Naruto. Naruto was speechless. His mother really did leave him with the strangest tasks? Huh? Finally, he turned his gaze to Nami. "Naruto, how about we take her back and let Kurama have her as an assistant? Look at that face. She's sharp, clever, and definitely good with numbers." As she spoke, Meiterumi bent down and whispered in Naruto's ear, "This is a task from your mom. If I don't get it done, I'll be dead last when it comes time for marriage." Naruto said helplessly, "There's no need for all that." "Oh, whatever. Let's just bring her along. Her sailing talent will come in handy. When we free this world in the future, she'll be a real asset." At this moment, Bonney asked, "Sister May, aren't you and brother Naruto husband and wife yet? And why do you need to line up just to get married?" Hearing this, Nami had already guessed what was going on. Her expression turned a little odd. She glanced at Naruto, then quietly took a step back. Something about the situation just felt off to her. Although this young man was quite handsome, right now, she still had her own dreams to chase. Just then, PX-1 locked its sights on Usopp and Zoro, both unable to fight. Suddenly, a figure came dashing in from the distance at incredible speed. With a powerful kick, he struck PX-1. A thunderous crash echoed. King of the underworld, Rayleigh. Naruto slowly stood up, leading Bonney away with him. Meiterumi, meanwhile, had also managed to pull Robin over to their side. "Don't pluck the young shoots. Their era is only just beginning." Rayleigh looked at the fallen PX-1 as he spoke. "We're saved," Nami exclaimed, collapsing to the ground. The situation just now had been far too dangerous. Even in old age, you're still a pirate. The sins of piracy can never be washed away, and more so for the Roger pirates. They were the ones who set this great age of sail in motion. Countless pirates have sprung up since. With the Navy and the celestial dragons devouring everything, the people of this world already live in hardship. The rise of pirates has only made their hunger and suffering even worse. Hearing this, Rayleigh turned his head. A hint of surprise flickered in his eyes as he looked at Naruto. "Who are you? I haven't seen you before. Are you with the Navy, or are you a pirate?" Naruto turned his head toward the enormous figure that had suddenly appeared beside them. Bonney noticed it too. A bear. Bonney had been uncertain until she saw that towering shape holding a book in its arms. She could no longer hold herself back and rushed forward. "Bear, father." Rayleigh's pupils contracted as he stared at Bonney's retreating figure. "So, you're pirates as well." "I'm not, and she isn't anymore either." Rayleigh slowly drew his longsword. "If that's the case, I can't let you pass. It's been a long time since I've used a sword." "Young man, the world isn't as simple as you imagine." "Ugh." Rayleigh's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't even had time to react before Naruto's hand closed firmly around his throat. "Game time is over. I was hoping to see whether this world was the same as the one I knew. And now, it seems it's exactly the same. If that's so, there's no reason to give you any more time." A sickening crunch echoed through the air. With that, Rayleigh's body shriveled rapidly before their eyes. Thus, the vice-captain of the Pirate King, the Dark King Rayleigh, was dead. "Uncle!" Luffy cried out. But at that moment, the real Bartholomew Kuma had arrived. With a single, powerful swipe, in an instant, Zoro vanished without a trace. Naruto glanced over at them. Bartholomew Kuma turned to look at him as well. "Kuma, don't. He's Big Brother Naruto." In a blur, even as Bonney shouted, Kuma vanished from where he stood. The power of the paramecia, pawpaw fruit, was unleashed. "Naruto!" Bonnie's eyes flew wide open. In the next instant, she unleashed the power of the age fruit, twisting the future, whirlpool of fate. Kuma watched as Bonney, now in her Otsutsuki form, suddenly appeared before Naruto. He hurried to adjust his power. In that critical moment, Naruto gently pushed her aside. "This is quite a useful ability for traveling. I won't resist. Let's see if this fruit's power can send my body flying, and just how far it can send me. This world is vast. Short-range teleportation is no problem. But if you want to reach a distant corner of the world, the pawpaw fruit's power is truly impressive." With these thoughts in mind, Naruto glanced over his shoulder at Mei Terumi, signaling her to relax. He would be back soon. It was a soft pop, and Naruto vanished. At the same time, Bonney, having forcibly twisted fate, began to lose consciousness the moment Naruto disappeared. The youthful Rinnegan's power awakened within her. Shinra Tensei! A scream tore from her throat. A thunderous explosion followed, and in the next instant, Bonnie's voice was abruptly cut off. She lowered her head, her Rinnegan eyes wide in shock. At the same time, her hands rose slowly. Sensing the terrifying surge of chakra, Mei Terumi wasted no time. She grabbed Nami and Robin and retreated. How could this be? That child and Naruto? Nami murmured, disbelief etched across her face. Robin, meanwhile, trembled uncontrollably. The force emanating from Bonney now reminded her of a time long past, when she herself was overwhelmed by loneliness and hatred toward the world. In a blur, Bonney appeared in the center of the field. She raised her hands, her eyes cold as ice. Bartholomew Kuma's real body had just begun to speak, but Bonnie's voice rang out first. Shinra Tensei! BZZZZ! In the very next instant, a repulsion field appeared. A powerful force of repulsion enveloped the entire island. At the same time, in the calm belt, where not a breath of wind stirred, an endless expanse of ocean stretched as far as the eye could see, broken by only a single island. On this island, a cluster of peaks rose, and atop the central mountain, two large characters were inscribed, Kuja. The waters around the island were encircled by countless nests of giant sea kings. That was why, throughout his flight, Naruto hadn't seen a single ship. The calm belt. Here, even if someone miraculously drifted ashore, they would almost certainly become nothing but a corpse. Yet at this moment, two ships appeared on the water. One vessel bore the insignia of the Navy. The other was dragged forward by a massive serpent. Click, click, click. The rhythmic tapping of high heels echoed across the deck. Creak. The cabin door swung open. Who dares to litter kittens in my path? On the deck, a cute little cat played with a ball of yarn. Noticing someone emerge, it even looked up and let out a sweet meow. Thud. Meow. A dainty, pale foot sent the kitten flying. On the opposite ship, the Navy officers tensed immediately. So you finally come out? Boa Hancock. The woman strode to the serpent's head, lifted a finger, and pointed. The intelligent blue serpent, its eyes brimming with cunning, began gliding toward the Navy ship. Everyone, don't let it guard down. The Vice Admiral is right. She's the leader of monsters. Who knows what terrifying power she holds? We must stay alert at all costs. Gulp. The Navy grunts instinctively raised their weapons, each swallowing hard despite themselves. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out across his forehead. At last, Boa Hancock appeared. Is that the Pirate Empress? In an instant, the entire background seemed to turn pink. The woman was tall. She stood at an impressive 191 centimeters. Not only was she tall, but her figure was truly striking. Her long black hair was styled in a traditional Heim cut. Her forehead was slightly broad, yet smooth and flawless. She had a pair of deep blue eyes, slender, clear, and captivating. There was always a hint of cool detachment in her almond-shaped eyes. Her nose was delicate and elegantly high-bridged. A pair of golden, snake-shaped earrings dangled from her earlobes, and she wore a sensuous dress in the style of a cheongsam. In an instant, the Navy grunts below were utterly smitten. I heard she was an unparalleled beauty. It's absolutely true. The Empress, Hancock, stood with one hand on her hip, looking down at the Marines below, her lips curled in utter disdain. Yet that very look made the Marines' eyes turn into hearts. She was breathtakingly beautiful. The Vice Admiral, on the other hand, was drenched in sweat. The battle hadn't even begun, and the Marines' fighting spirit had already vanished. So this was the Pirate Empress? Amazon Lily's Empress, captain of the Kuja Pirates, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Empress Boa Hancock. So, you finally come to fetch me? Hancock's voice was cold. How meddlesome you all are. Standing at her side were 2 towering serpent women. What I told you a few days ago was a lie. We will not take part in the war. However, I won't allow you to strip me of my title as a warlord. She had barely finished speaking when the Marines below already began to stir. And another thing, I want every bit of cargo on your ship. The Vice Admiral's fury flared. What nonsense are you spouting? You're not some spoiled child throwing a tantrum. With such an outrageous demand, do you really think we'd agree? No sooner had the Vice Admiral finished speaking than Hancock let out a scornful laugh. Hurry up, isn't she just breathtakingly beautiful? The Navy grunts were already hauling goods with hearts in their eyes. I'd give her anything she wanted. Why are you unloading the cargo? Snap out of it, the Vice Admiral bellowed. This is bad. I got caught up in her words without even realizing. One of the sailors jolted awake, panic in his voice. The vice admiral drew a deep breath and spoke in a low, grave tone. The execution of Port Gas d'Ace. It will take place very soon. In the city where Marine headquarters stands, at Marineford Square, Fire Fist Ace will meet his end there. But Hancock shot him a disdainful glance, sitting atop her serpent's head. I quite like the title of Warlord of the Sea. I have no wish to be stripped of it. Yet I despise the world government. I don't want to obey their orders. So, what if, on their way to greet me, the Marines encountered something inexplicable at sea? All of them turned to stone. Total annihilation. With arms folded, Hancock leapt from the deck. Do you know why? Because whatever I do, I'll always be forgiven. No matter what, the entire world will forgive me, simply because I am too beautiful. On the side of the Kuja pirates, every crew member was now transformed into a love-struck warrior. Serpent Princess, I forgive you, I forgive you. The Navy's soldiers echoed the same sentiment. Because you're just too beautiful. Hancock suddenly leaned back, gathering her hair behind her head with both hands. The guilt of falling for me will turn your bodies to stone. Her hands overlapped in the shape of a heart. Her hair floated upwards, enchanted by the sweet breeze. A low, resonant hum filled the air. In the next instant, everyone except the vice admiral was turned to stone. But a blade was stabbed into his own hand, and the pain kept him conscious. In the end, the Navy was left completely plundered. Set sail. Let's return to the tranquil Amazon Lily. With a light tap of her finger, Hancock signaled the giant serpent, which immediately began to slither forward, towing the pirate ship in its wake. Where am I? Suspended in midair, Naruto squinted his eyes. This place seems familiar. With a sudden whoosh. In the next second, his body began to fall. Just before he hit the ground, he stopped in midair. But the shockwave from his landing blasted a hole through the roof. Welcome back, Lady Boa Hancock. Thank you for watching over everything here. Hancock replied calmly. You've worked hard to protect this place. We've prepared for you a collection of exquisite gems, carefully selected from the spoils. Hancock opened the box, revealing a sparkling jewel. She held it in her hand, the corners of her lips lifting ever so slightly. That dazzling smile even charms the jewels. All the girls around her turned into lovesick fans, their eyes full of hearts. But after a single glance, Hancock casually tossed the jewel away behind her. The women were perplexed, but Hancock coolly explained, jewelry of this quality only detracts from my beauty. With that, she walked away without a backward glance. She entered her private chambers. Is the bath ready? Yes. We'll make the announcement right away. Hut, hut, hut. The bells rang out. Lady Snake Princess is about to take her bath. The entire city sprang into action with great fanfare. Hancock walked slowly into the bathhouse. Her clothes slipped off one by one. At the same time, Naruto quietly entered the building. Inside, the air was thick with mist, clouding everything in a mysterious haze. This feels strangely familiar, but I just can't place it. But if I focus on sensing the atmosphere here, it's very much like Nadeshiko Village. If my memory serves me right, everything here matches the legends of the Pirate Empress's island. Splash. The sound of water echoed through the mist. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, which had been closed moments before. He had just extended his senses, scanning the entire island. Once he confirmed this was indeed the land of the Pirate Empress, a wry smile curled at the corner of his lips. What a coincidence! Sure enough, as his eyes adjusted, a tall figure stood in the vast, steamy bath on the other side of the mist. Who's there? Hancock's heart sank in an instant. She spun around sharply. A man. Naruto's gaze briefly flicked to the slave mark of the celestial dragons on her back. Hancock noticed where Naruto's eyes landed and quickly submerged herself further into the water. You saw it, didn't you? Her voice was icy cold. Naruto gave a slight nod. Damn it. Hancock's face turned frigid. She rose from the water, forming her hands into the shape of a heart, and unleashed the power of her love fruit. Love, sweet wind. A beam shaped like a heart shot forth. Anyone struck by it, if bewitched by Hancock's beauty, would be instantly turned to stone. Naruto raised his hand, and an invisible barrier appeared before him. A low, resonant hum filled the air. The heart-shaped beam struck the barrier, unable to reach Naruto. I'm not sure what the nature of this power is, and I have no intention of finding out. How could this be? Hancock's eyes widened in disbelief. Until now, her devil fruit powers had never failed her like this. What's more, she was not her usual self at this very moment. Clenching her teeth, she glanced at the slave tattoo on her back. Now that it had been discovered, she could not allow the man before her to leave alive. She raised her hand, letting her fingertips brush lightly across her crimson lips. A tiny, pink, heart-shaped energy formed. She spread her arms wide, like drawing a bow. Aiming straight at Naruto, she called out, "Mero Mero Kiss Shot." A sharp twang sounded as the heart-shaped arrow shot forth. Naruto twisted his body, narrowly dodging the attack. "You don't need to do this. Your back is completely exposed. I can help you erase the slave tattoo on your back." "Shut up." Hancock's eyes filled with tears. With a fierce leap, she charged at Naruto, her legs wreathed in Kuja haki. Scented kick. Her long, slender, porcelain-white leg whipped out with tremendous force. If this blow connected, part of her enemy's body would instantly turn to stone and then shatter on the spot. Even something as sturdy as a stone cannonball would be reduced to rubble. And this move could petrify even those who did not harbor feelings of love for Hancock. Naruto lifted his hand, and the power of the forest fruit surged forth. There was a heavy thud as Hancock's kick landed. Naruto caught it with one hand, unleashing his power to absorb the force that threatened to turn his arm to stone. In that instant, Hancock's pupils contracted sharply. Even her scented kick couldn't turn him to stone. She lashed out with another kick. At the same time, Hancock's fingers brushed her lips again. Slave arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows shaped like hearts shot through the air. Naruto immediately activated the initial form of Susanoo. Its formidable defenses blocked every heart-shaped arrow. He lifted his head, meeting her three-eyed gaze, and shook his head with a hint of resignation. Looking at Hancock, whose face was frozen in shock, he said, "I'm serious. I can remove the Celestial Dragon Slave brand from your back, and I can erase the marks on your two sisters' backs as well. I'll return to this world before long. When that time comes, I'll set this world free. The Celestial Dragons will be gone for good. I'm not from this world. So, heroism and all that, I don't care about it, and I have no interest in such things." With that, Naruto gently released her long legs. He glanced at her again, let out a sigh, then took off his jacket and draped it over her delicate form. "You are beautiful, I'll admit. You remind me a lot of Hinata. In our world, there's an island of women, too, and a whole clan of serpent ladies. Who knows, maybe you'd get along with them someday. But that will have to wait until my next visit to this world." With those words, Naruto gave the tall woman, taller even than himself, a friendly pat. "Your powers can't hurt me. In fact, I came here to test out a certain ability. I can erase the so-called indelible slave tattoo from your backs. Believe it or not, that's up to you." Naruto strolled casually toward the door, calling back over his shoulder, "I'll be here at most half an hour." At that moment, the commotion drew in the second sister, Boa Sandersonia, and the third sister, Boa Marigold, who burst into the room. "Sister, a man!" The two enormous snake women stared wide-eyed in disbelief. As Naruto walked past them, neither of them moved a muscle. Given the situation, even if they hadn't guessed it before, they could easily put the pieces together now. But the fact that Naruto was able to leave unscathed spoke volumes. It was clear that their elder sister, Hancock, hadn't laid a finger on him. Or perhaps, Naruto had no untoward intentions toward Hancock at all. "Sister." The two sisters hurried over to her side. Hancock, however, kept her head bowed, clutching her cloak tightly around her shoulders. "Let's go." She gave a soft huff, then strode after Naruto. "Wait, if you truly have the ability to remove the tattoo on our backs, then I will forgive your disrespect." Naruto paused in his tracks and glanced back at her. Well, her hair was a bit thick, but it was actually quite lovely. "Aren't you going to get dressed?" Hancock said nothing, simply walking calmly toward the bed. Sandersonia and Marigold, off to the side, were completely bewildered. Still, it seemed best for them to keep quiet for now. Clearly, Naruto had already discovered the Celestial Dragon Slave tattoo on their backs. Salome, Hancock's pet snake, quickly slithered over in greeting. Marigold, after watching her sister walk away, kept casting curious glances at Naruto. Soon, a pink curtain fell, separating the space. Unable to hold back any longer, she whispered, "If the tattoo on our backs is discovered, we won't be able to stay in this country any longer. Please, I'm counting on you, man," Sandersonia said as well. Naruto raised an eyebrow. That form of address sounded a bit odd to him. Still, he recalled that it had been the same way when he first entered Nadeshiko village, and he let it go. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki." No sooner had he finished speaking than Hancock's voice drifted out from inside. "Come in, Naruto Uzumaki." He pulled aside the pink curtain. Hancock was leaning against Salome. She had already dried herself off. In her hand, she held Naruto's jacket. Their gazes met, 6 eyes locking together. "Your jacket." "No need." If I bring it back, my mom will smell the scent and start grilling me about who I've been with. As he spoke, Naruto gave a casual wave, and as if performing a magic trick, he was suddenly wearing the same jacket again. Hancock arched an elegant eyebrow. Still so rude with your gaze. Naruto rolled his eyes at her. So, where do you want me to look? Hancock didn't answer. She simply stared into his deep blue eyes. A minute passed. She closed her eyes, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. A rare blush colored her lovely face. She turned her head. How rude. But she lifted her chin with newfound confidence, her posture proud and upright. She couldn't help but wonder why, after staring at her for so long, this Naruto Uzumaki hadn't sprouted any pink, heart-shaped eyes like everyone else. Oh well, let's just leave it at that. Hancock didn't dare meet Naruto's gaze again. She looked away and raised her hand. Suddenly, she felt Naruto's stare warm upon her, growing more intense. Yet at this point, there was no turning back. She turned away, gathered her long hair, hiding the tattoo on her back, and lifted it up. Her eyes closed of their own accord, her heart beating faster and faster. Memories of childhood surged up from deep within her. Calm down. It won't be long. I'm giving you a chance for revenge. Of course, if you'd prefer, I can spend the remaining time simply admiring you. With a deep, steadying breath, Hancock inhaled. Salome, obedient as ever, turned around, revealing Hancock's fair, porcelain-like back. And beneath her long hair, the slave mark of the celestial dragons was etched into her skin. On her back, there was a tattoo resembling the claw of some beast. Do you understand the meaning of this mark? Hancock's voice trembled slightly. Naruto blinked, then stepped forward and sat down on the edge of the bed. He reached out and pressed his hand against the slave tattoo on Hancock's back. Hancock's heart pounded even harder. Hurry! Hurry up and answer me. Outside, the two sisters known as the Snake Ants wore pained expressions. Hurry up. Seeing that mark exposed like this, it's unbearable. Naruto withdrew his hand, and the tattoo on her back vanished without a trace. It's just a unique power, that's all. By the way, I'm quite curious. If I brought a celestial dragon right before your eyes, would you dare to strike them down? As she felt that scorching, powerful hand lift away from her back, and as she heard Naruto's words, Hancock's face instantly darkened. Are you mocking me? Despicable man. With that, she moved to attack once more. But Naruto vanished in the blink of an eye. Outside, the two snake ants were trembling from head to toe. Not only had they witnessed it with their own eyes, the slave tattoo on Hancock's back had disappeared. But most of all, it was because Naruto had said he would bring a celestial dragon before them. Who on earth are you? Marigold stammered in terror. You actually dared to say something so rebellious. Do you have any idea what would happen if the world government found out? Santa Sonia exclaimed. Is it really gone? Hancock stared at the mirror Salome handed her. She noticed that her back was now clean and fair. The slave brand that had tormented her for the first half of her life was truly gone. She turned her head to look at Naruto. Echoes of Naruto's earlier words rang in her mind. Attacking the celestial dragons? Naruto nodded slightly, then continued. When that time comes, this world won't need pirates anymore. Your status as a warlord of the sea, it's just to protect this kingdom of women, isn't it? In the future, that won't be necessary. A confident smile played at the corner of Naruto's lips. This world is vast, and I find it quite fascinating. And besides, as he spoke, Naruto's gaze grew cold. This place needs to be liberated. I've seen enough on my way here. He parted his lips, as if to say more, then shook his head. Forget it. There are some things I can't explain to you now. When that day finally comes, and you witness it with your own eyes, only then will you understand what I mean. Seeing the two snake sisters still bewildered, he laughed and said, Maybe I should just say it outright. I'll overthrow the world government and wipe out every corrupt marine and pirate. And most of the celestial dragons. I'll capture them all and broadcast their execution to the entire world. Naruto believed that, in that moment, the armies of the ninja world would become the bodhisattva warriors of this pirate world. Those who once knelt in submission would all rise to their feet. Hancock lowered her head, her small hands clutching tightly at the pink bedding. In this world, to think that. Naruto walked over to the window and pushed it open. What does it mean to be truly shaken? Do you know? He spoke without turning his head. Below, countless women of Amazon Lily lifted their faces to the palace window, noticing the man standing at the front of the Serpent Empress's chamber. Perhaps, one day, when my army arrives here, they will be awestruck by the endless oceans of this world. But the people of this world will be just as astonished by them, because they will drag the almighty celestial dragons down from their lofty thrones and give them the punishment they deserve. They will bring true freedom to this world. Maybe it won't be long before you hear the news yourselves. At Sabiti Archipelago, one of the so-called Navy's 3 admirals, Kizaru, he's already been sealed by a moon I created. And now he hangs over Sabiti Archipelago for all to see. Drip. Hancock's tears slid down her cheeks. Fool. To think someone would really dare to stand up to them. Naruto turned and looked at her, sobbing with her face in her hands. The world I come from is just as broken as yours. He walked slowly toward Hancock. Reaching out, he gently pulled her hands away from her face. He wiped away her tears, a soft smile on his lips. I haven't even begun, and you're already crying? If that's the case, you might just run out of tears in the days to come. With that, he took Hancock's delicate hand and helped her to her feet. There are many people in this world just like you. But there are also many who hold the kind of power you do, or perhaps who are enslaved by it. This time, I won't be here long, but it'll be enough. Enough to help you all rise again. Both of the snake's sisters bowed their heads, unable to stop the tears streaming down their faces. Naruto turned to them. Come on, let's take care of your slave tattoos as well. It's called the Hoof of the Flying Dragon, isn't it? Smiling gently, he began drawing out the tattoos from the backs of Sandersonia and Marigold. A mark that branded us as inferior humans, meant to last a lifetime. And now it's just gone. The two sisters stared in utter disbelief. Hancock covered her mouth, but couldn't hold back her tears any longer. The 3 of us were once slaves of the celestial dragons. When I was 12, we were taken by human traffickers. Naruto listened quietly as Hancock poured out her heart. Uzumaki, Naruto, are you listening? He nodded softly. Then, what you just said, was it true? In the near future, will you really arrive with a mighty force? If I were to say, just if, that I wanted to come find you, where would you be? Naruto smiled, raising his hand. A piece of red sailcloth appeared. He placed it gently into Hancock's hands. I'm here. I'll always be here. Hancock stood there, stunned, still wrapped in Naruto's coat. Clutching the red sail tightly, she turned her back to him, her cheeks flushed with color. Hef ha alta viva. She wiped away her tears, then looked back at him. I like you, I can tell. But it's almost time. I have to go. Hancock's small hand gripped his coat, and all at once, she felt a pang in her heart. Let's at least finish the banquet before you leave. No, maybe next time. I still need to return to the Sabiti Archipelago. Naruto waved his hand, politely declining. But the Sabiti Archipelago is so far from here. There's no need to rush off so soon. I can change the sails and take you there myself. As she spoke, Hancock seemed to lose herself for a moment. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with emotion, glistening like autumn water. Then, she collapsed onto the bed with the fragility of someone lovesick, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Her heart raced, pain clutching at her chest. This aftermath, it's coming on strong and fast. P.S. I'll be home tomorrow. The input method here is really frustrating. Hancock looked as if she had fallen ill, lying weakly on the bed. Even Naruto was caught off guard. He hadn't even left yet, and Hancock was already reacting like this. The intensity of her feelings took him completely by surprise. But then he reconsidered. He was nothing like that fool. Naturally, the impact he left was on a whole different level. Elder sister. The two snake's sisters hurried over to check on her. Hancock's face was flushed, and she was gasping for breath. She's sick, but why? The sisters were bewildered. She was perfectly fine a moment ago, and now she could barely move? What? She might die. Just then, an elderly voice echoed through the room. Naruto turned to glance at the speaker. If he remembered correctly, this should be the old granny who once left the island for love. What did you say? Marigold spun around in terror. Stop making such tasteless jokes, Elder Nyan. Sandersonia quickly interjected. Granny and Yuyo broke out in a cold sweat and said in a low voice, the previous emperor also died from this illness. I heard the one before that suffered the same fate. In fact, I too was afflicted with this disease. It was only after I left the country that I managed to survive. Snake Princess. Granny and Yuyo closed her eyes and called out softly. Hancock managed to glance at her with difficulty. Naruto Uzumaki hasn't left yet. Whoosh. Hancock sat bolt upright. Where is he? Naruto let out a helpless sigh. He came to Hancock's side. If he didn't appear now, she might suffocate. As expected, just seeing Naruto, Hancock's condition visibly improved almost immediately. The blush on her cheeks began to spread, coloring her whole face. Granny and Yuyo's mouth fell open in disbelief. How fortunate you are, Naruto Uzumaki. Could it be that you've melted the heart of this ice-cold queen, whom no one else could move? Hancock stepped up to Naruto, trying to appear composed as she said, I will not let illness rule my fate. The two snake ants exchanged a glance, picked up Granny and Yuyo, and tiptoed away. I really have to leave now. This condition you're in, it's the lovesickness of Amazon Lily, isn't it? That's tough. It's an illness of the heart, beyond my usual remedies, though there are some rather unique ways to treat it. Hiding in the distance, Granny NYU blinked in surprise. There's actually a way. I know, Hancock replied. Naruto watched her as she lowered her head. She closed her eyes, and sure enough, in the next moment Hancock's eyes sparkled with starlight. That's why I'll follow you to the ends of the earth. Both Snake Ants and Granny Nyan stared with wide eyes, nearly turning to stone on the spot. Granny Nyan exclaimed in terror. The Snake Princess really has come down with lovesickness. Every previous emperor died from falling hopelessly in love. There's an old saying that goes around the EC. Love always sweeps in like a raging storm. Just after her confession, Hancock turned away, gently touching her own cheek. What's happening to me? I feel as though I can't refuse anything when it comes to Naruto. Those words just slipped out, but I don't feel even a hint of dislike or regret. On the contrary, I feel so incredibly happy. This is what love is. I love you. The pain of being unable to see the one you long for, before long, it leads to wasting away in death. Though the previous empresses met someone they adored, as rulers, they could only suppress those feelings and remain on the island. Soon after, that suffering gnawed away at their bodies. In the end, it claimed their lives. Just as she finished, Granny Nyan shook her head again. This boy, Uzumaki Naruto, his power and status are both extraordinary. If the Snake Princess follows him, she'll lose her title as a Shichibukai. What a dilemma. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, Hancock's heartbeat could be heard echoing clearly. Naruto stepped closer. With a gentle hand, he patted her on the head. Hancock's entire body went rigid, then instantly melted, losing all strength. It seemed as though, in the next moment, she would topple right into Naruto's arms. No, I mustn't look into his eyes. Hancock lifted her head, the corners of her mouth curling into a smile before she even realized it. In the distance, Granny Nyo's eyes sparkled with excitement. A woman in love, is it? I too once felt that way. Naruto twitched at the corner of his eye. After glancing at her angular, pentagon-shaped face, he decided, after all, not to judge a person by appearances. Hancock. He called her name softly. Hancock looked up. Her eyes were brimming, tears almost spilling over. Come back with me. It'll be some time before I can visit again. Without your Shichibukai status, and with you gone, Amazon Lily will be in danger. Even though this is the Calm Belt, the Navy still has plenty of ways to get in. Hancock nodded, her gaze reflecting Naruto's face. If you don't come back with me, you'll fall ill with lovesickness again. Ikan sensei Talia. The moment I leave your sight, your body will spiral out of control. Well, all right. Naruto closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had awakened. I can let you enter an illusionary world. In that world, your every wish will be fulfilled. As he spoke, he gently placed his hand on Hancock's feverish forehead. Don't resist. As his words faded, Naruto's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin wildly. But in the next moment, Hancock let out a soft, obedient and shut her eyes, her face a mixture of anticipation and fear. Naruto, he pressed his forehead to the back of his own hand, while Hancock peeked open one eye. What she saw was the dazzling pattern of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukuyami, world of shaping. A low, resonating hum filled the air. Within the world of illusion, Hancock found herself standing in a grand hall. She wore a long white dress, crowned with a garland of flowers. Naruto, who had been right in front of her just moments ago, vanished without a trace. Hancock looked left and right, searching for any sign of Naruto. But it was only a matter of seconds. Suddenly, Hancock felt a sharp pain in her chest. At that moment, a large hand gently lifted her up. Looking up, she saw Naruto himself, dressed in a groom's tuxedo. A surge of emotion overwhelmed her. Her heart nearly stopped from the excitement. But soon, she frowned, the ache in her heart persisting. Naruto, it's me, Hancock. With a sudden motion, Hancock lashed out with a powerful kick, turning the Naruto before her to stone in an instant. You're not the real Naruto. In a flash, the gleaming white world around her shattered like glass. She found herself in a festive red room, bathed in a crimson glow. Looking down, she realized she was sitting on a bed, dressed in a bright red wedding gown. But once again, the ending was the same. Hancock shattered her own imagined Naruto with a single kick. Yet every one of these Narutos carried his spirit, his essence. With a sharp sound, the fabricated world of Tsukuyami dissolved. Hancock had broken free in less than an hour. Naruto shook his head. You really are something else. All right, I give up. Naruto, Hancock called softly. This time, The feeling was real. Naruto flicked her gently on the forehead. If my mother saw you like this, I'd probably be locked up at home for good. With that, he formed a hand seal, reaching out as his arm transformed, elementally shifting before her eyes. A wooden clone infused with the primordial power of the pirate world appeared. He grasped Hancock's hand and pressed it against the chest of the wooden duplicate. In moments, both Hancock and Naruto slowly withdrew their hands. Right after, the wooden clone began to transform. Its appearance shifted to become identical to Hancock's, down to the finest detail. Yet, its body was unmistakably made of wood. Within it, the powers stirred. The abilities of the love fruit were present as well. Her consciousness. Naruto cast a glance at Hancock, but immediately dismissed the idea of transferring even a fragment of her mind into the clone. At the very least, this single-use clone should last for a month, as long as it doesn't engage in combat. With that, he closed his eyes. He didn't possess much of the pirate world's primordial force yet. Rayleigh's corpse and Kizaru, who would be engulfed by the planetary devastation before Naruto returned. These were all powers he had to wait until he was back in the shinobi world to absorb. Naruto clenched his fist. He could feel it. His body was still changing, continually adapting to this world of pirates. It wouldn't be long before he could absorb power directly, without needing to return to his own world. He might even be able to shatter this world's limitations on devil fruit powers. He lifted his gaze to the sky. The rumble fruit, huh? I'll come back for you next time. As the last word left his lips, his mouth was suddenly covered, silencing him. On the Sabaody archipelago, Bonney's long white hair streamed behind her like a banner. Frankie, look out! Luffy shouted at the top of his lungs. Frankie collapsed onto the ground, completely immobilized. Usopp! Luffy cried out, his voice raw with desperation. Startled out of his paralysis, Usopp finally snapped back to his senses, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. He hurriedly raised his slingshot. You bastard! Stop it right now. Bonney glanced at him coolly, barely giving him a second look. Pirates shouldn't exist, nor should the Navy, nor the Celestial Dragons. In fact, this entire world shouldn't exist. In the distance, Nami and Robin were both stunned by what they saw. They had thought that, even if the three weren't allies, they certainly couldn't be enemies. But to their surprise, in the blink of an eye, the real Shichibukai, Kuma, appeared. That golden hair man vanished. And then, the seemingly harmless little girl erupted with power. If I didn't mishear, just now she called Kuma her dad. Robin managed to keep her composure for the moment, but Nami was already growing anxious. Yet just as they tried to move, they suddenly realized they had been restrained. Mei Terumi slowly lowered her hands, the seal dissipating. A faintly apologetic smile played on her lips. Sorry, but you'd better stay put for now. Then, Mei narrowed her eyes. I advise you not to speak ill of Naruto. Otherwise, I won't mind taking care of you right here and now. Nami nodded at once. Robin pressed why left Mei at a loss for words. She didn't know how to answer. There were simply too many things to say, both about the ninja world and her own life. Mei shook her head. Just keep watching. You'll understand soon enough. One more thing. When you meet Naruto's mother, try to act natural. Forget it, you probably aren't in the mood to think about this right now. But remember, listen and observe more. As soon as the words left his lips, Nami and Robin were left speechless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Usopp fired several pellets. But every single one stopped right in front of Bonney. An instant later, a force of repulsion surged forth, sending them all hurtling back. Boom, rumble. When the smoke cleared, Usopp was sprawled on the ground, his whole body charred black, blood streaming from his wounds. Usopp! Luffy was stunned, but he barely had any strength left. Yet seeing Usopp like that, memories came flooding back. With a desperate yell, Luffy charged forward. Luffy, don't! Sanji called out urgently. But at that moment, the real Kuma appeared behind him. Pop! With a single slap, Kuma made Sanji vanish. Luffy, lost in rage and confusion, froze in place. Another one was gone. Watching from a distance, Senamaru was already dumbfounded. He quickly grabbed the transponder snail. Hurry! Connect me to Navy headquarters, now! A powerful enemy has appeared. No, 3 powerful enemies. And their abilities are completely unknown. If we don't act fast, that blonde man who disappeared. Damn it, where did Kuma slap him to? If he ends up at Navy headquarters. Sentomaru couldn't bear to imagine the consequences. BRR. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Bree. At Navy headquarters, Sengoku heard the sudden ring of the transponder snail and walked over to answer. This is Navy headquarters. Sengoku's voice rang out. The previously expressionless transponder snail suddenly wore a look of terror. Sentamaru's trembling voice came through. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the old man. The old man's been locked up by someone on the Tsunade archipelago. Sengoku narrowed his eyes. Sentamaru, explain yourself. What do you mean by locked up? The three admirals were the face of the Navy. An admiral, captured on the Tsunade archipelago? That sounded utterly absurd. Most of the pirates there couldn't even use haki. Even Logia abilities were unmatched by them. Not to mention Kizaru's power of the glint-glint fruit. Even if things went terribly wrong, there was just no way he'd end up captured. Seastone, that thought flashed by, but Sengoku shook his head. Impossible. At their level of strength. Contact with Seastone was simply out of the question. Sentamaru, are you listening? Sengoku's voice grew cold. If someone dared contact Navy headquarters just to play a prank, Sentamaru would face serious consequences on his return. Suddenly, the transponder snail gasped for breath. Next, its expression twisted into one of even greater terror. A moment later, Sentamaru, panting heavily, cried out in alarm. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, requesting reinforcements. I came with the old man and brought PX-1 and PX-4 as well. The old man was on the Tsunade archipelago. He defeated all of the supernovas there. But two unfamiliar faces appeared out of nowhere. As he spoke, the transponder snail's features became more and more fearful. One was a blonde man who called himself Naruto Uzumaki, and the other, a woman who could summon pillars of water with a flick of her hand, and even spit acid to attack. The old man has been imprisoned by that Naruto Uzumaki. Right now, he's on the Tsunade archipelago, inside a gigantic sphere of Earth, just floating in midair. And what's more, their powers aren't devil fruit abilities at all. The old man's fruit power was completely suppressed. Sentamaru quickly explained the situation to Sengoku. Sengoku's pupils contracted. What do you mean? That blonde man called Naruto Uzumaki. Are you saying his powers aren't from a devil fruit? And his companions? Just a wave of their hands unleashes bizarre abilities? Sengoku still found Sentamaru's words hard to fully believe. After all, he himself had once chased Pirate King Roger alongside Garp. Now, as the fleet admiral of the Navy, he couldn't simply take Sentamaru's word for it. But if what Sentamaru said was true, Sengoku fell silent. After a brief moment of thought, he spoke in a deep voice. Sentamaru, what's the situation now? Sentamaru answered with terror in his voice. Bartholomew Kuma has appeared. He sent Naruto Uzumaki and the Straw Hats flying. And that jewelry Bonney. She suddenly transformed, and the power she unleashed was just beyond imagination. How could this, It's happening again. A thunderous crash echoed. On the Tsunade archipelago, Sentamaru was blasted away by a repulsive force, rolling across the ground like a meatball. Hearing the commotion, Sengoku hesitated no more. He sprang to his feet at once. Listen to me, Sentamaru. Keep a close watch on your surroundings. I'll send reinforcements immediately. If Kizaru really is trapped inside that earthen sphere made from an entire island. Damn it. Suddenly, the Den Mushi fell silent, and Sengoku's expression became grave. Even Kizaru wasn't a match for them. He let out a heavy sigh, drawing in a deep breath. A celestial dragon had been attacked. One of the Navy's three admirals, Kizaru, had been defeated. Tsunade archipelago was laid to waste. For the Navy, this was a blow as heavy as a sledgehammer. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sengoku rushed out immediately. Garp was munching on a donut, glancing back with a snort of laughter. What's got you all in a panic? But Sengoku had no time for his antics. He grabbed Garp and hauled him out the door. What? You're not joking, are you, Sengoku? Garp listened to the hurried explanation, eyes widening in disbelief, his face a mixture of shock and incredulity, especially as he saw how serious Sengoku looked. An unknown enemy, wielding a power no one had seen or heard of, one that wasn't even a devil fruit ability. Very soon, an emergency meeting was called at Navy headquarters. In the highest-level conference room, Sengoku sat at the head of the table. At his side were the Navy hero, Garp, and Vice Admiral Tsuru. On the other side sat the admirals Akainu and Akiji. These five made up the publicly recognized pinnacle of marine power. I've already sent word to the five elders. Sengoku's face was dark as a storm. Even Garp, usually so carefree and irreverent, had fallen silent, his expression bleak. A celestial dragon's attack was still unresolved, an admiral had been captured, and Tsunade archipelago lay in ruins. None of these matters can be resolved with just a few words. Did you find any relevant information? Sengoku asked. Vice Admiral Tsuru shook her head. No, nothing. Not a single piece of similar information. The atmosphere in the conference room grew even heavier. Akainu's face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. No matter who the enemy is, to dare attack a Navy admiral is a direct provocation of justice. There's no need for further discussion. I'm heading to Tsunade Archipelago right now. Akainu, calm down. Sengoku's voice was low and stern. This isn't as simple as it seems. But before he finished, Garp slammed his palm down on the table. What's the point of sitting here talking? I'm going over there myself. Akainu shot him a look. Straw Hat Luffy attacked a celestial dragon on Tsunade Archipelago. I might as well take care of it all at once. Garp's face instantly twisted with anger. Sengoku rubbed his temples and waved his hand dismissively. That's enough. Once the ship is ready, Akainu, you head over. The Navy headquarters can't be left unguarded. As for his image, issue a bounty of 4 billion berries. Has the real Shichibukai finally appeared? And that bastard too. Sanji trembled all over. There were actually 3 people who looked exactly the same. Damn it. What in the world is going on? With a soft pop, Kuma appeared beside Usopp and brought his palm down. Usopp vanished without a trace. Usopp! Luffy was devastated. Sanji, you all need to run. Whatever happens next, we'll deal with it once we're safe. Kuma, however, did not stop moving. Bonney watched Kuma, raising her hand. But in the next moment, she clutched her head in pain. It hurts. Who is he? He feels so familiar. Danger! Brook shouted, moving to shield Sanji. Run, Sanji! Brook spread his arms wide. Even if it costs me my life, I'll protect you. Air, though I'm already dead. With a muffled pop, Kuma's massive paw came crashing down. Brook vanished, leaving only a swirl of dust in his wake. Brook! Tears welled up in Sanji's eyes. Damn it! What am I doing? Sanji gripped his hair in frustration. Just standing here while my friends... Damn it all! He spun around, kicked off the ground, and lunged fiercely at Kuma. You bastard! Stop, Sanji! Luffy's pupils shrank as he shouted with every ounce of his strength. You damned paw balloon freak! Sanji roared in fury. He twisted midair and lashed out with a powerful kick. But just then, Bonney appeared. Sanji's body froze in midair. With a thunderous crash, a wave of repulsion erupted. Sanji was hurled backward, smashing into the thick trunk of a tree behind him. A surge of power erupted from within Bonney. Universal pull. A vibrating hum filled the air as the force shifted. Repulsion faded, replaced by an irresistible attraction. Badly injured, Sanji was yanked from the rubble, drawn helplessly toward Bonney. Bonney slowly raised her other hand. A black staff materialized. Yamaro! Sanji! Luffy cried, dashing desperately toward Bonney. Run! Everyone, get out of here! Bonney glanced back at the frantic Luffy. At that moment, as Sanji was speeding through the air toward Bonney, Kuma seized the opportunity and struck him squarely with his massive paw. With a sudden pop, Sanji vanished in an instant. Bonney frowned deeply, raising her hand toward Kuma. A small black sphere materialized in her palm. Wait a moment. It was the voice of Mei Terumi that interrupted her. Bonney's brows knit even tighter. Isn't he the family you've been searching for? Family. Bonnie's expression grew even more troubled. Not far away, Luffy was kneeling on the ground. Sanji, why? What am I supposed to do now? Slowly, Luffy pushed himself to his feet. His rubber legs tensed, coiling like springs. Second gear. In the next instant, his entire body flushed with a crimson hue, a blood-red mist swirling around him. Nami and Robin could do nothing but watch, frozen in place, unable to move or speak. Aya! As Kuma appeared behind Nami and Robin, Luffy sprang into action. With a sudden whoosh, his figure vanished from sight. He launched himself straight at Kuma. Stop, Luffy! Nami and Robin trembled all over. But behind them, Kuma had already raised his paw. Gum Gum! Jet pistol! With an explosive crash, Luffy's fist shot out, his body coming to an abrupt halt from the force. His arms stretched forward. Another blast resounded, as a blue sphere of chakra light burst forth. At last, Nami and Robin found their voices, but what escaped their lips was pure terror. Kuma's paw hovered directly above their heads. Watching him flick away their friends so effortlessly, how could they not be afraid? Just then, another hand appeared. With a gentle pop, this time, Kuma didn't send anything or anyone flying. Naruto, Terumi Mei called softly. Naruto nodded slightly in response. Then he turned to look at the still open portal of Yomi no Hirosaka beside him. It took 3 attempts to get here. As expected, this world is far, far larger than the shinobi world. Nami and Robin were both stunned. In the instant they fended off Kuma, they found themselves in the eye of the storm, feeling that overwhelming force firsthand. As for the foolish attack, Naruto didn't even bother to defend against it. There was no way it could harm him. He glanced out at the distant sea. It's time to head back. Katsuyu is nearly at her limit. When we return, I'll take over the barrier in Shikkotsu Forest, No, I'll go straight to the dragon vein to supply the chakra needed for the barrier. Once it's linked with the dragon vein, the barrier at Shikkotsu Forest will soon merge completely with the shinobi world. At that point, there will be no limits on how many people can come to this world, or for how long. And next time he arrives, Naruto will let the source power of this world connect with the barrier. After that, people from both worlds will be free to come and go as they please. Naruto, a tall woman, stepped out of the portal. For a moment, Terumi May felt a sense of déjà vu upon seeing her. Hinata, max version? After his attack missed, Kuma didn't hesitate. He immediately lunged at Luffy and Chopper. Whoosh! Bonney soared toward Naruto. In a flash, she dove straight into Naruto's arms. Naruto gently patted her shoulder. Bonney quickly reverted to her usual self, turning back into a little girl and falling fast asleep in Naruto's embrace. You're not ready to control this power just yet. He stroked Bonney's small head, then handed her over to Terumi May. On the other side, only Luffy remained. He knelt on the ground, unable to hold back his tears any longer. I can't even save a single companion. Farewell. Just as Kuma was about to act, a spiraling ripple of space appeared. He doesn't need you to save him. With those words, the barely conscious Kuma was instantly sent into the Kamui dimension. Background, Luffy. Go keep the Pirate King's son company. Background, Luffy. Go keep the Pirate King's son company. Naruto merely cast him a calm, indifferent glance. The child of destiny in this world. Let's go. Someone will be here soon, Naruto said, glancing toward Senemu, who was hiding in the shadows. Senamaru instantly froze in place. His body trembled uncontrollably. He stumbled backward again and again. The massive axe slung over his shoulder. He didn't even have the courage to lift it. Staring at Naruto, his mind was filled with the image of a giant black sphere swallowing an entire island. Even Kuma, one of the 7 warlords, couldn't last a single round. What chance did he have? But Naruto only gave him another calm, indifferent look. He raised his hand. Rinnegan and Sharingan powers flared in his eyes. With a swift gesture, the Amatsu Hirasaka portal appeared before him. He reached out, thrusting his hand through the portal, and with a gentle grasp, he effortlessly pulled out Kizaru's body, which had been sealed inside a colossal Chibaku Tensei sphere. Kizaru's body hung limp like a ragdoll, clearly unconscious. The spiraling ripple of space appeared once more. Naruto! Hancock covered her mouth with a delicate hand, instantly recognizing Kizaru's identity. To defeat a Navy admiral with just a wave of his hand? The light in Hancock's eyes grew even brighter. Mai Terumi tilted her head slightly. This woman, her obsession runs even deeper than my own poison. She refused to take her eyes off Naruto for even a second. With a gentle tap of his toes, Naruto soared into the sky above the Sabiti archipelago. He stretched out his senses, his brows knitting in mild frustration. Too slow, far too slow. I'm done waiting. With that, he descended back to the ground. The whole trip up and down lasted only a dozen seconds, but to Hancock, it felt as though she'd been waiting for years. The moment Naruto returned, she rushed straight into his arms. Naruto couldn't help but feel a little helpless at her behavior. Forget it. Perhaps she just needs some experience. After that, things might get better. Let's go home. Mai Terumi nodded with a smile, cradling Bonney in her arms as she followed at his side. Suddenly, Mai Terumi stopped, turning to look at Nami and Robin, who stood frozen in place behind them. There are 2 paths. One, you stay here. The other one, well, you know. She leaned in and whispered a few words in their ears. Robin and Nami's eyes widened in shock. Disbelief etched across their faces. Snap! Mai Terumi snapped her fingers. The choice is yours. With those words, she hurried to catch up with Naruto and Hancock. Nami and Robin exchanged a glance. They looked back at Luffy, who lay unconscious and broken on the ground. Regret flickered in both their eyes. But they weren't fools. If they stayed, there would be no future for them. If they followed, perhaps, just perhaps, there might be a sliver of hope one day. Gritting their teeth, both women hurried after Mai Terumi. Sensing them catch up, Mai Terumi's lips curled into a smile she could no longer suppress. With Bonney in one arm, she reached out and took Naruto's hand with the other. In her mind, she was already picturing the scene of their wedding. On the other side of Naruto, Hancock's mind was also filled with scenes from the world of shaping Tsukuyami. Those images made her heart flutter with longing. But alas, even if that illusion carried Naruto's presence, it was still not the real Naruto in the end. Now, she found herself in the same state as Mai Terumi. Both of them were lost in daydreams about marriage, the ceremony, the moments, everything. Naruto glanced back at Nami and Robin. They walked behind him with their heads bowed, silent and contemplative. He hadn't caught what Madarumi had said just now. He didn't have the habit of eavesdropping on everything. When they reached the edge of the island, the sea breeze swept over them. Hancock gazed out at the endless expanse of ocean, at first wondering why there was no boat. But as soon as she saw Naruto, she even imagined the two of them leaping into the sea together, their final resting place entwined beneath the waves. This time, Naruto didn't walk directly on the water. He raised his hand, his arm transforming into pure elemental energy. In a flash, a large block of wood took shape, morphing seamlessly into a speedboat. He led Hancock on board first. Madarumi followed behind, carrying Bonney in her arms. Robin and Nami stood frozen in place, astonished. Such an ability was truly unheard of, beyond anything they had ever imagined. Gulp. They both swallowed hard at the same time. Robin's resolve grew even stronger in her heart. She grabbed Nami's hand and hurried after the others. Once everyone was aboard the speedboat, Naruto's back transformed again, sending out a wooden clone. The wood clone made its way to the stern, where there was a slot perfectly suited to its size. A deep, powerful hum filled the air. Suddenly, a tremendous force propelled the boat forward. Whoosh! The speedboat shot off like an arrow. Ah! Nami and Robin, caught off guard, cried out as they felt themselves nearly thrown overboard. But after their screams faded, they realized that, at some point, they were already seated on a wooden chair. The airship was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Senamaru's eyes widened in disbelief. They just left. No sooner had he spoken than the din mushi in his arms began to ring. Bella Belly. It was Sengoku calling. Startled, Senamaru nearly leapt to his feet. He hurried to connect the call. Senamaru, are you all right? The din mushi's features shifted, its voice taking on Sengoku's tone. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, that blonde kid. Uzumaki Naruto, he's gone. What? Sengoku's eyes widened, his mustache bristling with anger. Akainu and Akiji are already on their way. You hold them there. Sentomaru immediately tossed aside his giant axe. He shook his head furiously. No way, I'll be killed if I try. And Uzumaki Naruto took Robin and Nami from the Straw Hat crew with him. Oh, right? And Bonney was taken too. Gramps was also dragged out by him, just now. Sentomaru quickly recounted the situation. Sengoku fell silent on the other end. Is Straw Hat Luffy still there? Yes. Fleet Admiral. I've already captured him. He's passed out. There was another pause from the din mushi. Leave it to Akainu and Akiji. You stay behind on the Sabaody archipelago. Cold sweat broke out on Sentomaru's forehead. But as he thought of that man, it seemed unlikely he'd return anytime soon. Only then did he feel a bit more at ease. Meanwhile, Naruto and the others had already arrived at the bubble where they had come out. The wooden clone slowly fused with the speedboat. What is that? Nami couldn't help but ask. Without hesitation, Naruto led Hancock inside first. As his hand touched the bubble's surface, its size instantly expanded. Robin and Nami exchanged a blink, but after all that had happened before, they developed something of an immunity, no longer so easily shocked. Seeing Mei Terumi enter the bubble as well, Nami followed and leapt in after her. But, as a devil fruit user, Robin instinctively remained apprehensive of the sea, her fear deeply rooted. Hancock was also a devil fruit user, yet she trusted Naruto completely. In fact, even if she were to fall in, she'd rather be buried there with him. Come on down. Naruto reached out his hand. Seeing Naruto so confident, Robin gritted her teeth, grabbed his hand, and, eyes squeezed shut, jumped down. As she landed inside the bubble, she was stunned. Standing atop the bubble felt just like standing on solid ground. Is this something like a ship's coating bubble? Naruto let go of her small hand. No, it's not. After Mei Terumi handed Bonney to Naruto, she moved to the bubble's wall, crouched down, and her hands flashed through a series of seals. A low hum vibrated through the air. The bubble activated, slowly sinking beneath the waves. Robin's heart pounded faster, and Nami's did too. 15 minutes later, as they took in a world beneath the sea, both Nami and Robin's eyes widened in wonder. So this is what the world beneath the sea looks like. Meanwhile, Naruto began to heal Hancock, slipping an arm around her slender waist and guiding her to the edge of the bubble. In this world's oceans, there exists a substance called sea stone that can suppress the powers of devil fruits. You haven't been down here before, have you? Hancock shook her head. I've only ever sailed on the surface of the sea, she replied. Then let's take a look at the scenery beneath the waves, Naruto said with a soft chuckle. Hearing this, Hancock reluctantly tore her gaze away from his face. But as she looked upon the world beneath the sea, she too was left in awe by its beauty. Naruto said nothing more. He simply gazed quietly at the underwater world. Meanwhile, Meichirumi followed the trail the barrier left on their way here, guiding the bubble further down into the depths. The descent was not particularly fast. Buoyancy made rising easy, but diving down was a test of pure strength. Fortunately, this time no sea kings dared come near to disturb them. Meichirumi felt much more at ease. Nami and Robin also came to the edge of the bubble. Nami, curious, reached out and touched the bubble surface, surprised to find it as cold as sea stone. Robin extended her hand as well, but the moment her fingers brushed against the bubble, her whole body went limp. Nami reacted instantly, catching Robin in her arms. "Robin, what's wrong?" Robin replied weakly. "It's the power of seawater." As she spoke, her gaze instinctively shifted to Naruto and Hancock. Nami noticed this as well. He isn't affected by the seawater. He must not be a devil fruit user. But soon, both Robin and Nami realized that Hancock, too, had gone limp, now resting weakly in Naruto's arms. A devil fruit user. Wait a second. That face. The Seven Warlords Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. Robin whispered a few words in Nami's ear. Nami was stunned as well. Rumor had it that the Pirate Empress was in the Calm Belt. Yet Naruto managed to travel that far in such a short time. It must have been the work of one of the Seven Warlords, Kuma. The group fell silent. Still, their worries eased considerably. After all, people sent flying by Kuma's ability didn't die. But then, another thought came to mind. What was the Pirate Empress really like? As women themselves, they could imagine. Yet Naruto not only managed to return swiftly from such a distant place, he somehow managed to bring the Empress back with him. Nami sat down. "Robin, do you think we'll end up like her one day?" Robin shook her head, then nodded thoughtfully. "I don't know, but that man, he really has a way with women." Nami didn't deny it. Meichirumi's lips curled in a faint smile. The moment the two of them followed Naruto, their fates had already been sealed. She glanced over her shoulder at Hancock, a slight twitch at the corner of her eye. That woman's behavior was clearly obsessive. Still, her love was no less intense than anyone else's. They could already picture how delighted Kushina would be to see Hancock's current state when they return home. She'd have every reason to keep Naruto close, reviving the Uzumaki clan. And as for herself, as the great contributor to all this, time to get married. Nami and Robin. Nami still seemed a bit young, but Robin was definitely ready. Grinning to herself, Mei felt Naruto approach from behind. "What's on your mind?" "As soon as we get back, I'll have the elders prepare my dowry." Hancock arched an eyebrow. She'd forgotten to mention this to her two sisters before she left. "We're heading home. And bring Amazon Lily with us. That's my dowry." A bubbling sound echoed, signaling the next chapter of their adventure. The bubble descended to the barrier above the wet bone forest. The slug had been waiting patiently all this time. Upon spotting the bubble, it manipulated the barrier, stretching out a tendril to connect with the bubble. Robin and Nami felt their legs go weak again. The three Sea Kings stood guard near the barrier. Their massive size made them impossible to ignore. Naruto reached out his hand, and a hand made of seawater gently patted the heads of the three Sea Kings. Only then did he lead the women back into the wet bone forest. "Lord Naruto," the slug called out softly. It had spoke. It had spoke. Nami and Robin thought their hearts had grown stronger. But the moment the slug spoke, they were still startled, especially by its size, which dwarfed the Sea Kings by who knows how much. A den mushi? At this, the slug divided a tenth of its body and transformed it into a human-like form, standing atop its main body. The tiny slug on Naruto's shoulder crawled out as well. "I'm not a den mushi, you know. My name is Slug, and I am the master of the wet bone forest." Nami and Robin shrank back in fear. The terror brought on by such a giant creature was on another level. "I need to leave for a while. Maintaining this barrier takes too much energy, and besides, it hasn't absorbed the aura of this world. Slug, I'll use the power of the dragon vein to sustain this barrier from now on. Soon, this place will become a passage connecting the ninja world and that other world." With that, Naruto looked at Slug. "Slug, if you wish to remain undisturbed, once the dragon vein links to the barrier, you can move the wet bone forest, the whole island, away from the spot." The slug's human form shook her head and said, "Lord Naruto, Shikkotsu Forest is not like the other three great sacred places. This place can actually serve as a passage connecting two worlds." "I see. Well, all right then." Naruto nodded slightly. He then looked at the others. "Wait here for a moment." He had already been to Shikkotsu Forest. Therefore, Yamatsu Hirasaka could pinpoint the location accurately. "Naruto, won't you take me with you?" Naruto shook his head. "I won't be long. I'll be back in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Hancock's breathing grew rapid. "That's too long." She felt a pang in her heart. Madarumi was somewhat surprised. Not even 10 minutes? Isn't this sister's attachment a bit much? She stepped forward and linked arms with Hancock. Let's just chat here for a while. Naruto will be back before you know it. But Hancock shook her head repeatedly. I don't want to. She's even being coquettish now. Naruto stepped closer, reached out, and gently cupped her delicate face. With a soft kiss. Hancock felt dizzy, and her heart no longer ached as much. Madarumi was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. I knew you'd have a way. Nami and Robin moved closer, curiosity in their eyes. What kind of magic is that? Nami watched the dazed Hancock, convinced Naruto had used some special ability again. Madarumi chuckled. You can try it for yourself if you want. Slug, I'll leave things here to you for now. If you sense an unfamiliar force entering the barrier, don't resist it. As she spoke, the gateway of Yamatsu Hirasaka appeared. Coordinates set. Land of Wind, Roarin. Be careful. Madarumi offered a word of caution. Naruto responded with a reassuring smile, then turned and stepped through the portal of Yamatsu Hirasaka. A low, resonant hum filled the air as the portal slowly closed behind him. Naruto found himself at the ruins of Roarin. Going back to the past, it might change so many things. There's a good chance I'll run into my old man from back then. Well, I'll just have to erase their memories afterward. With that, Naruto arrived before the sealing array of the Ryomaiku. Has Mikade already come through? Did he sense danger and run off when the shinobi world began to change? Naruto gripped the ninja blade embedded in the array. He let his senses expand, feeling his way along the formation and heading underground. So this is the power of the... As I thought, its essence is natural energy, and it carries the unique aura of the shinobi world. My assumptions were right. If I use the Ryomaicu's chakra to maintain the Shikkotsu forest barrier, all the things I imagined before should be possible. But to use the Ryomaicu's chakra, it's best to break the seal here. This spot is like striking at the heart of the Ryomaiku. I should set up another teleportation barrier underground. Otherwise, the Ryomaicu's chakra will lose too much power on its way to Shikkotsu forest. With these thoughts, Naruto slowly turned, gazing into the distance beyond the ruins of Roarin. It'll take some time for the Shikkotsu forest barrier to fully fuse with the Ryomaicu's chakra. I might as well deal with the affairs in the Land of Water in the meantime. With that, he released his grip on the ninja blade. Unlocking the seal did not mean pulling out the blade. He straightened up, deciding to wait a little before breaking the seal. For now, there was one more thing. The Lost Tower, along with a lost past. In the distance, a lone figure appeared. She had long, flowing crimson hair and clear, pale violet eyes. In this way, it was clear this was Sarah's form. Sarah slowly approached Naruto. The wind swept up sand all around. Now, the Land of Wind had undergone great changes. Yet many places remained untouched. The ruins of Roarin were one such place. You've worked hard, Naruto said softly. Sarah shook her head and walked to the edge of the deep pit. The one above is the first seal. Below, that's where the true seal on the Ryomaicu chakra lies. Naruto nodded slightly. His earlier sensing had already told him as much. It's been nearly 20 years. I think. I can't quite remember anymore. The remaining people of Roarin. When I learned Konoha was going to host the Chunin exams, not long after, changes swept the ninja world. I sent them all to Tsunade. I've been the only one here ever since. As she spoke, Sarah bowed deeply to Naruto. The real me. I asked that you bring Sarah back. With that, the white Zetsu would clone Sarah stepped up to Naruto, reaching out to rest a hand on his shoulder. Then, before their eyes, the white Zetsu would clone Sarah began to take on the color of wood. Slowly, she transformed into a tree. A tree standing amidst the ruins of Roarin. A tree rising from the desert. Naruto reached out and infused the tree with a trace of his own primordial power. The chakra within the white Zetsu would clone, Sarah, had long since been depleted. Surviving until now, she was already nothing more than ordinary wood. Had Naruto arrived a bit sooner, perhaps he could have drawn her back into himself. After glancing up at the tree, Naruto pushed off gently with his toes, his body rising slowly. Then, he plunged down into the depths of the abyss. After absorbing the power of the source, the great tree's countless roots spread out, covering the entire surface of the abyss. There was no longer any need to expose the 7-inch point of the Dragon Vein chakra. In the underground palace, Naruto arrived at the spot where 4 statues stood. A 3-pronged kunai was embedded in a stone that resembled an eye. All around, the stone was densely inscribed with sealing incantations and symbols. Approaching the 3-pronged kunai, Naruto formed hand seals with both hands. Slowly, the kunai began to rise into the air. As it floated up, representing the activation of the sealing technique, it drifted gently into Naruto's palm. At the same moment, the ceiling incantations on the floor began to surge and writhe. Suddenly, a surge of purple chakra burst forth. It rose in swirling currents, like a torrent of wind. A thunderous roar echoed through the chamber. The underground ceiling structures shattered in an instant. The dragon vein chakra erupted completely out of control. Brilliant purple light flooded the entire underground palace. Naruto's body shimmered with elemental energy. Leaving behind several wooden clones to keep order, he strode toward the pillar of purple chakra erupting from the dragon vein. He glanced back. His wooden clones had already suppressed the worst of the dragon vein's rampage. With a slight nod, Naruto stepped fully into the pillar of purple chakra light. A deep, resonant hum filled the air as the dragon vein's chakra surged upward before his eyes. A peculiar spatial ripple began to form around him. Naruto narrowed his eyes. So, this was the sensation of space and time flowing backward? Gently, he allowed his eyes to close as the reversal of time and space began. Soon, Naruto sensed that the turbulent flow of time and space around him had faded away. A soft, melodious voice reached his ears. Rising sunlight, fervent longing. O dragon vein that must be protected, draw your white blade and gaze toward the sky. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and looked up. He felt as though he stood within a tall tower. Above him, 5 round openings pierced the ceiling, sunlight streaming down through each one. Grains of sand, all swept into chaos. O radiant, blossoming sun, follow the spiral path. Naruto turned his head. A figure came into view. She sat atop the ruins, gazing up at the 5 holes in the ceiling. Tears trailed from the corners of her eyes. Long red hair cascaded down, her eyes a gentle lavender hue. Sarah, Naruto called softly. Sarah spun around abruptly. 2 fresh trails of tears marked her cheeks. Without a word, she turned and fled. Naruto didn't give chase. He surveyed his surroundings. This moment, as expected, I've arrived here. After Sarah left through the exit, Naruto also made his way to the doorway. 2 puppets, clad in black and controlled by threads of dragon vein chakra, emerged. Upon seeing Naruto, they immediately launched several kunai in his direction. A ripple of violet energy shimmered before Naruto, forming a barrier. The kunai lost all momentum as they passed through the barrier. The 2 strange puppets charged at him as well. Yet the instant they crossed the violet barrier and came before Naruto, they collapsed into pieces. Puppet parts scattered across the floor. At that moment, the exit door sealed shut. She's still just a stubborn little girl, Naruto murmured, shaking his head. He looked up and soared toward the ceiling. Crackle. Steel columns extended from each of the 5 round holes. At the outermost edge, a layer of glass blocked the way. Naruto's gaze rose, and the glass shattered on its own. He stepped out of the underground palace and arrived in Lauren. At this moment, the sun was shining brightly. Looking around, the architecture of Lulon came into view. It was steeped in a medieval atmosphere, and of course, the craftsmanship and quality of these buildings were, without a doubt, superior to those of present-day Konoha. The centipede, huh? Just perfect to bring back. Great-grandfather will probably be delighted with it. Though it's turned itself into something like a scorpion puppet, no matter. As long as I extract its core power and infuse it into white Zetsu, I can still take it away. Naruto made his way toward the buildings of Lulon. Those sprawling, endless structures held many techniques worth studying. Just then, 3 puppets appeared. Each one was controlled by thin threads of purple chakra trailing from their backs. Those threads of purple chakra originated from a single pipeline that ran throughout Lulon. At the end of that pipeline stood the tallest building in Lulon, crowned with a spherical dome. The sphere was covered in intricate ceiling scripts. A sharp sound sliced through the air. The moment the 3 puppets spotted Naruto, they immediately fired a volley of kunai at him. At the same time, their hands morphed into different weapons, launching an attack straight at Naruto. Another sharp sound. One of the puppets raised its arm, revealing a cannon barrel, and unleashed a beam of purple chakra. But as these attacks reached Naruto, they simply lost all effect. So, this is chakra from the dragon vein, transformed and repurposed. A rapid, crackling energy filled the air. A ball of purple chakra formed in Naruto's hand. The dragon vein chakra Rasengan. A low, vibrant hum resonated. In the next instant, wind chakra swirled within the dragon vein Rasengan. Dragon vein chakra Rasen Shuriken. P.S. If that sounds pretty good. A sharp whoosh split the silence. The dragon vein chakra Rasen Shuriken shot forth. In an instant, it sliced the 3 puppets cleanly in half at the waist. Yet, the dragon vein chakra Rasen Shuriken did not vanish, nor did it explode. Instead, it circled back, returning neatly to Naruto's palm. He cast a glance at the puppets, which were rapidly reassembling themselves. A simple structure, most of their strength comes from the dragon vein chakra. Their materials are unusual, and the puppets can even merge with one another. Quite an inventive design. In the blink of an eye, the 3 puppets that had just been severed were restored to their original state. Meanwhile, atop a distant tower, 3 more puppets appeared. Naruto tapped the tip of his foot lightly. His body vanished in an instant. He reappeared on the ground below. With a rush, exhaust ports opened on the backs of the 6 puppets. Beams of violet light shot out. It was unmistakably dragon vein chakra. They're incredibly fast. To call them puppets almost seems wrong. They're more like vessels for the dragon vein chakra. Naruto narrowed his eyes. These little toys might actually work well with Kurama's chakra. The technology Centipede mastered is rather practical. Bringing them back will be more useful than simply destroying them. As his words faded, the 6 puppets appeared overhead, converging above Naruto. The dragon vein chakra, Raisin shuriken in his hand, gradually dissipated. I'll hang on to these puppets for now. With that, a storage scroll appeared in his hand. Whoosh! All 6 puppets attacked at once. Kunai slashed, dragon vein chakra surged, and shimmering threads of dragon vein chakra lashed out. In a flash, a golden figure darted past. Watch out! Masked, with flowing golden hair, he tried to pull Naruto away. But in the very next second, the blonde man in the mask froze. Because, just as he was about to use the Flying Thunder God technique, he discovered that the move, which had never failed him before, suddenly wouldn't work. And the puppets' attacks were upon him. A low, vibrating hum sounded. The blonde masked man spun around, drew out a 3-pronged kunai, and prepared to block the incoming strikes. Behind the mask, his pupils narrowed sharply. He found that as the attacks approached, it was as if some unseen force stopped them in their tracks. All the kunai clattered to the ground, and the chakra of the dragon vein vanished without a trace. Partial multi-size technique. A voice rang out. At the same moment, a gigantic palm appeared above the 6 puppets. With a thunderous crash, the palm slammed down, smashing all 6 puppets to the ground. Just then, another figure appeared. He, too, wore a mask and carried a massive gourd strapped to his back. Raising his hand, countless tiny black insects swarmed out from the gourd behind him. Ninja art. Insect sphere. With a sharp, whooshing sound, the swarm of insects instantly engulfed the 6 puppets. They burrowed into the puppets' bodies, jamming their joints. After twitching on the ground for a few moments, all 6 puppets fell still. At the same time, dense clusters of tiny insects poured out from within the puppets. What's going on? Choza Akimichi turned his head. Minato shook his head slowly and gently removed his mask. I'm not sure. Maybe I was too nervous, and that's what caused it. Shibi Aburame also took off his mask. Minato, do you know who he is? Minato glanced back at Naruto. Both the boy's face and hairstyle looked remarkably similar to his own. He had his suspicions, but didn't dare to confirm them. These are puppets that have been enhanced with the chakra of the dragon vein. We need to be careful. After briefly explaining about the puppets, Minato turned to Naruto and asked, You're a ninja from Konoha, aren't you? We're from Konoha as well. Naruto shook his head. I'm a ninja from the land of Konoha. The land of Konoha. The 3 exchanged looks, their faces filled with confusion. Meanwhile, deep within the dragon vein, the centipede slowly opened its eyes. So my puppet army has been crushed just like that. Huh, that must be Uzumaki Naruto, right? Impressive, as expected of someone who can change the entire ninja world. However, it seems he's arrived a little too late. Here in Rorin, I am invincible. Elsewhere, a loud explosion echoed. People were gathering, as if celebrating a grand festival. Fireworks and firecrackers lit up the sky without pause. Your Majesty, the Queen. The crowd cheered and called out for their queen. Atop the towering spire that symbolized the power of the dragon vein, Sarah sat cross-legged within the royal palace. She softly hummed a song her mother had taught her, her mind drifting back to memories of resting her head on her mother's lap as a child. That very place was the underground palace where Naruto had first met her. Just as she was lost in her memories, the doors to the palace swung open. A voice called out, Your Majesty Sarah, what are you doing? Sarah turned around slowly to see the centipede entering. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. The centipede approached her. The people are eager to praise you. They can hardly wait. Now, they wish to celebrate both Your Majesty Sarah and your mother. Your Majesty Sarah, please stand before the people now and show them your smile. Sarah let a faint smile appear on her lips. Understood, and Lushan. With that, she stood up and dashed out of the palace. When she reappeared, she was already on the viewing platform. Her attire had changed into the regal garments of the Queen of Lulon. Behind her followed 2 puppets, both clad in the uniforms of royal guards. Wearing a gentle smile, she stepped forward to the edge of the platform. She gazed down at the crowd of cheering citizens below. Raising her hand, she gave them a graceful wave. Although she couldn't make out the faces of the citizens below, the sound of their voices clearly reached her ears. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out from behind one of the puppets. With a sharp smack, Sarah felt a forceful push against her back. Caught completely off guard, she widened her eyes in shock and let out a startled cry. She lost her balance and tumbled forward. The moment her foot landed on the very edge of the platform. With a thunderous crash, the supposedly sturdy platform shattered beneath her step. Sarah's mind went blank, and a piercing scream escaped her lips. In the distance, Naruto glanced at the young Minato Namikaze, as well as Choza Akimichi, Choji's father, and Shibi Aburame, Shino's father. With a swift movement, in the blink of an eye, Naruto soared towards Sarah. He caught her effortlessly, as if it were the easiest thing in the world. Glancing at the citizens below, he gently brought Sarah down to the ground. At that moment, Sarah was curled up in his arms, her body trembling uncontrollably. You didn't fall. It's safe to open your eyes now. Naruto's voice rang out softly. Only then did Sarah slowly open her eyes, and the first thing she saw was a handsome face, somewhat unfamiliar, yet with a trace of recognition. After her initial fright, Sarah raised her hand, ready to strike Naruto's face. Take a look at the situation, Naruto said softly. As if startled out of trance, Sarah instantly regained her composure. She realized she was being held in Naruto's arms. No, to be precise, she had instinctively curled up against him for protection. Quickly, she lowered the hand she had just raised. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Taking a deep breath, Sarah introduced herself. I am Sarah, Queen of Rorin. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. We met once in the underground palace, Naruto replied. Sarah blinked, only now recalling that she had indeed seen Naruto not long ago. Slowly, Naruto bent down, letting her feet gently touch the ground. Thank you. Sarah blushed at the tenderness of his gesture. In Naruto, she sensed a warmth that felt profoundly familiar. She found herself reluctant to leave the comfort of his embrace. The feeling was a bit embarrassing, yet she could not deny its presence. Naruto, of course, noticed her hesitation, for he knew it was the effect of the Dragon Vein's chakra. In the future, he would come to master the power of the Dragon Vein himself. Do you know why you fell just now? Naruto asked suddenly. Sarah turned her head aside. It felt like someone pushed me from behind. It wasn't just a feeling, that's exactly what happened. But Sarah suddenly grew agitated. Yet, when she saw the gentle smile still lingering on Naruto's face, she looked away, unable to meet his gaze. At the same time, she quickly softened her voice. No one want to harm me. You saw it yourself, didn't you? All those people, welcoming me with such passion and devotion. Naruto shook his head. That's just how it is. It's only natural for you to find it hard to accept. After all, this scheme was set in motion from your childhood. Like your mother, you possess the power to control the Dragon Vein. Sarah tried to argue back, but Naruto waved his hand. Soon, I'll show you the truth myself. And besides, are you sure the ones welcoming you are actually people? Sarah's face was first clouded with confusion. Then, suddenly, her pupils shrank and her heart began to race. Yet, deep down, something in her refused to believe it could be true. Naruto didn't push her to face reality all at once. Just then, a swift movement. Minato and his 2 companions caught up to them. The sudden appearance of the 3 startled Sarah, and she quickly ducked behind Naruto. But once she saw the masks on their faces, she slowly stepped back out. Our mission is to protect Her Majesty the Queen. Minato looked at Naruto and let out a weary sigh. There's no helping it, though I'd rather not say. We received a top-secret assignment and came here from Konoha. If I'm not mistaken, you must be someone from the future. The reason we didn't want to tell you is because when a person from the future gets entangled with this era, it can cause a drastic change in the flow of time. This era is probably about 20 years before your own. Naruto shook his head again. Dad, do you really think I'm that clueless? Besides, I have a mirror, and so do you. We both know what we look like. A sudden, thunderous silence fell. When Minato finally heard that title spoken aloud, he was left stunned, his breath quickening. Choza Akimichi and Shibi Aburame were also caught off guard, but their reactions were nowhere near as shaken as Minato's. After all, they had already been surprised when Naruto fought against the puppets. Minato nodded dully, then gave a wry smile. So it really is like that. I'll erase your memories afterwards. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You're not planning to erase mine too, are you? Minato nodded solemnly. Naruto chuckled. No need for that. You can just erase your own memories. I don't need it, because I'll be returning to the future. The three of them frowned at first, but after thinking it over, it did make sense. As long as the three of them erased their memories, the future wouldn't change. And since Naruto himself came from the future, whether his memory was erased or not wouldn't really matter once he returned. All right then, Minato said, scratching his head with a soft laugh. Then, with a more serious tone, he continued. It wasn't hard for me to guess you're from the future, because 6 years ago, there was already a ninja from the future. Just like you, he suddenly appeared out of nowhere. His name was Mizukage. So, both you and Mizukage came here because of time-space ninjutsu. It's very likely connected to the Ryumayaku. Minato's smile faded. Even so, he still looked strikingly handsome. As long as we defeat Mizukage, you'll be able to return to the past. There's a dormant Ryumayaku power beneath Rorin. Mizukage used that power to create puppet weapons. When Minato finished, Naruto nodded in reply. I know. My purpose in coming here is for the Ryumayaku's power, and for someone else. My purpose in coming here is for the Ryumayaku's chakra, and for someone else. Just as Naruto finished speaking, Sarah interrupted their conversation. Enough. Stop talking. Nonsense. It wasn't a ninja called Centipede who came here 6 years ago. It was an outstanding man named Lushan. As she spoke, Sarah walked toward Naruto. Now, as a minister, Lushan has inherited my mother's wishes and works tirelessly for this city. He is a man who loves peace. How could he possibly be the weapon maker that you're accusing him of being? Minato looked at her. Your Majesty. I'm sorry, but you've been deceived by that man. I can't believe that, Sarah retorted passionately. Then tell me, why did your mother die? Why doesn't Lushan treat you as if you were his own daughter? And why were you almost pushed off again today? Naruto's three-pointed questions made Sarah instinctively take several steps back. She wanted to argue, but when she looked at Naruto's face, she just couldn't bring herself to. That strange feeling inside her only grew stronger. It's because you, too, can control the chakra of the Ryumayaku. You inherited your mother's power, and, at the same time, you're still naive, easily manipulated. You're talking nonsense, Sarah stammered, unable to meet Naruto's eyes. Why don't you go and see for yourself? Naruto said with a gentle smile. Fine, I will. Sarah huffed, like a child who hadn't quite grown up, and ran off without another word, watching her figure disappear into the distance. Minato hesitated, then exchanged a glance with Choza Akimichi and Shibi Aburame. Finally, he asked uncertainly, for one person, is it her? Naruto gave a slight nod. There's no need to hide anything. Come to think of it, he rarely has such an obvious purpose. The Tower of the Lost. Maybe we shouldn't call it Lost anymore. A slight smile played at the corner of Naruto's mouth. She'll understand the truth soon enough. You can come along if you want. As for Centipede's whereabouts, I already know. The three of them remained silent. Naruto didn't press the matter. He simply waved his hand and said, You're welcome to keep searching for Centipede if you wish. I won't be joining you. The future will be very exciting. With that, Naruto turned and walked off in the direction where Sarah had disappeared. After his figure vanished as well, Choza Akimichi couldn't help but speak up. Minato, this kid is truly exceptional. I feel a tremendous pressure from him. Shibi Aburame nodded in quiet agreement. Yes, my insects, ever since meeting him, it's as if they've fallen ill. It feels like we've come face to face with some terrifying opponent. In Minato's mind, Kushina's image surfaced. Yes, just as outstanding as his mother. Should we continue searching for Centipede? Choza asked. Minato narrowed his eyes. He doesn't seem to be lying. In that case, let's follow behind them, and do our best to avoid being discovered. Both Choza and Shibi found Minato's decision reasonable. Just in case, I'll send out a few insects to scout around. After leaving behind a handful of insects, Shibi quickly joined Minato and Choza as they vanished in a flash. Meanwhile, after departing, Sarah once again made her way toward the palace atop the tall tower. I will prove in Lushan's innocence. Sarah could hardly believe her own words as she spoke them. Lost in thought, she was suddenly startled when a shadowy figure appeared in the corridor and swiftly pulled her into a storage room. The world before her plunged into darkness. It was only after her eyes adjusted to the dim light that she realized the usually abandoned storage room was now crowded with masked figures. Each one held a weapon of some sort. But more than swords or clubs, most wielded farming tools, shovels, hoes, and rakes clutched tightly in their hands. At the front stood a woman, also masked. Sarah, terrified, pressed herself against the door, her face filled with disbelief. Are these people? Could someone truly want to take my life? The masked woman at the front stepped forward, scrutinizing Sarah. Are you really Queen Sarah? Sarah drew a deep breath, summoning all the composure befitting a queen. I am Queen Sarah, she declared. If you wish to take my life, then do it openly and honorably. No sooner had she spoken than the massed crowd raised their weapons in unison. Sarah's body instinctively trembled with fear. Get back to us. Their voices rang out together. Give what back? Sarah didn't know, but she understood one thing. These people would not let her go so easily. A cold shiver of fear crept through her. At that moment, the door creaked open. Naruto walked in. The instant Sarah saw him, all fear melted away. She quickly darted behind him for protection. Naruto glanced around the dark room. In the next instant, the light switch flicked on by itself. The once gloomy room was suddenly bathed in bright light. The woman at the front, surprised by the change, wasted no time. She pulled off her mask with a resolute gesture. She revealed a delicate and gentle face beneath her mask. Seeing her like this, the other masked figures also pulled off their own masks one after another. It was only then that Sarah realized that the people who had kidnapped her were actually a group of old people, women, and children. I'm Saleh. I'm not a bad person, stammered a chubby boy with rabbit teeth. The woman at the front looked at Naruto and spoke softly. My apologies for our rudeness. My name is Mikiko. As she spoke, she gave Naruto a slight, respectful bow. We simply have a favor to ask of Her Majesty, Queen Sarah. Sarah let out a sigh of relief, but remained puzzled. What is it that you want me to return? Their fathers, relatives, and friends. In short, the men of Rorin. Sarah frowned, looking at Naruto in confusion. But Naruto simply shook his head. Come on, let's go meet the citizens who are so eager to welcome you. Then you'll understand. With that, he was the first to step out the door. Sarah hurried to follow him. Mikiko and Saleh exchanged a glance, then turned to the elders and children. Wait here. That ninja seems to know something important. After saying this, the two of them followed outside. Out in the hallway, Sarah glanced down and couldn't help but exclaim, the parade looks especially beautiful from up here. Naruto shook his head. Let's go down and see it up close. With those words, he simply scooped Sarah up in his arms. Sarah gave a startled cry, but in the next instant, she wrapped her arms tightly around Naruto's neck. Naruto leapt straight through the window, soaring down toward the crowd below. Mikiko and Saleh hurried to catch the elevator down. Once they reached the ground and saw the parade goers, Sarah immediately sensed that something was wrong. So beautiful. This magnificent parade is being held by Lushan. Because of my mother's passing, to encourage me in my grief and to lift the spirits of the people, we held a parade. Naruto set her down. So, when you fell today, you didn't care at all? Sarah fell silent at once. But Sarai, who had caught up, scoffed. That's strange, isn't it? Sarah retorted with a hint of anger. What's so strange about it? Sarai replied. Everyone says that Her Majesty Sarah is nothing but a puppet princess. Naruto patted her on the shoulder. When you face these people, do you put on the airs of a queen? Sarah shook her head quickly. No, it's not like that. Mako chimed in as well. Forgive me, Your Majesty. But what Sarai says does have a point. Everyone's families. One morning, they were all taken away. It was by your order, Your Majesty. Sarah's anger flared. She was about to argue, but held herself back at the last moment. Her tone softened. I never gave such an order. Without another word, Naruto took her by the hand and led her toward the crowd. It really doesn't make sense. Sarah looked confused, but obediently kept her questions to herself. For some reason, the longer she spent with Naruto, the more she felt a sense of closeness. It was a strange feeling. Naruto shook his head. Why would anyone use people to make puppets? You already have the power of the Rimayaku at your command. Never mind. Naruto brought Sarah to the back of the parade procession. He reached out and pulled someone over from the crowd. Well then, Your Majesty, here are the people who are enthusiastically welcoming you. Sarah's pupils contracted sharply. All the color drained from her face in an instant. She broke free from Naruto's hand and turned to run. Still trying to run away, aren't you? Naruto's words seemed to hold a strange power, and Sarah's steps came to a halt. Her shoulders trembled. Naruto casually tossed aside the puppet dressed in the commoner's clothes. Don't you want to see your revered mother's killer, Centipede, or should I say, in Lushan? Sarah turned back, her shoulders still shaking, and tears were already streaming down her cheeks. And just then, above them, on the platform where she had stood before, a queen appeared, dressed in royal robes, her long red hair flowing. She was mimicking Sarah's gestures, waving down to the crowd of puppet commoners below. The queen's face, too, was unmistakably a puppet. Sarah felt as if the world was collapsing around her. Everything was true, even though she'd had her suspicions lately. As long as the truth hadn't been laid bare before her, she had chosen to trust in Lushan. But now all of that was gone. In agony, she shut her eyes and collapsed to the ground, wrapping her arms around her knees. After a moment of silence, she suddenly began to hum the Dragon Vein song, her mother's favorite melody in life. Naruto came over and crouched down in front of her. He gently patted her head. Do you know why I came here from the future? Sarah looked up, her face streaked with tears, fragile and beautiful. After my mother was gone, and Lushan was all I had left, there was no one else I could depend on. The very next moment, Sarah flung herself into Naruto's arms. I know. I overheard you talking to the Konoha ninja. Was it for me? Naruto patted her back and lifted her up in his embrace. It was indeed because of you. He looked up at the towering buildings of Lulan. I've known about this place for a long time. In my memory, this place was called the Lost Tower. Lost Tower, Sarah echoed in confusion. Naruto chuckled softly. Well, it's not called the Lost Tower anymore. Come on, let's go deal with the centipede. After that, I'll take you back to the future. But, Lulan, I'm the queen of Lulan. There will still be a queen of Lulan. As he spoke, Naruto's body shimmered with energy, and a white Zetsu-style wooden clone materialized behind him. Naruto gave Sarah a meaningful look, gesturing for her to reach out and touch it. A love that crosses time itself? That phrase drifted through Sarah's mind. She stretched out her hand and gently pressed it to the clone's forehead. In an instant, the wooden clone transformed to look exactly like her. She'll take over your duty. In the end, Lulan will become a wasteland. There's no changing that. If you really try to change it, the future itself will be upended. But she will lead the people of Lulan onward. Lulan may vanish, yes, but its people won't disappear. In the future, she'll guide them out of the desert. As the queen who could command the power of the Dragon Vein, Sarah was never just an ordinary person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have felt this way about Naruto. Because, in the future, when Naruto himself steps into the pillar of purple light given off by the Dragon Vein chakra, he will have already gained the world's acknowledgement, the Dragon Vein's acknowledgement. Sarah gazed into Naruto's deep blue eyes, then gently leaned against his chest. I understand now. Mother, I have someone to rely on. It must have been the Dragon Vein that heard my call and brought him here from the future. In the distance, Choza Akimichi nudged Minato. Minato, this kid, he seems even more popular than you. Shibi Aburame nodded. Yes, in the blink of an eye, he's already won over Her Majesty the Queen. Minato watched Naruto's practice manner and turned his head away. I didn't teach him that. Was it Kushina who taught him? Choza asked. It wasn't Kushina, either. Then who did? I have no idea. Minato shook his head. Let's go. It looks like he's heading off to deal with the centipede, Shibi reminded them. Minato looked down and saw Naruto carrying Sarah deeper into the heart of Rorin. It probably wasn't me. Ahem, it definitely wasn't Kushina or me who taught him that, right? This exhaust vent is the junction, the relay station that connects and transmits the Dragon Vein's energy throughout the entire city. The answer lies beneath us, Naruto said softly. Sarah replied with a gentle murmur. Aren't you going to go down and see for yourself? He asked. Sarah shook her head, breathing in deeply and greedily as she nestled in his arms. Naruto could only smile helplessly, surprised at how much help the Dragon Vein was giving him. He turned back to Sarah and Mako and said, Your family is just down below. I'll bring them up for you in a moment, so you don't need to go down there yourselves. Really? Sarah asked. Naruto smiled reassuringly. Beside him, Minato added, If your family truly is down there, we'll make sure they're brought up safely. Mako bowed deeply to Naruto, then took Sarah's hand and led her away. The door creaked open. Shibi Aburame lifted the grate of the vent. It's just down below. Choza Akimichi was the first to leap down. Shibi Aburame followed, right behind him. Minato glanced at Naruto, then jumped down as well. Let's go. The centipede is right beneath us. As he spoke, his body began to float gently downward. He descended toward the area below. When Naruto brought Sarah down after him, Choza Akimichi and Shibi Aburame were already investigating the situation below. Meanwhile, Minato was quietly and carefully searching along the pipes. Suddenly, bang. But Naruto was nothing like the rest. He wasn't the least bit cautious. The situation was, as he remembered, nothing unexpected. So there was no need for the initial stealth anymore. He stomped right through a pipe with a heavy foot. The noise was thunderous. The puppets below, who had been supervising the men of Rorin at work, all looked up in unison. The three, Minato, Choza, and Shibi, were all stunned. Was that a ninja? Choza Akimichi and Shibi Aburame turned to look at Minato. Minato could only smile wryly and shake his head. It wasn't me. Absolutely not. That overwhelming presence and style. It's got Kushina written all over it. Sarah blinked, surprised by Naruto's directness, she hadn't expected this either. Of course, the puppets below wasted no time and surged upward immediately. There were a lot of them. And, after all, this was a puppet factory. Seriously, with the power of the dragon vein, he could control countless puppets. Why go through the trouble of using manual labor for all this? To be honest, Naruto couldn't figure it out either. Still, the technology under the centipede's command was quite impressive. The buildings of Rorin were all powered by the chakra of the dragon vein. But it was the centipede who had built all of this. The puppets surged forward in unison, and Minato called out in a low voice, "Be careful. Partial expansion jutsu. Ninja art. Insect sphere technique." Before the three of them could act, Naruto had already made his move. He slowly raised his hand and aimed it at the incoming puppets. Shinran Tensei. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. A powerful repulsion field erupted. Every puppet that rushed at them was sent flying backward. They crashed hard into the wall behind. Naruto glanced down at the Dragon Vein formation, where 4 statues stood guard. That's the Dragon Veins formation. As long as I get over there, I can seal it. With a small nod, Naruto lifted Sarah and flew across. As they passed over the citizens of Rorin who had been captured and forced into labor below, Naruto moved his fingers slightly, and a surge of chakra burst forth, manifesting as countless fine chakra threads. With a sharp snap, in an instant, he broke the chains restraining the people of Rorin below. The sound of iron chains shattering echoed everywhere. Confusion filled the eyes of the Rorin citizens. "Everyone, follow us and leave this place. There's about to be a battle here. It's the Queen of Rorin who's come to save you. Hurry, come with me." Seeing this, Minato and his companions immediately began guiding the freed citizens to join them. "Choza, Shibi, I'll leave them to you. Get them to the surface as quickly as possible. Also, Mukade might send a large puppet army after them, so I'll be counting on you to protect everyone." Choza Akimichi and Shibi Aburame exchanged glances, then nodded firmly. Choza patted Minato's shoulder. "Don't get carried away with the excitement. Stay alert, and if anything happens, send up a signal right away." That's right. With so many puppets under his control, even that child, no matter how strong, will eventually run out of strength, Shibi Aburame added as a reminder. Only then did the two of them begin to organize the people of Rorin, leading them to leave by the path they had come. Choza Akimichi used a partial multi-size technique, carrying those townspeople who were too exhausted to walk. Minato took a deep breath. The real battle is about to begin, isn't it? Without hesitation, he flung several 3-pronged kunai through the air. Meanwhile, Naruto had already brought Sarah to the Rorin chakra array. Reluctantly, Sarah stepped away from Naruto's embrace. She walked into the heart of the array. "Are we going to seal it?" Naruto nodded slightly. "Let's seal it. If the Dragon Veins chakra remains, it'll only draw the covetous eyes of the other 5 great shinobi villages. In the future, the Dragon Veins chakra will always be sealed away." Sarah nodded, showing she understood. She then knelt before the Dragon Vein chakra array, her hands interlaced. "In the name of the Queen, I command you," she proclaimed. With those words, she slowly stretched out her hands. Sever the power of the Dragon Vein. Suppress its strength. A deep, resonating hum filled the air as she finished speaking, and the ceiling stone beneath, shaped like an eye, began to glow with a violet light. "By royal decree, let it be done." Sarah pressed her hands slowly downward. The violet barrier responded, sinking beneath her palms. All the light was drawn back into the stone eye. Layer upon layer of violet rings appeared on the surface of the array. Shortly after, the stone eye slowly closed, swallowing the last remnants of the sealing script, every rune dissolving into the closed stone. The factory came to an abrupt halt. Countless puppet parts, densely packed on the conveyor belts, stopped moving all at once. Meanwhile, at this very moment, all the buildings in Lulon lost their power supply as well. The city, once radiant and bright, was now plunged into darkness. Suddenly, countless strands of purple chakra, released by the Dragon Vein, shot down from above like streaks of lightning. Sarah hurried to Naruto's side. Naruto glanced at the rapidly assembling puppet parts. "What are you doing here?" A voice rang out. It was 100-Foot. Sarah looked up. There, on the viewing platform inside the factory, a familiar figure slowly emerged. "Lushan." 100-Foot paid Sarah no mind. Instead, he gave Naruto a respectful bow. "Uzumaki Naruto." Sarah spoke out angrily. "I've already stopped the Dragon Vein's flow. I won't allow this power to be used for war. As your queen, I order you to cease all puppet weapon development." After speaking, Sarah blinked and asked softly, "Did that sound queenly enough?" Naruto's lips curled into a faint smile. "Honestly, you sounded more like a fool." Up above, 100-foot let out a disdainful laugh. So, you know this much already? In that case, I can't let you live any longer. Are we really doing this? Naruto thought. The puppet army has already been completed. And now, we no longer need you to control the dragon vein's power. In a flash, a three-pronged kunai appeared. With a sharp snap, the kunai sliced right through 100-foot's throat. In a blur, the flying thunder god technique activated. Minato materialized behind 100-foot, catching the spinning kunai in midair. The situation is dire. Whether he lives or dies is no longer our concern. 100-foot's pupils contracted, his body swaying on the edge of collapse. But in the very next instant, the wound in his neck closed up as if nothing had happened. Shocked, Minato quickly leaped back. Puppets. Centipede gazed down at Naruto, who stood unmoved and spoke in a low voice. It's been 6 years, and yet, I still couldn't evade you, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto replied. So what are you planning to do? Since these puppets are already made, let's just seal them here. We'll return to the future together and dig them up again. Out of humanitarian concern, Naruto still asked Centipede if he was willing to surrender. Konoha Mitsukami was effective, but it would affect one's mind to a certain degree. That's why, when dealing with researchers, Naruto rarely used Konoha Mitsukami for control. I'm not Orochimaru. My ambition is to conquer the 5 great shinobi villages and rule the entire ninja world. Naruto shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the swarm of puppets behind him all froze in place. In the next instant, every puppet lost its connection to the chakra threads of the dragon vein. A great clatter followed. The puppets all collapsed at once. Centipede showed no surprise at this. You're even stronger than when I left the future, but here in Rorin, I am invincible. As he spoke, a massive puppet emerged behind Centipede. In Rorin, my power is limitless. Minato narrowed his eyes. He hurled a 3-pronged kunai. Shuriken, shadow clone technique. His hands flashed through a rapid series of seals. The 3-pronged kunai hurtling towards Centipede suddenly burst into a dazzling green light. As Minato finished his signs, the glowing kunai split into several more. Then, using these kunai as the center, thousands of kunai shot out in every direction. With a piercing whistle, they filled the air. The kunai spread out like an enormous net, covering both the centipede and the massive puppet looming behind it. A thunderous explosion erupted, rumbling through the air. What's more, those trident-shaped kunai, upon striking their targets, let out a deafening blast and all detonated at once. Naruto blinked, realizing that compared to some of the most powerful Hokage, this shuriken shadow clone technique was simply on another level. Minato's shuriken shadow clone jutsu had produced remarkable results. Both the centipede and the huge puppet behind it were left with varying degrees of damage across their bodies. But then, the moment the chakra of the dragon vein appeared, the centipede and the puppet behind it began to regenerate before his very eyes, their injuries healing at a visible rate. Naruto shook his head. Looks like words won't work here. He lifted his foot, as if invisible steps formed beneath him in midair, and walked steadily toward the centipede. The centipede narrowed its eyes and swept its long cloak behind it. Immediately, its body began to transform. It became a 6-legged puppet spider. This is my ultimate form. Naruto raised his hand, and the centipede's head flew straight into his grasp. Another crash. The body of the 6-legged puppet spider shattered instantly. Gripping the centipede's head, Naruto spoke, "You're different from Sasori." Sasori kept his heart. But in the end, there's always a weakness. You're clever and truly formidable. You gathered all your chakra into this puppet head. With the dragon vein chakra, here in Rorin, you really are immortal. Having said this, Naruto shook his head again. But there are so many things I just can't figure out. Forget it. I'm too tired to ask. As soon as he finished speaking, the forest fruit absorption technique was unleashed. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. What is this power? Arg! Centipede screamed in agony. In the next instant, all the original chakra lingering on the puppet's head was completely drawn into Naruto. Even the soul is bound within the chakra. Having the Rimayaka chakra in your hands is certainly no disgrace. Minato's eyes widened in astonishment. What was happening now? Was the battle really over just like that? Could his future son truly be this powerful? No wonder Minato was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, the power Naruto had just displayed was already beyond anything he could have imagined. Let's go. We need to head to the underground palace, seal away the Rimayaka chakra, and then it's time to return to our own era. But before we leave, there's something I need to take care of. What do you need to take care of? Sarah asked, curiosity in her voice. Minato was puzzled as well. Naruto simply gestured for them to leave first. Once they were gone, he pressed both hands downward. A thunderous rumble echoed beneath the factory. In the blink of an eye, a mass of vines erupted from below, swiftly filling every inch of the factory. The puppet was sealed inside as well. This way, even after we return to the future, as long as there's chakra, Centipede can still control them. At the same moment, Naruto's body began to elementalize, forming a white Zetsu-style wood clone. He placed his hand on the clone's forehead. He channeled all of Centipede's life force into it. In no time, the white Zetsu wood clone transformed into Centipede's likeness. Centipede's consciousness reawakened rapidly. Upon revival, Centipede's mind was still trapped in the last memories of being drained by Naruto and turned into nourishment. His terrified scream echoed through the space. The moment his eyes opened, they locked with Naruto's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kotoa Mitsukami. A low, resonant hum filled the air. Centipede's pupils contracted sharply. Immediately, his new body began to tremble uncontrollably. A few breaths later, Centipede slowly lifted his head, his expression blank. As he looked at Naruto, clarity gradually returned to his eyes. He slowly knelt before Naruto. Lord Naruto. Naruto gave a slight nod. With a wave of his hand, Centipede's body was sent hurtling toward the countless vines behind him. Several thick vines reached out, wrapping tightly around Centipede. Other vines sprang forth as well. Don't resist. When we return to the future, I'll wake you up. All this time will be enough for your body to fully transform into a puppet. As Naruto's words fell, the vines completely enveloped Centipede's body. Like a mummy, he was carried by the vines into the enormous puppet shell within. With that done, Naruto turned and flew toward the outside. Once he had left, the vines sealed off the exit behind him. Under Naruto's feet, a concentrated surge of chakra gathered and flowed into the vines, enough to sustain them until the future arrived. At that moment, the special white Zetsu wood clone, Sarah, approached from afar. Though called a wood clone, within it mingled a fragment of both his and Sarah's consciousness. I'll leave everything to you from here, Naruto said. The wood clone nodded slightly. So, you've already met the future version of me? Naruto simply chuckled, offering no reply. Let's go. With that, Naruto soared toward the underground palace. When he arrived, Sarah had already sealed the Ryamayaka chakra. Upon Naruto's arrival, Minato drew a deep breath. He took out his triple-bladed kunai and thrust it into the ice stone, his hands flashing through a rapid series of hand signs. Seal. Whoosh. The previously purple sealing script instantly turned green. The flow of the dragon vein chakra calmed, steadily receding back underground. It's done. Minato turned around, looking at Naruto with a smile. Sarah noticed the white light beginning to glow around Naruto and hurried over to him. Don't leave me behind. The corners of Naruto's mouth curled up in a gentle smile. My whole purpose in coming here was to take you to the future. How could I possibly leave you? As he spoke, he reached out and ruffled Sarah's hair. At that moment, the power of the dragon vein manifested. Sarah's body, too, began to shimmer with a white glow. Naruto glanced at Minato. Then he looked toward Choza Akimichi and Shibi Aburame. The two of them nodded slightly. Finally, Naruto turned his gaze to Kakashi, who stood off to the side with his signature dead fish eyes. Bang! What was that for? Why did you kick me? Kakashi, who had been striking a pose with one hand on his hip, was knocked flat by Naruto's kick, landing face first in the dirt. Grumbling, he got to his feet, brushing himself off. Minato stepped out from the ceiling array. It's time for you all to return to your own era. He looked at Naruto, an unmistakable trace of reluctance in his eyes. Then he glanced at Kakashi, who had turned away, looking thoroughly annoyed. Kakashi, the mission this time was a success. Naruto, it's time to go back. It's a shame, but the moment for farewell has come. Choza Akimichi and Shibi Aburame walked over as well. To avoid changing history, it's best if all our memories of this place are forgotten. How about we both use the art of forgetting on each other? I have faith that, in the future, we will meet again. With those words, Minato gazed deeply at Naruto. Then he turned to Sarah and said, Your Majesty, until we meet again. Sarah softly murmured her assent, reaching out to gently embrace Naruto's arm. Minato formed hand seals with both hands. At the same moment, Choza Akimichi, Shibi Aburame, and Kakashi also began weaving hand signs. Erase. All four pressed their palms to the ground at once. In an instant, a myriad of intricate incantations flared to life. The formation activated, and the three looked toward Minato together. Minato's lips curled into his signature, radiant smile, a small sun lighting up his face. If I ever have a son, I will raise him to be a ninja like you. A low, resonant hum filled the air. In the next instant, the jutsu was complete. Naruto, with Sarah at his side, was drawn out of the formation. The lights surrounding their bodies grew ever brighter. Suddenly, a single tear slipped down Sarah's cheek. What's wrong? It's nothing. It's just, I feel as though I might lose you somehow. Naruto. Naruto didn't pull away. Instead, he leaned down willingly. As their hands met, a brilliant light surged around them. And then, in a flash, both of them vanished without a trace. The jutsu faded, and Minato and the others awakened. They looked around at the now unfamiliar underground palace of Rorin, frowning in confusion. This technique, is it a memory-erasing jutsu? Minato asked in a low voice. It seems so. It feels like we've just gone through something, Choza added. So, are we still in Rorin right now? Shibi posed the crucial question. Everyone. At that moment, the great doors of the underground palace swung open. The white Zetsuwood clone, Sarah, walked in slowly. Behind her followed a crowd of Lulan citizens. Mission accomplished, said little Kakashi. The four of them walked over together. As they made their way through the crowd, someone suddenly kicked little Kakashi. A thunderous crash echoed through the air. In the future, the dragon vein chakra was still erupting. Or rather, from the moment Naruto went to the past and returned, only a single second had passed. The pillar of purple light shrank rapidly, visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, the wood clones all transformed back into trees, standing like formation nodes in an array. Once the pillar of purple light dissipated entirely, Naruto and Sarah appeared. A gentle smack rang out. Naruto opened his eyes and looked around. He released his sensory powers. Sarah, on the other hand, kept her eyes closed. All strength drained from her body, and she collapsed limply into his arms. Everything's exactly as it was before. The future hasn't changed. Behind him, his body turned elemental. He split off a white Zetsuwood clone. As for Centipede, I'll leave it to you to wake him up and bring him back to Orochimaru. The wood clone nodded slightly and vanished in the blink of an eye. Naruto closed his eyes and sensed the special Kamui space. Almost there. The Kamui space is an independent dimension. Now it's split into two regions. One belongs to the ninja world, the other to the pirate world. The time of fusion should coincide with the merging of the dragon vein chakra and the Shikkotsu forest barrier. Let's go, Your Majesty the Queen. Sarah blinked. Go where? Underground, to the source of the dragon vein. I set up a portal there. As he spoke, Naruto lifted Sarah into his arms, and she naturally wrapped her arms around his neck. The mayfly technique. Their bodies seemed to meld with the earth itself, swiftly sinking downward. Before long, they found themselves in a world awash with violet hues. So this is the source of the dragon vein. How beautiful! The chakra of the dragon vein flowed beneath them like an underground river, with countless violet crystals shimmering everywhere. If you ever want to see this again, we can always come back. Raising his hand, Naruto traced a circle in the air. A clear, ringing sound echoed in both of their minds. Yet in the real world, there wasn't a hint of movement. Then, a circular portal materialized before them. It was a teleportation array, derived from the Yomi no Hirasaka portal technique. Naruto unleashed a surge of ghostly power. The circular portal stabilized swiftly. At the same time, Dragon Vein Chakra surged toward the gateway. Let's go. A Yomi no Hirasaka portal appeared before them. Simultaneously, another Yomi no Hirasaka portal opened within the forest of wet bones. Carrying Sarah, Naruto stepped through. Sarah blinked in astonishment, the whole experience feeling so wondrous, as if she were dreaming. But soon, she sensed hostile eyes upon her. Naruto, Hancock called softly. Naruto set Sarah down and smiled gently at her. Wait for me a moment. I need to complete the fusion of the Dragon Vein Chakra with the Forest of Wet Bones barrier. With that, Naruto closed the Yomi no Hirasaka portal. He soared above the Forest of Wet Bones. Looking down, his pupils constricted. The entirety of the forest unfolded before his eyes. I'll place it right beneath the Forest of Wet Bones, he decided. Meanwhile, Sarah greeted the other women with a graceful bow. Hello, everyone. I am Sarah, the Queen of Lulan. Upon hearing this, Hancock raised an eyebrow and strode over to Sarah, looking down at her from above. I am Boa Hancock, the Pirate Empress. Empress? Sarah was startled in her heart as well. The slug hurried over to stand between the two of them. Lady Hancock, Lady Sarah. Sarah asked, why did you call her first? The slug was left speechless. Witnessing this exchange, Meitarumi couldn't help but smile. They hadn't met Kushina yet, otherwise their interactions would be quite different. Of course, they'd never met Kagaya Otsutsuki, one of the bosses of the household, either. Suddenly, Meitarumi felt both Sarah and Hancock's gazes fall upon her. The corners of her mouth lifted in a subtle smirk. I am Meitarumi, the fifth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village. Village chief? Both Sarah and Hancock blurted out at the same time. Then, they exchanged glances. Umph. Meitarumi chuckled inwardly. Are you looking down on me now? Umph, you two owe all of this to me. Not that Naruto would ever mention it. Just wait until you see me getting married before either of you. Let's see if you can keep that smug look then. No, forget it. I'm just an ordinary navigator. Nami. With Sarah and Hancock both staring at her, Nami could only muster up her courage and introduce herself. Sarah and Hancock nodded in unison again, as if sizing each other up, trying to determine who outranked whom. Meitarumi promptly took the slug by the hand and led her off the battlefield. Village women don't bother arguing with women from the desert, or those from the islands. Robin noticed the two looking her way, but unlike Nami, she showed no sign of timidity. Instead, she revealed a gentle, mature smile, exuding an intellectual beauty from head to toe. I'm Nico Robin. I'm an archaeologist. Oh no, she's overshadowed me. I'm the most beautiful. I'm the queen. Meanwhile, Naruto watched as the Rimaka chakra surged from the circular portal, merging seamlessly with the barrier of the Shikkotsu forest. It's time to head to the land of water. Let's send them back first. Just then, the three kunoichi from the hidden cloud arrived at the border of the land of fire. Kushina seemed to sense something. She frowned. The house feels a bit small now. Kurama, call some people over to expand it. And get an extra-large swimming pool, too. Never mind. Kagaya, come with me for a trip to the moon. Yes, mother. On the moon, Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement. Beside her, countless puppets stood silently behind her and Kagaya. This place is huge. Kagaya nodded slightly, standing quietly at her side. Kushina blinked, then turned her head. She looked at Kagaya, whose face seemed to never change expression. Of course, Kagaya always wore the same look in front of the other women. Other expressions required a special key. As it happened, Kushina had that key. She walked up to Kagaya and reached out her hand. Kagaya, how about making this our secret base from now on? Kagaya nodded, her voice soft. As long as you like it here. Kushina tugged gently at the corners of her mouth, and for a moment, Kagaya's lips curled ever so slightly. Only then did Kushina smile and say, I know where this place is. It must be hard for you, isn't it? Kagaya said nothing. It's all right. If you don't like it here, we don't have to come up again. There are plenty of other places below. For example, you could come with me to the ruins of Yuzushio, and we could even rebuild the land of whirlpools together. Kushina withdrew her hand, while Kagaya kept that gentle smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. But this time, the smile was much more natural. All right, as long as I'm with you. Even the moon doesn't seem so unbearable. Kushina nodded, then glanced over at the puppet maid standing nearby. First like this, then like that, and finally it becomes like this. With a flourish, Kushina produced a blueprint as if performing a magic trick. Kagaya glanced at it. It didn't look like something hastily drawn. Let's go. Time to head back. At her words, Kagaya opened a portal to the underworld. Taking Kushina with her, they returned together to Konoha. Meanwhile, at the gates of Konoha, the two gatekeepers stood like statues, their questions almost mechanical. Name? Village. You three are from the Hidden Cloud Village? The woman in coarse robes replied. Yes, we are. Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki exchanged glances. Are you here to see Lord Naruto, then? That's right. Kotetsu and Izumo shared a wry smile. Who should go? Me or you? I'll go. Izumo replied with a resigned sigh. Feel free to wait here. I'll go notify Lord Naruto. Yujito Nin nodded coolly, then stepped into Konoha ahead of the others. So this is Konoha? She blinked, her icy composure slipping for a moment. It really is hard to believe, Samui remarked, clearly awestruck, especially at the sight of the Lalande-style buildings still under construction. Come, both of you. Let's see for ourselves what Konoha is like these days. Shingetsu Izumo had already set out to find Kurama. When Kagaya and Kushina returned, the smile still lingered on their lips. The women who were preparing the ingredients all blinked in surprise and quickly gathered around. So beautiful. Kagaya, you should smile more often. That's right. When you smile, you're as beautiful as a goddess. The lively chatter swirled around her, but Kagaya stood frozen, at a loss for how to respond. People always praised her strength. Suddenly being showered with compliments on her beauty left her unsure of what to say. In the end, it was Kushina who stepped in with a cheerful grin to help her out. Kagaya, come with me. I have a feeling we'll be getting visitors today, and more than one group. We'll hold a meeting later and begin rebuilding the land of whirlpools. All right. Meanwhile, Deep within the Shikkotsu forest, Naruto stood between Sarah and Hancock, one on each side. Our next stop is the land of water. Maybe you two should head back first. No way. X2. Hancock and Sarah, as if sharing an unspoken bond, responded in perfect harmony once again. I can go alone, Naruto insisted. I think my mom would be really happy to meet you both. He didn't give them a chance to refuse. Hancock's lovesickness could be cured, but that could wait until after their return. For now, he'd send them back so they could get familiar with the shinobi world. A resonant hum. The Yomi no Kugura portal shimmered open. Back at home, Kagaya sensed the familiar energy. She paused. Kushina, who was about to step outside, turned her head in confusion. Just then, an orange-haired girl poked her head in through the doorway. Immediately after, another woman with long, crimson hair stepped out. Following her, Robin and Hancock also crossed through the Yomi no Hirasaka portal. To Naruto's surprise, Mei Terumi actually volunteered to go back. Just leave the affairs of the land of water to me. With a brisk patter of footsteps, Mei Terumi ran through the portal. Only after she had returned did the Yomi no Hirasaka gateway finally close. The moment Mei Terumi emerged, Kushina was taken aback. What impressive professionalism. Mei Terumi could no longer hide the smile at the corner of her lips. Are you from the Uzumaki clan? Kushina approached Sarah, her gaze lingering on her long hair. Sarah suddenly felt her heart racing. She quickly bowed respectfully. I'm Sarah. Naruto brought me here from the past. I am the Queen of Rorin. Queen! The women all gasped in unison, then hurried over to get a closer look at her. A hint of a smile played at Kushina's lips. Now even a queen has joined us. Mei Terumi, well done. Mei Terumi gave her a quick, knowing wink. Only then did Kushina shift her attention to the other three women. It feels like you're all from the same place, aren't you? Nami nodded eagerly. Robin replied with a gentle laugh. Yes, I'm Robin. Nami and I come from the same world. I'm the snake princess of Amazon Lily, empress of the pirates. Pirate? Empress? Such unfamiliar words. Hancock instinctively lifted her chin in a show of pride. Mei Terumi discreetly tapped her on the back. Hancock looked puzzled, but soon realized something was different. She'd been away from Naruto for so long, yet she didn't feel that usual ache in her heart. She quickly glanced around, taking in her surroundings. He realized that everyone here was a woman. Could it be that these were all Naruto's companions? And the woman who stepped up to ask questions, was she the one in charge? I am Hancock. You're so tall. I'm Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki. Hancock's face instantly turned red, her heart pounding faster. Yet, she didn't feel too uncomfortable. After all, Kushina was experienced. She could tell at a glance that something was off. She walked up to Hancock, circled around her. Still a pure, unwed maiden. Could it be? Kushina's eyes lit up. As expected, her reaction was almost exactly as Naruto had predicted. That was also why Naruto hadn't come back together with her. Meanwhile, the one with the most striking presence, Kagaya, quickly drew the attention of the four newcomers. Sensing their gaze, Kagaya nodded lightly. I am Kagaya, the rabbit goddess. The queen, the empress. Wait, I almost forgot. Buzz. The portal to Yomi no Kuni opened. Whoosh. A petite figure was tossed through. She landed right in Kagaya's arms. Rubbing her eyes, Bonney looked up to see Kagaya's fair and beautiful face. Such a familiar look. Such a familiar power. She could sense big brother Naruto's energy. After sending everyone back, Naruto turned to Katsuyu. The barrier doesn't need to be maintained anymore. If you feel bored staying alone in the Shikkotsu forest, you can always visit the ninja world. Yes, Lord Naruto. Naruto nodded slightly, then tapped his toe gently. The circular portal underground expanded as the chakra of the dragon vein surged into it. After completing the final step, Naruto soared toward the land of water. It didn't take long before he arrived in the land of water. Mei Terumi had already given him the coordinates beforehand. Without pausing, he flew straight over Kirigakure village. He reached the restricted waters. Wait a moment. A masked ANBU shinobi from Kirigakure emerged from a boat. But the moment he saw Naruto's face, his pupils widened in shock. It's Lord Naruto. Lord Naruto really did come. His shout immediately caught the attention of all the ANBU guarding the sealed-off waters. Seeing how exuberant and excited they were, Naruto simply smiled and waved his hand. I'll take care of things here. You all can head back. Lord Naruto, when will you marry our Mizukage? That's right. Even the elders say our Mizukage is destined to marry you. It seemed they weren't leaving Mei Terumi any way out. After everything is settled, Naruto's lips curled into a gentle smile. He lifted his hand and gave a small push. An invisible force swept out, sending all the boats gliding back toward Kirigakure. The ANBU from the village were left momentarily stunned. This kind of power. But then, excitement erupted among them. They rushed off in a swarm to report everything to the elders. Meanwhile, Naruto hovered above the restricted waters. He narrowed his eyes, sensing a power that felt strangely familiar. Without hesitation, he descended slowly. He lowered his gaze. Peering through the water, he saw, right beneath his feet, a massive chasm at the bottom of the sea, so deep that its end could not be seen. At the edge, there were still traces left behind, marks from fish fins and webbed feet. There's a familiar force. Let's go down and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint blue chakra enveloped Naruto's body. He began to descend slowly, the seawater parting around him of its own accord. He soon reached the edge of a bottomless pit. That familiar sensation surged within him again. Naruto crouched down and scooped up a handful of sea sand. This power, it's the force of the ghosts and gods. No, not just that. There's also a lingering presence over there. Naruto glanced at the marks left by fins and webbed feet. Mouthfolk, fishmen. If that's the case, this place could very well be another passage to the world of pirates. Fishmen and mermaids. That most likely means it connects to Fishman Island. Fishman Island lies 10,000 meters beneath the holy land of Mariehua. It is the birthplace of most of the fishmen and merfolk races. The undersea paradise, a fantastical haven. If I remember right, the population of Fishman Island is 5 million. I should go down and see for myself. Naruto sensed that things wouldn't be so simple. As his body entered the pitch-black, seemingly bottomless pit, an invisible force emerged. All the surrounding seawater was held at bay. At the same time, a powerful suction came from below. Snap! A barely perceptible thread broke. Naruto glanced up at the seawater above him. Meanwhile, in the Pure Land world shaped by the Sage of the Six Paths divine power, a realm much like the world of ghosts and gods, the old sage's body trembled. He slowly opened his eyes, his ringed gaze sweeping across the endless white of the Pure Land. So, you've noticed? The old man of the Six Paths glanced at the Pure Land world, which was nearing completion. He closed his eyes. It's happening faster than I expected, but perhaps that's for the best. I'll accept your power. The old man of the Six Paths was never one to act so simply. Naturally, he had prepared a backup plan. Above the bottomless pit, Naruto smiled. So that's how it is. No wonder I always felt like something was missing. With those words, he flew downward. Soon, the pit began to shrink, narrowing until only one person could pass through at a time. And though it had seemed bottomless, what appeared before Naruto now was, unmistakably, the bottom of the pit. Why did it connect to Fishman Island? Naruto realized the answer the moment he saw the plow that resembled a turtle. Here lingered the aura of the Otsutsuki and the presence of the demon god. Naruto drifted closer. He gazed at the space-time ninja tool, the plow, now drained of chakra and lost in slumber. It was different from what he'd seen above Shikkotsu Forest. This dormant plow clearly no longer had the power to travel through time and space on its own. Yet the Otsutsuki's aura remained, as did the demon god's lingering presence. This could only mean one thing. The old man of the Six Paths had already discovered this place, and was well aware of the plow's existence. As for why he hadn't taken the plow away, and why fishmen and merfolk still occasionally appeared here, Naruto could more or less guess the reason. The old man of the Six Paths had harnessed the demon god's power, the power of the demon god's realm, to create the Pure Land. Before that, he must have tried many things. Kamui was also a space-time ninjutsu, and Kamui could lead to the Kamui dimension, just as Kagaya's Amenominaka could open a realm of her own. It is also a space of reality, crafted and freely woven into existence. In that case, the Sage of Six Paths surely must have tried it before. The plow represents the space-time ninjutsu for traversing through dimensions. When powered by chakra, it can move through space and time. But what if it's driven by the power of spirits and gods? Or perhaps, powered by a fusion of both spiritual energy and chakra? Chakra for traversing, divine power for creation. Naruto smiled. He stepped forward and picked up the little turtle-shaped plow. He infused it with Otsutsuki chakra. But the plow remained still. It's been modified a little, but the traces are already fading. After all, it's a high-grade ninja tool. Its ability to restore itself is strong. Wait, right here, there's still a barrier sealing off the seawater. But the strength of the barrier isn't great. So, 3 types of power combined triggered this. Maybe it's also influenced by the barrier above Shikkotsu Forest, linking it to Fishman Island. Silently, Naruto infused all 3 forces. It could probably be used another 1 or 2 times before the altered parts of the plow would restore themselves to their original state. Limited Tsukuyami is not the same as infinite Tsukuyami. Limited Tsukuyami feels even more real. In other words, limited Tsukuyami is very likely a real world. A world that was created. And when Obito used limited Tsukuyami, it just so happened that the barrier disappeared, and the plow drifted along with the sea currents, soaking up the natural energy of the ninja world. Only after that was it collected by Konoha. The time the limited Tsukuyami world was created is most likely the same moment as the final battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. The Sage of Six Paths almost certainly knew of Black Zetsu's existence. To prevent everything from spiraling out of control, he created another world. But later, he thought of a better way, the Pure Land world. From all these preparations, it was clear he might have already known that the Otsutsuki would one day arrive in the shinobi world. Yet, he wasn't entirely certain. Kagaya used living people, namely the White Zetsu. The Sage of Six Paths, on the other hand, used the dead shinobi who still possessed the power of ninjutsu and the teachings of Ninshu. The limited Tsukuyami seemed like his backup plan. And, what's more, the limited Tsukuyami required one's physical body to pass through. Later, when Obito entered, he saw Uchiha Itachi, dutifully mourning, immediately take off running. Had it been the infinite Tsukuyami world, there would have been no need for such an escape. As the caster, how could he not be the one in control within the Tsukuyami world? Naruto shook his head and let out a quiet laugh. In the next instant, a brilliant light flared. And with that, Naruto, along with the space-time ninja tool, the plow, in his hand, vanished from a pit. At the same time, in the real world, the bottomless pit, once sealed off from the sea by a barrier, now lost that protection. In a flash, seawater surged in, filling the pit completely. Meanwhile, inside the Pure Land world, the Sage of Six Paths, eyes closed, raised his hand as if he might return to the earth at any moment. Moving as though in slow motion, he began to form hand seals, his fingers weaving together with deliberate care. A formless power emerged. It surged out from the Pure Land world, reaching the shinobi world, following the lingering trace left by the Sage of Six Paths. Soon, it arrived above the waters sealed off in the Land of Water. A blurry figure slowly materialized. Upon its head were 2 long horns. Brown hair cascaded down. It wore a white cloak, adorned on the front with 6 black magatama-shaped patterns. On its back was a red spiral emblem, reminiscent of the crest of the Uzumaki clan. Beneath that emblem, 9 magatama were arranged in a grid, and each one was a 3-pronged magatama. That figure was none other than the projection of the Sage of Six Paths. He sat cross-legged in midair, several truth-seeking orbs floating beneath him. He cast a glance at the pit below, now filled with seawater. Raising his hand, the 4 Crimson Sun seal barrier appeared. Once again, the bottomless pit was sealed away. Thump, thump, thump. Naruto's world was plunged into darkness. He could hear the sound of his own heartbeat. As time passed, his heartbeat grew faster and louder, echoing in the void. At last, the journey through time and space was complete. A ray of light pierced the blackness before his eyes. In the next instant, Naruto was bathed in light. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in Konoha. Yes, he was standing in a deserted old park within this world. He had arrived in the world of the limited Tsukuyami. Naruto glanced around, unsurprised to find himself in this abandoned playground. It was like a fixed point of entry and exit. Perhaps Fishman Island operated the same way. In other words, the people of this world were not mere illusions conjured by the Tsukuyami, but real, living human beings. To create life. The old Sage of Six Paths isn't that powerful. This must be the result of Rinne's power over space and time. Naruto looked up, gazing at the moon above. Just as it was during the Tsukuyami, the moon was a blood-red orb marked by magatama. He raised his hand and clenched his fist. So, you anticipated I'd come here? But this world isn't truly the realm of Tsukuyami. Even if you're its creator, in the end, you're relying on Rinne's power. Your authority here is limited. Naruto closed his eyes and channeled chakra into the little turtle, Ri. Soon, the faint resistance vanished without a trace. Naturally, the Sage of Six Paths wouldn't have left behind something so simple as a safeguard. Naruto glanced up at the crimson, Toma-marked moon. That up there, it's the pillar of this world. I'll deal with it later. At that moment, Naruto closed his eyes again. His heart was still pounding furiously and heavily, refusing to calm down. A slight, knowing smile tugged at the corner of his lips. So that's how it is. No wonder I've always felt something was off. Naruto opened his eyes. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat still echoed, loud and rapid. You really are cautious, old man of the six paths. Naruto pressed his hand against his chest. Ashura's and Indra's chakra can be reincarnated endlessly. So it's your chakra at work behind it all. It's because of the origins of Ninshu, isn't it? I've already absorbed the Indra chakra from Sasuke. And I've taken in the Ashura chakra within myself as well. But it seems I overlooked something. Naruto lowered his head and pulled open his shirt. Veins of bluish purple had begun to appear over his chest, spreading outward from his heart. Even my own chakra is, at its core, Ashura's chakra. When I absorbed it, there was always a tiny sliver left hidden in my heart. Whether it's Ashura or Indra, are they planning to take over my body now? Old man of the six paths, you're a bit too presumptuous. Within the chakra of Ashura, Indra, and Naruto himself, there was always a trace of the six paths power, the very chakra of the sage of six paths. At first, Naruto's attention was fixed solely on the chakra of Ashura and Indra. He had forgotten about his own. All three streams of chakra were hidden within his heart. Now, the three auras swirled together, trying to use his heart as a conduit to seize control of his power. Are they trying to absorb me? Can they really do that? Naruto relaxed his hold over his own body, choosing not to rely on the absorbing power of the Mori Mori fruit. In no time, his senses picked up all three chakras emerging from his heart, each vying for dominance, taking over his heart. In the real world, the projection of the sage of six paths couldn't help but let a faint curve lift the corners of his aged face, somewhere between a cold sneer and a trace of sorrow. Suddenly, with a thunderous jolt, the sage's projection snapped his eyes wide open. What? How can this be? His face was filled with utter disbelief. But just as quickly, that look of disbelief froze on his features. What exactly is happening? At that moment, even his faint connection to the infinite Tsukuyomi was completely severed. Not long before, inside the world of the infinite Tsukuyomi, Naruto gazed down at his chest, as if his eyes could pierce through flesh and see the heart beating inside. He raised his right hand. The left half of his body was already under the heart's control. His left eye now glowed with the Rinne Sharingan. Mori Mori fruit, power of absorption. With a sickening squelch in the next instant, Naruto's right hand punched straight through his own chest. A harsh, tearing sound followed as he wrenched his hand free. His heart thudded powerfully, pulsing in the palm of his right hand. Blood spattered everywhere, vessels snapping under the force. A bizarre, popping sound echoed through the air. Blood splashed across his face. Yet Naruto's face remained expressionless. He glanced at the heart he had crushed with his own hands, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Control over his body had fully returned to him. At that moment, his right eye awakened the Rinnegan Sharingan. Soon, both eyes transformed, becoming blue Rinnegan Sharingan. Naruto stared at the fragments of the heart in his palm. So, just a little act, and you've already played all your cards? He shook his head. In the next instant, his ocular power surged to life. Time rewind. Urashiki's time reversal could turn back the flow of time itself. But his own time would not rewind. It was as if Naruto, in his current state, had traveled back a few seconds. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of a heartbeat echoed once more. Of course, this was not the original heart, but a new one, automatically restored by Naruto's body. He looked at his right hand. The heart itself hadn't been restored, but the three streams of chakra that had been hidden inside it were now back. Naruto clenched his right fist. In an instant, the three streams of chakra were locked within his grasp. Soon, the steady thumping of his heart filled the air again. It seems even Minma of this world is one of your backup plans. But Naruto's lips curled into a slight smirk. Without Obito, Minma would still fall to darkness. Just as Uchiha manipulated Obito, so too did the Sage of Six Paths use him. Curious to see which Naruto, in these two worlds, would prove stronger? With a casual flick, Naruto tossed away the heart brimming with three people's chakra. He released the binding force upon it. That bloody heart seemed to gain a will of its own, darting swiftly into the distance. Only after the heart had vanished entirely into the night did Naruto let out a contemptuous chuckle. Very well, let's play your game. The fusion of powers won't last long. I'll fully absorb it when the time comes. As soon as these words fell, Team 8 appeared outside the park. Bamboo shoots. What are you doing over there? Just as Kiba finished speaking, a loud bark rang out. In the next instant, Akamaru lunged and bit Kiba hard on the backside. Ah, ow, that hurts. Damn it. What's your problem, you idiot Akamaru? How could you ambush me while I was distracted? Kiba's composure completely crumbled. Akamaru immediately let go of his grip. Kiba was about to catch his breath, but Akamaru, as if possessed, charged at him again. Hey, What's gotten into you? It's not like I even want to see you right now. Kiba dodged out of the way just in time, avoiding Akamaru's wild attack. At that moment, Akamaru, on the verge of another assault, suddenly seemed to sense something. He whipped his head around and stared at Naruto. A moment ago, Akamaru's eyes had been all whites, looking every bit the mad dog. But suddenly, pupils appeared and clarity returned to his gaze. He seemed completely normal again. Wagging his tail, Akamaru trotted over to Naruto and gently nuzzled against his leg. Naruto was puzzled, but when he glanced up at the blood-red, tomo-marked moon, he began to piece things together. Oh, honestly, Kiba, like a cat, rubbed the back of his hand against his cheek. How I wish I could be a ninja with a cat companion. Glancing back at Akamaru, Kiba said, Huh, why is Akamaru being so affectionate with bamboo shoots today? Never mind, it's not like he's Mimi anyway. Kiba's a cat person. Bamboo shoots. Are you a dog person? Shino suddenly asked. That made Naruto pause for a moment. Although he knew this was the limited Tsukuyami. But he really hadn't noticed Shino at first. Hey, what are you doing here all by yourself? Don't tell me you're planning a secret date with some vixen. Here she comes. Hinata's Byakugan switched on in an instant as she took a few brisk steps forward, stopping right in front of Naruto. That commanding aura of hers was still as strong as ever. Yet, despite the warning in her voice, her cheeks flushed a delicate pink. Somehow, he looks even more handsome today. She grabbed Naruto by the collar, pulling him face to face with her. Out with it, what are you up to? Naruto looked at her, pretending to be intimidated. Indeed, Hinata, in the limited Tsukuyami, was far more fiery than usual. But strangely enough, as soon as she got close to Naruto, her heart calmed down. She leaned in a little closer. Now was Hinata's turn to be caught off guard. Naruto raised his hand and gently wiped the corner of her mouth. That shade looks good on you. Then, his gaze met hers. A hint less purple this time. Are you worried that too much color wouldn't suit your style? With a playful smirk, Naruto naturally patted her head. Are you hungry? Let's get something to eat first. If this were the Hinata from the original world, even though she'd grown more confident, her face would still turn as red as an apple. But the Hinata in the limited Tsukuyami. She blushed for a moment, but quickly tried to mask her flustered heart with a feisty attitude. Yet, all Naruto had to do was reach out and take her small hand in his. Hinata instantly hugged his arm in return. Turning her head away with a hint of pride, she muttered, Honestly, I just can't say no to you. So where should we eat? The bamboo shoots today taste a bit different. Hinata seems to prefer them this way. Shut up, Shino. Hinata shot him a glare. Shino lifted his hand and adjusted his sunglasses. At least I'm not being ignored. Under Hinata's warning gaze, both Shino and Kiba stayed put. Hinata, meanwhile, happily pulled Naruto along. They stepped onto the streets of Konoha. Hey, Choji, wanna go? Let's go have some barbecue. A familiar voice called out from a distance. Naruto paused mid-step. Hinata was puzzled. Usually, she'd be more irritable, yet right now, she felt at ease and had no urge to get upset. She simply clung to Naruto's arm, quiet and content. Naruto turned to her first and fastened the open jacket she wore. It gets chilly at night. Hinata blinked, didn't resist, and just watched quietly as Naruto helped button her coat. At Barbecue Q, you can eat all you want for just 1,500 Ryo. If we split it 3 ways. Wait, let me do the math. Shikamaru, his eyes brimming with cleverness, drew out his words thoughtfully. 500 Ryo each. The slim version of Choji Akimichi replied helplessly. Honestly, I hate buffets. I don't eat much, so 500 Ryo isn't worth it for me. Shikamaru grew anxious. He grabbed Choji by the collar, growling, What are you saying? Even if you only eat as much as 5 people, 500 Ryo is a steal. Choji was speechless. How could I possibly eat as much as 5 people? At that moment, Ino, her long hair let down, spoke gently. Come on, Shikamaru, Choji, don't argue anymore. Naruto couldn't help but smile. This version of Ino is quite interesting. She walked forward, bringing Hinata along. Ino's eyes lit up as she looked at the bamboo shoot, who seemed completely different from her memory. Ah, it's Bamboo Shoot Koen and Hinata-chan. She hurried over, breaking into a light run to greet them. If you don't mind, you can come along with us. So chatty. Naruto gave this Ino a once-over. A deep purple top paired with a pale lavender long skirt. Yes, the kind that reached all the way to her ankles. Hinata narrowed her eyes, sensing something odd about the look Ino was giving her. The next moment, Naruto was taken aback. Sakura-chan, are you coming with us too? He turned around to look. Naruto. Sakura Hyuga? What's that about? Bam! Bamboo shoot. Naruto's lips curled up ever so slightly. Sakura's face flushed bright red. She looked like she was about to steam. Luckily, Ino reacted quickly and caught Sakura in her arms just as she was about to faint. Sakura-chan, you're at it again. Shikamaru strolled over, hands in his pockets. Choji followed close behind. Sakura, you're the daughter of a hero. You have to pull yourself together. After speaking, Choji cast a glance at Naruto. That's right, in the infinite Tsukuyomi, Pinky's dad is the fourth Hokage. Hey, Bamboo Shoot, why don't we all go for some barbecue together? The chubby Shikamaru had just finished speaking when a voice called out from behind the group. What are you all making such a racket for? The playboy, Sasuke, made his entrance. The world of Naruto is truly bewildering. In the original story, Sasuke could charm just about any girl without even trying. And he never seemed to put in any effort at all. Just a single glance is enough to make women swoon. So what's wrong if I write that, Ludo? What's the big deal? Ertsuzi walked toward the crowd with his hands in his pockets. It's Ino. And just in the time it took him to walk over, Ertsuzi had already gathered girls in both arms. Ino stepped back, holding Sakura close. It's Sasuke. Sasuke didn't seem to mind that he hadn't managed to touch Ino. He let go of the girl in his arms and said, You two go ahead. I'll join you in a minute. Okay, the two girls left, their faces dreamy and love-struck. Hey, how about we relax at the Konoha bathhouse? Ertsuzi suggested. Naruto thought about the time, Minma, the bamboo shoot, and that heart still needed some time to fully merge. This was the perfect way to kill some time. Besides, entering this world wasn't easy. But it wasn't impossible either. For example, right now, his eyes still looked normal, but his ocular power hadn't stopped flowing. Once this world fused with the Kamui world, it would become a world ruled by Kamui's limited Tsukuyomi. Bath before dinner? Sounds good. That way, I can eat even more. Shikamaru was the first to raise his hand in agreement. Naruto had no objections. Ino was fine with it as well, and the pink-haired girl. She didn't object either. Hinata opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she didn't refuse. So, the group headed toward the bathhouse. Not long after, Team 3 arrived as well. Tintin was covered in bruises, which made Naruto's heart ache. He stepped forward, instinctively reaching out his hand. Tintin flinched, trying to dodge out of habit. But when she saw the concern in Naruto's eyes, she froze. Beside them, Hinata's eye twitched, and her fist clenched tight. However, everyone was soon taken aback, because Tintin's injuries were healing right before their eyes. Thank you, Sungon. You don't have to push yourself so hard. Naruto reached out and gently patted her bun. Tintin's cheeks flushed with warmth, and she quickly hurried off to the women's bath. Hinata let out a soft snort and deliberately bumped into Naruto as she passed. Ino spoke gently. Well, we'll head in first then. With that, she led the still sleepy Sakura towards the women's bath. Before long, the girls had tied up their hair and slipped into the bath. Hinata leaned quietly in a corner, propping herself up with one hand along the edge. A powerful, mischievous aura began to surface. With their hair tied up, both Ino and Hinata looked especially lovely. Tintin, you really shouldn't use ninja tools anymore. Sungon said so too. They're just too dangerous. Ino tried to persuade her. Tintin looked up, only to find Hinata eyeing her sharply, sizing her up again and again. You really haven't changed at all. Hinata pouted a little. What? Tintin asked, confused. Nothing. Just a reminder, Sungon is my man. Don't forget it. Tintin blushed even more. I'm only interested in training. TCH. Hinata rolled her eyes. Who knows if that's true? Come on, don't fight. Ino quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Hinata cast another glance at Sakura, who was just waking up. Sakura, that goes for you too. Don't forget, Sungon is my man. Sakura lowered her head, her face reddening again, and she mumbled softly. I know. I just... Hinata rewarded her with another eye roll. So wishy-washy. On the other side, Naruto glanced over, then quickly looked away. He couldn't help but cast a speechless glance at Niji Hyuga. This guy, with the Byakugan, all he could see was an outline in the chakra network. Smack! Naruto gave Niji a light slap. Take off your clothes and get in the bath first. Niji shivered all over. His chest puffed out ever so slightly, and his hips seemed to grow a bit larger, with Atsu inching closer to home. Before long, Atsu wouldn't even want to leave the house. Now, it was Etsu's turn to go out. All right, everyone. Why did Niji's voice sound a bit strange? Everyone felt a chill beneath them and hurriedly grabbed towels before heading to the bathhouse. Seriously, where's Lee? Why isn't he here yet? Choji grumbled. Shino immediately replied. We're used to it. What do you expect from a training fanatic? Ugh, I hate bugs the most. While wiping himself down, Kiba suddenly called out to Naruto. Hey, Bamboo Shoot, look, cat ears. Meow meow. Naruto smiled and nodded. They're adorable. Go play with them. There's a lion too. Kiba pressed a washcloth to his face, pretending it was a lion's mane. Shikamaru dashed forward and leapt straight into the steaming bath. One-hit kill, with Shikamaru's exaggerated yell. Splash! Half the water in the bath went flying out. Come on, Shikamaru, haven't you messed around enough? Choji said, hands on his hips, exasperated. Sorry, my bad, Shikamaru apologized, rubbing the back of his head. Meanwhile, Niji glanced over at the women's bathhouse. Just seeing the blurry black and white outlines was enough to get him excited. Why is it that today, all of a sudden, there's not a hint of that feeling? ACI seems under the weather too. Suddenly, Niji glanced back at Sasuke. Byakugan. Splash. Sasuke, who was pouring cold water over himself to rinse off, suddenly felt a chill below the waist. He spun around sharply, but there was nothing to be seen. How odd. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous crash came from the girls' changing room next door. Naruto, who had half expected something like this, hurried over to the girls' changing room. Ouch! Lee was sprawled on the floor in his signature pose, his rear end sticking up in the air in an exaggerated fashion. Hinata, who had been all set to step forward and demand an explanation, instantly changed course when she saw Naruto dashing over to him. She clung to Naruto's arm. Naruto, you have to teach this guy a lesson. Naruto casually draped his clothes over her shoulders. Swish! The towel that had been wrapped around Hinata slipped to the ground. Hinata noticed the subtle change in Naruto's expression. The corners of her lips curled up, mischief glinting in her smile. Ino, almost instinctively, glanced at Naruto, her face flushing as she pulled her clothes tight around herself. Tenten and Sakura both moved quickly, already dressed and ready. I thought you said you were going off to train? So why are you here? Were you spying on us? Tenten, clad in a patchwork outfit, looked thoroughly displeased. No, I was just passing by here while I was training when I tripped over something. It was all just an accident. Stop making excuses. You were definitely peeping. Niji stepped forward as well. Curiously, instead of tying his towel around his waist like Naruto and the others, Niji had it wrapped around himself in the way girls usually do. Shut up. What right do you have to talk about him? Hinata shouted at him. If it weren't so inconvenient right now, she would have marched right over and sent Niji flying with a punch. Whoosh. Just then, a flash of green streaked past. Lee made a run for it. Damn, he actually ran. After him, everyone scrambled back to get dressed. Hey, Hinata, maybe you should let Mr. Bamboo Shoots go back and get changed first, Ino said, blushing furiously, her voice barely above a whisper. Sakura sat off to the side, head bowed, steam practically rising from her head again. Even Boss Hinata was blushing for once. Did you hear that? Hurry up and go back. Only then did Naruto finally let go of Hinata. He shot Ino a glance. Turns out, she could get just as shy as Hinata when flustered. Soon, everyone burst out of the bathhouse. Niji was the quickest. He lunged and tackled the tattered Lee to the ground. I misjudged you, Lee. Thud. Before he could finish, Hinata sent him flying with a kick. I told you, you have no right to lecture him. Lee's eyes shimmered with tears. And no, it's not what you think. I was just practicing roof leaping, and then something tripped me, and I just happened to fall into the girls' changing room by accident. Hinata's fist tightened. Save your excuses. Lee's bashful expression, his little gestures, and that delicate way of holding his fingers. Naruto's eyelid twitched. Wait a second, everyone, let's calm down. Maybe this really is just a misunderstanding. Sakura said softly, sneaking a glance at Naruto. Hinata snapped fiercely. Enough already. If anyone looks suspicious, just give them a good beating. Lee doesn't seem like that kind of person. But then, Tenten stepped forward and yanked Lee. Ryup. The green-clad boy's skin came right off. Hiss. Luckily, there was another layer underneath, this time bright pink. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Bang. Hinata landed a solid kick without hesitation. Tenten stood with her hands on her hips, her patience worn thin to the limit. For the record, that's my underwear he's wearing. You must have stolen it from the locker room, right? Rock Lee collapsed on the floor, his chin pressed to his shoulder. Tui. Hinata spat on the ground in disgust, her face twisted with contempt. So gross. With that, she grabbed Naruto's hand and pulled him away. Ino quickly tugged Sakura along, calling out, Are we still having barbecue? Naruto shook his head. Let's just eat at my place. In this limited Tsukimi world, Minato and Kushina were both still around, and Kushina's cooking skills were actually the opposite of what people expected. At your house. Buzz. Sakura fainted yet again, collapsing to the floor. Then Choji and I will go for barbecue. Shikamaru, not giving up on his cravings, dragged Choji along with him. Sasuke flicked his hair with a showy air. I've got other plans. Later, guys. Shino waited with his hands in his pockets, expecting Naruto to ask if he wanted to come along. But Kiba just grabbed him and headed off to the cat cafe. Tintin glanced at poor Lee, who sat on the ground looking miserable. If I ever catch you doing that again, I'll beat you to a pulp. With that, she too headed toward Naruto. Is there something you need? Hinata shot her a wary look, instantly on guard. I'm the one who invited her. Hinata froze, caught off guard. Dried bamboo shoots. You're actually taking her side? Naruto waved his hand dismissively. Hold on a second. Then, he pulled Tintin into a lingerie shop. He bought her several sets. You'll need to have your clothes tailored again. Are you hungry? Tintin, feeling dazed, took the shopping bag Naruto handed her. Inside, it was filled with lingerie perfectly suited to her. She barely had time to wonder how Naruto knew her sizes so well. Before she could ask, he had already let her out of the store. As for the money, Naruto didn't lack for it. The currency in the limited Tsukuyomi was the same as in the real world. However, in this world, Tintin didn't seem to be the little rich lady she was before. Come on, let's go home and eat. Everyone else was puzzled. Why was Naruto acting so naturally, as if nothing had happened? But among the three girls, what really stood out was how unusually quiet Hinata was today. At the same time, outside the Hidden Leaf Village, for Ghost, you really have a strong sense of self, don't you? A man with black hair, wearing a dark cloak and a mask, spoke in a deep voice. You've turned in the shape of a heart and slipped inside my body. What are you planning? A voice echoed in his mind. Don't worry about who I am. I am you, and you are me. All you need to know is, I can give you power. Thump, thump, thump. A powerful heartbeat thundered within him. Minma closed his eyes, feeling the surge of energy pouring through him, seemingly endless. His whole body convulsed, and finally, he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Dried bamboo shoots. Why are you so late, huh? About to scold him, Kushina blinked in surprise. You're all the girls from Dry Bamboo Shoots here. So you've all come together? Kushina was still holding a spoon in her hand, momentarily forgetting what she was supposed to be doing. In the end, it was Minato who set down the scroll and placed both hands gently on Kushina's shoulders. He looked at Naruto. Next time you bring friends home, remember to let us know in advance. All right, Kushina, let's go add a few more dishes to the meal. Oh, right. Kushina finally snapped out of her daze. Don't just stand outside, all of you. Come in quickly. Urged by Kushina, the three girls entered the house, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Of course, Hinata didn't feel shy at all, still holding tightly onto Naruto's arm. Kushina and Minato sneaked a glance at them. Then their eyes met. They both burst into laughter, unable to hold it in. So that's Hinata, right? Looking at her eyes, yes, it is. It's the first time she's brought Hinata home. But what's the story with the other girls? Minato hesitated for a moment, then said kindly, I'm not sure, but young people have their own world. Best not to ask too many questions. Fine then, tonight I'll show off my cooking skills. Kushina turned around, suddenly full of energy again. After Naruto let Hinata sit down with the others, he said, You all chat for a bit. I need to step out, but I'll be back soon. Hinata immediately grabbed his hand. Where are you going? Her tone was full of interrogation. I'm bringing someone else over for dinner. Who? A boy or a girl? Hinata quickly stood up. I'm just used to having everyone eat together. Naruto smiled, gently guiding her back to her seat. I'll be right back. As he finished speaking, Naruto disappeared on the spot. Hinata narrowed her eyes instinctively, her Byakugan activating without a second thought. Darn it. Calm down, Hinata. Remember, this is Sungon's home. Don't leave a bad impression. Ino quickly grabbed Hinata's small hand. Hearing this, Hinata took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. Tintin, meanwhile, closed her eyes, working to regain her composure. At the same time, she couldn't help but wonder why Naruto seemed to know her body so well. Of course, only Sakura was secretly glancing around the room. Look, you guys, she called out softly. The three girls gathered around her. They saw a photo of young Naruto with Minato and Kushina. How adorable. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the lights were still burning bright. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A pleasant voice sounded from inside. Naruto pushed open the door. It's me. Tsunade, wearing her glasses, looked up. For a moment, her vulnerable appearance made Naruto pause, especially now that all traces of that wicked aura had vanished. But this was the real Tsunade. Naruto glanced around and noticed Shizune wasn't there. She was probably home asleep by now. Tsunade was still hard at work. When she saw it was Naruto who had come in, she was momentarily surprised. But soon she spoke softly. Sungon. Actually, there's something I need to talk to you about. Naruto stepped forward, sitting atop the Hokage's desk and looking down at the gentle Tsunade from above. You? Oh, never mind. Seeing Naruto acting so rudely, Tsunade was a bit displeased, her voice tinged with grievance. The Jinchuriki from the Land of Lightning has been taken. You're probably aware this year a masked man appeared, someone who's been gathering all kinds of jutsu and Kekkai Genkai. Jiraiya once said, to defeat him, you must use... Ow, what are you doing? Tsunade glared at Naruto, cheeks puffed with indignation as he took off her glasses. Naruto chuckled softly and helped her to her feet. You work such long hours every day, but you're running your body into the ground. Take a break. Come home with me for dinner. Home? Well, that works out. I actually need Minato and Kushina to head out of the village for a mission. Tsunade snatched back her glasses, her tone less than pleased. I still have unfinished work today. I'll come by later. Tsunade cried out in surprise. The next instant, she was swept up into the air. A mischievous smile played at the corner of Naruto's lips. It had to be the Tsunade from the infinite Tsukuyami. In the real world, Naruto was rarely this forward. Otherwise, it would end with a face full of cleansing foam. Put me down right now. Tsunade, flustered and annoyed, pressed against Naruto in protest. But soon she realized her strength wasn't quite enough, and Naruto just kept smiling. Honestly, strangely, Tsunade felt her will to resist slip away. She gave Naruto another half-hearted push, then turned her head aside in silent surrender. Let's go home. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Naruto carried Tsunade away. The moment they vanished, the doors to the Hokage's office swung open. Shizen strode in, no longer bothering to hide her figure. Tan and the Black Pig let out a couple of squeals. Huh, wasn't there just someone here talking? She sighed. Oh well, maybe she just went to the bathroom. I'm so tired. Back at the house, the four women inside were stunned. He said he was inviting someone for dinner, but no one expected him to bring the fifth Hokage herself. Naruto set the flustered Tsunade gently down. He noticed that Ino and the others were looking at his childhood photos. He walked over and joined them. These were photos of Naruto from when he was little up to now. However, unlike in the real world, in every photo, Kushina and Minato appeared by his side. Well, this is rare. You actually decided to look at these with them. Minato, now wearing a pink apron, emerged carrying a tray of dishes. Lady Tsunade, Tsunade sis, Kushina came out as well. The couple exchanged a glance. Suddenly, a chill ran down their spines. Bamboo shoots, what are you up to now? Kushina's fists clenched, her hair bristling with fury. Don't try to stop me. I'm going to teach that flirt Sasuke a lesson right now. P.S. The hot spring photo didn't make it through. Ha ha ha. In the sealed space, Kurama couldn't hold back his laughter. This world really is a lot of fun. Do you want to come out and play? Naruto replied to him inside the seal. Kurama immediately snapped his mouth shut. Kushina in this world has an even worse temper. And besides, in this world, I don't have any assets or status. I refuse to appear without those. Oomph. He finished with a dismissive snort. How about I catch you something nourishing later? Kurama blinked. You mean, bring the Kurama from this world over for me? That's one way to put it, but it would be in the form of chakra. I'm in. Their conversation ended there. But the conversation at home was only just beginning. When Kushina saw the sulky Tsunade, she grew anxious. She told Minato to go and keep himself busy first. She pulled Tsunade into the room, closing the door behind them with a hint of guilty caution, then began to scrutinize Tsunade from head to toe. Tsunade sister, she called out. Tsunade adjusted her red-rimmed glasses and asked, what is it, Kushina? Kushina's little face scrunched up in worry as she rushed forward and hugged her. I'm sorry. Tsunade blinked in surprise. What's going on? What kind of trouble have you gotten into this time? She sighed in mock exasperation. Really, you're not a kid anymore. Your child's already so big, yet you still act like you did when you were little. Kushina shook her head. It's all my fault. Minato and I haven't taught Sungon properly. Hearing this, the gentle Tsunade patted her back reassuringly. It's all right. It's not too late to fix things. Kushina stepped back, looked Tsunade in the eyes, and blinked hopefully. Have you forgiven Sungon? Tsunade let out a soft huff, putting on the air of an older sister in front of Kushina. What else could I do? It's really nothing serious, she added, ruffling Kushina's hair. No need to worry. Kushina stuck out her tongue playfully, then, on a sudden whim, reached out and gently touched Tsunade's belly. Tsunade sister, how long has it been? Tsunade was momentarily speechless, her eye twitching in disbelief, before she gave Kushina a light flick on the forehead. What do you mean, how long has it been? There's nothing at all. Kushina rubbed her forehead, squinting at Tsunade with deep suspicion. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. All right. I'm a medical ninja. Wouldn't I know myself? Really? Kushina's eyes widened with excitement. When did it start? 30 years ago. Tsunade replied with a sly grin. Huh? 30 years ago. Wouldn't that mean I have a grandson about my age? Wait, that can't be, because Sungon hadn't even been born yet. The door creaked open. With an exasperated sigh, Tsunade pushed the door and walked out. Kushina stood there, arms crossed, lips pursed, deep in thought, trying to piece everything together. Their conversation had been so loud that everyone outside had heard it. As soon as she stepped out, Tsunade caught the peculiar glances the four women shot her way. Tsunade froze, momentarily speechless. She quickly averted her gaze, only to meet Naruto's face, grinning mischievously at her. A sudden flush crept up her cheeks, heat blooming across her face. Hinata clicked her tongue in annoyance, casting a sideways glance at Tsunade's chest. With a huff, she crossed her arms, a touch of rivalry in her voice as she said, "Just like Sakura, humph, not one of you can hold your own." Tsunade definitely noticed Hinata's pointed look. Before she could feel too hurt, Naruto gently tugged her to sit down beside him. He gave her small hand a reassuring squeeze. But Tsunade, feeling wronged, barely had the strength to pull away. She could only glare at him from the side, which in its own way had a certain charm. That little gesture sparked a wicked idea in Naruto's mind. A side-by-side comparison. After all, what's the most direct way to spot a difference? That's right, a face-to-face comparison. He could already picture it. The two Tsunades standing opposite each other, both stunned into silence. As long as he could bring this limited Tsukuyomi world into his Kamui space, he would be able to travel freely back and forth between the real world and the limited Tsukuyomi world. Before long, Kushina also stepped out. She still looked utterly confused. Once in the kitchen, she and Minato began whispering privately to each other. At this moment, Sakura sat with her head lowered, hugging her knees, her face growing redder by the second. Hinata lounged against the sofa, legs crossed, casting a nonchalant glance at Sakura and Tsunade, showing not the slightest hint of pressure. Ino was thoroughly absorbed in flipping through the Uzumaki family photo album. A charming smile played at the corners of her lips. From time to time, her cheeks would flush as she stole secret glances at Naruto, who was teasing Tsunade. Meanwhile, Tenten was fiddling with Minato's signature three-pronged kunai. From Naruto's perspective, he could almost sense that Tenten's hidden twin-summoning beasts were itching to burst out. The timeline here was a little out of sync with the real world. Naruto took her hand and led her into a room. All the girls were bewildered. What was going on? Hinata was the first to lose her patience, itching to go up and kick open the door. But when she reached the doorway, she pressed her ear against it to eavesdrop instead. "This really suits you. But why the rush?" Naruto lightly tapped her forehead. "Just be a bit more mindful from now on. I don't mind you training, but while you're at it, don't forget you're a girl." Tenten blinked. "I don't get it." "You don't? Well, that's fine. I'll give you a lesson tonight." Boom! Hinata felt as if the sky had collapsed. Just as she was about to burst through the door, Naruto emerged with Tenten. Seeing Hinata's stunned expression, how could Naruto not guess what she was thinking? Perfect timing. You need a lesson too. Huh? Hinata, who just moments ago seemed on the verge of erupting like a volcano, was left dumbfounded. Dinner's ready. Kushina and Minato stepped out together. It was as if they'd rehearsed this. Both suddenly took on 3 roles at once. Blind, deaf, and mute. Dinner that night was filled with cheerful laughter. After finally allowing herself to relax, Tsunade sat leisurely on the sofa, a rare moment of rest for her. She truly was a workaholic. Otherwise, her body wouldn't have ended up so worn out. Before she knew it, she had actually drifted off to sleep. "Bamboo shoot, we're heading back now." Outside the door, Ino, supporting Sakura who had fainted yet again, waved to Naruto. "I should get going too." Tenten picked up a 3-pronged kunai and headed out as well. Hinata crossed her arms in front of her chest. As she passed Naruto, she couldn't help but glance at him, her cheeks tinged with pink. "Bamboo shoot, don't forget tonight's mission. The mission for the Book of Vermilion Moon is tomorrow. Is there something else going on tonight?" Naruto chuckled softly. Hinata gave a little huff, not bothering to look back as she replied, "If you don't come, you're doomed." Her words were fierce, but her body trembled slightly. "Let's go." At Hinata's command, the 3 girls followed her out together. Meanwhile, at the nightclub, Niji found himself sitting right next to Sasuke. He murmured, "Sasuke, you smell really nice." Sasuke blinked. "What?" "It's nothing," Niji replied quietly. Sasuke grinned and took a sip of his drink. "Have some fun, Niji." Their laughter mingled with the cheerful voices of the girls around them, as they toasted each other, cup after cup. Elsewhere, Kushina and Minato suddenly announced they wanted to go for a walk. It had been ages since the two of them had strolled through the streets of Konoha together. The door creaked softly as it closed behind them. What time is it? There's still work to do, bamboo shoe, Little ball of frustration Tsunade was now experiencing firsthand what Naruto must have felt when facing her in the real world. She tried to push him away, but when she found she couldn't budge him, Tsunade's eyes widened in shock. Why is he so familiar with my abilities? How could he even know exactly where my weaknesses are? With a single strike, Tsunade lost all ability to resist. Naruto leaned close to her ear and whispered, punching bag. In an instant, a mist of tears clouded Tsunade's eyes. She bit Naruto in frustration, cheeks puffed with anger. Ah! Immediately after, a piercing scream rang out. Defeated once again, Tsunade wanted to escape, but even the slightest movement sent waves of excruciating pain through her body. Her screams grew weaker and weaker. Out on the street, Kushina seemed to sense something and blinked. Minato, let's head home a bit later. Minato's face was adorned with a gentle smile. All right. Kushina suddenly paused, her expression changing. She narrowed her eyes, her fist clenching tightly. Isn't that Sasuke, that little brat? Minato followed her gaze. Looks like it. And isn't that Neji from the Hyuga clan? He's from the same year as Bamboo Shoot, right? Kushina nodded in confusion. What's going on with Sasuke? Why is Neji carrying him on his back? He must have had too much to drink. For goodness sake, how could Mikoto have such a troublesome son? Forget it, just looking at him makes me angry. Let's go, we'll stroll somewhere else. Minato, of course, had no objections. He took Kushina's hand and headed off in the opposite direction of Neji and the second brat, though they were still on the same street. On the other side, Naruto quietly closed the door behind him. He stepped outside. Tsunade, the perennial punching bag, truly had little fight in her. Compared to the real world, she couldn't even last a single round. He stepped out of his house and cast a glance at the Hidden Leaf Village as it was at that moment. He let his senses expand. The house is still in the same place, at least. Is it Tintin and Hinata? A faint smile played on Naruto's lips. Finally, just turned 18. Whoosh. The next day, at the gates of the Hidden Leaf, Team 7 had already assembled. All right, everyone, let's get fired up and give it our best. Kakashi squatted on the ground, giving Naruto and Sakura a thumbs up. Sitting nearby, Might Guy shot Kakashi a helpless glance. Do you really expect us to be fired up? Back-to-back missions without a break. This is exhausting. My youth has wilted long ago. Naruto looked at the two of them. Kakashi looked utterly worn out, yet his spirit was undimmed. Might Guy, on the other hand, appeared the picture of health, but his face was clouded with gloom. It was the exact opposite of how things were in the real world. In reality, Might Guy looked terribly haggard, but his energy was boundless. Ever since Kakashi had Hanar, and with Might Guy pushing him to train alongside, he was veering further and further down the path of the weak Kakashi. Come on, Guy, don't say that. Let's do our best. Just then, Kushina reached out and poked Naruto on the shoulder. You seem a lot more energetic today. Planning to show off in front of the hero's daughter? Naruto turned to look. Kushina's long red hair was tied back, and she had donned a sleeveless Konoha ninja vest. Did her mischief shrivel up a bit too? Beside them, Sakura's face immediately flushed red. Kushina instantly noticed Sakura's awkwardness and took 2 steps forward. Sakura stepped 2 steps back, and so the two of them stood there, locked in a standoff, one advancing, the other retreating. At the same time, Tsunade sat in the Hokage's office, weakly removing her glasses. Just thinking about how she had needed Naruto to bring her to the Hokage's office, and how she'd need him to take her back as well, was humiliating. She could only give the desk a gentle, frustrated thump with her fist. Damn that bamboo shoot. Ow, that really hurts. There's nothing in this world I don't know. And just so you know, let me give you a piece of advice. Soon, you'll face a crisis. With her chin resting on her palm, Minma quietly felt the changes within her body. In her mind, the voices of Naruto and the Sage of 6 Paths blended together. Minma replied coldly, You're not talking about the Book of Vermilion Moon, are you? The enemy has already made their move. The merged voices of the 6 Paths Sage and Naruto echoed once again. I see. No need to worry. Once my heart has fully merged, nothing will be a problem. The advantage is mine. Meanwhile, on the border of the land of grass, Might Guy and Kakashi sat cross-legged on the ground, both with their eyes shut. Actually, I like to take a break too. After all, my youth is behind me now, Guy said despondently. Minato nodded slightly. Kakashi, why don't you use your Sharingan to scout the area? Kakashi, still with his eyes closed, apologized. Sorry, Lord Minato. I pushed myself too hard, and now I've overused my Sharingan. Where's the bamboo shoot? Kushina suddenly asked. Only then did everyone realize that Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Below, Naruto strode across the grasslands as if he were simply out for a stroll, though his speed was astonishing. Bang! Suddenly, smoke billowed up ahead. The three Toad brothers appeared, blocking Naruto's path. Kushina and the others hurriedly chased after him. Might Guy followed behind, supporting Kakashi with a helpless expression on his face. Bamboo shoot, you child, really? At that moment, countless little toads appeared in the sky. The toads rained down from above, landing right in front of Naruto. Naruto glanced at them and quipped, "In such a hurry to bring me skewers. Enough noise already." Gamabunta drew the ninja blade from behind his back. He opened his huge mouth, ready to spit out a flood of toad oil. A deep hum filled the air. In the next instant, a powerful repulsive force exploded outward. Let's just finish this mission quickly. Naruto watched as all the toads were sent flying, crashing into the mountainside. Last night, Lady Tsunade had been grumbling in his ear about this mission the whole time. So, he figured he might as well get out for a walk. I used to think this world was just Konoha, but now, it seems the ninja world is truly complete. The Sage of Six Paths sure left behind a lot of backdoors. Bamboo shoot. The group stared in shock, eyes wide. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. All the toads from Mount Myaboku, wiped out by Naruto in a single move. Kushina quickly stepped up to check on Naruto, relieved to find he was unharmed. Then, with a loving scowl, she gave him a hearty whack. Thud! It was loud, a solid hit. Is this your rebellious phase? Why do you have to be so disobedient? Think you could defy your mother? You're 100 years too early for that. Having said that, Kushina's tone softened as she gently patted Naruto on the head. Does it hurt? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hit you. Minato stepped in to smooth things over. All right, Kushina, didn't we just agree yesterday not to interfere with Bamboo Shoot's decisions? But what you just did was far too dangerous. Kushina protested, unwilling to let it go. Naruto, on the other hand, didn't seem bothered. He grabbed the hand Kushina had been using to ruffle his hair. When he looked down, he noticed Kushina's fist was red and swollen. It wasn't because she'd used too much force. Rather, it was the backlash from the strength she'd used. I'm sorry, Bamboo Shoot. It's fine, let's go. The Book of the Scarlet Moon is just inside. Kushina blinked in surprise, and Minato looked equally puzzled. In the blink of an eye, Kushina's red, swollen hand had completely healed. This was actually the first time Minato and Kushina were on a mission together. No, wait, a pair of incomplete Team 7s, to be precise. Minato and Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura. As for Sasuke, who knows what he was up to today, he wasn't even joining the mission. Might Guy exchanged a glance with Kakashi. Then, Kakashi's head lolled to the side, and he fainted again. With a sigh, Might Guy had no choice but to support him and continue forward. Sakura's presence was barely noticeable. The group quickly entered the dense forest, making their way to the shrine where the Book of the Scarlet Moon was sealed. Minato narrowed his eyes and crouched down. This is a composite technique, time-space ninjutsu fused with a barrier array. Only Jiraiya-sensei and I can break it. As he spoke, Minato raised his hand, pressing his index and middle fingers together, pointing toward the shrine. His golden hair lifted as if caught in a sudden breeze. A low, resonant hum filled the air. An invisible wave pulsed outward, spreading like a harmless shockwave in all directions. Release. In an instant, all the unconscious toads from Mount Myaboku vanished. At the same time, as the seal lifted, the shrine doors swung open. You've worked hard. I've already retrieved the Book of the Vermilion Moon. With that, Might Guy turned around and hoisted Kakashi onto his shoulder to carry him back. Meanwhile, Minato and Kushina exchanged a look and both burst out laughing. Bamboo Shoot. How did you pull that off just now? I don't know. I just didn't want a toad to get close to me, and that power just surged out on its own. Kushina and Minato didn't quite buy his explanation. But Naruto was telling the truth. All right, time to head home. Otherwise, Lady Tsunade will start worrying about us. As she spoke, Kushina stretched lazily. Then, she hooked her arm around Naruto's shoulders. Bamboo Shoot, be honest with Mom. How many now? Naruto blinked in confusion. How many what? Oh, you're never straightforward, are you? Tsunade seemed really off today. I should hurry back and cook something nice for her tonight. Minato. Bamboo Shoot. Yes, ma'am. Minato stood at attention with a grin. Naruto mirrored Minato's stance, matching him step for step. Target, Konoha, move out. Yes, ma'am. They both replied in unison. Watching the family of three speed past him in the blink of an eye, Might Guy closed his eyes in mock agony. Kakashi, are you awake yet? Of course. Kakashi didn't finish his sentence. His head lolled to the side, and he fainted yet again. Afternoon. Hokage's office. Tsunade adjusted her glasses and looked at the group before her. With this, even Jiraiya can rest easy. Kakashi, having recovered a bit, quickly added, "In that case, let's send out the strike team right away." That masked fiend. Tsunade glanced down at the Book of the Vermilion Moon sitting inside the box. No, we still need to wait for the right moment. There's more to the prophecy. To unlock the Book of the Vermilion Moon, we must wait until the moon is stained crimson. Until then, I'll keep it under strict guard. For now, you two should go back and rest. Yes, ma'am. X2. After Kakashi and Might Guy had left, the previously stern and aggrieved Tsunade lifted her head. She glanced at Naruto, then lowered her gaze again. Why are you still here? What are you hanging around for? Naruto, as if meeting her for the first time, hopped up onto the desk. He reached out, gently lifting her smooth chin. Of course, I'm here to take you home. This Book of the Vermilion Moon isn't anything that important, but it does pose a bit of a threat to that masked man. I'm worried you'll be in danger if you handle this alone. This time, the little grumbler didn't resist. She simply turned her head away, her voice tinged with a trace of wistful complaint. Going home with you is the real danger. Naruto gently took her hand. "Oh, that hurts." She shot him a playful, reproachful glare. Naruto slipped his arm around her. "Come on, Mom is simmering a pot of soup just for you." At those words, Tsunade's cheeks flushed visibly. She leaned into him, feigning exasperation. "You're so cheeky, even on the 5th Hokage." "If you say so." With that, Naruto thoughtfully placed the Hokage's hat on Tsunade's head. Tsunade. Before long, Naruto arrived at the boss's room. "Bamboo shoots," Hinata called out softly. "Has little kitty been napping all day?" Hinata puffed her cheeks in a pout. "Sensei Bamboo Shoots made us do punishment exercises in class. Will you come home with me?" Tintin lay sprawled across the bed, flipping through the handbook of ninja tools. "Let's go home." "Bamboo Shoots." Tintin turned around, her face lighting up with delight. Naruto paused for a moment, then sighed and helped her get dressed. "Thank you." Smooch. Kushina and Minato peeked from the kitchen doorway, quietly watching the three girls appear. Kushina pumped a tiny fist. "Minato, next time I see Sasuke, don't you dare hold me back." Minato gave her a helpless smile. "Aren't you pretty happy right now?" "That's beside the point." "Oomph. All right, didn't you say you wanted to make soup today?" Minato patted her shoulder. Kushina glanced over at the refrigerator. "Minato, I want to get a bigger table and fridge." "Sounds good." Minato nodded slightly. It really is time to upgrade. Naruto headed out again. Tonight, Mima was almost certain to show up, which meant the heart fusion would be complete. It was time for him to reclaim it. Besides, he needed to power up Kurama as well. Once Minma and the heart disappeared together, his next destination would be Fishman Island. And since the three girls had just fought a battle yesterday, they needed some time to rest and recover. "Bamboo Shoots? What brings you here?" Inside the flower shop, Ino was arranging flowers when she looked up in surprise. "I missed you, so of course I came." At his words, Ino bit her lip, a hint of blush coloring her cheeks. So straightforward. But if Hinata finds out, she'll be mad. Naruto glanced around the shop. He picked up a jasmine flower. Walking over to Ino, he handed it to her. "We'll settle the bill with on credit for now." With a smile, Naruto placed the jasmine in her hand. "The language of jasmine, you are mine." To Naruto, it meant, no matter if it's the infinite Tsukuyami, you still belong to me. Of course, Ino was well aware of what jasmine flowers symbolize. A faint blush crept over her pretty face, but she quickly regained her composure and, with gentle grace, said, "Thank you." Naruto loved seeing her try so hard to appear calm, while inside she was flustered beyond words. He gently ruffled her soft hair. "Will you come home with me?" Unlike yesterday, this time the question was meant for her alone. This guy, he seemed almost magical, reaching straight to Ino's soul. Her beautiful eyes trembled as she gazed at Naruto's gentle, smiling face. Her heart thudded wildly in her chest. She bit her pink lips lightly. That infuriating bamboo shoot. He's got me wrapped around his finger. Well now, young people these days are certainly bold. At some point, Lino Yamanaka had arrived. She watched from his side for a while before teasing them with a remark. "Mom." Ino covered her face, half protesting, half pouting. "Aunt Lino." Lino Yamanaka waved her hand dismissively. "Come on, let's get going, or that girl will have something to say about me again." "I'm home." He pushed open the front door. "Bamboo Shoot, where did you run off to again?" From the sofa, the queen of the house threw him a look. She tried to put on a tough act, but couldn't quite pull it off. "Oomph. None of them can compare to me, just a bunch of ants. The position of the main wife is mine, for sure." And just then, a little head peeked out from the kitchen. Kushina blinked at him. She turned and whispered to Minato, "Minato, this kid bamboo shoot. He's way better than Sasuke." "All right, I'll make him some soup later." Meanwhile, outside the Hidden Leaf Village, the Book of Crimson Moon. As soon as Minma's words faded, 9 masked figures appeared by his side, each with an animal-like presence. The 9 masked Sub-Hokage. Their code names matched those of the Akatsuki. Azure White, Vermilion, Black, Void South, North 3 Jade. Shoo shoo shoo. Well then, let me offer you a congratulatory gift. Great Spiraling Wheel. This is my parting present. My counterpart from another world, disappear along with my gift. With that, the great spiraling wheel in Minma's hand was complete. Shoo shoo shoo. A piercing wail split the air. The great spiraling wheel, a mirrored version of Sage Art, Wind Style, Raisin Shuriken. Yet, far more powerful than the original Sage Art, Wind Style, Raisin Shuriken. Its destructive force equaled that of a tailed beast Raisin Shuriken. Its power went without saying. To destroy the Hidden Leaf Village would be nothing. Its effect was even more direct than the super almighty push. As for the so-called prophecy from Mount Mayaboku, the man in the mask will be defeated by the Scarlet Moon book brought back by Jiraiya. It made little difference either way. As Minma's words ended, he lowered the great spiraling wheel in his hand. Shoo shoo shoo. The great spiraling wheel plummeted from above, radiating a blinding light as it descended, growing ever larger. By the time it hovered above the Hokage's office, it exploded like a cannon shell, sending out a blinding flash of white. Shoo! In the blink of an eye, a mushroom-shaped cloud was about to rise into the sky. But in the very next instant, time itself seemed to reverse for the exploding great spiraling wheel. Everything shrank back, and the attack flew back toward Minma. The great spiraling wheel's size gradually returned to normal, until it rested once more in Minma's hand. This is a parting gift. The me from another world, huh? Let this gift vanish with you. Whoosh. Naruto appeared right in front of Minma. Did you come running as soon as your heart fused, eager to deliver your package? Minma's pupils shrank. Naruto's arrival had been far too sudden. Still, Minma unleashed the great spiral Rasengan. Only this time, it failed to accomplish anything at all. In the very instant it fell, a spiraling ripple tore through space. Immediately after, the great spiral Rasengan was swallowed up by the twisting spatial distortion. Beneath Konoha, the 9 masked beasts known as the 9 Faces of Tsuba had also launched their assault. "I'll be back soon, don't worry." Minato patted Kushina reassuringly on the shoulder. "Sungan will be just fine." Whoosh. The moment Minato finished his sentence, his figure vanished in a flash. Flying Thunder God. Damn it. Boss Hinata shot up to her feet, but her face grew a shade paler almost immediately. "Keep calm." Tsunade waved her hand firmly. "It's not as bad as it seems. We have Sungan, Minato, and everyone else here. All right then, let's activate the Akatsuki." Tsunade sighed deeply. She was telling everyone to stay calm, but in truth, she could hardly steady herself. Without hesitation, she set the Akatsuki into motion. After retrieving the Book of Scarlet Moon, Tsunade had already hired the elite mercenary group Akatsuki from the limited Tsukuyami world in advance. Now, just outside the Hidden Leaf Village, a group of ninja dressed in black cloaks patterned with red clouds appeared. The rampage of the 9-faced Tsupoha was steadily constrained, its movements restricted more and more by the combined efforts of the clan leaders and Minato. Minma glanced down, then turned his gaze to Naruto. I can sense the same aura." He spread his arms wide, his eyes fixed on the crimson moon overhead, swirling with Tomo. This world, wasn't it created? Slowly, he lowered his head. His eyes locked onto Naruto's. Behind the mask, in that instant, his gaze transformed, turning into Scarlet Sharingan, each bearing 3 Tomo. "The Book of the Vermilion Moon. You have it with you, don't you? Go on, see if you can use it against me." As he spoke, Minma slowly removed the mask from his face. The face revealed was identical to Naruto's, though his hair was black. He clenched his fist. So this is the power of these eyes. As his words faded, his eyes changed again. The 3 Tomo Sharingan instantly evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Indra's Mangekyo. Madara's Mangekyo. The aura you give off is repulsive. I absolutely cannot allow you to go on living. Naruto didn't answer. Instead, he looked up at the crimson moon swirling with Tomo. "I don't think you're hoping he'll deal with me. You just want to see what your creations, the white Zetsu, are truly capable of." In the real world, high above the ocean, the projection of the Sage of 6 Paths narrowed his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto. At the same time, Minma's mouth echoed with the sage's voice. "To think, during my long slumber, someone like you would emerge and tip the scales. Has my mother already been killed by you? Naruto's lips curled faintly. Who can say? Vim. Minma seized control of his body, his expression growing dark and brooding. Your very existence is infuriating. Your chakra, too. This world only needs one Naruto, one Minma. It's time to put an end to this. With that, Minma formed hand seals swiftly with both hands. But at that very moment, a forceful repulsion surged from behind. Whoosh! Minma vanished instantly from where he stood. Naruto looked down below. There, Tendo Yahiko, Uchiha Itachi, and Konan were staring up at him. We're here at the Hokage's request, Uchiha Itachi said, his voice low and steady. She asked us to lend you a hand, Konan added, her face calm and distant, lips parting slightly. Naruto gave her a second glance. Then he raised his hand, aiming it at Uchiha Itachi. Even though this is just a limited Tsukuyomi world, I still don't care to see you. Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes, the three tomo of his Sharingan spinning before quickly transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Stop! We're not your enemies, Tendo Yahiko interjected. Just then, Minma appeared before the three of them. So, the mercenary group, Akatsuki, is it? You people just can't help meddling. Get lost. Minma lifted his hand, and the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes faded, replaced by the Rinnegan. Vim. An immense repulsive force burst forth. Scarlet chakra flared around Uchiha Itachi. But before he could even summon Susanoo, the overwhelming repulsion from Minma's Rinnegan sent him hurtling away. Swish! Uchiha Itachi and Tendo Yahiko were blasted back, while Konan remained standing in place, completely unharmed. She looked up, puzzled. Do as you wish with the other two, but leave this one untouched. Mask ignored Naruto's words. However, he didn't attack Konan either. In the next instant, he appeared above Uchiha Itachi and Tendo Yahiko. The red chakra around Uchiha Itachi surged, intensifying by the moment. In the blink of an eye, the ribs of Susanoo materialized, encasing his body. A sickening sound. But, unfortunately, in the very next moment, his body was pierced by the blade of light. A sharp whoosh. A substitution with crows. Yet, when Uchiha Itachi reappeared, Mask, as if he had foreseen it all, thrust the Susanoo's blade of light through him once more. At the same time, Mask let out a loud laugh, his body slowly rising into the air. Beneath his feet, the blue Susanoo elevated with him, soon sprouting legs, while Sengokura armor formed across its body. He looked back at Naruto, pressing a hand against his lower abdomen. Come on, the ones in our way are gone. A thunderous boom. As Mask's words fell, a dark, ominous figure, half the size of the Nine Tails, yet unmistakably its shadow, emerged. In moments, the dark Nine Tails body was clad in the formidable Sengoku armor of Susanoo. Let's head back to the village, Naruto said quietly. Startled, Konan snapped out her trance. Her beautiful eyes turned to Naruto. Yes, that commanding presence grew even more overwhelming. And in the end, she simply glanced at Tendo Yahiko, who, despite everything, seemed largely unscathed, then obediently scattered into a flurry of white paper, fluttering away. As the world of limited Tsukuyomi and the world of Kamui merged, the power and presence left by the Sage of Six Paths gradually faded, and the throne of the world shifted to a new master. A rapid, whistling sound. On the other side, in front of the dark Nine Tails, a tailed beast ball began to take shape, hovering menacingly at its mouth. The dark Nine Tails also shifted to walking on two legs, wielding a fully formed Susanoo blade in its hand. It charged straight toward Naruto. Naruto, let me handle this. This guy really gets on my nerves. There can only be one Kurama. Kurama's voice echoed from within the seal space. Actually, I could wipe him out easily. I've just been studying his body. White Zetsu's power really can develop this way. Naruto also picked up on something crucial. It seemed that White Zetsu had no soul. Or rather, the White Zetsu's Kagaya, originally created, did have souls. But after the Sage of Six Paths created the Pure Land, the human souls that once resided in White Zetsu disappeared. They'd all moved on to the Pure Land. So now, the White Zetsus only had animal-like souls. Some didn't even have that. Of course, for those soulless White Zetsus, if they managed to survive a few years, they could gradually develop souls of their own, representing newfound awareness. I don't care. It's been ages since I had a real fight, and nobody even remembers that you're a Jinchuriki anymore. All right then. With that, Naruto gave Kurama the same setup, even better than the Dark Nine Tails. In addition to Susanoo's armor, he added wooden armor as well. Naruto shot up into the sky. He watched from above as the two Nine Tails circled each other below, exchanging tailed beast bombs in a fierce clash. After just a few breaths, the Dark Kurama was left utterly stunned. This is cheating. How am I supposed to win? The other side doesn't even bother dodging, and I can't even scratch their armor. But when they hit me, just 2 or 3 blows, and my triple-layered shield is gone. A deafening explosion thundered through the battlefield. After another tailed beast bomb, the Dark Kurama collapsed onto the ground. Kurama burst out laughing and stomped on its body. I am the real Kurama. Oomph. With those words, Kurama's chakra form slowly faded away. And as Kurama disappeared, the Dark Kurama vanished as well. Minma was now lying on the ground, his whole body trembling. Naruto waved his hand, and the thin thread of chakra connecting him to Minma dissolved into nothing. He had severed Minma's link to the Sage of 6 Paths in the real world. A soft thud. Naruto landed gently, then walked forward. Minma struggled to open his eyes. What? Naruto thought for a moment. Maybe it's because I'm the original. The truth was, Minma's strength went far beyond this. But even if Naruto had stood there and let him attack, he might not have been able to scratch him. Naruto crouched down, gripped Minma by the neck, and slowly lifted him up. He spoke softly, to place all the resentment and anger on an innocent child. He's blameless. So, my purpose in appearing here is to make things right for him. Thump! Minma's heart pounded violently. All around them, silence fell, broken only by the faint whisper of the wind. After a long pause, Minma sighed. His black hair gradually turned white, and among the strands, traces of gold began to appear. The chakras of Azura and Indra were being suppressed. It was the combined pressure of Naruto's and Minma's chakra. As for the last remnants of the Sage of 6 Paths chakra, with the worlds of the infinite Tsukuyomi and Kamui now fully merged, it all faded away. Minma struggled to open his eyes. Facing Naruto before him felt just like looking into a mirror. Yet, it was unmistakably clear that this person who looked exactly like him was, in every way, someone entirely different. Suddenly, he smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting ever so slightly. In that moment, Minma seemed to realize something. We are not the same. That's where I've won. Naruto didn't argue with Minma's words. He nodded naturally, accepting what was said. Minma slowly raised his hand and pressed it against his chest. Naruto did nothing to stop him. With a wet, chilling sound, chakra surged as Minma's hand sliced through his own chest like a blade. His heart thudded heavily as he drew it out with deliberate care. Hot blood spilled everywhere, pooling at his feet. Blood trickled from the corner of Minma's mouth. But even now, a faint smile lingered there. He offered his heart to Naruto, holding it out before him. A swirling ripple of space appeared, and in an instant, the heart was swallowed up and disappeared. Minma stared at his own blood-soaked hand, his vision growing hazy. He looked past Naruto, his eyes settling on the distant village of Konoha. A golden flash appeared, and right beside it, a figure dressed in red followed closely. At last, Minma's gaze drifted upward to the moon high above. The moon was no longer that scarlet, Tomo-marked orb it had been before. Now it was just as it appeared in the real world. Moonlight spilled down, bathing everything in gentle silver. In a daze, Minma saw a figure appear in the moonlight. That silhouette was so familiar. Yet, he couldn't recall who it was. It wasn't his parents. Another figure emerged. He saw himself as a child, carefree, untouched by worries. And he also saw another version of himself, thin, despised by so many, lost and helpless. Minma closed her eyes and murmured softly. In that moment, her body radiated a dazzling golden light. Her body, now without a heart, slowly dissolved into countless shimmering specks of starlight. At last, every trace merged into Naruto's body. Moments later, there was no one left standing before Naruto. He slowly withdrew his hand. Minma was gone. No remains, not even a wisp of her soul lingered. The force of rejection from the infinite Tsukuyomi world began to press upon him. From the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. All that remained was the power of the space-time ninja tool, the plow. If he wanted to return, he would need to use the power of Kamui. Naruto turned his head, gazing at the 2 people rushing from the village. At his feet lay a 3-pronged kunai. Kushina's expression was somber, her head bowed slightly. Minato gently embraced Kushina, his eyes fixed on Naruto. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Of course, if you're more comfortable, you can still call me Bamboo Shoot. Naruto walked toward them. Kushina lifted her head. Looking at Naruto, he still wore that familiar smile. Minato's eyes softened. Bringing Kushina, he stepped forward. The 2 of them embraced Naruto. It's all right now. Let's go home and have dinner. Minato patted both Naruto and Kushina on the back, his voice warm and gentle. Let's go. As the three walked away, the white sheets of paper gradually formed into Conan's figure. Not far off, Devapath Yahiko approached slowly. Uchiha Itachi is dead. Conan did not reply to this, only said, the mission is complete. Take Akatsuki back. I have something else to confirm. With those words, she dissolved once more into countless sheets of white paper and disappeared. The night was deep. All was silent. Naruto gently lifted the blanket and picked the jasmine flower still resting on Ino's forehead, placing it on the table. Creak. Fully dressed, Naruto slowly stepped out of the house. Are you leaving already? Outside, Minato and Kushina sat together on a rocking chair, gazing up at the moon in the sky. Yes, there's still some things I need to take care of in the real world. When will you come back? Kushina asked. Anytime. Of course, if the two of you want to step out and see the real world, you're always welcome to. Kushina and Minato exchanged a glance, then both chuckled softly. We understand. Naruto nodded gently, then with a light push from his toes, his body began to rise. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Minato and Kushina's sight. Don't worry, let's just think of it as our child going out on a mission, Minato comforted her. Kushina leaned against his shoulder. I'm not worried, I'm just wondering, what would I be like in that other world? Minato replied softly. I'm sure you'd be just the same, kind and strong. I don't know, but I wonder, does Naruto have a lot of girls around him out there too? Minato fell silent. Tell me, who do you think he learned that from? Still, Minato said nothing. You haven't really changed much. Naruto halted in midair, looking down at Conan, who had suddenly appeared below. Next time I visit, I'll give you the answer. Or perhaps, he added, I'll let another version of you tell you everything. With that, Naruto soared up toward the sky. Conan didn't reply, only watched as his figure slowly faded from view. Another me? At this moment, Naruto had already soared to an altitude of over 1,000 meters. He no longer suppressed the power of the plow. Soon, his whole body began to radiate a shimmering white light. Kamui. A low, resonant hum filled the air. Before leaving, Naruto's eyes transformed into eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Spiraling ripples of space appeared around him. The fusion is complete. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto's figure vanished. That familiar tunnel of darkness unfolded before him. Naruto closed his eyes, feeling the constant changes within his body. In the real world, as soon as the Sage of Six Paths was cut off from the world of the infinite Tsukuyomi, he immediately withdrew his projection. The Pure Land was now completely isolated from all things in the ninja world. Meanwhile, Naruto could already sense the changes. Once the Pure Land was severed from the ninja world, the natural energy within the ninja world grew even more vibrant and restless. At the same time, as Naruto dwelled within the space-time tool, the plow, a faint voice called out to him. Lord Naruto. Naruto furrowed his brow slightly. Where's that voice coming from? He slowly opened his eyes. Only darkness stretched before him, still traveling through space and time. He waited for a moment, but that faint call never came again. Meanwhile, high above a certain place in the ninja world, countless spirits had gathered. They launched an assault on a small village. In less than 5 minutes, only a handful of survivors remained. A young girl knelt before Naruto's statue, pressed her palms together, and bowed her head deeply. Lord Naruto, please save us. The attack had come so suddenly that, even though the village managed to send out a call for help, it was almost too late. But the nearby ninjas had no way to arrive in time. Only one left now. A cold, numb voice echoed, as if it came straight from the depths of hell. Naruto Uzumaki. The young man shouted with all his might, his voice torn from his soul. A deep, resonant hum vibrated in the air. Naruto's eyes snapped open. In the very next instant, the power of gods and demons descended upon the statue. With a sharp, cracking sound, the statue trembled violently. Again, that low hum reverberated. At once, the spirit was drawn into the statue, vanishing without a trace. And the legion of spirits poised to invade the ninja world was instantly absorbed by the statue of Naruto, now awakened with open eyes. Sage of Six Paths? Is this to sever the lingering calamities of the Pure Land? The statue slowly closed its eyes, its senses expanding outward. Empowered by the force of gods and demons, it gathered all the souls of villagers slain by the spirits. The souls of the dead have nowhere to go. If left unchecked, it won't be long before they turn into the same spirit monsters as before. I see. In that case, let all of you enter this statue. When I return, I'll rebuild the Pure Land once more. All those slain by the spirits during this time, come back to life. With those words, the statue returned to silence, as though nothing had ever happened. The young man stared in disbelief. The divine power within Naruto had faded away. Now, he was only kneeling before a statue. Yet, the pure force of faith remained undiminished. From this moment on, the god of the ninja world had changed. There was only one now. A deep hum echoed, far beneath the waves. Naruto emerged from the corridor of time and space. The space-time ninja tool, the plow, at this moment was completely restored to its original state where it had been altered. Before his eyes, the underwater world was a realm of utter darkness. Yet for Naruto, the darkness here posed no obstacle at all. He could still see everything with perfect clarity. In the gloom, as he cast his gaze around, he saw many ships with mirrored hulls drifting by. But what he saw even more of were shattered pieces of ships. In this pitch-black seabed, the number of sea kings was frighteningly high. Combined with the shroud of darkness, they were practically invincible. A rounded bubble of air had formed around Naruto's body. It had enveloped him the moment he emerged from the space-time tunnel. A bizarre, shrill sound echoed through the water. A colossal sea king lunged toward Naruto. Naruto didn't even bother to glance back at it. In the next instant, a powerful current surged forth, binding the creature in place. Is Fishman Island just below me? Naruto wondered aloud, without a hint of hesitation. He was here now, after all. But the Sea King behind him was not nearly as fortunate. Its heart stopped cold. Fear flooded its eyes. It watched Naruto's figure receding into the darkness. It couldn't fathom why a human so small could instill such overwhelming dread. Suddenly, the seawater itself seemed to come alive, desperately forcing its way into the Sea King's gills. Caught off guard, the creature jerked backward, but the water held it fast in an unbreakable grip. Here, in the depths where Sea Kings reigned, it was now bound by the very sea it ruled. The formless water continued to surge furiously into its gills. Within just a few breaths, the Sea King's gills could take no more. In an instant, the seawater was stained a deep red. A shrill, piercing cry rang out. The ruler of the ocean, a Sea King, had drowned. This scene did not go unnoticed. Many other Sea Kings witnessed it. They turned their gazes toward the tiny figure descending ever deeper. All the Sea Kings, filled with fear, swam quickly backward. Meanwhile, Naruto could already see the immense bubble that enclosed Fishman Island. At that moment, a figure appeared. Her upper body was human, but her lower half ended in a graceful fishtail. She had short green hair, a delicate and lovely face, and wore a black vest, her movements exuding a mischievous charm. She darted swiftly towards Naruto, clearly intent on rescuing him. But she froze in surprise almost immediately. With disbelief written all over her face, she stared at Naruto. She leaned her head forward, and Naruto did nothing to stop her head from passing through his protective bubble. Cammy was taken aback. She hadn't expected her head to slip inside so easily. Does that mean this bubble is about to burst? But in the very next instant, her eyes widened even further. Her whole body followed, gliding effortlessly into the bubble. Yet the bubble remained perfectly intact. Even the little mermaid girls clinging to her tail managed to squeeze inside. Each of them wore a different hat atop their heads. Wide-eyed, they stared at the human who had appeared before them. This bubble, is this how you came down here? Cammy settled herself at the bottom of the bubble. Naruto cast a brief glance her way. There, at the point where her pink tail met her waist, the delicate lines were clearly visible. A few of the young mermaid girls blinked, then reached out tiny hands to touch Naruto's feet. Adorable faces lit up with astonishment once more. He really is a human. If you go this way, it'll take you straight to my house. After entering the enormous bubble surrounding Fishman Island, Cammy pointed in a certain direction. Naruto nodded slightly, and with a subtle thought, the bubble began to move toward where her finger indicated. In no time, they arrived at the underwater apartments of Fishman Island. Big brother Naruto, this is my home, Cammy announced with a bright smile, while the little mermaid girls clinging to her also beamed with joy. Aren't you worried about bringing a demon back home? Naruto suddenly asked. Cammy considered it for a moment. I don't think you're that kind of person. No wonder she keeps getting swallowed by sea kings, Naruto thought. He shook his head. Take me up for a look. Cammy offered no objection. She led Naruto to a giant sea turtle that looked very much like an elevator. They climbed onto the turtle's back, and a bubble formed around them, enclosing everyone inside. With that, the sea turtle began its slow ascent. These are the coral apartments beneath the sea, Cammy explained. My home is on the lowest level because the rent is cheap. With a splash, the sea turtle broke through the water's surface. Suddenly, the world opened up before Naruto's eyes. Cammy pulled him along and leaped off the turtle's back. With a gentle plop, Cammy and the little mermaid girls landed in the water, but Naruto stood firmly atop the sea surface. Kami blinked in surprise. Is this Big Brother Naruto's ability? Naruto glanced down at her, his power carrying a formidable and intimidating presence. You could call it one of my abilities. Kami. Just then, a clear and melodious voice called out. Hearing this, Kami waved enthusiastically. Everyone! She grabbed Naruto's hand, swishing her tail swiftly as they hurried toward the others. Naruto lifted his gaze to see what awaited them. What appeared before their eyes was a gathering of many beautiful mermaids. Some were reclining on coral, while others floated on the surface of the sea, their upper bodies exposed above the waves. No wonder so many people are enchanted by mermaids. Meanwhile, deep within a shadowy chamber somewhere on Fishman Island. Is that so? That man with a bounty of 4 billion has really come here? What should we do, boss? A sinister chuckle echoed in the darkness. Bring him to me. A few fishmen exchanged uneasy glances. 4 billion. How are we supposed to handle that? Don't forget where we are. This is the sea. Here, those with devil fruit powers aren't as fearsome as you think. Go. Yes, boss. A mermaid with flowing black hair and a striking black and white fishtail swept Naruto from Kami's arms. Kami, where did you find this little human boy? She teased, her tone playful. He can even walk on water. That's amazing. A few other elegant mermaids swam over, curiosity sparkling in their eyes. This time, even Tsunade's famed facial cleanser was no match for their allure. Naruto forced his eyes open and caught a glimpse of the Coral Palace. At least the timing is right. I'm still on schedule, he murmured to himself. He gently pushed away the enthusiastic mermaids crowding around him. Just then, a ship soared over the water, its hull encased in shimmering bubbles. It's the royal family's pleasure craft, someone exclaimed. But there's no way any royals would visit such a remote, unremarkable corner of the island, right? The royal vessel quickly glided past, casting shadows over the gathering below. Naruto glanced up at the ship, then slowly began to rise from the water. Hey, little guy, where are you going? One of the mermaids called out, her voice tinged with concern. Naruto, don't go putting metaphorical armor on yourself just to frame me. I'm going to the island. In the next instant, the woman with the long, black wavy hair swept Naruto back into her embrace. The girl from the bay. Of course, part of the reason was that Naruto was brought here by Kami. Naruto, feeling helpless, gently pushed her away. Let's talk about it when you grow legs like a human. Kami blinked her large eyes. Big brother Naruto, what are you going to do on the island? Naruto straightened his rumpled clothes and looked at the women surrounding him. I'm going to make this the first place I reclaim. What? The mermaid girls didn't understand. Naruto glanced toward the island, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. 3, 2. The moment he said 1, a sudden commotion erupted from the island. What's happening over there? Naruto's body slowly began to rise, but he didn't answer the girls. Instead, he flew toward the island. The mermaid girls by the bay looked at each other in surprise and confusion. Kami, where did you find that handsome young man? Well, I found him outside Fishman Island. He didn't even have a ship. He just came down here using a special bubble. Oh, and all those sea kings ran away the moment they saw Big Brother Naruto. Kami gestured animatedly as she spoke. All the mermaid girls in the bay stared with wide eyes. Wait a minute. The woman with the long, black wavy hair suddenly remembered something. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Where? The girls pressed her eagerly. Let me think. Oh my goodness. The woman with the black waves covered her mouth in astonishment. I just hugged a man with a 40 billion bounty in my arms. 40 billion. I hugged him too, just now. Thud. Naruto landed on the island. He gazed at the noisy, chaotic streets. Several soldiers' voices rang out nearby. Let go of the mermaid princess now. Naruto lifted his foot, and in the next instant, appeared amid the crowd. A strange, grating laugh echoed through the air. The mermaid princess? Isn't she just another mermaid? What's with those looks you're giving me? Are you thinking of doing something to me? A voice, brimming with arrogance and cunning, sounded out. Naruto stepped forward, pushing into the inner circle. There he saw a bloated, ugly-faced figure, their head encased in a bubble helmet. This person held a bizarre-looking pistol, brandishing it as he mocked the surrounding fishmen and merfolk. Mere merfolk, what could you possibly do? Do you even dare to resist? He cackled again, face contorted grotesquely behind the bubble. Snot dripped from his nose, quivering with each exaggerated sneer, threatening to fall into his gaping mouth at any moment. All the merfolk and fishmen could only lower their heads and grit their teeth, their faces twisted in grief and anger, yet powerless to act. At the same time, memories of Princess Otoheim's tragedy rose unbidden in their minds. The scene felt hauntingly familiar. Some, overwhelmed by sorrow and rage, couldn't hold back their tears. Naruto took in everything before him. He was about to step forward, when suddenly a small, soft hand pulled him back. In the next moment, he fell into a warm, gentle embrace. Naruto, hurry! There's a bounty on your head. You mustn't reveal yourself so easily. These celestial dragons, you can't make a move against them. The woman with the long, black, wavy hair had clearly guessed what Naruto was about to do. The mermaid girls of the bay gathered around him, intending to lead him away. After all, in your understanding, the celestial dragons are untouchable. No matter what they do, they always get away with it. It all comes down to two things. First, their status, and second, the navy. A low hum resonated through the air. With that thought, the mermaid girls froze in their tracks. Watch closely. This is only the beginning. Before long, there will be many, many more. You are people, whether you are merfolk or fishmen. From now on, you don't have to hide at the bottom of the sea anymore. Naruto's voice was not forceful, yet every mermaid and fishman present heard him loud and clear. They all turned their heads. The mermaid girls in the bay were visibly moved, as if wanting to cover Naruto's mouth, but found themselves temporarily rooted to the spot. Naruto smiled serenely. If you want to change things here, the simplest and most direct solution is right in front of you. We won't wait any longer. A familiar surge of power swept through. Naruto looked up. Has the fusion of the dragon vein and the Shikkotsu forest barrier been completed? Excellent. Naruto closed his eyes and, just as he expected, entered the sealed space. Kurama, call everyone. Gather every fighting force in the ninja world and have them ready. Kurama's eyes flew open. Right? I'll go inform everyone immediately. No unnecessary words were exchanged. Returning to reality, Naruto looked at the group of fishmen and merfolk before him. 3 days from now, the ninja world will trample down the so-called world government. With that, he walked slowly toward the celestial dragon, whose clothes and appearance were bizarre. All the fishmen and merfolk parted to make way for him. When he finally stood before the celestial dragon, astonishment spread among the fishmen and merfolk. A human? No, wait. Soon, someone recalled a wanted poster they'd seen before. Naruto Uzumaki. For billion bounty. What? For billion? Heavens, that's on par with the 4 emperors. The celestial dragon narrowed his eyes, then burst into raucous laughter, clutching his belly. What are you talking about? Haha, you're not seriously thinking about making a move against me, are you? The last person who dared attack a celestial dragon is already locked away, that Straw Hat Luffy, or whatever. Are you his accomplice? Naruto said nothing. He simply looked at him with a calm, indifferent gaze. That reaction was clearly not what the celestial dragon wanted to see. Faced with Naruto's chilling, murderous eyes, his bloated body shuddered. But then he remembered his own status, and forced himself to stand firm. I am a celestial dragon. You people, whether fishmen, merfolk, or even humans like you, you're nothing but slaves beneath our feet. I'm talking to you. Kneel before me. The celestial dragon raised the gun in his hand. Naruto glanced at the weapon with an expressionless face. A sharp snap rang out. In the next instant, the celestial dragon's gun crumbled to dust, scattering on the ground. The celestial dragon was terrified, yet also felt deeply insulted. He wanted to fight, but lost his nerve. He wanted to run, but was afraid of losing face. Naruto glanced around, noticing more and more fishmen and merfolk gathering. As he looked toward the celestial dragon, his eyes had already awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Damn it, what's with that look in your eyes? Huh? Why did your eyes change? The celestial dragon blinked, his gaze shrewd. Never mind all that. You lowly slave, kneel before me. If you kneel right now, I might just let bygones be bygones. Unfortunately, his bluster did nothing to bolster his own courage. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. Tsukuyumi. In an instant, every fishman and merfolk watching was pulled into the world of Tsukuyumi. Even the mermaid girls by the bay were caught up. To them, it was as if everyone had suddenly been transported to a different place. Now they all found themselves inside the memories of the celestial dragon. They stood in a lavish, resplendent palace. Another celestial dragon appeared before them. And this new celestial dragon looked exactly like the one now kneeling lifelessly before Naruto. It didn't take long for everyone to realize they were inside the celestial dragon's memories. Kneel before me. What's wrong with me having some fun with a few mere fishmen? A thunderous roar. The moment all the fishmen and merfolk were released from Tsukuyumi's grip, their eyes burned red with rage. Some of them could only keep biting their own arms, desperate to stay calm. One fishman, simply because he hadn't greeted the celestial dragon with proper respect, was dragged off and enslaved. In the celestial dragon's palace, needles were driven through his body, and a collar meant for pets was forced around his neck. Day after day, he endured torment and punishment at the celestial dragon's hands, until he was tortured to death. This is just one case among countless others. From the moment this celestial dragon became aware of the world, there hadn't been a single day when he didn't delight in tormenting others. These fishmen and merfolk didn't even survive long enough to witness the fate that Naruto had intended to show them. What befell Princess Otohime? Damn it! A fishman, tears streaming down his face, collapsed to his knees and pounded the ground in anguish. The other fishmen and merfolk glared with fury at the celestial dragon, who was slowly regaining consciousness. What are you staring at? A pack of filthy slaves, do you think? His voice was abruptly cut off. Naruto seized him by the throat and lifted him into the air. These people hold your very lives in their hands. To them, you are nothing but playthings, livestock they can kill at a whim. When they're bored, they'll even force you to compete in swimming races. But it's never just a normal race. It's always with all kinds of torture devices attached to you. If you lose, they'll chop off your tails or your legs. When you're on the brink of death, or even after you've died, they'll toss you heartlessly into the sea. And those who can still speak are forced to thank them before they die. Naruto said no more. Instead, he turned to look at the crowd. Even slaves who die, there must pay them one last time, a fee to have their corpses cleaned up. These words finally snapped the last fragile thread within the fishmen and merfolk. In that moment, as they watched Naruto gripping the celestial dragon by the throat, their eyes were no longer filled with shock or fear. Instead, in the depths of their gaze, there was nothing but seething, unrestrained hatred. You actually dared to lay a hand on me. I'll make you pay for this. Your family, your friends. Crack. With a bit more pressure from Naruto, the celestial dragon could no longer utter a sound. Naruto cast the celestial dragon a cold, emotionless glance, then turned his gaze to the crowds below. Will I be the one to kill, or will you join me in this? As he spoke, he casually tossed the celestial dragon's body to the ground. Many people couldn't help but step forward, ready to act. But the instant they saw the celestial dragon, fear overtook them and they shrank back. It was as if invisible shackles, deeply ingrained within them, held them captive. I'll do it, a woman with flowing black waves shouted. With that, she clung to the bubble at her waist and soared toward Naruto. Crunch. But in the very next moment, Naruto stomped down, crushing the celestial dragon's skull beneath his foot. Everyone stood frozen in shock. DD dead. The celestial dragon is dead. Just like that. In that instant, the celestial dragon's body convulsed a few times before falling completely still, slowly stiffening as lifelessness set in. After sweeping his gaze over the crowd, Naruto spoke in a low, thoughtful tone. A sea of blood for a sea of vengeance. Debts paid in blood. Boom. A fishman, unable to restrain himself any longer, tears glimmering at the corners of his eyes, lunged at the celestial dragon's corpse at Naruto's feet, opening his mouth full of razor-sharp teeth and sinking them in with a ferocious bite. The others could no longer hold back either. Madness overtook the crowd, and they surged forward, abandoning all reason. Whoosh. Naruto whisked the black-haired woman away from the chaos. Kami still stared at him, utterly bewildered. Naruto chuckled softly. What's this? Did that scare you senseless? So, do you still think I'm a good person? You've just brought a devil back to Fishman Island. If a celestial dragon dies here, Fishman Island will soon be destroyed. Upon hearing this, fear swept across the faces of the mermaid girls at the bay. However, not a single one of them showed any blame toward Naruto. Not to mention those fishmen and merfolk who were still venting their anger on the corpse with wild abandon. Kami, take everyone back for now. Okay, I understand. Kami stood stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. She gathered the mermaid girls from the bay and led them away. At the same time, not far off, aboard the royal family's sightseeing ship, Prince Shark Star stared wide-eyed, disbelief written all over his face as he stumbled back in shock, eyes filled with terror. He's dead. The celestial dragon is dead. In an instant, the soldiers snapped back to their senses and chaos erupted. They all hurriedly retreated a few steps. A celestial dragon was just killed like that. This is the end. Fishman Island is finished. Damn it. Even so, it still feels good. I wish I could get down there and tear that celestial dragon apart myself. Prince Sharkstar quickly composed himself, refusing to lose his composure any further. He looked at the man who had suddenly appeared before him. Lowering his head respectfully, he said, Naruto Uzumaki, with a bounty of 4 billion. I am Sharkstar, the Prince of Fishman Island. Would you please come with me to Ryugu Palace? Naruto glanced at him. All right, there are some matters where your words alone won't be enough. As he spoke, Naruto looked back at the mermaid girls at the bay. They're my friends. Don't let anyone trouble them. Prince Sharkstar quickly assured him. Please rest assured, Lord Naruto. Naruto nodded slightly. He was no saint, far from perfect, with desires of his own, unable to treat everyone with absolute impartiality. If that could be considered a fault, he would make up for it with even greater achievements. Of course, he had never shied away from this issue, not from the very beginning. All the Fishman soldiers around him stood up straight. Though their bodies trembled from head to toe, not a single one bolted or lost formation. To stand their ground, facing a man with a bounty of 4 billion, was already an impressive feat. The royal touring vessel set off, gliding forward slowly, reminiscent of a majestic sea turtle ship. Naruto glanced at the coral buildings, then released his senses, taking the entire Fishman Island into his mind. What a vast island, he murmured. Now, give the order. Round up all the pirates and the men from the world government and navy as well. Don't let a single one slip through, even if there aren't many. Sharkstar's entire body stiffened, his face turning pale as chalk. A sharp smack broke the tension. Naruto stepped forward and clapped Sharkstar on the shoulder, giving him a gentle, reassuring smile. No need to worry about the consequences, he said quietly. If there's blame to be had, let it come to me. Sharkstar's pupils contracted suddenly, staring at Naruto in utter astonishment. Lord Naruto, are you saying? Naruto waved his hand dismissively. Aside from a celestial dragon's rule, everywhere, here, on land, at sea, it's all layers upon layers of domination. I despise that feudal order. I'll preserve your status, but as for power, forget about it. From now on, everyone starts from the same line. When my people arrive, things will become more comprehensive and specific. Sharkstar said nothing, only lowered his head, lost in thought. My lord, what you just said on the island, was all of it true? A faint smile played at the corner of Naruto's mouth. Do I strike you as someone who would lie? Sharkstar fell silent, asking no further questions. After a long while, the magnificent silhouette of Ryugu Castle appeared before them. At the ornate palace entrance, Sharkstar came to a halt and turned to Naruto. Lord Naruto, my father is inside. Will you? Don't worry. I met those at the very bottom of society, and those at the very top. Only then did Sharkstar breathe a sigh of relief. He hurriedly opened the door, welcoming Naruto inside. Within the palace, upon the throne, sat a colossal merman. He gazed at Naruto, whom Sharkstar had brought, his brow furrowing slightly. Without delay, Sharkstar stepped forward and recounted everything that had happened, leaving out no detail. King Neptune of the Fishman Island was left in utter shock. He stared at Naruto, his face full of disbelief. You killed a celestial dragon? And even incited? Father! Sharkstar quickly interrupted him. Naruto waved his hand, and Sharkstar immediately stepped aside. Neptune let out a bitter laugh. Uzumaki Naruto, I know who you are. Not long ago, on the Tsunade archipelago, you destroyed an entire island by yourself, and even captured Admiral Kizaru, one of the Navy's 3 admirals. After that, Neptune fell silent. He shut his eyes in pain. You don't understand what killing a celestial dragon means, what kind of consequences it will bring. Everyone despises the celestial dragons, but no one dares provoke them lightly, because standing behind them, it isn't just the Navy. Naruto's expression didn't change. If one comes, I'll kill one. Am I supposed to be afraid if they go into hiding? Neptune wanted to speak again, but Naruto cut him off and asked, when is the execution date for GOLD? Roger's son, Fire Fist Ace, and Straw Hat Luffy. Neptune was taken aback for a moment, then furrowed his brow in thought. I think it's 3 days from now at... I've heard enough. And another thing, you don't need to worry about Fishman Island suffering any consequences. Mobilize the entire army. In 3 days, Fishman Island will rise to the surface, and the Tsunade archipelago will be handed over to you. Neptune was stunned. What did you just say? Sharkstar stepped forward. Father, I've already given the order, as Lord Naruto instructed, to arrest those pirates and marines. Neptune's eyes widened in disbelief. You're my son. Absurd. Uzumaki Naruto, you are indeed powerful, but if you intend to rule Fishman Island, I advise you not to harbor such fantasies. Don't you know? Right now, Fishman Island is under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard, he's the strongest man on the seas. Besides, the celestial dragons have already been killed. That's a fact. No matter what you say, even with a 4 billion bounty on your head, I can't accept this. With that, Neptune slumped into his seat and let out a long sigh. Sigh. You should go. No one can withstand the pressure of both the 4 emperors and the Navy at the same time. Hearing this, Naruto shook his head. You're wrong about one thing. I'm not here to rule Fishman Island. As for the rest, you need not worry. All you need to remember is this. Before long, your titles will be just that, titles, without any real power left to them. Neptune sighed and said, You're still too young. You have no idea how terrifying it is when the 4 emperors and the navy join forces to hunt someone down. If every one of them is as strong as Kizaru, I wouldn't even blink if I had to take on 10 at once. Neptune's eyes widened in disbelief. You haha. He laughed, and it was a laugh tinged with exasperation. Well, whatever. Since you're the one who killed the celestial dragon, if you really can hold them off, then so be it. Just as you say. What's done is done. Sharkstar, tell the chefs to hurry up and bring out a feast. He muttered under his breath, If I'm going to die, I might as well die with a full belly. It wasn't that he lacked courage. It's just that, as far as he could see, this was the inevitable outcome. There was simply no room for surprises. Naruto smiled and took a seat as well. Suddenly, he sensed someone secretly watching him. He turned to look back. The massive doors creaked as they slowly closed. Yet Naruto still caught sight of a beautiful, wide eye peeking through. Yes, truly big, an eye, and a very striking one. Meanwhile, in the shinobi world, the moment Kurama sent out the news, the Konoha Core Sword Squad, the infrastructure core, erupted into chaos. Ha ha ha, we've finally been waiting for this day. Boom! A blue Gundam appeared with a thunderous impact. Whoosh! Tobirama Senju leapt onto Madara Uchiha's fully armored Susanoo. Big brother, Madara, get ready, both of you. This time, the nation of Konoha will take the lead. Couldn't ask for anything better. Madara tossed his safety helmet aside without hesitation. Below, a young woman whose face was mostly hidden by her safety helmet looked up at the helmet Madara had thrown down. Silently, another penalty is recorded, 5,000 taels. Well then, I'll leave the task of assembling the ninjas here to you. With those words, Tobirama Senju vanished instantly, using the Flying Thunder God technique. On the other side, Minato also activated the Flying Thunder God and set off. Kushina pumped her fist in the air. All right, then my army of mothers and daughters-in-law is heading out as well. Kaguya stood quietly behind Kushina. A low, resonant hum filled the air. In the blink of an eye, Kamui, Black Zetsu appeared. He even brought a takeout order of charcoal-grilled Mount Mayaboku frogs as a bonus. Mom, should we have those toads lead the charge? No need. Your job is simply to deliver frogs to that little snake every day. A thunderous crash. With a single punch, Tsunade smashed open the gates. Medical and monster strength army, assemble. What's going on? Nami asked, puzzled. Robin stepped forward and asked directly, Are we about to go to war? Kushina clenched her fist and declared, Of course. This is the first time Naruto has given a command to the entire ninja world. All the shinobi nations will answer his call. Where are we fighting? Nami asked urgently. I'm not sure. It sounds like we're supposed to pass through Shikkotsu Forest. Nami and Robin exchanged glances, each seeing utter disbelief on the other's face. This is what Mai Terumi mentioned before. Robin's face turned pale. Nami bit her red lips, wanting to say something, but looking at the women before her, each one more powerful than she ever could have imagined, she hesitated. An army invading the world of pirates. Hancock's voice trembled. At the same time, her lovely face flushed, quickly turning as red as an apple. Her breath came in short, trembling gasps, her whole body shaking. Just as Naruto said it would be. My body, Nami and Robin hurried over to check what was happening. Very quickly, an expression of disbelief appeared on both their faces. What's going on here? Wait, Xianglin, what's happening to you? The two of them also noticed the red-haired girl experiencing the same condition as Hancock. Naruto, big brother. Nami and Robin. Let's go. With a commanding wave of her hand, Kushina led the group forward, and the other women quickly followed. After Hancock recovered, she glanced at Xianglin, who seemed to be in the same state as herself. Once her surprise faded, she smiled and took Xianglin by the hand. Kaguya, could you take me back first? I have an island in that world. I want to make sure all the girls are prepared. Kaguya paused and looked at her. That's not really necessary. No, I want to do my part for Naruto. At those words, Kaguya was silent for a moment, then extended her pale, delicate hand. All right, that's wonderful. Hancock rushed over, hugging Kaguya tightly. Kaguya, you're the best. Xianglin still hadn't fully recovered. Her cheeks were flushed, and her slender legs trembled slightly. I'll go ahead. Black Zetsu, have all the white Zetsu get ready. With that, Kaguya exchanged a brief word with Kushina. Go on, we'll be there soon. Hancock, I'll leave Xianglin in your care. Of course. Only then did Kagaya open the portal to Yamatsu Hirosaka, taking Hancock and Xianglin with her as they departed for the Shikkotsu forest. Meanwhile, Nami and Robin followed the rest of the women, anxiously trailing behind. They were about to invade the pirate world. Who could possibly stand against these women? Nami gritted her teeth and said, You intend to kill them all? Before she could finish, Meitarumi turned back and spoke softly, You don't need to worry. I imagine there are many people you cherish in that world. But rest assured, we will not harm any civilians. Because we are going there to save them. Nami and Robin stood frozen in place, stunned. Meanwhile, led by Kushina and Tsunade, the women had reached the highest point in Konoha. Boom! 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 3 resounding chimes rang out in succession. At that moment, everyone throughout Konoha stopped in their tracks and looked up. Those at home rushed outside at once. Hear this, everyone. In 1 hour, all shinobi assemble. By order of Lord Naruto, we march to the world of pirates, to shatter the order of that world. A roar of excitement swept through the crowd. What? This order comes from Lord Naruto? I see, just like we did back then. Honey, stay home and wait for me. I'm going to help Lord Naruto rescue those. Honey, why are you dressed in ninja gear? What? Did you forget I'm a shinobi too? All right then, let's go together. In less than 10 minutes, every ninja of the land of Konoha had prepared and gathered in the village square. At that moment, the Konoha infrastructure corps returned as well, led by Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. The two stood atop the colossal, fully manifested blue Susanoo. Madara Uchiha stood with arms crossed, surveying the assembled shinobi below. That really gets the blood pumping. Madara, don't get too excited. Turn off the Susanoo. Let's regroup as well. Hashirama Senju called out. Only then did Uchiha Madara rein in his restlessness, and his eyes returned to normal. Whoosh! After descending to the ground with Hashirama, Madara glanced at the little girl beside them, whose face was half hidden under a safety helmet. Are you keeping another tally against me? The little girl blushed shyly and didn't reply. It's fine. Keep track if you want. Just send the fine to Sasuke. Amichim, I'll tell Big Brother Sasuke about it. The little girl replied in her sweet, childish voice. Nonsense. You pay it yourself. Sasuke couldn't hold back any longer. Yet, when he dashed up to Madara, he was still effortlessly held back with one hand. Meanwhile, the 4 great ninja villages received their orders. At the same time, a live broadcast to the entire ninja world began. The Leaf Village was already mobilizing its forces. Big Brother, are we going too? Bang. The 4th Raikage sent Killer Bee flying with a punch. Of course. Everyone listen up. In 1 hour, every available shinobi in the Hidden Cloud Village is to assemble. We rally at the Leaf. Lord Kazekage. Gaara stood up and waved his hand. No need for more words. The entire Sand Village will mobilize. We must be the first to reach the Leaf Village. Yes, sir. As expected, the longer you live, the more you get to see. The hidden stone can't fall behind. Anoki, we set out for the Leaf in 1 hour. Yes, sir. Elder, Lady Mizukage is not here. Why are you panicking? I will personally lead the team. Gather everyone. At the same time, all available forces across the ninja world began to assemble, and soon, everyone set out for the Land of Fire, heading straight for Konoha. Inside the Hidden Leaf Village, the war drums never ceased their thunder. Ninkuma put down his broom. At last, the day has come. Now is my chance to atone for my sins. Danzo, I'm leaving the toilets and the streets in your care. Without another word, Ninkuma dashed off toward the great ninja army, not looking back even once. Danzo narrowed his eyes. What a perfect opportunity. Whoosh! And in that instant, darkness fell. No, it wasn't simply that night had come. A vast flock of explosive clay birds and beasts was descending from the sky. At the very front was Deidara, and beside him stood another artist, Scorpion, now in his newly upgraded form. Behind them, the flying squadron from Iwagakure approached, led by the formidable Two Scales, Inoki. From another direction, sandstorms rose. The army from Sunagakure was arriving. Crackle. With a roar of thunder, the forces of Kimogakure appeared as well. Boom! A surge of water followed. Guided by the remaining elders still able to fight, the warriors of Kirigakure joined the fray. At the same time, the skies filled with airborne ninja. Samurai from the Land of Iron, clad in their armor, came charging in unison. All these forces arrived at Konoha at practically the same moment. Everyone, gather here, all of you. Toburo Masenju sat astride a great ink-painted hawk, shouting down at the gathering shinobi below. At the same time, loudspeakers left on the ground echoed his call, ensuring that not a single soul missed the message. Outside, The Yamanaka clan was lending their support. Tobirama Senju glanced at the black-haired youth behind him. Sai, how many of these flying creatures can you draw? Sai pondered for a moment before replying. With White Zetsu's help, at least 100. Tobirama nodded slightly in approval. He then continued to direct the troops below, orchestrating their formation. Before long, the entire army was organized and ready. Konoha's ninja forces also marched out from the village square. An elite unit led by the heads of each great ninja clan, masters of all 5 elemental styles. And at the forefront, Might Guy commanding the 8 Gates Battalion. Of course, in today's Konoha, the mighty force of the Powerhouse Corps could not be left out. Samui, Mabui, and Yujito were all taken aback. They had just located Kushina's position, only to be swept up by Kushina herself and brought into the Uzushio squad. Soon, the allied shinobi forces split into 5 large divisions, standing ready. Madara Uchiha let out a low chuckle and set the little girl down. It's our turn to take the stage. Honestly, I don't know what to do with you. Just be careful. Don't go wrecking the buildings, haha, Hashirama Senju said helplessly. The full form of Susanoo, clad in blue armor, manifested once again. In an instant, the army, once buzzing with chatter, fell silent. Now, with the shinobi gathered together, the atmosphere was nothing like the tense standoff during the 4th Great Ninja War. So, why the commotion? Most of it came from apologies exchanged between former foes. Perhaps grudges couldn't be erased overnight, but with a shared goal, a common enemy, mutual interests, and, with overwhelming strength on their side, the chance of internal strife was nearly non-existent. Whoosh! Tobirama leapt onto Susanoo. Do we need a pre-battle speech? Madara folded his arms across his chest. No, there's no need to make it so complicated. Hashirama Senju shook his head. He turned to look at Tobirama Senju. Tobirama, do you want to say it, or should I? Without a hint of hesitation, Tobirama replied, Idiot, you're the first Hokage. Your words will have a greater impact. Who says it wouldn't be the same either way? That's true. All right, is everyone ready? Always ready, Madara Uchiha said, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Well then, Tobirama turned to face the allied shinobi forces. Their conversation carried clearly to the shinobi assembled below. Everyone's expression shifted. The atmosphere grew tense and heated. Seeing this, Tobirama shook his head. Looks like there's no need for either of us to say anything. A hearty laughter echoed among them. With the way we communicate now, everyone knows exactly why they're here. All right, Tobirama, just say it already. Even I can't help feeling fired up after Madara. Right, Tobirama took a deep breath. To make it short, allied shinobi forces hear my command. Every ninja below snapped to attention. Lord Naruto has issued an order. All units, assemble, blitz into the pirate world. Yes, sir. A thunderous roar erupted from the allied shinobi forces, shaking the heavens. Next, the vanguard unit. Tobirama called out in a low voice. Hashirama and Madara exchanged glances. Then, at the same moment, both of them broke into matching, knowing smiles. Charge! In an instant, Hashirama entered sage mode. He brought his hands together in a crisp motion. The rumble of energy filled the air. Countless wooden roots surged up from the ground. In the blink of an eye, a colossal wooden Buddha materialized. Hashirama, with his 1,000 hands, leaped forward without hesitation. Sasuke wasn't about to be left behind. His fully formed Susanoo emerged in all its glory. Elsewhere, beneath the mask of second-stage White Zetsu, Yamato pressed his hands together, summoning a youthful version of the Great Buddha. Inoki unleashed his earthen giant as well. Any ninja with a mecha of their own was ready for battle. For example, Yujito Ni transformed straight into her tail beast form. The ground vanguard is in position. At the same time, Deidara, Sai, and the entire airborne force of Sky Ninja soared above the ground vanguard, riding their flying tools. The Sky Vanguard is in position. Tobirama Senju spoke in a deep, commanding voice. Lord Naruto has issued his orders. Remember this. As the vanguard, we don't have time to take prisoners. Force them to surrender to the rear guard. A deafening rumble rolled across the battlefield. That's when Orochimaru made his entrance, cackling wickedly. A fleet of Kurama brand chakra motorcycles roared onto the scene. The supply corps is here. At this moment, Tobirama Senju's hand now held a tactical board. There was nothing flashy about it. Just a single, simple symbol, a bold arrow. And so, the draconic adventure was ready for launch. Night fell. The sky was dominated by the flying army, securing absolute air superiority as they advanced. The earth trembled. The ground vanguard began their march. Naruto, Everyone's ready and heading for Ryuchi Cave. Kurama shouted excitedly from within the seal space. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. Soon after, Naruto himself entered the seal space. Their gathering speed even surpassed my expectations. In that case, it's time to change the plan. Fishman Island will immediately rise from the depths. In that case, Naruto narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Kurama, and spoke in a low, commanding tone. Within 1 hour, seize control of the Tsunade archipelago and place it under Fishman Island's jurisdiction. In 3 days, all elite forces will head for Marineford. Within 5 days, secure the entire Grand Line. 18 days to conquer the Red Line. No matter if it's pirates, marines, or any other opposition, wipe them all out. After 27 days, I want all that is visible in this world to be liberated. In 39 days, tell Second Grandpa and Uncle Shikkotsu, once they cross the Wetbone Forest, to have the entire army await orders at sea. With that, Naruto withdrew from the sealed space, leaving Kurama looking utterly bewildered. Back in reality, Naruto sensed the laws of power unique to the pirate world and began to actively erode them. The natural energy from the shinobi world is about to surge in. The Jinjutsu core will finally have its chance to shine. Shirahoshi, bring me the world map. He took a moment to steady his thoughts and gently patted Shirahoshi's small head. Indeed, Shirahoshi's size was absurdly colossal. But Naruto still made it look effortless, shrinking her down to a normal size in an instant. Of course, her weight remained unchanged. Yet to Naruto, even with a single finger, he could lift her with ease. Yes, Lord Naruto. Shirahoshi hurried off to fetch the world map. Naruto settled into his chair. Beside him, Sharkstar waited respectfully. Has the operation begun? Sharkstar quickly replied. We're already rounding them up. All fighting forces on Fishman Island have assembled. Very well. When the time comes, your Fishman Island soldiers will intervene on the right wing of the Wolfpack front. Naruto said in a deep, commanding voice. Before long, Shirahoshi obediently brought over the world map, her wide eyes blinking as she looked up at Naruto. Naruto reached out and gently patted her on the head, making her beam with happiness as she settled down by his side. Naruto lowered his eyes to examine the map. It was not a complete map of the world. He pointed to several islands along the Grand Line. The island-hopping battles will be led by the Old Man, with flying summoned beasts supporting the assault. We'll use Shadow Clone, Shuriken Jutsu, and the power of the Glint fruit. Bring me a plate of fruit. Yes, right away, Shirahoshi replied, then scampered off with cheerful energy. Neptune blinked in surprise and quietly removed the crown from his own head. At this moment, Naruto's demeanor turned unmistakably serious. The aura radiating from him was so intense that the king of Fishman Island found himself trembling with anxiety. After the forces split, everyone will regroup at the Red Line for a blockade battle. The Tailed Beast army will form a missile squad, using Tailed Beast bombs to unleash a barrage of firepower. Then, I will let the source power of the pirate world be eroded, merging it with the ninja world. Once Chakra appears, the Yamanaka clan will take the lead in exerting psychological pressure and intimidation. Naruto glanced at another section of the map. Orochimaru and the other researchers. Let this world have a taste of electronic warfare. The White Zetsu army will go undisguised, blending in as undercover agents for me. The main force, launch a blitz attack. As his words fell, a thunderous rumble erupted. A surge of energy exploded from Naruto. In an instant, all of Fishman Island began to tremble. Neptune's eyes widened in shock as he involuntarily staggered backward. Sharkstar and his two brothers were sent flying together. Right at the heart of the storm, Shirahoshi felt nothing but the force of the wild wind swirling around her. Lord Naruto is incredible. Little stars sparkled in Shirahoshi's wide eyes. Ninetales Jinchuriki commenced strategic bombing with Deidara's aerial unit. Tsunade and Iwagakure commenced trench cutting. Naruto slowly rolled up the map in his hands. A divine robe of red and gold shimmered into existence around him. He glanced at Shirahoshi. Timid little mermaid princess, you are the ancient weapon Poseidon, lord of the seas. In the coming battle with the wolf packs, I'll need your help. As he spoke, Naruto gently patted her head. Shirahoshi closed her eyes in delight, a happy smile on her face. Naruto hooked a finger under her chin. Let me help you awaken your power. As soon as he said those words, Shirahoshi's red and white tail began to tremble uncontrollably. Above them, Megalo the pet shark recoiled in awe, unnerved by the power radiating from Shirahoshi, and backed away repeatedly. As for those unstable elements on Fishman Island, I'll handle them all in due time. And the worthless one who covets you. I'll take you to settle that score soon. Naruto turned to Neptune. When can Fishman Island rise to the surface? Neptune wiped the cold sweat from his brow and replied hastily, at least 3 days from now. Lord Naruto, what do you intend to do? If I hurry, we might just make it by dawn on the 3rd day. Naruto narrowed his eyes. No need for that. Today I'll lift Fishman Island from the depths and bring it back to the light. With those words, Naruto's body began to rise slowly. Shirahoshi and Megalo hurried after him. A low, vibrating hum filled the air. In the blink of an eye, Naruto appeared above Fishman Island. Every fishman and mermaid below turned their attention to him. Uzumaki Naruto. Idiot, didn't you hear the announcement from the 3 princes just now? Lord Naruto. A hush fell as more and more fishmen and merfolk gathered below. The news that a celestial dragon had been killed by Uzumaki Naruto, whose bounty now stood at 4 billion, and that Fishman Island had come under his influence, had already spread throughout the island. Naruto didn't bother to correct their use of the word submission. Above them, he slowly spread his arms. A thunderous rumble shook the air. In the very next moment, Fishman Island trembled once more. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Such power was beyond anything they could comprehend. Those pirates and world government agents who had been captured all fell to their knees, faces frozen with disbelief. Rise! Naruto's voice rang out, low and commanding. His skin grew paler, and a pair of horns unique to the Otsutsuki clan sprouted from his head. In the next instant, Naruto's body transformed fully into the form of an Otsutsuki. At the same time, his eyes opened into the Rinne Sharingan. Again, thunder rolled through the island. With each tremor, the very ground seemed to crack. Fishman Island was moving. Slowly, it began to rise toward the surface of the sea. Naruto gradually eased off his power. He lifted his gaze, a figure flickering through his mind. Fujitora, gravity, is it? That's a good ability. When we meet soon, I'll be taking it. With that, Naruto gently descended. He spread his senses wide, seeking out the 2 worthless ones. Shirahoshi, perched anxiously atop Megalo's head, followed nervously behind Naruto. Jahahaha. Luckily, we haven't been exposed yet. Let's lie low for now. Once we reach the surface, we can sneak away quietly. Hidden in the shadows of Fishman District, Hody Jones let out a cold laugh. Hody Jones, of the Great White Shark Fishman clan. Shaped by his environment, he had become an absolute racist, a staunch believer in Fishman supremacy. Damn that guy. Where on earth did he come from? Damn it, we should call off the deal. I have to find a way to get rid of that Naruto Uzumaki. How dare he shrink my beloved Shirahoshi? Damn him. Vander Decken 9, with his shifty eyes and sneaky demeanor, fumed with anger. Suddenly, Naruto turned his head and raised his hand. Whoosh. Universal pull. A powerful force erupted, dragging Hody Jones toward him. The moment that overwhelming force appeared, Hody Jones was stunned. What kind of power is this? Why can't I control my body anymore? Swoosh. Before he could finish, his body was yanked toward Naruto. Damn it, I'm a fishman. Are you going to kill me in front of everyone? Gah. Hody Jones didn't get to finish his sentence. His neck twisted at an unnatural angle. I don't need any unstable elements. Someone take care of this. Yes, sir. The Fishman soldiers rushed over at once. Wipe out the entire new Fishman pirates. Yes, sir. Hut, hut, hut. The Fishman soldiers mobilized in full force. Whoosh. Universal pull. Vander, Decken 9. It's you. Shirahoshi's eyes went wide, and she quickly hid behind Naruto. That's the villain. Naruto turned his gaze to Vander Decken 9. This guy was truly despicable. Wearing a small top hat, his hair sticking up, with a mustache almost indistinguishable from his hair, he looked filthy. And what's more, he was deformed with 4 legs. The target fruit. Force fruit. Power of drain. Activate. D. With those words, the flesh of Vander Decken 9 visibly withered at an astonishing speed. Within a few breaths, Vander Decken 9 vanished, leaving only his clothes and hat crumpled on the ground. Naruto shook out his hand and looked around at the fishmen and merfolk. He noticed that after he killed those 2, the way the fishmen and merfolk looked at him had completely changed. Their eyes now burned with a fierce intensity, especially after someone recognized Princess Shirahoshi's identity. A mighty hero, capable of saving Fishman Island, bringing hope and a new life to the fishmen and merfolk, the prince consort they longed for. Meanwhile, outside the rapidly ascending Fishman Island, Naruto glanced over and saw an enormous wooden pipeline shooting up into the sky. So it's finally here. Fishmen, merfolk. One after another, fishmen and merfolk gathered together, as if reliving the unity and hope they once felt when Queen Otoheim was still alive. Every gaze was fixed on Naruto, eyes filled with fervor. Everyone knew, everyone could see, Fishman Island was rising swiftly. It wouldn't be long before they saw the light of day once more. Landfall. Prepare for battle. Ring, ring. The Den Den Mushi chimed. Sengoku hurriedly picked up the receiver, his face tight with anxiety. Kizaru's fate was still uncertain, and that massive earthen sphere on the Sabati archipelago remained unresolved. This was a direct challenge to both the Navy and the world government. Is this Navy headquarters? Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, Sengoku narrowed his eyes. This is Navy headquarters. I'm Sengoku. At these words, on the other end of the line, the man in sunglasses let a faint smirk curl at the corner of his lips. I see. So it's Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Well, I've got some news here. I'm sure you'll find it very interesting. In fact, the world government will be quite interested as well. Who are you? Sengoku's tone grew frosty. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is, I have information about the celestial dragons. The Den Den Mushi's face twisted into a sly, almost gloating expression. Sengoku's pupils contracted, and a wave of dread welled up inside him. What information? He asked, unable to hide his agitation. Not long ago, a celestial dragon had been beaten up by Garp's grandson. And now, there's more news about the celestial dragons. How could Sengoku not be tense? As expected from the celestial dragon's lapdog, the Navy. Your masters, the celestial dragons, were killed on Fishman Island. What? Sengoku froze for a moment, then let out a low, urgent growl. In an instant, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. A celestial dragon dead? Sengoku shot to his feet, his expression turning ashen and grim. Ha ha! Your reaction is exactly what I expected. Yes, dead. And the one who killed that celestial dragon is someone you know well. The man who just got a 4 billion bounty. Naruto Uzumaki. The line filled with a mocking tone, and then the call was abruptly cut off. Sengoku's face darkened to the extreme. Dead. A celestial dragon is dead. This is huge. It's that Naruto Uzumaki again, damn it. We haven't even taken care of the Kizaru situation, and now another celestial dragon has been killed. Fishman Island, is it? It seems Fishman Island can't escape its doomed fate. I hear Whitebeard is protecting Fishman Island side. Sengoku let out a heavy sigh and set down the Den Den Mushi. Someone come here. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. A marine soldier pushed open the door and saluted. Sengoku glanced at him and waved his hand. Go tell Sakazuki and Garp to wait for me in the conference room. We're having a meeting. This is an emergency. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The marine responded quickly and dashed off. Sengoku rose to his feet once more and strode toward the door. This situation is spiraling out of control. No, this can't go on. In 3 days, we must carry out the execution as scheduled. If we fail, the Navy's authority will plummet to rock bottom. Sengoku narrowed his eyes. Garp, I hope you don't do anything foolish. With that, he pushed open the door and headed for the conference room. 10 minutes later, inside the Navy headquarters conference room, Sengoku surveyed those who had gathered. The same familiar faces. These few represented the Navy's visible strength and authority. Garp, Akainu, Akiji, and Vice Admiral Tsuru. This time, Sengoku's expression was even sterner and more grim than when Kizaru's fate was still uncertain. Sengoku, what's happened now? Don't tell me it's about Kizaru again. We couldn't even crack that earthen shell of his. Garp complained, sounding disgruntled. But this time, Sengoku didn't even have the heart to scold him. He simply shot him a cold glare. Enough. Quiet. Garp, too, was startled by Sengoku's grave demeanor. Did something happen again? Even Garp's voice dropped, laced with unease. Everyone present straightened up in their seats. This was the first time any of them had seen Sengoku look so grim. Sengoku wasted no words and went straight to the point. A celestial dragon has been killed on Fishman Island. I thought it was something serious, and it turns out it's just a celestial D-Wait killed. What? Garp's eyes widened in shock, nearly choking on his donut. The other 3 were just as incredulous, their faces full of disbelief. This was no joke. There's a world of difference between a celestial dragon being attacked and one being killed. Kazan closed his eyes, leaned back, and massaged his temples in the chair. This is bad. Too reckless. Even a celestial dragon wasn't spared. Bang! Akainu slammed his fist on the table, his face contorted with rage. Who did it? Sengoku replied in a deep, steady voice. After Kizaru, that mysterious Uzumaki Naruto killed a celestial dragon on Fishman Island. A low hum of silence instantly filled the conference room. Then, Akainu shot to his feet. Lava began to bubble uncontrollably from his body. Damn bastard. Reckless. Absolutely reckless. Clearly, The death of a celestial dragon had completely shaken the Navy's top brass. At the same time, their fury toward Naruto reached its peak. At that moment, Sengoku took out a din mushi and placed it on the table. Everyone knew exactly what that din mushi represented. Even Akainu fell silent. He glanced at the din mushi, then slowly sat back down. But the cigar clenched between his teeth kept trembling, clearly betraying his unsettled state of mind. Sengoku closed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. Kizaru's fate is still unknown, and now Uzumaki Naruto has killed a celestial dragon. The prestige of the Navy is on the verge of collapse. The execution in 3 days must not have a single flaw. Absolutely not. Unless none of you wish to remain in the Navy. Unless you're all eager to be purged. As Sengoku spoke these words, he showed no trace of leniency. In fact, his voice was chillingly cold. He cast a glance at Garp, whose face had turned grim. I've given both you and your grandson many chances already. Garp, you need to understand that things are different now. If you dare to interfere when the time comes, forget your title as a hero of the Navy. I don't even know what to say then. Everyone knew what the death of a celestial dragon signified. Sure enough, the tense, uneasy silence didn't last long before that peculiar transponder snail began to ring. Belly belly. Sengoku looked at the 4 others, then answered without hesitation. The moment the line connected, a voice rang out sharply. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, we are already aware of the celestial dragon's death on Fishman Island. The killer was that mysterious man, Uzumaki Naruto, the one who defeated Kizaru. As these words fell, the pupils of all 5 present contracted in shock. So they already know. That voice belonged to none other than one of the highest authorities in the world government. One of the 5 elders. Sengoku took a deep breath and said in a low, steady voice, we've only just learned about this ourselves. At that moment, the din mushi's face shifted, imitating the stern expression of that particular elder star, cold and composed. There's no need for further explanation. As for Kizaru and the celestial dragon, we're not interested in the details. We only care about the result. Initiate the buster call immediately. Akainu interrupted suddenly. A voice rang out instantly from the other end of the line. Foolishness. Fishman Island is at the bottom of the sea. 3 days from now, I expect to see Naruto Uzumaki on the execution platform. Furthermore, since a celestial dragon died on Fishman Island, and now we're short 1 admiral, send in the admiral candidate. Destroy Fishman Island. The death of a celestial dragon on Fishman Island was an undeniable fact, regardless of whether the fishmen or merfolk were involved. Fishman Island was doomed to cease existing. Everyone in the meeting room understood this outcome perfectly well. If the Whitebeard pirates dare to interfere, issue the highest level extermination order against them. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The Elder Star's voice echoed once more. Sengoku looked at the special din mushi. Do not disappoint us again in this matter. Don't let the dignity of the world government be trampled again. I understand, Sengoku replied, his tone heavy. Click. The call was cut off. Now, you should all understand, Sengoku said, carefully putting away the special din mushi. He looked at the 4 people seated before him. 3 days from now, there is no room for error, and Fishman Island must be dealt with as well. These 2 matters. Whitebeard will definitely choose here, Fishman Island. Vice Admiral Tsuru. Let go, Momosaji. Go take care of things on Fishman Island. When she returns, she'll become the 3rd Admiral of the Navy headquarters. With that, Sengoku stood up from his seat. Akainu also rose. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I request to go as well. That damn Naruto Uzumaki might be there right now. However, Sengoku shook his head. Both matters are extremely important, but the execution in 3 days is our top priority. Besides, judging by what happened with Kizaru, that mysterious Naruto Uzumaki won't stay in one place for long. So for now, all we need to do is prepare to defend against the Whitebeard pirates here. Hearing this, Akainu had no choice but to drop the matter. Garp, if you can't accept this outcome, then take a walk outside. Otherwise, you can head out with Gion. With that, Sengoku pushed open the conference room doors and walked out. Akainu snorted coldly, not sparing a glance at Garp, whose face was clouded with gloom, before turning and striding away. Akiji also stood up. Vice Admiral Tsuru, Senamaru is still stationed at Sabaody Archipelago. If Gion is heading to Fishman Island, she can look for him first. Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded slightly and stood as well. There's no time to lose. Let's get moving. Right. The 2 left together, leaving Garp alone, sitting in silence, his face dark and brooding. As for Sengoku, after leaving the conference room, he initiated the highest level of security. Now, all that remained was to await the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates in 3 days' time. After a long while, Garp slowly walked out of the conference room and headed towards the Navy's largest and most heavily guarded prison, Impel Down. He arrived in front of a cell, gazing at the figure within. On the other side, there was another silhouette he knew all too well. You just won't listen. None of you ever listen. Magellan stood at a distance, his face expressionless as he watched. At the same time, even Hannibal had come out. With the arrival of the Navy hero Garp, regardless of his purpose, everyone remained extremely vigilant. Meanwhile, a tremendous roar of waves erupted. A massive bubble encasing Fishman Island surged up from the depths of the sea. As wave after wave crashed, Fishman Island rose to the surface, finally seeing the light of day once more. The Marines stationed at Sabeti Archipelago were left utterly dumbfounded. Samui narrowed his eyes and lifted his binoculars. With a clatter, the binoculars slipped from his hands and hit the ground. His mouth hung wide open, eyes ready to pop out in disbelief. He was speechless. Suddenly, with a resounding pop, the colossal bubble burst apart. Sunlight spilled down upon Fishman Island. All the fishmen and merfolk burst into jubilant cheers. Soon after, they all lifted their heads, gazing up at the lone figure atop the palace. So this is the world outside, Shirahoshi exclaimed, clutching Naruto's hand in excitement. Megalo blinked at the sun, tried to shield his eyes with his tiny fins, but couldn't quite reach, so he simply bowed his head and closed his eyes. Elsewhere, with another mighty crash, a huge wooden passageway floated up from the water's surface. At that moment, deep within the damp bone forest, Hashirama slowly rose to his feet, the distinct markings of sage mode appearing on his face. He left 3 wooden clones behind. Standing next to him was a man shrouded in a level 2 white Zetsu cloak. With a rustle, the white Zetsu cloak snapped shut, concealing the man's face just as it did for Toby. The man formed a series of hand seals, then pressed his hands firmly onto the wooden corridor. A deep rumble echoed. In an instant, countless wooden stairs sprang into existence. Well done, Tenzo Yamato. With that, Tobarama Senju turned his gaze to the allied shinobi forces. Lord Naruto is waiting for us above. Advance. Yes, sir. Their thunderous response carried out across the water. Meanwhile, on the coastline of Fishman Island, countless fishmen and merfolk soldiers had gathered, all awaiting Naruto's command. Seal off the Sabeti Archipelago. Naruto glanced at the distant Sabeti Archipelago. At that very moment, Senru, who was about to report the situation through a den mushi, was left stunned. He suddenly realized he couldn't move, and his hand was still pressing the receiver. Is this Senamaru? This is Gion Momosachi. I'm en route for Marine headquarters. Beep, beep, beep. Gion narrowed her eyes as the den mushi in her hand was abruptly disconnected. Senamaru, you dare hang up on me? Gion strode forward, her long legs carrying her swiftly as the golden Kempira at her waist swayed with her movements. Her lips parted slightly as she issued her command. Full speed ahead. Target, Sabeti Archipelago. Seal off the Sabeti Archipelago. Shirahoshi placed her hand in front of her small mouth and called out in a clear voice. Yes, ma'am. Below, the Fishman soldiers and merfolk soldiers sprang into action in unison. The Crown Prince, Sharkstar, set out with his 2 younger brothers. Neptune remained stationed at Fishman Island. Shirahoshi called forth the Sea Kings to seal off these waters. Yes, Lord Naruto. Shirahoshi blinked, then returned to her full size and shouted toward the sea. Seal off this sea. With that said, she shrank back down and stood gracefully behind Naruto. Moments later, several enormous shadows suddenly appeared on the ocean surface. A thunderous rumble echoed across the waves. 3 gigantic Sea Kings emerged. After exchanging a glance with Shirahoshi on Fishman Island, the Sea Kings split off in 3 different directions. Any approaching navy or pirate ships were swiftly sent flying on a Fishman Island by the Sea King's powerful strikes. Neptune, meanwhile, led his royal guards to capture all the stranded pirates. Lord Naruto, what should we do next? Shirahoshi asked. Naruto tapped his toes lightly. We welcome my army. With that, his body began to float upward. Shirahoshi quickly called for Megalo. Megalo, following the command, hurried over beneath Naruto. With a soft thud, Naruto landed atop Megalo's head, and Shirahoshi climbed up right after. Naruto pointed in a direction, prompting Megalo to swim off at once. Yippee! Shirahoshi cheered, gazing out at the endless expanse of ocean. She ran about excitedly on Megalo's back. Megalo's shark-like face instantly took on a very human look of agony, as if donning a mask of pain. His massive body started to sway unsteadily. Naruto gave him a gentle pat on the forehead, and only then did Megalo feel a bit of relief. After all, Shirahoshi might look human-sized now, but her weight was unchanged. With all that pressure on those tiny feet, Megalo simply couldn't take it. Before long, Mikaro carried Naruto and Shirahoshi up to the towering wooden passageway above. Then they descended slowly. Suddenly, a kunai whistled through the air. In a burst of golden light, someone appeared. "Am I late?" Minato Namikaze materialized, catching the flying three-pronged kunai with one hand. Minato blinked and glanced at Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi blinked back, then quickly realized and bowed politely. "I am Shirahoshi. Hello, I'm Minato Namikaze, Naruto's father." Minato offered a gentle smile, then looked down at the wooden passage below. "No problem." A thunderous explosion followed. Countless white clay birds erupted forth, soaring through the air. "Woo, art. Let's wait a bit before the fireworks." "Damn it, you lousy puppet. Don't think you can outdo my art." Sasori and Deidara had arrived. The two of them stood together atop a single white clay bird, flying straight to Naruto. "Lord Naruto," they called out in unison. "Well done, you've come at just the right time." Naruto leaped down with Shirahoshi in tow. "Mikaro, take them to find the fishman's soldiers. Second grandfather, you'll command the first battle. Remember, speed is of the essence." "Understood." Tobarama Senju, who had just arrived via Flying Thunder God, nodded slightly. He glanced down at the passageway below, then sprang into action. In that instant, a massive figure burst out from within the corridor. A fully formed blue Susanoo appeared. "Madara, attack in that direction. Destroy the enemy's communication equipment. Deidara, you take the left flank. Sasori, you and Sai go to the right." Tobarama Senju caught the world map and tactical board that Naruto tossed over. As the Ninja Alliance surged out below, he kept issuing sharp commands. Before long, the mighty Shock Force troops arrived, just in time to see Naruto toss a strange-looking fruit to Minato. "Huh, what kind of fruit is that? Why don't we get any?" The women blinked in unison, chiming in with playful curiosity. Naruto just smiled and jerked his chin in Minato's direction. The women looked over. Nami and Robin immediately recognized the oddly shaped fruit. It was a devil fruit. Bonney, meanwhile, stared at the patterns on its surface, her curiosity piqued. Gulp. Minato didn't hesitate. He peeled the fruit and took a bite. The moment he tasted it, his face changed. He looked up at Kushina, who was watching with wide, eager eyes. Gulp. He swallowed the piece in one go. A wild mix of expressions flickered across Minato's face. "What does it taste?" Kushina asked, unable to hide her curiosity. Minato managed to pull out a smile. "It's delicious." A thin trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth as he spoke. Bonney tilted her head. "It doesn't seem that bad, does it?" Robin explained. "The taste of a devil fruit is different for everyone. Well, eating one is like tasting the most disgusting thing you'll ever eat in your life." Kushina didn't hear Robin's explanation. Instead, she stepped up to Minato. "Minato, is it really that good?" "It is. It tastes exactly like the meal you cooked for me the first time we met." Minato forced himself to ignore the sensation in his stomach, quickly gobbling down a few bites, then reached out to gently pat Kushina's head. "What kind of devil fruit ability is this?" Bonney asked, curiosity clear in her voice. Naruto didn't answer. Instead, he flicked a kunai into the air. Whoosh! Minato's pupils contracted sharply. There was no way to dodge. But in the next instant, as the kunai passed straight through Minato's head, even he was stunned. Had his head just turned into light? The glint-glint fruit, Naruto explained. It allows the user's body to become light. After becoming elemental, you're immune to physical attacks, unless they use haki, plus most energy-based attacks. Most importantly, whoever eats the glint-glint fruit can move at the speed of light, strike with the force of light, and even create clones made of light. They can also fire lasers from their body, and those lasers can cause massive explosions. What? Nami and Robin both cried out in shock. Isn't that the ability of Admiral Kizaru, one of the Navy's 3 admirals? Does that mean Kizaru is already dead? Naruto didn't answer, but instead turned to Minato. Dad, I've already given the battle plan to Grandpa Tobarama. From here on, it's up to you all. Don't worry. Minato paused, a dazed look crossing his face as he felt the new power welling inside him. In the next instant, his body transformed into golden photons. Whoosh! He shot straight up toward the complete form of Susanoo looming in the sky. Minato has really become the Golden Flash. Kushina's lips parted in astonishment, her face alight with joy. As for the effects of seawater and sea stone, those obviously wouldn't apply. Kizaru wasn't dead. Right now, he was on Fishman Island. But he was just an ordinary man now. Indeed, he was just an ordinary man who feared the sea. All the side effects of the devil fruit had manifested in him. Lord Naruto. It didn't take long before the entire allied shinobi forces emerged. Attack! Naruto glanced at the ninjas whose eyes blazed with fervor. The corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly. Then he raised his hand and pointed toward the Tsunade archipelago. Boom! In an instant, countless ninjas unleashed a torrent of powerful chakra. Charge! Like a tidal wave, the densely packed allied shinobi forces surged forth in perfect formation, racing toward the Tsunade archipelago. The nine-tailed beasts led the charge at the very front. Hashirama Senju stood atop the head of a colossal Buddha statue, palms pressed together. With a low shout, the giant wooden Buddha strode forward in mighty steps. Rumbling thunder echoed in the wake. The thunderous roar of the Kurama brand chakra motorcycles filled the air as Orochimaru led his army of motorcyclists close behind. On the Tsunade archipelago, Semiru's eyes went wide with shock. Darkness was falling. Wish, wish, wish. Upon the blue, fully formed Susanoo, a three-pronged kunai descended from above. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. A low hum resonated as that three-pronged kunai instantly split into thousands of shadowy copies. Each one radiated a green glow as they rained down upon the Marines' encampment below. Thunderous explosions erupted. At the same moment, from the mouths on Deidara's palms, white clay bombs streamed forth endlessly. They swooped down like flocks of birds, descending upon the Marine base below. And they didn't spare the pirates' stronghold, either. The civilians on the Tsunade archipelago were left utterly stunned. Someone actually dared to strike at both the lofty Marines and the pirates at the same time. They hadn't even recovered from the shock of the airborne army's arrival. And now, along the coastline, 9 colossal monsters were making landfall. At the same time, a wooden Buddha, its back bristling with thousands of giant hands, set foot upon the island. Rumble. With every step it took, a deep crater-like footprint was left in the ground. All the common folk could do was fall to their knees, begging for mercy. Yet, neither the great Buddha, nor the tailed beasts, nor the youthful, true thousand hands form, nor the Susanoo trailing behind, none of them paid the slightest attention to the people. They swept past, utterly indifferent. The civilians stared wide-eyed, awestruck by the might of the vanguard forces. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel a surge of joy at their own fortune, surprised to be alive, spared from being trampled to death. Crackle. Just then, a peal of thunder split the air. In its wake, a dense horde of fishmen and merfolk surged onto the island. And behind them, countless shinobi from the allied ninja forces flooded ashore. Secure the Tsunade archipelago at once and regroup. This territory will be turned over to Fishman Island. Tobirama Senju shouted the command. Minatomura, Big Brother, the tailed beasts. He called out the names of the elite warriors, then issued his orders to advance. Once assembled, launched the offensive toward the first half of the Grand Line. In 3 days, all top-level fighters will rendezvous at Marine headquarters. With that, Tobirama soared over the heads of the civilians below. He glanced down at the fleeing pirates and Marines, as well as the high official from the minor nations. Many had already dropped to their knees. Tobirama cast them a cool, indifferent look. We don't have time to take you prisoner. Surrender to the forces behind us. Lay down your arms and clear the roads. Do not get in our way. In less than 20 minutes, the entire Tsunade archipelago, every last island, had been swept clean. All resistance was utterly crushed. Wardameru fell silent. All the Den Mushi suddenly ceased working for reasons unknown. Orochimaru licked his lips and picked up one of the Den Mushi. So that's how it is. Equip each team with a jammer. Shirahoshi, have your father take over here. I'll need some time. All right, Shirahoshi nodded obediently and left. Naruto, on the other hand, simply sat cross-legged on the ground. This world truly was vast. Merging with it would still take considerable time. Meanwhile, after flying a circuit around, Madara Uchiha's perfect blue Susanoo finally came to a halt. Suspended in midair, he glanced back over his shoulder. In a flash, Tobirama Senju arrived in a burst of flying thunder god. He then pulled out a world map. This is the Tsunade archipelago. Next, we'll need to split our forces along several battlefronts. Madara, you have absolute air superiority and unrivaled offensive power. But keep this in mind, this world has several types of powers. One of them is called Devil Fruit users. Their weakness is seawater, so we've assigned a water release squad to every front, specifically to generate seawater. Your task is to dominate the skies. Take this Den Mushi. It can emit interference signals, cutting off enemy communications. Uchiha Madara took the Den Mushi, folding his arms across his chest. So, My job is to spearhead the attack, and I can leave the rest to others? Tobirama nodded, then added, slow your pace a bit and keep a good distance from the ground troops. If you move too fast, they won't be able to keep up. And another thing, during this Shinobi World Army operation, try your best not to harm any civilians. Uchiha Madara waved his hand. I know the rules. That's good then. Pick up the pace a bit. Head to Amazon Lily first. Kagaya and Hancock's Kuja pirates are stationed there. It's a winless zone. Once you rendezvous with the Kuja pirates, move against the Grand Line, launching attacks as you go. You'll be on the left flank. I'll assign you a suitable force. With a whoosh, Senju Tobirama finished speaking and vanished in a flash, using the Flying Thunder God technique. As for the right flank, Deidara would handle aerial control, while the Tailed Beast Division would provide heavy bombardment. The central zone, on the other hand, would be secured solely by Minato Namikaze, who take charge of the skies and coordinate with the formidable Mother-Daughter Squad, employing an island-hopping strategy. The operation commenced. The people living in the depths of Sabaody Archipelago were left utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, the Ninja Alliance had filled the place to the brim, but in the blink of an eye, they'd all vanished without a trace. Merfolk and fishmen emerged to maintain order and restore peace to the streets. Senamaru was brought before Naruto. Naruto kept his eyes closed, not sparing him a single glance. Senamaru, however, was trembling from head to toe, drenched in cold sweat. Uzumaki Naruto, what are you planning to do? To topple the world government, the Marines, and the pirates, Naruto replied, suddenly remembering how much intelligence this guy possessed. He opened his eyes. Senamaru, you'll identify people for us. Anyone with a reputation, and even those petty pirates with bounties as low as 100 berries. Round them all up. As he spoke, the ground rumbled violently behind Naruto. A colossal wooden cage rose from the earth. Just lock them all up in there. We'll interrogate them all together later. Just when the world thought everything would go on as usual. The Ninja Alliance had arrived. Jean Tamaru kept his head bowed, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Jean Tamaru, you're on the Sabaody Archipelago. You should already know what it is we're about to do. Jean Tamaru lifted his head and glanced at the nearby civilians of Sabaody Archipelago. The look of disbelief on their faces lingered, refusing to fade, as if reality itself was too hard to accept. Oppression and abuse, the horrors they'd imagined, had not come to pass. In fact, if someone dared to kneel and beg for mercy, the soldiers would scold them fiercely. There are many talented and extraordinary people on this island, many who stand for true justice, by which I mean real justice, not the brand that serves the world government and those useless officials. Naruto closed his eyes once more, focusing entirely on guiding and merging his powers. After a long silence, Jean Tamaru slowly got to his feet. Whether for survival or something else, he knew this much. If he didn't do this, someone else would soon take his place. When that happened, he'd truly lose the ability to do anything at all. Meanwhile, on Eni's lobby, everyone believed that no pirate would ever dare cause trouble here. After all, this was the court directly under the world government's command. Though it was called a court, in truth, it was a place that acted solely on the world government's will. And precisely because of its unique nature, this would become the second island to be taken. A thunderous roar shattered the sky. Suddenly, heavy clouds gathered overhead, and bolts of lightning danced across the heavens. Out at sea, the rain began to pour in torrents. The layout of Eni's lobby was no secret. Tobirama Senju sat atop Madara Uchiha's fully manifested Susanoo. Standing by his side were Madara Uchiha himself, Hashirama Senju, Minato Namikaze, and 3 of the 5 Kage. This island is called Eni's Lobby, and it's the very place Naruto specifically ordered the entire army to flatten. Eni's Lobby? Oof. No wonder Naruto picked it as the second target to conquer. And if I heard right, he said to flatten it, didn't he? A few people remarked. Tobirama Senju nodded in agreement. He spread out the map. The layout of Eni's Lobby isn't particularly complicated. The whole island can be divided into 4 sections. The front island, the first main gate. Then comes the main island, the Tower of Justice, and the Bridge of Hesitation. At the far end, there's the so-called Gate of Justice. Oomph. Madara Uchiha snorted again. Tobirama went on. The front island, serving as the first main gate, is heavily guarded, just as expected. As for what comes after, just blow it all up. The station troops number around 10,000. In any case, none of this is really a problem. Get ready to attack. Tobirama glanced back at the allied shinobi forces. Though they seemed densely packed together, in reality, they were all arranged in tactical squads of 3. Begin the assault. Madara, Deidara, Inoki, Minato. You 4 focus on airstrikes. As for communication, Summoning Jutsu. Tobirama bit his finger, leaping out from Madara's full-body Susanoo, and performed the summoning in midair. With a tremendous burst, in an instant, plumes of white smoke billowed out. With a rush of wind, several enormous gray hawks appeared. Tobirama took out a specially crafted den mushi and tossed them onto the hawks' heads. Attack! A thunderous explosion shook the air. In the next instant, the Ninja Alliance, along with the fishmen and merfolk who were part of the Wolfpack formation, all heard the blaring sound of a war horn echo in their minds. For a moment, everyone felt their blood surge with excitement, goosebumps rising all over their skin. The tailed beasts all halted in their tracks. Their mouths opened wide, as tailed beast balls began to gather and condense within. At the same time, the power of ninjutsu was used to cloak the Ninja Alliance with layers of chakra armor. A low, resonant hum filled the air. Hey Yinbian, what is it? On the outpost before Ini's lobby, a Navy soldier called out. Bored, another Marine up in the watchtower glanced down at him. A storm's coming. Keep an eye on the sea. TCH, this is Ini's lobby. Who would dare come near? Just watch, all right. Yeah, whatever. You nag too much. With that, Yinbian cast a bored look out over the dark, cloud-laden sea. Nobody out there. Look, the soldier below snapped in irritation. Fine. Yinbian picked up his binoculars and peered into the darkness. All he saw was pitch black. Absolutely nothing. I told you, there's no one out. His words cut off abruptly. His pupils shrank to pinpoints, and his body recoiled instinctively, stumbling backward. Moments later, he tumbled right off the watchtower. The Marine below reacted swiftly, catching him before he hit the ground. What are you doing? But soon enough, this Marine, too, froze in disbelief. Where did that eagle come from? No, wait. It's huge. A deep, ominous hum thrummed through the air. The flock of giant eagles quickly dispersed, spreading out in all directions. We should report this upstairs. He reached for the den mushi, only to find that it seemed ill and unresponsive. Damn it. How could this happen now of all times? Hey, Yinbian, what on earth are you doing? But at that moment, the sentry named Yinbian was trembling all over, his face drained of color. The enemy attack. What? Are you out of your mind? The naval officer below spoke in irritation, then set Yinbian down and climbed up to the watchtower himself. What nonsense. Just my luck to be teamed up with him. Muttering under his breath, he picked up the binoculars to have a look. Out at sea, all was pitch black. Nothing could be seen clearly. But soon enough, he noticed something unusual. At the far edge of the horizon, a few tiny red dots suddenly appeared. Even the binoculars couldn't make them out clearly. A deafening peal of thunder split the sky. Almost at once, a bolt of lightning tore through the darkness beneath the storm clouds. In the pouring rain, those red dots multiplied at an alarming rate. Looking closer, he realized each little red dot was a person. They were all surging wildly toward Judicial Island. The naval officer rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be seeing things. But when he looked again, the red dots only grew more numerous, until that part of the sea was plunged back into darkness. Another thunderclap shook the air. Yet another lightning bolt ripped through the night. What? The binoculars slipped from his hands and clattered to the floor. A countless, teeming mass, nothing but people. The surface of the sea was covered with people. Enemy attack. He bellowed at the top of his lungs. He fumbled for the den mushi, but the little creature looked as sickly and unresponsive as ever. And then, in that very moment, a flock of massive white clay bomb birds appeared in the sky. At the same time, behind them stood a colossal blue giant, clad in armor and wielding a blade of pure light. Have we been discovered? Gaara stood atop the Susanoo, and the gourd of sand on his back began to leak grains of sand. Sasuke allowed a cold laugh. No, we haven't been discovered. We're about to launch our attack. Humph. The little Uchiha really knows how to talk, the fourth Raikage said as he activated his lightning release chakra mode. Get a little closer. I'm jumping down. As his words fell, the fourth Raikage's body suddenly lifted off the ground. We'll go together. An aged voice sounded behind him. The Raikage glanced at the weathered hand resting on his shoulder and shook his head. Who would have thought the two of us would ever fight side by side? Let's move. With that, the fourth Raikage leapt down, while Inoki placed one hand on his shoulder. Earth-style, super lightweight rock technique. At the same time, Inoki's other hand moved quickly through a string of hand seals. With a sudden slap to the air, a gigantic stone golem rose from the earth below. The bugle of attack echoed once more in everyone's mind. Ha ha ha. I'm joining too. Sage art. With style, true, several thousand hands. Rumbling thunder shook the ground. The moment Hashirama Senju landed, his body erupted with overwhelming chakra. The earth trembled, and countless roots burst forth from the soil. The roots gathered rapidly beneath Hashirama's feet. A few breaths later, the great Buddha emerged. Meanwhile, Madara Uchiha had already begun his assault on the ground below. Deidara's army of clay birds soared overhead, dropping explosives onto the battlefield. Thunderous explosions rolled across the land. The sound of explosions echoed continuously. Island-hopping tactics. Let me try out my own flashing abilities. With that, Minato pulled several three-pronged kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Meanwhile, Kushina and Tsunade, leading their formidable mother and daughter powerhouse army, began flexing their fists in anticipation. A low hum resonated. Golden light shimmered around Minato's feet. A thunderous blast erupted. Minato hurled the three-pronged kunai and kicked them one after another with swift precision. With a sharp whoosh, golden photons clung to the flying kunai. As Minato's luminous kicks sent them hurtling downward, the kunai shot through the air like artillery shells. His hands blurred through a series of seals, shuriken, shadow clone technique. A vibrant hum filled the air. The kunai, already charged with the power of his flashing kick, instantly multiplied into thousands of shadowy copies. Looking up from below, one could see the sky thick with golden pinpricks of light, as if an enormous golden hand were descending from above. At that moment, Minato's entire body radiated golden brilliance. Konoha's yellow flash, at maximum power. In the blink of an eye, his form vanished from sight. Ladies, charge! Tsunade shouted. The Yin seal was released. All the women followed suit, undoing their own seals. They all leapt down together. A resounding crash thundered through the air. First came Minato's shadow, clone-enhanced flashing kicks, raining down and obliterating the buildings below. Close behind, the powerhouse army landed. Like monsters unleashed, they swung their fists again and again, demolishing countless structures. Their strength was beyond compare, and their regenerative power was just as monstrous. Above, Uchiha Madara didn't pause for even a moment, pressing the attack toward the next three sectors. At the same time, Deidara, riding a flock of explosive clay birds, soared ahead with Sasori at his side. We've reached the main island. Scorpion cast a glance at Deidara. Puppetry is the most powerful art. That's absolute nonsense. Deidara roared, his fury erupting. Scorpion merely offered a faint, knowing smile. Watch closely. With those words, Scorpion leapt directly off the giant clay bird bomb. He slapped a hand over where his heart was. A glowing panel appeared on his arm. Tapping a few times with his fingers, his expression shifted instantly. A cascade of mechanical lights swept across his body. Scorpion shut his eyes and spread his arms wide, as a host of mechanical devices unfurled behind him. When he opened his eyes again, a dazzling golden light blazed from his gaze. I will now enter my Gundam form. Below, the second set of main gate guards, two giants named Oimo and Kashi, stood ready. A thunderous boom erupted as the Gundam appeared, jets of chakra flame blasting from its back. In a blur, the Gundam was suddenly right in front of Oimo and Kashi. Within the halls of the Judiciary Tower and the Hesitation Bridge, members of CP-9 heard the commotion. Uchiha Madara had already soared high above. At the same moment, countless points of light filled the sky, as if blotting out the sun. Tailed beast bombs rained down in a furious barrage. These tailed beasts are proving to be somewhat useful after all. With those words, Uchiha Madara began his assault from the sky, raining destruction below. Youth! Passion! Might Guy bellowed, his spirit igniting the air. Nearby, Shinon lent his support, overseeing the charge. Behind them surged the mighty Eight Gates formation army. Everyone followed Might Guy into the fray. The first gate, Gate of Opening, open. The sixth gate, Gate of You, open. A tremendous boom resounded. In an instant, the Eight Gates army's speed skyrocketed, and the force transformed into a brilliant green legion. Everything happened far too quickly. The Navy soldiers stationed on Judicial Island were utterly dumbfounded. A barrage of attacks, the likes of which they had never seen or heard of, rained down upon them. The front island didn't last even 3 minutes before it was declared breached. Mist concealment technique. Several elders from a hidden mist village joined forces to unleash their ninja art. In an instant, a thick fog rolled in from all directions. For the Navy soldiers, resistance was now out of the question. Visibility had plummeted to almost nothing. A deafening rumble shook the ground as Orochimaru's mechanical battalion landed on the front island. One drunken Navy soldier blinked in disbelief. He stared at the mechanical beasts that appeared before him. Rubbing his eyes, Memories of the monster's recent assault flashed through his mind. They're on our side. Ha ha ha, we're saved. This must be a brand new weapon developed by Navy headquarters. Relieved beyond words, he burst out laughing and strode toward the mechanical beast crawling along on its treads. The ninja piloting the machine narrowed his eyes. A Navy soldier, brandishing a spear, laughed boisterously as he blocked the machine's path, dancing with excitement. Huh, what's going on? Puzzled, the ninja slowed down. The Navy soldier waved at him with a goofy grin. He kept waving, clearly hoping for a ride. Is this the new war machine? Come on, take me with you. Still grinning, the Navy soldier gazed at the stopped mechanical beast, unable to suppress his laughter. Hee. But then, as a ninja from the hidden leaf slowly poked his head out of the cockpit, the sailor's smile began to fade away. A sharp, slicing sound cut through the mist. Suddenly, a bar of chocolate appeared in the arms of the Navy soldier. He glanced down and saw that the wrapper was decorated with the face of Naruto Uzumaki. The Navy soldier blinked, looking up with a baffled expression. Hey, did you get a good look? Move it. Don't block the way. We don't have time to take you prisoner. If you want to surrender, wait for the main force to catch up. With that, the Konoha ninja waved his hand and returned to the cockpit. A harsh mechanical grinding erupted. Immediately after, the treads began to turn. The Navy soldier blinked again. Then he whirled around and ran for his life. If he didn't, he'd be crushed for sure. A cry of terror escaped him as his face twisted in panic, legs pumping furiously to escape. But no one bothered to fire at him. After all, in the chaos of battle, nobody wastes ammunition on a fool. Ability user spotted. I'll handle it. Hey, who's fixing the dam? Water style, water dragon jutsu. A tremendous roar followed as torrents of seawater surged forth, rushing toward the ability users on Eni's lobby. At that moment, the Fishman army stormed the island from every direction. They didn't know what faith sustained the Ninja Alliance. But as long as they believed in the same person, that was enough. In this thrilling moment, a Fishman soldier lugged 2 buckets of seawater, flinging water bullets as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Chaos card, locked and loaded. Once his frenzy subsided, a ninja stepped up and kicked him. Quit yelling nonsense, or I'll smack you. At this moment, as a streak of red appeared at the tip of the Tower of Justice, Eni's lobby had already lost any ability to resist. Everything here was now sealed off. Not a single sound escaped. Only when the barrier team's ninjas saw that dazzling red light did they finally come to a halt. A great number of allied ninja forces landed on the island, taking control of everything. Meanwhile, Madara Uchiha and his companions soared toward the first half of the Grand Line. The war had only just begun, and when a statue of Naruto rose in the very heart of Eni's lobby, the island itself had already been leveled to the ground. The court, directly under the world government, were coming for you. Such a crushing victory left every Navy soldier who had surrendered on Eni's lobby in utter silence. Even Impel Down, the nearest stronghold, hadn't noticed a thing. Of course, Impel Down was already on the list of targets to be taken. It was just that there was no need to rush. There were still plenty of powerful forces above. A covert, espionage-driven approach would suffice for now. And so, suddenly, along the shoreline of Impel Down, a massive swarm of white creatures appeared. All of them second stage white Zetsu. Sister Kagaya, what's the matter? Hancock glanced back at the assembled soldiers of Amazon Lily below and asked softly, It's nothing. I just sensed Naruto's presence. Naruto. Hancock froze for a moment, and her breathing quickened. She clutched her chest as her heart pounded wildly, threatening to leap from her ribcage. Only when Kagaya gently pressed her finger to Hancock's forehead did she manage to suppress her lovesick longing. Drawing a deep breath, Hancock raised her voice and declared, Girls, are you all ready? Follow me into battle. Prepare to meet your queen. On Amazon Lily Island, although all the inhabitants are women, they are members of the warrior tribe known as the Kuja. From birth, they are raised to be fighters, each one strong in both body and spirit, with a bold and unrestrained nature. They believe that strength is beauty. At the same time, in the waters of the Sabaody archipelago, a Navy ship is approaching. How many are there? Sharkstar hurriedly asked. Shirahoshi blinked, then closed her eyes and listened carefully. Just one ship. Sharkstar let out a sigh of relief, but quickly shook his head. No, I shouldn't be thinking like that. Gather the remaining soldiers. We fishmen and merfolk aren't pushovers, either. Shirahoshi asked the Sea Kings to let that Navy warship come through. Okay. Shirahoshi replied sweetly, blinking again before asking, Brother, can I go back now? Sharkstar was momentarily confused. Go back. Isn't this Ryugu Palace? Oh, go ahead. Just don't disturb that esteemed guest. All right. Before long, a fishman soldier appeared outside the door. He rushed up to Sharp Star and reported. Prince, all the remaining soldiers have assembled, but what? Neptune quickly asked. Your Majesty, the common folk of the Sabati archipelago also wish to join us. A huge crowd has gathered. We're not sure how to handle it. Tell them to go back and wait. No, if they're willing to help, let's give them a chance. Assign them to handle logistics. Yes. The fishman soldier accepted the order and hurried away. Up on the watchtower along the coastline, Senamaru's whole body tensed as he lowered his binoculars. Go tell everyone, the Navy is here, and they're no ordinary force. It's an admiral candidate. With that, Senamaru dashed in the direction where Naruto was. Word of this quickly spread throughout the Sabati archipelago. Civilian soldiers received their orders. They were to lead all the elderly, women, and children, anyone unable to fight, to seek shelter on Fishman Island. Meanwhile, teams of fishmen and merfolk soldiers split off and slipped into the sea, hiding beneath the waves. At that moment, on the deck of a Navy vessel, stood Gon, also known as Momosaji, the admiral candidate soon to be promoted to admiral. Arms crossed, she gazed sternly at the scene before her, a frown creasing her brow. Is this really still the Sabati archipelago? And that island that just appeared out of nowhere? Fishmen? Merfolk? Could it be? Has Fishman Island actually risen from the depths? Guion let out a gasp of astonishment. She then lifted her head, her eyes fixed on the massive orb of Earth still hovering silently over the archipelago. Admiral Kizaru, couldn't attack like that really be the work of a human? Sister Tsuru said even a combined assault couldn't make a dent. Being an admiral really isn't easy. Despite her words, a faint, sly smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. A clear, metallic ring sliced through the tension as Kenpyro was drawn from its sheath. The celestial dragons are dead. There's no other way now. All units attack. Level everything here. The Navy has arrived. As the colossal Navy warships loomed closer, countless sailors appeared on the decks, firearms in hand, their cold eyes fixed on the Sabati archipelago. At the forefront stood Jiuan, the vice admiral. The residents of Sabati archipelago, their eyes filled not only with terror, but also with hatred. Judging by the posture of the forces across from them, it was clear they intended to raze this place to the ground. They had done nothing wrong. Enduring daily oppression and exploitation was already more than enough, but now, an incident involving those in power had occurred, and they would be buried as collateral. But now, someone had come to save them, to declare that they were human beings, not livestock. King Neptune, holding his royal scepter, stood at the gates of Ryugu Palace with his 3 sons at his side. He looked out at the distant naval warships, which had come to a halt, and the countless marines assembled before them. The celestial dragons died on Fishman Island. This has nothing to do with Sabati archipelago. The moment Neptune learned that the celestial dragons had been killed on Fishman Island, he knew this outcome was inevitable. Now, all he could hope for was that the Navy would not trouble the innocent civilians. Meanwhile, Senamaru was equally astonished deep down. From the next instant, he fell silent. Naruto had killed a celestial dragon. That was the rumor he had heard on his way here. He had learned it from the mouth of the fishman soldier. Yet what truly surprised Senamaru was that the soldier showed no fear at all. Instead, in his eyes burned a fervent expression of worship. Does this Naruto Uzumaki truly possess such awe-inspiring power? Suddenly, Senamaru lifted his head and glanced up at the enormous sphere of Earth still suspended in the sky. An admiral defeated, celestial dragons dead. Having been through all this, Senamaru realized that, unlike at the very beginning, he no longer felt the same fear and disgust toward Naruto. Kami, along with the mermaid girls from the bay, was tasked with escorting the children from the Sabati archipelago to the royal palace of Fishman Island. She glanced back at the Navy's ships. It's the Marines. They've come, just as expected. All right, Kami, there's nothing more we can do about this. Young Naruto will handle everything. I'm sure of it, said Big Black Waves, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. Meanwhile, Senamaru had already arrived in front of Naruto. The Marines are here, huh? Naruto withdrew his consciousness. The resistance to the world's fusion had been mostly dispelled. Now, he simply needed to maintain the pace of the merging process. At this moment, within the world of pirates, one could already sense faint traces of natural energy. Yes, Lord Naruto, came a reply. I know the one who's come. She's Vice Admiral Momosaji from Marine Headquarters, considered like a sister by Vice Admiral Tsuru. This time, I suspect she's following direct orders from above. I think it has to do with the celestial dragons. And because Fishman Island is located beneath the sea, they didn't immediately issue a buster call. Naruto was a little surprised at these words. They've sent an admiral candidate. I thought would be a Kainu or Akiji. Seems what happened with Kizaru hasn't really concerned them. Sentomaru hesitated for a moment, but considering the current situation, he knew that no matter how much he explained, the stubbornness of the Navy and the interference of the world government would only lead them to see him as a traitor. So he cut straight to the point. Lord Naruto, I feel they're here to guard against the Whitebeard pirates and the like. It's not just because Fishman Island is under Whitebeard's protection. That was in the past. And also, the Whitebeard pirates Fire Fist Ace, the son of the Pirate King, is about to be publicly executed. At the same time, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Straw Hat Luffy, is also going to be executed. The location is at Marine headquarters, so they need to set up defenses to ensure the execution goes smoothly. This time, Momosaji is being sent as a way to polish her credentials. After this, she'll be able to fill the vacant position of admiral. Naruto glanced at Sentomaru. You're right. Go help escort the civilians. Sentomaru's pupil shrank. Escort civilians? He was considered a combat force. Wouldn't sending him to escort civilians be a waste? Naruto saw through his thoughts. He stood up and patted Sentomaru on the shoulder. Do you know why the Navy, the pirates, and the world government aren't loved by the people? Sentomaru wasn't stupid. With just that one sentence, he realized what kind of person he was following now. He looked deeply at Naruto, then bowed respectfully. Understand, Lord Naruto. I won't let any civilians get hurt. Forgot to introduce myself. I am the toughest man on these seas, the world's most tight-lipped man. With that, Sentomaru hoisted his massive axe and left. Before long, he arrived at the escort squad and was stunned. Old man. Yo, Sentomaru, huh? In an instant, Sentomaru's eyes filled with tears, and he rushed over. I thought you were dead, old man. Kizaru rolled his eyes. You got here just in time. Take these kids over. I'll go pick up another batch. He stared at Kizaru, who had failed to dodge his pounce, momentarily dumbfounded. However, noticing that the lecherous face before him showed not a hint of sorrow, he decided not to say anything further. Meanwhile, on the other side, Neptune approached the Navy warship with his 3 sons in tow. So, you're Neptune, the king of Fishman Island? Momosaji stepped forward, gazing down at Neptune from above. What does it mean for Fishman Island to rise to the surface? Neptune replied in a deep voice. It means nothing more than this. Fishmen and merfolk deserve the sun and the sea as much as anyone. There is no reason for fishmen and merfolk to cower in fear before those arrogant villains any longer. Momosaji frowned. Are you aware that the celestial dragons died on Fishman Island? Neptune answered with an emotionless face. And what of it? Those useless fools came to Fishman Island for one reason. To hunt mermaids, didn't they? They even coveted Shirahoshi. If they're dead, so be it. Momosaji raised her sword, Kenpaira. So, you're saying Fishman Island is allied with Naruto Uzumaki? Charlie lifted his trident and declared, if it's a fight you want, then let's have it. You dogs of the world government. But at that moment, Momosaji's gaze shifted past them, looking into the distance. Uzumaki Naruto. Why can't I sense any presence from him at all? She shook her head. If this is Fishman Island's stance, then we have our orders from above. Let's handle this by the book. There's no need for Fishman Island to continue existing. With those words, she raised her hand, and every cannon on the Navy warship swiveled to target Fishman Island. There are civilians from the Sabeti archipelago on Fishman Island. Well, there's nothing more that can be done. A celestial dragon is dead. Someone must answer to the world government, since Fishman Island is so close to them. Such is fate. Although Momosaji spoke in this resigned tone, her hand hesitated, refusing to strike. Of course, if you're willing to come back with me, I can call off the attack. After all, I anticipated your appearance, but the Navy and the world government did not. With your life alone, you could save Fishman Island and countless innocent people as well. Isn't that a fair exchange? A faint smile tugged at the corner of Momosaji's lips as she looked down at Naruto. Naruto shook his head, the tip of his foot gently touching the ground as his body rose slowly into the air. Now that you put it this way, I think I've come up with a better idea. How about this? Why don't you and your soldiers surrender? Come with me to Navy headquarters and help me overthrow both the Navy and the world government. Momosaji's expression chilled in an instant. She gripped Kenpaira with both hands, her gaze locked on Naruto. Lifting her arms, she raised Kenpaira high above her head. Armament haki surged forth. In an instant, an invisible layer of armor sheathed Kenpaira. At the same time, Momosaji unleashed her observation haki to its fullest. Yet, as she reached out with her senses, she discovered that her observation haki faded away entirely when it neared Naruto. No wonder he's worth a 4 billion bounty. He can even nullify my haki. Her eyes narrowed as she brought her blade down in a swift arc. Kinpyra trembled, humming with a sharp, resonant note. A wave of sword energy shot straight toward Naruto. And, at the very moment Mizukage launched her attack, a Navy soldier aboard the warship cried out in alarm. In an instant, countless Navy soldiers surged down together. Gion, the peach rabbit, furrowed her brows and glanced at that Navy soldier. A rear admiral from headquarters? He actually snuck in. Damn it. But just a second later, Gion was left speechless. Her attack vanished the moment it reached Naruto. What's going on? This isn't a devil fruit attack. Why did it just disappear? As a vice admiral in waiting, Gion's strength was nothing to scoff at. If she were up against pirates who only relied on devil fruit powers, she wouldn't necessarily end the fight in a flash, but injuring them with a single strike was hardly a challenge. Yet, what was happening now was something she had never encountered before. A look of grave concern settled on Gion's delicate face. No wonder he managed to defeat Kizaru. His strength is clearly far from ordinary. She drew in a deep breath, steadying herself. Negotiations were no longer an option. But as she lowered her eyes, she was stunned once more. The Navy soldiers who had just disembarked were immediately attacked by fishmen and merfolk lying in ambush beneath the waves. On the shore, it wasn't just fishmen and merfolk. There were also Navy soldiers who'd taken off their caps, scattered pirates, and even ordinary townsfolk. What in the world is going on? For a moment, Gion hesitated. The situation had already surpassed anything she'd ever imagined. These people, no matter which side they were on, there was no way they'd join forces so easily. With a soft thud, Naruto landed on the deck. You're strong, but you're still not quite there. This is where it ends. I have other matters to attend to. With that, Naruto raised his hand. Come. A low, resonant hum filled the air. In the next instant, a powerful force of suction appeared. As expected, Peach Rabbit was pulled into his grasp, her face flushing red. Clearly, she had struggled with all her might. Yet before Naruto, her efforts simply weren't enough. What is this power? Peach Rabbit asked with difficulty. A power strong enough to change the world. Peach Rabbit closed her eyes. She had no way to argue. She also understood now why even Kizaru, with the power of the glint fruit, had been defeated. In the face of this kind of strength, even light itself couldn't escape. Many of the Marines below are truly devoted to the people. They're not just lapdogs of the world government. You can make your own choice. Naruto suddenly cut her off. If you're going to kill me, I hope you won't wipe everyone out. Flattening this place is the will of the world government. It's not what we wanted. I, Toshiji, like Sister Tsuru, believe in pure justice. Most of my subordinates do too. Peach Rabbit opened her eyes and blinked in surprise. Why won't you kill me? Compared to pirates, the Navy is relatively better. It's only when you reach a certain rank that you learn the truth about the Navy. Rip. The cape of justice was torn from Peach Rabbit's shoulders. Naruto stomped on it with his foot. P.S. Writing this chapter tore me apart. Killing is the simplest, the most direct, but also the most superficial. It's so hard, kill. Resist, stop them, kill them all. Those two words, contradictory Marines, aren't worthy of them. Take your people and help rebuild Subadi Archipelago and Fishman Island. With that, Naruto turned and walked away. Below, as the naval soldiers who came with Mizukage saw her captured, many of them laid down their weapons. Those who still resisted found no one would show them mercy. After Naruto left, Kizaru and Sentomaru emerged from the crowd. Old man, it really happened just as you said. Kizaru shook his head. Take me up there. I have things to discuss with Kiyoan. Among the Navy's notable figures, aside from a few exceptions, most were trapped in conflicting positions. By comparison, the Neo Navy seemed to have a much clearer purpose. Or perhaps, it could be said that the majority of the Navy soldiers were truly righteous, for they had no idea how rotten things had become at the top. To be honest, Naruto was trying something new right now. This world, in so many ways, resembled a classic novel from his previous life. If he chose to kill them all, then he wouldn't need the Ninja Alliance to intervene. The chaos had begun at the top. And so, after Naruto departed, Kizaru and Sentomaru stepped forward. Admiral Kizaru? Mizukage gasped in surprise. Well, Mizukage, I didn't expect they'd send you for this. Meanwhile, on Amazon Lily Island, a fully formed blue Gundam appeared, its presence rumbling across the land. A few heartbeats later, the blue, complete Susanoo gently descended. I'll take charge of the airspace over the left flank of the first half of the Grand Line, said Uchimadara, tossing aside a tactical board. Understand, since Naruto has chosen this path, then I shall stand by his side and fight against the entire world. Hancock declared, carelessly tossing the tactical board to her two sisters. Ladies, move out. Yes, Snake Princess. Buzz. On Amazon Lily, nearly all the female warriors had boarded the warships. Kaguya, however, followed at her own unhurried pace. Within her, she harbored the power of the 10 tails, along with an even purer energy that came from Naruto. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Navy headquarters. At this moment, from the harbor, one could see that the vanguard of the naval forces was guarded by 3 infamous villains who held the keys to the upcoming battle. The 7 warlords of the sea under the Pirate King. Hancock had already been stripped of her title as a warlord. Donquixote Doflamingo, Gecko Moria, Dracula Mihawk. And stationed below the execution platform were the Navy admirals. The mightiest combat force of Navy headquarters. Soft footsteps echoed. Above, 2 figures glanced at the calm sea before quietly taking their seats. One was Akiji Kazan, one of the Navy's 3 admirals. The other was Sakazuki, also among the Navy's top 3. The view shifted upward. On the execution platform, Ace knelt with his head bowed. Beside him, 2 naval officers stood with long swords crossed before him. Not far from his side was another figure wearing a straw hat. His hands and feet were bound with sea-stone cuffs as he too knelt on the platform. Below the platform, the Navy hero Garp stood silently, eyes closed in contemplation. On the staircase before Garp, Fleet Admiral Sengoku slowly approached. Garp, if you're not ready yet, you should step down, Sengoku said quietly. I can handle things here on my own. Garp, eyes still closed, replied in a deep voice, I am ready. Garp, you must realize just how dire the consequences will be if you stir up trouble. Tashigi still hasn't sent back any news. Don't make things worse. Sengoku barked at him. The next instant, tears of regret welled up in Garp's eyes and rolled down his cheeks. I should have broken their legs back then. Sengoku, bang. With a swift kick, Sengoku sent him flying. Get out of my sight. This time, if you dare act recklessly again, you know better than anyone what kind of chaos will descend upon the world. Garp dropped to his knees, covering his face as he sobbed uncontrollably. Sengoku let out a long sigh. Garp, you and I have given our lives to the Navy. Even if this Navy isn't quite what we imagined at the start, we've poured our efforts into it for so many years. There are some things that are simply beyond our power to change. That being the case, we have to fight for as much authority as we can. Otherwise, the justice we uphold will become nothing but a joke. We can't go on like this. Even the worst order is better than utter chaos. Bang! Garp punched himself hard in the chest. I know. Sengoku, let me stay. If I so much as step out of line, stop me. Even if it means you have to kill me. Looking at Garp's desperate state, Sengoku could only sigh again. Just then, a chill wind swept across the surface of the sea. Thick fog rolled in. On the watchtower, a Navy lookout squinted and adjusted the focus on his telescope. Soon enough, through the swirling mists, the silhouette of a ship emerged on the horizon. He zoomed in for a closer look. A man with a red bandana on his head, a baboon clinging to his shoulder, appeared in the sight of the telescope. Ranger Doma. On another watchtower, a startled cry rang out as well. In that sentry's line of sight, a middle-aged man with a golden mane of hair and a thick beard came into view. Reikyo Makugai. One after another, the other sentries cried out in alarm. The Decal Band brothers. The Great Whirlpool Spider, Squard. Damn it, these are all first-rate fighters. Each one a captain whose name shakes the seas of the New World. In total, 43 pirate ships. As the sentries finished shouting, among the 3 figures at the very front, a man with short blonde hair, sunglasses, and a pink coat burst out laughing. This is truly fascinating. It's absolutely thrilling. Come on then, Whitebeard. Even as he spoke, Doflamingo glanced over at Gecko Moria. The two exchanged subtle nods. Clearly, neither had any intention of getting involved in this war. So they've come after all. Akainu stood with his arms crossed, a cigar clamped in his mouth. Beside him, Akiji looked as laid back as ever. Just then, a deep, rumbling sound rose from the sea. At that moment, countless bubbles burst up from the ocean's surface. Akainu's ears twitched. He raised a hand, adjusting the brim of his marine cap, eyes narrowing as he stared out over the water. Now, the Fleet Admiral Sengoku also sensed that something was amiss. He cast a glance at Garp. Lately, there's been a lack of timely communication from several places. I'm afraid the move has already been made. This time, besides the Whitebeard pirates, we also have to be on guard against that newcomer, Uzumaki Naruto. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the horizon. The sea surface was now filled with pirate ships as far as the eye could see. I'll go up and stand guard as the last line of defense. With those words, Sengoku sprang up in a powerful leap, landing atop the execution platform. From up there, his view became even broader. The sea breeze swept past, making the cloak of justice draped over his shoulders billow and flutter. Behind him knelt Ace, the Pirate King's son. Luffy, grandson of Garp and son of the Revolutionary Army's leader, Dragon, was also on his knees. Just then, a sudden, thunderous burst. At that moment, on the circular stretch of sea before Marineford, a massive bubble rose from below the waves. It suddenly burst open. Waves surged out in all directions. Sengoku looked down, his jaw clenched and beads of sweat trickling down his brow. Could it be? In the next instant, a tremendous splash. A pirate ship, completely enclosed in a bubble, emerged from beneath the water surface. The Marines quickly grabbed their binoculars for a closer look. That's Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. At this moment, Marco stood with his hands on his hips, clad in a pink jacket, staring expressionlessly at Marineford. The view widened further. All 14 division commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates are here. For a moment, the entire atmosphere shifted. The Marine stationed at headquarters drew sharp, quiet breaths. So this is the power of a Yonko. Above them, Akainu stubbed out his cigar, still standing with arms folded, looking down over everything with a stern gaze. Nearby, Aokiji rested his arms across his knees, his expression growing a shade more serious. At this very moment, unbeknownst to them, countless people from the first half of the Grand Line were soaring in this direction. Soon, there would be little need for the highest caliber of fighting force. It was almost certain now, the first half of the Grand Line would fall within 5 days. And after that, an endless stream of Red's upper management would assume control. Clang, clang, clang. Just then, everyone at Navy headquarters was startled by the rhythmic sound of metal striking metal. A lone figure emerged from the ship's cabin, ascending the stairs step by step, until he stood upon the deck. The metallic clang echoed with each movement. The sound came from the weapon held in his hand. It was none other than Yurikamajiri, renowned as one of the 12 supreme grade blades. As for who this man was, the answer was already clear to all. He was a man uninterested in the title of Pirate King, yearning only for a family at sea, affectionately called Pops by his crew. Whitebeard. Every eye was drawn to him. This was the legendary Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors who ruled the seas. He bore a crescent-shaped white mustache that curved upward. His stature was immense, and his body rippled with powerful muscles. Whitebeard paused, standing firm on the deck, gazing toward Navy headquarters before him. Emblazoned on the wall were 2 bold characters. Navy, Gururura. With a monstrous laugh, his cape, draped like the mantle of Navy justice, fluttered in the wind behind him. It's been decades, hasn't it? Sengoku. Whitebeard, Sengoku called out in a low voice, sweat beading and dripping from his chin. My beloved son, he's unharmed, isn't he? Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, peering ahead. Dad! Ace was stunned. He hadn't expected that. Even knowing it was a trap, Whitebeard would still come. His eyes instantly filled with tears, and he cried out involuntarily. With another strange, booming laugh, Whitebeard released his grip on the Bicento. He strode forward with sudden force, spreading his arms wide and turning his face to the sky. Wait for me, Ace. Then, with a sharp motion, he pulled his arms back in front of him, crossing his hands before his chest. He snapped his eyes open, a sly grin curling at his lips as he locked his gaze on his Sengoku above. Once again, he flung his arms wide, fists clenched tight, as if he were striking some invisible wall. Gura! A bizarre, resonant sound echoed through the air. Crack! At the same moment, white cracks appeared around Whitebeard's fists, looking just like a mirror just before it shatters. The cracks on his fists began spreading rapidly, visible to the naked eye. The tremor fruit, an ability of the Paramecia type, giving its user the power to unleash tremors at will. By striking at the very air, he could fracture the atmosphere, rend the sea, make the heavens tremble, and even summon devastating tsunamis. He could also gather the power of these shockwaves into a sphere of force. This force sphere could be attached to weapons or limbs, turning them into instruments of destruction. Each attack was accompanied by the chilling sound of breaking, echoing through the battlefield. Right now, Whitebeard was about to trigger a massive tsunami. Down below the execution platform, Aokiji shook his head and slowly got to his feet. They really have gathered some incredible people here. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Captain, should we head out? No. Wait. If we make a move now, it'll only add to the chaos of this war. But what if that newly emerged Whirlpool Naruto shows up? And that kid Luffy is up there too. Red-haired Shanks hesitated for a moment, then said, We just need to appear at the critical moment. Why are we even talking about this now? Akainu's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Up ahead, the towering Gecko Moria, nearly 7 meters tall, lowered his head and looked at his own trembling hands. He allowed a strange, unsettling laugh. Here on our side, we have the 7 warlords of the sea and the Navy's strongest forces, 2 Navy admirals and 100,000 elite soldiers. On the other side is Whitebeard's pirate crew and 43 ships under his command. So, Whitebeard, just how do you plan a breakthrough? Doflamingo glanced at Gecko Moria. Clearly, the two of them had reached an understanding. All that was left was to put on a show and wait for the right moment to slip away. After the great battle ended, they would return. This is truly exhilarating. Hawkeye remained as cold and indifferent as ever, watching everything unfold. And just then, the Navy headquarters began to tremble. It was as if an earthquake had struck. What's causing this tremor? Gecko Moria was completely stunned, glancing anxiously in all directions. At that very moment, Sabaody Archipelago. Lord Naruto, everything is ready. Shirahoshi arrived with the mermaid girls from the bay. All right, let's go. Naruto slowly opened his eyes. He glanced over the assembled soldiers. All the fishmen and merfolk were waiting beneath the waves. The Navy, the civilians, and the few pirates were all waiting on the shoreline, ready for what was to come. At the front were Peach Rabbit and Senamaru. I can sense a commotion at Navy headquarters. Whitebeard has already arrived. Not far from here, there's another pirate ship. It's time to set out. Big Mom and the others are also on their way. As he spoke, Naruto pressed his hands together in a seal. In the next instant, a surge of chakra erupted. Massive tree roots burst from the ground, racing toward the Navy warship that Peach Rabbit was commanding. Moments later, the roots made contact with the warship. At a dizzying speed, the roots seemed to melt into the ship, rapidly expanding outward from its center. Drawing on memories from his previous life, Naruto used an aircraft carrier as a model and channeled would release without pause. Before long, a colossal aircraft carrier was taking shape. Everyone stared in stunned silence. Naruto, meanwhile, slowly floated into the air. With a great whoosh, a crimson sail unfurled. Set sail. In the first half of the Grand Line, whether in the sky or across the sea, several figures were moving at breakneck speed. TCH. What a waste of time. If they make us late, I swear I'll give them a good beating when we get back. Sasuke grumbled, clearly annoyed. Relax, Sasuke. We're not exactly slow either, Shikamaru said, trying to calm him. Kiba, just as frustrated, added, not only do those guys refuse to surrender, but they even dare to fight back. A bunch of pirates who commit every crime imaginable, plus Navy lackeys helping them. Honestly, if it weren't for all the civilians, we'd have taken them out already. Niji stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the deck's railing, eyes closed as he spoke in a low voice. I understand now why Naruto told us to try not to harm any civilians. Choji plopped down with a sigh and broke out his snacks, munching away contentedly. Kankuro came over to Choji's side, snagged a few chips, and sighed helplessly. That's for sure. War is always like this. Besides, we're planning a blitz attack. Gaara let out a sigh. That's right. Don't underestimate these people. If they realize we're absolutely refusing to harm the civilians, I'm afraid they'll use those civilians as human shields. All right. Shikamaru clapped his hands, then got to his feet. Let's drop this topic for now and take a break, everyone. Oh, by the way, Choji, there's still plenty left in the... Before Shikamaru could finish, Lee emerged, holding a steaming thermos. Chicken soup, coming through. Wait, almost forgot about Shino. He's in the kitchen, busy cooking. Navy headquarters. A vein bulged on Garp's forehead as he shouted, It's coming. That guy just triggered an undersea quake. And now a tsunami is heading our way. Even as Garp spoke, something strange was happening out on the sea. The waves swelled higher and higher, rising by the moment. With a thunderous crash, a massive wave slammed against the edge of Navy headquarters, spraying seawater everywhere. In an instant, the entire island that housed Navy headquarters began to tremble. All the Marines standing on the base found themselves swaying uncontrollably. It's the Quake fruit user. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. It's a tsunami. It's enormous. On both the east and west sides of Navy headquarters, titanic waves loomed, towering higher than even the grandest buildings. From both directions, the tsunami threatened to swallow the entire island whole. Zhangu narrowed his eyes, but even in the face of such an attack, he remained composed. Even if we have the advantage in numbers, don't get cocky and assume victory is assured. In the end, it might be us who fail. That man possesses the power to destroy the world itself. No one noticed, high above Navy headquarters, a great white clay bird, a bomb in disguise, hovered silently. Deidara couldn't help but let out a laugh. Well, I have to admit, that power truly is formidable. Yes, Lord Tobirama, you really can be quite naggy sometimes. Tobirama Senju arched an eyebrow. In the end, looking at Deidara, who was cleaning his ears and looked completely unconcerned, Tobirama could only give a helpless chuckle. Don't underestimate the enemy. Then, he turned to Hashirama Senju and Sasori, who sat nearby. Big brother, have you not recovered yet? Hashirama was seated cross-legged on the ground. Without opening his eyes, he shook his head and spoke in a deep voice. The power system of this world is very different from the ninja world. I've used too much chakra these past few days. Now, refining it will take quite some time. Besides, natural energy is scarce here. Sage mode will need a while longer. Tobirama nodded slightly and said, before we set out, Naruto told us this world is much bigger than the ninja world. If we force a fusion, it could seriously damage our home. But at this rate, the fusion won't take that much longer. With that, he turned to Sasori. You brat, every time you come up with a new invention, you use your ultimate move on every stray dog that crosses your path. Sasori turned away, pretending not to listen, as if tuning out a droning chant. A chorus of laughter followed. So, the greatest art form still has to be explosions. Sasori glanced at him indifferently. Then why don't you blow something up for me right now? Deidara grew anxious. I just wanted to hurry and be the first to arrive, that's all. I'm still recovering. And besides, the seat you're in right now is made from my chakra, you know? Oh, Sasori curled his lips in dismissal. Deidara glared at him. And with that, the two started bickering again. Tobirama Senju sat down, resigned. We're getting too worked up. But maybe it's for the best. Since Naruto hasn't arrived yet, we can use this time to regain some chakra. At that moment, both Tobirama and Hashirama Senju looked out toward the distant sea. Sasori also stopped arguing with Deidara. Deidara, thinking he'd gotten the last word, laughed in triumph. They're here. Who's the second one to arrive? No sooner had Tobirama finished speaking than Sasori, who had activated his radar, added. There are people coming from two directions, and these two chakra signatures. It's Uchiha Madara and Namikaze Minato. Hearing this, Hashirama's eye twitched. Just watch, Madara will probably go straight in and declare war. That guy's been burning through his energy these past few days. Once I've recovered, I'll make my entrance with a blast. No way his arrival will outshine mine. Deidara couldn't help but boast. In your dreams. When my Gundam shows up, that's when true art takes the stage. Meanwhile, the fleet of 47 pirate ships led by Whitebeard had already begun their assault on Marine headquarters. Their opponents were the two great powers of the world government. The Marine headquarters and the 7 warlords of the sea. What a terrifying force. No wonder they're the legendary monsters. Doflamingo grinned, baring his teeth. Hokage stood with his arms folded, not even bothering to lift his head. A tremendous wave rushed toward them, roaring like a living beast. As an admiral, Akainu remained seated in his high position, arms crossed, legs casually crossed as if nothing could faze him. Aokiji took a deep breath. A sheen of ice began to form across his face. With a sudden leap, he soared above Marineford, his hands outstretched, releasing a chill that seemed to freeze the very air. In the next instant, icy spears shot forth from Aokiji's hands, hurtling toward the massive tidal waves surging in from both sides. The moment the ice spears touched the gigantic waves, something extraordinary happened. The ice spread rapidly, like dye soaking through cloth, racing across the twin tidal waves that threatened to engulf Marineford. Before their eyes, the waves began to freeze. Ice Age! With Aokiji's shout, the tidal waves on either side of Marineford were completely sealed in ice. Aokiji, you brat! Seeing this, Whitebeard grinned broadly. Twin quake spears. But Aokiji only extended a hand, his expression unreadable. Several icy spears materialized, then shot toward Whitebeard with blinding speed. Whitebeard calmly raised his hand. With a thunderous crack, he unleashed the power of the Tremor fruit. Instantly, the ice spears were covered in a web of cracks. The sharp, rigid ice shattered upon contact, broken apart as if nothing. At this moment, Aokiji's face and body swiftly transformed, turning into an icy statue. As he landed on the surface of the sea, the water instantly froze over, and the shattered ice sculpture rapidly reformed itself. Thick white mist of cold air rose all around. Meanwhile, with Aokiji at the center, the surface of the sea froze in a widening circle. Admiral Aokiji, he's just too powerful. A cheer burst from among the Navy ranks. But the Whitebeard pirates were not to be outdone. Let them see what we're made of. As soon as one of the Whitebeard pirates' commanders finished speaking, Countless pirates on the ship grabbed their weapons and leapt down onto the frozen sea. The commanders are charging in too. Don't stop the bombardment. Keep firing. On the other side, the Marine headquarters mid-level officers began to show themselves as well. Dracula Mihawk slung his black sword across his back and leapt up onto the viewing platform, his face expressionless as he gazed at the approaching pirates below. Dracula Mihawk, Doflamingo, and Gecko Moria exchanged glances, and with an air of feigned indifference, jumped onto the platform as well. The 7 warlords of the sea are finally making their move. Up above, Akainu cast a glance at Mihawk, surprise flickering across his face. I didn't expect that lone wolf Mihawk would actually want to join the fight. A low, vibrating hum swept through the air, and in that instant, Sengoku and Garp turned their heads at the same time. Akainu slowly looked up as well. A deafening explosion erupted. A massive tidal wave of ice was shattered by an enormous figure crashing through it. Again, the roar of destruction echoed, and the towering blue figure appeared high above Marine headquarters. A wild, booming laugh resounded. Ya-ah-ha-ha! Ha-ha-ha! Wild laughter echoed throughout the arena. At last, I can feel the thrill of true battle once more. So, next up, you worthless scum. Do you want to dance with me too? Ha-ha! Madara Uchiha's maniacal laughter even reached the skies above. Smack! Tobirama Senju slapped his forehead. I knew it would turn out like this. I think Madara's entrance was pretty cool, though, Hashirama Senju replied. Take a look at the situation now. Sure enough, as they glanced down and focused their senses, Madara Uchiha's complete Susanoo had vanished entirely. Clearly, he had exhausted a huge amount of chakra just getting here, and was now in the process of refining more. Pirates? No idea. But what was that just now? I don't know. Forget it. It doesn't matter for now. Whitebeard's crew is attacking. What's wrong? You want to give it a try? Doflamingo asked. Just to test myself, that's all. That man standing before us. Just how big is the gap between us and him? No sooner had Mihawk spoken than a frightened Marine below cried out. No matter how strong you are, just meeting his gaze is enough to make you tremble. Fear will root you to the spot. No wonder they call him Hokage. Any swordsman would recognize him as the strongest there is. I'd love to face him myself. Maybe that's just the instinct of a swordsman. At that moment, Mihawk drew the black blade from his back. So that's the legendary black blade, huh? Smoker, the chain-smoking Marine, bit down on his cigar and spoke in a deep, gravelly voice. Beside him stood a woman with short black hair, brandishing a swift blade and wearing striking red glasses. She turned her head. The black blade, Yoru, Tashiji said solemnly. One of the 12 supreme grade swords in the world. That jet-black edge, forged in the style of the chaotic blade, heavy flower cross. Only the world's greatest swordsmanship is worthy of such a legendary weapon. T.H., stay out of my way, she snapped. Suddenly, Smoker transformed into a thick cloud of white smoke and charged straight at Madara Uchiha. Madara stood with arms crossed, the 3-tomo Sharingan spinning in his eyes. Well, until my chakra recovers, and before your backup arrives, let's have a little fun. A low, resonant hum filled the air. In the blink of an eye, Smoker appeared at Madara's side. White fist, Smoker barked. In that instant, both his arms and legs turned into billows of smoke, his whole body shifting to elemental form. He threw a powerful punch. Madara didn't even glance his way. There was a tremendous impact. Smoker's smoke-forged fist connected with Madara's body. Madara was launched backward, skidding across the ground and carving a deep trench in the earth. Smoke and dust billowed into the air. Phew, Smoker exhaled, the tip of his cigar glowing. I thought he'd be tougher than that. The eyes of both Marines and pirates were drawn to the spectacle. But as the haze cleared, they saw the man in the strange crimson armor standing there, unharmed and untouched. A slow, deliberate clap echoed as Madara brushed the dust from the armor on his chest, his expression unreadable. So a devil fruit user, is it? A sudden gasp rippled through the crowd. In the next instant, every Marine and pirate watching widened their eyes in shock. What kind of power is this? Smoker's eyes widened in shock. It all happened in the blink of an eye. That blue figure had just appeared, and in the next instant, Smoker saw a blinding flash of white before his eyes. A massive sword of light, radiating with a piercing brilliance, drove straight through his body. Yet at the very moment the sword struck, his body shifted into its elemental form, turning into smoke. A low hum filled the air as the white smoke dispersed. In no time at all, Smoker was once again standing unharmed before Madara Uchiha. White Serpent! A thunderous roar echoed out. Smoker wasted no words. His arm instantly transformed, swelling into a great mass of smoke. His fist shot forward, and the smoke-laden arm, twisting and writhing like a serpent, lunged toward Madara. So this is what you call elementalization, is it? Madara lifted his hand. He faced the incoming smoky fist head-on. With a single, crisp smack, he caught it one-handed. Slowly, he turned his head. Do you wish to dance as well? Smoker's pupils contracted sharply. In the next moment, Madara appeared right in front of him. With one hand, he seized Smoker by the throat and lifted him high into the air. Oh, so this is what you call hockey. With this power, even if you so-called ability users turn into elements, I can still reach you. As he finished speaking, Madara raised his foot. With a heavy thud, he kicked out. Smoker's eyes went wide. His waist took the full brunt of the blow, sending him flying back. Toshiji was left stunned, frozen for a heartbeat. Once she regained her senses, she hurried over to check on Smoker's condition. Meanwhile, Madara spread his arms wide. Come, let me experience the strength of this world. Just as he was about to attack Whitebeard, Mihawk turned his head. He looked toward Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara met his gaze. Swordsman. Impressive eyes. Praise was something Madara never withheld. Mihawk said nothing, simply raising his black blade above his head. He brought it crashing down toward Madara with sudden force. In an instant, a surge of wind blasted up clouds of sand and dust. A towering wave of green, sword energy, tens of meters high, hurtled straight for Madara. The ground in its path split wide open, leaving a massive gash. The fierce aura of the strike drew the attention of everyone present. But as the target of the attack, Madara only smiled faintly and shook his head. Such an attack looked formidable, but its speed was nowhere near that of a tailed beast bomb. Slow, far too slow. As his words faded, Susanoo above Madara swung its blade. A sharp crack rang out, but the outcome was not what Madara had expected. Oh, the shining blade of Susanoo had been severed. In the next instant, Madara's eyes shifted, turning into violet Rinnegan. A resonant clash sounded as the glowing green sword energy was blocked by an invisible wall. At the same time, its trajectory was altered. With a sudden whoosh, Mihawk's sword energy shot toward a towering ice wall shaped by a tsunami. The wall stood no chance. The sword energy sliced through it in a single stroke. With a thunderous crash, the ice wall came tumbling down. The world's greatest slash. Who is this man? A Navy rear admiral gasped in disbelief. Meanwhile, a golden flash appeared in the sky above. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. Immediately after, that golden flash shot out a dazzling pillar of golden light. If you looked closely at the tip of the golden beam, a trident-shaped kunai was streaking through the air at breakneck speed. Its target, Whitebeard. Clang! Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. The attack felt oddly familiar to him. At that instant, a radiant, blinding figure appeared before Whitebeard. His body gleamed like diamond. Both arms crossed protectively over his chest, blocking the brunt of the golden strike. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the air. Whoosh! And just then, yet another golden flash appeared. Fwoosh, fwoosh, fwoosh. Balls of blue energy materialized. Flying Thunder, God's second stage, Rasengan. Bang! The Rasengan landed squarely on the back of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division commander, Diamond Jozu. Yet, Minato immediately frowned. Diamond, such formidable defense. Without missing a beat, he swung his leg in a powerful roundhouse kick. As he raised his leg, the light fruit's powers activated. His limb transformed into a stream of golden photons. Boom! Another deafening blast rang out. Diamond Jozu took a heavy blow to the waist. A faint crack appeared on the diamond surface of his body, but he remained largely unscathed. His massive frame lost balance, and, propelled by the flash of the kick, went tumbling through the air. I suppose I should infuse my attacks with the power unique to this world. They call it hockey, don't they? Whoosh! As the words fell, Minato vanished from his spot. Madara-senpai, you're as impatient as ever. Naruto and the others aren't here yet. Perhaps it's better to conserve your chakra in the meantime. A gentle smile played across Minato's face. Uchiha Madara glanced at him. He said, I was the first one here. Whoosh! A kunai inscribed with the flying thunder, god, Jutsu, landed at their feet. Swoosh! Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju appeared. You're wrong, Madara. Both Tobarama and I arrived first. We've been watching from above for quite some time. Everyone was stunned. Who are these people? Where do they come from? And why do their faces look so unfamiliar? Damn it, even the Whitebeard Pirates commanders. Did you notice the attack from that blonde man? No way. Admiral Kizaru is already. For a moment, chaos erupted on the scene. Uchiha Madara turned around with a blank expression. Very well. Then let's wait a little longer. But, as he spoke, Uchiha Madara glanced at Hawkeye. At that moment, Hawkeye was also staring back at him. It's my turn now. Uchiha Madara formed hand seals with both hands. Chakra surged forth once again. Susanoo appeared. His Susanoo, with 3 heads and 6 arms, formed 3 different seals simultaneously. Let's clean up the battlefield first. As his words fell, Uchiha Madara slowly began to withdraw his power. Meanwhile, Minato and Tobirama placed their hands on the shoulders of Madara and Hashirama. Flying Thunder God. Swoosh. The 4 of them vanished instantly from where they stood. Hawkeye narrowed his eyes. A truly formidable man. Doflamingo and Gecko Moria didn't quite understand what he meant. It wasn't until they copied Hawkeye's gesture and looked upward that they realized. Boom! At that moment, the once clear sky turned dark. Everyone looked up. Whitebeard's pupils contracted. The power of those people, not bad at all. Meanwhile, atop the execution platform, Straw Hat Luffy shouted, "That power again." Ace, confused, looked up as well, completely baffled. What kind of devil fruit ability is that? Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances, each seeing the gravity in the other's eyes. Sengoku, this kind of power, it's just like that man's power in the records. You're right. This time, we're in for a tough battle, Garp. Akiji also looked up, casting a glance at Akainu. Akainu was no longer sitting. So they've arrived? These people come from the same place as that Naruto Uzumaki. I knew this war wouldn't just involve the Whitebeard pirates. A long breath of white smoke drifted out. Akiji spoke across the distance. If this is the extent of their attack, it's nothing we can't handle. This earthen sphere is nothing compared to the one at Sabeti Archipelago. Do you want to go? Or should I? Heat shimmered around Akainu, molten magma bubbling from his body. But at that moment, a figure soared into the air. It was none other than the warlord of the sea, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. The meteor in front of them was no ordinary one hurled down by Fujitori's gravity. Whether in mass or sheer size, it was on a completely different level. Below, both Marines and pirates alike stared in shock at the meteor that blotted out the sky. Smoker, just awakened, gaped in disbelief. Tashigi, reacting more quickly, grabbed his arm and pulled him away at once. Get out of the way. Move now. That thing is enormous. But as soon as everyone caught sight of Dracula Mihawk, they froze mid-step. Mihawk stood gripping his cross-shaped black blade, Yuru. A low, resonant hum filled the air as his aura surged around him. With a sudden, powerful motion, Mihawk swung his black blade. A clear, ringing sound of steel echoed. After this strike, things will go beyond the bounds of our agreement, he declared. I won't be taking part in any battles that follow. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, watching Mihawk's swing intently. Swordsmen in this world are far stronger than I imagined, he remarked. Minato nodded slightly. Be careful, there's a storm coming. TCH. Deidara pressed both hands onto the clay bomb bird beneath him. The giant bird instantly changed its flight path. And just then, everyone was momentarily stunned. It's here. I can feel it. A deep, vibrating hum filled the air. The worlds of pirates and ninjas had finally fused. A torrent of ninja energy swept in. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes and felt his chakra replenishing at an accelerated pace. At the same time, the chakra within Hashirama Senju surged back rapidly. A sage-like pattern once again appeared on Hashirama's face. Thunder rumbled in the distance, shaking the ground. Just as they sensed the influx of ninja energy, Mihawk's blade sliced the massive meteor into pieces. A surge of sword energy swept out, whipping up a fierce gale that scattered every fragment of the meteor. Another sharp ring of steel echoed. With the threat dealt with, Mihawk sheathed his black blade and turned away without another word. In a flash, he was gone. At that moment, Tobirama Senju appeared before him. Dracula Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, I know who you are. The contract has reached its limit. I will not act any further. Mihawk halted, fixing his gaze on the white-haired man before him. You're different from the other warlords. Get to the point. Tobirama produced a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. He flicked it toward Mihawk. With a sharp whistling sound, the kunai shot forth at incredible speed. But Mihawk merely turned his head aside, effortlessly evading the attack. In an instant, Flying Thunder God, slash. A sudden whoosh tore through the air. Mihawk's pupils narrowed. Tobirama, who was just in front of him, had vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared right behind Mihawk. Such speed, enough to command respect, even from the world's greatest swordsman. Yet Tobirama made no move to attack. He merely demonstrated his power, ensuring Mihawk understood the weight and truth of what he was about to say. We come from another world. I suppose you've already heard of our world's leader, Naruto Uzumaki. Mihawk was silent for a moment, then glanced back. Naruto Uzumaki, 40 billion bounty. He struck twice, once defeating Admiral Kizaru, another time slaying a celestial dragon. Tobirama gave a slight nod. That's right, but that is only a fraction of his true strength. If you felt the attack I just used posed any threat to you, then know this. You wouldn't even be able to cut a single strand of Naruto's hair. What is it you want? Mihawk shot back. Tobirama cast his gaze across the chaotic battlefield. We intend to overthrow this world government, and on its ruins, establish a new order. The first half of the Grand Line will be fully liberated in 2 days. Hearing this, Mihawk froze. When did that happen? 3 days ago. A subtle smile appeared on Tobirama Senju's lips. Mihawk's eyes widened slightly, astonishment breaking through his normally calm expression. 3 days. Did they set out from the Sabati archipelago? Tobirama nodded. Mihawk's breath caught in his throat. Such a thing was simply unbelievable. But recalling the strength of these people, Mihawk fell silent once more. You want me to join you? Tobirama shook his head. No, even if you simply watch from the sidelines, that's enough. I just think you're a decent person, so I wanted to give you a heads up. In the upcoming battles, if you choose to stand with us, you'll be welcome. But if you act on behalf of the pirates, the Navy, or the world government, Tobirama didn't finish his sentence. He only gave Mihawk a long, searching look. I trust that you'll make the right choice. With that, a sharp sound sliced through the air as Tobirama vanished, using the flying thunder god technique. Mihawk stood rooted in place, head lowered slightly, thoughts in turmoil. Meanwhile, Doflamingo and Gecko Moria, who had intervened several times, exchanged a glance and quietly slipped away from the battlefield. I'm almost fully recovered. I'll give that man another try, Minato said as he slowly got to his feet. A low, humming sound filled the air. In the next instant, he transformed into countless golden streaks of light and vanished from atop the giant bird. Sasori also stood up. My chakra is fully replenished. This time Before Sasori could finish, Deidara delivered a swift kick to his backside. Get a rest, will you? Explosion is the most perfect form of art. Sasori swayed in the sky above. Deidara hadn't even managed to laugh. Sasori's body was already transforming. A mass of mechanical parts erupted from his head, and in a blink, the snarling visage of a giant beast emerged. Immediately after, a torrent of mechanical components surged forth. A monstrous roar tore through the air. With a thunderous rumble, the mechanical humanoid beast appeared. A mechanical tail, dozens of meters long, lashed behind it. Each swing sent scores of marines and pirate henchmen flying, scattering them like leaves in a storm. If we want to cut our losses, we'll have to strike at the king first. Akainu slowly rose to his feet, molten lava coursing rapidly over his body. But at that very moment, Minato had already appeared above Whitebeard. He flung a three-pronged kunai. Minato's hands flew through a flurry of seals. Shuriken, shadow clone technique. A vibrant hum resonated as green chakra enveloped the three-pronged kunai. In an instant, it split into thousands of shadow clones. Minato raised his hands again, crossing them before his chest. His thumbs and ring fingers touched lightly. A blinding golden light burst forth. Yasukani no Magatama. As his words faded, countless golden orbs shot forth. They merged with the green chakra-infused kunai, their speed instantly skyrocketing. Whitebeard looked up, squinting against the glare. Whoa, what's with all this blinding light? Isn't this that kid Kizaru's power? Just then, a blue figure darted out from behind Whitebeard. His arms transformed into wings of blue flame, soaring past Whitebeard to face Minato's attack head-on. A deafening crash echoed through the battlefield. In a single clash, their powers collided. A massive sphere of light appeared in midair. On one side, radiant golden light blazed. On the other, a deep blue glow shimmered. The two forces clashed, locked in a fierce struggle. Many people had already noticed the commotion. Damn it! Disperse for me! A thunderous crash erupted. The enormous sphere of light vanished in an instant, revealing the silhouette of a person within. Wreathed in blue flames, it's him. A marine cried out in alarm, and in the very next moment, fell lifeless to the ground. Minato stood suspended in the air, his eyes fixed on the figure below. The man, his entire body wrapped in blue fire, slowly lifted his head. How can I let you barge in and disturb our king the moment you arrive? This was none other than Marco, 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. A rare Zoan-type devil fruit user, even more uncommon than those of the Logia class. One of the mythical beast variety. Minato was somewhat surprised, for Marco was far from unscathed. Wounds marked his body. Yet those injuries were now closing before his eyes, healing at an observable speed. Ah! Marco let out a low shout. In the next instant, blue flames erupted, and he transformed into his phoenix form, his body shrouded in azure fire. So he's transformed? Minato blinked. A heartbeat later, he vanished from where he'd stood, reappearing beside a three-pronged kunai, directly above Marco's head. He lashed out with a powerful kick. A deafening crash resounded. Marco didn't even have time to react before Minato's flash kick sent him hurtling away, crashing straight into the Navy headquarters building. Minato paused for a moment, his gaze falling on the massive dent now embedded in the wall of Navy headquarters. He scratched his head and said, "Sorry, I've never seen a bird like that before, but I didn't expect that kick to actually work." A deep grunt suddenly echoed from below. In the next instant, a massive block of ice hurtled toward Minato. In a flash, Minato used Flying Thunder God to appear on the frozen surface of the sea. "So, you really weren't hurt at all." As he spoke, Minato's body dissolved into countless golden sparks, moving like photons as he charged straight at Diamond Jozu, who had just launched the attack. A brilliant, golden flash kick shot toward Jozu. Jozu crossed his arms in front of his chest. "If you've got what it takes, come on," he taunted, not missing a chance to throw out a threat. But when it came to defense, his Devil Fruit's power was truly top-notch. Minato's shining kick landed, yet Jozu's diamond-hard skin barely showed any sign of damage. Still, inside, his energy surged and churned. Flying Thunder God, second step. In a blink, Minato reappeared above Jozu, whose entire body had now turned to diamond. He brought his foot down. This time, there was no golden flash, just a layer of subtle, invisible force enveloping his foot. Armament haki wrapped around it. At the same time, chakra roared through Minato's body. He stomped down. The crash thundered across the ice. Jozu's elemental eyes widened in disbelief as he stared up at Minato. "How did you master a power like this?" No sooner had he spoken than his body shot like a cannonball, crashing hard onto the frozen sea. Minato glanced at the split diamond on Jozu's chest and shook his head. "Looks like I'll need to train with this power for quite some time. But I have to admit, the results are impressive." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Minato was about to make his next move. But after a quick glance upward, he simply dissolved into countless photons and vanished. Art is an explosion. Boom! Countless white clay bombs rained down from above, unleashing indiscriminate attacks on both the Navy and the pirates. In an instant, casualties mounted everywhere. "You crazy bomber. Are you trying to blow me up?" Mechanical Godzilla let out a furious roar. "Art is an explosion. If you have no sense of art, stop whining and get lost." Deidara shot back without missing a beat. "Honestly, those guys are just here to stir up trouble, aren't they? Even the soldiers are running for cover. If we all charge forward now." As he spoke, Akainu clenched his fists tightly. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Both of Akainu's fists transformed into searing, crimson-hot magma, billowing dark smoke rising from them. "Then who's going to guard this place?" He growled in a low, menacing voice. In the next instant, his entire hand was engulfed in flaming, molten magma, black smoke swirling upward, mirroring Akainu's fiery temper. Great eruption! Boom! Akainu stomped forward, swinging his fist with force. The magma on his arm shot out in a blazing torrent, gathering into a massive molten fist. At the same time, countless shards of magma broke off, scattering in all directions. Below, the pirates looked up at the incoming hailstorm of magma. "Scatter! Move now!" Yet Akainu's true target wasn't them. It was the enormous clay bird in the sky, loaded with bombs. Deidara glanced down, a sly smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Old man, you really are slow. Kaguya really is amazing. She made it over here in no time." Kushina had just emerged from the Yomi no Kuni when the scene before her left her utterly stunned. "There are this many?" Kushina stepped forward to examine Shirahoshi more closely. Shirahoshi's hands hung at her sides, her fingers nervously fidgeting with one another, her cheeks visibly flushed with embarrassment. "Naruto." And following Kushina out, the next to arrive was Hancock, who was, as always, gravely ill with love. After Tsunade, here was yet another who loved to dote on Naruto. "I missed you so much." Naruto. Whoosh. Oomph. "These young ones cause the trouble, and we old folks have to clean up after them." Earth-style rock fist technique. Inoki formed a seal with one hand. Beneath him, the fourth Reikage, already cloaked in lightning release chakra mode, suddenly raised his fist. Crack! In the next instant, the fourth Reikage's fist transformed into a gigantic, rock-solid stone fist. Slam it down. Inoki swiftly formed more hand seals. Earth-style, ultra-lightweight rock technique. Whoosh! The fourth Reikage charged straight at the incoming massive magma fist. Just as the fourth Reikage's fist was about to strike, Inoki's hands were already poised in a completed seal. Earth-style, ultra-heavyweight rock technique. Rumble! With a single punch, the enormous magma fist unleashed by Akainu shattered into countless fragments in an instant. But the pirates below were in for disaster. They watched as the sky was blotted out by the oncoming hail of molten debris. Run for your lives. It's volcanic bombs. Rumble. Lava erupted, engulfing countless pirates and marines alike in its destructive wake. We can't hold it back. Damn it. In an instant, flames shot up everywhere. Most of the shattered fragments from the magma giant fist, broken apart by the fourth Reikage, came hurtling toward Whitebeard. Faced with a surge of magma, taking up most of his field of vision, Whitebeard calmly lifted his supreme grade blade, Murakumajiri, with one hand. The power of the Tremor fruit was unleashed, raising Murakumajiri high above his head. Such a dramatic display of fire, he remarked. A resounding clang echoed through the battlefield. All the magma attacks abruptly ceased. Whitebeard merely drew a deep breath. Then, with a sudden force, he exhaled. A powerful gust swept forth. Instantly, the searing heat of the magma plummeted, and it solidified into countless ordinary rocks. Why don't you save that magma for lighting birthday candles, you brat? Whitebeard mocked. Akainu slowly withdrew his fist, his gaze fixed on Whitebeard in the distance. Humph. Not a fan of grand funerals, are you, Whitebeard? A low, vibrating hum filled the air. At that moment, the fourth Reikage prepared to attack. But suddenly, a great commotion erupted behind him. The Reikage glanced over his shoulder and froze in surprise. Little Ors Jr., the giant from Whitebeard's pirate crew, had entered the fray. Wielding a massive blade, he swung it down at the Reikage. With a swift motion, the Reikage vanished from sight. He reappeared right in front of Or's chest. He unleashed a powerful punch. A thunderous impact rang out. Now that's some tough hide. Sparks of lightning crackled as the Reikage disappeared once again. Out of my way, old man Reikage, came another shout. Mechagodzilla charged onto the scene at that moment. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Inoki was making his move as well. He formed a hand seal with one hand. Earth-style, moving earth core. A thunderous rumble echoed. The ground beneath Akainu's feet trembled violently. In an instant, a square section of earth surged upward, forcefully lifting Akainu into the air. Akainu was taken aback for a moment. What kind of ability is this? Damn it. Is this another ability user from the same place as that Uzumaki Naruto? Inoki did not bother to answer him. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and focus. Within his body, the chakra of wind, earth, and fire began to shift and mingle. He pressed his hands together, and then between his palms, a transparent cube began to take shape. Inside it, a glowing sphere radiated a blinding white light. Inoki parted his lips slowly. Particle-style, atomic dismantling jutsu. A sharp, piercing was split the air. The movement of raising his hand for the particle style was obvious, and the casting took time. But coupled with the sudden upheaval of the earth, and Akainu's unfamiliarity with this power, he had no idea that the moment the particle style was unleashed, the battle was already more than half won. A resonant hum filled the air. Akainu's eyes widened in shock. This attack, like a searing beam of light, was so fast he couldn't react in time. A shattering crack resounded. Ugh! Inoki's mouth dropped open, his eyes rolling back. Honestly, these old-timers are always such a hassle. Deidara directed his clay bomb bird to swoop down and catch Inoki, who was now doubled over at the waist. Meanwhile, on Akainu's side, utter confusion reigned. Akainu looked down in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. Most of his body had vanished. Fortunately, his instincts kicked in and he shifted into his magma form just in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Though only half of his magma body remained, as long as he expended energy, he could regenerate it. Akainu looked down. Where he had been sitting, there was now a large, square-shaped crater. Not a sound could be heard. If that old man hadn't strained his back just now, if he'd managed a second attack. With a harsh spatter, after restoring his magma form, Akainu landed swiftly, his face tense as he stared up at the white bird overhead. What kind of monsters are these people? Each one stranger than the last. And that blonde man? Has that useless Kizaru already been killed? Even the glint fruit was found by the enemy. Damn it. Just then, Leaf Hurricane. A flash of green light burst forth. Below the execution platform, a green-clad figure swung out with a fierce kick. A low, vibrating hum filled the air. Kenbunchika Haki. With a sharp, slicing sound. Sensing the intense auras surging around him, Garp anticipated the green figure's attack. Expressionless, he stepped back. He narrowly dodged Might Guy's leaf hurricane. Oomph. Garp snorted coldly. A surge of Conqueror's haki radiated from him. A powerful gale swept forth. Might Guy crossed his arms in front of him, but was blasted backward. Garp, Sengoku called out in a low voice. Ace and Luffy also reacted, trying to crawl to the edge of the platform to see what was happening. But the sea prism's stone shackles bound their hands and feet, leaving them powerless. Grandpa, Luffy shouted, but there was no response. Sengoku narrowed his eyes. Oh, just let me off here, came Hashirama Senju's voice from above. Hashimama, let me do it. No, Madara, let me handle this. But instead of cooperating, the two above started quarreling. I'll go. I'm a chief of Konoha's construction squad. And I'm still the vice chief. I'll go. Below, Might Guy narrowed his eyes. Old man, your strength is incredible. I can feel it. Your fists are far from ordinary. Ha ha ha. Garp let out a booming laugh. You're not bad yourself. But it seems you've picked the wrong opponent. With that, Garp slowly removed the marine cloak emblazoned with the word justice from his shoulders. Might Guy also straightened up. You don't use any strange abilities. It's just your fists. I see now. You're a martial arts master in this world. Guy's breathing grew a little heavier. I can feel the call of youth burning within me. Garp raised an eyebrow, clenching both fists. A resonant hum filled the air as haki swirled around his hands. Sensing the shift, Might Guy glanced at Garp's fists. A subtle smile tugging at his lips as he crossed his hands in front of him. With a sharp crack, he bit down on a special pill crafted by Shinnom, Orochimaru, and the other researchers. In a flash, the chakra within Might Guy erupted with explosive force. Garp halted, the smile and hint of disdain slowly fading from his face. The 8 gates release technique. Third gate. Gate of life, open. In that instant, Might Guy's body flushed a deep red, his form radiating chakra that matched the vibrant color of his fitted suit. But this was far from over. Might Guy knew that the opponent before him was not someone who could be defeated so easily. Without a moment's hesitation, he forced himself to suppress the discomfort in his lower back. At this moment, the effects of the medicine began to kick in as well. Watching the changes in Might Guy, Garp clenched his fists tightly. A hand-to-hand fighter as well. Sengoku, leave this to me. Garp, feeling Might Guy's aura still rising, shouted to Sengoku. But Sengoku gave no reply. At this moment, Sengoku, too, could sense the overwhelming aura. Though it was unfamiliar, unlike anything he had ever felt before. The fierce wind raging through the air was enough to prove the terrifying power of the two figures standing atop that great bird. 8 gates release formation. Third gate, gate of life, open. As Might Guy's voice rang out, the final gate before the gate of death, the gate of life, was thrown open. Might Guy's body underwent yet another transformation. His skin began to shimmer with a blue steam, born from the sweat evaporating off his body. In this state, even the slightest touch would send waves of searing pain through his body. And yet, it was as if he had taken a powerful painkiller. The agony seemed to vanish, if only for a moment. Garp's eyes widened, his pupils contracting. He raised his arms to shield himself, bracing against the fierce gusts unleashed as Might Guy's aura shifted from green to blue. Shards of stone exploded from the ground, but as they struck Garp, they disintegrated at once. Blue steam, even stronger than the green from before. The commotion above immediately drew the attention of countless people below. Guy, Kakashi, rushing to the scene, was startled for a moment. The gate just before the gate of death in the 8 gates formation, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama also stopped arguing at the same time. Madara lowered his head to look, equally surprised in his heart. That man, the power erupting from within him, is incredible, Whitebeard said in a deep voice. How about we just watch for now? Whitebeard said, not even bothering to turn his head. Very well. Minato slowly withdrew the tri-pronged kunai he had held against Whitebeard. He looked up. At this moment, blue steam blazed around Might Guy's body, burning like flames. The fierce gale he stirred up could be felt even by a kind of below. Aokiji also paused his fight and squinted to watch. Mr. Garp. At that moment, Garp was even more astonished. What a powerful surge of air. Just the force of his power alone is already this terrifying. But, in the instant Garp finished speaking, Might Guy moved like a flash of blue lightning and appeared right before him. Good. Garp didn't hesitate, facing Guy's oncoming fist. With the added boost of observation haki, he could clearly follow Might Guy's movements. This time, he chose not to dodge. A low hum resonated as haki wrapped around his right fist. Their fists collided with a thunderous crash. In an instant, the buildings below the execution platform crumbled and collapsed. Wood style. I haven't thought a name yet. Hashirama pressed his palms together. With a sharp clap, he summoned whatever was needed. Madara twitched to the corner of his eye and turned away. Below, countless tree roots burst forth beneath Guy and Garp's feet, reinforcing the ground where they battled. Another resounding clap from Hashirama's hands. The markings of Sage Mode appeared on his face. Immortal Art. Gate of the Bright Deity. A thunderous boom echoed through the air. This restraining technique was powerful enough to seal even a tailed beast. The Bright Deity Gate descended from the heavens, crashing down upon Ace and Luffy. Sengoku leapt backward, jumping down from the execution platform. Hey, wait a minute. Weren't we supposed to let me make the move? Madara Uchiha complained, displeased. Madara, I'm the team captain here. You, Hashirama, you'll regret this. A heavy thud resounded. At that moment, Might Guy and Garp clashed head-on once again. Their fists collided with a resounding force. In a flash, both men leapt back. But Might Guy's speed was clearly superior. Yet, in terms of raw strength and destructive power, the Navy hero, Iron Fist Garp, was still the one on top. These moves aren't even human. Watching Might Guy unleash attack after attack, Garp couldn't help but exclaim with admiration. Here it comes. Suddenly, Might Guy pulled back, his hands forming a unique sign. Garp's pupils narrowed, his haki surged forth. Daytime Tiger. Daytime Tiger. Might Guy roared with all his might. White vapor billowed from all around his body, spreading outward. All those present were taken aback. There were no weaklings among them. Yet this move from Might Guy, there wasn't a trace of chakra or haki. It was pure, unadulterated physical power unleashed. This kid, he always looked so frail, always shouting about youth and passion, but who'd have thought he's actually this strong? Madara Uchiha crossed his arms, nodding in approval despite himself. Ha ha ha. Madara, don't underestimate the power of youth and passion. Hashirama Senju looked at Might Guy, his eyes filled with admiration. At this moment, Might Guy's hair bristled, and the white aura swirling around him surged and writhed with wild intensity. A thunderous roar erupted. In the next instant, a massive tiger's head materialized before them. One exhilarating opponent. Garp laughed heartily, raising his fist high. Armament haki crackled around his arm. Come on, huh? Might Guy answered his call without hesitation. With his hands forming a strange seal, he pointed forward. The daytime tiger unleashed a mighty roar. The deafening sound drew the attention of everyone present. The Whitebeard pirates, locked in chaotic battle, and the Navy headquarters soldiers and commanders alike all stopped fighting. They looked up. Beneath the execution platform, a white tiger charged straight at Garp. Akainu and Akiji narrowed their eyes. This kind of attack defied everything they knew about martial arts. It was a power distinct from Garp's own strength. Fist-bone impact. Garp didn't retreat. Instead, he sprang forward, launching himself at the daytime tiger. His right fist was wrapped in haki. A low hum vibrated through the air. In the blink of an eye, Garp's immense power set his haki-coated fist ablaze. At the same time, his fist glowed with a blinding, magma-like light. He hurled a punch. It collided with the daytime tiger. A thunderous boom shook the heavens. In that instant, two overwhelming forces collided, and a monstrous shockwave exploded outward. A fierce gust roared, making the execution platform tremble as if it might collapse at any moment. If not for Hashirama's Shinsuisuju holding it up, the stage would have been sent flying long ago. Ace and the dunce kneeling above stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Neither of them could have withstood such power. Of course, by comparison, Ace might fare a bit better. The power Kai is using at this moment does not contain any haki. With a Logia-type ability, that's so useless even a dog wouldn't bother with it, he can still dodge quite a few attacks by turning into his element. A violent clash erupted. An explosive roar thundered through the air. Two mighty forces collided, and after the tremendous blast, a shockwave swept through the battlefield. Garp was hurled back by the force of the explosion. As he tumbled wildly backward, his face was lit up with a look of pure exhilaration. He slammed both feet into the ground. The impact carved two deep trenches beneath him. The roots unleashed by Hashirama were ripped apart, filling the air with a spray of splintered wood. Gasping for breath, Garp's chest heaved up and down. Once the smoke and dust finally settled, what appeared was Might Guy, still wreathed in blue steam. What? So this is what a battle at Admiral level looks like. He actually took on that attack. Vice Admiral Garp actually withstood it. That's right, look. Vice Admiral Garp doesn't even look hurt. That's fantastic. A wave of cheers erupted from the Navy soldiers below. Only Sengoku felt a cold weight sink to the pit of his stomach. Both fighters still seemed to be holding back, perfectly at ease. This first exchange, it was neck and neck. But what about those few who haven't even made a move yet? Sengoku narrowed his eyes and looked on. Down on Whitebeard's pirate ship, Minato was sitting cross-legged with Whitebeard himself. In fact, Whitebeard even tossed a wine gourd over to Minato. Right at that moment, as Sengoku was casting his gaze their way, there's an opening. Whitebeard, a towering Navy officer, suddenly appeared, wielding a massive double-bladed axe and wearing a T-shaped mask over his face. He approached Whitebeard from behind, both hands gripping his massive double-bladed axe, ready to bring it down at any moment. Neither Whitebeard nor Minato seemed to react in time. A deafening crash erupted. The double-bladed axe came down with tremendous force. Even Minato was within the range of his attack. But just as the axe was about to strike Minato, in a blink, Minato vanished. He dissolved into countless particles of light. At that moment, without turning his head, Whitebeard said calmly, "He's here for me." A deep, resonant boom echoed, the unmistakable sound of the Tremor Fruit's power. Whitebeard, with utter composure, threw a punch. Instantly, spatial fissures appeared in front of the descending double-bladed axe. A thunderous rumble shook the air. The axe froze in place, and the Marine Rear Admiral wielding it came to a standstill, his massive frame trembling uncontrollably. A heartbeat later, a sharp, cracking sound split the air. The enormous double-bladed axe shattered. To be precise, it was shattered by the power of the Tremor Fruit. A guttural roar burst forth. At the same time, in the Rear Admiral's vision, a massive hand appeared. It kept growing larger, filling his sight. With a low, forceful shout, Whitebeard pressed down. In the blink of an eye, the Rear Admiral's head was slammed against the deck by Whitebeard's palm. Another earth-shaking boom. The Tremor Fruit's power was unleashed. A round, misty white sphere materialized around Whitebeard's palm. It enveloped the Rear Admiral's head completely. A tremendous explosion resounded. The Marine Rear Admiral's mask shattered into pieces, revealing the face beneath. But his pupils had already glazed over. His mouth hung open, blood streaming from his eyes, nose, and mouth, and several of his teeth had been shattered by the impact. After that, Whitebeard tossed him onto the frozen sea as casually as if he were throwing out the trash. "Come on, let's continue." Gururura. Minato appeared again, sitting beside him on the deck. "It seems we're destined for a battle. When I set out, I never expected to see the sun rise the next day. It's still early, though. Besides, I like to meet this Naruto Uzumaki, the one who took down Kizaru and even slew a celestial dragon." Gururura. Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh, clinking his cup with Minato before draining it in one gulp. Minato took a sip as well, then smiled lightly. "That's my son." Whitebeard blinked in surprise. There it was, the trigger word. Up above, Garp narrowed his eyes. "It seems this power of yours comes with a price. With your strength right now, if you'd mastered Haki, I'd already have lost." Might Guy replied with a blank expression. "The 8 gates technique. No matter how much you train your body, no matter how strong you become, you can only minimize the damage. You can't erase it completely. The medicine I just took isn't just for pain. It has powerful healing properties. Even if I open the gate of death, it can protect my heart." As he spoke, Might Guy pointed to his right arm and his chest. "My right arm and a few ribs are broken, that's all." "What?" Garp's eyes widened in shock. Of course, Garp had also noticed that the man before him seemed to have one final gate left unopened. How could that be? The strange man was so weak just a moment ago. How could he suddenly unleash such overwhelming power? Might Guy suddenly spoke. "If you had chakra within you and knew how to use it, I would have already lost." Garp froze for a moment. Then he burst out laughing. "Interesting. You're really strong. I am Monkey D. Garp." Might Guy took a deep breath, his energy beginning to surge. "Might Guy, come on." Might Guy glanced into the distance. On the purple Gundam, Xiaoqiang had arrived. "My youth has not faded yet." As soon as he finished speaking, the aura around Might Guy grew even more intense. Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju were both astonished. "Guy, stop." Hashirama called out urgently. "Oi, kid, things haven't gotten that desperate yet. There's no need to risk your life," Madara said with a low growl. Sengoku glanced at the two of them, reading their expressions. Caution flared in Sengoku's heart. But in this situation, there was nothing he could do to stop it. Misaka. Kakashi also halted, snapping his head up. "Guy." Whoosh. Just then, Tobarama Senju arrived in a flash using the Flying Thunder God. "Big brother Madara, don't worry. That kid's been holding back for a long time. With Shinnong and Orochimaru helping him, He can now deal with the aftereffects of opening the Gate of Death. It's just that after he uses it, he'll need to rest for a while. Hearing this, Hashirama and Madara finally stopped. Otherwise, they were ready to rush in and stop my guy. The 8 gates, the final gate, is it? Excellent. Garp's fighting spirit was burning bright. Ace and Luffy, hearing their conversation, were both desperately struggling at that moment. But even the sea stone shackles alone were impossible for them to break free from, let alone now, with the added seal of the Gate of Miracles reinforcing their restraints. My guy bent down slightly. His previously broken ribs and right arm were rapidly mending. The blue beast of the leaf will vanish from this world after today. It's time for me to become the Crimson Beast. I'm not even sure if I'll survive this. Even though Orochimaru and Shinnon both said I wouldn't die. As he spoke, my guy slipped off his Leaf Village flak jacket. Garp stood there, momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that the man before him would go so far as to risk his life, wielding a power whose backlash could mean his own end. A sudden surge. A torrent of Conqueror's haki erupted. Garp's entire body quaked, his muscles swelling to an even greater size. If that's how it is, then I'll give it everything I've got as well. There was a sharp snap as Might Guy raised his thumb, then pressed a precise point over his heart. Chakra is pouring into the acupoint of the Gate of Death. Madara Uchiha activated his Sharingan. And then, a crimson steam began to billow from Might Guy's body. The ultimate gate, the Gate of Death. A power that brings certain death to its user. His body started to emit a blood-red vapor, the steam of his life force burning away. The 8th gate, Gate of Death, opened. A thunderous roar burst through the air. With a low, focused shout, Might Guy's body started to transform. The familiar blue steam was now completely replaced by an intense blood-red aura. At the same time, his once jet-black hair blazed crimson, as if set ablaze by living fire. Even his famously thick eyebrows turned a vivid shade of red. 8 gates released formation. Red steam. So this is the unique blood vapor that appears when all 8 gates are opened. Madara Uchiha shook his head. If that's all there is, it's not impressive enough. It's like autumn leaves drifting and withering away. No, Madara, watch a bit more closely, Hashirama Senju replied, shaking his head. In that very moment, as the two spoke, whoosh, Might Guy sprang into action. His body vanished from where he stood. In a blink, he appeared right above Garp's head. One step, boom. A powerful shockwave shot straight at Garp. The speed was overwhelming. Garp's eyes widened. Instantly, he threw out a punch. Conqueror's haki crackled around his fist. Astonishingly, he met the attack head-on. But before he could even catch his breath, zip, Might Guy reappeared in another spot. So, this is the evening elephant that Master Guy spoke of? In the distance, Lee stood atop Sasuke's Susanoo, unconsciously unlocking the 8 gates, his whole body enveloped in a green aura. Second step. Might Guy raised his fist. Crack. A clear, sharp snap came from his hand bones. But now, the medicine's effects had fully taken hold. Even so, Might Guy still felt the pain. His movements paused for an instant. The evening elephant. 5 consecutive attacks, each faster and stronger than the last. So that's how it is. It really does hurt like hell. Rumble. Elsewhere, the shockwave from the first step was neutralized by a single punch from Garp. As expected of the Navy's legendary Iron Fist. Good. I'm already used to this pain. Now it's time for the real barrage. There won't be any more openings for him. Meanwhile, tears streamed down Xiao Li's face. He didn't know that Might Guy would not die. Even if the 8 gates are opened only up to the Gate of Pain, the body still has to bear an immense burden. It's very possible that the pain from the Gate of Death is far beyond anything I can imagine. Sasuke, pick up the pace. Shikamaru shouted. Sasuke said nothing, but his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly. His body trembled ever so slightly, and the speed of his perfect Susanoo continued to increase. A taijutsu that strikes the air to create shockwaves. Garp raised his forearms in front of him, bracing himself. He watched as Might Guy suddenly came to a halt. If he gets hit 4 or 5 times by that, the fight should be over, Uchiha Madara said in a deep voice as though sensing something. Little did he know, this very move was meant for him. No, you're underestimating Garp, Sengoku finally spoke. Garp won't dodge. Besides, if it's just an air cannon, it won't be deadly to those of us who've mastered haki. Whoosh! Just as Sengoku finished speaking, Garp seemed to prove his point. He leapt into the air, stepping lightly on the atmosphere itself. The Conqueror's haki still crackled fiercely around his fists. Other than being covered in dust and a few scattered scratches, he had barely suffered any real harm. Might Guy lifted his head. In the depths of his eyes, all emotion had vanished. Bang! He took a step forward, just like the Marine's famous 6 powers. He stomped down hard on the air itself. The thunderous roar was so loud that even the pirates and navy soldiers below could hear it. Might Guy, moving like a wild beast, charged forward with rapid steps, as though he were climbing an invisible path. Boom, boom, boom. A series of dull sonic booms echoed in the air. At the same time, Might Guy's body suddenly shot upward like a cannonball, hurtling straight toward Garp. You can run through the air as well? Garp looked down, and for a moment his heart skipped a beat. He realized that he could barely keep track of Might Guy's movements anymore. But Might Guy didn't attack him directly. Instead, he stepped on the air itself, whipping around Garp in a dizzying spiral. A suffocating sense of pressure swept over the scene. Even the overwhelming force of Conqueror's Haki was suppressed by this aura. Yet, this only made Garp feel even more exhilarated. On the other side, Madara Uchiha's expression also changed. I take back what I said earlier. Even Madara Uchiha was shocked. As for the Navy and pirates below, their astonishment went without saying. Marco, the first division commander of the White-Beard Pirates, who had just recovered, looked up in silence. Gururura, with power like that, even without mastering Haki, I'll have to give it everything I've got. Garp, that guy must be trembling with excitement right now, huh? And Garp was indeed, just as he said, almost quivering with anticipation. Of course, for Dunce Cap and Ace, who were right there in the thick of it, it was a different story. What did true power look like? Only now did they truly understand. Want to be Pirate King? Maybe Jellyfish King would be more like it. 1 foot. Might Guy's voice suddenly rang out. Garp's expression shifted slightly. As expected, that was fast. Staring at the massive air cannon barreling toward him, Garp took a deep breath and raised his fist. Boom! Once again, he unleashed his fist bone impact. He threw a punch straight ahead, meeting the first air cannon head-on. The friction in the air was so intense that Garp's clothes burst into flames in an instant. The two powerful forces clashed, sparks flying everywhere as if two conquerors' Haki collided, igniting a storm of fireworks. The gale stirred up by the air cannon whipped Garp's white hair up like a mane. But before the air cannon had even faded, Might Guy suddenly appeared behind Garp. Garp spun around abruptly. Second step. Might Guy, shrouded in a crimson steam, threw another fierce punch. Boom! An even stronger air cannon erupted, its speed surpassing the last. Garp's eyes went wide in shock. He threw out his other fist at the same time. Fist bone impact. A thunderous rumble filled the air. Might Guy only quickened his assault. Third step. He appeared from another direction, launching yet another powerful punch. Another air cannon roared forth. Thwack! Garp jerked his neck to the side, pushing off with both feet. But it was clear that footwork wasn't his strong suit. This time, he couldn't fully block the even more overwhelming force of the air cannon. His face twisted in pain, as if he'd just taken a direct uppercut. Fourth step. Might Guy's attacks didn't let up for a moment. He leapt through the air, vanishing and reappearing at a new angle. Again, he unleashed an air cannon, each attack stronger than the last. Thud! The mighty air cannon, like a torrent of wind, struck from several directions at once, completely enveloping Garp, caught at the eye of the storm where the air cannons converged. Garp found himself unable even to fall. He could only unleash an even greater surge of Conqueror's Haki, coating both his fists with armament Haki. He kept pounding the air around him with powerful shockwave punches. Every blow carried enough force to smash ships and buildings to pieces. With the unique nature of Haki, his fist became as hard as steel. Damn it, I can't break free. Might Guy stared at his fists, as if struck by a sudden realization. And then came the final strike, the ultimate move of Evening Elephant. Fifth step. This time, Might Guy didn't use an air cannon. He hurled himself straight at Garp. Through his blurred vision, Garp caught sight of that flash of red. A deep, thunderous boom resounded. There was no surprise in what came next. Might Guy's attack landed. Yet Garp didn't fall. Instead, he twisted around and launched a punch with all his might. Armament Haki coiled around his fist, and an untamed wave of Conqueror's Haki exploded outward. Fist bone impact. The force of Garp's blow was so immense, it could shatter the skull of the evil king fused with Hive Island itself. A sickening crack echoed through the air. Might Guy's right arm snapped, twisting at an unnatural angle. A heartbeat later, another sharp crack split the moment, though the surface of Garp's right fist showed no sign of damage. But his right arm had broken as well. A thunderous rumble erupted. In an instant, an air cannon, even more powerful than the previous four, blasted out from behind Garp. And behind Might Guy, a torrent of shockwaves erupted as well. With a tremendous crash, both warriors were sent hurtling backwards. The sound of splintering echoed and crashed like a raging tide. Yet, both men managed to hold something back. Their feet landed firmly on the wooden terrain conjured by Hashirama's wood style. Two deep furrows were carved into the ground by their feet. Huff, huff. Both men stared at each other, their chests heaving as they gasped desperately for breath. Carp, Guy. They shouted each other's names at the same time. Below, the watching Marines and pirates were left utterly stunned. Did the ground just shake along with their attacks? They actually withstood Guy's barrage of evening elephant strikes. My Guy slowly crouched down. Carp let his right arm hang limp, paying no mind to Sengoku's shouts or the cries of his two disappointing grandsons. He bent down as well. Thud! His left fist, clad in haki, pressed against the ground. In an instant, the dazzling aura of Conqueror's haki flared forth. This is the last blow, Guy. Let's settle this once and for all. My Guy gave a terse reply, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. The pain racking his body was becoming unbearable. He stepped forward, left hand braced against the earth. Carp, stop this madness. If you keep going, you really might die. Yet, reality was not so simple. Carp, breathing heavily, didn't spare Sengoku a glance. His opponent fought in the same relentless style as he did. Their haki and chakra clashed fiercely. Even the evening elephant couldn't damage Carp's iron fists. But the force hidden inside, now that was not so easily defended against. It was as if Carp's Conqueror's haki-wreathed fist could block Mihawk's sword slash. But the aftershock still had to be absorbed by sheer physical resilience. And so, at this moment, neither Might Guy nor Carp bore any wounds on the surface. Yet, deep within, both had suffered injuries of varying degrees. There's a type of inner power known as Neijin. A single punch may not pierce through armor, but this inner force can penetrate it, striking directly at the vulnerable interior of the body. This is the final blow. Might Guy murmured softly. Gather! A tremendous rumble shook the air. In the next instant, the wooden platform summoned by Hashirama Senju began to tremble. The entire Marine headquarters felt the shock. At this moment, Carp's fist began to shimmer with a dazzling Conqueror's aura. Under the influence of these two mighty forces, the very earth began to quake. Compared to the tremors caused by Whitebeard's quake fruit, this shock was even more powerful. A torrent of blood-red steam erupted from Might Guy's body. In an instant, the violent gale he unleashed shattered the remaining frozen waves of the tsunami. A ferocious roar echoed. A blood-red dragon's head, formed from steam, emerged. Around Carp, his Conqueror's haki surged to the heavens. With chakra like this, I acknowledge you. In terms of taijutsu, among all the shinobi I have ever known, none surpass you. I, Madara Uchiha, recognize you as the strongest. Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju exchanged a glance. Though they didn't quite understand why Madara was so stirred, they had to admit he was right. He's coming. As the words fell, Might Guy charged forward. The blood-red dragon's head, formed from steam, surged ahead with him. Trailing behind, the blood-red steam twisted and warped, shaping itself into a dragon's body covered in gleaming scales. The dragon roared as it bore down. Carp rushed forward as well. Behind him, waves of Conqueror's haki surged like crackling lightning. For a moment, the very space between the two seemed to warp and twist. Might Guy suddenly leapt into the air, raising his right leg high. Night Guy! Garp unleashed a powerful punch. Live in the moment. Fist bone! A low, ominous vibration filled the air. In the instant that Night Guy and Garp's full-powered blows collided, time itself seemed to freeze. When their true clash landed, there was no thunderous roar, only a deep, unsettling silence. Yet beneath their feet, everything began to crack, whether it was Hashirama's wooden jutsu or the buildings of Marineford. Cracks spread everywhere. Even the mighty torii gates summoned by Hashirama shuddered and began to split. A deafening rumble followed as countless buildings collapsed, and the sacred gates trembled and shattered into pieces. But most piercing of all were two sharp, chilling sounds. A sickening crack, the unmistakable sound of bones breaking. Dust billowed up, and everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How is this possible? Might Guy's right leg was charred black, lying on the ground, his whole body dark and fissured, like a figure made of smoldering coal, splitting apart with every breath. In contrast, Garp's fist seemed unscathed. But Garp's own punch had landed squarely on his right shoulder. His right shoulder was shattered. No, it was gone entirely. With a heavy thud, overcome by searing pain and utter exhaustion, Garp collapsed in a faint. At that moment, Might Guy's body abruptly stopped breaking apart. His mind grew hazy. His spirit had already left his body. Yet some unseen force held him firmly in place. In that haze, Might Guy caught a glimpse of his father, Might Dewey, the one who single-handedly defeated the Seven Swordsmen. But in the blink of an eye, Might Guy rubbed his eyes, and his father vanished. "Father, don't leave me behind." In the darkness, Might Guy ran desperately, tears welling up in his eyes. It felt as though he had returned to that age when he couldn't understand his father. At this moment, Might Guy was barely hanging on, his breaths growing weak and shallow. Ah, this is the price of pushing one's body beyond its limits. I will never forgive the poison of gambling. Just then, a gentle, familiar voice sounded by Might Guy's ear. "Little one." In the dark void, Might Guy stopped in his tracks. "Over here, right here." A warm laugh echoed. "Pirates are evil, and the Navy is just." This idea has been rewritten countless times. The values of children who know nothing of peace are different from those who know nothing of war. Only those who stand at the very top have the right to define good and evil. Right now, only this position remains neutral. Justice prevails. Gecko Moria cast a sidelong glance at Doflamingo. "If you're leaving, just go. Why say so much? I'm heading back first. We'll postpone our deal till next time. Things have been a bit unsettled lately." With that, Gecko Moria boarded his ship. Doflamingo watched him for a moment, but in the end, took no action. "Let's go back." Buzz. Above, Hashirama Senju and the others arrived before Might Guy. Looking at the dying Might Guy, Hashirama spoke gravely. "Tobarama, didn't you say?" Tobarama Senju was also puzzled. But just then, something extraordinary happened. Might Guy's right foot, which had vanished into ashes, began to regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the charred, blackened skin on his body was rapidly returning to normal. A surge of pure energy spread from his heart, coursing through his entire body. "Yes, that's exactly what I meant," Tobarama Senju said, folding his arms across his chest and casting a sidelong glance at Hashirama Senju. Hashirama scratched his head, then burst out laughing heartily. "In that case, it's our turn now." With that, he looked to the other side. Sengoku leapt down from the execution platform. Above, Ace and Luffy, upon witnessing Garp's battered state, seemed as if their souls had left their bodies. Crying out, "Grandpa!" the two stood frozen, their minds going blank. That invincible grandfather with the iron fist, the Navy's hero, was now lying there, eerily still. Trembling all over, Sengoku approached Garp. He reached out, checking gently for signs of breath beneath Garp's nose. Thankfully, though Garp's breathing was faint, he was still alive. A long exhale of relief escaped Sengoku. Only then did his expression turn cold and severe. "Uzumaki Naruto's allies, it's your turn now." Clearly, seeing Garp's wretched condition had ignited Sengoku's fury. Of course, having just witnessed that fierce battle, his own confidence was running thin. After all, there were three formidable figures standing right here. And now, from the battlefield below, another monstrous being, identical in size and menace to the arrogant, long-haired man, had suddenly flown in. No sooner had it arrived at Navy headquarters than it began its rampage, attacking pirates and marines alike without distinction. The grandson of Hero Garp, the son of Revolutionary Dragon, and Hero Garp himself. After today, only Dragon, the Revolutionary Army's leader, will remain. Akainu rolled his neck with a crack. He cast his gaze down at the battlefield. His mission now was to prevent any further reinforcements. At that moment, several figures descended from the sky. "It's been a long time, Whitebeard." Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared behind Whitebeard. On his right hand gleamed a golden pirate hook. "You really are someone who never learns his lesson." Just as the former warlord, Crocodile, with sand seeping from every pore, was about to make his move, a massive hand, formed entirely of sand, came crashing down toward him. Thud! Crocodile narrowed his eyes. Sand. He instantly transformed his body into sand, deftly evading the blow. But in that very moment, he felt his body grow heavier. Crocodile turned to look over his shoulder. He saw a red-haired boy, arms folded across his chest, standing atop the shifting sand and gliding swiftly in his direction. Meanwhile, the war machine Bartholomew Kuma unleashed a blast of energy from his mouth. Boom! But before the shot could even leave his lips, a jet-black foot struck him square on the chin. Crash! In an instant, the energy burst exploded inside Kuma's own mouth. Thick smoke billowed into the air. Kuma toppled backward, his massive frame slamming to the ground. Whoosh! A new figure, crackling with blue lightning, appeared on the scene. No one seemed to notice that, elsewhere, 9 enormous, distinctly different animals, each moving with uncanny human-like purpose, were steering a ship straight into Marine headquarters waters. Yuki, can't you row any faster? Gaara's already fighting someone over there. If you think you're so tough, come push the boat yourself. All you do is whine like a scared little tanuki, What did you just say? I said you're a landlubber who can't swim. Meanwhile, Buggy stared in shock, his jaw hanging open, as he watched his own body struggling to split apart as it was supposed to. Who are you? Why do I feel like I can't move properly? Your eyes. Damn it. How dare you look at me with those white eyes? Niji slowly raised his hand, taking measured steps, assuming the opening stance of the 8 trigrams palm. Red Nose, your ability is to split your body apart, right? Damn it. Who are you calling Red Nose? Buggy was furious. In the next instant, his split hands brandished pirate swords and lunged at Niji. Niji only cast him a cool glance and raised his hand. A deep hum resonated as chakra surged, Niji's hands moving in a blur. Rotation. With a thunderous crash, Buggy's attack was instantly deflected. In a flash, Niji appeared right in front of Buggy. Buggy's face contorted in terror. He hurriedly split his body apart. Beside him, Mr. 3, Galdino, stared wide-eyed. Such incredible speed. Take this. He unleashed a torrent of wax from his body. This is bad. This is really bad. At this rate, Mr. Luffy is truly doomed. Indeed, the cowardly king was currently hiding behind a wall, watching the chaos unfold. Yes, got one. A sharp snap rang out. The cowardly king froze in place, bewildered. Suddenly, he found himself unable to move at all. How troublesome, hiding so far away and still try to keep out of sight. Well, since I've spotted you, I may as well deal with you. Choji, Shikamaru called out. Yo, expansion jutsu. With a tremendous bounce, Choji's body instantly enlarged. In the air, he tucked his massive frame into a ball. Human boulder. A thunderous impact followed. Hearing the commotion behind him, the cowardly king was so scared he nearly wet himself. But Choji was not one to show mercy. Transforming into a human boulder, he charged straight ahead. With a thunderous crash, the human boulder rolled right over the deserter king. At the same time, he slammed into the wall. Still unsatisfied, Choji halted his advance. His body spun rapidly, bristling with sharp spikes. A blood-curdling scream tore from the deserter king. In an instant, the excruciating pain overwhelmed him, and he passed out. Shikamaru watched as Choji, now a spinning ball of destruction, took his leave. Shikamaru formed another hand seal. Since we've already made our move, there's no need to leave any witnesses. What a drag. Still, deserters are truly detestable. And yet they dare call themselves Marines? He shook his head, his chakras surging. Shadow Stitch. A low, vibrating hum filled the air. The shadow that had been binding the deserter king morphed into a sharp blade, piercing straight through his chest. The moment the shadow blade entered the deserter king's chest, it erupted from within. Countless shadowy spikes shot out, turning him into a human pincushion. In the blink of an eye, his body was filled with shadow needles. The intense pain and catastrophic injuries left him unable to even scream as his life was snuffed out. With the deserter king dealt with, Shikamaru slowly straightened up. So many enemies left. What a hassle. If only the tailed beast would get here sooner and clear the field. Though he complained, Shikamaru wasted no time, striding forward to catch up with Choji, still in his human boulder form. Choji, avoid the devil fruit users and those with haki for now. We'll just mop up the small fry. Radiant, charge. Crack. Diamonds covered Josie from head to toe. Then, with a powerful push from both legs, he launched himself straight at the towering purple giant. Standing atop the fully formed Susanoo, Erjuzi sensed the disturbance below. He glanced down. The light reflected from the diamonds, covering Josie, caught his eyes. He squinted. Controlling the complete Susanoo, he swung a massive blade downward. Clang! Yet, Josie blocked the strike with ease. Of course, the impact robbed him of his momentum, and he landed back on the ground. Erjuzi narrowed his eyes. Diamond, quite the sturdy defense, isn't it? Whoosh. Just as his words faded, Josie, shining brilliantly, appeared again. This time, he was even faster. Erjuzi followed his movements with perfect clarity. Shining impact. Boom! A powerful charge crashed forward. This time, Erjuzi didn't bother to defend. He simply watched Josie, his expression calm. After a dull, heavy sound, Josie, now transformed into a diamond elemental, halted right in front of Erjuzi. Crack! At that moment, a fissure opened atop the head of Erjuzi's complete Susanoo. The crack spread quickly, branching out until a dense network of fractures, as large as Josie himself, patterned the armor. Yet even so, Josie still couldn't break through Erjuzi's Susanoo. Erjuzi raised his hand. Just as I thought, a turtle in a shell. Josie? What did you say? I said you're a turtle, Erjuzi replied, lifting his chin and staring down at him. Then, with a swift motion, he brought his hand down. Susanoo moved in tandem. With a single slap, Josie was sent crashing back onto the icy surface. The turtle should just stay put and crawl along slowly. Juzi said, lifting his foot. At the same time, the fully formed Susanoo also raised its foot. With a thunderous crash, it stomped down. Juzi's brows furrowed instantly. This turtle shell is tougher than I thought. Under Susanoo's giant foot, Josu's anger flared. His whole body was encased in diamond, muscles bulging. Yet despite his efforts to push himself up, it was all in vain. Susanoo twisted its ankle, grinding down with a grating, piercing sound from below. Then, Susanoo lifted its foot once more. "You little brat." Josu's furious voice rang out. Another earth-shattering stomp shook the ground, Susanoo's giant foot coming down again and again. If I remember correctly, your kind of power is called a devil fruit ability. You're a devil fruit user. Your weakness is seawater and sea stone. So, tell me, what do you think would happen if I stomped you down beneath the ice? Hearing this, Josu, who had maintained his elemental form, felt his pupils contract. Of course, there's another, more brutish way. For example, your so-called elementalization can block attacks, sure, but it still drains your stamina. If I keep attacking, even a diamond defense, how long can you really hold out? This time, Josu was clearly shaken. He struggled to escape the pit Susanoo's foot had pressed him into, but couldn't break free. Dealing with turtle-type devil fruit users like you is actually pretty easy. Shut up. Josu couldn't take it anymore, having been called a turtle by Juzi over and over. Juzi just gave a low, mocking chuckle. Tsuzi crossed his arms over his chest and lifted his foot with a cold sneer. Xiaozi, as he wished, broke free from the suppression of Susanoo. He raised his head, his face full of fury as he glared at Tsuzi. Of course, the moment he escaped, he dispelled his elemental form. "Come on, let's fight again. If you can even hurt me, I'll call you Grandpa." Xiaozi roared in defiance. Tsuzi's eyes flew wide open, and blood began to seep from them. Xiaozi fell silent, stunned. Is he really that mad now? But all I did was taunt him a couple of times. This kid kept calling me a turtle. Unbelievable. Hey kid, what are you doing? Tsuzi shut his eyes and wiped away the blood that trickled from them. Obviously, I'm using my ocular jutsu, the one that counteracts turtle types like you. Xiaozi was confused, but his body instinctively sensed danger, and he instantly shifted into his elemental form. Turtle, let's see how long your stamina can last. Tsuzi gave a disdainful smirk. Xiaozi slowly lowered his gaze, only to see that his legs had already turned to pure element. Just then, a strange black flame flickered to life, clinging to his feet. "Ha! You really are just a kid. You think you can burn diamond with fire?" But as Xiaozi laughed, a cold sweat broke out across his forehead. He realized that no matter what he did, he couldn't put out the fire on his legs. This eerie black flame seemed as if it would never go out. Tsuzi explained with a chilling sneer. "It's useless. This is a specialty of the Mangekyo Sharingan, an ocular technique. Once you're touched by Amaterasu, don't even think about putting it out. Among all your powers, I haven't found a single one that can counter this technique. Of course, you can always break your own leg to survive, because Amaterasu won't disappear until its target is completely incinerated." "Nonsense!" Josie roared furiously. But at this moment, his breathing was already heavy. Maintaining his elemental form was draining his strength at an alarming rate. With a sudden leap, Josie drove both feet deep into the icy surface. Yet the black flames of Amaterasu continued to burn. Even as the ice beneath his feet melted into seawater, the flame showed no sign of extinguishing. In fact, Josie had only made things worse for himself. The instant his feet touched the seawater, a wave of weakness swept over him. His elementally transformed legs vanished in a flash. Struggling to break free from the debilitating effect of the seawater, Josie realized the black flames had already begun to eat into his flesh. He let out a blood-curdling scream, pouring every ounce of his will into regaining his elemental form. Only then did he manage to force Amaterasu out. Josie stood trembling, drenched in cold sweat. He looked up, only to see that Ag had already lost interest in him and turned his attention to others. Garp! Just then, at the spot where Josie's diamond legs had been, a spatial fissure appeared. It was the power of the tremor fruit. But in the very next instant, the crack closed up and vanished. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. The wine is gone. Time to hit the road. Come on. He slowly stood up and gripped the cloud cutter, its tip planted firmly in the ground. Very well. Minato's lips curled into a gentle smile. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, his body dissolved into countless golden particles of light and disappeared. Swish! Shadow Clone Shuriken Technique. 8 Shaku Curved Magatama. Oomph. Whitebeard gave a chuckle that was somewhere between a scoff and a laugh. He gripped his cloud cutter tightly. A low hum filled the air. In an instant, a round, white sphere of energy appeared around the blade of the cloud cutter. The moment this white sphere manifested, the overwhelming force of his conqueror's haki surged outward. The combined assault of Minato's Shadow, Shuriken, and 8 Shaku, Curved Magatama, was shattered into pieces. Yet, the power of the glint fruit and the swift execution of the Flying Thunder God technique. These trapped Whitebeard in a dazzling cage of golden light. A thunderous boom resounded. The power of the Tremor fruit was unleashed once again. Whitebeard clenched his fists and slammed them forward with tremendous force. Countless, dense cracks appeared in the very air around his fists. He aimed to shatter space itself, using the Tremor fruit to blast Minato away. Unfortunately, his strength and destructive power were indeed formidable. But Minato's speed had reached an entirely new level. With his mastery of the glint fruit growing keener by the second, and his extraordinary reflexes. Even though Whitebeard's attack covered a wide area, it still couldn't touch a single hair on Minato's head. Now, with the elemental transformation granted by the glint fruit, Minato could dissolve into countless golden photons. Any threat to his defense had been utterly eliminated. He could now recklessly combine the Flying Thunder God technique with the dazzling speed of the glint fruit. A deep thud echoed through the battlefield. A blinding flash kick struck down. Whitebeard had no time to turn and defend. And Minato's speed was leagues beyond anything Kizaru could achieve. In all his years, Whitebeard had never witnessed such astonishing speed and agility. Of course, Whitebeard was far from weak. With his mastery of observation haki, he could anticipate Minato's moves, as well as predict where he would appear next. For Whitebeard, this wasn't a challenge at all. In his prime, Whitebeard's observation haki was nearly instinctual, keeping him in a constant state of heightened awareness. Even while sleeping, he could effortlessly evade sneak attacks from those closest to him. Of course, foreseeing Minato's location and his next action was the easy part. The real question was, even if you know what's coming, can you actually keep up? A deep, thunderous shout. The power of the Tremor fruit erupted, as Whitebeard's conqueror's haki surged forth like a tidal wave. Minato's right leg turned to energy, and the golden flash of his kick shattered midair under the force of Whitebeard's counterattack. At that very moment, yet another Minato appeared directly in front of Whitebeard. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, unleashing the full force of his observation haki. But he quickly realized that if things continued this way, he'd be worn down eventually. There would come a moment when he couldn't keep up. In the next instant, a multitude of shimmering white barriers formed around him. The Tremor fruit's shockwave power activated. As the Shadow clones attacked, their blows were instantly rebounded, but their speed was just as impressive. Their only flaw, they couldn't turn into elements. Struck by the Tremor fruit's counterforce, the clones took damage and immediately dissipated. Minato seized the opportunity to widen the distance. I'm not exactly an expert at this. As he spoke, orange markings appeared around Minato's eyes. His eyes transformed into those of a toad. No, this isn't Mount Myaboku's Sage Mode. Let's try something different. Minato suddenly shook his head, feeling an inexplicable resistance toward this Sage Mode. Yet in the next instant, another thought crossed his mind. Hadn't he already passed his Rasengan down to Jiraiya? Well, there was nothing wrong with that. As for Mount Myaboku, they were enemies now, so claiming this Sage Mode as a spoil of war didn't seem out of place at all. Sorry, red hair, but I won't be holding back. No one knew when it happened, but Hawkeye had stepped onto the execution platform. He held his cross-shaped black blade, slowing his steps until he came to a halt. So then, fate. It seems the chosen children of this new era have reached the end of their road. Swift as the wind, Tobirama Senju appeared at his side. Have you made your choice? Hawkeye gazed up at Ace and Luffy above. I want to see what kind of world will emerge once you've toppled the Navy and the world government. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Tobirama's mouth. I've looked into you. Normally, this wouldn't interest you at all. Hawkeye's face was expressionless. If you hadn't brought it up, I wouldn't have cared. My reason for coming up here is simple. Since both the Navy and the pirates are about to close the curtain on their era, let me be the one to end these so-called chosen children of the new age. He intended to play the executioner. Tobirama paused, surprised. You figured out quite a bit. But now's not the time to finish them off. Their status is too high. In the future, executing them publicly alongside the celestial dragons would make quite a spectacle. At that time, The whole world will watch as those who have long dwelled in suffering see the mighty, those who have exploited them from above, revealed as utterly vulnerable. A blade rang out. Hawkeye sheathed his black blade. At that moment, Uchiha Madara appeared before him. Your gaze is impressive. My strength has returned. Interested in dancing with me again? No, I'll just watch, Hawkeye replied, his eyes moving past Madara to focus on Hashirama Senju and Sengoku. Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters. His strength is nothing to scoff at. Madara felt a twinge of boredom. His opponent had already been snatched away by Hashirama. In that case, let's clear the field. The ones below are making too much noise. With that, Madara walked to the edge of the viewing platform. He looked down at the densely packed Navy soldiers and pirates below. Raising his hand, he formed a seal. He drew a deep breath, chakra surging through him. Sensing something, Hawkeye glanced sideways. In the very next instant, Hawkeye's pupils narrowed. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. A tremendous roar erupted. Madara exhaled a torrent of fire from his mouth. A colossal sea of flames surged forth like a tsunami. It swept down, engulfing the battlefield below. Everyone looked up. They watched as the sky-darkening sea of fire descended. This was no ordinary majestic destroyer flame cast in the state of Edo Tensei. Akainu looked up in astonishment. He noticed that same arrogant man from before. So this is your power? Not even a devil fruit user, yet you can unleash such attacks. Humph. Akainu's whole body glimmered with magma as he prepared to defend. But from below, a voice rang out. Ice Age. The one who acted was none other than Akiji, one of the Navy's 3 admirals and a Logia-type ice fruit user. Interesting, Madara murmured. Uchiha looked at Akiji, who had just blocked his great fire annihilation. He's different from the others, said Hawkeye suddenly. Senju Tobuma nodded slightly and added, Akiji, Admiral of the Navy, Kazan. I've looked into his background. He's a good Marine, cares for the people. Madara, don't go for the kill. Understood. Knowing he couldn't stop Uchiha Madara, Tobirama chose his words carefully. Uchiha leapt down. Midair, the perfect form of Susanoo, materialized around him. Akiji lifted his head as well, a chill radiating from his body, an icy blade forming in his hand. No need to come to me one by one. That magma guy over there, come on up too. With arms folded across his chest, Madara gazed down at Akiji below and Akainu, standing by the execution platform. A thunderous rumble shook the air. At that moment, battle erupted atop the execution platform. At Marine headquarters, the 79-year-old Fleet Admiral Sengoku, his form transformed by the mythical Zoan-type human fruit Buddha model. Facing him, from Konoha, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, Sengoku stepped forward, golden light radiating from him, and with a single powerful stomp, shattered the ground, revealing the wooden wall Hashirama had raised beneath. Sengoku slowly opened his eyes. He shrugged off the navy cloak of justice. A crackling sound. At the same time, he tore off his uniform, revealing a body of powerful, corded muscle. Conqueror's haki burst forth. A powerful wave of force swept toward Hashirama. Hashirama's long black hair whipped up in the wind, but he stood firm, his posture unchanged. Distinctive markings of sage mode began to appear on his face. A deep, resonant pounding. At that moment, Sengoku's body radiated an even more blinding golden light. His form continued to grow, and his skin transformed into the lustrous sheen of a golden Buddha. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. Golden waves of Conqueror's haki burst out from him, rippling outward in powerful shock waves. The sheer force of his aura drew everyone's attention in an instant. Justice born on the name of benevolence shall never be destroyed. The corners of Hashirama's mouth curled up slightly. A golden Buddha? How dazzling. It's been a long time since I've fought in earnest. And then, Hashirama's chakra erupted. The resulting momentum was even greater than the surging waves of Conqueror's haki. His chakra became almost tangible, soaring up into the sky. A sharp, thunderous crack split the air. Hashirama brought his palms together. Sage art would release, true, several thousand hands. Vista, Pops gave you an order. Under no circumstances can Ace and his brother die. Find the right moment to get them out of there. Marco struggled up from the rubble. The violent tremors, shaking Marine Ford, snapped him back to his senses. He glanced back and saw Whitebeard Pirates' 5th Division commander, Vista, mouth agape and staring at the execution platform in utter disbelief. What's going on? Did something unexpected just happen? Marco was at a loss as well. Sweat beaded on Whitebeard's face. His condition was worsening by the second. Minato stopped his assault. There was no point anymore. If he kept attacking, it would only hasten Whitebeard's demise. The shadow of death had already settled over Whitebeard's features. Oomph. Looks like they're underestimating me. With a resigned grunt, Whitebeard simply plopped himself down. Even if Minato no longer made a move, there was no way Whitebeard could interfere with the battlefield any further. You've still got it, Sengoku, still sharp as ever. I'm just an ordinary man with only one heart, Sengoku replied. No matter if they call me a demon or a monster, no one can stay the strongest forever. It's just, now, I find it hard even to protect the future. Whitebeard shook his head, then lifted his gaze to look at Sengoku, who had transformed into a golden Buddha. By now, the tremors from Marineford had reached them, shaking the ground beneath their feet. At that moment, on the execution platform, as Hashirama Senju's words faded into the air, countless thick roots surged up from the ground. Beneath Hashirama's feet, a wave of Mokutan would release, erupted forth. In the blink of an eye, the wooden construct beneath Hashirama soared higher than Sengoku himself. Whitebeard stared in astonishment for a moment. Then, making up his mind, he raised his hand and clenched it tightly, as if grasping at something invisible. Gura Gura! But in the next instant, Minato appeared right in front of him. You are a warrior worthy of respect, Minato said quietly. But for now, you'd best wait here patiently. At these words, Whitebeard burst out laughing. My mission isn't finished yet. Minato narrowed his eyes. A thunderous roar echoed above. High above, the Mokutan beneath Hashirama's feet shaped itself into an enormous head. A Buddha's head. This gigantic wooden Buddha's head towered even larger than Sengoku's golden form. Sengoku's eyes widened. For a moment, he simply stood there, caught off guard, unsure what to do next. Meanwhile, the entire island of Marineford, already battered by the power of Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, began to shake even more violently. At the same time, the whole island started to tilt to the right. Unfortunately, even so, nothing on the execution platform was affected. The battlefield below, however, was thrown into chaos as a result. Uff! I failed. Whitebeard was gasping desperately, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. At this moment, a three-pronged kunai had pierced his chest. A flying thunder god seal now marked his chest as well. Minato withdrew his hand and said in a low, steady voice, You have no chance of turning things around. I'm not just talking about the pirates, but the Navy as well. I'm giving you the chance to witness all that's about to unfold. But if you're not curious about what happens next, I can send you on your way right now. You'd best behave yourself. Whitebeard managed a bitter smile. He could feel his life slipping away with crystal clarity. But aside from saving Ace and Luffy, there was something else weighing on his mind. He despised traitors above all else. So Whitebeard stopped struggling, doing his best to stem the loss of his life force. While the two were speaking, meanwhile, up on the execution platform, a colossal wooden Buddha manifested. Seated atop its head was an even larger wooden figure, dwarfing even Sengoku in stature, with a lifelike wooden dragon coiled around its body. Hashirama Senju stood on the head of this wooden giant. Sengoku's eyes widened. He instinctively took a step back. Behind the wooden Buddha, an unending forest of wooden arms made it clear why this technique was called the true several thousand hands. Damn it! I am the fleet admiral of the Navy headquarters. The Buddha Sengoku. Sengoku roared, sweat pouring down his brow. Yet instead of retreating, he surged forward, leaping straight at the giant Buddha. He raised that gleaming golden Buddha hand and brought it crashing down with a mighty strike. A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the air. A powerful shockwave cannon roared forth. A sharp, splintering crack rang out. Yet, despite Sengoku pouring all his strength into this blow, when it landed upon the colossal wooden Buddha's body, it failed to inflict any real damage. Well then, it's my turn now. If you can use Haki, you'd better use it. Otherwise, you won't survive until the end of this onslaught. Top Transcendent Buddha. With Hashirama's fierce shout, his chakra surged once more. The enormous, true, thousand hands statue stirred to life. Thousands of wooden hands behind its back swept forward, all reaching for Sengoku. Sengoku lifted his head, his mind a complete blank. Each and every one of those wooden fists was as massive as his own golden Buddha form. Even if Haki could defend him, even if the Navy's 6 powers could help. But faced with such an overwhelming, world-ending assault, one that seemed endless, Sengoku could see no chance of victory. No, to be exact, he could see no chance of survival at all. Deafening detonations rolled through the air, one after another. Sengoku let out a hoarse roar. He clenched both fists tightly. He threw punch after punch, each one unleashing a fierce shockwave cannon. But against this kind of attack, against this relentless barrage, facing thousands of wooden hands, each as large as himself, His efforts were like throwing a cup of water on a burning cart. The thunderous clamor continued. A few of Sengoku's air cannons shattered the foremost wooden fists, but he was already running out of strength. And now, the Marine Fleet Admiral, the Buddhist Sengoku, was about to face the rest of the true Thousand Hands assault, thousands of massive hands yet to come. Damn it! Sengoku's fists trembled. The next moment, he strengthened himself with elemental transformation. At the same time, he unleashed Iron Body. Then, he wrapped both fists in a layer of Conqueror's Haki. A deafening crash resounded. Faced with the oncoming wooden fists that blotted out the sky, he swung his haki-clad fists again and again. And then, there was nothing more he could do. The wooden fists rained down like a torrential storm. Sengoku's body took hit after hit, each blow heavier than anything he could deliver in return. With every strike, the wooden fist shattered upon impact. But the assault was relentless, not even a tenth of the true power of the thousand-armed cannon. Blood seeped from Sengoku's mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. How can this be? Damn it. This strength. We're not even in the same league. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. No, don't hold me back. I have to save him. You'll just be throwing your life away. Then are we supposed to just stand here and watch the Fleet Admiral die? Ha ha ha, brothers, now's our chance. The Navy Admiral can't hold out much longer. For a moment, chaos erupted once more on the battlefield below. At the same time, Hokage felt an immense pressure descending upon him. He looked up, gazing at Uchiura's Susanoo, which even at ground level towered over the execution platform. And above that, the wood release, true, several thousand hands rose from the execution platform itself, its massive head piercing the clouds. The overwhelming barrage of gigantic wooden fists sent a chill down Hokage's spine. Even with elemental transformation, he realized he couldn't withstand such an onslaught. Maintaining Haki and Iron Body both consumed tremendous stamina. Putting himself in the other's shoes, Hokage knew that if he were to face such an attack, the outcome would still be certain death. What's more, the range of the true, several thousand hands assault was enormous. There was simply no escaping it. Yet, Hokage let out a wry chuckle. He glanced up at the complete body Susanoo, the towering blue giant above his head. His current predicament, he realized, was hardly any better. At this moment, Akainu felt much the same. His head hung low, his face clouded with a deep, brooding gloom. If it were only the white-beard pirates, Akainu might yet feel confident. But after seeing the power these people had displayed, he knew without a doubt, defeat was inevitable today. A deafening rumble erupted, thunderous and overwhelming. Just then, a massive, bizarre, black and purple sphere shot up from the surface of the sea. Everyone's gaze was instinctively drawn to it. In the distance, out on the wide ocean, they could see a gigantic ship, and standing on its deck were 9 enormous beasts. With a sharp rush of sound, Akainu lowered his head, magma glowing crimson along both of his arms. Flames leapt and danced all around him. In a series of explosive bursts, magma surged from deep within Akainu's body. Meteor volcano! He roared, thrusting his arms skyward. A torrent of molten rock blasted forth from his hands, hurtling toward the colossal black and purple sphere. At the same time, a barrage of magma projectiles soared high into the air. Sasuke glanced upward, the corners of his mouth curling ever so slightly. The storm clouds are gathering. Now the conditions are perfect for that move. Oh no, someone better stop Sasuke from smiling any wider. As the magma shells reached the height of their arc, they suddenly changed direction, falling like a torrential downpour. On closer inspection, each and every blazing projectile had transformed, taking on the shape of a clenched fist. The target was that massive blackish-purple sphere, the tailed beast ball. A thunderous roar erupted. Sakazuki's magma fist projectiles all struck the enormous tailed beast ball. A relentless barrage of explosions echoed out, rumbling through the air. But when the black smoke finally cleared, now, the tailed beast ball, even larger than Sengoku's towering form, was completely wrapped in magma released by Sakazuki. Everyone was left speechless. This was an absolute disaster, utterly doomed. It was like wrapping a bomb in iron filings. What now? Run for your lives. Get out of here now. Damn it. Who could possibly escape an attack like that? We're not even on the same level as them. A cold aura began to emanate from Hokage's entire body. Ice Age. There was no other choice. He could only try to seal it away using his formidable freezing power. Unfortunately, before his chill could even reach the sphere, the tailed beast ball detonated. A deep, resonating hum filled the air. There was no deafening explosion, only endless shock waves rippling outward. Along with them, Sakazuki's magma attacks shot out in all directions. On the island of Marineford, a small mushroom cloud began to rise. Below it, the Navy soldiers and pirates alike felt as if they'd gone deaf. But as the waves of shock finally washed over them, their ears were filled with thunderous blasts. What utter recklessness! Tobirama Senju shook his head. He glanced over at the younger generation, who had all sprinted far, far away. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Ha ha! I have arrived! As the thick smoke from the tailed beast ball finally dissipated, everyone could see the massive ship in the distance, its deck looming over the waves. An octopus with the head of a bull hoisted a plump, earth-colored tanuki cat and flung it with tremendous force. Whoosh! Shikkotsu, like a giant ball of fat, hurtled through the air toward Marine headquarters. Daidara's heart raced. He opened his mouth wide, drooling with excitement. Looking at the shattered remains of Marine headquarters below, a chill shot straight up his spine. The thrill sent tingles across his scalp. Art is explosion. Fish-style, over-the-shoulder throw. Suddenly, a voice rang out. A blue figure appeared high above. From the melted surface of the sea, a powerful torrent of water surged upward. Like a crackling whip, it lashed out at the incoming barrage of magma. Sizzle. Steam billowed continuously. Sasuke matched his breath to the rhythm. He looked up to see the sky already shrouded in a vast, menacing blanket of thunderclouds. It felt as though doomsday itself was descending. Sasuke was so excited, his hands trembled uncontrollably. Crackle. Chidori. Unable to restrain himself, Sasuke unleashed his Chidori. He licked his parched lips. That familiar feeling is back again. Meanwhile, Jinbe's attack landed as well. He managed to fend off much of the magma assault, but the following shockwaves and the tailed beast bomb overwhelmed his water current technique. At this moment, Ace and Luffy's minds went completely blank. Even Hashirama Senju ceased his assault. On the back of the giant Buddha, about half of the wooden hands remained. Below, at the bottom of a massive crater, Sengoku lay sprawled within. His body was a ragged mess of blood and flesh. He had already lost consciousness. Watching Sengoku's labored, shallow breaths, Hashirama could only shake his head. Next, he looked downward. Madara Uchiha's perfect Susanoo lifted its foot. With a single, thunderous stomp, Akainu's face darkened as his whole body dissolved into magma. Hiss! Black smoke curled up from beneath the colossal foot of the perfect Susanoo as magma seeped into its soul. Madara remained impassive, arms folded across his chest, as he calmly raised his foot again. Akainu reformed, returning to his usual state. Surveying his surroundings, his expression grew even grimmer. That single step from Susanoo had left a deep crater in the ground. There was simply no way to dodge it. He looked up. Stuck to the bottom of the Susanoo's massive soul was the magma he'd just unleashed. Yet, it hadn't managed to do any real damage. Or had it? Akiji's pupils suddenly contracted. He stared at the enormous foot, now smeared with magma. Akainu fell silent. A crackling sound filled the air. Akiji raised his hand, icy shards blooming across his body. Frost spread in all directions. In an instant, a thick layer of ice coated the bottom of the perfect Susanoo's foot. The magma froze solid in a heartbeat. Akainu narrowed his eyes. But in the next moment, he shook his head. Now wasn't the time to dwell on such things. This battle was lost. Forget changing admirals, or even the fleet admiral. At this rate, they might not even be able to hold onto Marine headquarters itself. Of course, if they lost, the most likely outcome was death. Justice. Akainu uttered a low, resolute cry. This brand of absolute justice. You couldn't simply call him good or evil. At his core, he was like a soldier obeying orders from above. And above him, above all of Marine headquarters, was the world government. There was no doubt about it. Akainu cast his gaze over the battlefield. The Marine headquarters, once so imposing, was now unrecognizable. All that remained was a wasteland littered with countless corpses. Pirates and Marines alike. Their bodies were now tangled together in a single, indistinguishable mass. He could no longer tell who was friend and who was foe. Now, those who still drew breath were mostly the ones whose strength had carried them through. But Akainu glanced at Akiji, who was fleeing on foot beneath the towering form of Madara Uchiha's fully manifested Susanoo. He, too, was battered and worn. As for himself, he was no better off. Not to mention those Marines and pirates. Most of them didn't even stand a chance. With power on this scale, it was already a miracle to have survived the aftershocks alone. Meanwhile, out at sea, the massive ship on the horizon was growing larger with every passing moment. And those 8 monstrous beasts were drawing steadily closer. Wait a second. Akainu's eyes suddenly narrowed. He had just spotted a plump tanuki flying overhead. Wind-style, drilling air bullet. The moment Akainu set his sights on Shikkotsu, The beast had already noticed him. Without a word, Shikkotsu unleashed a jutsu. Its belly puffed up, swelling with force. Then, with a sudden motion, it flung its jaws wide open and unleashed a massive sphere of wind, dense with chakra, straight from its mouth. Crack! But one wind sphere wasn't enough. Shikkotsu slapped its bulging stomach again. Another enormous sphere shot out from its mouth. Watching those wind spheres hurtling toward him like shockwaves, Akainu froze for a moment. Yet again, a power that defied all logic and understanding. Damn it! Don't you dare look down on me! Akainu roared, his voice raw with fury. He neither dodged nor flinched, choosing to stand his ground and await the approaching wind spheres. Of course, even if he wanted to dodge, escape would have been nearly impossible. Thunder erupted. The next moment, Shikkotsu's wind release, drilling air bullet struck. Akainu threw a punch. A surge of magma erupted forth. Most of the drilling air bullet was scattered by the blast. But as the second wind release, drilling air bullet arrived, Akainu's magma attack was completely dispersed. At the same time, the swirling wind engulfed him. Countless blades of wind appeared, slashing through the air. Even Akainu's hat was blown away. He stood his ground, hunched over, magma still seeping from his body. But this wasn't a result of his conscious control. It was the magma leaking out from his elemental form after being sliced by the wind blades. And it wasn't over yet. A deafening rumble thundered through the air. After landing, Shikkotsu, seeing that Gaara was unharmed, pounded his swollen belly with renewed vigor. Wind release, sand scattershot. With a sharp, whistling sound, a storm of sand bullets materialized as Shikkotsu unleashed another gale from his open mouth. Akainu's brow furrowed. This attack looked particularly bizarre. He dared not face it head-on and prepare to dodge. Yet Shikkotsu's true target wasn't Akainu at all. It was Crocodile, who had dissolved into a cloud of golden sand. What? Crocodile felt a chill run down his spine. He spun around in alarm, only to see an overwhelming barrage of sand bullets bearing down on him, each one propelled by a furious gale. Damn it, why is it always these sand users? Where in the world are these people coming from? These powers, this sheer amount of sand. Who here actually ate the Logia's sand fruit? Crocodile didn't dare hesitate. The assault was far too swift and covered such a wide area. He immediately shifted into his elemental form. But at the very moment the sand bullets struck him, Crocodile was speechless. It was that sensation again, the body growing heavy and sluggish. But this time, the feeling was even stronger than it had been with that red-haired brat. Boom! At that moment, Shikkotsu's hands transformed into a torrent of sand and stone. Simultaneously, the ground beneath Akainu's feet erupted with fine, swirling grains of sand. Akainu's instincts screamed a warning. He didn't hesitate for a second. With a sudden leap, he sprang into the air. Yet, as Shikkotsu's hands melted into flowing sand, it was as if the beast had already anticipated his move. Both massive palms came crashing down. Akainu unleashed his observation haki in a burst. His pupils contracted sharply, disbelief etched across his face. Magma, searing hot, fused with melting sand. And in the future, Akainu foresaw with his haki. He was engulfed by an avalanche of the monstrous Tanuki's sand. A strange force would emerge, binding him tight, halting his every movement. In the end, the sand would entomb him, forming a pyramid dense with unfamiliar runes. That peculiar power would pin him down completely, making escape impossible. This can't go on. Without hesitation, Akainu made the same choice as Aokiji. Avoid the brunt of the attack. Soru. In a blink, Akainu vanished from where he stood. At the same time, he summoned another surge of strength. Jeppo. With a sharp whoosh, white smoke billowed beneath his feet. His figure shot backward at breakneck speed, stomping on the air, weaving and darting mid-sky, dodging the relentless barrage of Shikkotsu's sand. Tekai. In the space of a heartbeat, Akainu appeared behind Shikkotsu. He thrust a blazing punch at the back of Shikkotsu's head, his arm transforming, magma surging forth in a molten tide. Admiral Sakazuki. A rear admiral shouted out. Watch out! Akainu's brow furrowed. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, a massive tail swept toward him. He instantly changed the direction of his attack, channeling haki around his arm. The two forces collided. A shockwave rippled out from the impact. On the other side, things were looking grim for Aokiji. Already, about 4/5 of his body was encased in ice. Countless ice blades shot toward Uchiha Madara. But before they could reach Madara, who stood atop the head of his fully formed Susanu's blade came down and shattered the attack in a single stroke. You were the first to draw your sword. Clang! A piercing sword cry rang through the air. Susanoo slowly drew the long blade at its waist. The blinding light made Akiji's heart sink halfway to despair. He slammed both hands onto the ice beneath his feet, raising a towering wall of ice. Thunk! But even that couldn't withstand a single slash from Susanoo. Akiji's right arm was severed. Yet, thanks to his elemental body, he didn't have to worry about losing a limb. Still, with just one exchange, his observation haki had already shown him a vision of his own death. Thus, the two Navy admirals were trapped. Clang! At the same time, another sword rang out atop the execution platform. Vista, the flower sword and commander of the Whitebeard Pirates' 5th Division, appeared behind Ace and Luffy. Both his blades came down. Clang! With the Senju Hashiroma's Myojin gate no longer suppressing them, and Sengoku no longer standing guard, and with neither Senju Tobirama nor Hawkeye paying them any mind, Vista finally found his chance, especially with Marco, who could fly, lending a hand. After the Sea Prism Stone shackles were cut from Ace and Luffy, Vista and Marco wasted no time, launching themselves at Tobirama Senju and Dracumihawk. Go now, Marco called out in a low voice, not even glancing back. A metallic clang rang out, sharp and clear. In the next instant, behind Vista, a flurry of heart-shaped petals bloomed as his twin blades came down upon Mihawk, only to be parried effortlessly by the hawk-eyed swordsman. Heh, who would have thought I'd get across swords with the world's greatest swordsman in a situation like this? Flower Sword Vista. Mihawk replied coolly. The two began their duel. Meanwhile, a blaze of fire erupted around Marco. Blue flames engulfed him as he shifted into his beast form, transforming into the legendary Phoenix. Just like any Logia user. In this state, Marco was untouchable, shrugging off every attack. Fire! Tobirama Senju cast a sidelong glance at the approaching blue flames. A heartbeat later, he vanished from sight. Before he disappeared, a shower of kunai, each inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal, filled the air. The kunai passed right through Marco's Phoenix form with a whisper of speed. Then, Tobirama reappeared in a flash. Flying Thunder God, slash. A thunderous impact echoed through the air. This time, Marco's intangibility was useless. A faint aura of haki coated Tobirama's blade, bypassing Marco's elemental defense. Marco was wounded, forced to fall back. Yet a slight smile curled at the corner of Tobirama's lips. If our opponents were switched, perhaps things would be trickier. Fire, is it? A low, amused chuckle escaped him. Without pause, Tobirama formed hand seals. The master of forbidden techniques, the second Hokage who commanded water even better than the Mizukage, was about to unleash not just water, but the sea itself. At the same time, on the execution platform, Ace and Luffy, newly freed, scrambled to their feet. Gum gum! The fool's attack was incoming. Quite a long wind-up. His arms stretched out from behind as he leaned forward. Jet! Bang! Before he could finish, a green blur darted in. Luffy's rubbery face twisted out of shape in an instant. With a single kick, Luffy, his attack interrupted, was sent flying backward. Luffy! Ace shouted out anxiously. In the next instant, flames erupted from his body. You! But when Ace caught a good look at Lee, he recoiled in shock. That kick! Hey, where are you looking? Sasuke appeared in front of Ace. TCH. A child of darkness dares to look down on fire. Hey you! Ace narrowed his eyes, feeling immense pressure from this striking young man. Especially those strange, unsettling eyes. Sasuke raised his hand. Let me show you what real fire is. Ace. He clasped his hands into a sign and took a deep breath. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Ace was quick to counter. Fire fist. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Fire fist. Sasuke formed his hand seals, drew a deep breath, and unleashed a massive ball of fire. Whoosh! The wave of heat rolling off the fireball was enough to make Ace take notice. He had no idea how his opponent could breathe fire, but in terms of power, it was every bit as fierce as his own. Without hesitation, Ace transformed his arms into roaring flames of searing heat. Immediately after, he threw a powerful punch, his flaming arms stretching out, sending a fiery fist hurtling forward. The impact was immense. The two masses of flame collided, fusing into a massive fireball. Ace sprang up in a sudden leap, soaring into the air. Fire gun! He shouted, his voice sharp and commanding. Raising both hands, Ace pointed his index and middle fingers at the second pillar, mimicking the barrels of a gun. His already elemental hands burst with even fiercer flames. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air splitting echoed as fiery bullets shot toward the second pillar. Purple chakra swirled protectively around the second pillar. A low, resonant hum filled the air. In the next instant, Susanu's initial form materialized. The purple Susanu shielded him, blocking all of Ace's searing bullets. Seeing this, Ace swung his hand in a flash. Flame ring. Boom! Fire erupted from both his arms, spiraling outward to encircle his body like a blazing barrier. In a flash, the second pillar appeared beneath him, hands forming seals with practiced speed. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. A thunderous dragon's roar burst forth. A serpentine blaze, shaped like a dragon, surged toward Ace. Flame pillar. The fiery barrier swirling around Ace crashed downward all at once, blasting forward like a jet-propelled cannon. In terms of sheer force, this time, the second pillar was outmatched. Of course, in that moment, the second pillar's eyes had already awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He gave a cold snort. Then, in a blink, a layer of black flames coated the surface of his great dragon fire. Blaze release, Kagetsuchi. Clutching his left eye, he unleashed the Mangekyo's ocular jutsu from his right. In a flash, the two raging fires collided once more. Ace's eyes widened in shock. Black flames. What kind of power is this? Ace's heart skipped a beat. These people, appearing out of nowhere, each one was so powerful, and their abilities were unlike anything he'd ever heard of. At this moment, the colliding flames were all swallowed up by the black fire. That incantation-like black flame climbed along the pillar of fire Ace had shot out. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. Ace's expression changed dramatically. This eerie black flame could devour even him, a wielder of the flame fruit. He didn't dare hesitate. A swift dodge was his only choice. Boom! As he retreated, the pillar of fire lost its driving force. In an instant, it was pierced by the blazing dragon fire of his opponent. The fierce dragon fire shot upward into the sky, thick with storm clouds. In a flash, it vanished into the brooding darkness above. Tap! Landing on the ground, Ace was still shaken as he stared at the dragon fire swallowed by the clouds. That was dangerous. I can't let that black flame touch me. Even if I turn into fire, all it will do is hasten my death. I've got one move left. If I don't risk it now, I'll stay on the defensive, and then I'm done for. With those words, Ace crossed his arms over his chest and hunched forward slightly. Great Flame Commandment. A low, resonant hum filled the air. The moment the words left his lips, a ring of fire appeared at his feet. Flames spread outward in all directions. The fire at Ace's feet writhed like serpents, spiraling around him in tight circles. Soon, the ground was blanketed in fire. At the same time, the swirling ring of flame erupted into a fierce blaze. The flames rose higher. In a heartbeat, an orb like a miniature sun formed above him. Once again, he held the fireball aloft with a single hand. His expression, however, was grave beyond words. In this way, that eerie black flame won't be able to reach me through the fire itself. Clever idea, but Juzi sneered dismissively. A sharp sizzle tore through the air. Ace's pupils contracted. Lightning, that strange power again. Juzi ignored him, suddenly leaping high into the air. A deep, resonant hum enveloped the scene. Violet chakra surged wildly around him. Susanu's bones began to grow, piece by piece, until at last, a colossal, skeletal giant stood formed. Flesh and sinew followed, and the black Tengu armor of Susanu wrapped itself around the figure. Complete body, Susanu. Juzi stood atop the head of his fully manifested Susanu, raising a hand that gathered the power of Chidori. Thunder rumbled in the heavens, rolling and deafening. At the very instant Juzi lifted his hand. The sky above, thick with storm clouds, erupted with a thunderclap that shook the world. Ace couldn't help but stagger back, step after step. For a heartbeat, his heart seemed to stop. The Great Flame Commandment, Flame Emperor he had just conjured shattered instantly. But in that moment, despair overwhelmed Ace. Within the oppressive sea of black clouds, lightning danced in every direction. And that wasn't all. Blood began to seep from Juzi's eyes. Kagetsuchi, the pinnacle of lightning release. Lightning release, Kirin. From the heart of the storm, a gigantic Kirin's head emerged, peering down through the clouds. For an instant, time itself seemed to stop. Above the execution platform, Hawkeye and Vista locked in combat, and across from them, Tobirama Senju and Marco, locked in a one-sided struggle, all froze in place. The Kirin's arrival was simply overwhelming, its presence dominating all. Even those fighting far below on the battlefield couldn't help but look up, their attention seized by the sight. That terrifying lightning release technique even made Madara Uchiha cast a sidelong glance. The power of the straight Tomo. This brat does have some talent, after all. Oof. But I wonder who taught him to be so fond of showing off. Tobiruma Senju nodded slightly, praising, this show-off of a brat really does have the ability. Using lightning release to harness the power of nature. Impressive. This is worthy of being called the strongest lightning release technique. By contrast, Hokage and the others had their pupils contract sharply. Even without observation haki, it was clear, against such an attack, forget countering it. Just reacting in time would be a challenge. The speed of lightning is no joke. Otherwise, why would Ace have failed to maintain even the Flame Emperor he had just summoned? The outcome was already determined. Even if he managed to evade by turning into his elemental form, the black flames above would still spell Ace's defeat, or even his death. The name of the technique is Kirin, Sasuke said expressionlessly. Kirin let out a roar that seemed to shake the heavens and earth. A crushing sense of dread filled the air. Then, Kirin descended to rest atop Sasuke's complete body Susanoo. Its crimson eyes locked unflinchingly onto Ace below. Let yourself be wiped away along with the thunder. With those words, his voice fell. Kirin roared once more. Then, lifting its head high, it soared toward the densely packed storm clouds above. Its enormous head vanished into the swirling darkness, and Kirin's lightning-formed body continued to meld into the clouds overhead. In that instant, under the ruined island of Marineford, lightning blazed across the landscape. As Sasuke swung his Chidori-clad hand downward, a deafening explosion erupted. The thunderclap was so intense that, for a moment, everyone present was struck deaf. The blinding flash of lightning robbed Ace and the others of their sight. Hawkeye raised his hand, blocking the lightning with his black blade. A deep shock rippled through his heart. Even for him, he wasn't sure he could withstand such an attack. This was the power of thunder, not something just anyone could wield. Leaf Hurricane. At this moment, only Lee seemed unfazed by everything happening around him. He launched a kick. The fool, petrified by Sasuke's Kirin, was sent flying in an instant. By a twist of fate, he was sent hurtling right in Ace's direction. Boom! The Kirin arched its body ever so slightly, then vanished in the blink of an eye. The very next instant, it reappeared before Ace. The fool went flying straight over. Luffy. Ace lost all composure and let out a desperate shout. Buzz! A miraculous scene unfolded. The Kirin struck Luffy dead on. What just happened? After landing, the fool glanced at the stunned Ace, then turned to look at Tobirama and the others. Scratching his head, he asked, Ace, what's wrong? Even Sasuke, the one who cast the technique, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. If this were Enel, by now, there'd be a flood of reaction memes. Tobirama stood frozen for a long moment, staring at the fool. A rubber man? No. With a high enough voltage, even an insulator can be pierced. Besides, the heat from high voltage alone could melt rubber. He shook his head. It seems this world holds many powers that defy our common sense. Down below, Shikamaru blinked in confusion. Why does all of this feel so unreasonable? Ugh, whatever, this is such a hassle. Sasuke's probably about to lose it. Sure enough, the moment Sasuke realized his Kirin had been blocked so easily, a twitch flickered at the corner of his eye. Then, the full-bodied Susanoo sprang to life. Blood was streaming steadily from his eyes. If you can block that, then try blocking another. In an instant, Amaterasu ignited. The massive Susanoo drew its long blade, now engulfed in crackling black flames. At the same time, Sasuke unleashed his blaze release, Kagetsuchi. A barrage of black flame kunai shot down like a swarm of shadowy shuriken, raining destruction from above. We have to get out of here. Ace hurriedly flung Luffy out of harm's way. His own body dissolved in a fire, his hands hurling punch after punch of blazing flame, desperate to intercept Sasuke's onslaught. But Sasuke had lost his composure. Piloting his monstrous avatar, he abandoned his usual ninja finesse. No more flashy jutsu, just a brutal, chaotic assault. Ace's screams rang out as Amaterasu's flames scorched him mercilessly. Meanwhile, Ace, Luffy shouted, panic in his voice. But before he could react, a green blur appeared right in front of him. Sorry, Sasuke. I shouldn't have kicked him away. Well then, I'll settle this with Sasuke for you. Just as Lee finished speaking. Second gear. Luffy knew full well that now was not the time for distractions, even though his elemental powers could absorb most of Lee's blows. Boom! Luffy's rubbery legs swelled in around spheres. Then, in a flash, his feet recoiled like springs. A sharp hiss sounded. Immediately, blood-red light pulsed across Luffy's skin, clouds of white steam billowing off his body. You bastard! Shaoli looked at him, raising his right hand and narrowing his eyes. A rubber man, huh? Pure physical attacks are indeed a bit tricky to handle. Whoosh! Just then, Luffy sprang into action. His speed rivaled the Navy 6 Powers Soru technique. But at this moment, Shaoli had already removed the weights from his ankles. The others all turned their heads in surprise. Jet pistol! Luffy let out a low roar. His fist, glowing with a blood-red sheen, shot forward at breakneck speed, aiming straight for Shaoli. Swish! But in the next instant, Shaoli vanished from where he stood. Seeing his strike miss, Luffy quickly moved aside as well. Yet, just a heartbeat later, Luffy felt a tremendous force from behind. Shaoli appeared behind him, driving a punch forward. Thud! The blow landed squarely on the back of Luffy's head. Luffy grimaced in pain, and his neck stretched out from the impact. Jet whip! Jet whip! Even as Shaoli landed his attack, Luffy kicked out with his leg. As his head snapped back into place, he aimed right at Shaoli's position. Headbutt! But once again, Shaoli vanished before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared at Luffy's side. Whoosh! At that moment, the bandages around Shaoli's arms unfurled. Leaf Hurricane! He swung out his leg. Once again, it struck Luffy directly. Luffy quickly realized that standing still to attack was pointless. So, he dashed forward at top speed. But soon enough, he found that this didn't work either. No matter how much he picked up the pace, Shaoli clung to him like a ghostly shadow, refusing to let up. Though the attacks didn't inflict any real damage. Luffy's stamina was draining away at an alarming rate. Lee, moving at lightning speed, suddenly leaped high into the air, spinning several times before landing. With a powerful kick, he struck down. A heavy impact resounded through the air. His heel smashed onto Luffy's head. A deep, resonant vibration followed. Luffy's neck stretched out again, and a split second later, his head crashed into the ground. Lee used the momentum to flip back and retreat a safe distance. Jet stamp! Luffy's vision sharpened, and he began to track Lee's movements more clearly. The instant Lee moved back, Luffy seized the opportunity. He launched a fierce kick. Seeing the flying foot coming his way, Lee's expression didn't change. He simply turned his head and dodged. But in that moment, Luffy's body bounced forward with elastic speed. Having activated Gear Second, Luffy's long-range attack was even faster than Lee's movements at this stage. Yet at close range, he still couldn't quite keep up with Lee. Of course, at this point, Lee hadn't yet entered his red state. Gum Gatling. As Luffy shot forward, his fists, left behind for an instant, snapped back at lightning speed. In rapid succession, he hurled a barrage of rubber punches at Lee. Lee, just as swiftly, threw punches to parry the onslaught. More of the bandages on his arms began to unravel. If that's how it is, then I'll have to use the lotus. Having made up his mind, Lee narrowed his eyes, a hint of resolve flashing across his face. Prepare yourself. This time, not even a rubber man like you can withstand it. A sudden burst of energy erupted. With a blur, Lee vanished entirely from Luffy's sight. Luffy blinked in confusion, his face full of bewilderment. But in the next instant, surprise struck him. Lee reappeared all around him, almost as if he were everywhere at once. Yet this time, he didn't use any other attack. Luffy's instincts tingled with an acute sense of danger. The budding power of observation haki flickered to life. He caught a glimpse, a vision of himself about to be struck by Lee's kick. Not good. Luffy tried to arch his back, lifting his hands to shield his chin. But the scene he foresaw with his observation haki never came to pass. As he hesitated in confusion, once again little Lee, spinning circles around Luffy, broke through his previous speed limit. He was about to attack, but seeing Luffy raise his arms in defense, he decisively halted his strike. Even at breakneck speed, little Lee's reflexes were astounding. Bang! The next second. Not good. Luffy's observation haki once again showed him a glimpse of his own future. But this time, he couldn't react fast enough. Little Lee's foot was already there. It landed squarely on Luffy's chin. With one kick, his head snapped upward. His neck stretched longer and longer. Still crouched low, little Lee followed up with a sweeping kick. Luffy's legs spun out from under him, and in a flash, his rubbery body soared upward, trailing after his head. It's not over yet, little Lee growled, planting his hands forcefully on the ground. His legs lashed out in a rapid flurry of kicks. After several swift blows, Luffy's body was sent flying. At the same time, the bandages on little Lee's arms wound tightly around Luffy, binding him fast. Whoosh! Little Lee appeared behind Luffy, gripping the bandage-wrapped body firmly. Primary Lotus. As the words left his mouth, little Lee clutched Luffy, head pointing downward, spinning their bodies at dizzying speed, just like a high-speed top. Luffy's eyes spun in dizzy circles. Boom! The two of them crashed into the ground at full speed. They smashed clean through the wooden structure, leaving a deep crater. Dust and debris billowed everywhere. Whiz! Little Lee was sent flying backward. Landing in a crouch, he panted, breath coming fast and heavy. At this moment, within the wooden platform, Luffy's body was twisted into an almost ridiculous shape. His eyes spun with dizzying spirals. He was clearly knocked senseless from all the spinning. Pop! But because he was made of rubber, his body instantly snapped back into shape, and then the spinning began all over again. Ugh! Lee quickly stepped back. A twitch flickered at the corner of his eye. The front lotus still isn't enough, huh? Watching Luffy, who had now become a spinning top, launching himself like a bomb, Lee frowned. The lotus was a double-edged sword. The toll it took on the body was immense. Even Lee himself, in this very moment, felt a deep ache coursing through every muscle. After a while, when Luffy finally recovered, he was furious. Lee slowly got to his feet. Luffy clamped his teeth down on his own finger. Whoosh! Luffy took a deep breath and let it out in a powerful gust. Before their eyes, his fist began to swell, growing larger and larger. Damn it! As his fist expanded, Luffy charged straight at Lee. A faint smirk played at the corner of Lee's mouth. He sensed a familiar gaze fixed upon him. Sensei. Sensei is still alive. He must be watching me. Just knowing that, I can't afford to hold anything back. Guy Sensei is the Crimson Beast. Then I must become the Blue Beast to follow in his footsteps. As Luffy's enormous, furious fist barreled toward him, Lee's eyes narrowed with steely resolve. The lotus of the leaf will bloom again, he declared in a deep voice. The blue beast of the leaf will not fade. In that instant, Lee began releasing the restraints within his body's chakra pathways, starting from his head, unlocking them one by one throughout his entire body. No matter what happens, next time, I won't give you the chance to get back on your feet. Lee raised both arms in front of his body, shielding himself. A surge of chakra erupted around him, swirling like a storm. Luffy's massive fist was already upon him. Yet, even though Lee was wrapped in a cocoon of chakra, it didn't hinder his movement in the slightest. Body flicker technique. Indeed, the Lee standing here now was no longer the simple taijutsu ninja who couldn't use ninjutsu. Everyone has won their battles. Even Guy Sensei. Even when faced with their nemesis, none of them gave up. I can't be the only one to lose here. Shoo shoo shoo. Fragments of rock and splinters of wood on the ground were blasted away by the chakra, erupting from Lee's body. Luffy, too, grew calm. His attack had missed once again. At the same time, Lee's presence made him uneasy. Unlike Garp, he did not possess the power of Hokage. Lee's skin gradually flushed red, veins bulging across his face. Now is the time to stand by my ninja way. The third gate, Gate of Life, open. Luffy looked at Lee, noticing that his skin now resembled his own in color. However, Luffy's skin looked as if it had been scalded by boiling water. Lee's, on the other hand, was like it had been scorched by fire. The fourth gate, Gate of Pain, open. Huh. Boom. At that moment, Lee sprang into action. The wooden supports beneath him, created by wood release, were gouged open, leaving a deep trench in his wake. Bzzz. Luffy's eyes widened in shock. A moment later, a tremendous force struck his chin once again. His immature observation, Haki, triggered instinctively. However, the future he glimpsed was almost perfectly synchronized with the flow of time in the real world. His still swollen fist kept deflating, the air hissing out from Luffy's mouth. Luffy was trying to use this to change the trajectory of his flight after being struck. But Lee's strength was simply overwhelming, and the attacks kept coming, relentless and unceasing. At the same time, this time the lotus wasn't just a simple free fall from above. The fifth gate, Gate of Limit, open. In this moment, with the fifth gate unleashed, Lee's sheer speed alone was enough to stir the very ground with the rush of air as he moved. It's not over yet. The sixth gate, Gate of View, open. Now, with nothing holding him back, Lee's power surged to its peak. Whoosh! Luffy felt a blast of air rush down from above. His pupils narrowed in shock. This strength surpassed every foe he had ever faced. Just a shockwave from Lee's movements was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Luffy. At that moment, the fully manifested Susanoo under Sasuke's control was relentlessly hacking at Ace, shouting out in worry. But Ace himself could barely hold on. He was in no position to help Luffy. Susanoo's blade fell again and again. Ace couldn't dodge anymore. He didn't have the strength. All he could do was rely on his elemental form to evade the strikes. But every time he transformed to dodge, a bit more of Amaterasu's black flames would seep into his body. The ever-burning Amaterasu, fire that could even devour other flames. Ace could already smell the scent of death looming over him. Elsewhere, after Mihawk unleashed a single strike, Vista lost all ability to fight. Both swords, along with both arms, had been severed at the root. Hawkeye glanced at him with a blank expression, then turned to look at Tobirama Senju. At this moment, Tobirama was sitting atop Marco's motionless body, his gaze fixed on the battle between Rock Lee and Luffy. Clearly, Tobirama had finished his fight long ago. Marco couldn't even try to fight back, let alone escape. On the other side, after opening the sixth gate, Rock Lee suddenly appeared above Luffy. Luffy tried to counterattack, hoping to create some distance between them. But moving at such high speed, he found it difficult even to turn around. His body, made of rubber, could absorb a great deal of force. Yet now, this advantage revealed its downside. Every turn demanded tremendous effort. At that moment, Rock Lee threw a punch. His fist was so quick, it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. With a deep, thunderous boom, he unleashed his attack. Waves of shock rippled outward, expanding in powerful rings. Luffy's body trembled uncontrollably, and the unique stretching power of his rubber fruit seemed to vanish. He plummeted toward the ground at breakneck speed. It's not over yet. Rock Lee's figure blurred, flickering like a phantom. 1 second he was above Luffy's head, and the next his form appeared beneath him. A fading afterimage of Lee lingered in the sky above. Suspended in midair, Luffy's rubber body still hadn't absorbed the force of that last blow. He was powerless to react. Morning Peacock! Rock Lee swung both fists. He moved so fast that his arms seemed to vanish entirely. In this world, the friction-born flames were even grander and fiercer. In an instant, fireballs wreathed in shockwaves crashed into Luffy's back. In the blink of an eye, Luffy was engulfed by flames and the force of the impact. Countless fist-shaped craters appeared behind him. Flames painted the sky red, dazzling like the tail feathers of a peacock. Watching Luffy rise higher and higher into the air, Lee clenched his fists. So then, the blue beast of the new Leaf Village. The 8 gates released formation. 7th gate. Gate of shock, open. A thunderous roar shook the air. Lee's body began to change. Blue steam, formed from his rapidly evaporating sweat, surged around him. A low hum resonated. His stance shifted ever so slightly. In the blink of an eye, 6 Lees appeared. Each figure was a little blurry. Clearly, this was neither the clone technique nor the shadow clone technique. They were afterimages. A barrage of impacts exploded. Almost the instant the afterimages appeared, Luffy, high above, altered his flight path once again. The 6 afterimages of Lee relentlessly attacked him from every direction. This will be the final strike. Lee swung his fist back. A surge of white vapor, like shock waves, erupted over the blue steam surrounding his body. Daytime Tiger, Hidden Lotus. Yes, this was the Daytime Tiger, in the style of the Sunflower Manual. A sharp cracking sound rang out. Every muscle in Lee's body tensed, while his bones creaked under the strain. The Hidden Lotus was a blindingly fast series of strikes, so quick the opponent couldn't even touch him. Even if Luffy, at this very moment, awakened the power of advanced observation haki and could foresee Lee's moves, his body would never keep up. Daytime Tiger, Hidden Lotus. As Lee shot toward Luffy, he unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast punches in midair. With each blow, the air was compressed, and when the final punch landed squarely on Luffy's chest, the compressed air burst outward all at once. The resulting shockwave blasted forth in the shape of a tiger, its force utterly overwhelming. The shockwaves from the explosion rippled outward, so powerful that even those on the battlefield below could feel them. A punch and a kick struck Luffy's body at the exact same moment. Daytime Tiger roared through, piercing right through Luffy. In that instant, only the whites of Luffy's eyes remained. He was utterly overwhelmed. Layer after layer of seismic force rippled out from his body, spreading in waves. Earth-style tectonic core. A deafening rumble shook the ground. At that very moment, another jagged spike of earth shot up from the ground. Just as it was about to smash into him, the air suddenly shifted. A breeze. The wind had begun to stir. An invisible force of wind gathered around Luffy. Gentle and fierce, all at once. Rock Lee, standing atop Luffy, shattered the earthen pillar that had risen from the tectonic core with a single stomp. Before Luffy's back could even touch the tectonic core, the core crumbled on its own. Then, in the split second when he hit the ground, the shattered core cushioned his fall, absorbing much of the impact. In a flash, Lee sprang back, his movements as smooth as if he were performing the reverse lotus. The blue steam that had been rising from his body began to fade rapidly. He gasped for breath, chest heaving. He closed the 8 gates, but his skin still bore the scorched marks of battle. At last, his strength failed him. He sat down slowly, unable to hold himself up any longer. Yet, even sitting was an ordeal, his entire body feeling as if it might fall apart at any moment. I can't pass out. The pain that Guy-sensei endures is far greater than mine. He glanced at Luffy, who hovered at the edge of death, and let his guard down. It was at that very moment that a violent gust of wind swept in. Lee tried to dodge, but his body was far too battered to respond. Just as the gale struck, a surge of green, sword energy flashed past Lee and sliced the wind apart. Dracula Mihawk held his blade at the ready. His hawk-like eyes locked onto a point high in the sky. In a blur, Tobirama Senju, who had just finished his own battle, appeared beside Lee. Take this. Even nodding was a struggle for Lee. In the end, it was Tobirama Senju himself who fed him the medicine. After swallowing the special remedy, Lee's condition finally improved a little. On the other side, Ace's fate was hardly any better than Luffy's. Both of them hovered on the brink of death. A deep rumble shook the battlefield. With the descent of the true Thousand Hands, chaos erupted completely. At that moment, the tailed beasts also entered the fray. The numbers of both Navy and pirates were dropping at a terrifying rate. Beyond the waters of Marine headquarters, Vice Admiral Tsuru's eyes widened in shock. Giant. Through the haze of memory, she could just make out the aged face of Fuka, filled with disbelief. Gion shook her head and lifted her fair, unblemished chin. Vice Admiral Tsuru followed her gaze. Well, if it isn't Senior Tsuru. Kizaru. Vice Admiral Tsuru was even more stunned. Sister Tsuru, step aside. The age of standoff between Navy and pirates is about to end. Justice has arrived. Staring at the great army assembled on the carrier's deck, Tsuru felt her heart stop. She knew Gion would never say such things without reason. She also knew that Kizaru, once an admiral, would not betray the Navy on a whim. Naruto Uzumaki. His power was overwhelming, but even more daunting was the ideology he represented, which had won over both of them. I'm still wearing this uniform. I cannot yield. But when the carrier pulled up before the warship under her command, Tsuru felt as if she were standing in a small boat, facing the roaring tide of an era, struggling vainly to paddle upstream. Tap! At that moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru noticed a figure. A blonde-haired youth stepped out from among a crowd of beauties. He looked down at Vice Admiral Tsuru from above. Yet, in Vice Admiral Tsuru's heart, a peculiar feeling arose. This young man, whose presence far surpassed even that of the five elders by an unfathomable margin. It seemed as though he was meeting her eye to eye, as equals. Step aside, he said. We've secured the first half of the Grand Line within just a few days. After Marine headquarters, the next is the world government. As for the second half of the Grand Line, I'll go there myself. Vice Admiral Tsuru hesitated still, but the ship beneath her feet was already being pushed away by an unseen force. Gun. Yes, Lord Naruto. Momosaji quickly replied. She leapt toward Vice Admiral Tsuru's Navy warship. The carrier picked up speed. The ruins of Marine headquarters were already coming into view. Oh, it's over already? That fast? Senamaru was left bewildered. Naruto cast a glance back, then returned to the cabin. Master, soon you'll lead the troops to take over the battlefield. Tsunade nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. With that, Naruto entered his own small room. Creak. A moment later, the door opened again. What's on your mind? Sensing the pressure from behind, Naruto took hold of the small hands circling his neck. I'm thinking about how to perfect the education systems of both worlds. Enlightenment is inevitable, but the process is far more challenging than conquering this place. Naruto put down the nautical chart in his hand. He reached out and gently patted the small head that it poked in. The human heart is the most complex of all. There are many things I already understand. Just like how, in ancient times, corrupt officials were so numerous. Apart from the machinations of emperors and the art of ruling, what remained was a single, unwavering desire to see everything through to the end. Haven't you always said we just need to wait? My silly little brother. A pair of soft hands gently kneaded Naruto's brow. All right then, let's just let things play out for a while. We'll make our move once the other emperor and the leader of the revolutionary army show themselves. Naruto drew Tintin into his embrace. How about I take you to meet another version of yourselves? Another version of us? Tintin and Ino blinked, puzzled. Hinata stood quietly to the side, cheeks flushed. You'll both be amazed when you meet your other selves. Yes, especially you. Hinata, you'll be utterly astonished. A hint of a smile tugged at Naruto's lips. Then, in a swirl of spiraling space, the three women were whisked away into the world of the infinite Tsukuyomi. There stood Hinata, the queen bee, Tintin, the training fanatic, and Ino as gentle as flowing water. And, of course, there was Tsunade, always at the mercy of things. When a battalion of mothers and daughters led their army ashore on the Marine headquarters island, the war had already ended. Akainu and Akiji lay unconscious on the ground, their bodies shackled with sea prism stone cuffs. Thud! Whitebeard slowly rose to his feet. It's about time things reached their conclusion, he said. Whitebeard lifted his gaze to the flag of his pirate crew, the emblem fluttering in the sea breeze. Don't look back, the times are changing. Whitebeard murmured softly, as familiar faces flashed through his mind. What a long journey it's been. The age of pirates and the navy ruled by the world government is coming to a close. Is it time to bid this era farewell? Minato whispered. Whitebeard nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to the pirates who were still conscious. Have I been a worthy father to you? In that instant, all the pirates lowered their heads, tears streaming uncontrollably down their faces. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on Whitebeard's face as well. Afterwards, those islands that have been protected under my name, will they still have peace? Minato replied. We've already taken control of the first half of the Grand Line. In the future, the Navy, pirates, the world government, the celestial dragons, and all those in power, they will all be gone. There will be peace, but war will never truly end. Whitebeard understood what Minato meant and said no more. In that case, let me take care of the remnants of the old era for you as well. A deep, earth-shaking rumble pulsed through the air. The power of the Tremor fruit was unleashed. The remaining structures of Marine headquarters collapsed with a thunderous crash. No one could stop it. No one even tried. Teach, you've been hiding for so long. Isn't it time you showed yourself? As the dust settled, the figure of Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally emerged. He had a striking appearance. A few teeth were missing from his mouth. His features were rugged, his body covered with thick hair, and he was impressively large and burly. It's been a long time. To see you once more, right before you die. Pops. Now that he'd been exposed and things had come to this point, Blackbeard made no more attempts to hide his intentions. Teach. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, his expression turning icy cold. A deep, earth-shattering tremor. The Tremor fruit tore the very air apart. An invisible shockwave cannon shattered the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates beneath Whitebeard's feet. Whitebeard's figure landed on the island of Marineford as well. At the same time, the very ground beneath Teach's feet began to crack open. Blackbeard leapt to the side, narrowly dodging the shockwave attack of the Tremor fruit's power. You really don't care about old ties, do you? Not that you'd ever show me any mercy. Blackbeard stared at the expressionless Whitebeard, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Facing Whitebeard, Blackbeard's bravado faltered. He wasn't nearly as confident. There's only you. You, and only you, are unworthy to be called my son, Teach. A deafening rumble echoed. Whitebeard strode toward Blackbeard. With every step he took, he left a deep footprint etched into the ground. You broke the only iron rule on my ship. You killed your own crewmate. He raised his hand, and Murakamajiri's blade pointed straight at Blackbeard. Let's settle this, Teach. Blackbeard spread his arms wide and sneered. Just what I wanted. A torrent of strange, black smoke surged from beneath his feet. Like a tide, it spread outwards in all directions, rising until it swallowed Whitebeard's feet. Dark vortex. As his words fell, the black smoke beneath Blackbeard twisted upward around his body, swirling like living fire. His voice echoed from within the darkness. This is the devil fruit power I seized after killing Thatch. The strongest force, the dark fruit. See if you can handle its power. Whitebeard still gazed at him, his face unreadable. Suddenly, Whitebeard felt his vision tilt downward. His body began to sink, as if the sinister black smoke beneath his feet had turned into a bottomless, dark swamp. Listen, old man, Ace is dead. The Whitebeard pirates, just like the Navy headquarters, are now nothing but a name. They're finished. Blackbeard stepped forward, his body shrouded in billowing black smoke. He spread his arms wide. Although I once truly admired you, even worshipped you, I have to say, it's over for you. You're old now. So old that you can't even save a subordinate about to be executed. At that, Whitebeard's body gave a sudden twitch. Startled, Teach quickly raised his hands in alarm. It's useless. Before me, no power is of any use. Whitebeard's voice was icy. Do you really think you'll make it out of here alive? Blackbeard hesitated, glancing at the island teeming with the Ninja Alliance. His lips twitched. I have my ways. I always have a way to survive. Repeating himself with defiant confidence, Blackbeard threw a punch. A torrent of black smoke surged toward Whitebeard. Whitebeard, in turn, lifted his hand, the power of the Tremor fruit gathering in his fist. He struck forward. A fist formed of darkness met Whitebeard's punch, astonishingly blocking it. Seeing this, Blackbeard burst into wild laughter. How about that, old man? My darkness can absorb even devil fruit powers and render them useless. In other words, you can't cause any more earthquakes. Whitebeard could feel his life ebbing away. But he was never just about the tremor fruit. And he was certainly not, as in the original story, at the end of his strength when facing Teach. His quake powers might be restricted but not gone. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. Cobalt. The power of the tremor fruit finally manifested. The smoky black fist shattered right in front of him. At the same time, Whitebeard raised his legendary blade, Mirakamajiri, high overhead. Don't you get it yet? Blackbeard's eyes went wide in disbelief. Clearly, he hadn't expected Whitebeard to still be able to unleash his power. But all he needed was to intensify the darkness of his dark fruit. Without hesitation, Blackbeard lunged forward. A thick cloud of black smoke swirling around his fist. He threw a punch, erasing the tremor fruit's power from Mirakamajiri. With one hand, he caught Whitebeard's swinging slash. How about that? My power. Seeing Blackbeard so giddy with triumph, Whitebeard simply tossed his supreme grade blade, Mirakamajiri, into the air. A sphere of vibrating energy gathered around his fist, and he struck with all his might. Once again, Blackbeard caught the blow with one hand. But the moment he touched that vibrating sphere, the darkness spun wildly, like a windmill caught in a storm. It's useless, old man. You look pathetic. Yet just as Blackbeard was reveling in his own arrogance, Mirakamajiri, tossed skyward, came crashing down. In a heartbeat, Whitebeard caught his blade and unleashed a slash. A sickening slice tore through the air. This slash, alas, Whitebeard had grown old, gave Blackbeard the split second he needed to react. A flash of cold steel, and blood sprayed everywhere. On instinct, Blackbeard dodged a fatal blow. But his arrogance came at a cost. He crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, clutching the wound spreading across his chest. His body began to convulse. It hurts. It hurts so much. Damn it. Not far from where he lay, an arm adorned with rings on all 5 fingers rested quietly on the ground. It was his left hand. Blackbeard collapsed onto the ground, rolling back and forth in agony. The pain was magnified 1,000-fold, making it hard for him to breathe. Even his heart seemed to stop for a few seconds. Whoosh! Whitebeard approached, gripping the Kongi-unch blade single-handedly. He planted his foot firmly on Blackbeard's only remaining right hand, bent down, and reached out with an arm so long it dwarfed Blackbeard's entire frame. He locked his hand tightly around Blackbeard's throat. Arrogance and recklessness. Those are your greatest weaknesses. A deep, metallic clang resounded, an ancient, ominous note. The power of the tremor fruit erupted. A shimmering white aura of vibration radiated from Whitebeard's hand. In that instant, Blackbeard's head and neck were enveloped by the vibrating force. As the scent of death closed in and his consciousness threatened to slip away, Blackbeard desperately cried out, "Stop, Pops! I'm your son, aren't I? Are you really going to kill me?" Everyone bore witness to Blackbeard's pitiful display, his disgrace laid bare for all to see. Standing off to the side, Second Pillar crossed his arms, his eyes unconsciously shifting into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. With a sneer, he muttered, "Darkness can devour everything. I wonder if it can swallow my Amaterasu." A thunderous rumble echoed through the battlefield. The force of the tremor fruit surged forth. Cracks spiderwebbed out from beneath Whitebeard and Blackbeard, splitting the ground apart. "You monster! You're already at death's door. Can't you just die quietly? Finish him. All of you now." As Blackbeard's command rang out, several of his prison break comrades charged forward. But before they could get close to Whitebeard and Blackbeard, giant wooden hands erupted from the earth, seizing each of them in an instant. At the same moment, blood trickled from Second Pillar's eyes. Amaterasu. Black flames engulfed them, wrapping their bodies completely. Would release emerged, exuding a sealing power. They couldn't even struggle to break free from the restraints. All they could do was endure the relentless burning of Sasuke's Amaterasu. Whitebeard raised his arms once more. The vibrations from the tremor fruit formed a shimmering barrier around his fists. Now, Whitebeard was so weakened that even Haki was beyond his reach. All he could rely on was his devil fruit's power. Otherwise, Blackbeard wouldn't survive even a single exchange. "Tell me, Roger, you said you're dying?" "Yeah, there's not much time left. Do you want me to tell you how to reach Laugh-Tail, Whitebeard?" The young Whitebeard shrugged casually. "Even if I knew, I wouldn't go. I'm just not interested." Beneath the cherry blossom trees, Roger took a sip of sake and laughed. "You know what the government folks have been calling me lately? Roger the Ear Cutter. Do you know what the D stands for?" Drawing himself out of these memories, Whitebeard laughed. "That man, it could never be you. The one Roger was waiting for. There's no way it's you. Oomph. Right now, the one who will make the world government tremble still hasn't come of age. But by the time that person grows strong, the world government might be long gone, and maybe that person too. It doesn't matter anymore. I can already see what the future looks like. A wide grin spread across Whitebeard's face. A deafening rumble shook the air. In the next instant, Whitebeard's fists came crashing down. The entire Marineford Island trembled as if the world itself was shuddering. Blackbeard didn't even have time to scream. He lost consciousness instantly. And Whitebeard's fists, like the hammers of an unyielding god, kept pounding down on Blackbeard's head, blow after relentless blow. Forgive me, my sons. I can no longer protect you. From now on, you must walk your own paths. I have received everything from you. This is where my journey ends. With these words, Whitebeard slowly rose to his feet. His consciousness was already fading. The figure of Blackbeard at his feet blurred as well. So indistinct that he hardly looked human anymore. What a long journey it's been. If, in the days to come, you still yearn for the sea, then set sail as adventurers. The word pirate for the future carries too much darkness. Thank you, all of you. Farewell, my sons. As he spoke his final words, Whitebeard's eyelids grew heavy, and at last he collapsed, powerless, his eyes closing tight. Whitebeard dead. Yet even in death, his body stood unbowed, maintaining the dignity of an emperor of the sea, dying on his feet. We've lost. Captain. Bound and immobilized by the 1,000-armed wooden restraint, every member of the Blackbeard pirates could sense the shadow of death looming over them. So this isn't exactly the end of our crew, is it? Seems our alliance with them was a mistake from the very start. At that moment, a sudden surge of bubbles erupted from the depths of the sea. Simultaneously, spiral waves of energy shimmered around Whitebeard's body. In the next instant, his form vanished completely. No one had time to react. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled across the sky above, and wild winds began to howl. Hawkeye, who had just shackled Straw Hat Luffy and Fire Fist Ace once more with sea stone cuffs, drew his black blade from his back. Slicing winds whistled through the air. A flurry of kunai, each inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique, shot through the air. Looks like the battle isn't over yet. It seems there are two groups involved. Tobirama Senju stepped up beside Hawkeye. If I'm not mistaken, one should be the revolutionary army of this world. This Straw Hat Luffy's father is the son of Dragon, the leader of the revolutionary army. He wouldn't stand by and watch his son die. But the moment he appears, the revolutionary army will have no reason to exist anymore. Hawkeye added, as for the other group, if I'm right, it should be the red-haired pirates. One of the 4 emperors. Shall we deal with them together? Tobirama across his arms. Of course, even if these people haven't done anything wrong, their impact on the world is far from minor. The darkness within people's hearts knows no bounds. He shook his head, deciding not to pursue the subject any further. They're here. At this moment, there was no sign of the so-called king of cowards shouting or causing a scene. He had already claimed his boxed lunch and slipped away to safety below. Hawkeye raised his black blade, and under the watchful gaze of everyone, brought it down toward the top of Luffy's head. It was about to fall. A ringing clash of steel echoed through the air. A dark figure appeared before Hawkeye, stopping the black blade with a single-handed draw of his sword. Short red hair and a billowing black cloak. Don't move. Just as Tobirama lifted his hand and chakra flared from his fingertips, a voice rang out behind him. A pirate, puffing on a thick cigar, stepped forward, musket leveled at Tobirama's head. It was Ben Beckman of the Red-Haired Pirates. The man who set Luffy on the path of piracy, red-haired Shanks. Garp, now left with only one hand, slowly regained consciousness. He looked at that figure. His fist clenched tightly. How could this be? Aren't the 4 emperors, red-haired and Kaido, supposed to be battling it out in the New World? Why are they here? The surviving Marines cried out in disbelief. That scent. Shanks. Buggy the Clown, with his distinctive red nose, blurted out in shock. Immediately after, a look of resentment crossed his face. Hearing his name, the red-haired man glanced back. At that moment, Buggy was sitting on the ground. The red-haired man tossed his straw hat. Buggy, keep it safe for me. Later, give it to Luffy. Yet, the straw hat landed at Buggy's feet, and he made no move to pick it up. No, it would be more accurate to say that. Right now, he couldn't even twitch a muscle, let alone split his body apart. The red-haired man shook his head. He trusted Buggy. Then he turned to look at Marco, who could barely stay upright. Marco, don't fight anymore. Marco fell silent. Do you really think I can still move at all? I didn't expect to find you here too, my hawk. Have you joined their side? If I'm not mistaken, they all serve under that Naruto Uzumaki, don't they? With that, the red-haired man once again glanced up at the sky, where wild winds raged. But just as he lingered, hesitating, his crewmate, Ben Beckman, was already struck through the body by his own fireball. "Don't move." Tobarama Senju picked up Ben Beckman's rifle, planting a foot firmly on his head while aiming the weapon at his heart. The red-haired man froze for a moment. Then, in a low voice, he declared, "If this fight continues, it will only lead to endless casualties for all three forces. If there are still some who haven't had enough trouble yet." With a ringing sound, the red-haired man drew his blade once more. "Come on, let's entertain you." He remained with his back to the battlefield, oblivious to the fact that, at this moment, only the allied shinobi forces were still standing. Everyone else had fallen. "Everyone, I hope you can do me a favor here." As he spoke, the red-haired man reached out, intending to take Ace and Luffy. Suddenly, boom. At that instant, a figure plummeted from the sky like a cannonball. Those familiar with wanted posters recognized him at once. The figure crashing down was none other than Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the man who had come to save his own son. "Your favor? Is it really that significant?" The red-haired man glanced sideways, only to see Dragon already lying on the ground, barely conscious, his breaths growing weaker by the second. He still hadn't figured out what was happening. A golden flash had already given him the answer. With a sharp whistle through the air, a three-pronged kunai flew past. Instantly, golden motes of light appeared around the members of the red-haired pirates, standing by his side. At the same time, several more kunai, each inscribed with the flying thunder god seal, soared through the air. A silver-white figure darted back and forth, weaving in tandem with the golden flash. Before the red-haired man could react, every member of the red-haired pirates had collapsed. Only he remained standing. "I'm giving you some respect, leaving you for last, to be executed alongside Straw Hat Luffy and Fire Fist Ace. One of the four emperors, quite the catch. There are two left. For now, we'll keep you in custody." Tobarama Senju appeared before him. Hawkeye's black blade was trained squarely on the red-haired man. This situation was something even the red-haired pirate couldn't have imagined, no matter how hard he racked his brains. Let alone the fact that, up till now, he still hadn't even laid eyes on the man with a 4 billion bounty. Could his crew really be this powerful? It's time to wrap it up. The red line is vast. Impel Down can hold these people. Once the main force arrives, you can regroup and launch another assault. A spiral wave of space rippled into existence. Naruto emerged from the world of the infinite Tsukuyami. Uzumaki Naruto, the red-haired pirate, let out a low growl. "Don't move." Just as he was about to act, his attention was entirely drawn to Naruto. Before he knew it, Mihawk's black blade was already at his neck. Minato, too, raised his elementalized foot. At the same moment, Tobarama had already lifted his fingers in preparation for a jutsu. The entire allied shinobi forces were now staring at him. A suffocating pressure descended. The red-haired pirate was so overwhelmed by this aura that he couldn't even muster his conqueror's haki. Watching as his crew lay scattered on the ground, some dead, others unconscious, he knew that all hope was lost. What casualties on all three fronts? In truth, they'd been utterly overpowered from the start, their entire force wiped out. Even he, this so-called Emperor of the Sea, one of the four emperors, and his red-haired pirates who'd burst onto the scene, were finished. Especially when he noticed that the allied shinobi forces barely had any wounded at all, a chill ran down his spine. Little did he know, whether it was the medical ninja squads or their strategy of attacking in tightly coordinated teams of three, their tactics ensured that heavy casualties were nearly impossible. Moreover, the current allied shinobi forces were nothing like the loosely organized coalition from the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original tale. Now, every squad was backed by formidable strength. There were even more advanced technological aids at their disposal. Each squad was also equipped with a medical ninja. For suppressive fire, in addition to elite combat ninjas, there was also the overwhelming firepower of the tailed beasts. With all these advantages, unless the pirate world could gather all its forces for a united defense. Otherwise, no matter where the battlefield was, blitz tactics could be executed effortlessly. The only ones who might put up a decent fight were the Navy, with their military discipline. Pirates? Aside from a few top-tier fighters, the rest were nothing but a disorganized rabble. Pirates and Marines who made a habit of bullying the common folk were hardly worth mentioning at all. So, every lightning assault became a clash of kings, a duel of generals. Nothing else. If the motley crew below could truly resist, then the ninja world would have been doomed long ago. The age of discovery is about to end, and so too should the era of world government rule. Borsellino, better known as Kizaru, stretched lazily as he looked at the anxious Navy soldiers beneath him. "Why are you all making those faces?" Kizaru flashed a sly grin, eyeing the Navy soldiers as if they'd just lost their dearest family. Trust me, once all the dirty secrets of the world government and Navy are exposed, if you can still unwaveringly believe the Navy represents absolute justice, well, then I'm not an admiral after all. At these words, the Navy soldiers all looked up at him. After confirming again and again that this man was indeed Kizaru, one of the former Navy headquarters' 3 admirals, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Admiral Kizaru, your glint fruit powers, aren't they? How are you still? Kizaru waved his hand dismissively. I've always been a laid-back guy. Give me the fastest fruit, and you think I wouldn't use it to slack off? Ha ha ha, come on, wipe those long faces. For now, just cooperate with the Allied forces and do your part. Whether this is good or bad, I don't need to say more. In just a short while, you'll witness a brand new world with your own eyes. With his massive axe slung over his shoulder, Samara boasted, nobody in the world is better at keeping secrets than me. There's no way I'd ever tell you. Let's just say the entire first half of the Grand Line has already fallen to Lord Naruto's Ninja Alliance. In fact, the results have been so overwhelmingly positive. Don't you wonder what happened to all those Marines and pirates out there on the islands and seas? Of course, it was the common folk who showed the way. Oops, that's enough. No more questions. Kizaru shot him a sidelong glance. Then he turned to look back at Akainu and Aokiji, both silent and withdrawn. You two aren't dead, are you? Kizaru casually scratched his ear and said, Want to hear what Lord Naruto thinks of you? Aokiji and Akainu remained silent. Kizaru didn't bother to keep talking. He simply wheeled Sengoku and Garp, both bound on the cart, up the ramp onto the ship. A deep, thunderous rumble shook the air, an earth-shattering roar. Right then, the sky, the sea, and even the ground itself trembled. The power of the Tremor fruit was unleashed. In an instant, the naval headquarters island, already reduced to ruins and utterly deserted, vanished from the face of the world. It was the end of an era. The mightiest force under the world government had officially become a relic of the past. At the same time, beyond those mountains and across those seas, there was a group of... On the first half of the Grand Line, only one island remained unconquered. Not because it was particularly powerful, but because the seas around it were plagued by violent storms and its location was dangerously unique. A mighty rumble split the air, thunder crashed from above. The sky was choked with black clouds, lightning forked and flashed. And then came the endless roar of the rain, pouring down in torrents. Heavy rain poured down, yet as the raindrops neared Naruto, they seemed to shy away, parting around his body on their own. This was the first half of the Grand Line, known as Paradise. Once, this island had been home to the gloomy kingdom. The land here was shrouded in dampness and mist. And for as long as memory served, dark, ominous clouds had hung over this island. It had been ruled by the shadowy kingdom, but 9 years ago, endless strife plunged the nation into ruin, and it was erased from the world. Now, all across the Dark Island, Karaikana, wreckage and gravestones stood as silent witnesses to the past. Naruto's purpose for coming here was clear. He didn't intend to let this land go to waste. This was also the dwelling place of Hawkeyes. Upon setting foot on the Dark Island, Naruto formed a seal with his hands. With a thunderous pop and a burst of white smoke, the Monkey King appeared. He knelt before Naruto, his tone respectful. Lord Naruto. Naruto nodded slightly and said, There are many intelligent baboons here. They are quick learners. I need you to become their leader. Take these baboons and wait for Hawkeyes to bring the allied shinobi forces. Together, you will help bring this land back to life. The Monkey King nodded firmly, his voice solemn. Thank you for your trust, Lord Naruto. I will not disappoint you. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. Come, follow me inside. The ruins of the Shikkotsu kingdom lay ahead. Mist swirled all around. Naruto soared toward Hawkeye's palace. The Monkey King kept close behind him. Before long, Naruto touched down on the damp earth. A fathomless lake stretched out before him. I hate it. The air was thick with resentment. I hate it. The bitterness was palpable. I hate it. Now, panic crept in her voice. Naruto and the Monkey King appeared without a sound. Upon hearing the voices, they turned to look. There stood a woman with pink hair styled in twin tails, a crown perched atop her head, and a wine-red umbrella resting in her hand. She murmured again, I really did say it. If you're going to travel, it has to be to an ancient city, dark, damp, and filled with lingering resentment. It was hard to imagine how just a few words could contain such a range of emotions, her tone shifting with astonishing speed. Perona crossed her legs elegantly. Vacationing while singing songs of curses, she mused. Then, images flashed through her mind, the moment she'd been sent flying by the bear. Her small hand gripped the umbrella handle tightly, and she ground her teeth in frustration. That wretched bear. But in the next instant, she flung the red umbrella aside, waving her arms and legs with an exaggerated pout, almost like a child throwing a tantrum. But how could there be no servants here? She stood and chattered on. This morning, I couldn't even have my bacon sandwich in a fluffy bed. And I can't drink hot cocoa. Or believe it, not even a single adorable teddy bear. Her last words cracked with emotion. Just moments ago, she had been fierce, but now, with her eyes squeezed shut, her face was etched with pure grievance. Big, round tears like tiny pearls welled up and slipped down her cheeks. Where's this place? Master Moria? I'm so lonely. Kamashi, I want to go back to the thriller bark. Suddenly, Perona's eyes snapped open. She looked suddenly clever and alert. Glancing back, she spotted two figures across the lake. Perona quickly settled back in her lounge chair, activating her paramecia-type hollow fruit powers. Knew it. Someone else has been sent flying here. With that, she soared over, accompanied by a flock of clever little Bozu brand ghosts. If only it were a cute little creature. No sooner had the sweet, charming voice faded than it was replaced by a gruff one. We can't be too picky. Anyway, at least now I'm not alone. Before long, they had reached the forest on the far side of the lake. Perona descended slowly, accompanied by her ghosts, her form floating in midair. The mist hung thick, obscuring her view. And then, emerging from the haze, a hulking ape demon covered in white fur appeared before her. Perona's face darkened instantly. She widened her eyes, though, to be fair, they were already quite round. Well, what is that thing? A baboon. How rude. I am a monkey demon, the creature replied, clearly displeased. It can talk. Perona blinked in surprise. I thought none of the baboons on this island could speak. Her gaze drifted to another silhouette. She no longer held much hope in her heart. Oh well, as long as you can talk. So, were you all sent flying here by that bear too? Are you another talking baboon? Perona floated forward as the mist parted. The monkey demon reached out its hand, blocking her path. Show respect to this distinguished guest. Perona pouted. The king of the baboons, huh? 11 o'clock direction. Go, monkey demon. This shouldn't be difficult for you. Unless absolutely necessary, try to avoid any deaths. Yes, Lord Naruto. The monkey demon bowed respectfully and was about to depart. Perona jumped in surprise. A human. A real, living human. She began circling Naruto excitedly. Ghost Princess, member of the Thriller Bark Pirates. Regarded as a daughter by Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. You must be Perona. Naruto raised his hand, stopping Perona, who had turned into a ghost. Perona froze for a moment. She was surprised that he recognized her, but even more shocked that, despite being in her ghostly form, she had been caught so easily by this man in front of her. Pessimism ghosts. Pessimism ghosts. With a wave of her hand, Perona sent her cheerful-looking, doll-like ghosts charging straight at Naruto. Whoosh. Enma appeared before Naruto. How rude. I'll deal with you right now. The doll-like ghost passed right through Enma's body. Bang. Enma dropped to his knees instantly, head hanging low, his face the picture of utter despair. I should never have been born. I'm sorry. To be born a monkey. I truly regret it. Watching Enma slip into a state of absolute pessimism, Perona covered her mouth and let out a gentle laugh. Her voice ethereal, echoing like only a ghost could. Harahara. Now it's your turn. Become my adorable puppet. Perona pointed her finger straight at Naruto. Pessimism ghosts. The doll-like ghosts soared at Naruto. But the moment they passed through him, they simply vanished without a trace. Perona blinked in confusion, only for a sudden backlash to strike her. Terror seized her body, making her tremble uncontrollably. Her pupils shrank as she stared at Naruto in disbelief. Enough playing around, Ghost Girl. Enma still has work to do. At his words, Perona blinked. Ghost Girl. Wait, that's not right. You can't order me around. But Naruto had already started walking toward the castle, not giving her another glance. Seeing that Naruto was completely unaffected by her devil fruit powers and simply walked past her, stepping onto the surface of the lake. Perona hurried after him. Don't be so fierce. You'll scare me to death. As she spoke, Perona waved her hand, and another ghost passed through Enma. Only then did Enma slowly return to normal. After bowing to Naruto, he turned and walked deeper into the forest. Lolas are nice. With a little care, she might become a gothic Lolita. Noticing that Naruto was heading in the wrong direction, Perona quickly overtook him and let her soul return to her body. When she realized that Naruto had absolutely no intention of acknowledging her, she immediately felt aggrieved. She quietly trailed behind, following Naruto into the castle. Before long, Naruto stopped in his tracks. He turned back, a bit exasperated. What do you want? The corners of Perona's mouth curled up. Wonderful. As long as I set my mind to it, I can succeed at anything. Don't look so blank-faced. It's not cute at all. Her tone shifted at the last sentence. Looking at Naruto, who was wrapped head to toe in her bandages, she giggled. From now on, you have to do as I say. She stepped forward, poked Naruto in the chest. Did you hear me? With a light sound. She suddenly threw her arms around Naruto. Try to be a little cuter, okay? This way, I won't be lonely anymore. With a sharp tearing noise, Naruto simply moved his body, and all the thick bandages snapped apart. Perona landed squarely on her backside. I'll just leave something behind and go. With that, Naruto abruptly changed direction and headed for the door. So they've arrived? Such stubborn life force. Perona stared at Naruto in a daze. It wasn't until Naruto pushed open the door that she snapped out of her daze. Hey! Naruto didn't stop walking. Perona's small hands had nowhere to go. With her head lowered, she sneaked a glance at Naruto, then looked back at her own hands. At last, her face flushed with embarrassment, she hurried after him. Gritting her teeth, a hint of stubborn pride in her voice, she called out, Are you just going to leave like this? Naruto glanced at the gloomy, narrow corridor. At the far end, a figure cloaked in green appeared. He was crawling along the floor, struggling with each movement. His body was marked with shocking wounds. Just then, Naruto's view was suddenly blocked. Giant Perona stood in front of him. Hugging her knees, she let out an airy, ghostly laugh that echoed through the hall. There was no doubt, sitting like that, she was completely exposed. I'm not about to let you go that easily. Come play with me a little longer. A giant, doll-like version of her clever ghost appeared, looking like a cheerful Teru Teraboza charm. But before it could get close to Naruto, it vanished all on its own. The backlash from her powers struck again. Perona trembled from head to toe, shaking like a leaf in a storm. Still, she refused to give up. With her devil fruit powers failing her, she simply dashed forward and clung to Naruto's leg. Please, stay and play with me a bit longer. Boo-hoo. Her mood flipped in an instant, pearls of tears welling up and falling just as quickly. What am I even doing? She muttered. Perona trailed behind Naruto. She watched as he lifted the wounded man from the floor. With a casual motion, he tossed the man into a patch of darkness, then continued toward the castle's rooftop. Are you a demon? Perona suddenly asked, her voice soft and sweet. No one's even paying attention to me. My heart is breaking. Drip! How pitiful! Perona burst into tears, yet again. What do you want, then? Do you want to stay here? Or come with me? Naruto replied with a sigh, helplessly. Perona hurried over to stand in front of him. No, please. You just stay here with me. That's all I need. This place is perfect, dark and damp. Naruto waved her off. It won't stay like this for much longer. I won't let you do that. And, besides, I don't need any impossible servants. All right. Naruto nodded slightly, then pushed open the window in the castle's ceiling. Zoro had already been thrown into the prison and impelled down, locked up with that fool. All that was left here was to plant a red flag himself. Seeing Naruto ignoring her again, Perona immediately lowered her head and whispered slyly, He's powerful enough to leave this place. If I use him, I can get back to the thriller bark. With a little trickery, he'll work for me like a loyal servant. And once I've had my fun, I'll toss him aside the moment I find Lord Moria. Buzz. Perona broke into delighted laughter, her eyes flashing with excitement. This plan is perfect. But as she climbed up to the ceiling, she saw Naruto had just planted a red and yellow flag. Is that his pirate flag? No, wait. Oh no, he's planning to escape. No, that can't be. He didn't come by ship. Perona was flustered. Wait, she quickly called out to him. But when she wasn't in her ghost form, her body wasn't nearly as resilient. First, lure him in, then make him do my bidding. With that, Perona once again clung tightly to Naruto's leg. She rose into the air together with Naruto. So exhausting. Hey, it's really tiring holding on like this. I'm about to lose my grip. I'm going to fall. If I drop, I'll die. How pitiful I am. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Emma had already defeated the leader of the baboon army. He took the place of the former leader, becoming the new king of the baboons. Where are you going? In the end, Perona managed to scramble onto Naruto's back. Finding that just as tiring, she simply perched herself on his shoulders. Dress Rosa, the kingdom of Dress Rosa. And on the way, I'll drop you off at Impel Down. Perona, you're so heartless. So that's why you never try to stop me from following you, isn't it? Faced with Perona's accusation, Naruto nodded. It just happens to be on the way, and your devil fruit powers are unique. When the army arrives, it would still take some effort to deal with you. So, basically, I walked right into your trap. Perona burst into tears again. I can be your servant. Please don't send me to Impel Down, okay? Moria will be taken there soon as well, to await his final judgment, Naruto replied. Perona was struck speechless. She hugged her knees, lowered her head, and sat there, feigning misery. I've never killed anyone. I haven't done anything evil. Can't you spare me, just this once? As she spoke, Perona suddenly realized something. She lowered her head and looked down at the ground far below. She woke with a start. The reality hit her. She wasn't in ghost form. If she really fell, she'd die. Then she noticed something else. There wasn't the roaring wind that comes with flying at such speed. Who exactly are you? As such incredible power. With a soft pop, Perona snapped open her wine-red umbrella, shielding herself from the blinding sunlight. Seeing Naruto ignoring her, she didn't get upset. She swung her bare feet and watched the scenery roll away beneath them. Eventually, boredom got the better of her. Swinging her legs, she whined playfully. Hey, I still don't know your name. Tell me, won't you? Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto brushed away her wandering hands. Oh, we're impelled down now. With that single sentence, Naruto left Perona utterly stunned. She immediately tightened her hold around Naruto's neck. I'm your servant, remember. How could you even think of locking me away and impelled down? When did you become my servant? Just now. What kind of servant rides on her master's shoulders? Perona fell silent for a moment. You're heading to the kingdom of Dress Rosa. I know that place. Besides, going alone, you'll need someone to serve tea and do chores for you. Please, let me go. I don't want to end up in prison. As she pleaded, Perona puffed out her cheeks. Her eyes welled up with tears. Lord Naruto, it's lonely being all by yourself. I'm begging you. A small smile played at the corner of Naruto's mouth. You really are something else. Oh, all right, you can come with me. Yay. Meanwhile, the kingdom of Dress Rosa, territory of the former celestial dragon and ex-warlord of the sea, Donquixote Doflamingo. At this moment, Doflamingo had already returned to his kingdom. In the very heart of the kingdom stood a massive castle. Doflamingo strode into the castle, his face dark with a stormy expression. Gather all the officers for a meeting. He clutched a newspaper in one hand, while the din mushy in his other hand kept crackling with urgent voices. Soon, Doflamingo had taken his seat at the head of the table. He looked down at the assembled family officers who had gathered before him. Doflamingo's expression grew even more grave. The Marine headquarters has been wiped out. The Whitebeard pirates are pirates in name only now. And now, even the red-hair pirates have vanished. It won't be long before they arrive here. Uzumaki Naruto, the world government has issued a new bounty for him. His bounty is now the highest in history. Not even the Pirate King, Roger, ever had a bounty so high. Doflamingo's heart had sunk to its lowest depths. Get ready. It won't be long before they come to the New World. This news, here in the New World, was known to no one but him. Even the 5 elders, up to now, had no concrete information. The world government probably still thought that their top watchdogs at Marine headquarters were locked in battle. After all, the din mushy communication had completely gone silent. Young master, what should we do? Trouble, the user of the sticky fruit, asked with a face full of worry. There's still some time left, enough for me to set things in motion. At the very least, we have to survive, no matter what happens in the end. Doflamingo's face twisted into a grimace. He picked up the din mushy and spoke in a low, steady voice. It's me. I've already resigned from the 7 warlords. Young master, what are your plans now? Everyone turned their attention to Doflamingo. He let out a cold, derisive laugh. Because of Uzumaki Naruto and his pirate crew, the Navy is nothing more than a shell of its former self now. The higher-ups still have no idea. And, judging by their movements, it doesn't seem like they plan to enter the New World from the seafloor. Doflamingo swirled his wine glass, the vivid red liquid flashing with color as it spun. My guess is they'll launch a direct assault on the Red Line. The world government has no time to spare for the New World, and the Navy is finished. Which means, right now, there's nothing holding us back. After his signature, sinister chuckle, Doflamingo rose slowly, gazing over at his loyal followers. This month, we'll seize as much wealth as we possibly can. It won't be long before the whole world is turned upside down. So let's fill our coffers to the brim, then disappear from this place. We'll find a secluded island, cut off from the world, and lie low for a year or two. When the world changes, we'll still be living comfortably. His subordinates nodded in quiet agreement. No one voiced any objections. Doflamingo, the former celestial dragon, armed with intellect, power, and status. He had risen to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Because of his unique background, he operated in the shadows, making deals and forging connections with many pirates, including Kaido himself. Moreover, much of what he did was tolerated because of his status. The 5 elders would often turn a blind eye, sometimes even striking deals with him. For instance, he was involved in human trafficking behind closed doors. He supplied the celestial dragons, sheltered by the world government, along with a host of other high-ranking dignitaries, with the labor they desired. This only made the 5 elders more displeased, yet they couldn't openly suppress him. After all, Doflamingo was, at his core, a celestial dragon. Even though Doflamingo secretly trafficked arms as well, with his people embedded in all the major powers of the New World, the 5 elders never took any drastic measures. In fact, they tacitly allowed Doflamingo to use civilians, especially children, for human experimentation. Under his command was a top-tier scientist, Caesar. Caesar was in charge of researching and producing artificial devil fruits, smiles. Kaido was one of his biggest buyers. His subordinates bowed respectfully and said, "We await your decision, young master." A wicked grin curled on Doflamingo's lips. Let this country make one more contribution. At the same time, the New World, the second half of the Grand Line. Oh, come on, Lord Naruto. You really have a heart of stone. Perona wanted to tie herself onto Naruto's back and float around in her ghostly form, swooping through the air as she pleased. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about her real body getting hurt. But Naruto refused her suggestion. Perona's eyes shimmered with grievance, almost on the verge of tears. Yet in the blink of an eye, she snapped back with a manic giggle. Does Lord Naruto prefer the feeling of a real, physical body? Well, fine, I'll reluctantly agree. After all, I am your servant, aren't I? Perched on Naruto's shoulder, Perona kept chattering away the entire journey. Of course, she was in a fine mood. We're here, Naruto gave a gentle reminder as they slowly descended. Dress Rosa. Just like Lord Moria, this is the territory of Doflamingo, another of the 7 warlords. Perona held up her burgundy umbrella, shading both herself and Naruto. Why are we coming here? Perona asked, puzzled. Among the 7 warlords, Doflamingo is the only one who must not be allowed to live. Perona caught the gravity in his words. She blinked, then fell silent, obediently holding the umbrella for Naruto. Once they landed, Perona took the initiative and hooked her arm around Naruto's. Underfoot, the earth was yellow, surrounded on all sides by parched, ochre rocks. It's worth mentioning that during their flight, Naruto, without a second thought, took out a little demon. Perona, upon seeing the creature, was also displeased and sent her ghost to attack. Judging by the attire of the creature, it seemed to be some sort of warrior. Dispatching it was as easy as a wave of the hand. Let's go. Naruto strode forward, heading toward the kingdom of Dress Rosa. They say that everyone who visits this country ends up captivated by a few things. Oomph. They're underestimating us. Perona brimmed with enthusiasm. Soon, a sea of flowers unfolded before their eyes. Perona blinked. Aside from the dark and damp, there are actually quite a few beautiful sights here. Then, Perona's nose twitched. It smells wonderful. That's the aroma of delicious food. Just then, Perona stepped in front of Naruto, blocking his view. Ahead, a group of tireless young women danced energetically. Hey, stop right there, get it back to me. At that moment, a little dog dashed over, clutching the hand of doll in its mouth. Stop, Mario. Hurry up and give me back my hand. Perona glanced over and saw the doll chasing after the dog. But unlike usual, she found herself uninterested in the doll. What a strange place, she murmured. The doll chased the little dog, calling out, Honestly, give it back. My stuffing is going to spill out. Jingling sounds echoed as the chase passed by a young girl. But when the girl turned around, she revealed the face of Doll. So creepy. Not cute at all. Perona hid behind Naruto, unsettled. What are these things? She asked. Hello there. Just then, a doll dressed in a soldier's uniform appeared. A few nearly invisible strings trailed from his body. I'm a soldier. Huh, have I seen you somewhere before? The soldier doll tilted his head, frowning at Naruto in confusion. Ah, I remember now. I saw you in the newspaper. Oh no, oops, my strings are tangled. Can you help me? Turning his head, he noticed on the other side a family of 3. A toy father, a toy child, and a normal woman accompanying them. Devil fruit powers. Perona, who also possessed the ability to imbue lifeless things with life, felt a flicker of familiarity. Impressive, she murmured. Let's have a little nap first. Naruto nodded slightly, then gently raised the soldier doll's head, his eyes locking onto the soldier's gaze. A low, resonant hum filled the air as a mysterious power emerged. When he was finished, Naruto looked out over the toy city, bustling with life. He gazed up at the city's sign. Port City Acacia. Naruto didn't go straight to find Doflamingo. He wanted to avoid cornering Doflamingo and forcing him to drag the entire kingdom down with him in a final act of desperation. Doflamingo was absolutely capable of something like that. Before all this, the kingdom of Dress Rosa hadn't always been like this. Things changed when Doflamingo arrived. He took control of the king, amassed vast wealth, and in the end, even forced the king onto the streets with a knife in hand, making him kill his own people. Let's go. With those words, Naruto flicked his fingers. All around him, the toy people froze for a moment, then, as if waking from a dream, returned to normal. I'm hungry. Perona tugged at Naruto, eyeing a restaurant nearby. You go ahead and eat. I'm still looking for someone. No way. You have to come with me. Perona's tone was surprisingly forceful, but she quickly realized she couldn't budge Naruto at all. Seeing that this tactic wasn't working, she shifted to a more delicate, pleading tone. Naruto glanced at her sideways. Then, he reached out his hand. Perona didn't dodge. The moment Naruto's hand touched her, she froze in surprise. A sudden chill swept over her, and in the blink of an eye, her hairstyle and clothes transformed. She was now dressed in a gothic maid outfit. Why did you turn me into this? Is this your way of reminding me about my place as a servant? Perona muttered, feeling aggrieved. But a second later, she blinked, spun around, and lifted her skirt with delight. What a beautiful outfit. So this is the style Lord Naruto likes. Naruto was at a loss for words. Standing in front of her, he felt like a rookie soldier. Weren't you saying you had someone to find? Perona followed along, exclaiming, It smells amazing. Food from this place must be delicious. Like a songbird, Perona skipped cheerfully behind Naruto. Naruto paused, his eyes drawn to the farthest corner of the restaurant. There sat a middle-aged man. His face was marked by several scars, and his eyes remained tightly shut. He was the future admiral, Fujitora Isho. Perona tugged Naruto to sit beside her. Suddenly, the blind uncle, Fujitora, asked, I heard there's a casino nearby. Do you know where it is? Just in the back, Naruto replied. At that moment, a waiter arrived, carrying their food. Sorry to keep you waiting. Dress Rosa lobster risotto for you. Perona had been smiling, but her face fell as soon as she saw the waiter was a toy. Fujitora rose to his feet. Thank you. With his eyes still closed, he made his way toward the gaming tables. Before long, Perona was so engrossed in her meal that she had no time for conversation. The sound of the casino drifted over to them. Fujitora's luck at the tables was remarkable. He kept winning. But word spread, and soon the local thugs gathered, surrounding Fujitora. The croupier was sweating bullets, unsure what to do. You're pretty good, aren't you? So what? How about a one-on-one match to decide the winner? What followed was a scene of the blind uncle being cheated. Every time, he made the right guess, but the thugs took advantage of his blindness. These people belonged to the Donquixote family, and no one dared step in to help Fujitora. Well, since you're betting on white, I'll bet on black, of course. As the roulette wheel came to a stop, the look of desperation on Fujitora's face faded. In a calm voice, he asked, What color is it? Could be they made a mistake with the bet again. It's white. The next instant, the troublemaker lunged forward and grabbed Fujitora by the hair. What a pity, old man. It's black. Gloomy ghost. Perona took a bite of her shrimp, then waved her hand. A cheerful Teru Terubosa ghost, her clever little spirit, floated over. I'm so pathetic, deceiving a blind man. What a failure my life has been. Damn it, who dares meddle in our business? The Donquixote family members were all furious. The next second, Fujitora stood up and swung his blind man's cane. With a single move, several of them were knocked to the ground. My apologies, it seems I tripped a few of you. Curse you. Those men quickly turned and surrounded Fujitora again. Perona tugged at Naruto's arm. Should we step in? Perona's face held an adorably confused look, uncertain what to do. Arigato. But I'd rather send these people to hell myself. As he spoke, Fujitora slowly raised his cane. It was then that everyone noticed. It wasn't a cane at all, but clearly a blade. With a metallic ring, Fujitora drew out a fifth of his sword. A chilling aura radiated from the blade, making the Donquixote men shudder at the sense of danger. The fight ended almost as soon as it began. Fujitora calmly sheathed his sword again. As the blade slid back into its scabbard, the Donquixote men felt a strange force pressing down on them. Their bodies grew heavier and heavier. With a thunderous rumble, in an instant, they were crushed to the ground, unable to bear the weight. Immediately after, an overwhelming gravity pressed down, and a gaping hole opened up in the earth. All of them fell right into the trap. Fujitora slid his sword fully back into its sheath. Out of sight, out of mind. There are simply too many filthy characters in this world that are truly an eyesore. Fujitora walked over to Naruto and Perona's table. Perona narrowed her eyes, her expression turning grave. She was here in person now. If she were in her ghost form, she'd have nothing to fear. But at that moment, Fujitora suddenly turned around. Sorry, boss. I'll pay for all the damages to your shop. Naruto Uzumaki, I know who you are. Fujitora turned back around, looking straight at Naruto. Would you care to join me for a meal? Fujitora hesitated for a moment. Thank you. Then, quite unexpectedly, he sat down. Perona, your gravity fruit is impressive. I want it, Naruto said bluntly, getting straight to the point. You can adjust gravity's strength and direction at will with that power. That ability would be a great asset to me. Fujitora didn't answer immediately, instead asking. The massive Earth sphere that trapped Admiral Kizaru on Tsunade Archipelago. That was your handiwork, wasn't it? Naruto nodded slightly. Oh, is Admiral Kizaru? He's helping interrogate pirates and marines in Impelled Down, Naruto replied. Fujitora was stunned again. Why is that? Naruto just smiled without answering. Perona focused on her food. Since she wasn't fighting, her sole goal right now was to enjoy her meal. Fujitora stayed silent for a long while before rising slowly and walking to the counter, where he laid down a hefty sum of money. Yet he didn't leave. He turned and walked back over. What brings you here, sir? Free the new world. Fujitora lifted his eyelids, revealing eyes that held no pupils. Only blank whites remained. So that's how it is. Those rumors weren't false after all. With that, Fujitora placed his cane, which hit a blade, gently on the table. At this moment, Perona's wine-red umbrella began to float away. Suddenly, the restaurant was filled with exclamations as people discovered their belongings had vanished. A doll banged a drum and shouted. Since long ago, the invisible fairies have been the guardians of Dress Rosa. We can only turn a blind eye to their pranks. Perona soon realized her umbrella was missing as well. Come back. The wine-red umbrella, which had been drifting away, returned smoothly to her. Peering closely, Perona caught a glimpse of a tiny, miniature figure vanishing. Was that a fairy? How adorable. Suddenly, Fujitora asked, how do you intend to take away this power? Naruto stood up. Let's go. Perona set down her utensils and hurried after him. Sir, I've already gotten what I came for. There's no need for you to report to the Navy recruitment office. The Navy is no more. Just wait here. Before long, my people will arrive. When the time comes, the justice you seek will be among them. Fujitora stood stunned for a moment. It took him a while to realize that his devil fruit powers had vanished. After a brief pause, he let out a quiet chuckle. Shaking his head, he decided to follow and see what Naruto planned to do next. Out on the streets, humans and dolls lived side by side. Naruto and Perona stepped into the crowd. Ahead, a strikingly beautiful woman appeared, holding a rose gently between her lips. With her singing as accompaniment, she danced with passionate energy. Her flawless figure and delicate beauty were truly a delight to behold. The woman was none other than the famed dancer, Violet. Her chest rose and fell with each breath, sweat tracing down her arms and dripping onto the giant spirit beast beneath her. By the time Naruto and Perona passed by, her dance had just ended. She raised her hand and tossed the red rose she had been holding in her mouth. It landed perfectly atop Naruto's head. Perona's eyes widened in annoyance as she jumped up and snatched the red rose from Naruto's head. Stop littering. But when she turned around, Violet had already vanished. TCH. So annoying. Let's go. Perona tugged Naruto along as they continued forward. She tossed the red rose aside without a second thought. Naruto understood. Violet had set her sights on him. Most likely, she had already figured out who he was. Still, that saved him the trouble of finding her first. Soon after, as they rounded a street corner, Perona's face flushed red. The street was filled with couples, men and women everywhere, lost in their own worlds. Embraces and kisses were everywhere you looked. Perona clicked her tongue in irritation and was about to leave. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded behind them. Sir, we just met a moment ago, didn't we? It's you, Perona exclaimed in surprise when she turned around. But Violet brushed right past her and stepped up to Naruto, wrapping her arms around him without a word. Please, hold me tight. Huh? Perona's eyes widened in shock. Was this woman really trying to seduce her master right in front of her? Before she could pull Violet away, the patrolling soldiers were already heading in their direction. Where did that woman run off to? They must have run up Lover's Lane from the back gate. They can't have gone far. Keep after them. Don't let her escape the city. Yes, sir. After the soldiers left, a faint silver line stretched out, shimmering and translucent. Perona clenched her fists, tense with anticipation. Thank you. Looks like we managed to fool them for now. Violet hesitated, a touch of shyness in her demeanor. Already, thank you. A blush colored Violet's cheeks. Suddenly, she cupped Naruto's face with both hands. Don't look at me like that. I've already given up on love. I can't control myself. She leaned in again, hoping for another kiss. But Naruto gently pushed her away. Perona saw this and immediately put her hands on her hips. You. Naruto waved her off. cutting short whatever spell she was about to cast. He turned to Violet. Violet, Princess of the Kingdom of Dress Rosa. Why not use your paramecia type, glare fruit power, to see into my heart? Violet froze in surprise. How do you know who I am? Naruto shook his head. There's no need for self-sacrifice. It was clear that Violet had recognized Naruto's true identity. The next moment, her face flushed, and she covered her tearful eyes. Please forgive this wicked woman. I can't help but fall for you. Perona. Naruto shot her a look of exasperation. He raised his hand, stopping her. There's no need to make yourself seem so cheap. The kingdom of Dress Rosa will be freed from Doflamingo's rule. A flicker of hope appeared in Violet's eyes. You've already seen through everything? Was your acting really that good? Perona nudged her aside. Let's go. There's one of Doflamingo's subordinates over there. Might as well lock him up while we're at it. Naruto waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Bleh, so cheap. Perona stuck out her tongue and made a silly face at Violet, then hurried after Naruto. Violet's expression gradually returned to normal. Her gaze lingered on the backs of Naruto and Perona, filled with complicated emotions. We failed. Violet shook her head. The soldier who had vanished earlier furrowed his brow. I'll make my move again. You don't need to follow me. With that, Violet set off after them. As for what had just happened, it was, of course, impossible for any of it to be real. Now that the worlds had merged, illusions could be used just as they were meant to be. This princess was a bit of a stereotype. Her relationship with Doflamingo unclear, neither wholly innocent nor completely involved. Still, she had the kind of pure heart a princess ought to have. That's why Naruto hadn't targeted her. As for Perona, well, with her powers from Hollow Fruit and standing so close, there was no way she could resist a Jinjutsu of this caliber, especially one above the level of the Six Paths. Before long, the Kurita Coliseum? It looked so run down. Perona sounded completely uninterested. In a blink, Naruto led Perona inside. Perona's eyes widened. Lord Naruto, what kind of technique is this? How do we just teleport inside? Oh, whatever. There's nothing worth seeing in a place like this. Now that we're here, I don't even know what to do. With a pout, Perona hopped onto Naruto's shoulder, cupping her cheeks in her hands. Today's challenger, hailing from the renowned Donquixote family, Senior Pink. As the host finished speaking, a figure appeared on the giant screen. A man wearing sunglasses, with a baby pacifier in his mouth and a baby bonnet draped over his head, made his entrance. With just a glance, Naruto turned and walked away. He made his way to the contestants' backstage area. There, he bumped into another woman whose features were a blend of Nami and Robin's, almost like a painted mask. She had long pink hair, bearing a striking resemblance to Nami. Who are you? Rebecca stood in golden armor, the kind with only 3 points of coverage. But she was only 13 years old. She hadn't grown into the armor yet, not like she would 2.5 years from now. She too was a princess, but a princess of a fallen kingdom. Your father is that toy soldier. Go. Naruto raised his hand. Rebecca wanted to run, but found herself frozen in place. Then, as Naruto's hand gently covered her eyes, her whole body shuddered. At that moment, forgotten memories surged back. You? Father. Confusion clouded Rebecca's eyes. Naruto looked at her and suddenly smiled. You actually remind me of Shirahoshi. Go find your father. It won't be long before this kingdom is restored to what it once was. Thank you. Please may I know your name? Rebecca, tears welling up in her eyes, snapped out of her daze and bowed deeply to Naruto. It's nothing. Go on. Perona watched as Rebecca, after thanking him again and again, dashed away. Naruto-sama, this place is so boring. When are we going to look for Doflamingo? Perona, who had at first found this place interesting, was now eager for Naruto to take her away after so many interruptions. Very well, there aren't any important figures left here anyway. Naruto nodded slightly, then reached out his hand in a swift motion. A surge of suction force erupted. The target he had locked on was right here. It was none other than one of Doflamingo's top officers, Senior Pink. Although you're a true man, that doesn't change your allegiance. He gave Senior Pink no chance to speak. A spiral of spatial ripples appeared around Senior Pink. In the next instant, the waves of space swallowed him whole. No one noticed a thing. At this moment, in the royal palace of Dress Rosa, Gladius, can't you calm down a little? Smoke curled through the air. A slender, fair hand held a cigarette, slowly bringing it to a pair of crimson lips. She exhaled softly. Baby 5, do you realize what her betrayal means? How much it could impact our plans? That woman, Violet, she was supposed to capture the strangers who landed in this kingdom. But she failed, something that was utterly impossible before. The moment the young master left, she started acting suspiciously, watching the hat on his head begin to expand. Baby 5 hastily raised her arm, which morphed into a massive blade. Calm down. You're not planning to explode right here, are you? Sitting across from Baby 5 was none other than Gladius, the commander of the Spade Division in the Donquixote family. Still can't get through to Senior Pink. He's at the port. Why can't we reach him now? Baby 5, dressed in her maid outfit, stood up. She glanced at Naruto's wanted poster. Gulp. She swallowed hard. This time, young master won't be able to stop me. With that thought in mind, Baby 5 declared, I'll go in person. Dio shot her a look, just about to refuse. But Baby 5 had already dashed off, to put an end to both the Navy and the pirates. Naruto Uzumaki, will someone like me be needed? A ragged young girl knelt on the ground, holding a chipped bowl in both hands, her eyes filled with desperate hope. TCH. How unlucky. Thud. Ah. Not only did the girl fail to beg for food, she was kicked aside by someone. Her already frail body took the blow, leaving her sprawled helplessly on the ground. Pain throbbed through her body, accompanied by the gnawing ache of hunger in her belly. All she could do was curl up into a tiny ball. She wanted to cry, but didn't dare. She didn't even dare to rest, and scrambled to her feet at once. With no shoes on, she hesitated not a moment before setting her small bare feet to the cold, unforgiving ground. The icy surface stung with every step. Mama, wait for me. Please, I beg you. The girl, exhausted, managed at the last moment to catch hold of the woman who had just pushed her away. Her little hands clung tightly to the hem of the woman's skirt, but the woman did not stop, dragging the girl along as she walked. But at last, the woman halted. She turned back, her eyes brimming with disgust and regret. You're utterly useless. If you're useless, then you're simply not needed. The woman walked away. The girl stood frozen, her eyes filling with tears she dared not let fall, afraid that if she cried, she would be hated even more. Violet, how dare you betray? Please, just leave me alone for a while, Violet said, not even turning her head. Baby 5 was stunned for a moment. Then her pretty face blushed so quickly you could almost see the color rising. I'm needed. Violet rounded the street corner, her bright eyes searching. Still not here yet. Oh well, I'll just wait here. It's not far from the palace. Violet found a spot and sat down. Baby 5 was still standing where she was, beaming with happiness. Hey, you're blocking the way. A light, clear voice rang out. Sorry. This was the Donquixote family's maid and assassin. Just like that, she stepped aside. Perona swung her feet back and forth, sitting comfortably. Looking down at Naruto beneath her, she said, Lord Naruto, the palace is just ahead. Why aren't we heading straight there? Naruto looked up at the towering palace and replied, If we go straight in, they'll just run away. They already know we're here. Someone will come to test us, even if Doflamingo has already given his orders. Doflamingo isn't back yet. He must have gone to see Caesar. Perona tilted her head in curiosity. So what are we supposed to do now? We'll set up an ambush and wait for reinforcements, Naruto said with a faint smile. At that moment, behind them, Baby 5 overheard their conversation and froze. In the next instant, Naruto's silhouette was reflected in her wide eyes. Uzumaki Naruto, her devil fruit powers activated. Baby 5's right arm morphed into a gleaming blade, while her left transformed into a flintlock pistol. Don't move. What are you doing here? A sharp snap echoed as Perona flicked her fingers. A cheerful, doll-like ghost, one of Perona's signature creations, floated straight through Baby 5. But what caught Perona off guard was that Baby 5 remained almost entirely unaffected. Perona's face twisted into a dramatic expression of shock. What did you do? Why do I feel so awful? At her words, Perona glanced over, only to see that, at some point, Baby 5's goggles, conjured by her weapon fruit, had become drenched in tears. Ew, you're really strange. Naruto turned around as well. He looked at this woman, whose childhood had been marked by abandonment from her own mother, and who still bore the scars of that experience. A person who simply cannot refuse any request, no matter who asks. Even if she's tricked or buried in debt, she still longs to be useful, still longs to be needed. Upon hearing this, Baby 5 removed her goggles and blinked in puzzlement, her wide eyes fixed on Naruto. She had no idea how he knew any of this about her. Perona's eyes widened too, disbelief flickering across her features. Thinking about it, Doflamingo was always good to his own people. And, in fact, this Doflamingo was unlike anyone else. But whatever the case, at least on the surface, Doflamingo was to be executed publicly. Is that really true? For the first time, Perona's interest was piqued. And since Baby 5 was dressed as a maid, Perona couldn't help but feel a natural fondness for her. Naruto gave a small nod. Baby 5's role in the Donquixote family is quite unique. Apart from Doflamingo, who, having suffered a tragic childhood himself, treats her like a little sister. Most of the others see her as little more than a loan machine or a convenient tool. Baby 5 was well aware of all this, but she simply couldn't resist the feeling of being needed. She was firmly imprisoned by the experiences of her childhood. The cigarette slipped from Baby 5's lips and fell to the ground. She grew flustered. I'm not like that. A hint of a smile played at Perona's lips. Let me give a try. Hey, Baby 5, can I ask you to die for me? A low, buzzing sensation filled the air. Baby 5 froze for a moment. Her body trembled uncontrollably, a strange feeling rising within her heart. I can't refuse. At least, someone needs me. She slowly raised her left hand. The muzzle of the pistol she'd formed pointed straight at her own temple. A faint trace of joy curled her red lips, and a rosy flush crept over her delicate face. Understood. Perona was stunned. A woman on the verge of suicide, smiling with such happiness. I'm more than willing to die, Baby 5 murmured. If it could be of help to you. Right now, I'm needed. Baby 5 gently closed her eyes. Don't move. You idiot. Perona cried out in alarm. Baby 5's finger twitched, squeezing the trigger. Bang! The pistol in her left hand roared with thunder. Tears sprang to Perona's eyes in panic. She never imagined that a single sentence could drive this woman to take her own life. But to Perona's immense relief, the bullet did not strike Baby 5's head. There's no need for this. Naruto stepped forward. Perona hurriedly jumped down, rushing over to catch Baby 5, who thought she had already died. Have you always lived with this belief? Why haven't your companions ever challenged your way of thinking? Perona was starting to get angry. Baby 5 opened her eyes, tears welling up. She looked at Naruto with a hint of fear. He looked so fierce. Naruto shook his head and softened his expression. Telling you directly won't work, so let's let time heal things. Baby 5. Here. Baby 5 hesitated for a moment, but still answered softly. I need you. A rush of excitement thudded through Baby 5's heart. I knew it. Someone needs me. What do you want me to do? Baby 5's face was full of anticipation and longing. Perona grew anxious. Naruto waved his hand, stopping Perona from interrupting. I need you, but I don't need you to do anything at all. Baby 5 frowned, unable to grasp what he meant. Naruto crouched down and gently patted her head. Please, from now on, only listen to me. Can you do that? Baby 5 looked up at Naruto and saw a gentle smile tugging at his lips. His eyes had lost their harshness. Someone really needs me. Her cheeks flushed as she nodded shyly. Good. Then my first order. Baby 5's eyes widened slightly, listening intently. You can only be needed by me. From this moment on, no matter who asks you, begs you, or says they need you, you are not to hear or accept their requests, no matter who they are. Because I need you to do these things for me. Baby 5 blinked her eyes. Old, I understand what you mean. So, will this make you happy? Will you really need me? Naruto nodded slightly. That's right, I need you very much. In this world, there's no one who needs you more than I do. So, will you help me? All right. Baby 5 jumped up excitedly and threw herself into Naruto's arms. So, does that mean we can get married soon? Well, Baby 5 is a special case. She's run into a lot of jerks in her life. Of course, Doflamingo always protected her well. There was always someone watching over Baby 5, and whenever something like this happened, Doflamingo would simply get rid of the person, wiping out the entire town if he had to. Baby 5, I need you. I'm begging you. Could you help me get up? Perona caught on and decided to give it a try. Baby 5 was caught off guard, but Naruto's words kept echoing in her mind. It was just the feeling of being needed by someone. Just as Baby 5 was hesitating, a large, warm hand gently rested on her back. Feeling the warmth spreading through her, Baby 5 softly closed her eyes. Turn her down. Sorry, I'm only needed by someone now. I don't want to be needed by just anyone, only by him. Seeing this, Naruto finally let go. Perona pleaded with Baby 5 again, her voice full of longing and hope. Baby 5 couldn't take it anymore. She simply kept her eyes on Naruto. In the end, Perona stood up by herself. Lord Naruto, you're amazing. Naruto waved his hand and said, You shouldn't be here right now. I'll take you to my mother. Then inside the sealed space, Naruto spoke a word. Kurama rolled his eyes. Yeah, I got it. Just then a rough, booming voice suddenly sounded from behind. Lao Ji transformed, his body swelling with muscle. I knew you'd be here. Didn't expect you all would figure out how to use Baby 5. Lao Ji crossed his arms over his chest and barked out. Baby 5 belongs to us. If someone needs her, she'd give up her very life. Where else could you find a woman this useful? Perona was furious. But in the next instant, Lao Ji suddenly collapsed to the ground. The Conqueror's Haki. Naruto glanced at Lao Ji with a calm indifference. Then he clenched his fist. Conqueror's haki, huh? It came even faster than I expected. He turned to look at Baby 5 and saw that she only had the faintest hint of a smile at the corner of her lips. None of that previous joy and excitement that used to appear whenever someone said they needed her. Lord Naruto needs me the most, so I don't have to care about anyone else's needs. But still, having so many people need me, that makes me so happy. Unable to help herself, she stepped forward and hugged Naruto. Lord Naruto, I'm so happy. At that moment, the portal of Yamatsu Hirasaka opened. A lock of red hair drifted out first, followed by Kushina, who pouted and blinked her big eyes. A visible glow of joy spread across her little face. Huh, they're both in maid outfits? Naruto, these two, which one is the one Kurama was talking about? Baby 5. That's her. Naruto smiled and gently nudged Baby 5 forward. Mom, you already know a bit about her situation, so I'll leave her in your care. Baby 5, this is my mother. Go with her now. Lord Naruto, do you really need me to do this? Baby 5 blinked, her cheeks tinged with red as she asked. I do, but more importantly, I hope you can have your own thoughts and the ability to say no to things that aren't good for you. Baby 5 nodded, half understanding, then took the initiative to walk over to Kushina. Kushina smiled warmly and took her small hand. A maid outfit, so adorable. Then, suddenly, she turned, her eyes landing on Perona, who was hiding behind Naruto and too shy to show her face. Another maid outfit. Naruto, you seem to have a real fondness for this sort of thing. Naruto quickly ushered Kushina away. The portal to the underworld vanished. What are you so nervous about? Perona shook her head, not wanting to answer, and hurriedly hopped back onto Naruto's shoulder. I'm a ghost, you know. Of course, I can't let people see me that easily. Naruto saw right through her and turned to look at Fujitora, who'd been following them the whole way. If you want to see what's happening, why not head straight to the Red Line? In a day or two, the army will attack the world government. You'll see a lot more there than if you stick with me. Fujitora kept his eyes shut tight. The world was too filthy, so he chose to see with his heart. He shook his head. There's no need for me to see anymore. But if there's anything I can do to help. With that, Fujitora turned and strode away, not hesitating for even a moment. If you ever wish to restore your sight, I can make it happen. Fujitora paused in his tracks. No, thank you. I'm already used to it. Perhaps there will come a day when that changes, who's to say. As his words faded, Fujitora vanished. Come out now. Naruto turned toward the corner of the street and spoke. Violet's heart skipped a beat. But, in the end, she stepped out honestly. Go, and tell them, Lao Ji is right here. If they want to save him, they'll have to come. Doflamingo won't be back for a while. Oh, and bring out Princess Shirley of the Tontata tribe as well. As he finished speaking, a mass of tree roots erupted beneath Naruto's feet. The voices of the world's plants whispered into his mind. A faint smile played across his lips. With a subtle movement of his fingers, the writhing roots beneath him instantly wove themselves into a platform, which then lifted both Naruto and the unconscious Lao Ji into the air. Violet stared at the scene in disbelief. In the end, she gritted her teeth and ran off towards the royal palace. So-called retainers, before this man, they were powerless. Could the kingdom of Dress Rosa truly be restored? Naruto, big brother. Below, Rebecca approached, accompanied by the toy soldier, her father. Naruto gave a slight nod. Evacuate the civilians here. Perona, help her. Perona pouted. How boring. Please, I'm counting on you. A sly grin instantly curled at Perona's lips. Well, that's more like it. With that, Perona slid down from Naruto's shoulder. Standing before him, she suddenly leaped into the air. She activated her Ghost Fruit ability, and her spirit form appeared. Watching as Naruto cradled her in his arms, she let out a light chuckle. Then, with a host of cheerful, sunshine doll-style ghostly sprites, floated down to find Rebecca. Seeing the way she cheered and bounced with excitement, it was obvious to Naruto that she'd been dying to go for a while now. If she had to wait any longer, she'd be fidgeting and chattering nonstop, like a lark unable to keep quiet. With Perona's help, evacuating the civilians would be a breeze. No need for any extra words or explanation. Holding Perona close, Naruto watched as a wooden platform rose beneath them, lifting a throne to its summit. He settled down onto the throne at a measured pace. Before him stood the royal palace of the kingdom of Dress Rosa. At that moment, several tiny figures appeared. These were the dwarves, more precisely, the Tontata tribe. On average, they stood about 20 centimeters tall. Their fluffy tails served as their weapons. Fast and incredibly strong for their size, they were born miniature warriors. Yet, for all their strength, they were innocent and kind-hearted. It all sounded very familiar, almost exactly like Hammer Form Poppy, Cannon Form Poppy, or that perpetually sleepy, night owl Poppy? Come to think of it, that half-awake, droopy-eyed version of Poppy really was adorable. This tribe of little people truly did resemble the Yordles. Whatever others told them, they believe without question. For example, the one who picks up this hammer is a hero. If you wield it the other way, I'll find that hero. Captain Leo of the 5th Squad and Scout Vika appeared before Naruto. You just said you wanted that lady to bring the princess out. Leo asked. Vika landed nervously on the armrest, eyeing Naruto with a hint of fear. Violet will bring her out, Naruto replied. There's going to be a battle here soon. You two should go back and wait. Leo quickly shook his head. We can help you take on the Donquixote family. We have the Tontada army. Naruto glanced at him and chuckled. You can barely handle Sugar, though. The showdown of the little lowly warriors. Sugar versus the tiny Tontada people wrapped in gauzy outfits. Leo and Wicca grew anxious. They landed on Naruto's shoulders, one on each side. But Naruto paid them no mind. His gaze was fixed on the kingdom of Dress Rosa. After defeating the Riku royal family, Doflamingo had seized control of the entire kingdom. Moreover, among the officers of Doflamingo's family, Sugar had eaten the hobby fruit. The power of the hobby fruit was quite peculiar. It could turn half the residents of Dress Rosa into toys. And anyone who learned the truth had their memories wiped clean. Before long, Violet arrived at the royal palace. The moment she stepped inside, she was spotted by Doflamingo's officers. Every one of them eyed her warily. Without any preamble, Violet declared, Lao Ji's been captured. Not far from the palace. Senior Pink at the port has also been taken. And before I came here, Baby 5 fell into their hands too. As Violet finished, everyone's eyes went wide with shock. Who dares stir up trouble on our turf? The officers demanded. Uzumaki Naruto. A hush fell over the room. Even the young master was wary of this man. In fact, he treated him with even more caution than the 4 emperors. What should they do now? Everyone looked at one another, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. For a moment, no one dared to speak first. I'll go, someone finally said. The rest of you stay here and guard the palace. The young master will be back soon, another reassured. At that moment, a burly figure stepped forward. He wore a suit of armor and a golden helmet adorned with a cross-shaped visor. Towering above the others, his wavy hair framed a face marked by strength. On his shoulder gleamed the symbol of the spade. Yet to everyone's surprise, this imposing giant spoke in a sharp, almost comically high-pitched voice. Still, not a soul present dared to challenge him. With my abilities, even if I can't win, I won't be easily bested, Pika declared in a deep, steady tone. As one of the Donquixote family's 4 top officers, and the possessor of the stone fruit, his confidence was usually well-founded. However, if their opponent was someone of emperor-level power, then things might not be so simple. But given the current situation, there really seemed to be no better options. Doflamingo was nowhere to be found. Most of their family members had been captured. Just then, another figure stepped forward, slow and deliberate. If you insist, I'll yield. I'll go with you, he said. He wore a brimmed fur hat, 2 face markings running down his cheeks, and a crimson cloak draped around his shoulders, his attire reminiscent of a tribal chieftain. He was none other than one of the Donquixote family's 4 top executives, known by the codename Diamante. As the leader of the fighting corps, he wielded the power of the flutter fruit, the bannerman, Diamante. No one voiced any objections. Tori Bowl said, After all, we're up against someone with a 4 billion bounty who's destroyed the Navy headquarters. You two, be careful. If you can't rescue them, retreat immediately. We'll go look for the young master instead. Pika and Diamante nodded slightly in agreement. Then they headed out the door. No one noticed that Violet had already slipped away in the chaos. She was familiar with the place, and soon found the captive princess of the Tontada tribe, Sherry. Sherry pressed her hands together, for her power was the ability to heal others. So, even locked up here, she was far from idle. Violet scooped her up gently. Come with me. Someone sent me to get you out of here. Who? Princess Sherry's big eyes shimmered with tears. Are you taking me back to Greenbit? Her pitiful look, paired with that adorable little face, was more than most people could bear. Of course, this Princess Sherry was also a little blonde. Outside, Aunt Jorah of the Donquixote family approached, cackling slyly. Once the others are rescued, we'll need healing. Little princess, get ready to use your powers. Hearing the commotion, Princess Sherry grew desperate, tears falling faster and faster. Violet hesitated for a moment, then suddenly dashed toward the door. It's you, Violet. What are you doing? But at that moment, a sunshine ghost in the shape of a Teru Torobozu appeared out of nowhere. It floated right through Aunt Jorah's body. With a thud, Aunt Jorah collapsed to her knees, her face clouded in gloom. I'm so sorry for being born human. I shouldn't have frightened the little princess. I'm just awful. Violet seized the chance and rushed out the door. A member of the Donquixote family shot her a glance. Violet, where do you think you're going? You're not allowed to leave until the young master returns. But this time, Violet did not obediently follow orders. This caught everyone by surprise. Quick, grab her. Damn it, she's betrayed the Donquixote family. The Donquixote family members froze for a moment, intent on chasing after Violet. But just then, Treble stood up and barked a low command. Leave her alone. Something's not right. With the young master gone, we can't all leave the palace. Aunt Jorah snapped angrily. That woman took the princess of the Tontata tribe. Hearing this, Treble was momentarily stunned, his snot nearly slipping into his mouth. Forget it. Everyone, stay put and don't do anything rash. Meanwhile, Naruto watched as Pika and Diamante strode out of the palace. Two officers appearing at the same time? Fine then, I'll just keep them pinned down and pick off their reinforcements. These miserable fools. How dare you cause trouble in Dress Rosa? Let's see if you can really turn this place upside down. Pika's face was dark as thunder, his voice booming with the authority of a commander as he shouted out. Diamante's gaze was icy, fixed on Naruto, standing atop the high platform, and on Lao Ji, who was lying there unconscious. Look at our people back first. Between the two, Diamante was the calmer one. Leo and Wicca exchanged glances. The Tontata battalion can help too. Wicca, stay here and lend a hand. I'll go back and rally the others. With that, Leo picked up an embroidery needle taller than himself and took off into the air. Pika, our opponent is Naruto Uzumaki. Let's attack together. Pika gave a slight nod. Hearing Naruto's name, the anger in his heart was quickly replaced by caution. Both of them noticed the calmness in Naruto's eyes. They snapped back to reality in an instant. Wait a minute. This was the same man that even their young master couldn't handle. Someone who could rival the four emperors. Where did they get the confidence to take the initiative? Pika's lips twisted in a wry smile. Who gave me the courage? What should we do? Pika asked. Diamante shook his head. Well, you said it yourself. We're already here. You draw their attention. I'll go rescue the others. There's no need for you all to follow, Diamante added, glancing back at his combat squad. I'm supposed to be the decoy? A chill ran down Pika's spine. He couldn't help but double-check. What else? Your stone fruit powers are perfect for drawing fire, aren't they? At that, Pika realized he had no other choice. My devil fruit abilities are also more convenient for rescuing people. Faced with an unknown and overwhelming threat, both men abandoned their usual bravado. Each move was now calculated, every step taken with extreme caution. One wrong decision, and they could be doomed forever. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to show up so soon. The young master miscalculated. Judging by the time, he should be bringing Caesar back soon. Diamante, Pika called out. Diamante turned to look at him. Yeah. In a sharp, strained voice, Pika said, If I fail, just go. Don't hesitate. He had spoken the words himself. No one forced him. So even with no way out, Pika could only grit his teeth and press on. It'll take some time. That one doesn't seem to even notice us. This is our chance. Let's move in quietly. Pika lowered his voice and then began making his way toward the stands beneath Naruto's feet. Diamante gave a slight nod and followed behind. The two of them proceeded with their plan, one after the other. Meanwhile, Violet had already returned, bringing with her Princess Mancheri of the Tontata tribe. As they arrived below the platform, Violet hadn't even spoken yet. Suddenly, a surge of tree roots burst from the ground beneath her feet. Before she could even react, a circular wooden platform lifted her up, raising her to the same height as the high stage. Lord Naruto, I brought her back as you asked. Violet was stunned for a moment, awed by this mysterious power. Quickly regaining her composure, she stepped forward and dropped to one knee in respect. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for that. Stand up and speak. You're still a princess, after all. Violet glanced at the woman in Naruto's arms. Perona's body was right here. So, was it her who intervened earlier? Violet was quick-witted and immediately offered her gratitude. Thank you, Lord Naruto, for saving us. Naruto shot her a brief glance. You're thanking me? Did you bring her out? Vialka was hiding behind Naruto. She was just a little scout and rarely showed herself in front of humans. Before, that wouldn't have been a problem. But now, Dress Rosa was under Doflamingo's rule, and thanks to him, the Tontata people were suffering terribly. She's right here. Violet carefully presented the tiny figure she was holding. Princess Mancheri. Vialka gasped in delight. Their dwarf tribe had tried so hard for so long, yet they hadn't managed to rescue her. And this man before them. He rescued her with nothing more than a single sentence. Where am I? Who are you? Mancheri's eyes were red, with tears still glistening at the corners. Naruto reached out his hand. Ah! Seeing that large hand reaching toward her, Mancheri let out a startled cry and squeezed her eyes shut. Once again, tears spilled down her cheeks. Violet quickly placed Mancheri into Naruto's palm. Naruto brought her closer to his face. Like the other Tontada people, Mancheri was tiny with a pointed nose. She wore a little hat, and her long hair was braided into 2 plaits, each adorned with a flower. A faint blush colored her cheeks. Suddenly, Mancheri felt an itch at the tip of her nose. She peeked open her eyes and saw a finger, much bigger than herself, gently tapping her nose. Why is your nose so pointy? Let me ask you. Then, with a soft touch, Naruto wiped the tears from her face. You have a remarkable healing power. It's no wonder they locked you up in the palace. Over these years, you must have healed many of Doflamingo's people, haven't you? At those words, Mancheri couldn't hold back her tears any longer. I won't heal those bad people ever again. Wicca quickly hopped onto Naruto's hand. Princess, it was Lord Naruto who saved you. Mancheri paused in surprise, then hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully to Naruto. Just as she was about to speak, Naruto waved his hand. Violet stepped forward. Naruto placed the 2 little ones in her hands. They're coming. No sooner had he spoken, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed in the air. Raoji, who had fallen unconscious, now had a wooden ring fastened around his neck. A low, resonant hum filled the air as the wooden platform writhed, then hurled him away. A sharp crack followed as a wooden spike extended from the ring and fused seamlessly into the stands. Just like that, Raoji was left hanging in the air. There was no way he could survive this. At that moment, Pika and Diamante, who had snuck over in secret, stared wide-eyed in shock. Should they even try to save him now? But since they were already here, in the distance, the Donquixote family's guard soldiers wore expressions of sheer terror. Raoji might not have been a top executive, but his strength was well known, not just among the guards, but also by the common folk of the Dress Rosa kingdom. To think he'd been defeated so easily and left hanging like that? Who could possibly? Who would dare to stir up trouble in the Dress Rosa kingdom with such audacity? Suddenly, a wooden tendril shot through the air, aiming straight for Diamante and Pika. Damn it, we've been spotted. Both Diamante and Pika leapt back, widening the gap between them. Stick to the plan, one said. I know, Pika replied without hesitation. In the next instant, he activated the powers of the stone fruit. This devil fruit allowed its user to assimilate with any rock they touched. It granted them the power to take on the appearance, hardness, and all the attributes of stone as their own. With these abilities, the user could transform into a colossal stone giant and unleash devastating attacks. Pika's upper limit was becoming as large as an entire island. An impressive power indeed. Hiding his true body inside the stone is all it takes. And as long as the material could be considered rock, it was fair game. All users of the stone fruit are able to control its power, changing the terrain or altering the appearance of buildings. Such feats are effortless for them. Any structures or trees attached to the rock become indirectly assimilated by the user, merging with them completely. On land, this ability is almost invincible. When faced with the oncoming assault of wooden roots, Pika dared not be reckless. He immediately turned and submerged his true form into the rocky ground. Meanwhile, on the other side, Diamante, who possessed the flutter fruit, struck the wooden root with his palm. In an instant, his power activated. The once rigid, straight tree root instantly became soft and supple, twisting like a rope. Yet, it still retained the properties of wood release. However, in the next moment, Diamante was left utterly bewildered. Suddenly, he stared down in utter disbelief. At some point, a thick wooden root had pierced straight through his chest. And as soon as the root entered his body, it burst apart from within. A tangled mass of rootlets spread rapidly throughout his insides. In the blink of an eye, all the vitality in his body was destroyed and absorbed. So, this is the power that the young master fears, the power to destroy Marineford itself. Diamante's consciousness was already fading. He felt as if he were being lifted into the air. Indeed, the wooden roots dragged him up, and just like Lao Ji, he was left hanging midair. Diamante glanced down at the ground and realized he wasn't bleeding at all, yet his life force was vanishing at an astonishing rate. Next to him, Lao Ji still seemed to have a chance at survival, but for Diamante, it was over. So, incredibly powerful. Young master, whatever you do, don't come back. This Naruto Uzumaki is far more terrifying than any of the so-called four emperors. After murmuring these words, Diamante's pupils began to lose their focus. On the other side, Pika witnessed the scene and was struck with horror. But he knew he had no hope of escape. All he could do was gamble everything on one desperate strike. Octo Stone. Pika's shrill voice pierced the air. A tremendous rumble followed. From the ground, 8 massive tentacles of solid rock erupted upward. The 8 stone tentacles whipped toward Naruto in a frenzy. But before they could even reach the stands, the power of wood release surged forth from the platform above. Thick, gnarled roots burst into view, intercepting and neutralizing Pika's stone assault. Against the twisting roots, even the formidable hardness of the rocks seemed to falter. Pika's expression grew grim in an instant. His true body, concealed within the stone, could already sense the thick web of roots searching for him. Without hesitation, Pika hurried to slip away, moving through the layers of rock like a mayfly darting through water. Before long, Pika reached the stone cliffs above. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, countless giant, razor-sharp stone pillars thrust outward from the cliff face. In an instant, the advancing roots were blocked from coming any closer. At that moment, a massive stone arm extended outward, its enormous hand tearing apart the encroaching roots. From within the cliff, a colossal, Gundam-like stone figure emerged. The rocky form twisted and reshaped itself, until soon, the towering figure took on Pika's own likeness. He glared down at Naruto, who sat below on the grand throne atop the high platform. Naruto Uzumaki. Pika's voice rang out, shrill and grating, slicing through the air. Shut up. Your voice is grating. Naruto didn't even spare him a glance. He raised his hand and squeezed. A thunderous rumble shook the air. In the next instant, a colossal wooden figure, even larger than Pika's stone giant, erupted from the ground. Before Pika could react, the stone titan he so prided himself on was seized in the grip of an enormous wooden hand. The relentless cracking of stone echoed all around. Hidden within the stone giant, Pika began to panic. He tried to escape, but the wooden hand, able to grasp him single-handedly, was infused with a strange, overwhelming power. Pika quickly realized that even if he relinquished control over the stone giant, he wouldn't be able to free himself from its body. And that wasn't all. After the wooden hand caught hold of him, a tangle of roots and branches began to burrow deep inside. Pika's mind went blank. All that remained was the instinct to survive. Another thunderous crash. The giant of stone toppled to the ground, still draped with several human houses. Fortunately, with Perona's help, Captain Toy Soldier and Rebecca had already completed their mission. They had evacuated the nearby residence. Rebecca stared at the scene, her face filled with shock. Father, is that Lord Naruto's power? The toy soldier fell silent for a moment, then spoke in a grave tone. I once read in a book of a devil fruit that granted dominion over nature itself. Rebecca blinked and hurriedly asked, Father, what kind of fruit is that? The Logia-type forest fruit. The forest, life source, rivaling even the sea. That's why its wielder is nature incarnate. Naruto-sama is incredible. Rebecca couldn't help but swallow nervously. She looked up, and that figure seemed impossibly tall and imposing. The toy soldier cast a sidelong glance at Rebecca. Seeing the awe in her eyes, he nodded slightly. Indeed, the power of a devil fruit is formidable, but if the wielder is weak, they'll never truly unlock its potential. The stone fruit still holds an overwhelming advantage here, but in the face of that man, it's utterly powerless. And so was, at that moment, Pika, hidden within the stone giant, was already in utter despair. All around his true body, a web of tree roots had closed in, dense as a woven net, far more impenetrable than his own stone fortress. A bitter smile crossed Pika's face. He let out a weary sigh and slowly closed his eyes. The colossal stone giant froze, unable to move another inch. A mass of tree roots wrapped tightly around Pika. His life force began to drain away at a terrifying pace. Where once his body was solid stone, now, in the blink of an eye, he had returned to his original human form. It's over. Young Master Run. This man's power, it's beyond anything we've ever known. As those final words faded, Pika's heart shattered. A low, guttural sound escaped. It was as if the roots themselves were devouring his strength. Pika's body shriveled rapidly, shrinking until he was no larger than an ordinary person. But his life had already slipped away. He lay still, in silent slumber within the stone giant. Once more, the roots carried their precious, refined nutrients back toward the high platform. The nourishment flowed beneath the throne, returning directly to Naruto. Naruto tightened his fist, feeling the surge of strength. In an instant, his arm turned to stone. With a single wave of his hand, the wooden giant, larger even than the stone giant, released its grip and slowly sank back into the earth. The stone giant shuddered, then followed suit, returning to its original form along with the wooden giant. Far off in the distance, the Donquixote guards were dumbfounded. Their eyes widened in shock. Once the stone giant reverted to its former state, someone spun on their heel and bolted. The others scrambled to flee as well. Just as they scattered in all directions, a clear, melodious laughter rang out. Pessimistic ghosts. Buzz. A horde of cheerful, doll-like ghosts burst forth. Ah, I'm such a wretch, running away in the middle of a fight. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have bullied innocent people. I'm ashamed to be associated with you lot. In the blink of an eye, all of the Donquixote guards collapsed. The townsfolk stared, eyes wide with disbelief. Were these really the all-powerful members of the Donquixote family? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and tie them up. There'll be someone coming to judge them soon. The citizens blinked in surprise, their gaze fixed on the woman in a maid outfit who could command ghosts and float through the air at will. Wasn't she gentle and sweet just a moment ago? How did she turn so fierce in the blink of an eye? Whoosh. Perona ignored them. She drifted over to Rebecca, waving her hand to snap her out of her daze. Stop staring. Get to work. Oomph. With that, Perona darted away. Hey, why are you back again? Perona wasted no time and confronted Violet directly. Violet's expression didn't change. She replied respectfully, I'm fulfilling Lord Naruto's orders to take the princess of the Tontada tribe out of here. Perona fell silent. But when she saw the two tiny, doll-like girls standing on Naruto's hand, her eyes lit up with delight. So cute. Perona swooped over. Wicca and Mansheri jumped in fright. Lord Naruto, can I have them? Perona batted her eyes, then drifted back in her own body, reaching out tentatively. They're not dolls, they're from the Tontada tribe. Perona nodded repeatedly, like a pecking chick. So they aren't objects. Just as Perona was about to speak, Naruto placed Mansheri and Wicca into her hands. Perona's eyes widened in surprise. A gentle look softened her pretty face. So adorable. Unable to resist, Perona rubbed her cheek against them. Can I take them home and keep them? Wicca, Mansheri. Meanwhile, inside the royal palace, members of the Donquixote family were restless with anxiety. Did you all see that? One person spoke in a low, grave voice. The others flinched as if startled by thunder. Our strength isn't even close to theirs. We need to retreat. Rumble. No sooner had the words been spoken. The palace doors slammed shut with a deafening crash. Solid rock fused together, sealing every exit. Thinking of attacking? Behind that, even sturdier wood-style barriers braced the way. They were trapped like fish in a barrel. Treble glanced around at his companions, then suddenly broke into a grin. Snot trickled into his mouth. This way, the young master will know we've been completely wiped out. When he comes back and sees the situation, he'll realize something's wrong and escape on his own. At the same time, he thought to himself, with Sugar and Monet away, at least two of us might survive. The others remained silent. Clearly, in the face of impending death and unimaginable terror, none of them could keep calm. One of the officers, Demon Bamboo Virgo, slammed his hand on the table. Behind his sunglasses, his pupils shrank sharply. We can't just sit here and wait for death. At the very least, if we don't try, none of us will ever know if we can make it out alive. Their tone had shifted. Now it was no longer about victory or defeat, but about escape. Jorah, the art fruit user, shook her head in utter despair. Just one of their underlings had already proven difficult enough to handle. That power was simply too bizarre. Gladius's head began to swell. Calm down. There was a sudden bang. Gladius's head exploded again. But this time, it only blasted off his headscarf, revealing his blue and white afro beneath. Dellinger stood up. So how we get out of here? His blue hot pants paired with a long-sleeved green shirt made for a truly eccentric sight. And to top it off, he was wearing high heels. Let me handle this. At that moment, Treble stepped forward, exuding the authority of the second-in-command, now that Doflamingo was gone. If any of you manage to escape, you must find the young master as soon as possible. With that, Treble rose to his feet and moved toward the only remaining door. None of them knew what awaited them outside, just as it once was for the ordinary people of the kingdom of Dress Rosa. Now, the tide had turned. The citizens of Dress Rosa were gradually regaining their memories. Sugar's hobby fruit power was losing its hold. More and more people were gathering near the kingdom. They gazed at the three Donquixote members hanging in the air. Among them, Two were officers of high rank. For a moment, everyone's hearts pounded with unease. "Sir, have you come to save this kingdom?" Rebecca climbed up onto the high platform and rushed to Naruto's side. Her eyes were filled with admiration and gratitude. Standing nearby was the toy soldier, Kairos, who bowed deeply to Naruto and spoke in a solemn tone. "Lord Naruto, Doflamingo is no longer in the palace. The remaining Donquixote family members have already been locked away in the dungeons. It's fine. He'll be back. People are about to come out. Get ready." "Yes, sir." Kairos saluted and hurried off to gather the townsfolk and those skilled in combat. Rebecca Viola called out to her. "Viola, wait, is this Princess Mancheri?" Mancheri gave Rebecca a gentle bow. Rebecca stood dazed for a moment, then quickly moved to Perona's side. Boom! Just then, the grand doors of the palace swung open. Sticky Meteor, Treble unleashed a volley of brown, glistening slime from his body, blasting the tightly shut doors wide open. He stood in the doorway. Tense and alert, he stepped out, only to discover that the vast palace now stood empty, not a single soldier in sight. Looking into the distance, Treble's pupils suddenly contracted. All of the Donquixote family's guards had been captured. Now, they were shackled in chains, lined up, and being led towards the dungeons. The ones escorting them weren't just the famed warriors of Dress Rosa, but also common townsfolk, and even those citizens who had been turned into toys. This scene completely shattered Treble's understanding of power. Was even the might of a devil fruit so utterly useless before that person? "Move! Now!" Treble shouted without looking back. Behind him, the Donquixote retainers scrambled to flee. Glaive-wielding Virgo, known as Demon Bamboo, stepped to Treble's side. "I'm an executive too," he said. With that, he ignored Treble's urging and simply stood his ground. Both his observation haki and armament haki surged forth. But just then, someone noticed Lao Ji and Diamante, who were hanging suspended in the air. Without realizing it, they slowed their pace. And in that brief moment of hesitation, two hands sprang up from beneath everyone's feet. One hand formed from solid rock. The other sprouted from intertwining roots of trees. Left and right, they seized hold of everyone's ankles. "Seize them!" At Kairos's command, the gathered crowd surged forward. "Damn it! Why can't I move? This is bad. My strength is draining away. I can't use haki or my devil fruit powers at all." In the blink of an eye, the Donquixote retainers were swallowed by the onrushing crowd. Naruto rose to his feet. "Is it time to go?" Perona reluctantly handed Vika and Mancheri over to Rebecca. "Lord Naruto, are you leaving now?" "But, Doflamingo, I'm heading to see him." Naruto replied with a calm smile. "He's in the processing plant." As he spoke, his body began to float gently toward the royal palace. "There's still one more, on the 4th floor of the palace. I'll head over there for a bit, then leave." Soaring over the crowd, he looked down at the cheering citizens. When the people spotted him, they all shouted his name in unison. The might of the stone giant and the wood-style giant was truly awe-inspiring. But in their hearts, what shook them most was seeing the mighty Donquixote trampled beneath his feet. Perona took Vika and Mancheri back in her arms. She could never resist anything cute. But in the blink of an eye, she slipped into her ghostly form once more and caught up with Naruto. "Is there anyone left you haven't dealt with?" "Yeah, I think you'll like her power," Naruto replied without turning his head. Flying up beside him, Perona guessed. "Is it the power to turn people into toys?" Let me handle this." Perona eagerly volunteered for the task. Naruto glanced at the excited Perona and nodded slightly. "All right, your opponent's mental age is about the same as yours, but her body is only 10 years old. Honestly, I'd rather not fight her myself." In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at the 4th floor of the palace. Naruto walked straight through the wall, one of the abilities granted by the stone fruit. Perona, in her ghost form, passed through with no trouble at all. As soon as they entered, they saw a sleepy-faced little girl rubbing her eyes. A few grapes rested on her fingertips. She let out a soft, drowsy yawn. After popping one in her mouth, Sugar looked up at the two of them. She pouted, her little face scrunched up, and tears began to well in her eyes. With her doll-like outfit, Perona simply couldn't hold back any longer. Negative ghost. Big news. No. This time, it's not about the world government, the Navy, or any of the 4 emperors. No, wait, the Navy headquarters is gone, and 2 of the 4 emperors are gone as well. I can't let this Vortex Naruto rumor spread recklessly. News King Morgans shook his head hastily. He shredded all the articles he'd just finished writing. Right now, everyone was blind and deaf. Orochimaru's jamming device was simply too powerful, and the Ninja Alliance was moving with unbelievable speed. Taking all this into account, even if the world government was clever, their arrogance had become a habit, and they'd never think in that direction. Yet, just as Morgans finished tearing up the news draft, he started feeling itchy all over. It was unbearable. At the same time, at the headquarters of the world government, situated between the first and second halves of the Grand Line, atop the highest point of the Red Line, the holy land of Mariehua. That man called Vortex Naruto, where did he come from? Even the last one who dared challenge the world government was no more than this. On the Subadi Archipelago, on Fishman Island, Sengoku is still trying to handle the situation. But it's taking far too long, and there's been no communication. It's time to bring this to an end. Inside the meeting room of the 5 elders at Mariehua, the voices were grave. Bili. Just then, the special Din Din Mushi, sitting quietly at the side, suddenly rang out. One of the 5 elders, stationed by the transponder snail, picked up the call. A low hum filled the air. As the line connected, the transponder snail's eyes slowly opened. Its eyes glowed red. This signified that the person on the other end shared the same presence. Please speak, Lord Emu. At that moment, in the deepest garden of Pangea Castle, within the holy land of Mariehua, a shadowy figure began to speak in a measured tone. Has the Navy headquarters still not made contact? The 5 elder with a scar across his face replied gravely. Lord Emu, we are already reaching out. This time, the execution will be a success. The bearded elder added, judging from previous events, there are always many external factors at play during an execution like this. However, the Navy headquarters has enough strength to handle it. It will simply take a bit more time. Emu suddenly declared. For the experiment, select the kingdom of Lelugia. The bearded elder answered solemnly. That place is densely populated. Emu's voice remained calm. It doesn't matter. Understood. The world moves according to the will of its creator. May I ask, why choose Lelugia? In the garden, butterflies shimmered with rainbow-colored wings. It's close by. In that case, we will begin preparations at once. Please wait for our signal. Lelugia is already showing signs of civil unrest among its people. Perhaps this is the perfect chance to make an example of them. The swordsman elder, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. The day we can wield that power freely, a long era of conflict will at last come to an end. There's one more thing, Im continued. Please go ahead. I want Vivi. The 5 elders didn't hesitate. They agreed immediately, as you command. At that moment, J. Garcia Saturn, the martial god of scientific defense, allowed a faint smirk to play at the corners of his mouth. Marcus Mars, the martial god of the environment, remained expressionless. Bearded Topman Warcury, the martial god of legal affairs, looked fierce and menacing. The swordsman, Ethan Baron V. Nasajiro, the martial god of finance, wore a solemn look. The last of the 5 elders, Shepherd Jew Peter, the martial god of agriculture, kept his head lowered, as if deep in thought. 800 years ago, among the original 20 who created this world, there was a king from the Nerona family, named Im. In this world, there exists the power to grant eternal life. Now, within the holy land of Mary Geos, the celestial dragons were gathering. One of their own had died, killed, no less, by a lowly commoner. This filled them with both rage and terror. The lower classes have grown far too bold lately. That's right. We must capture that Uzumaki Naruto as soon as possible. The current supreme commander of the Holy Knights sat on a long bench, his gaze icy and severe. After glancing outside, the 5 elders exchanged looks. J. Garcia Saturn spoke. Doflamingo has been stripped of his status as a warlord of the sea. Ignore him for now. Lord Im's orders take precedence. Meanwhile, on Punk Hazard, Doflamingo waved Caesar away. The snow woman Monet blinked, but obediently followed after Caesar. Charlotte Kanokri. Doflamingo turned to look behind him. The newcomer was a tall, powerfully built man with short, flaming red hair. He stood with his arms crossed, a white scarf, resembling a wreath of flowers, wrapped around his neck. The scarf concealed the lower half of his face. Katakuri stared at him, his expression unreadable. Mother says we accept the deal. As he spoke, Katakuri slowly took a seat. Facing Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Katakuri showed not the slightest hint of deference. He propped his feet up on the table and drew a coin from his pocket. Without another word, he began to flip the coin in his hand. He hardly looked like someone here to negotiate. If anything, it felt as if he'd come to take whatever he wanted, no strings attached. My terms. Doflamingo didn't take offense. Instead, he let out a short laugh and asked. Katakuri didn't answer right away. He just kept flipping the coin. Doflamingo remained patient. After all, this was about the future, about survival. At a time like this, The arrival of Big Mom's envoy, one of the four emperors, was proof enough that a deal could be struck. Of course, judging by the way things were going, it was clear he'd have to pay a steep price. But Doflamingo knew his limits. On his own, he could never hope to resist that unknown force. But with Big Mom's protection, at least for now, he'd have a safety net on the first level. Mother says, your sincerity is her sincerity. In other words, they were well aware of the deals Doflamingo usually made with Kaido. So, if his offer to them was any less generous than what he gave Kaido, then there was nothing more to discuss. Hearing this, Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Once everything is ready, I'll deliver it personally. Before Doflamingo could finish his sentence, Katakuri stood up and walked away. Doflamingo's pupils contracted sharply. What an extraordinary power of observation haki. Once Katakuri had left, Doflamingo sat back on the bench, and the tension in his nerves finally eased a little. Tell Caesar to be ready. I have a bad feeling about this. Doflamingo shook his head, stood up, and walked out the door, preparing to return to the kingdom of Dress Rosa. IWA. Sugar knelt on the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Her adorable little face was all scrunched up. Perona crossed her arms proudly and declared, Admit it, you lost, didn't you? Not a chance. Sugar huffed in her childish voice. Dare to let me touch you? Perona's big eyes sparkled as she said, Want a bet? You're on. Sugar wiped the tears from her face. What does the loser have to do? Perona's lips curled into a sly smile. Become the winner's toy. Sugar replied without a second thought. And you can't resist at all? Perona double-checked. Exactly. Sugar answered confidently, then strode toward Perona, raising her tiny hand. Turn into a toy. Yet, as Sugar swung her hand, she froze in surprise. Her little hand went right through Perona's body. How? How is this possible? Perona looked down at her with a beaming smile. You lost. Impossible. Sugar cried, growing frantic. She was so upset that she didn't even care about her favorite grapes, attacking Perona again and again. Perona didn't dodge, just kept smiling all the while. Seeing Sugar grow both exhausted and desperate, Perona decided to unleash her special move. Her spectral form expanded, growing larger and more imposing. Laughter rang out, and Sugar sensed that something was wrong. She looked up. To her surprise, Perona had grown to an enormous size, her face brimming with mischief as she gazed down at Sugar. Aya! Sugar was so terrified that her face twisted comically. In the next instant, she fainted on the spot. Naruto shook his head and glanced at Perona. She really can't handle a scare. Well, now that everything's settled, it's time for us to go. Meanwhile, throughout the kingdom of Dress Rosa, all those who had been turned into toys were restored to their original forms. Their lost memories came flooding back as well. All right, wait for me. I'll be right back. Perona called out in haste, then soared off into the distance. Naruto gently lifted Sugar into his arms and carried her out of the palace as well. Before long, Perona returned, this time with Rebecca at her side. Lord Naruto, are you really leaving just like that? The people are all waiting for you. Rebecca stepped forward, her voice full of longing. Suddenly, Perona blocked her path, cradling Wicca and Mancheri in her arms. Lord Naruto, they've agreed to come with us. Naruto nodded slightly, then said, You and your father, along with the others, should take care of things here. Someone will be coming soon to take over. At these words, Rebecca lowered her head, disappointment written all over her face. Her feelings were plain to see. The next second, Rebecca felt a gentle warmth atop her head. She looked up to find Naruto's hand resting there, though she hadn't noticed when he'd moved. I still have things to do. I need to continue on to the second half of the Grand Line. There are a few matters left unfinished there. Perona hopped onto Naruto's shoulder. Let's go. Naruto shot her a look. You and your servants. Perona blinked and gently picked up Sugar, who was still fast asleep. I am Lord Naruto's servant, and Sugar is my servant. So that means Sugar is also Lord Naruto's servant. Honestly, when others try to act cute, it's easy to tell they're pretending. But with Perona, it just came naturally. She was born with it. Let's go. A gentle smile played at the corner of Naruto's lips. Then, his body slowly began to float upward. Rebecca clasped her hands in front of her chest. Please be careful. Naruto chuckled softly and nodded, then turned and flew away. Perona glanced back at Rebecca, so young, yet she looked as if she were waiting for her beloved to return. What is it? Perona said, This little thing still hasn't woken up. Her ability is quite unusual, Lord Naruto. Is it possible for you to make her normal? I can. Do you want her big or small? Perona's eyes curved into crescent moons. Can she change size at will? She can. Then let her change size as she pleases. At those words, Vika and Mansheri blinked in surprise. The two little ones exchanged a glance. Then, timidly, they asked, Lord Naruto, can we change size at will too? It's not difficult. Then we want to change size too. Doflamingo let out a deep, rolling laugh. Standing before Dress Rosa and Naruto, who hovered in midair, he stopped in his tracks. A brilliant smile spread across his face. Uzumaki Naruto, I've heard so much about you. At last we meet. The way Doflamingo walked changed. Gone was his usual swagger, that air of arrogant disregard for everyone. Instead, he straightened up and gave Naruto a proper, respectful bow. Then, he turned his gaze to the child in Perona's arms. It was none other than Sugar, who had fainted from fright. A subtle twitch played at the corner of his mouth. The moment he saw Naruto, Doflamingo felt a chill settle deep in his heart. He had miscalculated, after all. Back then, he'd only taken a hurried glance at the aftermath of the Marineford War. And then he ran. He never expected the power of this mastermind behind the scenes to be so terrifying. Dress Rosa, the kingdom, Doflamingo muttered instinctively. Then he shook his head. You've already taken care of it, haven't you? Naruto didn't answer. He simply watched him in silence. Doflamingo let out a bitter laugh. He'd started making preparations the moment he returned. But even so, he was still a step too late. At this point, there was nothing more he could do. No matter how confident he was, he didn't dare make a move now. Besides, judging from the direction Naruto had come from, Doflamingo knew he was heading toward Punk Hazard, which meant if Sugar could be saved, then there was a good chance Monet could be as well. And Monet was Sugar's elder sister. Naruto watched the shifting expressions on Doflamingo's face and shook his head. In the ordinary world, money and power are the true kings. But in worlds ruled by overwhelming strength, it's the fist that decides everything. If your fist is hard enough and there's nothing to keep it in check, then it becomes the ultimate law. When facing the four emperors, Doflamingo was genuinely terrified, desperate to survive. All the more so now, when he faced Naruto, a man who had destroyed Marine headquarters without even lifting a hand. Overthrow the world government. To be honest, I'd quite like to see that. But I suppose I no longer have the right. Doflamingo let out a sigh, as if resigning himself to fate. Well then, send me on my way. Struggling was useless. If he provoked his opponent, Sugar and Monet might suffer for it in the future. Baby 5 is with my mother. Naruto saw right through Doflamingo's thoughts. Hearing this, Doflamingo's pupils contracted slightly, a flicker of surprise appearing on his face. But in the next instant, he breathed a little easier, refraining from his trademark laugh for once. So that's how it is. You really are different from the others. If you would just... Before Doflamingo could finish, Naruto waved him off. I'm not particularly interested in artificial devil fruits, he said, and I have a healthy respect for scientific research. I honestly don't care whether your motives are profit or survival. But abducting children and slaughtering the innocent people of Dress Rosa, those are things I simply cannot tolerate. As he spoke, Naruto walked toward Doflamingo. Doflamingo kept his head bowed, lost in thought. To be honest, I'm not some great saint, nor am I a monster. But I do have my boundaries. The wounds of your childhood shaped who you are today. And you are, without a doubt, a rare talent. I admire that about you. Let's go. Abandoning his ability to fly, Naruto stepped past Doflamingo. Perona was clever enough to know when to play around and when not to. For now, she quietly kept Vika and Mansheri entertained. Sugar, nestled in his arms, breathed softly in her sleep. Doflamingo's body tensed. He glanced back at the kingdom of Dress Rosa. Given the current situation, it's not hard to imagine. The members and officers of the Donquixote family are most likely doomed. What now? Doflamingo felt a struggle within himself. Naruto, however, showed no urgency. He walked at a steady, unhurried pace. To Doflamingo's ears, those footsteps sounded like the countdown to his demise. He let out a long breath. The veins on his forehead bulged as tension built. But in the end, he lowered his head and fell in step behind Naruto. You're quite the representative, aren't you? A celestial dragon. Doflamingo was taken aback for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. So you've known all along? Perona was quietly startled by this, glancing back at Doflamingo. Still, she sensibly kept her silence. But I really don't like the things you've done. Of course, I can't deny your abilities. From now on, you'll join my father and the others. After we overthrow the world government, there will be a mountain of work to do. This world is vast. There are things my father and his companions may not fully understand. And with your background, I imagine you'd have a particular interest in the execution of the celestial dragons, wouldn't you? In that instant, Doflamingo's skin prickled with goosebumps. Part of it was fear of Naruto. The other part was the shock at the prospect of executing the celestial dragons. Don't be too hasty to accept. Before all that, I'll need you to die once. Doflamingo frowned slightly, as if pondering the meaning. No need to overthink it. I mean it exactly as I say. You really do need to die once. Doflamingo exclaimed in shock. Don't tell me. You have the power to bring the dead back to life? Naruto shrugged and said, Do you still want this celestial dragon body? Thud. Doflamingo tripped over his own feet and fell flat on the ground. But almost immediately he scrambled back to his feet, his face full of shock. My apologies. That was unseemly of me. If possible, I like to change bodies. Naruto nodded slightly. Caesar is a clever man. You know what to do, don't you? Doflamingo replied at once. I understand. In that case, go on. Doflamingo gave Naruto a quick bow, then hurried off at full speed toward the factory on Punk Hazard. Watching Doflamingo's retreating figure, Naruto shook his head with a smile. No wonder he can thrive in both the underworld and the light, becoming the top broker in the darkest corners. Perona swung her feet back and forth. Lord Naruto, are you really just going to let him go? Sometimes, killing isn't the only way to solve a problem. When someone's value alive outweighs their value dead, the situation changes. But I won't let myself be bound by rules and restrictions, nor do I need special privileges. Those who deserve to die will die. Perona nodded obediently. Vika spoke up hesitantly. So, is that why you said he should die once, Lord Naruto? Mancheri, frightened, hid herself in Perona's arms. Lord Naruto, do you really not want him dead? At this, both Vika and Mancheri fell silent. Then, almost at the same time, they both shook their heads. Naruto's lips curled into a faint smile. That's the real reason you two are so easily deceived and bullied. Doflamingo is a talented man. If his talent were truly among the very best, this situation would never have happened. Just then, a soft, childlike hum floated through the air. Sugar opened her eyes. Perona's face was right in front of her, though Perona hadn't tried to scare her on purpose. The eerie aura of the hollow fruit still startled Sugar. Ah! She shrieked, her expression instantly cartoonish. Her little neck tilted to one side. Perona, But in no time, Sugar's eyes fluttered open again, and she blinked. Why didn't I faint? Let me go. A low, resonating buzz filled the air as Sugar struggled, her anger bubbling over into a single, determined thought. She wanted to turn this woman into a toy, but to break free, if only her body were a bit stronger. And so, in the very next moment, Sugar, forever a legal lowly, suddenly grew up. She tumbled from Perona's arms. Thud! She landed squarely on the floor with a yelp. Ouch! Looking up, she saw Naruto's foot about to come down. Startled, she gasped. Her once petite dress, now stretched by her transformation, tore apart at the seams. Even her summoning beast trembled uncontrollably with fear. The scene was almost comical, bodies changing size at will, right on the spot. Mancheri and Vika stared with wide eyes. Then, inspired, imagined themselves growing larger too. And just like that, the two little ones transformed as well. Perona, this feeling, it was almost as if 3 oversized kids had been dropped from her lap. 2 pointed noses poked at Naruto as the girls slid down. At least Sugar had a few scraps of cloth left to cover herself. The other 2 weren't so fortunate. For a moment, the air fell utterly silent. Naruto watched as the 3 of them began to heat up visibly, the change clear to the naked eye. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and draped specially made clothes over them. Mancheri and Vika hurriedly pictured themselves shrinking down in their minds. In the blink of an eye, they regained their original petite forms. Naruto casually tossed them back into Perona's hands. Sugar was left completely stunned. The weakness of the hobby fruit had vanished, but the aftereffects lingered still. Naruto reached out, lifting Sugar as if she were a chick, holding her effortlessly. He continued walking forward. The processing factory on Ice and Fire Island was now directly ahead. Expanding his senses, he could feel that the children who'd been experimented on were gathering in groups, boarding ships in an orderly fashion. The one directing and maintaining order was none other than Doflamingo himself. At his side stood a man draped in a white cloak. The two were deep in conversation. Naruto had no desire to listen in. If the world he'd first arrived in had been the world of pirates, then by now, that world would be unrecognizable. There was one thing Naruto understood very clearly. Emperors come and go. Noble families remain unshakable. The great families are always there. Whether in the pirate world or in the world of shinobi, this much never changes. To truly change the order, one must become the one with the greatest voice, the ultimate authority. After all, people are social creatures. Doflamingo only managed to climb to where he is now by breaking free from his past identity and making use of everything at his disposal. And it's not a low position he's reached. That's precisely why Naruto hasn't simply wiped him out. His heart isn't wholly committed to either side. All that's necessary is to ensure the path to ascension remains open. Why did I end up like this? Sugar gave Naruto's leg a timid little pat. She suddenly realized her playful fruit powers had disappeared. At the same time, she noticed she now had two enormous, ominous presences looming over her. Servant, is that how you address your master? Perona's voice drifted in, eerie as a ghost in the night. Sugar, though still startled, had grown a little immune to these chills. Annoyance began to replace her fear. I, she stammered, then huffed. Are you trying to wriggle out of this? Perona pouted, clearly displeased. Hurry up and turn back into your tiny form. You're not nearly as cute like this. Sugar lost her patience. She swung a fist in frustration. But Perona had seen it coming and simply phased through in her ghostly form. Sugar couldn't win in a fight, nor could she out-argue Perona, and she was clearly in the wrong. Frustrated, she shut her eyes tightly. Yet curiosity got the better of her. She wondered if she could still transform into her 10-year-old self. To her surprise, her body shrank rapidly, returning to the appearance of a 10-year-old girl. Even her voice went back to its childlike timbre. She also noticed her new clothes shrank along with her. Why am I wearing a maid outfit? The little girl looked up at the man, carrying her. Naruto scratched his nose awkwardly and handed her over to Perona, saying nothing. From a distance, he caught sight of someone at the factory gate. It was Sugar's sister, the snow woman Monet. At that moment, Monet stood quietly by the entrance, waiting. And, surprisingly, she too was now dressed in a maid outfit. Lord Naruto, sister. As they drew closer, Sugar finally confirmed that the woman before her was indeed her older sister. She was puzzled to see her sister treating Naruto with such deference. But what confused her even more was why her sister was also dressed as a maid. Sugar, Monet, too, was momentarily stunned. It was only when she heard Sugar's voice that she realized this little one was her own younger sister. A maid outfit, and the woman holding her, another maid outfit. Wait, aren't those two from the Donquixote tribe? They're also in maid outfits. Naruto instinctively touched his nose, feeling a sense of awkwardness he hadn't experienced in a long time. The atmosphere shifted, becoming a little off. Please come in. Monet quickly bowed to Naruto, inviting him inside. Naruto gave a slight nod, then stepped forward to follow her in. By this time, Perona had also made her way down. She tiptoed up and whispered mischievously in Naruto's ear. Would you like to see what's under the maid's skirts? Huh? Naruto looked utterly confused, question marks written all over his face. Both Vika and Mancheri were too stunned to speak, still catching their breath from the recent commotion. Sugar, however, wriggled free and hurried over to Monet's side. The two sisters began whispering softly to each other. Not long after, Sugar came back. She lifted her tiny hand and fanned her own cheeks. There was nothing she could do. While others took a single step, she had to scamper 3 or 4 times just to keep up. Being carried by Perona had naturally made her the target of teasing. The little girl was fuming, wishing she could be bigger, but she was still wary of using that particular ability. Besides, after losing her hobby fruit powers, Sugar hadn't yet adapted to her new state. Before long, they arrived in the main hall. Master, Naruto, use my regular name. He waved his hand dismissively and took a seat at the dining table. Doflamingo entered as well, while Caesar, standing off to the side, glanced at Naruto with clear apprehension. Lord Naruto, Caesar murmured. After that, Caesar kept his head down, not daring to say another word. This was someone who could take his life at any moment. Moreover, according to what Doflamingo had revealed, even the Navy headquarters had been wiped out. The next target was the world government, which had ruled the world for centuries. Monet quietly came to sit by Naruto's side, obedient and demure. Sugar blinked, sensing that the atmosphere in the room was somewhat odd. She had just woken up, hearing noises from outside. She'd barely eaten a few grapes when someone barged in, and before she knew it, she'd been turned into a maid. When she awoke again, her sister had become a maid as well. The young master still sat across from them, clearly acquiescing to all of this. Looking at the dining table, more and more girls in maid outfits kept bringing out delicious dishes. Perona, of course, had no intention of holding back. For Mancheri and Vika, things were much simpler. A small piece of meat was more than enough to fill both of them. After they'd been eating for a while, Doflamingo finally spoke up. Lord Naruto, speak. Naruto gently wiped the soup from the corner of Perona's mouth and replied in a calm voice. The Knights of God are on their way. Yes, as expected. Naruto cast a glance at Doflamingo. How long? They'll be here any moment. They're coming for you, aren't they? Doflamingo's face darkened. That's right. He had only just found out about it himself. After losing his Shichibukai status, the five elders were bound to be displeased, or perhaps they had always been dissatisfied with Doflamingo. The celestial dragons, on the other hand, openly supported Doflamingo's execution. And so, the Knights of God had been dispatched. The Knights of God were an elite force chosen from among the celestial dragons. They possessed strength on par with the Shichibukai, and, annoyingly, their authority even surpassed that of most celestial dragons. Even the supreme commander of the Holy Knights possesses the authority to execute the celestial dragons. As far as my intelligence network tells me, it seems you've also managed to take down the entire red-haired pirates, haven't you? Doflamingo's face wore an expression of surprise and curiosity. He continued, the supreme commander of the Holy Knights is a man named Figureland Gringu. He has a daughter who carries some of the Donquixote family's blood. That daughter betrayed the celestial dragons and bore a child with a man from the D-clan. There was something peculiar in Doflamingo's tone. Clearly, Doflamingo knew Figureland Gringu's daughter, and not just in passing. There was a certain familiarity. Naruto set down the peeled grapes, and Sugar hurried to catch them. Doflamingo's meaning was unmistakable. Naruto understood perfectly, and he was not the least bit surprised. Figureland Gringu, supreme commander of the Holy Knights. Red hair, one of the four emperors, red-haired. Original name, Figureland D. Shanks. That's the power of the face fruit for you, always upholding tradition. Once again, it all comes down to bloodlines. In the end, it turns out it's just one big family fighting amongst themselves. Naruto shook his head and looked over at Doflamingo. To have survived and climbed all the way to the position of Warlord of the Sea, you must truly be something. Doflamingo managed a strained smile. Speaking of which, the kingdom of Dress Rosa really did belong to your family centuries ago. I won't bother going into more detail. Naruto rose to his feet. I've still got a mission to handle, so I won't be staying any longer. As for the Holy Knights, if they arrive, just tell them about my existence. I'm heading to the territory of the Yonko, Big Mom. Perona hurriedly stood up as well. Wait here for my people to arrive. I've already sent word to them. Afterward, just await further orders. The atmosphere shifted in an instant. All of a sudden, Naruto felt someone clinging to his thigh. Looking down, he saw Sugar, dressed in a little maid outfit, hugging his leg tightly. Her face was the very picture of adorable innocence. A soft giggle escaped. Clearly, Monet wasn't about to be outdone. She wrapped her arms around Naruto's arm. Is this how you test your officers? With a gentle shake, Naruto managed to put a bit of distance between himself and the two. No need for all this. Doflamingo waved his hand, signaling Monet and Sugar to step back. Monet hesitated, remaining rooted to the spot. Sugar, however, held onto Naruto's thigh with relentless determination. Perona spoke up. Lord Naruto, she's a maid. Sugar shot her a glare. Naruto simply picked her up. Very well, let's bring her along. Let's go. As soon as the words left his mouth, Naruto disappeared in an instant, taking Perona and the three little ones with him. Doflamingo unleashed his observation haki to the fullest, but couldn't sense how Naruto left at all. Phew! He collapsed in his chair, exhaling deeply. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. Nearby, Caesar's forehead glistened with sweat as well. Though the encounter had been brief, Caesar couldn't shake the feeling that, at any moment, he might lose his head. So this is Uzumaki Naruto with a bounty of 4 billion? I'd say even 10 billion wouldn't be too much. Doflamingo did not argue. He glanced at Monet. Monet, go after them and see what you can find. If possible, from now on, stay with Sugar and follow him. Monet nodded. Doflamingo continued. If you don't catch up, just come back. There's still business in Dress Rosa that needs our attention. When that esteemed person's people arrive, we'll need to be ready. And as for the Holy Knights, just follow Lord Naruto's instructions. The mention of the Holy Knights still made Doflamingo uneasy. Then Doflamingo stood up. Leave the data here, and make sure to take good care of all the test subjects. Shut down the underground trade. Caesar, don't even think about running away. Once you leave this island, you're no longer my concern. Caesar hurriedly shook his head. He certainly wasn't a fool. In that case, let's go. Suddenly, Doflamingo glanced back. Monet had already rushed out after them. A sinister laugh echoed through the room. The four emperors' Big Mom. And after her, it's Kaido. He shook his head. None of this is my concern. Meanwhile, high above in the sky. Lord Naruto, it's my sister. Midair, Naruto was carrying Sugar. Sugar, a bit bored, was spinning around and around. Suddenly, she spotted Monet chasing after them. She quickly called out to Naruto. Naruto slowed down. Soon enough, Monet caught up. Go back. Rebecca might need your help. Rebecca? Monet's delicate brows furrowed, but she quickly shook her head. Lord Naruto, Please let Monet go with you as well. I'll be back. As soon as the words fell, Naruto's figure seemed to fade like a mirage, slowly vanishing from sight. In truth, Naruto had never really stopped moving. Meanwhile, Naruto left a wooden clone to fly with the four women, while he himself entered the limited Tsukuyami world. There was only one reason. He had heard the call. Inside the world of limited Tsukuyami, Hinata was hiding in a corner. 1, 2. Now, let me guess where you're hiding. My other self. Hinata trembled from head to toe, overwhelmed with fear. No, please, Naruto. With a loud crash, the wardrobe flew open. The dominant Hinata, arms crossed, stood there staring at the tearful Hinata with a look of annoyance. Really? How can you be so scared just playing hide-and-seek? Seeing Hinata's face streaked with tears, the dominant Hinata grabbed her and pulled her out. Come on, let's talk about Naruto. Hinata hesitated for a moment, shrinking back a little, intimidated by this fierce version of herself. The dominant Hinata could only sigh in exasperation. She led Hinata over to the sofa and sat them down. Crossing her legs, Hinata glanced over, her cheeks growing faintly pink. The dominant Hinata found this amusing, so she leaned in and asked, "Tell me, have you ever tasted Naruto?" "What?" Hinata squeaked in a timid voice. A sly smile curled at the corner of the dominant Hinata's lips. "Just as I thought. You haven't." Then, the dominant Hinata pulled Hinata into a gentle embrace. "We really are exactly alike, aren't we? Tell me, do you think Naruto could ever tell the two of us apart?" Big sister Hinata's wide eyes sparkled mischievously. Then, she began to take off Hinata's clothes. "Ah, what are you doing?" Big sister Hinata's lips curled into a sly grin. Seeing someone who looked exactly like herself, she found it irresistibly fun to tease her. Before long, the two had swapped outfits. In reality, if Hinata had put in even a little effort, Big Sister Hinata wouldn't have been able to move her at all. Of course, Big Sister Hinata was well aware of this. She shot Hinata a sidelong glance. With a wicked smile, she teased, "You want this too, don't you?" Hinata fell silent. Her cheeks flushed, she whispered, "Don't. That's not true. Don't say things like that. This isn't right. What if Naruto?" Little did she know, Naruto had already arrived. He shook his head, wondering what on earth was going on. Then, he released his sensory jutsu. Meanwhile, the two Inos were interacting in a way that was the complete opposite of the Hinatas. Surprisingly, they had also swapped clothes. They seemed to be quite in sync. Naruto landed in front of Big Sister Hinata's door. He knocked gently. Inside, both Big Sister Hinata and Hinata immediately sensed who was outside. Instinctively, their eyes met. Big Sister Hinata put on an air of frailty. She glanced at Hinata, who had just finished her makeup. "Hurry, go open the door." Hinata protested softly. Isn't this a bit much?" Her stomach rumbled quietly. Despite her words, Hinata couldn't help but stand up. "No, I can't lose to the other me. I want this too." "Naruto, it's me, Hinata." Naruto hesitated for a moment. "I know. You. Why are you only showing up now?" Hinata, now dressed in the clothes of the boss Hinata, stood before him. The moment she realized she'd misspoken, a visible blush swept across her lovely face. Still, she tried her hardest to act as if she really were the boss Hinata. Naruto couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl up in amusement. Naruto! On the other side, the real boss Hinata lowered her head shyly, tapping her fingertips together, sneaking glances at Naruto from under her lashes. Not bad. Her acting was pretty convincing, but she didn't quite have that special air about her. "So what exactly are you two up to?" As Naruto entered, Hinata hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and closed the door behind him. The boss Hinata quickly stepped forward. Noticing Naruto's irrepressible smile, she rolled her eyes at him, then naturally hooked her arm through his and led him over to the sofa. The Hinata playing the switched role grew anxious. She glared, stomped her tiny foot, and hurried after them. But as soon as she sat down, embarrassment overtook her, and she instinctively leaned a little further back. Surprisingly, it actually felt pretty convincing. Naruto watched the two of them with great interest. The door shut quietly behind him. Ripples of space swirled around Naruto, spiraling outward. Time to head back, just in time, it seemed, for something important. After Naruto left, the boss Hinata moved a little, while the Hinata with tears still glimmering in the corners of her eyes seemed to waver. Did she faint from embarrassment again? "Where did you go?" Perona asked, clearly puzzled. Naruto shrugged. "We haven't reached our destination yet, have we?" Perona hopped onto his shoulder, resting her chin in her hands. An endless sea, yeah. It's getting a bit boring, huh?" Perona suddenly frowned, bent down, and sniffed around Naruto's neck. Her pupils shrank sharply in surprise. Vika and Mancheri, following Perona's lead, flew over and hovered by Naruto's neck as well. That's the scent of home. The kingdom of the Tontada tribe was nestled right in the sea of flowers. Sugar popped a grape into her mouth. Then, glancing at the 4 grapes left in her arms, her lips curled in a pout, a touch of sadness clouding her face. Here, have one. Sugar offered a grape to Naruto. She kicked her tiny feet in the air, finally swinging herself close enough to hand it over. Perona, her spirit seemingly drained, rested her cheeks in both hands and fell into a sudden silence. But her mood shifted as quickly as it had come. Let's find that elephant next. Elephant. Perona blinked in surprise, then remembered she ought to be angry right now. Naruto nodded ever so slightly and passed the grape from Sugar to Perona. Perona's eyes immediately curved into crescent moons. Sugar began to flail her legs in a panic. She scrambled up Naruto's thigh. Give it back. A weak little maid like you doesn't deserve a grape. If I still have more. And I'm not sharing with you anymore. With that, Sugar clenched her teeth. To make sure Perona felt the sting of being left out, she handed 1 grape each to Vika and Mancheri. The grapes were almost half as tall as Vika and Mancheri themselves. Noticing this, Sugar swallowed hard without meaning to. Her little face was full of longing. Seizing the moment while Sugar was distracted, Perona snatched another grape. Sugar burst into tears. In many ways, Sugar still had the heart of a 10-year-old child. Perona even pulled a silly face to mock her pain. The heartbroken Sugar clambered back on her own, letting Naruto carry her, refusing to speak. When we get to the elephant's back, there should be plenty of grapes. Really? Sugar sniffled, her big eyes looking up as she asked. Of course not. Do you really think grapes can grow on an elephant's back? Perona also tried to comfort Sugar with a touch of humor. At that, Sugar immediately turned her head away in a sulk. Naruto chuckled softly. It's not an ordinary elephant. This elephant is enormous. There's even a whole country on its back. The country of Zou. This giant can walk across the sea. At his words, all 4 women were stunned. An elephant that big? MHM. You can already see it now. Naruto lifted his chin, motioning ahead. The 4 women looked up. Ahead, in the distance across the sea, a hazy figure began to appear. It looked just like an elephant. So huge. All 4 exclaimed in unison. Joy boy. The drums of liberation. The giant elephant's voice thundered across the waves. At the same time, its 4 massive legs moved slowly through the ocean. Upon its back, a nation rested. Yet its booming voice did not reach the people living on its back. It's calling out. Is it saying something? None of the 4 women were ordinary. A soul fruit user, a hobby fruit user, and a Tontada all possess sharp senses for these kinds of phenomena. We're still a ways from the giant elephant. Let's go down first. Perfect opportunity to find some grapes for Sugar. As he spoke, Naruto lowered their flying altitude. We're not going straight to the elephant's back. Perona was puzzled, but she never objected to Naruto's decisions. Below us lies a moving seaborne territory, which is also a country in its own right, Naruto explained. I almost forgot about their existence. They may lack elite combat power, but they're still formidable on the battlefield. With their unique abilities, well, let's make sure to bring them under our control in a moment. Sugar ignored the latter part of his words. Touched, she sniffled. In her childlike voice, she said, Thank you, Lord Naruto. If she hadn't been carried, Sugar would have probably run to hug his leg again. She realized that this move worked quite well on Naruto. Meanwhile, down on the waters below, the Germa Kingdom's mobile sea fortress was on the move. A man with fiery red hair and curly eyebrows, along with another man whose curly hair was blue, pushed open the heavy doors at the same time. Reiju, why did you call us here? At that moment, in the corridor, a short-haired woman with a pink bob gazed out over the ocean. A heavy mist blanketed everything. The weather at sea was unpredictably fickle. The woman turned and said, I have a bad feeling. And Ichiji, did you hear something just now? This woman was none other than Princess Reiju of the Germa Kingdom, the eldest of the Vinsmoke family. Standing across from her, the red-haired man was the kingdom's eldest prince, Vinsmoke Ichiji. The blue-haired man was the second prince, Vinsmoke Niji. Niji, clearly annoyed, snapped. You called us here just for this? Suppressing his anger, he spun on his heel and slammed the door behind him. Neither Reiju nor Ichiji seemed surprised by his outburst. Ichiji glanced at Niji's retreating figure, then, with some displeasure, said, Reiju, we've been discussing the arrangement of a political marriage with Big Mom. If it's nothing urgent, don't. Before he could finish, Reiju suddenly closed her eyes and spoke. Listen, that sound is echoing again. It's ancient and endlessly long. Ichiji frowned. He couldn't hear anything at all. Then he interrupted Reiju out loud. Enough, he said. We've been in the new world for some time now. All we can do now is hope that useless fool has made it here as well. If he ends up imprisoned and impelled down like Straw Hat Luffy, then we'd better start thinking of another plan. Ichiji's face returned to its usual stoic expression. As the eldest son and a product of Germa's finest genetic engineering, his emotions rarely shifted, except when it came to battle. You really didn't hear anything? Reiju opened her eyes. Without a word, Ichiji produced a capsule. Inside was his battle suit. I didn't hear it, but I saw something. Reiju paused, then turned her head. There on the horizon, a black speck appeared on the sea. She squinted, and soon the outline of a person took shape. Wait, what are you doing? Reiju cried out in alarm. Ichiji was already suiting up. An illegal intruder. Naturally, I'll deal with them. Reiju looked at her brother, her beautiful face full of helplessness. Don't be so rash. But Ichiji was already taking flight. She had no choice but to follow. The Germa kingdom was, after all, a nation built purely for war. In pursuit of overwhelming military might, the king of the Germa kingdom, Vinsmoke Judge. Even before his fourth son, Vinsmoke Yanji, and his 3 older brothers were born, subjected them to genetic modifications. His aim was for his children to possess power surpassing that of ordinary humans. Yet the side effect of this transformation was the sacrifice of their emotions. Reiju and Sanji, however, were far less affected. Still, Reiju could not defy her father's commands. Meanwhile, Naruto gazed at the distant elephant. Joy boy, I can hear your voice. The drums of liberation are echoing. It was the elephant's voice, but only he could understand the meaning behind it. Perona and the other women felt only a persistent ringing in their ears. Joy boy. The giant elephant's voice was deep and resonant, so powerful it carried clearly over the great distance. Silence. Your joy boy is imprisoned. Suddenly, the giant elephant's voice came to an abrupt halt as Naruto finished speaking. All 4 women looked at Naruto in astonishment. At that moment, Vinsmoke Ichiji appeared, clad in his crimson combat suit. A bold one was emblazoned on the back of the blazing red suit. Once Ichiji judged the distance was right, he launched his attack without even bothering to get a clear look at Naruto. Reiju, behind him, tried to stop him, but she was just a step too late. In the next instant, Ichiji's eyes flared with an intense, blinding light. Caught off guard, Perona and Sugar both had their vision overwhelmed. Ah! Sugar let out a shrill scream, flailing like an octopus as she stumbled into Naruto's arms. In a flash, immediately, Iji charged at Naruto with great speed. Spark double spiral. Iji unleashed dazzling flames from both hands. A wave of intense heat surged forward. But just as Iji's fist came before Naruto, and he finally got a good look at Naruto's face, his mind went blank for a moment. A low hum reverberated in the air. An invisible force swept outward, and the flames blazing around Iji's fists vanished in an instant. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "A bounty as high as the 4 emperors. Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto gave him a calm, indifferent glance. He then picked up Sugar, who was crawling beneath him, and set her on his other shoulder. Iji, stop right now. At this moment, Reiju finally caught up. She wore a pink combat suit. Germa 66, poison pink. Her lips were painted a soft pink. She flashed a wicked, knowing smile. Below her smooth, fair belly button was a pink miniskirt. The number 6 was marked at the top of her long, slender legs. You're Uzumaki Naruto. Reiju, too, recognized his identity. Sugar and Perona finally regained their senses. Negative ghost. A ghost, shaped like a Terubozu, drifted through Iji. Yet Iji showed no emotion. Or rather, not as much as before. He withdrew his fists, his tone grave. Uzumaki Naruto, where is Sanji of the Straw Hat Pirates? Naruto shot him a sidelong glance. A heavy thud resounded. The next second, Iji was sent flying backward. He dared to interrogate Naruto right off the bat? Reiju's pupils shrank sharply, clearly startled by the force she had just witnessed. He hurriedly said, I sincerely apologize, Uzumaki Naruto. I didn't mean to offend you. Before Reiju could finish, Sugar crossed her arms with an air of pride and declared, How sorry are you? And what's the compensation? Then the little girl raised her hand, counting with her fingers. In the next moment, both her tiny hands shot out. Her face was full of malice. You have to compensate me with this many grapes. Right now, this instant, immediately, pay up in grapes. Even though Sugar's real age was already quite legal, her body was still that of a little girl. Words that ought to have sounded fierce and domineering, coming from her lips, felt more like a cute, dramatic plea. Reiju blinked in surprise. One adorable child. Sugar, big, Make me bigger. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, Sugar grew larger. But just as quickly, she shrank right back to her petite form. Now she wanted grapes even more. Being small made it easier to endure hunger. Perona, meanwhile, furrowed her brows, watching Reiju with utmost vigilance. Not only did the other woman have pink hair, just like hers, but she was even more formidable than her own summoned beast. Thankfully, when it came to cuteness, Perona still had the upper hand. No, wait, that's not right. She was just as powerful, only she kept her true abilities hidden. Reiju glanced back at Ichiji, who was barely managing to fly over, and breathed a sigh of relief. Both of them wore combat suits that allowed for flight. As long as they could still fly, it meant they hadn't been seriously injured. Thank you, Lord Naruto, for showing mercy. A hint of gratitude flickered in her eyes. Even though Naruto hadn't truly attacked, just that single move was enough for Reiju to get a sense of what it meant to possess the strength of an Emperor of the Sea. Germa 60SX's ambitions are a bit delusional. Up ahead is the Germa Kingdom. I'm Vinsmoke Reiju. The one who just offended you is my brother, Vinsmoke Ichiji. We have another brother, too. He's with the Straw Hat Pirates, blonde hair. Vinsmoke Sanji. Naruto raised his hand. Reiju's eyes widened in an instant, her fair face turning pale as a sheet. Ichiji behind her reacted the same way, yet still gritted his teeth and rushed forward. But Naruto just waved his hand, and the thick fog that the giant elephant had drawn in was swept away with ease. With the mist gone, their view cleared. The Germa Kingdom came into full sight for everyone. It was a vast island, and it was still slowly moving forward. There's no need to say more. I know who you are, and everything about the Germa Kingdom. As for Sanji, he was sent flying to the Kamabaka Kingdom by Kuma, wasn't he? Your goal is to form an alliance with one of the four emperors. Reiju and Ichiji were both left speechless by his words. Uzumaki Naruto, rival to the four emperors. Reiju, Ichiji, bring our esteemed guest back with you. Now that the fog had lifted, and with all the commotion Ichiji had caused earlier, the king of the Germa Kingdom, Vinsmoke Judge, had already sensed their arrival. Gazing at the figure in midair, a different scheme immediately began to take shape in Judge's mind. The marriage alliance with Big Mom, one of the four emperors, was progressing smoothly. He just needed to find a son to marry her daughter. But that useless son was nowhere to be found at the moment. Germa 66, the army of evil. I was just thinking of seeing for myself whether the rumors are true. Naruto glanced at Reiju, who looked both embarrassed and troubled, and spoke up on his own initiative. Perona let out a dismissive huff. Sugar hurriedly added, and don't forget my compensation for the grapes. Hurry, bring them as fast as you can. Ichiji said nothing, simply turning on his heel and walking away. No doubt he was off to search for grapes somewhere in the kingdom. Joy boy. Suddenly, the giant elephant called out again. Naruto could sense that it was calling for him. Naruto paused, speechless. I'm not him. You just be quiet. After living for thousands of years, its intelligence was still disappointingly lacking. The giant elephant closed its mouth once more, resigned. Down below, outside the royal palace, Vinsmoke Judge gave a slight nod before Ichiji finally turned and left. Meanwhile, the second son, Vinsmoke Niji, said coldly, such arrogance. The fourth son, Vinsmoke Yanji, was equally displeased. So what if his bounty is 4 billion? If we've never fought, who knows if it's all just hype? Then, suddenly, Yanji's expression melted into a dreamy grin. She's so beautiful. If only I could. He didn't get to finish, as Judge immediately barked, silence. But it was too late. Everyone had heard him. Perona was stunned for a moment, then looked at the green-haired Yanji with utter disgust. Reiju sensed trouble and quickly turned around, trying to apologize. But Naruto's fingers had already moved. Crack! Vinsmoke Yanji's eyes widened in shock. Clutching his throat, he writhed on the ground in agony, his vision beginning to blur. What? A single glance? Just a flick of the fingers, and Judge and Niji fell silent. In that instant, they understood what it truly meant to be outmatched. The power they prided themselves on was utterly worthless in the face of this man. Reiju, already mentally prepared, was not surprised to see what had become of Yanji. Tap! Everyone landed upon the soil of the Germa 66 kingdom. Naruto glanced indifferently at the stunned group. Then his gaze shifted to Vinsmoke Judge, the king of Germa, whose face had turned rather grim. Are you dissatisfied? Judge's pupils contracted suddenly. Even Niji, usually quick-tempered and prone to violent outbursts over the smallest slight, fell silent. Lord Uzumaki Naruto. How dare you? Perona interrupted Judge sharply. Judge took a deep breath. Mr. Uzumaki Naruto, the Germa Kingdom welcomes your arrival. Naruto ignored him, giving a slight, nod to signal for Reiju to lead the way. Reiju hesitated, glancing at her father. You don't have to obey him anymore. The bloodline factor in your body no longer contains that restraint. As his words fell, Reiju froze for a moment, then sensed a certain force within her dissipate. She tried moving forward, without Judge's command, or even deliberately defying his highest orders, and took a step. Nothing happened, not the slightest consequence. Witnessing this, even Yanji, who had just begun to recover, was left utterly speechless with shock. Judge himself couldn't help but step back. He had only recently encountered one of the four emperors, Big Mom. Yet, the pressure she exerted was nothing compared to the overwhelming force radiating from the man before him. This suffocating sense of oppression, he had never experienced anything like it. He brushed past a few people and said in a cool voice, "If you can't control your child, then don't let him come out here and make a fool of himself." Reiju dared not linger and hastened her pace. Perona pulled a silly face at them. Sugar quickly followed suit, imitating her. Meanwhile, Vika and Mancheri gazed curiously at the Germa kingdom. The place was brimming with a sense of technological wonder. The two little ones had yet to realize that, bit by bit, their very natures were beginning to change. Under normal circumstances, even when facing villains, the kind-hearted Tontada folk would feel a pang of sympathy. It brings to mind a certain tale, tormented by a terrible villain for centuries, someone resolved to become the most wicked sorcerer of all. Yet his brilliant idea was simply to wipe out every evil sorcerer, so that by being the last one standing, he himself would become the most evil of them all. After some time, Judge finally composed himself, though his expression remained sour, as he said, "Get out of my sight." Niji dared not protest, and withdrew, taking the still speechless Yanji with him. Meanwhile, Ichiji, having respectfully delivered several baskets of grapes and received a subtle signal from Reiju, hurried over at once. Seeing Ichiji return, Judge's expression eased slightly. "How is it?" he asked. Ichiji replied in a low voice, "No serious harm was done." "That's good." Judge breathed a sigh of relief. "Go keep an eye on those two. Don't let them embarrass us again." Ichiji nodded firmly, then turned and left. Judge then addressed a nearby soldier. "Go and gather every grape in the kingdom. All of them." After casting Ichiji a brief glance, Judge finally strode towards the royal palace. Since the other side hadn't destroyed them outright, there was still room for negotiation. Judge could sense, however, that this time, Germa faced an opponent who simply could not be defied. He could only hope and pray that the other party wouldn't devour the fruits of his lifetime's labor. Marriage alliance, that's it. Not long after, Reiju also stepped out. Faced with her own father, Reiju no longer felt that instinctive fear. "Reiju, if Sanji can't be found, so be it. The marriage with Big Mom is off. This Uzumaki Naruto is even more terrifying than I imagined. Even Big Mom didn't have such an overwhelming presence. Change of plan. The marriage alliance continues. Do you understand what I mean?" Judge spoke in a deep, commanding voice. Yet Reiju replied with a blank expression, "I don't understand." Judge's eyes narrowed. "Are you defying my orders?" Reiju could only shake her head helplessly. "He's not that kind of person. This plan won't work." Judge looked at his daughter, who dared to oppose him and yet remained untouched by his authority. "If you've never tried, how can you be sure it won't succeed?" Reiju was silent for a moment. Her father's heart was consumed only by the thought of restoring the Germa kingdom. He had sacrificed nearly everything. Whether it was son, daughter, or wife, he had thrown them all away. Was a revival of the Germa kingdom truly worth so much? Judge caught the flicker of doubt in Reiju's eyes and spoke coldly. "Women have no country. If you still acknowledge me as your father, then go and get ready. As for how that man likes his women dressed, just copy the style of those around him." With those words, Judge strode past Reiju and entered the grand hall. Reiju stood in silence for long, while before finally sighing and making her way to her own room. "Mr. Naruto, I wonder if the food here suits your palate?" Judge forced out what he believed to be a friendly smile. But the smile froze on his face almost immediately. Seated in the place of honor, which was meant for the master of the house, sat Naruto. At his side, Perona was on the left and Sugar on the right. And that wasn't all. There were also two unfamiliar women present. All of them dressed in matching maid outfits. Those two were none other than the little ones, Mancheri and Vika. Pink, blue, yellow, green. The Calabash brothers were still missing 3. After popping a few grapes into her mouth, Sugar leaned back in her chair, thoroughly content. Seeing Judge, she put on a fierce act and said, "These grapes don't even begin to cover your compensation." Ever since she learned that Naruto possessed a storage space, Sugar had been delighted. Perona, on the other hand, had suddenly become quite ladylike. She sat obediently beside Naruto, occasionally feeding him little bites. The truth was, she wasn't hungry at all. Vika and Mansheri, though, hadn't stopped eating. After growing larger, they discovered that food tasted even better. And now, they no longer had to face the awkwardness of being full after just a tiny bite of human cuisine. Naruto took a small sip of red wine, then turned to Judge. Judge shuddered all over and instinctively took a lower seat. Let's keep this brief. I've taken a liking to the Germa Kingdom. If its military strength is put to good use, it'll be a valuable asset for the future. The scientific research here also has enormous significance for the world. After peeling some grapes, Naruto placed them on Sugar's plate. As for you, I prefer to deal with you in your own fashion. Judge kept silent, waiting, but Reiju didn't make him wait long. Soon enough, the great hall doors swung open. Reiju appeared, now dressed in an even more refined maid outfit. Judge nodded slightly, and Reiju took small, delicate steps to stand beside Naruto. Mr. Naruto, the Germa Kingdom is my life's work. If I were to hand over just like that, I wouldn't be able to accept it. Let's form an alliance through marriage. An alliance through marriage? All four women froze for a moment. Then, as if on cue, they all turned to look at Naruto. Reiju, too, gazed at Naruto with a hint of unease. Naruto was silent for a moment. An alliance through marriage? That's a lot to take in at once. But setting that aside for now, this maid outfit, honestly, it's a little much. Still, I have to admit, the design is a definite improvement. Suddenly, a soft little hand tugged at his arm. Looking down, he saw Sugar pointing at herself. Beside her, Perona nodded with a somewhat dissatisfied pout. Naruto shook his head helplessly. Don't blame me, this is what they wanted. With a tap of his finger, he touched both Perona and Sugar. Their already elegant maid outfits instantly became even more refined and elaborate. They outshone Reiju's maid attire on the spot. Mansheri and Vika quickly turned to Naruto as well. You'll have them too, he assured. In a moment, Mansheri and Vika were dressed in equally exquisite maid outfits. Perona was delighted. This time, the maid uniforms weren't just black and white. They were tailored to match each girl's hair color. Naruto nodded slightly, then waved his hand, signaling the women to step outside. Reiju paused for a moment, then bowed respectfully, leading the four women out. Left alone with Judge, Naruto spoke softly. Perhaps an alliance through marriage is something you could accept more easily. In the future, I will need your army. This emotionless army. Without emotions, a lot of unnecessary trouble can be avoided. Judge suddenly felt that, in just a few short sentences, the atmosphere had grown heavy. Seeing Naruto stand up, he didn't dare remain seated either. He had a sense that, because of Germa's unique position, this man in front of him attached great importance to it. You have your own ambitions, and I've left someone to keep you in check. Naruto shook his head. No, there needs to be one more. Your codename is 8. Before long, you'll learn who 6 is. As for the remaining one, they will appear when the time is right. I hope your Germa won't let me down. Judge listened completely bewildered. The corners of Naruto's mouth lifted slightly as he set a book down. You're a smart man. If you can truly grasp what's in here, you'll understand what I mean. For now, let the Germa Kingdom remain in a new world. With that, Naruto gathered up the grapes from the table and turned to leave. He left Judge alone, picking up the book from the table. Outside, a group of women were chatting together. Mr. Naruto. Reiju hurried over. Naruto waved a hand dismissively. No need for that. Reiju blinked, then said softly, Sir, I'm leaving now. I'll come for you again soon. Reiju nodded gently. Even the poison girl had become docile. Naruto reached out, and Reiju instinctively closed her eyes. Patting her on the head, he placed a book in her arms. I'm off. Then, Naruto beckoned to Perona and the others, who scurried over eagerly. Taking the 4 women with him, Naruto left the Germa Kingdom behind. Reiju stood there cradling the book, watching Naruto's retreating figure. Is that all? He just left like that? Not taking her along? Sugar suddenly asked. Her little face had lost its usual cuteness, appearing instead unusually mature. Of course, that was just her own impression. Naruto picked her up. He handed her 4 grapes. If we bring her, there won't be enough grapes left for you. At those words, Sugar's composure instantly broke, and she hurriedly exclaimed, They're all mine. Before long, the outline of the giant elephant became visible. Vika and Mansheri stared wide-eyed. For such a colossal creature was beyond anything they had ever seen, or even imagined. Suddenly, Naruto gave a low command, Quiet. The giant elephant, which had just opened its mouth, quickly shut it. With the 4 girls in tow, Naruto continued to ascend, breaking through the clouds, and gazed down at the elephant's broad back. There, faintly, was the silhouette of an ancient kingdom. Perona and the other's eyes grew even wider. The world was truly full of wonders. Soon, the ancient kingdom came into clear view. They arrived in front of the city's massive gate. Naruto slowly descended. The plants all around cheered with excitement, and even the giant elephant's emotions became perceptible to Naruto. At this moment, the city gate was tightly closed, with two towering pillars on either side. Looking up, just then, a sharp, clear sound rang out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, a volley of arrows burst forth from the pillars, raining down like a sudden storm. The girls were all startled. Sugar quickly pulled Vika and Mancheri behind Naruto. Perona calmly opened her burgundy umbrella. Buzz. As the rain of arrows neared Naruto, they all suddenly seemed to lose their momentum, coming to a complete halt in midair. Then, as if on cue, the arrows dropped neatly to the ground. How rude. They attack right away, without even asking who we are. Perona praised the vigilance of the Zou Kingdom. Sugar poked her little head out. Seeing that everything was all right, she let out a sigh of relief, though she was still a bit indignant. Even if they don't want visitors, setting traps like this is just too much. Just as Sugar grumbled in her childish voice, a dark figure suddenly emerged from the distant forest. Moving with astonishing speed and agility, the figure's motions were almost inhuman. Yet strangely, its outline was unmistakably humanoid. A sudden crackle. A surge of electricity lit up the shadowy forest, briefly illuminating everything with brilliant flashes. In an instant, the shadowy figure leapt overhead. A cute, paw-like hand, with sharp claws and arcs of blinding lightning crackling around it, came slashing down. But as the claw descended, a transparent barrier shimmered into existence around them. With a soft chime, the electrified paw lost all its force, fizzling harmlessly against the shield. Perona reached out and gently patted the soft paw pad. The newcomer was left speechless. Carrot, stop. At that moment, a voice rang out from atop the city wall. A rabbit. What an adorable bunny. Perona's eyes sparkled with delight. She knew coming out here with Naruto had been the right decision. Mink tribe, Naruto, identified their visitor. At the same time, an image of Kushina flashed through his mind. Oh no, my Naruto is a furry at heart. If I'm not around, he'll never be able to restrain himself. There's already Kurama at home. But Kurama really only has his ears and his tails. Still, they're beautiful. Naruto's lips twitched in a wry smile. Bang. Carrot's attack failed. Her strength dissipated. And with the people on the city wall telling her to stop, Carrot landed squarely on her backside. She gritted her teeth and cried out, "Ouch, that hurts." Then lifting her adorable bunny head, she looked at Naruto. So fierce. Her big eyes immediately turned into swirling circles. Get up, Perona said at once, bending down and patting Carrot's little bunny head. So fluffy. Perona was so excited, her little feet kicked in the air. Sugar patted her too. Feels just like a toy. Vika and Mancheri, emboldened, flew over as well, eager to touch her, only to bump their noses into Carrot's soft fur. Who are you people? Carrot quickly stepped back, eyeing Naruto warily. She lifted her fluffy little paw and tugged at the brim of her hat. Her two long, droopy rabbit ears perked right up. Carrot, yet to transform, was now a little blonde. No, more precisely, a little rabbit girl, or rather a big rabbit girl. Meanwhile, on the city wall, two factions appeared at the same time. One ruled over the day, the other commanded the night. A leopard-headed figure, whose presence alone revealed his high rank, stepped forward. Who are you? He demanded. Hearing this, Carrot quickly retreated, warning, Pedro, be careful. This man is strong. Pedro's gaze never left Naruto. That overwhelming force, even the faintest trace of it sent chills down his spine. Outsider, this is the furry kingdom. I am Pedro. I'm the leader of the musketeer squad. Pedro narrowed his eyes, a trace of disbelief flickering across his face as he continued. Not long ago, I sensed something strange about Zenesha, but it stopped just as quickly. And just now it happened again. Is this connected to you? As he spoke, an inscrutable look appeared in Pedro's eyes. It was me, but I am not the sun god you are searching for. The sun god of your Ming tribe. I've already locked him away. Pedro fell silent. He seemed to only vaguely understand, and didn't react much to Naruto's words. Carrot blinked, one of her rabbit ears drooping, making her look adorably confused. Gloomy ghost. A Teru Bozu-style ghost appeared, bright and doll-like. Ah! Carrot let out a startled cry, then dropped to her knees and began to sob. Perona hurried over to gently pat her little bunny head. There, don't cry. Before long, Carrot recovered, her face full of question marks as she looked at Perona. Still, feeling Perona's comforting touch, Carrot just tilted her head in puzzlement and didn't refuse. Nearby, Sugar's lips parted slightly. She too was quite taken with these fluffy creatures. She stepped forward and gave Carrot a gentle pat as well. Off to the side, seeing Pedro's confusion, Naruto explained, "The sun god can command the Zenesha you spoke of. My presence made it mistake me for the sun god. That's why there was such a commotion earlier. It all started because of me." At these words, Pedro's eyes widened. To command Zenesha? The Ming tribe has lived on its back for 1,000 years. No one had ever heard of any being who could make the Elephant Lord obey so willingly. Pedro, this person, is he really that amazing? Carrot tilted her head and asked. Naruto's lips curled into a faint smile as he stepped forward and grabbed both of her long rabbit ears. So soft and fluffy, they were indeed irresistible. Rabbit Ming tribe, warrior of the Kingsbird musket squad of the Mikomo dukedom on Zou. She would one day be the king of the Mikomo dukedom. Her petite, pink nose twitched. "Why are you grabbing my ears?" Carrot stood up, and her small, round, fluffy tail sprang into view. "You're adorable. Come with me when we leave," Naruto said as he let go of her ears and instead patted her little rabbit head. Carrot loved it when others patted her bunny head. Instantly, her eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and a gentle smile tugged at her lips. Karuchu, being praised, having her head patted, and then invited to go on an adventure. Carrot was so excited her round tail quivered with joy. She opened her mouth and playfully bit Naruto's cheek. The smile on Perona's face slowly faded. She really liked this fluffy rabbit girl. Lord Naruto doted on her, and now he wanted to bring this adorable bunny girl along as well. But seeing Carrot so naturally go in for a kiss left Perona feeling a little jealous. Even Sugar puffed up her cheeks and protested. "That's mine." Carrot, naturally, didn't notice what was happening behind her. Her soft, furry arms wrapped around Naruto's neck. With a beaming smile, she nuzzled her fluffy cheek against his, craving a little affection. Even the greatest evil sometimes just want to cuddle. Naruto pushed her away helplessly. Looking at her fluffy little face, he couldn't help but imagine her transformed into her white-maned, Sulong form appearance. In that form, she was striking and alluring, while in her usual state, Carrot brimmed with cuteness and a hint of sensuality. "For you," he said. Naruto pulled out a carrot. Carrot's eyes sparkled with delight. At that moment, a commanding woman's voice rang out. "Carrot, don't be rude to our esteemed guest. It's truly unbelievable. I never imagined that even Zenesha would obey someone else. I am Wanda." A tall Mink tribe woman strode over. Her body was covered in soft fur, and her facial features marked her unmistakably as a canine with orange-yellow fur. Perona caught her breath, startled. Sugar, on the other hand, adapted quickly and was no longer as curious as before. Mancheri and Vika sat on either side of Perona. Pedro took a deep breath, calming the turmoil within him, and spoke in a low, steady voice. "Honored guest, who might you be?" Naruto did not answer, but instead slowly raised his hand. He traced a circle in the air before him. Suddenly, a sound like shattering glass echoed through the space. At the same time, a colorful selfie appeared in Naruto's hand. The portal to Yomino Hirasaka opened. He tossed the photo into the portal, then reached in with his hand. With another grab, he pulled out a wanted poster. A soft, slightly curled strand of pink hair clung to the poster. He tossed the wanted poster to Pedro. Carrot was the first to see it. Her wide eyes grew even larger, her face filled with shock. But soon, she nuzzled Naruto's cheek again and asked, "So many zeros. What does that mean?" Perona walked over. "It's a wanted poster. Lord Naruto's bounty is among the very highest, and he made his name in just one battle." Carrot tilted her head and asked, "Is he a pirate then? But you don't really look like pirates." Wanda once told me about pirates. The way we in the Mikomo dukedom learn about the outside world is by hearing stories from pirates who accidentally land here. Sugar and Perona nodded in agreement. No wonder. Even after seeing Naruto's face, they still dared to attack him first. What? Pedro was so shocked, his jaw nearly dropped. 4 billion berries. That's a number only the 4 emperors could ever hope to reach. And he defeated Admiral Kizaru. His very first bounty poster puts him at the level of an emperor. This man. Pedro looked at Naruto, his eyes filled with awe and respect. He's incredibly strong. Mr. Naruto, I'm truly sorry. Earlier I was. Before Pedro could finish, Naruto waved his hand and said, "Let's talk inside." Yes. Pedro quickly gestured for the gates to be opened. Wanda, standing nearby, looked a little surprised but kept her composure. Pedro, however, knew exactly what that bounty meant. "Are you the 5th Emperor of the Sea?" Pedro couldn't help but ask. Naruto shook his head. "No. Pedro let out a sigh of relief. That makes sense. It's not so easy to earn a spot among the 4 emperors. There are only 2 emperors left now, Sugar said casually as she popped a grape into her mouth. What? Pedro's mind went blank for a moment. Only 2 left. What happened? Sugar glanced at him and said, Whitebeard is dead, and Red-Haired is currently locked up in the dungeon. Lord Naruto is here this time because of the other 2. Pedro's pupils contracted. Whitebeard, Red-Haired, the 4 emperors? How could such names sound so trivial coming from this little girl's mouth? No, it's not a matter of value. From Sugar's words, Pedro absorbed a huge amount of information. Though everything felt hazy, each piece was enough to leave him utterly stunned. Lord Naruto, please come with me. I'll take you to see Duke Inuarashi, Pedro said excitedly. At the same time, he waved his large hand, signaling all the mink warriors to put away their weapons. Seeing the reverence on his face, everyone felt both puzzled and deeply curious about Naruto. They hadn't walked far before they arrived at the palace of the furry principality. Duke Inuarashi stood right at the main entrance. Dog by day, cat by night. Inuarashi glanced at the visibly tense Pedro, then noticed Naruto and the 4 women behind him. His brown tail twitched, and a hint of curiosity showed on his canine face as he asked, Pedro, what's gotten you so flustered? After Pedro briefly explained what had happened, Duke Inuarashi fell silent. After a long pause, he said in a low voice, Lord Naruto, I must apologize. His tone was gentle. Naruto waved it off, indicating it was nothing. Duke Inuarashi glanced at Carrot, who was still sticking close to Naruto. It seems Carrot has taken quite a liking to you. Duke Inuarashi shook his head slightly. He could already sense that this little rabbit was about to leave home. I'm the king of day in the fluffy kingdom, the daylight king, Inuarashi. And the other is the king who rules over the night king, Nekomamushi. The fluffy kingdom welcomes your arrival. Inuarashi lowered his stance in deference. After all, no matter what status the visitor might have, just the fact that he could make Zenesha obey him was enough to place him on equal footing with the highest in the fluffy kingdom. Of course, in truth, calling someone who can command Zenesha king is no exaggeration. A faint smile played at the corner of Naruto's lips as he replied. Inuarashi, if I'm not mistaken, you and Nekomamushi were both once members of the Pirate King Joel D. Roger's crew, weren't you? Seeing the half-amused, half-knowing look on Naruto's face, Inuarashi shuddered from head to toe. How did you know about that? But after a moment's thought, since the other could control Zenesha, perhaps it wasn't so surprising that he knew about their past as well. So Inuarashi sat down on the steps, his gaze distant as he recalled old memories. To be precise, we weren't originally Captain Roger's crew. At first, we sailed under Whitebeard's flag. Later, when Roger wanted to take Kazuki Oden with him, that's how we ended up boarding Roger's ship together. Naruto let him reminisce in silence. The 4 women, bored with the conversation, dragged Carrot outside for a stroll. Whitebeard is dead. Red-haired won't last much longer, either. Inuarashi offered a bitter smile. Pedro just told me. That was your doing, wasn't it? Whitebeard died a natural death. His body had simply reached its limits. Naruto shook his head and replied. As for the red-haired one, consider him taken care of by me. May I ask what your intentions are? Inuarashi paused in silence for a moment before asking. To overthrow the world government. Inuarashi was so stunned that he shot to his feet. With Marine headquarters gone, before long the pirates will vanish as well. My purpose in coming here is quite simple. With a wave of Naruto's hand, thick vines burst from the ground. In moments, the vines and roots of nearby trees intertwined to form tables and chairs. Naruto took a seat, gesturing for Inuarashi to do the same. The Ming tribe's kingdom rests upon the back of Zenesha. Zenesha never stops moving. It's not easy to reach this place. You're almost completely cut off from the world. That's why you're the best candidate to be number 1. When the world government is no more, the Ming tribe's kingdom can stand as a special sovereign state. A book, identical to the one Vinsmoke Judge had received, materialized in front of Inuarashi. With a grave expression, Inuarashi solemnly tucked the book into his cloak. There was an unmistakable finality in Naruto's tone. Inuarashi was no fool. He knew better than to argue. Understand. I'll speak to Nekomamushi about this myself. No sooner had he finished than Naruto rose to his feet, saying, There's no need to make this public. Just remember the identity I've given you. I'm off. The other 2 emperors of the sea are still waiting to be dealt with. Inuarashi's breath caught in his throat. Hearing it said aloud was still enough to shake him. Lord Naruto, won't you stay a little longer? No need. Any place I've been, if I wish to return, I can appear at any time. A gentle smile played on Naruto's lips as he turned and left. Inuarashi stood in a daze for a moment, then hurried after him. But Naruto had already vanished. Along with him, Perona and the other 3 women disappeared as well. In the end, Inuarashi only heard one last sentence. I'm taking Carrot with me. She is the future ruler of the mink tribe. Up in the sky, because the number of people had grown, Naruto was no longer serving as their flying vehicle. Instead, an airship soared through the clouds. Sugar spotted the soft, plush bed and immediately dove onto it. So soft, so comfy. She let out a contented hum. Nearby, Vika and Mancheri blinked in surprise. Then, exchanging a quick glance, the 2 of them grew bigger as well. Now they too could feel the embrace of the wonderfully soft bed. Let me cuddle the chicken. Naruto, come down. Perona placed her hands on her hips and let out a little huff. No. After glancing around for a moment, Carrot scampered in as well. Naruto, how did this ship come about? And why is it flying in the sky? That question, I'll answer it later. With that, Naruto walked off toward another room in the ship's cabin. The door to the room was pink. Perona noticed that the previous door had been green. There was also a blue one, a yellow one, and finally a white door. This one's mine. Perona covered her mouth in surprise. The layout here looked just like her old room. But unlike before, this place wasn't nearly as gloomy. Oh, Perona let out a soft gasp as she was tossed onto the bed. A servant climbing on her master's head. Looks like you rather enjoy that, don't you? Perona shot Naruto a glare, her lips curling into a pout. There have already been quite a few along the way. How can I not keep an eye on you? Does that mean I'll have to wash dozens of clothes every day from now on? Wait, that's not right. I can have my servants do the laundry instead. Achoo! Sugar touched her nose, puzzled as to why she suddenly sneezed. Carrot and the 2 little ones had also found their own rooms. The little rabbit girl found everything new and fascinating. She leaned against her bedroom window, gazing out at the scenery beyond. It was the endless, boundless sea. But even so, Carrot was so excited that her little tail couldn't stop twitching. Suddenly, Carrot's long ears perked up. Her fluffy ears pressed against the wall. Listless ghost. Why isn't it working? Darn you, master. Phantom double. How are you still able to catch my ghostly double? Ah. Carrot blinked her eyes. She lifted her small hand and poked her own furry cheek, utterly confused. What a fight break out all of a sudden. It seemed like Perona was being bullied, too. Carrot glanced at the view outside her window. In the end, curiosity got the better of her. She simply dragged over a chair and listened carefully. No one knows how much time passed. Carrot, both bored and a little scared, hid under her covers. Naruto won't hit me, right? He's so strong. But he brought me out here and even gave me carrots. Carrot glanced at the fridge, which was packed full of carrots. Crunch. Carrot took a bite of the carrot, her lips curling into a sweet smile. Sugar has a whole box of grapes, too. Mancheri and Vika also have things they love. As long as you behave, there's nothing to be afraid of. The airship pressed forward. Through the window, the sea had turned the color of flames. Garat sat on the bed, swinging her little furry feet. The soft, delicate rabbit fur brushed against the edge of the bed. In the room next door, Perona was already deep in sleep. Her makeup had faded from her face. A cascade of pink hair spilled loosely across the pillow. Suddenly, Perona curled up, tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes. You meanie. Within the limited Tsukimi world, Naruto arrived at Ino's bedroom door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Gentle Ino opened the door. She saw Naruto standing before her. For a moment, she was stunned. Then, without hesitation, she leaped into his arms. Bamboo shoot. Right after calling out, Ino stuck out her tongue. Sorry, Naruto. It's all right. It doesn't matter what you call me. Gentle Ino nodded slightly, her cheeks suddenly flushing. She felt something strange. Her heart began to race. At this moment, she was wearing the clothes of Ino from the real world. From inside the room, Ino's voice called out. Who's here? Creak. Naruto, holding gentle Ino in his arms, pushed the door open and entered. Ino froze for a moment. Then she sprang to her feet and threw herself at Naruto. Darling. 1,000 words omitted. Meanwhile, in the sea beneath the airship, a pirate ship was cutting through the waters. Flying from its mast was a pirate flag emblazoned with a dragon. Fish fruit, mythical Zoan, azure dragon form. The flag of Kaido, the devil fruit user. A pirate under the beast's pirates squinted into the distance. Then, he hurriedly grabbed his telescope. What? The pirate lackey cried out in alarm. Lord Jack, there's a ship flying in the sky up ahead. Hearing this, a burly, imposing man below, his mouth covered by a metal jaw, furrowed his brows. He tossed his ponytail with an impatient flick. Foolish idiot. A ship flying in the sky. Go see the ship's doctor. This man was none other than Jack the Drought, one of the 3 all-stars of the Beast Pirates, with a bounty of 1 billion berries. After barking his order, he gazed out at the sea ahead and declared, Doflamingo broke off the deal. Our task is to pay a visit. Stay sharp, all of you. The pirate lackey shrank his neck, then added, but, Lord Jack, I really did see it. The ship is still visible now. It'll soon fly right over our heads. Jack the Drought's voice turned cold. If it's not there. Before he could finish, the navigator beside him lowered the telescope, face filled with disbelief. It really is a flying ship. Could it be the Golden Lion? At those words, Jack's expression changed slightly. A flying ship, for real? Lord Jack, I suggest we avoid it. The Golden Lion can't still be alive. If there's a flying ship, it's most likely a new user of the float fruit. And out at sea, with only the force we have right now, we could be in serious danger. Jack's pupils contracted sharply, blood vessels streaking across his eyes. You mean we're supposed to just back down? The navigator shook his head and said, Lord Jack, don't forget why we're out here this time. Shut up. What do you take me for? You think I back down from him? Bring the ship closer. The navigator fell silent. Here we go again. But the real problem was how? They're soaring in the sky, while we're drifting on the sea. Meanwhile, aboard the airship, a few people had built a campfire and were enjoying a long-awaited barbecue. Even though they were still fighting and tending to their wounds at the same time, Perona couldn't shake her exhaustion. Leaning against Naruto's shoulder, she was already dozing off before her food was ready. Vika and Mancheri waited eagerly. Sugar licked her lips, skewered a bunch of grapes, and placed them on the grill. Carrot followed suit, setting her own carrot onto the rack. Her rabbit instincts made her a little territorial over her food. When Mancheri came over for a peek, Carrot glared at her. Mancheri jumped in surprise. But soon, Carrot's food guarding vanished. With a great whoosh, Naruto flicked his hand, and a pile of carrots tumbled down, burying Carrot completely. With a soft rumble, a few carrots rolled aside, and a pair of fuzzy, slender rabbit ears poked out, twitching. Then, Carrot's little head appeared, clamped around Carrot. The fierce look from guarding her food melted away in an instant. Her eyes turned bright and clear. She took the initiative to skewer carrots for everyone, placing them on the grill, grinning as she took up the role of carrot chef. Sugar's eyes went red with envy. She hurried over to Naruto, tugging at her maid outfit and opening her mouth wide. I want some too. Lord Naruto, big brother. Is she acting cute and coquettish? She actually resorted to such shameless and underhanded tactics. All right then, I'll indulge you. Splash. Yay. Sugar dove head first into the pile of grapes as well. Little did she know, those grapes were a gift from Germa to her in the first place. The petite, adorable girl instantly transformed into a stunningly sultry young lady. This way, I can eat even more. Puffed. Perona couldn't help but giggle. But she, too, had gotten her favorite toy. Content. She nestled cozily in Naruto's arms. Everything served to her without lifting a finger. Did any of you hear something just now? Vika asked as she tossed away the food scraps. Naruto reached out with his senses. Then he shook his head. Just your imagination. Only then did Vika nod and join the barbecue crew. A sudden, deep rumble. Down below, the sound of space fracturing erupted out of nowhere. The Tremor Fruit's power had been unleashed. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Jack and his crew were facing a tsunami towering dozens of meters high. Night fell. Tonight was the night of the full moon. The assault on the Red Line had begun. The world government was the final target. The siege started from all around the Red Line, closing in from every direction. Meanwhile, after lulling Perona to sleep, Naruto returned to his own room. Moonlight spilled in, and a soft tuft of white fur floated up. Karuchu. Don't hit me. Karuchu. Karuchu. Silky white fur covered the plush, inviting bed. The lingering, melodious Karuchu's song filled the air. A carrot delivered right to your door. Refusing it would just be impolite. The storm was upon them. Beneath the airship, those aboard the Ship King's vessel were enduring the same terrifying tempest. The next day, Naruto stood on the deck, gazing into the distance. Below, the silhouette of an island was already visible. A low hum vibrated in the air. Before long, the airship descended onto Cake Island. It touched down upon a vast, endless expanse of grassland. Waves of space spiraled around the ship. In the blink of an eye, the massive vessel seemed to be swallowed by the very fabric of space itself. Perona held her wine-red parasol. Beside her, Carrot, thrilled by the sight of something new, wagged her fluffy tail with excitement. She stamped her foot, eager to drag Perona along to explore. But in her exuberance, her little face scrunched up all at once. It was irresistibly cute. Perona let out a snort of laughter, reaching out to pinch her cheek. Sugar, on the other hand, showed little interest in all this. She simply clutched her basket brimming with grapes, munching away. Vika and Mansheri followed at her side, content to tag along. This was now the territory of one of the four emperors, Big Mom. With the airship's arrival, it was impossible to remain unnoticed. A flying ship. It landed right here. Come, let's go and see what's going on. At that moment, a tall, slender middle-aged man with a sharp face and heavy makeup received his subordinate's report. His tongue, long enough to reach his chest, twitched with agitation. Are you sure you saw correctly? No doubt about it. The man narrowed his eyes, adjusted the top hat perched on his head, took up his candy cane, and rose to his feet. This was none other than the Minister of Candy, Charlotte Perispero, the first child of Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, holder of the Lick Fruit's powers. Bounty, 700 million berries. The legendary flying ship, that was the Golden Lion Pirates, who possessed the power of the float fruit. But they've been gone for so long, it can't possibly be him. Still, even if it's the new wielder of the float fruit, anyone who dares trespass on Cake Island will pay a price. Perispero snorted coldly. He hurried forward with his men. Before long, they arrived at the spot his subordinates had reported. There he caught sight of several figures. Narrowing his eyes, Perispero stared intently. One of the silhouettes struck him as familiar, as if they had crossed paths somewhere before. A memory surfaced. Perispero's breath caught, his pupils contracting sharply. His heart skipped a beat. That golden hair. How could it be him? As Perispero stared in shock, the figure glanced at him with a calm, indifferent look. In that instant, a tremor ran through Perispero's entire body. A crushing, invisible pressure surged forth. He sensed no sign of power being used. Yet all his observation haki and conqueror's haki were rendered useless. In that moment, even his candy fruit abilities abandoned him. A low, humming vibration seemed to fill the air. The next instant, Naruto's fingers twitched. The powers of the gravity fruit were unleashed. A thunderous crash followed. Perispero's eyes went wide with disbelief. Suddenly, a terrifying gravitational force engulfed the area. In the blink of an eye, Perispero, along with every candy soldier he'd brought, was pinned to the ground by the crushing weight. A massive crater formed beneath them. Even the grass all around seemed to bow under the pressure. No! Perispero wailed in agony. Caught off guard by the sudden gravity, he didn't even have time to react, let alone resist. Watching the group of people appear at the edge of the deep pit, Perispero clenched his teeth, but no, his tongue was already caked with dirt. With his thick, muddied tongue, he managed to say, Uzumaki Naruto, killed Kizaru, bounty of 4 billion. Why are you here? We've never even crossed paths before. Perispero forced himself to ignore the discomfort racking his body. He lifted his gaze to meet those piercing blue eyes, cold sweat dripping from his chin into the pit below. The few who had come with him shuddered as well. Uzumaki Naruto. That name. It had long resounded across these seas. Naruto offered no explanation, only replied coolly, so I came to make contact with you. With that, he turned and left with the women accompanying him. Even after Naruto and his group had departed, Perispero and his companions remained under that crushing pressure. So strong. That's a whole different league of power. Mama will definitely be able to handle him. With trembling hands, Perispero managed to pull out a den mushi. But it was dead. Perispero's face turned deathly pale. This is bad. Uzumaki Naruto is here. If Mama doesn't know, no one can stop him. But in the next moment, Perispero gave up, struggling altogether. The more he resisted, the heavier the gravity on his body became. If he kept struggling, his lungs might burst. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, several of Charlotte Linlin's children sensed the arrival of a powerful presence. Katakuri's whole body tensed, his observation haki surging to its fullest. And then, he saw a face, both familiar and strange. After that, the future became a blank. No one could see what lay ahead. Inside the Cake Palace, on an enormous sofa. Oh, here. Already? What a rare visitor. Napoleon. Zeus. Why hasn't Big Brother come back yet? A young woman, whose height and appearance were close to that of an ordinary person, asked with a puzzled tone. She had pink hair, fair skin, wore a short red skirt, red high heels, and a purple cloak. Calm down, Galette, came the deep-voiced reply from Charlotte Smoothie seated beside her. But even Smoothie's own hand had unconsciously tightened around the weapon, strapped to her back. Meanwhile, Katakuri quickened his pace. Brule, where are you? At this moment, a strange wave of panic swept through Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin, the wielder of the Paramecia-type soul fruit, was experiencing a violent shift in her emotions. She set down the super-sweet cake pastry she'd been holding. Her eyes narrowed. Behind her, the thundercloud Zeus, the bicorn Napoleon, and the sun Prometheus gathered together. Mama! A deep hum reverberated in the air. The bicorn Napoleon's voice rang out, and then a gleaming blade extended forth, landing firmly in Charlotte Linlin's grasp. The sun, Prometheus, which had radiated only a golden glow, now burst into roaring flames. The gluttonous thundercloud, Zeus crackled and sparked with arcs of lightning, growing more intense by the second. Let's go. Time to greet our distinguished guest. Charlotte Linlin could sense the formidable presence that had arrived on Cake Island. Her soul fruit abilities were already being suppressed. To feel such overwhelming pressure without even drawing near, even the Big Mom herself couldn't help but grow wary. Both hands gripped the sword hilt that had extended from the bicorn Napoleon. The old woman suddenly kicked off with both feet. A mighty force, entwined with crackling thunder, surged around her. A cold gleam flickered in her eyes. In the next instant, her massive form burst from the palace, landing on the ground outside. Her conqueror's haki exploded outward. In a heartbeat, everyone knew Big Mom had emerged. Countless little pastry creatures, each imbued with a fragment of her soul, scattered in terror. Big Mom's gaze was locked firmly on the city outskirts. With every step she took, the earth trembled beneath her feet. It was clear Big Mom intended to make her entrance in the most formidable way possible. Killing a Navy admiral like Kizaru alone isn't enough to reach a 4 billion bounty overnight. Uzumaki Naruto, now that's someone worth watching. A wicked grin tugged at Big Mom's lips, her thirst for battle shining plainly in her eyes. At the same time, far off, Katakuri sensed the shift in his mother's aura. His expression darkened. He seemed to realize at last why Doflamingo had chosen to strike a deal with them. And now, that deal was likely on the verge of collapse. The Din Mushi connecting to Ice and Fire Island was no longer answering. Unwilling to accept this, Katakuri focused his most advanced observation, haki, once more. But all he found was utter darkness. He lowered his head, staring at the wanted poster in his hand. Uzumaki Naruto, 4 billion. CRKK. Katakuri crumpled the wanted poster into a tight ball. Cold sweat broke out on his brow. Big Mom's conqueror's haki was already sweeping in his direction. Could Mom actually lose? Katakuri shook his head fiercely, denying the thought. No, I can't let this stand. I have to see for myself. At that same moment, outside the Cake City, Naruto sighed helplessly and tapped Perona lightly on the forehead. Perona grinned and clung to his arm, her laughter bubbling with delight. Meanwhile, Sugar and Carrot dashed off to grab themselves 2 slices of cake. So sweet. Carrot's long rabbit ears stood straight up in excitement. Sugar, on the other hand, frowned in distaste and handed her cake to Vika and Mancheri. Mancheri lifted her tiny hand in comparison. The slice of cake was even taller than she was. She took a bite. It's way too sweet, she exclaimed. Vika, however, ate with gusto, thoroughly enjoying herself. Suddenly, Naruto looked up toward the heart of Cake City. He gently moved Perona aside. Go take them and have some fun. This place isn't bad at all. Perona nodded obediently, then took Sugar's and Carrot's hands and led them away. Katakuri, is it? Your observation haki is impressive. You saw me the instant I appeared, Naruto remarked with a hint of admiration. Inside the city, Katakuri's body tensed in a sudden jolt. A powerful, overwhelming force surged out from within Naruto. The moment Big Mom's conqueror's haki swept in, it was instantly shattered by this force. However, Big Mom's haki was far from ordinary, certainly not the aura of some small-time thug. Naruto's interest was piqued. He released his own haki in response. A thunderous shockwave erupted. In that instant, Big Mom's conqueror's haki was blown to pieces. At the same time, Naruto's own haki, crackling with black and purple lightning, surged back along the path of Big Mom's aura, striking in return. Big Mom's pupils contracted sharply as she gripped her twin-horn hat, Napoleon, in alarm. She hurriedly raised Napoleon, imbuing it with her own haki. Another earth-shaking boom echoed. The force of the conqueror's haki sent Big Mom's massive frame staggering backward several steps. What an incredible haki, she exclaimed. The old woman narrowed her eyes. Didn't the information say that his strength is unknown? Why is there someone whose conqueror's haki surpasses even mine? Could it be? She stretched out her tongue and slowly ran it across her dry lips. On Cake Island, chaos reigned as Naruto unleashed his overwhelming conqueror's haki. All of Big Mom's children felt the surge of Naruto's power. One after another, they rushed out. But when they saw Katakuri trembling all over, cold sweat streaming down his face, they stopped in confusion. What's going on? Jared awake, Katakuri quickly shouted, Move! Get out now! Before long, outside the Cake Castle, Naruto stood face to face with the entire Big Mom pirates. The 3 sweet commanders, the 34 ministers and officers, all had arrived. Behind them stood tens of thousands of their biscuit soldiers. There were also those pirates who had taken up residence in Tado Land, paying their monthly tribute of souls. At this moment, the full might of the Big Mom pirates, one of the 4 emperors, had assembled. Their presence sent the residents of Cake Island scurrying indoors, bolting their doors and windows tight. How interesting for Big Mom to take such measures. I'm afraid, right now, only that elusive one could make her do this. Inside the castle, a woman turned her head. She wore a white floral hat, a pink dress draped with a snow-white cape around her graceful shoulders, and blue high heels adorned with butterfly bows. Her short golden curls framed striking blue eyes, her bold lipstick perfectly complementing her vibrant appearance. Her elegant bearing caught Perona's attention. Perona blinked, feeling that the woman before her looked awfully familiar, as if she had met her somewhere before. So, together with Sugar and the other girls, she stepped forward to greet her. Meanwhile, all of Big Mom's children gripped their weapons tightly. News of the visitor's identity had already spread. Their faces grew tense and wary. Their gazes locked on the distant man who didn't appear all that formidable. Gulp. One person swallowed nervously, unable to help himself. The others involuntarily followed suit, swallowing hard. Just looking with their eyes wasn't frightening in itself. But none of them were weak, and they could all sense the aura that Naruto unintentionally gave off. Each of them was filled with a sense of dread and unease. What's more, with Big Mom herself yet to appear, none of them dared to make a rash move. Most crucially, Charlotte Perospero, the first to leave the city, had yet to send back any word. This only tightened the already tense atmosphere. Were these visitors friends or foes? A full mobilization, huh? At least they're showing me some respect. Naruto's lips curved in a faint smile as he looked at the assembled members of the Big Mom pirates. By now, that pink silhouette was becoming more and more distinct. Charlotte Smoothie drew the giant sword from her back, stepped forward and demanded sternly, "Naruto Uzumaki, why have you come here? Where's Perospero?" As one of the 3 sweet commanders, she naturally had the right to speak first. Naruto cast her a sidelong glance, then pointed behind him. Everyone squinted into the distance. On the vast grassland, a deep pit had appeared, something none of them had seen before. He thought it was nice and cool underground, so he's resting there. Katakuri clenched his fists tightly. Once again, he unleashed observation haki with all his might. A glimpse into the next few seconds made Katakuri shout urgently, "Smoothie, be quiet." But even so, he was still a step too late. "What? How dare you kill?" Before Smoothie could finish her sentence, an invisible force wrapped itself around her. In the blink of an eye, gravity descended. A thunderous crash shook the air. Smoothie, along with the snack soldiers at her side, were all pinned to the ground by that unseen weight. At the same time, the pressure gouged a deep pit into the earth. Smoothie's voice was cut off instantly. She didn't even have time to react. Just like her elder brother, Charlotte Perospero, she couldn't even resist before being crushed down. At that moment, everyone was shaken to their core. This power was beyond anything they could comprehend. In the span of a heartbeat, 3 of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom pirates had been dealt with. Lying at the bottom of the pit, Smoothie wore the same stunned expression, her body unable to move under the crushing gravity. Clearly, the strength of the sweet commanders was still not enough. Naruto's blue eyes swept over the Big Mom pirates. "Your boss isn't here yet. Stay quiet for now." A low hum filled the air. In the very next instant, a massive figure dropped from the sky. The ground shook violently as she landed, leaving another deep crater. From the dust and debris, a pink silhouette emerged step by step. It was none other than Big Mom herself, one of the 4 emperors. "Mamama, Naruto Uzumaki, what a rare guest you are. Ever since the news from the Sabiti archipelago, you've vanished from sight. What brings you here now?" Big Mom gripped Napoleon tightly in her hand. Behind her surged a massive ball of fire, blazing like a miniature sun. And beside her, Thundercloud Zeus crackled, shrouded in arcs of powerful lightning. "If you're here as a guest, you're most welcome. But if you've come to declare war..." A low, ominous hum vibrated through the air. Big Mom's expression showed clear defiance. Once again, she unleashed her conqueror's haki. This time, she let it pour out at full force. She no longer held anything back. In an instant, the wave of her haki exploded outward. It swept across the entire whole Cake Island in a heartbeat. Even the seas surrounding the island felt its impact. Yet, when Naruto responded by releasing his own conqueror's haki once more, the very heavens and earth seemed to change color. Towering waves erupted across the ocean's surface. Clouds overhead were scattered and swept away in an instant. Katakuri and Cracker, standing behind Big Mom, shuddered from head to toe. Even as the top 3 sweet commanders, stalwarts of countless battles, they could not help but feel their minds reel, teetering on the brink of collapse in the face of such power. Even these battle-hardened warriors of the Big Mom pirates were shaken to their core. As for the pirates and pastry soldiers standing behind them, their minds simply went blank, their eyes rolled back, and they dropped unconscious on the spot. Sensing the overwhelming force of Naruto's Conqueror's Haki, Big Mom's face turned instantly grim, and from deep within her heart, that old desire began to stir once more. She gazed at Naruto, the corners of her mouth curling upward ever so slightly. Uzumaki Naruto, such a powerful man, his origins a complete mystery. I should seize him and bear a child with him. For the briefest moment, Big Mom's heart skipped a beat. A flash of terror flickered across her face. She realized that the man before her seemed to be releasing his Conqueror's Haki with little effort. And yet, she herself was already using all her strength to unleash hers. But that wasn't all. Even though the man appeared to be letting his Haki flow carelessly, her own Conqueror's Haki had already been shattered. This was her full power. She, an emperor of the sea, giving it everything she had. There were few on these seas who could stand against her. Few, but not none. Yet the Conqueror's Haki unleashed by Naruto. At this moment, in Big Mom's mind, not even the Pirate King himself could match him as an equal. The outcome would be the same as hers. In a single confrontation, her Haki would be utterly torn apart. Mama! Uzumaki Naruto. A slight smirk curled at the corner of Big Mom's lips. Naruto, hearing her voice, ceased releasing his Haki as well. Otherwise, in the end, only he and Big Mom would have been left standing. Most of the people in the city had already fainted, and that was with Naruto not even aiming at them. It was just that, unintentionally, a trace of his Conqueror's Haki had leaked out. Perona and the other women, however, were completely unaffected. Naturally, Naruto's Haki would never harm them. Yet, Perona and the others quickly noticed that everyone else around had collapsed. There, standing gracefully and elegantly, was a woman with golden curls. Though a fine sheen of cold sweat had appeared on her smooth, pale brow, she still managed to remain on her feet. "Oh!" Stussy let out a breath of relief. She glanced at the women before her lips parting slightly. Perona, Sugar, adopted daughter of the warlord Gecko Moria, and former retainer of the ex-warlord Donquixote Doflamingo. These 2 sentences were enough to make Sugar, who usually liked to keep up the pretense of a young girl, revert to her true mental age. She looked calmly at Stussy, her expression serene. In a cool voice, she said, "Rock's Pirates member back in gums, Stussy." Stussy narrowed her beautiful eyes, but soon the corners of her mouth curled up ever so slightly. Sugar, however, remained composed. "You're a clone created by MADS, aren't you? Planted within the Celestial Dragon's Secret Intelligence Agency, CP-0. I suppose you must be the woman known as the Queen of Pleasure Street." At these words, Stussy could no longer maintain her calm. You actually know all of this?" Without a flicker of emotion, Sugar popped a grape into her mouth before replying. "Caesar is loyal to Naruto Uzumaki now." A tense silence hummed in the air. The next instant, Stussy used Moonwalk and appeared right behind Sugar. At the same time, Carrot and Perona sprang into action. Big Mom sensed most of her officers, retainers, and homies had already fallen behind her. So she spoke up. "Naruto Uzumaki, have a child with me." "Naruto, that won't be necessary." Big Mom pointed next to Charlotte Smoothie, who was still lying in the deep crater. Then she continued, "My daughter will do as well." Naruto was at a loss for words again. Seeing that Naruto remained silent, Big Mom pointed at a few other women. Charlotte Galette crossed her arms, her proud figure standing out. With a dismissive sound, she turned her head away. Charlotte Brûlé put on an adorable face, trying to look as cute as possible. Charlotte Flamp floated in midair, chewing on bubblegum, her eyes never leaving Katakuri. As for the others, Big Mom pointed at each of them in turn. Naruto, a bit exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. He hadn't even spoken yet when Big Mom's expression turned cold, her voice dropping to a threatening growl. "Do you think I wouldn't dare lay a hand on you?" As her words fell, her sword Napoleon erupted with the overwhelming force of Conqueror's Haki. At the same time, Big Mom wrapped herself in her own powerful aura. Thunder rumbled from deep within Zeus, her living thundercloud. Prometheus, her son, rapidly swelled in size. Naruto let out a silent sigh. Only Yulin could pull such a stunt, snatching people from marriage, then tossing them aside as soon as children are born. "If I beat you, you'll marry me, or my daughter, all the same." A cold sweat broke out on Katakuri's forehead as he instinctively pulled Brûlé back with him. By now, Brûlé had already fainted from the overwhelming pressure of their unleashed haki. "Mother, please don't act rashly." Katakuri tried to warn his mother, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt his own consciousness reel from the force. A deafening crash resounded. At that moment, Big Mom strode forward, closing the distance to Naruto. She looked down at him from above. "Uzumaki Naruto, what's your purpose here? The Marine headquarters is no more. There's no longer any need for pirates, Marines, or even the world government. Your Big Mom pirates are a bit different. Your founding ideals weren't bad. That's why I didn't attack you the moment you arrived." Naruto replied in a calm, even voice. The old lady was utterly stunned. The crowd behind her was equally dumbfounded. The Navy headquarters gone? The world government? This Uzumaki Naruto actually dared to challenge them? After the initial shock, fear flickered in the beautiful eyes of Charlotte Galette. She was a woman without eyebrows, yet her beauty remained undiminished. "Are you joking?" The old lady's expression turned grim. But when she saw Naruto's face, still calm and untroubled, she couldn't help but believe his words. "Impossible, the Navy headquarters." Suddenly, Naruto raised his hand. The old lady reacted at once. Clouds gathered and churned overhead, thunder crackling across the sky. This tempest, of course, was summoned by the old lady's assault. Her blade came crashing down. Armament haki swirled around her strike. The double-horned hat Napoleon twisted into a wicked grin. "Is defeating Kizaru really enough to make you so arrogant?" The old lady, as if rallying herself, swung her blade at Naruto with a roar. But as her eyes turned bloodshot and she was consumed by a furious rage, the blade fell, and she realized that even Napoleon, wrapped in haki, couldn't get close to Naruto. She was shocked. Her monstrous strength and haki were second to none. On these seas, there were a few who could withstand her blow, but to her knowledge, no one could take it so effortlessly. Behind her, her children stared wide-eyed. To them, their mother might not be invincible, but there was certainly no one who could simply brush her aside. A deafening rumble shook the air. Power erupted. The ground trembled beneath their feet. And under the full force of the old lady's slash, along with the attacks of the thundercloud Zeus and the sun Prometheus, cracks began to split through the very earth of whole Cake Island. Yet even so, nothing could shake the man standing before her. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Big Mom's forehead. Destroyed Marine headquarters? And now aiming to overthrow the world conquest. Everything this man said was true. Thunder, with a furious roar from Big Mom. Zeus, the thundercloud, unleashed a massive pillar of lightning. But as it neared Naruto, the lightning vanished into thin air. Big Mom, her whole body wreathed in blood-red steam, drove her fist forward with crushing force. Naruto simply raised his hand and caught the blow single-handedly. Heavenly fire! Big Mom seized the sun, Prometheus, and hurled it at Naruto. Boom! Prometheus exploded with a blinding burst. Yet, just like Zeus's lightning, the raging flames quickly vanished without a trace. Shock and anger mingled on Big Mom's face. Heavenly fireball. Refusing to believe it, she commanded Prometheus to attack again. But the result was the same. Silence swallowed her disbelief. Without hesitation, she lifted her twin-horned hat, Napoleon. Emperor's blade, cleave. Mother flame. Thunder's crashes erupted one after another. With every attack, Big Mom's heart sank deeper into despair. At last, she combined the powers of Prometheus and Zeus, channeling them into Napoleon. Radiant sword. Strike after strike rained down. Naruto blocked each one with nothing more than a raised hand. The ground beneath his feet remained utterly unscathed. But all around him, a massive crater had formed, with Naruto standing at its center atop a pillar of stone that seemed bottomless. Big Mom panted heavily, fear creeping deeper into her heart. Even her hand gripping Napoleon trembled slightly. Dark clouds gathered above Cake Island. Lightning flashed, and fierce winds howled. Flames danced amidst a torrential downpour. At this moment, it was as if the world itself was ending. Standing at the very heart of this apocalypse, Naruto remained untouched from start to finish. It wasn't until Naruto raised his hand once more that anything changed. By now, there was no anger left on Big Mom's face. Even her eyes had cleared, losing their frenzied haze. A deep hum reverberated. An invisible force began to form. A powerful repulse surged outward. Big Mom's body was hurled back. While still in midair, another force pressed down on her formidable frame. A deafening crash resounded. Gravity slammed down. Big Mom was pinned hard against the ground. She struggled, reaching for Napoleon, still desperate to fight back. But this battle was already over. Katakuri closed his eyes. He couldn't say he was surprised by this scene. Or perhaps he had never truly believed it possible. Yet here it was, unfolding before him. Even when pushing his observation haki to the limits, what he had foreseen was only the tip of the iceberg. One of the four emperors, Big Mom, had been defeated, utterly crushed. She couldn't even muster a final resistance. As for the Big Mom pirates, though they seemed numerous, not a single one could withstand the enemy's conqueror's haki. Pain drove Big Mom back into madness. Like a raging demon, she lunged at Naruto once again. This is bad. Mama's lost control. Katakuri cried out, and a few of Big Mom's children still standing tried to rush forward. But before they could get close, they were forced back by the sheer pressure radiating from Big Mom herself. Once more, Big Mom charged at Naruto. Each of her mighty blows shook the very foundations of Cake Island. That's enough, Lin. A low hum filled the air. At that moment, Charlotte Lin's whole body trembled, and she came to an abrupt halt. Everyone stared in shock at Charlotte Lin, who had suddenly stopped moving. Not only did she obediently cease her attack, she also put down Napoleon, her sword. Zeus the thundercloud and Prometheus the sun also reverted to their original forms. Under Big Mom's influence, they all floated meekly behind her. Big Mom quietly sat down in front of Naruto. Naruto stepped forward, and Big Mom quickly lowered her head like a child caught doing something wrong. Even in a world of ruthless pirates, there is still a code of honor and compassion. As Naruto reached out and touched her, Big Mom's body began to shrink rapidly, visibly changing before everyone's eyes. In the end, her figure became just like that of the nun she remembered so well. Big Mom's tears fell uncontrollably. "Sister, listen to me. No one ever listens to what I have to say. Sister, where did you go? Why did you suddenly disappear?" Lin wept bitterly. P.S. I just did a quick search. Apparently, Big Mom can actually slim down, or maybe she's just wearing a suit. It wasn't until she saw an old woman step out from behind Naruto, cigarette in hand, that Lin forgot to breathe. Staring at a nun who was the same size as herself, Lin couldn't help but rush forward. She threw herself into the nun's arms. And just like a child, she broke down and sobbed. As for the nun, she was, of course, created by Naruto using white zetsu, infused with his own will. "Sister, look, the Tato land I founded. Is it what you dreamed of?" Katakuri and several other of Big Mom's children stood frozen in astonishment. Mom lost. And she even turned small. Is that a nun? How did things end up like this?" Katakuri stared blankly at the now childlike Big Mom. He muttered, "This isn't the future I saw. Why did my observation haki show me a vision of Mom's death?" Uzumaki Naruto, truly a man who earned his name in battle. From now on, I fear this sea will follow his lead. The nun gazed at the ruined Cake Island before her. After Big Mom's earlier rampage, the island now looked battered and worn. Cracks split the earth, and the city bore scars everywhere. Yet, surprisingly, there weren't many casualties. Charlotte Smoothie, supported by Brûlé, had made it up as well, with no serious injuries on her. Lin did wonderfully. The nun ruffled Big Mom's hair, chuckling softly as she spoke. Big Mom, thrilled, danced around in delight. There was not a trace left of the fearsome emperor of the sea. Meanwhile, in the city, Perona and Sugar stood before a woman, securely tied up. "Take her back. If she escapes, word will spread here very quickly. Lord Naruto will surely go after Kaido, the other emperor. It's best if we keep this under wraps." "But why?" Carrot tilted her head, blinking in confusion. These things were a bit beyond her. Just then, Mancheri pointed outside and exclaimed, "It's Lord Naruto. He's coming inside too. Is the fight over?" "Wait a moment." Sugar suddenly raised her tiny hand, her voice unexpectedly commanding. The women all paused in their tracks. Sugar's lips curled up in a slight smile as she glanced over at Galette, who was already dressed in her maid uniform. Then, pointing at Stussy, who was tightly bound, she said, "Since we're bringing her along, let's get her changed as well." Hee. In the next instant, Sugar grew larger and hoisted Stussy over her shoulder. Stussy's eyes widened in alarm. MMPH. But struggling was pointless. Whoosh. A clever little Terubozu ghost glided right through her body. Stussy's expression immediately turned sullen. She was soon carried by the girls into a clothing shop. Her protests were futile. Before long, an elegant maid appeared before the mirror. Stussy blinked and let out a few muffled grumbles. She seemed displeased, but what bothered her most was just how plain her maid uniform looked. Among the four emperors, Big Mom was the easiest to deal with. Besides, except for certain times and situations when she could be brutal, Big Mom was more like a guardian of peace. Of course, this peace came at a price. But that was hardly a big deal. Take down the pirate flag, and this place could become quite a delightful paradise. With a few changes to Big Mom's ways and the island's rules, there might not even be a need for liberation. Do you know what needs to be done now? At the tea party, Naruto looked at Katakuri and the others as he spoke. Katakuri hesitated for a moment, glanced at the silent Perispero, then said, I understand. I'll make sure everything goes according to plan. Meanwhile, Charlotte Linlin was sharing desserts with a nun nearby. Charlotte Galette stole a glance at her seemingly invincible mother, then snuck a peek at Naruto. The entire worldview had been turned upside down. At that moment, Perona and the other women, led by the snack soldiers, entered as well. They joined the tea party. Linlin was beaming with joy. At last, she could host a tea party with everyone on equal footing. The sun homie Prometheus and the two-horned hat Napoleon were both a bit intimidated by Big Mom at the moment. Only Zeus, the thundercloud representing Linlin, showed no fear at all. Just then, from outside the door, a woman entered, her eyelids brushed with purple shadow, lips painted bright red, freckles across her cheeks, golden hair flowing down, and a fishtail in place of legs. This was Charlotte Praline, the 21st daughter of Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, a hybrid of human and mermaid. No sooner had she come in than she hurriedly announced, Mom, Lord Naruto, some pirates have been caught outside. They're Kaido's subordinates, one of the all-stars, Jack. Their ship was destroyed, and they drifted here across the sea. They're all in custody now. Big Mom. Jack's forehead bulged with veins. Even though he was shackled with sea-stone cuffs, he was still as arrogant as ever. However, the so-called king of the ships, Jack, was soon left dumbfounded. Big Mom. Wait, the face was right, but why had she shrunk so much in size? And then, Jack's breath caught in his throat. Kaido and Big Mom had once been as close as siblings. Of course, he knew all about Big Mom. And to know Big Mom meant to know the nun. Standing right by Big Mom's side, wasn't that the nun from the photograph? A sharp gasp seemed to echo. In the blink of an eye, Jack's heart gave a violent jolt. Naruto Uzumaki. What was going on? Why is Naruto Uzumaki here? Could it be Naruto Uzumaki is going to team up with Big Mom? This is bad. Lord Kaido could be in danger. Naruto cast a cool glance at Jack the Drought, who was standing by the ship, and waved his hand. Charlotte Praline didn't understand what he meant. Katakuri spoke in a low voice. Let's move away from him first. Charlotte Praline quickly nodded and did as told. In an instant, swirling spatial waves appeared. Jack the Drought, one of Kaido's 3 calamities, was swallowed up before their eyes. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of power is that? While curiosity burned in their minds, fear crept in as well. All right, it's time for us to set out, Naruto said. Perona and the other women had expected this, so they hurried after him. Naruto, aren't you staying to continue the tea party? Charlotte Linlin called out anxiously. You haven't agreed to give Tato Land another child yet. Hearing this, Carrot and the other women looked a bit flustered. Let's not talk about having children right now. There's always time for another tea party. But the situation in Wano is quite dire at the moment. Naruto gave a brief account of what had happened in Wano since Kaido's arrival. With a crash, a thunderous slap landed on the table from Linlin. The table instantly splintered into pieces. A nun patted Linlin to calm her down, and Linlin managed to regain her composure. Chaos is inevitable under pirate rule, but those people have gone too far. They have no sense of honor at all. I'll go with you. Naruto waved her off. That's not necessary. There's still a lot to deal with here. Let's go. With those words, Naruto didn't hesitate for a second. A spiral ripple of space shimmered in the air, and the airship appeared. He took Perona and the other women and left at once. The members of the Big Mom Pirates were still frozen in shock, not yet able to process what had happened. Naruto had already vanished with his companions. So it really is the power of the float fruit. Perispero murmured. Katakuri shook his head and replied, No, it's not the float fruit. Then how is it possible? I don't know. Lord Naruto's powers are beyond anything we understand. If Naruto-sama wanted the ability of the float fruit, he could simply reverse the gravity he's shown before. And who's this? Naruto glanced at the unfamiliar woman now aboard the ship. After popping a grape into her mouth, Sugar replied with an air of indifference, a maid. She's here just to serve us. Clearly, Sugar was still dissatisfied with being the lowest in status among them. It didn't stop her from enjoying her grapes, but it did leave her irked. Stussy seemed to accept her fate. There was a hint of reluctance in her eyes, but she bowed deeply and respectfully to Naruto. Lord Naruto. She had no wish to endure the torment of the negative ghosts again. It was just too unbearable. Perona gave a bright laugh and wrapped her arms around Naruto's. She leaned in and whispered a few words in his ear. Naruto didn't seem particularly affected, but Perona herself blushed crimson at her own words embarrassed beyond measure. At last, with a flick of her finger, I'm hopeless. Just to earn Naruto-sama's reward of grapes. I even pretended to be an innocent girl, completely unaware of what's going on. A resonant hum filled the air. With the effect of a negative ghost finally gone, Sugar was left utterly bewildered. She glared furiously at Perona. Perona stood with her hands on her hips, towering over Sugar with a wicked, imposing air. Little maid, what are you trying to do to our master? You're the little maid. Take this, my great bullet. Without another word, Sugar hurled a grape at Perona, then quickly turned on her heels and darted into the ship's cabin. Perona caught the grape in her mouth, lifted her maid's skirt, and charged after her with determined strides. Carrot, watching the grapes flying through the air, made her way over to Naruto. She pressed her small face close to his. Karuchu. Naruto, why are they fighting? Carrot squinted her eyes, feeling a large hand gently stroke her little bunny head. She let out a soft, contented hum. Meanwhile, Stussy quietly entered the cabin. Her instincts as a spy remained ever present. The Queen of Pleasure Street could never be so easily read. Of course, after witnessing the transformation in Big Mom, the Queen of Pleasure Street had abandoned any thoughts of escape. All she hoped now was to perform well enough as a maid to be released in the end. Karuchu. Carrot's gaze grew dreamy. Naruto. He shook his head and turned to gaze at the sea ahead. Their next target, Kaido, one of the four emperors. Once that was settled, only the red line would remain. It was all happening much sooner than he'd expected. Of course, to truly accomplish everything, they'd still need some time. The fluffy little rabbit girl clung tightly to him. With no other choice, Naruto had to take her into the cabin as well. Her long bunny ears drooped low. But before long, those soft, furry ears perked up and curled adorably into the shape of little hearts. Stussy, who was cleaning between the kitchen and the corridor, froze in place, utterly stunned. The ballad of Karu Autumn drifted through the air, lingering and melodious. At this moment, on Onigashima in Wano country, they had already been in contact here before Ship King Jack lost connection. Because there was no competent navigator, everything depended on the Ship King, and depend was all they could do. As a result, they couldn't even specify where they'd run into danger. I see. Well, there's no rush about Doflamingo's matter. He's right there. We can take care of him whenever we like. Glug. A burly man took a hearty swig of sake, then spoke casually. Your Majesty. A young woman with short, pale yellow hair strode in. A piece of paper with glasses drawn on it was stuck to her cheek. She wore a kimono-style short skirt, and carried a fan strapped to her back. She was none other than the secretary of the Yonko, Kaido. Lord Kaido, do you have any instructions? Where's Yamato? Lady Maria called her over. The secretary, Bao Wang, replied respectfully. Black Maria, under Kaido's brilliant economic mind, the Skull Castle Arcade was born. It was a den of extravagance and vice. For these pirates, nothing brought greater pleasure than women and wine. Kaido, believing that his subordinates' money was as good as his own, set up these establishments to recirculate wealth within the crew. Maria, one of the Flying Six, known as Black Maria. She also held another position, the Madam of the Skull Castle. Under her command, a great number of courtesans were kept. Nowadays in Wano, only the flower capital showed any sign of prosperity on the surface. As for the rest, it could only be described as utter chaos. To say that their lives under Kaido's rule were pure misery would be no exaggeration. Children being sold had become a common occurrence long ago. In fact, it had become the norm. Even having enough to eat was a luxury. And on top of that, they were constantly subjected to the relentless exploitation of Kaido's beast pirates. Sometimes, even their food and drink were tampered with. Despite all this suffering, they were forced to keep smiling. Most of the girls who were sold ended up on Onigashima, becoming courtesans. At this moment, Kaido's daughter Yamato was complaining to Maria. Why do I have to wear these things? Yamato was dressed in an elaborate kimono, every layer a burden. She had also set aside her usual fearsome demon mask. Because men love this kind of look, Black Maria said with a soft chuckle, bringing her long pipe to her lips and taking a deep drag. No, I don't like how this feels at all, Yamato grumbled, flopping down and tugging awkwardly at her clothes. Black Maria shook her head. That won't do, Lady Yamato. Why not? Yamato asked, puzzled. After another long puff, Black Maria's voice dropped to a serious tone. Lord Kaido recently received some information. Anyway, just follow my plan for now. As she spoke, Black Maria walked around Yamato, appraising her with a sly smile. With your looks, Lady Yamato, you're every bit as stunning as Kurizumi Hiyori. All you need is the right makeup and attire. So what exactly does he want me to do? Yamato muttered in frustration. Black Maria hesitated for a moment before answering. I'm not sure about the details myself. but it's definitely about a man. Who? Yamato asked. Uzumaki Naruto. What? Black Maria crossed her legs, settling into her seat with a sly confidence. A massive, sinister presence seemed to ripple through the air. Of course, this is just my speculation, she continued. Recently, Lord Kaido has received a lot of news concerning him, but there's no direct evidence to confirm any of it. Besides, it seems that one of the four emperors, Big Mom, is preparing for a major move, another marriage alliance with a powerful figure. So, Lord Kaido is thinking of following her example, and, at the same time, finding a suitable ally. Plus, this could also resolve your own issues. At this point, Black Maria sighed helplessly, glancing at Yamato, who even while seated looked nothing like a typical woman. I'm a man. Yamato shot back. Black Maria raised an eyebrow. Then be a man like Odin was. It's fine for you to think that way in your heart, but before outsiders, you should still call yourself a lady. Yamato gave an annoyed click of the tongue, clearly rejecting that idea. All right, enough complaining. You can't even beat Lord Kaido as things stand. And if Lord Kaido's plan succeeds, you might not even be able to stand against that one. So how would you even talk about rebellion? Yamato blinked. Is this Uzumaki Naruto really that strong? To think that bastard would resort to such underhanded schemes because of him. Black Maria paused in thought before replying. He's very strong. In a single battle, he managed to raise his bounty to 4 billion. Keep in mind, bounties don't usually rise that much all at once. Anyway, stop complaining. Odin will be here soon as well. Yamato's eyes widened sharply in shock. Why? Why does Run-T have to come too? Black Maria looked at her, startled and flustered, and let out a weary sigh, feeling drained. Backup plan. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship, Stussy knelt respectfully before Naruto. Is this all right? Naruto nodded. Not bad at all. He lounged comfortably on a fluffy cushion. He was quite pleased with Stussy's foot-washing service. This woman was no ordinary person. She knew exactly how to use her strengths. Of course, it was also a sign she'd accepted her fate. After playing around, Perona and Sugar were exhausted. So, Vika and Mancherry were allowed to return to their larger sizes. Now, the four of them were in the next room, engrossed in a game of mahjong, a new obsession they'd quickly picked up. Sugar was down to just her little tank top. Her face was covered with 7 or 8 little turtles, drawn in messy strokes. She was so angry tears were streaming down her cheeks. Perona had a tiny turtle drawn right over her eyes, which made her look both funny and adorable. But the most unfortunate was Mancherry. Like Sugar, she'd lost even her maid outfit in the game. Her face and hands were covered in tiny turtles, drawn densely across her skin. The more she cried, the livelier those little turtles seemed to become. Vika, ever the scout, quickly dominated the game after just a short while, leaving the others in the dust. The little bunny girl snuggled up in Naruto's arms, drifting into a deep sleep. She mumbled Karuchu softly in her dreams. Excellent, little maid. You owe me another basket of grapes. Perona crossed her arms with satisfaction, eyeing the now giant, but still irresistibly cute Sugar. Sugar, cheeks puffed with frustration, retorted, I still have lots and lots of baskets left. Let's play again. Mancherry, on the verge of tears, wanted nothing more than to quit. But Sugar was forcefully pulled back. In the end, even the bitter tea seeds slipped from Mancherry's hands. Creak. The door swung open as Sugar pushed it. Her frail little figure, tear-streaked and pitiful, tugged at everyone's heartstrings. You can go now. Mancherry, you'll take Stussy's place. Stussy paused in surprise. Then she cast a long, searching look at Naruto. Yes, Lord Naruto. With graceful poise, Stussy bowed respectfully. In that simple maid outfit, her charm was overwhelming. She walked with elegance, her alluring figure on full display. Meanwhile, Mancherry hurried over in short, quick steps. Although Naruto had already seen her bald head before, he still couldn't help but steal another glance at her little bare scalp. Blushing furiously, Mancherry crouched down shyly. She reached out her tiny hands, clumsily taking over Stussy's duties. Thank you, Lord Naruto. HM, you're thanking me? With Mancherry out of the game, it was Sugar's turn to suffer. As the queen of Pleasure Street, Stussy was a natural at these kinds of games. It didn't take long. Soon, even Sugar's last grape was snatched away by Stussy and Vika. As for Perona, the ghost princess had really turned into a ghost. Her pretty face was covered in scribbles and doodles. Clearly, Stussy's drawing skills were top-notch as well. Now, it was Perona's turn to puff up in frustration. Sugar lay sprawled on the floor, utterly defeated. My grapes, my precious grapes, sob. Just as Sugar's eyes brimmed with tears, a basket of grapes was suddenly placed before her. I can't finish so many, Stussy said with a gentle smile. Sugar dove at the basket at once. Her sorrow instantly turned into boundless energy. Thank you. Excellent. Now I've got a new bargaining chip to turn things around. The three women. Stay away from gambling. See? The little bunny girl, who keeps her distance from gambling, is sleeping so soundly. Of course, things weren't nearly as comfortable for Mancherry. Her whole body was flushed red, as if she were being roasted over a fire. While she slept, the little bunny girl would occasionally hum a few lines of the Kizaru autumn song. This made it even harder for Mancherry to bear. She was in her 20s too, and naturally understood the meaning behind the Kizaru autumn song. Creak. The cabin door slowly closed. Mancherry got up shyly, walked over to stand behind Naruto, and began to massage his shoulders. Lord Naruto, is this all right? Only then did Mancherry feel herself finally starting to recover. Suddenly, the sleeping little bunny girl began dreaming of munching on carrots. Afternoon. Above the skies of Wano country, a zeppelin slowly descended. What a strange smell, Perona grumbled, covering her nose in displeasure. In truth, she just took the opportunity to wipe the scribbles off her face. Stussy thoughtfully handed her a wet wipe. We're in Wano country, the territory of Yonko Kaido. That odd scent in the air. It's most likely coming from Kaido's weapons factories. After they landed, Stussy said, Lord Naruto, I can stand guard over the ship. She had seen with her own eyes how Jack the Drought ship was swallowed up by a swirling spatial distortion. And this very zeppelin had also been spat out from the same spiral. Her words, of course, carried a deeper meaning. Naruto nodded slightly, glanced at her, and said with a gentle smile, Then I'll leave it to you. He could freely probe his surroundings with his senses, so there was no need to worry about danger. Then he leapt down from the airship. Perona and Sugar hurried after him. Vika, however, did not follow. With a mix of worry and curiosity, she returned to the cabin. Stussy watched Naruto's retreating figure, her heart trembling slightly. She shook her head, trying to dispel the images swirling in her mind. Her steps suddenly faltered, losing their rhythm. Do I really have to go that far? Wah. Naruto, big brother, Lord Naruto, master. Sugar clung to Naruto's leg, weeping and sniffling, pouring out her tale of how her grape army had been utterly destroyed. She looked up, hoping for comfort. Perona, feeling sorry for her, tried to console her. It's okay. Next time, you'll lose even worse. Sugar couldn't take it anymore. She lunged at Perona, flailing her arms. Perona easily lifted the little girl with one hand. Why'd she turn back into a little girl again? She'd eaten too few grapes. The smaller she got, the bigger the grapes seemed. Negative ghosts. The little girl was completely defeated. Naruto, meanwhile, gazed expressionlessly at the land of Wano before him. Kaido had thrown the country into utter chaos. It was in even worse shape than the rain village had once been. Old, painful memories stirred within Naruto. Just then, a scrawny, ragged child appeared before him. At a glance, Naruto fell silent. Wearing tattered clothes, stomach rumbling with hunger, the child carried a wooden stick that barely qualified as a weapon. He had walked from the village to the flower capital. No one even noticed him. He just gripped his stick and perished. Naruto raised his hand and gave a gentle wave. A soft, unseen force knocked the child to the ground. Tree roots rose gently from the earth, forming a soft wooden bed to catch the child. A tender breeze drifted by. All weariness faded away, and the child's shrunken belly slowly filled out. A handful of candies was placed in the child's arms. Let's go. Naruto started walking ahead. Perona and Sugar, having finished their playful antics, now followed quietly behind him. They could sense it. Naruto was angry. Up ahead lay the village of Woven Hats. Otama, known as Kurazumi-tama, a Paramecia-type devil fruit user. She possessed the power of the dango fruit. The village of Woven Hats had made its name and living from weaving fine straw hats. The villagers were all skilled craftsmen. Entering the vast bamboo grove, the village was no longer far off. Passing through the bamboo, an open clearing came into view. That was the heart of the Woven Hats village. Stepping inside, they saw at once countless villagers, all hollow-eyed and hungry. Each and every one of them looked famished, their heads spinning with hunger. The sight alone spoke volumes. Faces gaunt and bodies thin, as if a single gust of wind might carry them away. So hungry. Ha ha ha. Are you hungry too? Ha ha ha. Yes, drinking water just makes it worse. Ha ha ha. Naruto led Sugar and Perona forward. Both Perona and Sugar wore uneasy expressions. This was a scene all too familiar to them. With their own powers, they could create the same misery. I'm really starving. Has someone come? Maybe they're here to collect food, but we have nothing left to give. Ha ha ha. The three entered without trying to hide themselves. The villagers weren't blind. Of course, they noticed the newcomers right away. The hungry villagers simply assumed that the black charcoal serpent had sent more people, or perhaps that someone was just passing by for some unknown reason. They could barely muster the strength to move, so naturally, no one stood up right away. They were simply too hungry. Even standing up is a struggle. Sugar hesitated. She thought about how many grapes she had left. But Naruto didn't give her a chance to speak first. He raised his hand. A spiral of swirling space appeared. Then, an abundance of food materialized from within the rippling vortex. At this sight, the starving villagers all widened their eyes in disbelief. One by one, they stared at the mountain of food before them. The sound of gulping echoed through the air. At the same time, the chorus of growling stomachs filled the silence with their plaintive cries. Unconsciously, some villagers struggled to their feet, while others crawled toward the food. Yet no one dared rush forward. They had been beaten and tormented too many times. Everyone feared this was just another cruel trick. Naruto picked up a piece of cake and walked toward the first man who had managed to reach him. All of this is for you. You've been hungry for too long. Please eat slowly. Aren't you one of the black charcoal serpent's men? The man, filthy and disheveled, looked up. His tangled, matted hair fell away to reveal a gaunt and hollow face. He had crawled across the ground to get here. I am Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto replied. I'm here to free the land of Wano. Naruto crouched down and placed the piece of cake into the man's hands. The man stared in shock for a moment. He gazed at the cake, its clean surface in stark contrast to his filthy hands. And then, he could no longer hold back his tears. Ha ha! The man burst out laughing twice. Then he lowered his head, gazing at the cake in front of him, and for a long while, said nothing. After a pause, he turned to the side and called out. The villagers quietly stepped aside, clearing a path. Taking his chance, the man quickly crawled outward. Before long, he reached a curled-up figure. Hurry and eat. Lord Naruto has brought us food. Lifting the tattered robe, he revealed a thin, withered face beneath it. Naruto glanced at the face, then spoke in a grave tone. Everyone come and eat. No matter how hungry you are, you must eat slowly. You've been starving for too long. If you eat too quickly, you could die. The villagers of the Straw Hat Village looked at him with overwhelming gratitude. There was no chaos. Everyone lined up properly, taking food and then stepping aside. It wasn't that they were especially well-mannered or calm at heart. It was simply that they had grown used to being oppressed. Even in the face of life and death, order had become their instinct. And that was a sorrowful thing. Perona covered her mouth, hiding behind Naruto as tears fell despite herself. Sugar's little face had lost all its usual cuteness. Naruto looked up and saw the man who had gotten the cake first, gently placing it into a pair of tiny, withered hands. That small, frail figure had already been dead for 2 days. Passing through the bamboo grove, a dilapidated thatched hut appeared ahead. Naruto walked up and pushed open the wooden door. The old, creaking door groaned in protest. Inside, a small figure came into view. She was crouched upon the cold, hard wooden boards, her small hands clumsy yet practiced as she wove a bamboo hat. Hearing the door open, the little girl froze for a moment, then quickly turned her head. Her thin shoulders trembled. Who are you? She was very frightened, but she didn't turn and run away. Or rather, she didn't have the strength to run. Her small hands clutched the half-woven straw hat tightly, shielding it behind her. In the distance, a figure appeared. He wore a dog-faced mask. Not quite a lackey's mask, but a Tengu mask. The village had suddenly become noisy, and he was among the first to go investigate. So he knew exactly what had happened in the village. That was also why he hadn't protected Xiaoyu right away. With a dull thud, the man in the Tengu mask landed. He came to Xiaoyu's side and looked at Naruto. Who are you? Why have you come here? Xiaoyu, who had been terrified a moment before, felt a wave of relief upon hearing the man's voice behind the mask. At the same time, she realized that Kazuki Sukiyaki held no hostility toward Naruto and his companions. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto raised his hand, revealing a piece of cake. He'd packed it earlier at Lin's place. A devil fruit user? At that moment, Kazuki Sukiyaki finally understood why these strangers had arrived empty-handed, yet still managed to produce so much food. He gasped in surprise, then immediately grew wary. A devil fruit user? Were you sent by Korazumi, Orochi? Instinctively, he suspected there might be poison hidden in the cake Naruto held. With a metallic ring, the long sword was drawn, its clear note filling the air. Kazuki Sukiyaki adopted a fighting stance, watching the three strangers' every move with vigilance. Xiaoyu, if you're hungry, come and eat. Naruto paid no attention to Kazuki Sukiyaki. Instead, he crouched down and carefully supported the piece of cake in his hands. Gurgle. Otama swallowed hard, her eyes fixed intently on the cake. She was terribly, terribly hungry. There was nothing left to eat at home. The straw hat she had just started weaving was still unfinished. Only after it was done could she take it out and sell it for some rice. Kazuki Sukiyaki heard the plaintive growling of Otoma's stomach. He himself had been starving for some time, but his gaze remained locked on Naruto, not daring to relax for even a moment. Big brother. What do you know my name? A gentle smile lifted the corners of Naruto's lips. Come and eat. You won't have to go hungry anymore. He beckoned to her, and Otama rushed toward him as if carried by the wind. Kazuki Sukiyaki's eyes widened, and he barked, "Stop right there." But in the very next instant, a few weather doll-like, cheerful, ghostly figures drifted right through his body. A low, resonant hum seemed to pass through him. I'm so useless, he muttered. Otama looked down at the cake in her hands, then up at Naruto's kind, smiling face. Big brother, is this really for me? Seeing Otama torn between desire and hesitation, Naruto gently patted her head. There's enough for everyone. Take your time. There's plenty more. Thank you, big brother. At his words, Otama's wariness melted away. Hearing that everyone in the village would have something to eat, she opened her mouth and took a small bite. So sweet. Otama's eyes sparkled with delight. She glanced at Naruto's deep blue eyes, then pursed her lips, as if making up her mind. Raising her small hand, she gently scratched her cheek. A faintly glowing rice ball appeared in her palm. Otama's face turned a shade paler. Big brother, this is me. Before she could finish speaking, Naruto raised his hand and tapped her gently between the eyebrows with a finger. There's no need to use up so much strength making rice cakes. Go ahead and eat. Don't worry about saving them. There will be plenty more in the future. With that, Naruto took the rice cake from her. Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, feeling warmth spread through her body, a comforting sensation. After a few bites of cake, Xiaoyu glanced at Perona, then at Sugar, who was standing next to Perona and was only a little taller than herself. When I have a bit more energy, I'll make some rice cakes for you two sisters too. Sugar blinked and exchanged a look with Perona. What they had just witnessed was clearly not something ordinary people could do. A devil fruit user, perhaps. Sugar took out a few grapes. Here, these are for you. What are these? Xiaoyu accepted them with a puzzled look. Grapes. These are grapes. Xiaoyu was astonished. Nearby, Sukiyaki Kazuki watched Xiaoyu eat, but didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. He simply sat down cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. Clearly, that negative ghost from moments ago had left him feeling a bit embarrassed. Naruto walked over and tossed him a few pieces of roasted meat and a flask of sake. Keep an eye on the villagers here. Naruto didn't bother saying much more to the old man. Kazuki Sukiyaki was momentarily stunned. Then the rich aroma of meat and sake filled his nostrils. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Hunger is truly hard to endure. Otherwise, during times of famine, so many desperate things wouldn't happen. Why do people know which wild greens are edible? Why is some tree bark sweet, while other bark is poisonous? Because someone, somewhere has already tried them. Kazuki Sukiyaki bowed deeply to Naruto. Lord Naruto, may I ask what your intentions are here? Kazuki Sukiyaki inquired. To liberate the land of Wano, and while I'm at it, to wipe out the beast pirates. With that, Naruto turned to leave. Suddenly, Otama grabbed his hand. Big brother, are you all leaving now? Yes. We're going to get rid of the villains here, including Kurizumi, Orochi. Naruto gently tousled her small head. Then, with a swirl of spiraling space, the room instantly filled with stacks of food. Distribute these among the villagers, but don't give them too much at once, or it could be dangerous. Kazuki Sukiyaki immediately stood up. I know what to do. Naruto gave him a slight nod, and only then did he lead Perona and Sugar away. Perona and Sugar asked in unison, Who is Kurizumi Orochi? With a blank expression, Naruto replied, The current shogun of Wano, a cruel and ruthless dictator who closed the borders. His goal is to destroy this country. At the same time, he possesses the Hibi no Mi model, Yamada no Orochi, a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. With its power, he can transform into an 8-headed serpent. So, everything that's happened here is his doing? Naruto nodded. He was born and raised in Wano. After finishing, he set off toward the flower capital. Along the way, whenever he saw starving civilians, Naruto made sure to leave behind some food. As for those who try to question his identity or block his path, the so-called samurai, with a casual wave of his hand, he erased them all. Before long, the so-called most prosperous city in Wano, the flower capital, came into view. The secret boss of the flower capital's pleasure district, the underworld kingpin, Kayashiro, narrowed his eyes. What a powerful presence. It feels unfamiliar. This person is definitely not one of Kaido's men. A low, ominous hum seemed to vibrate through the air, just as Kayashiro, one of the Akaza 9, used his observation haki to sense that overwhelming aura. A chilling cold crept over his entire body. He froze for a moment, urgently withdrawing his haki. If he kept probing any further, it would certainly mean his death. What's wrong? At that moment, a gentle and elegant voice drifted toward him. Kayashiro turned to look. Standing at the doorway was a woman dressed in a kimono embroidered with peacocks, her hair adorned with exquisite ornaments. She was known throughout Wano as the #1 courtesan. She held a Kizaru pipe in her hand. It was none other than Kazuki Hayori, living under the alias Kamurasaki. There's a powerful stranger. He's heading straight toward Orochi's quarters. With a clatter, Kamurasaki's Kizaru slipped from her hand and fell to the floor. We have to go. Flower capital. Naruto had arrived. This bustling city, where cherry blossoms fluttered everywhere, stood in stark contrast to the straw hat villages and rural towns he had passed on his journey. Without hesitation, Naruto made his way directly toward the shogun's castle. Lord Orochi, there are 3 strangers outside the city. Meanwhile, inside the flower capital's shogun castle, a shadowy figure slipped through the window, appearing before Kurizumi Orochi like a ghost. Orochi, holding a courtesan in his arms, took a sip of sake and said, "Besides them, is there anyone else?" The ninja, garbed in typical shinobi attire, shook his head and replied, "Lord Orochi, it's just those 3. It's odd. None of our scouts have returned to report in. In the past, whenever strangers entered the land of Wano, they would always report it immediately." Kurizumi Orochi narrowed his eyes, but in the next instant, he burst into laughter and pulled the courtesan closer, resuming his revelry. "No need to worry about it. This is the land of Wano. Kaido of the 4 emperors rules here. No one would dare cause trouble. As for those who haven't returned to report, just summon them to me later, I'll—" Boom! But before Orochi could finish his sentence, the door was kicked open with a thunderous crash. Seeing the 3 figures standing on the threshold, the ninja exclaimed in shock, "Lord Orochi, it's those 3, His words died in his throat as his body began to dissolve from the feet up, vanishing bit by bit. A piercing scream echoed throughout the shogun's castle. The courtesan shrieked and scrambled away in terror. Orochi stood frozen to the spot. Someone had actually dared to break in. He was so accustomed to wielding unchecked power that the thought of running never even crossed his mind. "Who are you people? Do you know who I am? Do you realize where you are?" Orochi shot a glance at the spot where the ninja had completely vanished, then turned back, trying to sound fierce, though his voice betrayed his unease. But soon, Orochi's attention was drawn to Perona and Sugar, who stood beside Naruto. Perona still carried her wine-red parasol and wore an elegant maid outfit in shades of pink and white. Her graceful figure was only enhanced by the outfit, while the delicate makeup on her pretty face made her look even more refined. Gulp. Orochi swallowed hard, rubbing his hands together. Sugar, as always, was simply adorable. "You there, leave those 2 women behind. If you do, I might just put in a good word for you with Kaido." But just as Orochi finished his sentence, his vision began to blur. A sharp crack. It was as if a mirror had shattered. What was once a single, seamless view split cleanly into 2. Then almost instantly, it fractured into 4 pieces, then 8. In the blink of an eye, the black charcoal serpent was utterly shattered, its remains scattered all over the ground. A courtesan, who hadn't managed to run far, glanced back. Her face instantly went pale with terror. Screaming, she fled from the general's castle. "He got off too easy. Oomph. To think he dared have designs on the 2 of us. He deserves to die 10,000 times over." Sugar and Perona cast a look of pure disgust at the shattered remains of the black charcoal serpent. Naruto shook his head. "Don't be hasty." He stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick. A deep, thunderous boom rang out. The power of the Tremor fruit was unleashed. In a flash, the scattered remains of the black charcoal serpent were blasted away. Everyone on the street was utterly stunned. Damn it, did the serpent murder someone again? So cruelly? How awful. But then, as the crowd watched in shock, the bits of flesh on the ground began to writhe and twist. And suddenly, they fused together, forming the black charcoal serpent once more. Everyone was dumbfounded. A single scream pierced the air as someone bolted away. Others quickly followed, fleeing in panic. Naruto descended alongside Perona and Sugar. Upon witnessing this, both Perona and Sugar were horrified. But Naruto looked entirely unsurprised. Zoan type, snake fruit, mythical beast model, Yamada no Orochi form. Simply put, the black charcoal serpent possessed 8 lives. So disgusting. Perona and Sugar exclaimed in unison, their faces twisted in revulsion. They shot a glance at the black charcoal serpent, now transformed into a single body with 7 dragon-like heads. Naruto raised his hand. Orochi hurriedly cried out, "Wait. Please, sir, wait a moment. I don't even know who you people are. If I've done anything wrong, just tell me. I'll apologize, and I'll make it up to you. I swear. Don't kill me. If you kill me, Kaido of the 4 Emperors won't stand for it. That's Kaido we're talking about." A deep hum resonated. Gravity crashed down. All 7 of Orochi's dragon-like heads were slammed to the ground. A sharp crack resounded. Naruto stepped forward and stomped down. Another of Orochi's lives was snuffed out. "Kaido, don't worry. It won't be long before you join him down below." The crowd watching was frozen in shock, eyes wide. They stared in utter disbelief at Orochi, sprawled out like a lifeless dog, and at Naruto, who stood over him, pinning him to the earth. Almost at once, words swept through the flower capital. Orochi had been defeated, his heads lopped off by an intruder. Now, wrapped in the aura of death, Orochi broke down and wept bitterly. He pleaded over and over, but Naruto paid him no further heed. The forest for his fruits devouring power was unleashed. In a flash, Orochi's body began to dissolve. Before long, the monstrous heads he'd conjured vanished one after another. In just a few breaths, Orochi was utterly gone. Not even a trace remained. All that was left to mark his existence was a crater in the ground. What? The people were dumbstruck. Orochi was dead. Dead without even a scrap left behind. In an instant, chaos erupted through the crowd. Some cheered, some wailed, and some simply wept. The news of Kurizumi Orochi's death swept through the flower capital like a raging storm. Immediately after, the city erupted into a riot, the pent-up anger and frustration that had been suppressed for so long finally exploding forth. Naruto glanced at a nearby ninja. "Gather everyone here," he ordered. "I'm giving you only 10 minutes. If even one person is missing, you'll all face the consequences together." The ninja stood frozen for 3 seconds, then hurriedly dashed outside, shouting at Orochi's subordinates to assemble at once. At the same time, Naruto cast a cold glance at the wealthy citizens of the flower capital. These were the ones who had feasted alongside Kurizumi Orochi, indulging in every luxury, amassing vast fortunes at the expense of the common people, their wealth stained with the suffering of the masses. 10 minutes later, the city was filled with the screams of agony. Almost all of Orochi's men were dead. Only a handful survived, each bearing wounds of varying severity. Having settled matters in Amagasa village, Kazuki Sugiyaki, still uneasy, hurried to the capital. There he was confronted by chaos and the corpses of those who had once terrorized the city. He sought out Naruto. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees before him. Tears shimmered in his eyes beneath the Tengu mask, mingled with a look of profound relief. In a deep, earnest voice he said, "Lord Naruto, thank you for avenging the land of Wano. The Kazuki clan will never forget this debt of gratitude." Thud! Kazuki Sukiyaki knocked his forehead hard against the ground in a deep bow. Kazuki Sukiyaki, once the shogun of the land of Wano, betrayed by Kurizumi Orochi, who usurped his position and seized rule over the nation. It could be said that the current state of Wano has much to do with Kazuki Sukiyaki. Originally, he had given up on life, hiding under a false name in an obscure village, simply waiting for death. Yet in the end, he still took Intama. Now, having learned that Kurizumi Orochi is dead, Kazuki Sukiyaki feels he can leave this world with no regrets. Naruto merely cast him a fleeting glance. "Do you still wish to become the shogun of Wano?" Thud! Kazuki Sukiyaki once again bowed deeply, his forehead striking the floor in earnest. "My failings? I want to make amends." Naruto raised his hand, sending a surge of Nine-Tails chakra into Sukiyaki's body. "It's chaos right now. Clean up the mess that's left behind. White Zetsu, keep an eye on him. Once the main forces arrive, take over Wano." "Yes, Lord Naruto." With a spiraling distortion of space, White Zetsu sprang out. He immediately clung to Naruto's leg, gazing up with dreamy eyes. "Naruto." This, Kazuki Sukiyaki was dumbfounded. Naruto shot him a cold look and said, "What's wrong? Did you really think the Kazuki clan would continue ruling Wano? Cleaning up here is the last contribution you can make." Kazuki Sukiyaki fell silent for a long moment, then finally let out a sigh. "Thank you, Lord Naruto, for allowing this. Kurizumi Orochi, is he truly dead?" At that instant, a voice filled with disbelief rang out from the crowd. Immediately after, 2 figures emerged. Perona and Sugar narrowed their eyes in unison. The newcomers were a man and a woman. Naturally, Perona and Sugar's attention was drawn to the striking woman. Kayashiro hurried over to the spot where Kurizumi Orochi had died. He examined the area closely for a moment, then turned his head and noticed Kazuki Sukiyaki, who wore a Tengu mask. Meanwhile, "Get out of the way. Don't stop me, Lord Kaido." Kaido, clearly displeased, set down his sake cup and exhaled a breath of scorching hot steam before speaking. What's going on? It was obvious that if the person before him couldn't deliver important news, his life would soon be forfeit. Lord Kaido, in the flower capital, Lord Orochi is dead. What? Kaido's brow shot up. Who killed him? Kaido rose to his feet. By his side stood one of the all-stars, and the first among them, the calamity of Wildfire King. He stood up as well and said in a deep voice, "Let me handle this. No, I'll go myself. To come here and brazenly kill my man in public. Clearly, our adversary is no ordinary foe." Kaido shot a glance at his subordinate and said, "Tell Black Maria to have Yamato and Runty ready." With that, Kaido said no more. He immediately transformed into his azure dragon form. In the blink of an eye, he soared out of the city. "This is bad. I have to get there quickly," King muttered, shaking his head. He, too, quickly transformed, becoming a pitch-black, toothless pteranodon. High above the flower capital, Kayashiro's expression changed instantly. He stared up at the dragon's form in the sky, both fearful and furious. So he came after all? Damn it. At that moment, the azure dragon descended. "Ha ha ha, raising trouble in my territory, are you? I knew it wouldn't be so simple. So was you all along." Uzumaki Naruto, a blue dragon, soared through the air, descending above the flower capital. The faces of the people within the flower capital changed dramatically. Kaido. There was no doubt, Kaido's authority in Wano country was absolute. The chaos that had filled the flower capital just moments before was instantly replaced by a heavy silence. Yet the people noticed that Kaido landed right in front of the one who had just made a move, and then, as quietly as possible, they began to slip away from the city. Kayashiro drew the long sword hanging at his waist. "Uzumaki Naruto, this is our first meeting, and you've already brought me such a grand gift?" After landing, Kaido immediately shifted back into his human beast form, standing before Naruto. At this moment, his skin still shimmered with a strange light. Scales like those of a dragon gleamed across his body. Kaido's arrival sent the townspeople scattering in all directions. His name alone was enough to strike terror in their hearts. Kaido had come, and the city's panic was only natural. He cast a quick glance at the spot where Orochi's lifeless body lay. A barely noticeable flicker passed through his eyes. But in the next instant, his gaze returned to normal. With a hint of disdain, he said, "It doesn't matter. Orochi or not. What is a shogun of Wano anyway? He's dead, so be it. I can always find another substitute." Clearly, Kaido cared little for Orochi's death. What mattered to him was that someone had dared to act on his turf. If he didn't respond, his authority would be undermined. Besides, though Orochi was nominally his ally, his collaborator, the truth was that Kaido had always intended to dispose of him eventually. But for now, Orochi still held some use. In his plans, Yamato, his daughter, was the ideal candidate to become the shogun of Wano. Unfortunately, but right now, the most important thing was to secure the aid of Naruto Uzumaki. Just like Whitebeard and Big Mom, he needed to form some truly solid alliances. Beneath the land of Wano, there was a weapon he absolutely had to obtain. With that in his grasp, he could even confront the world government head-on. Pluton. He had long entertained the idea of working with Big Mom, the woman who had once treated him almost like a sister. And now, "Become my son-in-law, Naruto Uzumaki," he declared. "Let us reach the very summit of the seas together." Kaido burst into hearty laughter. Perona and Sugar were at a complete loss for words. Another one? Kazuki Sukiyaki and Kayashiro were momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, and it was clear that each had guessed the other's identity. Yet, at this moment, they could both see anxiety reflected in each other's eyes. Even Kazuki Hayori, who, much like Momo, simply enjoyed her moments in the spotlight, now showed visible worry in her gaze. If this mysterious powerhouse were to accept, then nothing would have changed for Wano. "It's a nice proposition, but that's not what I want," Naruto said, waving his hand. He hadn't expected Kaido to come out with something like that right away. If Big Mom had said it, he wouldn't have been surprised at all. But Kaido, where did his confidence even come from? Why not? "My daughter, when she dresses up, is in no way inferior to this courtesan. She might even surpass her," Kaido said, clearly puzzled. Upon hearing these words, Kazuki Hayori's heart trembled slightly, and she instinctively glanced at Naruto. A mysterious light flickered in her beautiful eyes. "Oh, that's what you think." Naruto cast a quick look at the sky above. A massive figure appeared. His entire body was clad in pitch-black garments. He wore a strange mask and a helmet with protective goggles, dressed in a black double-breasted coat with 2 skull emblems on the collar. King. His bounty, 1,390,000,000 berries. He possessed the powers of the ancient Zoan-type devil fruit, the dragon fruit, pteranodon form. A pteranodon human, able to transform into a prehistoric winged reptile. He was also the highest-ranking member of the Beast Pirates Calamities, the most formidable of the 3 disasters. A Lunarian, a race marked by unique flames that danced across their bodies. Whether in human form or as a winged beast, King was always wreathed in fire. These special flames weren't just for show, they could be used offensively. When the flames vanished, his speed increased dramatically, but at the cost of lower defenses. So, to sum up, the flame fruit? Not needed here. You. Naruto glanced at Kazuki Hiyori, who had been stealing glances at him all along. Hiyori froze in place, then hurried over with sparkling eyes. But before she could get close, Naruto spoke in a cold, quiet voice. Disappear from my sight. Hiyori fell silent, rooted to the spot, a hint of disappointment flickering in her heart. After a moment's hesitation, she still walked over to stand by Naruto's side, her delicate face full of pleading. Kayashiro was about to speak when Kazuki Sukiyaki quietly pulled him back. He glanced back, only to see Kazuki Sukiyaki shake his head. I'm good at all sorts of things, and besides, I can sleep with you. Before Naruto could respond, Perona and Sugar stepped in, pushing her aside. That's not necessary. You should leave now. Go see for yourself what's become of this country. As a member of the Kazuki clan, not a single one of you sits well with me. With those words, an invisible force swept over Kazuki Hiyori. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from where she stood. Both Kazuki Sukiyaki and Kayashiro tensed with anxiety. Naruto said calmly, she's been sent to Amagasa village. As he spoke, Naruto drew Perona and Sugar closer to his side. Kaido's brow furrowed. He understood perfectly well what that meant. The 2 women standing by Naruto's side were in no way inferior to the Oiran who'd just been here. As for whether she was a princess or a member of the Kazuki clan, Kaido couldn't have cared less. Above them, King, the head of the 3 calamities, let out a cold snort. In the next instant, he hurled a spike club with a sharp, decisive motion. That was Kaido's weapon. Kaido's gaze never left Naruto as he lifted his hand and caught the club as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He then reached for the sake gourd hanging at his waist. He took several hearty gulps. Suddenly, Conqueror's haki burst forth. Black and red lightning crackled through the air, the raw force of Conqueror's haki surging toward Naruto. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. In the very next moment, Kaido's Conqueror's haki vanished without a trace. Kaido froze mid-drink, his pupils contracting sharply. He never imagined things would turn out this way. His Conqueror's haki gone just like that. Another low, tense hum vibrated through the air. That was when King made his move. He lunged at Naruto. Kaido caught a glimpse of this scene, but made no move to intervene. Of course, he remained on high alert. Judging by Naruto's attitude toward the 2 women at his side, it was clear. If King's attack were to endanger them as well, then all negotiations would instantly fall apart. And it was precisely this point that made Kaido's own schemes grow ever more active in his mind. Though Kaido appeared to be nothing more than a hulking brute on the outside, his mind was far more meticulous than the other 4 emperors. A metallic ring split the air. Mid-flight, King drew a gigantic katana, flames roaring fiercely along its blade. His opponent was a figure on par with the 4 emperors. He dared not be careless. King ignited in fire from head to toe. At the same time, both his armament haki and observation haki surged to their limits. He shifted into his pteranodon form. Guardian Art, Fire Dragon Emperor. Right from the outset, he fought with everything he had. The flames that blazed on King's body surged onto his katana, and in an instant, a colossal dragon of fire took shape. Blistering, molten flames rolled off it like lava. The fire dragon roared in the sky, ready to descend with unstoppable force. But just then, a spiraling ripple distorted the space. In the very next instant, King froze midair. The mighty fire dragon emperor technique he'd unleashed with all his might shattered into fragments in the blink of an eye. At the same moment, he became aware, spiraling space ripples now surrounded his body. This is bad. King tried to retreat, only to discover he was utterly immobilized. No matter how desperately he struggled, it was all in vain. All he could do was watch helplessly as the spiraling distortion before him grew ever larger, until at last it swallowed him whole. During this time, Kaido did not stand idly by. Stop, he bellowed. As Kaido's words faded, a thunderous shock erupted. The tremor fruit, Whitebeard's power, Kaido's eyes went wide with disbelief. In the next instant, the force of the tremor fruit struck. A glowing orb shaped like a fist shot toward him. It collided with Kaido's chest. A deafening crash resounded. Kaido's eyes widened further. He looked down, his chest had caved in. A surge of excruciating pain overwhelmed him. Kaido was sent hurtling backwards. Midair, his face was painted with utter disbelief. His body, renowned for its unmatched toughness, now felt as fragile as paper before the power of the tremor fruit. At this moment, Kaido experienced a pain he hadn't felt in ages. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. The defense of his mighty physique, his greatest pride, shattered just like that. But Kaido simply couldn't comprehend it. Not even Whitebeard himself, wielding the tremor fruit, could break his defenses so easily. Yet everything happening now was far too real. He'd truly been struck and wounded by a single punch. And then, Kaido's vision faded to black. His massive body crashed to the ground, gouging a deep trench in the earth. His head dragged along the ground, layer after layer of dirt piling over him. Had Kaido really been knocked down with one punch? Kazuki Sukiyaki and Kayashiro stood frozen in shock. Their faces were utterly blank with astonishment. Even King, who had yet to be swallowed by the spiraling spatial distortion, was so stunned that he forgot to resist, only to be immediately consumed by the swirling vortex. How is this possible? That man. How could Kaido be hurt? Cold sweat streamed down Kayashiro's forehead, tracing his cheek and dripping from his chin. Kazuki Sukiyaki also gasped in shock. They all knew just how monstrous Kaido's defense was. Lord Kaido! At that moment, Queen, one of the All-Stars, rushed over after hearing the news. He saw with his own eyes that Kaido had been knocked down by Naruto like that. Now, buried under earth and stone, Kaido didn't get up right away. How could Queen not panic at a time like this? He ignored everything else and dashed straight over. Standing 6 meters tall, he charged forward like a rolling ball of flesh, reminiscent of Choji's human boulder attack. As a user of the dragon fruit, ancient model, Brachiosaurus, his strength was nothing to scoff at. His bounty, 1,320,000,000 berries. Queen reached Kaido's side and pulled him out from the ground, only to discover Kaido's eyes were closed. A wave of shock and anger welled up inside him. He suddenly spun around and glared fiercely at Naruto. As a cyborg, he didn't hesitate to transform into his Brachiosaurus form, bristling with all kinds of heavy weaponry. Without pause, he charged forward. I'll tear you apart. Corona and Sugar both frowned. Kazuki Sukiyaki and Kayashiro widened their eyes in astonishment. Soon, Queen's massive figure vanished into the distance. He ran away. Come back. Naruto raised his hand, and a powerful suction force emerged. Queen's huge form, which had disappeared at the far end, slowly floated back into view. Then, in a blur, he was pulled straight toward Naruto. What's going on? Is this your power? Suspended in midair, Queen was stunned for a moment. Then his face twisted with malice. He wasn't about to give up after just one move. At this rate, there was absolutely no way he could escape. So he decided to stake it all in a desperate fight. He raised his modified left arm, now transformed into a deadly firearm. He was just about to use the suction force to launch an attack at Naruto. But to his shock, in the very next instant, his weaponized left arm simply fell apart. What? Quinn's face twisted in disbelief, his usual cocky grin replaced by sheer panic, and even the cigar he clenched between his teeth slipped and tumbled to the ground. But almost immediately, a machine gun mechanism emerged from Quinn's mouth, firing a laser cannon straight at Naruto. A thunderous explosion echoed. Yet, the moment the laser was unleashed, the machine gun's barrel exploded with a violent backfire. Black smoke instantly enveloped Quinn's Brachiosaurus head. His mechanical tail became a tangled mess of metal. Before Quinn could even process what was happening, that spiraling spatial distortion appeared once more. And before it even reached Naruto, Quinn met the same fate as the leader of the three calamities, King. Out at sea, the man said to be the world's mightiest in single combat, even surpassing the aged Whitebeard, the Emperor Kaido, was at this moment slowly regaining consciousness. He snapped his eyes open, gazing up at the sky. Then he lifted his hand and brushed the dirt off his body. The pain in his flesh quickly faded away. He wiped the corner of his mouth, and as he saw the streak of crimson on his fingertips, his expression changed in an instant. He stood up. A series of sharp cracks sounded as he twisted his neck. Are you Joy Boy? The reason Kaido's expression had shifted was because old memories had come rushing back. Joy Boy, you really look down on me, don't you? Naruto replied with a dismissive sneer. Kaido was momentarily taken aback, then burst out in raucous laughter. Well said. What a load of nonsense, that prophecy. Kaido rolled his shoulders and hefted the spike club he had been holding all along. That move, just now, was at the power of the Tremor fruit. He narrowed his eyes. So, things at Navy headquarters must have come to an end as well. But why hasn't any word reached me from my entire intelligence network? Naruto didn't answer. Instead, he glanced toward a far-off corner and moved his lips. The figure hiding in the shadows there jolted in alarm. A moment later, disbelief colored his voice. Is that truly what you intend? Lord Naruto, if you really wish to do this, I will report the truth faithfully. Only, you won't hold it against us, will you? Naruto's voice reached his ears. After a gentle chuckle, Naruto replied, It's all right. The 4 emperors of the sea have vanished, every last one. Let people all over the world know, before long, the world government will meet the same fate. From this day forward, after a few brief words, the figure in the corner was left so stunned he could hardly speak. Naruto offered a final instruction. Inform Morgans, the news king. From today onward, he can report whatever he likes, no matter the nature of the news. I have only one request, tell the truth. Yes, I'll report everything as it is, without omission. With that, the figure bowed deeply to Naruto, then quietly melted away into the shadows. Even Kaido, with all his powers of perception, noticed nothing amiss. Uzumaki Naruto, I don't care how you got your hands on the Tremor fruit. We'll talk about the rest after the battle. Kaido grinned widely. He reached up and wiped away the blood that was trickling from his nose. With a booming laugh, he exclaimed, It's been a long time since I felt so exhilarated. But that last hit of yours, it really hurt, it truly did. As he finished speaking, Kaido's massive figure vanished in an instant. Haki surged around him. There was a tremor of excitement in Kaido's voice, barely contained. Conqueror's Haki coiled around his signature spike club. He brought it crashing down toward Naruto. Boom! In that split second, waves of Conqueror's Haki burst forth in all directions. Lightning split the sky, and storms raged across the sea. Thunder roared on the ground as Kaido's attack landed. All around them, rooftops were torn off and sent flying. This power had already surpassed anything these people thought possible. Kaido was indeed worthy of his title as the strongest pirate in single combat on the seas. Yet, his opponent had already transcended the limits of this world's power. The spike club fell, but just as it reached Naruto, it froze in midair. It could not move even the slightest bit closer to him. Sugar let out a startled cry, jumping in fright. She hurriedly ducked behind Perona. Lifting the corner of Perona's delicate maid dress, she tucked her petite figure safely out of sight. Perona, she could only shake her head in resignation. She, too, felt fear at Kaido's assault, but her trust in Naruto was far too deep to be shaken by any mere terror. Perona glanced at her wine-red umbrella. Despite Kaido's overwhelming display of force, even as the battle raged right before her eyes, she realized her crimson umbrella hadn't felt the slightest gust of wind. Ha! A very unique ability. Even your Conqueror's Haki is in no way inferior to mine. Naruto Uzumaki, now I understand why your very first bounty was set at 4 billion. Kaido poured even more strength into his attack. The mask of casual indifference he had worn quickly slipped away. Naruto Uzumaki, what is your purpose here? To liberate this diseased land of Wano. And, while I'm at it, to capture all of you. Those I can't be bothered to arrest, I'll simply cut down. Naruto's voice sounded calm and unhurried. Kaido's expression darkened. Thunderbot what? He shouted, summoning the full force of his threefold Haki. Yet in the next instant, crack! A crisp, snapping sound echoed through the air. Kaido stared in utter disbelief at the club in his hand. This kanabo, famed for both its offense and defense, was second to none. And yet it just snapped like that. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He sensed the broken front half of the club spinning away, crashing onto the ground behind him. Kaido's mind went completely blank. He had even infused armament Haki into the club. This shouldn't be possible. Such a thing shattered his very understanding of the world. Kaido was so shocked he instinctively took a step back. Even back when he was a rookie on the Rock's Pirates. Not even Rock's threefold Haki had ever given him such a sense of overwhelming invincibility. What on earth are you trying to do? Kaido widened the distance between them. It had been a very, very long time since he'd felt the need to be this wary. The Pluton, Kaido demanded. Naruto glanced to the ground. One of the 3 ancient weapons that bear the name of the gods, Pluton. Kaido's expression turned extraordinarily grave. So you really are here for the most infamous warship in shipbuilding history. A super warship built by Water 7. Its power is enough to obliterate an entire island with a single shot. Right now, Pluton is buried beneath Wano country. Naruto shook his head. I have no interest in ancient weapons. Besides, if you really want to know, I already have an ancient weapon, Poseidon, the Sea King herself. Kaido's pupils contracted sharply, fragments of scattered intelligence flashing through his mind. On Fishman Island, Naruto didn't answer. He simply stepped forward, walking towards Kaido. Kaido frowned, his arms wrapping in armament haki as he launched a punch. And then, something strange happened. Kaido's fist was meant to strike Naruto. Yet in the next instant, his punch veered off course and landed squarely on his own stomach. Thud! A heavy, muffled blow echoed. Kaido doubled over from the force of his own attack, his body curling up in pain. Completely unprepared, he had struck himself with all his might. He felt as if his insides had been turned upside down. In that moment, Kaido realized the man before him wasn't here for Pluton, the ancient weapon, nor was he seeking an alliance or anything of the sort. That left only one possibility. Everything Naruto had just said was true. Liberation? Why? Kaido couldn't comprehend it. But when he saw Perona and Sugar standing behind Naruto, he was stunned into silence. When had they? There was no proof, and Naruto had never said outright that he was a pirate. And just then, one of the monarchs of the underworld, president of the World Economy newspaper, Morgan's, the News King, was making his move. One after another, pieces of news, clearly prepared long in advance, were released to the world. Newspapers rained down from the sky. For once it was free news. And the coverage? Worldwide. Even above the land of Wano, flocks of news-delivering gulls appeared in droves. The only place seemingly left out was the Red Line itself. Countless birds took flight from every corner of the globe. They dropped off news that under ordinary circumstances would have been considered front-page headlines. Wherever these carrier birds passed, be it over land or sea, cries of astonishment and alarm erupted again and again. At this very moment, even atop Kaido's head, a newspaper fluttered down and landed. Kaido looked up, squinted, and gave the paper a fleeting glance. The next instant, this so-called strongest creature among all living things on land, sea, and air, the Four Emperors Kaido, unleashed the full power of his fish fruit, mythical Zoan azure dragon form, transforming into a mighty dragon. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared into the sky. His posture mirrored that of Queen not long before. He was trying to escape. When he arrived, Kaido was drunk. During the battle, he had sobered up considerably. But when he saw the news, every trace of inebriation vanished. All that remained was a bone-chilling coldness. And now, after a brief moment of stunned silence, people all over the world began frantically transmitting information. Every piece of news about the Navy, pirates, nobles, nothing was held back. Almost as soon as the stories in the papers were digested, these individuals across the entire world found themselves hunted like rats in the street. Boom! Kaido took off, his massive dragon form reeling from a heavy blow. But at this moment, he paid no mind to anything else. He just wanted to hurry back and gather everyone to hunt down Naruto. It was hard to imagine an emperor of the sea fleeing the battlefield. Yet now, it was happening right before their eyes. Kayashiro and Kazuki Sukiyaki still had no idea that Kaido was actually running away. The two of them were still reeling in shock at the overwhelming power displayed by both Kaido and Naruto. They were simply on a completely different level. A clash between the emperors. Truly, it's terrifying beyond belief. Kayashiro swallowed hard, his voice trembling with fear. Just then, the newspaper slipped from their hands. They only needed a single glance. Their minds went utterly blank. At that moment, above the long-lost, fur-covered kingdom, where the mystical dragon's tail was never seen and which had only been discovered a handful of times over the centuries. Even there, seagulls delivering newspapers appeared in the sky. Even Elegia received a copy of the paper. A young girl with hair of red and white knelt down, removed her headphones, and unfolded the newspaper. Moments later, she could only murmur in anguish. "Shank's home, Luffy." She clutched her head in pain, lost in torment. After a while, she whispered to herself, "A new era of peace and happiness." The shockwave from the news continued to ripple outward. As time passed, this explosive headline would only spark even greater upheaval. Whether it was the two halves of the Grand Line, the Four Seas, or every far-flung corner, Morgan's, the News King, spared no expense in his efforts. Thus, except for the Red Line at this stage, even the most deserted islands found themselves blanketed with newspapers. Morgan's, the News King, knew exactly what he was doing. They proactively reached out to Tobarama Senju and the others still engaged in battle. They inquired whether absolutely no newspapers would be distributed in the Red Line region. In truth, the intention was to spread the news in areas already liberated, dropping newspapers as they went. After a brief discussion, Tobarama Senju and Minato Namikaze decided that every territory they had taken could be used to disseminate the news. Once the main forces reached the second half of the Grand Line, the impact of these reports would become even more pronounced. Thus, in this large-scale, no-expense-spared campaign, which had even emptied out the famed news King Morgans of his supplies, the news spread far and wide. On Elegia, that deserted island. No, it would be more accurate to say, on this island of the elderly and the young girls, the newspapers also fluttered down. Wherever the newsbirds found a perch, they unhesitatingly dropped the latest editions. On the sandy shore, the young girl murmured softly for a moment, then her gaze grew determined. Her lips parted, and her voice flowed out, clear and melodious, like a song from the heavens. This was Elegia, once celebrated around the world as the City of Music. Of course, that was a title from another era. A decade spent in solitude had shaped the girl as she grew. For the sake of my ideals, all of this is unavoidable. Naruto Uzumaki, I'll remember your name. Meanwhile, in the land of Wano, it's big brother Naruto. Otama cheered, clutching the newspaper in her tiny hands. She hurriedly set off, her small feet pattering as she ran toward Amagasa village. But as she arrived, she found that everyone else had already received their newspapers, and their faces showed even more emotion than hers. In that moment, a strange yet pleasant feeling welled up inside Otama. It was as if all those heroic deeds hadn't been done by Naruto, but by her herself. Everyone had eaten their fill, and now strength was returning to them. See how you called out? Let's hurry to the flower capital. Brother Naruto is there. The villagers echoed her enthusiasm. Each of them fetched weapons that had been hidden away at home for a long time. Those who had none grabbed bamboo poles. Only one person remained motionless. Kazuki Hiyori sat on the ground in a daze. After being rejected by Naruto, she had wandered back to Amagasa village. Surrounded by a place where people were nearly forced to eat their own children, Naruto's voice kept echoing in her mind. A princess? Is this what a princess is supposed to be? By a twist of fate, Princess Vivi, lost at sea, had been rescued by Kushina. Even Sugar's muttered words had reached her ears. She was a princess of Dress Rosa, and every one of them was 100 times stronger than Hiyori could ever hope to be. She buried her head in her hands and wept bitterly. It wasn't until a newspaper fluttered down and landed on her head that a spark of hope flickered within her. But after reading the headlines, her eyes once again filled only with confusion. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kaido had gone mad. He was fleeing, wildly, with reckless abandon, even though he pushed his observation haki to its absolute limit, and burst forth at a speed that rivaled, if not surpassed, the speed of sound. Still, he could not catch a glimpse of the future, nor could he break free from the grip of that unfamiliar presence. In the blink of an eye, Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief. He had already cast aside the dignity that came with being one of the four emperors. Yet still, he could not escape that man's hold. Standing directly in his path was Naruto. Kaido didn't hesitate for an instant. He spun around and bolted in another direction. Marine headquarters had vanished. Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks, both of the four emperors, were gone. In the second half of the Grand Line, Big Mom, another of the four emperors, had inexplicably lowered her pirate flag, and Whole Cake Island was no longer an independent power upon the seas. This is section 551 out of 666. Here is the translated content, preserving the paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout. It all began not long ago, when a man descended upon Big Mom's Cake Island. Since then, countless headlines had left Kaido utterly astounded. Every single report was tied to the same man. The one who, after arriving in this world only recently, had gone on to defeat Kizaru, one of the Navy's 3 admirals. Naruto Uzumaki. A sudden wave of pain shot through Kaido's entire body. Reeling from an inexplicable blow, Kaido let out a furious roar. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. When the villagers of Wano's Hat Village arrived, leading other refugees, they witnessed a sight they'd never forget. There, standing at the very pinnacle of Wano, a place Kaido had ruled with iron might for years, was Kaido himself. Transformed into a colossal azure dragon, Kaido crashed straight down onto the city walls of the flower capital. A deafening rumble shook the land. Kaido's dragon form was massive beyond belief. The impact shattered the city walls to pieces. Now, Kaido lay buried beneath a mountain of rubble. The battle between the two had seemed more like Kaido being crushed, utterly overpowered. He hadn't even had a chance to fight back. Amid the ruins, Kaido, still in his dragon form, slowly opened his eyes. The body he'd always claimed to be the world's strongest shield. Now, it bore unmistakable wounds. Even the slightest movement sent a searing pain through him. He looked towards the lone figure before him. Naruto Uzumaki stood there unwavering. Kaido forced a twisted smile, his body feeling unfamiliar and unresponsive. Ah, you really are absurdly strong. No wonder you've managed to accomplish so many unbelievable feats in such a short time. But tell me, did you come here for these fools? It seemed Kaido had already resigned himself to his fate. Naruto replied, his face expressionless. That's right. Kaido sneered. Kazuki Oden gave up, even his dignity, just to protect these fools. And yet, these fools call him the Foolish Lord. Naruto shook his head. Because, in essence, under the Kazuki's rule, these people have all been assimilated. Kaido frowned. What do you mean? They've all been turned into fools by the Kazuki. Kaido was speechless. Kaido's words made everyone present lower their heads. Yet, Naruto's words left them in disbelief. Is he really saying that? Of course, there was some truth in what Naruto said. Kaido tried to stand, only to realize that even standing up was a luxury for him now. You've won. I don't have a shred of resistance left. Naruto waved his hand, turning his gaze to the commoners. Take him away. Then, Naruto looked toward Morgan's subordinate, the king of cameras. Take a picture. Spread the news of Wano to the entire world. The camera king nodded hurriedly. Meanwhile, the great battle of the four emperors. News that shook the world spread like wildfire. As Kaido's secretary and loyal protector, he was the first to sense that something was wrong. He even suspected that Kaido would be defeated because of this. But in the worst-case scenario, Kaido would simply lose. His life would not be in danger. So, the secretary immediately called an emergency meeting. In no time, all of Kaido's Beast Pirates officers were gathered in one place. The three all-stars, the three calamities. Not a single one remained. This made the secretary even more uneasy. At the same time, the tension in the air only continued to grow. All the officers of the Beast Pirates fell silent as well. After reading the news, none of them were surprised that the man would come here. He had already been to the territory of the Yonko, Big Mom, so there was no reason he wouldn't come here as well. In fact, some of the Beast Pirates officers had already anticipated what their own fates might be. With the three calamities absent, the chain of command shifted downward. Next in line were the Flying Six, the Tobarapo. The Flying Six were high-ranking officers among the Beast Pirates. Their status was second only to the three calamities. All six were users of ancient Zoan-type devil fruits. Who's who? The ancient saber-toothed tiger form of the cat fruit, Zoan-type, ancient model. Bounty, 546 million berries. Black Maria, the ancient Rosa Miguel Gravo jelly form of the spider fruit, Zoan-type, ancient model. Bounty, 480 million berries. Sasaki, the ancient Triceratops form of the dragon fruit, Zoan-type, ancient model. Bounty, 472 million berries. Ultai, the ancient Pachycephalosaurus form of the dragon fruit, Zoan-type, ancient model. Bounty, 400 million berries. Page 1, the ancient Spinosaurus form of the dragon fruit, Zoan-type, ancient model. Bounty, 290 million berries. The last of the six was actually a spy among the pirates. He had already been locked up by Naruto back at the Sabaody archipelago. Ex-Drake. Of course, there was one more influential figure. Kaido's daughter, the transformed Yamato. Although the current situation was dire. Ultai, ever carefree, still tugged playfully at Yamato's clothes. She sneered, haha. Yamato, you look absolutely ridiculous right now. I'm about to laugh myself to tears. Yamato shot her a glare. And you think you look any better? Aren't you just like me? All dressed up and ready to be shipped off. At that, Runty glanced down at her courtesan attire, and her face instantly fell. Sis, this is hardly the time for jokes. Runty's younger brother, who was also one of the Flying Six, Page 1, chimed in, clearly annoyed. The reason the two of them became members of the Flying Six and obtained their ancient Zoan devil fruits, even though they had only just joined the crew, was because Runty had stolen them for herself and her brother. With that, Page 1 fell silent. Yamato and Runty also stopped bickering. The atmosphere in the conference room grew heavier and more oppressive. Regent, has something happened to Lord Kaido? Black Maria was the first to break the silence, voicing the question. But the way she said it betrayed her lack of confidence in Kaido, so she quickly added, if it isn't anything urgent, I still have tasks Lord Kaido assigned to me. The Regent let out a long sigh and spoke in a grave tone. Lord Kaido is in danger. No one in the room was surprised by this, but the mood grew even more somber. You can sense what's going on outside the castle. Lord Kaido's battles are never this subdued. But now, everything has fallen into an eerie silence. By Lord Kaido's estimate, by now, he should have been back, leading his men home in triumph. But the regent left the sentence hanging. Everyone understood what he meant. Yamato let out a sigh of relief, lowering her voice to murmur quietly to Runty. We don't have to be sent away after all. Runty shot her a sharp look. Of all the things you could have brought up, you had to mention that. But soon, Runty's brow furrowed again, and she said, Yamato, things have changed. Now we have to go willingly, and we'll even have to beg that man. Yamato looked puzzled. Runty sighed, glanced at her beloved younger brother, and silently turned to leave. Everyone kept their heads down. Even if they noticed Runty's change in attitude, no one said a word. Outside the door, Runty closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then, she walked toward Black Maria's quarters. There were so many beautiful dresses there. She was going to make herself look as lovely as possible, to be delivered personally to that man. If we do this, maybe the beast pirates won't be wiped out, right? Black Maria glanced at Runty's departing figure and shook her head. You all carry on. If a fight breaks out, call us. With that, Black Maria took the bewildered Yamato by the arm and turned to leave as well. Where are we going? Yamato asked. Black Maria drew a deep breath and replied. Runty has already gone ahead. Come on, let's get ourselves ready too. Once we send ourselves out there still might be a sliver of hope. Yamato frowned, reluctant to return to Black Maria's room. What do you mean, send ourselves out? Faced with Yamato's confusion, Black Maria gave a bitter smile. Haven't you seen the news? Orochi Kurizumi is dead. Dead? Well, dead is dead. Yamato replied indifferently. The moment Lord Kaido found out, he rushed over right away. Black Maria continued. The one who killed Kurizumi Orochi was Naruto Uzumaki. It's been so long, and Lord Kaido still hasn't returned. You! Black Maria was startled and turned around. By then, Yamato had already leapt out the window. Wait! Black Maria dashed after her. When she reached the window, Yamato's figure had already vanished. Black Maria hesitated for a moment. In the end, she didn't give chase. Instead, she returned to her own room. Inside, Runty was already picking out her gift wrapping. Meanwhile, outside the flower capital, the common folk of Wano country were still gathering, streaming in from all directions. Kaido had been defeated. His enormous body lay sprawled in the ruins. Lord Naruto had given an order. He wanted the people of Wano to lift Kaido up. When little Otama, despite her tiny frame, was the first to step forward and respond, the people of Wano gritted their teeth and followed her lead. If I die, so be it. Lord Naruto has given us so much. Even if it costs my life, I have no regrets. That's right. Damn you, Kaido. This is your reckoning. Once someone took the lead, the people of Wano quickly moved toward Kaido. After confirming there was no danger, their faces lit up with joy. In no time at all, laughter and cheerful voices filled the air. Kazuki Sukiyaki and Kayashiro stood there in utter shock. They remained rooted to the spot, stunned. Kaido defeated, and Hiyori, who had come with the villagers from Amagasa village, was just as dumbfounded. She looked dazed, as if everything before her eyes was unbearably unreal, utterly disconnected from reality. Kaido was immobilized, being pushed and pulled by these fools he had always looked down upon. There was a look of humiliation in his eyes. But above all, there was resignation. Throughout his life, he had tasted both victory and defeat. Losing was nothing new to him. But never had he been reduced to such a sorry state. He had lost to Whitebeard, to red-haired Shanks, and he'd been captured by the Navy more times than he could count. Yet, defeat was just defeat. No one had ever managed to kill him. The most absurd part was that, out of sheer boredom, Kaido would sometimes even attempt suicide. Of course, those attempts never succeeded, even when he plunged into the sea. The true nemesis of a devil fruit user was sea stone, not seawater. Or, to put it another way, only the seawater of the pirate world could suppress devil fruit abilities, because it contained the power of sea stone. Ordinary seawater had almost no effect on devil fruit users. And Kaido's body was exceptionally resilient. Even if he fell into the sea, the power of the sea stone within it would merely sap his strength, leaving him limp and unable to move. Yet, he could still breathe underwater. Because the devil fruit he had eaten was the fish fruit. Kaido had even tried consuming a second devil fruit. And yet, even that didn't kill him. He'd tasted the smile fruits provided by Donquixote Doflamingo, the underground broker king. It was useless. The pain it caused didn't even compare to the agony of eating a second devil fruit. Now, an unfamiliar sensation was spreading through his entire being. Kaido knew this was the presence of death, a feeling he had never experienced before. At that moment, a powerful aura surged in their direction. Kaido sensed something and turned his eyes in that direction. In the far distance, just outside the flower capital, a figure appeared, moving at incredible speed. trailing a streak of silvery white behind them. Kaido's pupils contracted sharply. He tried to open his mouth to speak, only to realize that even speaking had become difficult for him now. Meanwhile, a gigantic, white, humanoid Wolverine was charging forward at full speed. She was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, she had entered the flower capital. In no time, she arrived before the figure standing atop the city wall. Breathing heavily, the white wolf god panted as she glanced at Kaido below, who was being dragged along by a pressing crowd. She then turned back, eyes landing on the man with a calm expression. With a thud, she plopped down, and as she sat, her white fur slowly faded away, her form shifting back to its original state. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. The handsome man before her was none other than the one with a 4 billion bounty on his head, Naruto Uzumaki. Her long hair flowed in ombre shades, starting white at the crown, blending into green, and deepening to blue at the tips. She wore her hair parted down the middle, with loose locks draped carelessly over her chest. A pair of crimson demon horns jutted from her head, and her hair was tied back in a ponytail. This was Yamato, now in human form. She was tall, dressed in a white, sleeveless, close-fitting kimono top paired with a crimson long skirt. Clearly, she had torn off her cumbersome, elaborate attire on the way, changing into her favorite outfit. Now, sitting before Naruto and gasping for breath, her hands pressed against the ground. The two wicked spirit beasts she could summon seemed poised to leap forth. Because she sat with her legs apart and had hurriedly thrown on clothes on her way here, Yamato's current appearance left little to the imagination. But she remained completely unaware and didn't care in the slightest. Naruto Uzumaki, Yamato, having recovered a bit, hurriedly asked. Naruto glanced briefly at Yamato, the pirate's most filial daughter. He didn't bother to reply. Below, Perona and Sugar were busy helping to direct the crowd, oblivious to Yamato's arrival. Had Perona noticed, she would have leapt up in a panic. Did you defeat Kaido? Yamato gasped for breath, tugging at Naruto's sleeve. Naruto was a little speechless. The one line they're all limp, isn't that your dad? That's wonderful. Naruto, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. I just knew you could do it. All at once, Yamato seemed to regain her strength. She bounced up, threw her arms around Naruto, and hopped gleefully in celebration. Now I'll never have to go through that torturous special training again, huh? Yamato burst out laughing. Down below, Kaido's eyes bulged wide. He was so furious he almost dropped dead right there. Yamato laughed again. They all said they wanted to give themselves to you. I didn't want it at first, but now I want to give myself to you too. Haha. If you can defeat Kaido, then giving myself to you is only fitting. So, when are we setting sail? At these words, Naruto's eye twitched. It had been a long time since he'd met someone this unconventional. No wonder she was the most filial daughter. Her father was half dead below, and here she was, cheering above, eager to throw herself at the man who'd just beaten her father. Suddenly, Kaido stirred below, but only his mouth could move. As expected, it was because the dutiful daughter's destructive power was simply too overwhelming. Old man Kaido could no longer sit still. But more than that, Yamato, I'm definitely going to beat you up. At these words, Yamato stuck out her tongue and made a face. Kaido caught sight of Naruto's cold, unflinching gaze and let out a sigh in his heart. Kaido knew that he and his beast pirates were, in all likelihood, doomed to total defeat. Maybe a few would survive, but certainly not many. He cast a long, searching look at Yamato. The plan remained unchanged. Only the motivation had shifted. If he could keep Yamato and Runny safe, even just those two, that would be enough. Yamato, what are you doing here? Kaido roared. Yamato rolled her eyes at him, then laid a hand on Naruto's shoulder, grinning mischievously. I'm here to help Naruto Uzumaki defeat you. As long as we beat you, I can set sail with him. Kaido, Perona, and Sugar also noticed Yamato getting a little too close to Naruto. They were about to step forward, but paused when they overheard the exchange between Yamato and Kaido. Both of them stopped in their tracks. They exchanged a glance. TCHX2. She's barely even a rival. No need to bother with her. Kaido's face darkened. But at this moment, even speaking a single word took everything he had. Behave yourself. Little Tama, summoning her courage, picked up a slender bamboo stick and gave Kaido a light tap on the head. Kaido looked at her, and Tama trembled from head to toe in fear. But Kaido quickly looked away. He gazed at Naruto, a hint of pleading in his eyes. It wasn't until Kaido was finally hauled up, and with Yamato coming down to help, that thing started to move so quickly. Yamato looked at her father, a genuine smile spreading across her face. Kaido, I'm finally free. Weren't you planning to hand me over to Naruto Uzumaki? Well, I'll deliver myself to him instead. Very soon, I'll be out of your control, living freely on the open sea. With the fall of the Emperor, word quickly reached the beast pirates about what had happened. At the same time, news arrived that the prison had already been breached. In an instant, Skull Island was thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, the affairs in the flower capital had come to an end. The beast pirates can't escape to sea now. Let's go. Come with me. Naruto glanced at the cheering crowd, then waved his hand and strode toward Onigashima. Otama was the first to catch up. She dashed after Naruto, calling out, "Naruto and I, you're amazing." Naruto looked down at the adorable Otama and scooped her into his arms. After a moment's thought, he decided to give her the same treatment as Perona, placing her on his shoulder. "Otama, Naruto and I, what is it?" Otama's face glowed with happiness. "Do you want to become the future shogun of Wano?" Otama's little face froze, momentarily at a loss. "There's no rush. We can talk about it when you're older," Naruto said, shaking his head. "The way Wano is now, it's tied up with the Kozuki clan too. In the future, once education becomes widespread, many people will come to understand a lot of things." At that moment, Kayashiro stepped out from the thronging crowd. "Lord Naruto Uzumaki, I am the most powerful Yakuza boss in the flower capital, and also the owner of the largest pleasure house here. My name is Kayashiro, but my true identity is Denjiro, loyal retainer of Kozuki Oden. The woman who was just here as an Oiran is the most beautiful woman in the land of Wano, Oiran Kamurasaki. She is the daughter of Kozuki Oden, and thus the princess of Wano, Kozuki Hayori." Naruto understood what he was implying. Since the Kozuki clan could no longer rule Wano in the future, the next best thing would be for Oden's daughter, Kozuki Hayori, to become Naruto's wife. "No need to say more," Naruto interrupted. "I have no interest in such a princess." At that moment, Yamato grew anxious and quickly chimed in. "Maria said that if I dress up, I'm no less beautiful than that Oiran. Who can say for sure who's really the fairest of them all?" For a brief second, Yamato regretted not putting on elaborate clothing and those outfits that men tend to like. She was suddenly worried that Naruto might not take her with him on his journey across the seas. Kozuki Hayori, following behind Kozuki Sukiyaki, heard Naruto's words and lowered her head in disappointment. Kayashiro hurried to explain, "No, Lord Naruto. Princess Hayori is still an innocent maiden. P.S. Let's just stick to this setting. Please don't start criticizing the author again. It's really hard, QAQ. "No way." Yamato immediately protested. If that Oiran were to board the ship, her own position would be in jeopardy. Wait. Yamato suddenly recalled Runny and Black Maria. Maria is quite formidable, and Runny is just as capable as I am. Yamato found herself tangled up in her own thoughts. I can serve as your handmaiden." Kozuki Hayori hastily stepped forward. I could do so many things." Hayori Kozuki sounded flustered. The situation now was nothing like her mother's prophecy. She couldn't predict how the future would unfold. Most importantly, the man before her. There was no doubt he would become the new ruler of Wano. Naruto glanced at her, then shifted his gaze to Sukiyaki Kozuki and Kayashiro. The Kozuki clan is finished interfering in the politics of Wano. No matter how hard you try, it's pointless, because at your core, you're simply unworthy. I've said my piece. Move aside. Sukiyaki and Kayashiro had already heard as much before. Their hearts sank, but the outcome was not a surprise. Sukiyaki sighed, giving Kayashiro a consoling pat on the shoulder as he tried to speak. Meanwhile, Hayori stood frozen in place. In that instant, her eyes brimmed with tears. "Is it because of me? Lord Naruto, if it's truly because of me, you may take my life if it will ease your anger." Before she could finish, Perona and Sugar pulled her away. Naruto walked off without so much as a backward glance. "Hey, this one's mine," Sugar grumbled. Perona blocked Sugar's path with a single hand. "No, she's mine." Then, a cheerful Teruteru Bozu ghost appeared. "Go with it and head back. On the ship, I think Stussy will teach you what to do from now on." Hayori lowered her head, her eyes empty and desolate, until Perona reminded her, "You'll hold the same position as Stussy. From now on, you'll be in charge of Lord Naruto's daily life and personal needs." Hayori looked up, her face full of disbelief. "Let's go." Perona clapped her hands, leaving behind a cheerful Teruteru Bozu version of the clever ghost, and hurriedly chased after Naruto. Sugar, fuming with annoyance, followed close behind her. If only her grape reserves weren't running low, she would have transformed and shown Perona whose legs were really longer. At that moment, as Hayori looked back 3 times with every step, Yamato suddenly snapped out of her daze, quickly striding forward on her long legs to catch up. "That's right. Black Maria can definitely help me and Runty become even more beautiful than her." Even if Naruto won't let me board the ship, I can always ask that woman for before. That's it. Hiyori stopped in her tracks and bowed deeply to Naruto. She believed that Naruto could hear her words. Lord Naruto, whether the Kozuki clan is needed or not, I beg you to show mercy to this impoverished land of Wano. For so many years, the people have suffered too much. This country cannot bear the weight of your anger. If you must unleash your wrath, let all fall on me alone. I beg you, please. A faint gust of wind swept by, lifting the strands of hair on Hiyori's forehead. She slowly raised her head. The main group, like a winding dragon, stretched so far that its tail was nowhere in sight. As for the few at the very front, their figures had long since disappeared. Hiyori turned to look back. The clever ghost blinked, then waved its large hand, signaling Hiyori to hurry and catch up. It soared ahead, leading the way. Nervous but resolute, Hiyori lifted the hem of her dress and hastened after it. As she passed by Kaido, who was still bound atop the high platform, Hiyori felt a moment of disbelief. Wano, Kaido had truly been defeated. Yamato strode past Naruto, taking the lead toward the headquarters of the Beast Pirates, on Onigashima Skull Fortress. Yamato, where did you go? Black Maria and Runty turned to see Yamato, rushing out in a hurry, only to come storming back just as quickly. So what did you find out? Runty asked, frowning with concern. Yamato burst out laughing and waved it off. I got a beating, that's all. Kaido's strength is overwhelming. He's on par with that man. What? They both exclaimed in shock. Forget about all that for now. Kaido wants us to change clothes and leave at once. Damn it, to think we were given to that man like some kind of gift. Yamato, clearly dissatisfied, pushed the two of them toward the wardrobe. Black Maria shook her head in resignation. You never change. With someone that powerful, you're bound to have a tough time ahead. Runny, however, seemed unbothered. She shrugged and said, who knows? But a man like that can't be all that bad, can he? Thud, thud. In the next instant, Black Maria and Runty were struck dumb with surprise. Both reached up to touch the backs of their heads. They looked back in confusion. Yamato was hurriedly stowing away her club. Yamato, why? Black Maria asked, bewildered. Runny just rolled her eyes and immediately lost consciousness. Black Maria didn't last much longer and collapsed as well. Yamato slung both of them over her shoulders. There's still plenty of time. No point worrying about this place. I have to get out of here. With that, Yamato carried the two and leapt straight out the window. Whoosh! Immediately after, he transformed into a white streak of light, dashing off in the direction where Kazuki Hiyori and the clever ghost had disappeared. On the other side, trailing behind Naruto, Kazuki Sukiyaki let out a weary sigh. With things as they are now, I hardly have the face to show myself to anyone. It seems the Kazuki Sukiyaki everyone knew has truly passed away. From now on, there will be only Tenguiyama Hitetsu. Without looking back, Naruto waved his hand dismissively. There's still plenty of mess left to clean up here. I'm giving you a chance to do something good for this country. If you handle things well, it's not impossible for you to reclaim your true name and appearance. At the very least, the Kazuki clan might still be able to leave Wano with a sliver of goodwill. At Sukiyaki's side, Kayashiro added, then, from this day forward, I will truly become Kayashiro. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. Meanwhile, the main stronghold of Kaido's beast pirates had already been sealed off by the encroaching sea. The water surged in from all sides, like countless gigantic hands, trapping Onigashima in an unbreakable grip. Those beast pirates who'd hoped to use this chance to slip away stared in shock, eyes wide with disbelief and mounting despair. In another part of the island, the courtesans and commoners from the pleasure quarters were being quietly evacuated. None of them knew what was happening. It wasn't until they encountered the tide of Wano's citizens surging towards them that the truth began to dawn. In that moment, cries and sobs broke out in waves. The roar of the raging sea was drowned out by this chorus of grief. It was as if the entire nation of Wano wept together. A thunderous crash. At that very moment, a surge of power unique to this world erupted from within Naruto. Conqueror's Haki. The instant this overwhelming force appeared, with the sea itself standing as a wall. Under the crushing pressure, the so-called Four Emperors pirate crew was almost entirely wiped out. Thud! The sound of bodies collapsing echoed one after another. When Naruto strode into their midst, only 3 people could barely remain on their feet. These 3, naturally, were members of the Flying Six. Naruto cast them only a cool, indifferent glance. In that moment, all 3 were subdued by an invisible force. Boom! The trio fell to one knee in unison. Take everyone out of here. Let their blood wash away this nation's filth. With a wave of Naruto's hand, in the very next instant, The citizens and samurai of Wano surged in. This place, once dreaded by all, now saw people armed with farm tools pouring through its doors. There was no resistance, not even the will to resist. Among them, the most frenzied were the courtesans, those sold into servitude as children or forced in against their will. They tore the hairpins from their heads and drove them into the throats of the beast pirates. Blood spurted. The courtesans, hairpins gone, their long hair tumbling loose and now streaked with crimson, looked utterly fearsome. Yet compared to the expressions on their faces, even that seemed insignificant. After the wild vengeance came the heart-wrenching cries of anguish. In this moment, the people of Wano fell utterly silent. Kazuki Sukiyaki bowed his head, unable to face the scene before him. Kayashiro took deep, steadying breaths. Even though he had spent all these years mingling among the criminal underworld, the sight before him was still deeply shocking. At the same time, he came to a realization. The Kazuki clan would never again have the chance to take power. Perona and Sugar, both frightened, hid behind Naruto. Naruto, I feel so sorry for them. Perona's voice trembled with compassion. Sugar simply shut her eyes tight. Little Tama, whose body was about the same size as hers, had joined them early on. The young master would never do something like this. It's too cruel. Even Caesar's experiments, as inhumane as they are, never deliberately tortured ordinary people like this. Naruto said nothing. He simply waited in silence. Soon, Kazuki Sukiyaki and Kayashiro dragged the 3 Tobi Rappo members and bound them before Naruto. There are still 2 more. Sukiyaki said in a low voice. It's just, we've searched everywhere, but we couldn't find them. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. No need to look anymore. Kayashiro, you're in charge of guarding things here. As soon as he finished speaking, rippling, spiral waves of space appeared around the 3 Tobi Rappo. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. After sending them to the prison, Naruto glanced at the furious townsfolk, still venting their rage. He shook his head. You all handle things here. It's time for me to move on. There's still one enemy worth facing in the world government. I'll deal with him myself. Sukiyaki and Kayashiro were momentarily stunned. Then, hurriedly and respectfully, they both bowed to Naruto. By the time they looked up, Naruto had already left, taking Perona and Sugar with him. Little Tama sensed something unusual behind her. She looked back, only to find that her brother Naruto had already left. Naruto, brother. Xiaoyu, it won't be long before we meet again. Just as Xiaoyu's nose began to tingle and a mist welled up in her large eyes, a gentle voice spoke softly by her ear. Not long for now. Xiaoyu froze for a moment, hurriedly glanced around, and, realizing Naruto was no longer behind her, felt a pang of disappointment. But soon, her little face lit up with a radiant smile. Xiaoyu will do her best. Finally, Kazuki Sukiyaki removed his mask, revealing his true face. Only then did the panicked crowd gradually calm down. Meanwhile, Kaido was swept up by a swirling wave of spatial energy, transported to the lowest level of impel down. He glanced over at 3 of the flying 6. Realizing that Black Maria and who weren't there, Kaido visibly breathed a sigh of relief. By now, he had already reverted to his beastman form, lying sprawled on the ground. He glanced sideways at the neighboring cell. A lock of red hair flashed by. Kaido blinked, then recognized the figure. Alto viva. Ahem. But Kaido had barely laughed twice before blood surged from his mouth, turning his laughter into a fit of coughing. The dejected, red-haired man lifted his head, glanced at Kaido, and the dullness in his eyes slowly gathered into focus. His pupils shrank sharply. Kaido! At the sound of this, there was a metallic scrape from chains dragging on the floor in the cell opposite. Kaido! Is that Emperor Kaido? A soft, somewhat daft voice piped up. Damn! Even Kaido's ended up here. Wait, if that's the case, doesn't that mean Wano is... Another voice rang out. Kaido closed his eyes, not bothering to look at who else was imprisoned here. Oh no, oh no! How terrifying! Another emperor has arrived. A sly, greasy voice echoed from the far end of the corridor inside the cell block. How long has it even been? Old man, Lord Naruto is truly terrifying. Why does everyone look so fierce? The sneaky voice chimed in again. All right, it's mealtime. No need to look so scary. That voice made several people clench their fists with frustration, but there was no way to hit him. Clang, clang, clang. A shifty figure appeared, tapping a metal ladle against the cell bars as he walked. Behind him followed a human battering ram, built like a tank. He was carrying a huge bucket of food. Is that really all? You're just leaving? Sugar asked. Perona scooped her up and said, Then you can stay, and I'll leave with Lord Naruto. Sugar's short legs stiffened at once, and she quickly scrambled onto the ship, dashing for the cabin. Perona laughed sweetly and boarded the ship alongside Naruto. There's someone new on board. I'll go see what's going on. Perona also hurried off toward the cabin. Mum. Just then, Naruto's finger twitched slightly. The ship beneath their feet began to rise slowly into the air. This sudden movement startled the women who had just boarded. Naruto, I brought them back. Yamato appeared out of nowhere, dragging 2 people along with her. They were, of course, the last 2 of the Flying Six, Ultai and Black Maria. Both of them had colorful ribbons tied around them like presents. Yamato sold them off without a second thought. After glancing at the now-awake Runty and Black Maria, Naruto raised his hand, and a spiral of spatial energy began to swirl. With a sudden whoosh, Yamato abruptly hoisted the 2 of them up again. Oh, look at the mess I've made. Don't worry, sir. I promise there won't be any mistakes. Patting her chest in assurance, Yamato vowed with confidence. The intense spatial tremor kept pulsing, and in the blink of an eye, Yamato had disappeared, darting away in a flash. She dashed into the ship's cabin. After reaching a room, she finally set Runty and Black Maria down upon the floor. Around their ankles, a pair of sea-stone shackles still clamped tight. Let us go. That man, just now, clearly has no more use for us. Runty protested weakly. Black Maria's gaze grew complicated as she added, Yamato, enough of this nonsense. Yamato bent down and, to their surprise, actually unlocked the sea-stone cuffs from their ankles. And then, the 3 of them collapsed together onto the bed. The sea-stone's draining power still lingered, sapping their strength. Suddenly, sounds drifted in from the neighboring room. The trio pricked up their ears to listen. Carrot, why do you seem perfectly fine? I have no idea, either. But, wasn't Lord Naruto especially fond? That's enough, man, Sherry. Let's not talk about it. Sounds like a few more ladies have come aboard. A cool, clear female voice rang out. Just as quickly, the voices faded away. Black Maria seemed lost in thought. Runny only half understood, while Yamato, buried in confusion, found herself completely out of her depth. Under the evening sky, streaked with lingering clouds, Naruto sat upon a wooden chair that had risen on the deck. Carrot had already scampered out, serving as a fluffy armchair. Meanwhile, Stussy arrived, leading Hiyori Kazuki along. Hiyori, with a keen sense of propriety, instinctively placed herself a rank below even Stussy. She sat quietly to the side, well-behaved and demure. Picking up a geisha's instrument, she began to play soft melodies in the background. Perona and Sugar reclined nearby, each holding a book, utterly engrossed in their reading. Vika and Mancherry remained in their room. Mancherry, for her part, felt too shy to face anyone. Naruto, after Wano, where are we headed next? At this moment, Yamato came up, carrying a tray of sake. She poured Naruto a cup, leaning forward with her figure accentuated. I can't believe this ship can actually fly through the sky. It's truly remarkable. Yamato brimmed with curiosity about the world beyond. Yet, she dared not ask Naruto to lower the ship. She feared that, if she let her guard down for even a moment, someone might just give her a kick and send her plummeting. The red line. The world government. The Holy Land. Mary Geos. Yamato frowned. The world government. I get it, we're going there to fight, are we? In an instant, excitement flashed across Yamato's face. That's one way to put it. But on our way, we'll be passing by an island. What island? This time, all the women chimed in. Even Stussy's curiosity was piqued. Allegia. Allegia. Stussy's delicate brows knitted in thought. I've heard of it. It was once a world-famous city of music. Years ago, it was an island of great renown. But about 10 years back, disaster struck. Allegia has been destroyed. It faded from people's memories long ago. All the women turned to look at Stussy. A slight smile played on Stussy's lips as she reached out her delicate hand and began to massage Naruto's shoulders. She spoke softly. Lord Naruto, as far as I know, the reason Allegia was destroyed back then was because of one of the 4 emperors, Red Hair Shanks. For reasons unknown, he led the red-haired pirates and wiped out the entire island. I imagine Lord Naruto must know even more about what happened. At these words, all the women quickly turned their gaze to Naruto. They all loved a good story, after all. Even Vika and Mancherry had sneaked out just to listen. There's really nothing much to hide. Naruto began, giving a brief account of Yuta's story. So that's how it was. Yuta, was it? To think she lived alone on that island for so many years. Perona still felt a lingering fear of loneliness. That was why she always stuck close to others, never wanting to be alone. It was all so dramatic in a way. A young girl with dreams of music, arriving full of hope at the legendary city of music. But in the end, she was lured in by a mysterious score. She sang an ancient melody, one from a forgotten era, and by doing so, awakened a being from legend, the demon king of song, Top Musica. Once revived, Top Musica brought destruction without hesitation. The famed city of music was obliterated in an instant. In the end, it was the red-haired pirates who stepped in and put a stop to the disaster. To spare the young girl from bearing such a heavy burden, Shanks chose to shoulder everything himself. He left the girl behind on Elegia. After hearing the tale, each woman was left with her own thoughts and feelings. Yamato scratched her head, but in the end, chose not to say anything. All right, there's no need for that. It's getting dark. What would you like for dinner tonight? Naruto asked with a gentle laugh. Stussy, standing nearby, blinked her eyes. Lord Naruto, what would you like to eat? Oh, you can cook. Stussy nodded as if it was only natural. I want meat. Yamato raised her hand enthusiastically. What kind of meat? Stussy asked. Yamato replied. Any kind of meat is fine. Once she'd learned everyone's preferences, Stussy took Yamato by the hand and headed back to the cabin. Naruto glanced at Stussy's retreating figure. This woman was really starting to look the part of a housekeeper. Meanwhile, Hiyori Kazuki was still playing her instrument with all her heart. She blinked up at Naruto, looking rather pitiful. Naruto couldn't bear it, so he gave her an encouraging look. That did the trick. Her mood brightened instantly. Naruto rested his head on the soft, fluffy carrot. Carrot, utterly content, snuggled up close. He turned his gaze to the horizon, watching the sunset. The view at sea was truly beautiful, but more often than not, it was unchanging. Night fell. After a hearty meal and a few drinks, Stussy thoughtfully prepared hot water for Naruto. The other girls gathered outside to play cards. Sugar, who was both terrible at the game and loved to play, lost everything, again. This time, Mancheri had learned her lesson and purposely sat across from Sugar. Half her winnings disappeared. Inside the bathroom, steam curled through the air. A small hand gently led Naruto forward. The shower poured down a stream of warm water. The sound of water suddenly grew louder. Naruto raised an eyebrow. This queen of Pleasure Street really did have her own way about things. Although everything felt unfamiliar, there was an unmistakable sense of something extraordinary. Moonlight spilled gently across the room. After escorting the exhausted Stussy back to her quarters, Naruto was about to leave. But Stussy caught his hand. Lord Naruto. Huff. There's still a gift left to be opened. In the dimly lit room, Naruto turned around and spotted the 2-6 flying fighters he had nearly forgotten. Towering and imposing, Black Maria's presence was every bit as striking as Shirahoshi had been back then. With a subtle twitch of his fingers, Naruto summoned a strange power. Black Maria's towering form quickly shrank to the size of an ordinary person. Nearby, Runty's eyes widened in astonishment. What sort of power was that? She blinked in disbelief. Naruto glanced at the young woman. 3 words sprang to mind: long, graceful legs. Her hair flowed in waves of sky blue and pink, framing round pink eyes. A blue bow and a fluttering cape completed her look. She wore a pale blue skirt and striking red heels. Atop her head was a pair of horn-like adornments, reminiscent of a playful creature. But most striking of all was the delicate pink floral mask, as if she'd been born with it. Lord Naruto, I am Runtai. Black Maria was taken aback, trying to escape, but her legs gave way beneath her. Stussy cast a glance their way, the corner of her mouth lifting in a small, knowing smile before she drifted into a deep sleep. With that, her position as the chief steward was firmly secured. She had been mentally prepared, and had even spoken with Mancheri beforehand. Yet Stussy had still overestimated herself. Meanwhile, out on the deck, Yamato was pacing in agitation, scratching her head in distress. What should she do? After losing to Sugar and Mancheri in quick succession, she'd been utterly defeated as well. Run! Perfect timing. I haven't brought snacks for Runty and Maria yet. After Yamato came up with a reasonable excuse, she turned around and bolted. All the women. She's a real tiger, all right. After all that, she still dares to dash off so brazenly. Runty Maria, are you too hungry? The New World, Isle of Ruin, Elegia. Once renowned as the world's city of music. Now, it can hardly even be called a city. Among all the deserted islands, this one is especially dilapidated. In a single night, the island became a land of the dead. Perhaps the only place still intact is the one spot where people remain. The Music Castle. At this very moment, within the music room, a beautiful melody drifted out. Birds passing by the island paused, settling on the branches to listen. The singing was sweet and melodious. But when it came to the part about changing the future, The young girl, sitting at the piano, suddenly stopped singing. She turned her head, gazing at the lively little birds perched by the window. Do you feel like something's missing, too? With her cheeks puffed in mild frustration, the girl sighed. But I just can't figure out what should come next. As she spoke, the girl rose to her feet. The new era, it has to be peaceful, right? She walked to the wall and raised her hand. A gentle breeze drifted in through the window, lifting her red and white hair. On the wall hung a newspaper featuring Naruto's portrait. Yuta paused, then a faint smile curved her lips. In the end, nothing else really matters. Just then, a rapid knocking sounded at the door. The hinges creaked as it slowly opened. The bird perched on the window was startled and flapped its wings, flying away from the glass. Yuta turned her head. Creak. The main door swung open, and an elderly man, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, hurried inside. When he saw Yuta, he let out a sigh of relief. He spoke quickly and with weight in his voice. So, you're here. Hurry, we need to go. Yuta was puzzled. Why do we have to leave? Gordon replied urgently. There's a ship flying in the sky coming this way. This is the only building left intact. The people on that ship are bound to land here and investigate. Yuta's elegant brows furrowed. But still, no buts. If they're pirates, we'll be in real danger. Gordon rushed closer. Pirates? There aren't any pirates left these days. You instinctively think pirates are bad, don't you? Yuta took a step back. That's all the more reason I shouldn't hide. Determination gradually lit up in Yuta's eyes. Gordon was baffled. Yuta pointed at the news clippings pinned on the wall. She indicated the portrait of a man and declared, neither pirates, nor the Navy, nor the world government should exist. With that, Yuta brushed past Gordon and dashed out of the music room. Gordon stood frozen in place. The rush of air from Yuta running past jolted him back to his senses. He glanced at the newspaper's headline, then spun around suddenly. He wanted to give chase, but Yuta was already gone. This is back. Gordon hurried out of the music room. At the same time, up in the sky, after a long night, the morning sun rose. Its rays scattered the mist lingering overhead. Yamato stepped out onto the deck, took a deep breath of fresh air, and stretched contentedly. A day's plan begins in the morning. She hefted her spike club, eager to get in some practice. But her stride stretched a bit too far. Immediately, her brows furrowed in annoyance. In the end, she pursed her lips, set the club aside, and settled into a nearby lounge chair. Little thief, you'd better not run away. Soon enough, the sound of small bare feet pattering across the deck echoed from inside the cabin. Yamato glanced back and saw Sugar, dressed in adorable pajamas and barefoot, dashing out. Right in front of her was a girl with a cascade of pink curls. That's the scent of the sea. Runty and Black Maria strode over with their long legs, taking dainty steps before sitting down beside Yamato. Inside the cabin, Stussy opened her eyes. You're awake. We'll have breakfast on the island. Naruto pulled on his jacket, turned back with a gentle smile, and then stepped out the door. The airship was now hovering above Elegia. It was descending slowly. Down below, Yuta came running at full speed. She was the Song fruit user, blessed with a voice that could captivate the whole world. Catching sight of the descending airship, her lips parted. She was about to sing. But suddenly, a figure appeared in her line of sight. Yuta's Song fruit power halted instantly. She realized that even as she tried to summon her abilities, not a single note would leave her lips. At last, she gave up on using her power. At the same time, an uncontrollable smile broke across her face. Clearly, she had recognized that figure. She quickly raised her hand, waving excitedly. Naruto Uzumaki! With that, Yuta hurriedly broke into a run, long legs carrying her toward the spot where the airship was landing. Naruto looked at the girl, surprise flickering in his eyes. After the spaceship landed on Elegia, the young girl climbed up the stairs and boarded the ship. Naruto Uzumaki, I finally get to meet you. Yuta's chest rose and fell rapidly, a fine sheen of sweat appearing on her forehead. She didn't hesitate for a moment. As soon as she was on board, she hurried up to Naruto. I'm Yuta. Naruto looked at the girl in front of him, puzzled by her excitement. You know who I am? I do. Yuta nodded eagerly, and without warning, threw herself forward in an embrace. Naruto blinked, a little surprised. Morgan's abilities are impressive, he mused. She has potential, but I can't let her interact too much with others. With that in mind, Naruto gently smoothed the hair of the girl in his arms. Naturally, he already knew who she was. And since she was aware of all that had happened recently, she must also know about the situation with Shanks and Luffy. Moved by this thought, Yuta lifted her head. Her lively eyes sparkled with a unique light as she said, I know everything. You're about to usher in a new era, a peaceful era. Naruto gave a slight nod, then gently pushed her away. Yuta studied Naruto, unsurprised that her ability had been neutralized. Naruto also took a moment to study Yuta. She wore a sleeveless white dress cut short, her long legs exposed to the air, and a pair of boots with a musical flair on her feet. Though her outfit was rather proper, that sudden embrace had carried unexpected weight. Yuta, so you do know me? Yuta's excitement grew again as Naruto called her name, and she nearly leapt at him once more. Naruto raised a hand to stop her. Just once is enough. Yuta had a lovely voice. The other girls, hearing it, stepped out as well. They, too, were quite curious about Yuta. After all, this girl had been alone on the island for so long, yet her voice was so beautiful. In the end, Yuta's wish finally came true. I'll help you usher in a new era. My singing is really powerful. Yuta pressed her small face against Naruto's chest. She tightened her arms, as if afraid Naruto might vanish the very next second. So, this is the girl Naruto mentioned, the one with the beautiful, singing voice? Just then, a soft and sweet voice chimed in. Only then did Yuta realize that Naruto's companions were also on the ship. She wriggled out of Naruto's arms. Turning around, she was stunned. So many girls, but a thought flashed through Yuta's mind. Doesn't this mean it'll be even easier for me to board the ship? Hello, everyone. Yuta raised her small hand and gave a gentle wave. Then she asked, Are you all Naruto's friends? I'm Yuta. There was a lively girl on the ship as well. I'm Carrot. In a blink, a white blur darted past. The next instant, a fuzzy little face pressed up against Yuta's own soft, fair cheek. Yuta's wide eyes curved in a happy crescent, just as she was about to reach out and touch those adorable long bunny ears. Carrot vanished in a flash. A heartbeat later, she popped up in Naruto's arms. Carrot jumped. Such fleeting affection. So cute. There's even a little one here. Yuta scooped up Sugar, who had just finished introducing herself. Sugar glared at her. I am not a little kid. Yamato burst out laughing. Stepping to the ship's edge, he glanced at the ruined Elegia Island and frowned. Stussy walked up beside her. Yamato, Lord Naruto, said we'll have breakfast right here on the island. Help me carry the kitchenware downstairs. At the mention of food, Yamato couldn't help but lick her lips. She'd burned a lot of energy last night, and she really was feeling hungry. All right, Yamato quickly agreed. She called over Runty and Maria, who were still recovering their strength. Today, Yamato's outfit was no longer the same as yesterday's. No, to be precise, everyone who had boarded this ship had all changed into maid uniforms. Yamato glanced at her own unique, gradient-colored maid dress. Thanks to Stussy's design, the dress was not only easy to wear, but also looked fantastic. Seeing that everyone else was dressed this way, Yamato naturally didn't mind at all. Even Black Maria was taken aback. Of course, in the end, she too, like Yamato and Runty, changed into a gothic-style maid outfit. And to be honest, it suited her surprisingly well. After Yuta had carefully memorized everyone's names, Gordon finally arrived a bit late. He was breathing heavily, his eyes fixed on Yuta, now mingling with the pirates. He rubbed his eyes, and then suddenly noticed a striking figure among the maids. Naruto Uzumaki. Gordon's eyes widened in shock. He stumbled back several steps. His mind was filled with headlines from the news. Why on earth was this man, more terrifying than even the great pirates, here of all places? Yuta gave a little wave, then introduced him to everyone. This is Gordon. He's the king of this island. Elegia. Gordon was a tall man, and his face bore the marks of time. But even so, he still couldn't shake off that air of a villain. Of course, he was a good man. Shanks was Yuta's first foster father, and this man, he was Yuta's second foster father. At that moment, Gordon was still in shock. Adding an old man into the mix, running all over the place. Now he was so out of breath, he could hardly get his words out. Why are you here? What do you intend to do to Yuta? Gordon took a deep breath and turned to look at Naruto. Naruto slowly walked down from the ship. Her power is rather unique. In another way, it could lead to the world being mostly destroyed. Gordon's eyes widened sharply as a thought struck him. He remembered the demon lord, the god of song, Totemjika. Naruto, come with me to the castle, all of you. I'd like to hear your stories. Will you tell me everything that happened along the way? Naruto turned back to look at her. He reached out and gently tapped the space between her brows. A surge of special energy flowed in. Yuta's eyes instantly regained their brightness. No, let's stay here. It's quite nice. Seeing her spirits lift, Naruto smiled softly and declined. Nearby, Yamato was busy setting up the barbecue grill. He laughed without a care in the world. Runny sighed helplessly. Barbecue for breakfast, really? So what if it is? On the shores of Elegia, Runty and Yamato were bickering again. Black Maria shook her head in resignation, then joined Stussy to help prepare breakfast. Sugar sat off to the side, cheeks puffed out in frustration. No matter how Perona tried to console her, it was no use. In the end, it was Naruto who handed her a whole basket of grapes. Her face blossomed into a radiant smile. But, in the blink of an eye, she lost everything again. When Gordon learned the reason for Naruto's visit, he quietly left the room. He said he needed to go back and find something. After Yuta received her therapy, her spirits lifted even higher. Soon, she teamed up with Hiyori Kazuki, who had just woken up. One strummed the tune, the other sang along. Sugar and Mansheri took turns losing the game. Chairs and tables of which sprouted from the ground, leaving Yuta wide-eyed in wonder. It's just like a dream world. Before long, Naruto arrived at the castle. Gordon swung open the grand door, his voice solemn. Lord Naruto, Yuta has lived here for many years now. There was a note of reluctance in Gordon's tone. He knew that Yuta was going to leave. Given the special nature of the Song fruit and the recent headlines and news, Gordon didn't think Naruto would allow Yuta to act without any restrictions. You're mistaken. I have no intention of taking away her freedom. Naruto sat across from Gordon, casting a glance at Yuta's room. It was full of a young girl's charm, decorated with a variety of musical instruments. Yuta had always looked after herself, and so did Gordon. In terms of music, this teacher had long since been outshone by his student. If that's the case, Gordon hesitated, then asked, are the things reported in the news all true? Naruto gave a slight nod. Yes. Morgan's the News King is no ordinary man. He glanced at the newspaper clippings pasted on the walls of Yuta's room. Gordon shook his head. Clearly, he decided not to ask about Shanks anymore. Did you know what happened back then? Naruto nodded once more. Gordon looked as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Naruto gestured reassuringly, signaling him not to worry. I'll take care of this. She'll learn the whole story, and of course, I'll break it to her gently. Hearing this, Gordon finally looked more at ease. I'm sorry. If the truth comes out, I can't imagine what Yuta might do. Yuta's a good child. None of this is her fault. She was only... Naruto raised his hand, stopping Gordon from continuing. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table and said, I'll take her away. I also know about the god of song, Totemjika. What? Gordon's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Naruto to know about that demon as well. For a long moment, Gordon took a deep breath and said, Lord Naruto, I'll entrust Yuta to your care. There was a trace of reluctance in his voice. Naruto gave a slight nod and rose to his feet. Aren't you going to say goodbye? Seeing Gordon still seated, Naruto asked. No. Gordon smiled wryly, shaking his head. He looked around the room. She's still young. She can't stand loneliness. I'll stay here and keep this country company. After all, no matter what, I am the king of Elegia. Hearing this, Naruto glanced at him and said, This place will come to life again. Take care of yourself. Before long, Elegia will reappear on the map. This world is vast, and there are many people in it. One day, this place will once more become the city of music. Gordon whipped his head around, disbelief written all over his face. But by then, Naruto had already gone. Within the castle, only the echo of Naruto's words lingered in the air. Gordon stood frozen, unmoving for a long time, before finally taking a deep breath. Slowly, he pushed himself up to his feet. If it's him who says such things? It seems these old bones of mine can't afford a rest so easily anymore. He raised a trembling hand, gently caressing the familiar features of the castle. Looking around, memories of Elegia in its former glory flashed through his mind. To restore the city of music, how exciting that prospect is. Naruto! Yuta and Carrot rushed toward him, one from the left and one from the right. Yuta, sharp as ever, had naturally noticed Naruto and Gordon slipping away earlier. Carrot, more innocent, was still lost in the dreamy melody of Karuchu's song. Everyone gathered together, sharing a simple breakfast. Yuta, giggling mischievously, nestled into Naruto's arms. Naruto, can I come with you all when you leave? I want to do my part for the new era too. My abilities, MMM. Before she could finish, Yuta's words were cut off by a fried dough stick Naruto gently placed in her mouth. Have something to eat first, he said with a warm smile, steadying her as she leaned over. Then he picked up a carrot. MMM. Carrot blinked, her rabbit ears drooping as she was also given a snack. You too, Naruto said, helping Carrot sit up straight. Only then did Naruto start on his own breakfast. The women around him chatted and laughed. More often than not, they were teasing Sugar, who had burst into tears. She had just gotten her hands on some grapes, popped one in her mouth, and then lost the rest in a game of chance. She swore she'd never gamble again. Even Mancheri herself didn't believe that. At least Mancheri had Rebecca as backup, and Sugar was in about the same boat, with Perona there to catch her if she fell. Naruto glanced around the room. He felt a mix of resignation and amusement. Everyone was in maid outfits. He'd definitely get a strange look from his mom when he went home. But speaking of maid outfits, the image of that pitiful yet endearing girl surfaced in Naruto's mind. Baby 5. It's about time to head back. The world government, the Holy Land Mariehua, and that shadowy M. This needs to end. These endless years, this chaotic order. It's time to bring it all to a close. Watching the girls still laughing and playing, Naruto shook his head with a smile. He stood up and made his way toward the spaceship. Just then, he felt a soft sensation from behind. Naruto's body began to float gently upward. I can do this even in the music world. Yuda's voice chimed in. She clung to Naruto like a koala, hanging onto him tightly. Carrot was busy munching on a carrot, having momentarily forgotten about Karu, so she didn't follow. So, do you like grabbing at people this much in the music world, too? Naruto said, a little exasperated. Yuta didn't seem bothered at all, her small hands still wandering. I just can't quite believe it. I need to check again and again to be sure it's really you. Suddenly, Yuta froze. Even after Naruto landed back on the deck and set her down, she seemed a bit dazed. What's wrong? Naruto asked, puzzled. A strange spark lit up in Yuta's eyes. I know now. That's it. I knew the song I just wrote was still missing something. Yuta was a little excited. She sat down next to Naruto and took out the paper and pen she had been carrying with her all along. Quickly, she scribbled down the inspiration that had just come to her mind. Meanwhile, in Kokoyashi village, true peace had finally arrived. Nami, a little emotional, returned to her hometown. So, this is the island that was once ruled by Arlong? Standing beside Nami was a young, beautiful fishwoman. She had short black hair, striking blue eyes that were cool and piercing, pale skin, and a rather voluptuous figure. She slowly lowered the smoke bomb in her hand, exhaling a plume of white smoke. This was Arlong's younger sister, a fishwoman whose fortune-telling accuracy was said to be 100%, respectfully known as Madame Shirley. Suddenly, she shuddered. She shook her head hurriedly, not daring to recall those memories. On the day Fishman Island rose, she had seen a vision in her crystal ball, but she couldn't make out the person's face. When she tried to force her vision, she suffered a backlash. And what's more, that mysterious person seemed to be able to sense her, even as she was prophesying. What's wrong, Shirley? Nami asked, a bit puzzled. Shirley shook her head. It's nothing. Seeing that she was all right, Nami smiled and took her hand. Come on, let's go back together and have a look. After they had walked a while, Nami suddenly leaned closer to Shirley, lowering her voice. Ahem, Shirley, I want to ask you something. Shirley raised an eyebrow. What is it? Well, I just want to know, in the future, how many will I have? It's nothing really. It's just that, sometimes Mom sneaks a peek at our bellies. But I haven't even with anyone. As she spoke, Nami's cheeks quickly flushed with color. Shirley was momentarily taken aback. He turned away and took several deep drags on a cigarette. I don't know. Nami hesitated, momentarily stunned, not quite sure why Shirley was suddenly so agitated. Could it be? Shirley, be honest with me. Did you ever have a prophecy about Naruto? Shirley's body trembled. Yes. Then Naruto must have found out about it. Just as Nami finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Nami! Nami turned around, the flush still lingering on her lovely face, but now a smile began to bloom. No, Jiko. So what do you think? This is written entirely based on the inspiration you gave me. But this one's a little different from ordinary songs. Yuta placed the freshly written lyrics in front of Naruto. The title. Why don't you come up with one? Yuta stuck out her rosy tongue playfully, her laughter light and sweet. Naruto studied the lyrics for a moment, his expression shifting. I see. In that case, let's call it The Brook's Gentle Song. MHM. Yuta nodded, showing her understanding, and didn't say anything more. Naruto picked up the pen from her hand, straightened his posture, and rewrote the song from start to finish. Let's enter your world of music. Yuta gave a slight nod, then parted her lips gently. She realized her song fruitability was back at her command. So she began to hum the freshly written tune. Before long, Naruto joined her, and together they entered the world conjured by the song fruit. They worked in perfect harmony, again and again, repeating the melody. Soon after, the two emerged from that musical world. Naruto's and Yuta's voices blended in song, and the playful chatter among the group of women fell suddenly into a hush. Kazuki Hayori picked up her instrument as well, closed her eyes, and listened intently to the rhythm, her fingers moving gently soon after. At first, it was Yuta's voice that filled the air, The entire song soared with dazzling high notes. Down below, the women listening felt goosebumps rise on their skin. The emotion carried by the music brought tears to their eyes. The clear, ringing voice reached all the way into the castle. Gordon was stunned in an instant. He closed his eyes, striving to take in every note. By the time the song reached its second round, Naruto joined in. He sang in a voice none of them had ever heard before. It was a little subdued, and even the language was unfamiliar. Strangely, they all understood the meaning. May the world know peace. May there be no more tears. P.S. First of all, Happy New Year. Afternoon. After tidying up her things, Yuta boarded the ship. She took one last look at the castle where she had lived for so many years. She waved her hand in farewell. Gordon, hiding behind the door to watch, was caught off guard. Then, a helpless smile appeared on his face. He also raised his hand and waved toward the ship. She's gone, then. Gordon let out a sigh. Please take good care of Yuta. He offered a respectful bow to the ship. Naruto, with a newspaper in hand, sat on the deck letting the wind ruffle his hair. Nearby, Yuta was still practicing her singing. Kazuki Hiyori accompanied her on her instrument. Stussy had even prepared some afternoon tea and snacks. The sea breeze lifted Naruto's bangs. Karuchu. Carrot yawned. It was time for an afternoon nap. Suddenly, Yuta stopped singing. She stared at Naruto, a bit dazed. She sensed someone's gaze upon her. She looked around in a hurry. And there was Stussy, watching her with a smile that was both amused and knowing. The slight lift at the corner of her mouth left Yuta feeling a bit embarrassed. A rosy blush crept across her delicate face. She stole another glance at that handsome face, still absorbed in his newspaper. And Naruto, what is it? Naruto didn't even lift his eyes. That made Yuta feel a little disappointed. But soon, her big eyes darted about, and she lowered her head. With a soft smack, she pressed a stamp, and immediately her face turned crimson with shyness. She hurriedly scampered over to the doorway of the cabin. Both her little hands busily fanned her flushed cheeks, trying to cool herself down. It's getting a little warm. I think I'll go inside and sit for a while. Naruto, Stussy couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Suddenly, a quiet murmur drifted over. I think it's a bit warm too. I'll go inside for a bit. Kazuki Hiyori set down her instrument and slowly rose to her feet. After sneaking a glance at Naruto, she hurried toward the cabin in quick, tiny steps. The scent of the sea grew even stronger in the air. Karuchu, Carrot, on the other hand, was completely unfazed. In fact, the word shy simply didn't exist in her vocabulary. Stussy shook her head in amused resignation. She glanced back toward the cabin. Even Yamato had been drawn into the ghost card game. With Yuta and Hiyori joining in, 2 more contenders entered the fray. If Sugar lost again, even her backside would be covered in little turtle doodles. Lord Naruto, what's on your mind? Stussy moistened her lips and, with graceful poise, poured Naruto a fresh cup of tea. She sat down beside him, moving closer with natural ease. She nestled contentedly into Naruto's arms. A gentle warmth colored her cheeks, and in her beautiful eyes, an unusual sparkle appeared. Following Naruto's line of sight, they saw him staring intently at a news article. New members join Amazon Lily. The gist was that, led by that pair of master and apprentice, the women of Nadeshiko Village had joined the ranks of Amazon Lily. News King Morgan's journalistic instincts were as sharp as ever. He tacked on a final line. Rumor has it this is connected to that person. Absolutely not to be provoked. Stussy blinked in surprise. Pirate Empress? No. Amazon Lily? Good heavens. Maybe my own pleasure street isn't such a big deal after all. Sugar, you're cheating again. Perona waved her hand, and out floated a clever ghost, this time in the shape of a weather-charmed doll. Sugar hurried her tiny steps, her face going pale, quickly picking up the pace with her little legs. In a flash, the clever ghost, still wearing its weather doll disguise, was about to glide right through her small frame. Suddenly, Sugar leapt with all her might, and with a soft whoosh, landed flawlessly in Naruto's arms. She looked up to meet Naruto's gaze. Her face, now doodled with little turtles, blinked up at him. I'm so sleepy. After playing cute, she shifted to get comfortable and closed her eyes. Perona stood with hands on hips, fingers ready to act. I'm hopeless. Another would-be escapee, Mansheri, was promptly knocked out of action. Runty and Yamato exchanged a look, both grinning with ferocious delight. Mansheri clutched her clothes tightly. No, please don't. They'd all gotten carried away. Naruto shook his head, glancing over at Stussy, who seemed a bit stiff. Keep an eye on them, will you? With those words, a swirling ripple of space appeared. In the next instant, Naruto vanished from the lounge chair. inside the world of the infinite Tsukuyami. Hinata, are you sure this is okay? Gentle Ino had changed into the outfit of Catty Ino, her demeanor shifting along with her clothes. I'm not sure, either, Hinata replied softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Boss Hinata let a faint smile tug at the corner of her lips. Don't worry, we pulled it off last time, didn't we? Really? Then I want to go first. Catty Ino's eyes sparkled, a mix of excitement and anticipation in her voice. Isn't that a little improper? Gentle Ino's cheeks flushed as she hesitated. Gulp. Suddenly, the sound of someone swallowing nervously broke the air. The girls all turned their heads, puzzlement written across their faces. Then, all four of them held their breath. Soon enough, that odd sound echoed again. In unison, the four of them bent down, peering beneath the bed. There a lock of pink hair peeked out. Sakura-chan, what are you doing down there? Gentle Ino blinked in surprise, then quickly pulled her out. I. Shy Sakura's cheeks were burning red, her embarrassment matching Hinata's. Creak. At that moment, the door swung open. Naruto stepped inside. His raised foot froze mid-step in shock. What are they all up to? The moment he entered, all eyes landed on him. Don't tell me they're going to make me guess who's who again. Darling, Naruto. Catty Ino, now dressed in Gentle Ino's conservative clothes, couldn't help but throw herself into his arms. Our turn now. After nuzzling in Naruto's embrace for a while, Ino blurted out, unable to hide her impatience. She spoke with the tiniest hint of playful resentment. Hearing that, only Boss Hinata seemed unfazed. All three girls blushed at the same time. Ugh, ow, how can you say something like that? And so bluntly, too. Gentle Ino couldn't handle it anymore. With their identities swapped, what if Naruto thought she was her real self? The bossy Hinata crossed her arms over her chest. They walked to the main entrance. Creak. The doors slowly swung shut. I can smell another woman's scent on him. I told you if we don't drain him dry, there will just be more and more in the future. Humph. Sisters, let's get to work. If he guesses wrong later, he'll have a taste of his own medicine. After Hinata, the leader, finished speaking, even she couldn't take it anymore. Her face was even redder than the timid Hinata's. Lowtown, this tastes amazing. Sister Stussy, do you think you could recreate this? After taking a bite, Yuta looked at Stussy with hopeful eyes. Stussy tasted it delicately, then nodded slightly, and said, Of course. Yay. Yuta cheered excitedly. Then she and Carrot squeezed up next to Naruto. Gurgle. After Sugar ate a grape that Naruto had peeled for her, little pearls of tears rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. It's just too delicious. I swear I'll never gamble again. Perona and Vika exchanged an eye roll. Mancheri kept her head down, too shy to say a word. Yamato and the other two girls had quite hearty appetites as well. But the owner of the restaurant was absolutely delighted. As expected, it's that illustrious guest. This is wonderful. Tell the kitchen to hurry up. Why were they in Lowtown, you ask? Well, simply because they'd flown right past their destination. Naruto Uzumaki, did you come here on purpose? At that moment, the woman with glasses and a large broadsword at her waist spoke in a deep voice. It seems all the matters in the East Sea have been settled. Naruto's lips curled slightly, and he steered away from the topic. And what about Smoker? Hey, Four Eyes. Four Eyes. Tashigi froze for a beat. She bit her red lips lightly, her expression shifting at once. But almost by reflex, she raised her hand and pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose. Smoker? Are you referring to Commodore Smoker? Naruto nodded faintly, then placed the grapes in his Sugar's arms. Cradling the grapes, Sugar scampered off to find Carrot. Only when munching on carrots would Carrot forget about Karu for a while. And for the record, I'm not Four Eyes. That's a rather rude nickname. Tashigi pointed at herself and continued. My name is Tashigi. Naruto gave an apologetic smile. Sorry, I forgot. Actually, it's our first time meeting, isn't it? At his words, Tashigi looked thoughtful for a moment, then nodded. You're right, that was my oversight. I should have introduced myself sooner. She shook her head, then went on. As for Smoker, well, I have no idea where he is. At this point, neither of us are with the Navy anymore. I'm now a member of the Kuja Grand Army. It's a shame. I'm not that strong, so most of the time I'm stuck with grunt work. Tashigi sounded a little frustrated. The Kuja's hockey techniques are actually quite comprehensive. But you have talent. You'll get the hang of it soon enough. Tashigi lifted her chin slightly, resignation in her voice. Smoker's power comes from the smoke fruit, but hockey can hit his real body, making his elementalization useless. So all this time, we've been in such an awkward position. That war before really made us see our true strength. Without meaning to, Tashigi let slip what was on her mind. She awkwardly removed her glasses, not daring to meet Naruto's gaze. It's all right. But when Tashigi put her glasses back on, she realized no one was laughing at her. Naruto still wore that gentle smile on his face. Suddenly, Tashigi's heart began to race. She remembered the former pirate empress, her current superior, Hancock. No wonder Lady Hancock is so infatuated with him. This man seems to have no flaws at all. Wait, there's one. Tashigi snuck a glance at the room, nearly filled with women. A vivid image flashed through her mind. That red-haired woman waving her hand grandly. Daughters-in-law, go get him. But their strength truly is impressive. The first time Tashigi met them, she couldn't help but want to join. Later, after she met Kushina sized her up for quite a while, then gave her approval. After that, Kushina had business elsewhere and left. Tashigi spent some time talking with Baby 5. Once she learned the true identity of this women's army, she nearly curled her toes in embarrassment. In the end, she managed to find the Kuja army. For now, she knew the Kuja army's name would soon change. Suddenly, Naruto remembered someone. His devil fruit ability would be a great match for Gaara. Stussy, do you know where Guild Zoro is? Stussy set down her cutlery and replied softly. The Golden Emperor, the Paramecia-type user of the gold fruit? Naruto nodded slightly. He runs the world's largest entertainment city. He's the true mastermind behind all. Rumor has it, this man controls at least 20% of the world's circulating wealth. He's richer than nations, holds sway over both the underworld and the authorities, with influence spreading across the globe. Even the celestial dragons hesitate to cross him lightly. This man is rather unique. Stussy hesitated for a moment, then asked, Lord Naruto, are you planning to take him down? Exactly. His ability is fairly important. If we're going to reshuffle the deck, let's do it thoroughly, Naruto replied. With that, Naruto stood up. But before that, there's someone else I need to find. They're right here in Lowtown. Hearing this, Tashigi quickly stood as well. Lord Naruto, I know this place well. May I ask, who are you looking for? The owner of a small tavern. Tashigi. Naruto waved his hand, signaling the women to stay seated. I'll go alone. It won't take long. But Yamato wouldn't have it. After a few more bites, she slung her spike club over her shoulder and chased after him. Tashigi, too, naturally wanted to act as a guide for Lowtown. Seeing the others eager to join in, Stussy quickly interjected. Sugar, aren't you still 10 baskets of grapes in my debt? Runty, don't. Sister Stussy, I don't want to go out. I'm so hungry. Runty hurried back to her seat. The others who also owed money quickly pulled back their steps as well. Lowtown, in a remote, dimly lit tavern. The room was shrouded in darkness with hardly any customers around. Creak. The door swung open. 2 women and a man stepped inside. But their arrival did nothing to quiet the chatter within. You have no idea just how astonishing that moment was. An old man was speaking with great enthusiasm, standing behind the bar. From the way the other drinkers addressed him, it was clear he was the owner of this very tavern. This tavern's location was unique as well. It stood not far from the very spot where the pirate king, Roger, had been executed. Hurry up, tell us. Why do you always leave us hanging at the most crucial part? The voices of the drinkers rose with discontent. Don't rush. The bartender slowly produced a human skull from behind the counter. With a strange little chuckle, he pinched his throat and continued in a raspy voice. Listen, back then, Roger made his move. With a single swift motion, his blade fell. One strike, just one stroke. That man was cut down by Roger right then and there. And what's more, at that moment, Yamato stepped up to the counter, her club resting on her shoulder. She interrupted the bartender's dramatic storytelling. The drinkers turned back, disgruntled. But the moment they saw Yamato's imposing figure, someone, emboldened by drink, hollered out, well, look at that. A pretty little lady. Oh, is that spike club on your shoulder meant for yourself? Boom! Without a second thought, Yamato slammed her spiked club down in front of him. In an instant, the old, battered table in the tavern collapsed with a tremendous crash. The full weight of the club bore down on the drunkard. He let out a miserable scream. All the other drunks who had been about to make lewd remarks instantly shut their mouths. Yamato glared at them, her annoyance plain for all to see. Suddenly, she found she couldn't stand the looks they were giving her. With a sweep of her large hand, she barked, Out, get lost, before I smash you flat. At her words, there was a mad scramble as the drunks jostled and shoved to get out of the tavern first. As they hurried past Naruto and Dashki, they couldn't help but steal a glance. Dashki adjusted her glasses and stretched out her foot. Hut. A few drunks were promptly tripped, tumbling out the door in a heap. The ones behind, seeing this, scattered like startled birds. But soon, someone recognized Naruto's face. In an instant, the atmosphere turned strangely tense. One by one, the drunks shielded their faces and lowered their heads. As they passed Naruto and Dashiki again, even before Dashiki could stick out her foot, they stumbled and tumbled out all on their own. Bang! Yamato hefted her spiked club again, and the drunk trapped underneath scrambled to his feet, begging for mercy before bolting out the door. Yamato ignored him, turning instead to place the club gently on the bar. The elderly proprietor, head bowed, quietly polished glasses as if nothing had happened, pretending not to see or hear a thing. He also discreetly tucked the skull away. Yamato was about to speak, but Naruto waved her off. Naruto slowly made his way to the bar and sat down. So, that's the specialty of his tavern, huh? Naruto glanced up at the name hanging above the little tavern. Gold, Roger. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? The elderly tavern owner kept his head down, quietly polishing glass. His voice was calm, carrying no trace of fear toward death. It's no trouble at all for you to keep that sign up. Naruto shook his head, clearly realizing the old man had misunderstood his intentions. Hearing this, the tavern owner's hand paused in mid-polish. He slowly looked up, his clouded eyes filling with disbelief. That was the name of the Pirate King. These days, with the Navy cracking down hard on pirates, hanging that sign out for all to see was an open act of defiance. If anyone else had said so, the tavern owner would probably have scoffed and dismissed it without a second thought. But if it was this man saying it in person, that changed everything. It meant he truly could. Tashigi was just as bewildered. The moment she saw the sign Gold, Roger, above the little tavern, a memory surfaced. This was the place, tucked away in a forgotten corner. Rumor had it that the old tavern owner had once been childhood friends with the Pirate King himself. She'd half expected the owner to be arrested on the spot. Almost unconsciously, Tashigi's hand rested on her sword hilt, ready to act at any moment. Who would have guessed that Naruto would say what he did next? Are you serious? The tavern owner fixed his gaze on Naruto. Naruto replied with a gentle smile. There's no reason you can't. Good or bad, people can tell the difference for themselves. I have no intention of trying to control most people's thoughts. With that, Naruto changed the subject, saying, You know where to find Golden Lion and his remaining followers, don't you? As he spoke, Naruto cast a sidelong glance at Yamato. Yamato blinked. Unable to watch any longer, Tashigi leaned in and whispered softly into Yamato's ear, Help the boss take the sign outside and hang it up. Hearing this, Yamato scratched his head a little sheepishly. Then, sticking his tongue out playfully at Naruto, he took the tavern sign from its spot and headed out to hang it up. The tavern owner stood in a daze for a moment. When Yamato returned, the way the owner looked at Naruto had completely changed. As Tashigi breathed a sigh of relief, she found herself growing a bit more curious about Naruto. Suddenly, she thought, maybe that army isn't so unreasonable after all. What am I thinking? Out of nowhere, Naruto's brow furrowed. He quickly shook his head, brushing away the thought. Then he patted Tashigi, who was lost in her own thoughts, on the shoulder. Find out where the Golden Lion is hiding, and where his remaining followers are. I'll take care of things after that. With those words, Naruto walked toward the tavern's door. Tashigi was left bewildered, but seeing that Naruto had already left, she could only turn to the tavern owner. Sir, I'll have to trouble you for some information. The tavern owner's lips curled into a faint smile. It's no trouble. I don't know all the details, but I can tell you roughly where to look. There are quite a few people, but since they're all celestial dragons, we might as well deal with them together, Naruto muttered as he stepped out of the tavern. Yamato hefted his club and fell in step behind him. This little tavern was just a short walk from the execution platform where the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, had met his end. Logtown, the birthplace of Gold, Roger himself. Now, in Naruto's line of sight, the very execution platform where Roger was once slain came into view. Yamato also learned from the conversations of passers-by that this was the place where the Pirate King died. Strangely enough, Yamato wasn't particularly interested. She hefted her wolf-tooth club, feeling a bit bored. She lowered her head, wiggled her toes, and absent-mindedly spun around on the spot. Looking down at her maid outfit, she found herself growing more and more fond of it. The Knights of God, they really are something. They managed to foresee I'd show up in Logtown. It must be some kind of divination ability. Upon hearing Naruto's voice, Yamato hurried over. The Knights of God? What's that supposed to be? She asked, puzzled. They're the knights who serve as guards for the celestial dragons. Oh, so were they? I'll go take care of them. Yamato didn't quite understand, but she did notice the slight frown on Naruto's face as he stepped out of the little tavern. Just a small matter, Naruto said, shaking his head. Then he raised his hand and pointed in a certain direction. A deep, resonant hum echoed. The weight of the devil fruit power surged forth. At the same time, the Rinnegan's ocular technique was unleashed. In the next instant, out at sea, a ship bearing the sails of the celestial dragons cut through the waves. Its destination, Lowtown. The Knights of God were celestial dragons, even more distinguished than the ordinary ones. At that moment, every member of the Knights was gathered on deck. They gazed at Lowtown ahead. Uzumaki Naruto is expected to appear right at that spot. Once we confirm his presence, destroy the place without hesitation. Unbelievable. So many islands have rebelled in such a short period. Report this to the Supreme Commander of the Knights of God, Figureland Garling. The Den Den Mushi can no longer transmit any signal. This must be the enemy's doing. Each and every one of the holy knights stood expressionless, their voices devoid of any emotion. Even if they were about to destroy Lowtown before their eyes, dooming thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, to death, not a flicker of emotion crossed their faces. Suddenly, all the members of the holy knights looked up in unison. At last, a ripple of feeling broke through their ranks. The sky above darkened all at once. A deep, thunderous rumble rolled through the air. A massive meteor tore through the atmosphere, its surface igniting in a blazing cloak of fire. Driven by overwhelming gravity, the meteor plummeted toward Earth at unimaginable speed. Below, the ships representing the celestial dragons and their holy knights seemed frozen in place, motionless in the water. A strange phenomenon unfolded on the sea. The ships stood utterly still. The entire area became a dead calm, untouched by even the slightest breeze. Winds from all directions raced toward that patch of sea, only to vanish the instant they reached its boundary. At the same time, the once surging waves instantly stilled upon entering that zone. Beneath the eerily placid surface, schools of fish flipped belly up, their eyes glazed. The holy knights' eyes flew wide with shock. An indescribable force of gravity pressed down upon them. For a moment, they could only stand rooted to the spot, unmoving. Even lifting an eyelid felt like an impossible task. A rush of air split the silence as the meteor hurtled downward. With great effort, the holy knights forced their heads up. The scent of death crept among them. At that very moment, within Lowtown itself, everyone felt a shift in the atmosphere. Their gazes turned upward, following the fiery glow in the sky and the sound that tore through the heavens. Everyone stood frozen in place, their minds going completely blank. What is that thing? Is it a meteorite? We're doomed. This is the end for us. Should we run? There's nowhere to run. With a meteorite of that size, even if it doesn't strike Lowtown directly, if it hits the sea, the tsunami that follows will leave us with nowhere to hide. Yamato's eyes widened, her face filled with utter disbelief. Then, a strange light shimmered in her beautiful eyes. She quickly turned around, looking at Naruto, whose expression remained calm and collected. Incredible. Yamato's heart pounded uncontrollably. A man of this magnitude. Her cheeks flushed with color. Like the other women, she too was moved, yet the conditions for stirring Yamato's heart were different than most. Meanwhile, on the red line, in the holy land of Mary Geos, the five elders simultaneously looked up, their faces shifting drastically. What kind of power is this? Did you all sense it? Indeed. In the East Blue. Where's the Knights of God? In the East Blue. Then, is this the power of Naruto Uzumaki? Outside the island, Toshiji sensed the turmoil and rushed out. Her small hand, once gripping the hilt of her sword, now hung powerless at her side. This overwhelming force, far more terrifying than what she'd witnessed at Marineford. What a monster, Toshiji muttered under her breath. Behind her, the old bartender from the tavern slowly stepped outside as well. When he saw what was happening in the sky, his cloudy old eyes grew noticeably clearer. In that moment, in his worldview, there was only the pirate king, Joel D. Roger, no longer the strongest. At the same time, in the tavern keeper's mind, scenes from his brief conversation with Naruto played out. He let a wry laugh. Shaking his head, he called out, "Hey, little girl with the glasses." Toshiji turned around. She saw the tavern keeper pulling out a chair. "Help me change this sign. This name is outdated. It doesn't belong here anymore." A faint smile appeared on the tavern keeper's weathered face. He said, "Both of those men have been here. GOLD. Roger has been surpassed. No, utterly eclipsed. Ha ha ha. So let's rename this tavern after that great man instead." A thunderous roar shook the air. Yet the ending remained unchanged. A massive meteor crashed down from the sky. It marked the arrival of the so-called Holy Knights, the gods' cavalry of the celestial dragons. Their ship lay directly beneath the falling meteor. Yet it caused surprisingly little commotion. In fact, only those inside the god's cavalry itself could hear the noise. Here in Lowtown, there wasn't sound. Nor did the people's greatest fear, a colossal tsunami, ever come. Some raised their telescopes to see what had happened. They discovered that after the meteor struck, not a single wave was stirred on that stretch of sea. It was as if the meteor had a will of its own. The very instant it touched the ocean's surface, its breakneck, cannonball-like descent ceased abruptly. It landed as gently as a mayfly coming to rest on water. There's no stopping it. Is this the end for us? Looks like our fate is sealed. Who's behind this attack? I'm afraid it can only be Naruto Uzumaki. The Den Mushi is down. We're going to die, and it's all for nothing. Is there any other way to inform the Supreme Commander? No. Everyone, close your eyes. We won't scream. These were the final words exchanged among the Knights of God before their deaths. In the blink of an eye, they all departed this world, going to meet their ancestors. A shockwave swept across the entire sea. But in the next instant, the overwhelming force vanished without a trace. Even though nearly every member of the Knights of God was as powerful as the 7 warlords of the sea, before such an attack, all were made equal, no one was spared. At the same time, on the outskirts of the Red Line, the grand coalition of ninja, along with the conscripted pirate and navy forces, received their orders. Their final target, the Red Line, the world government, the Holy Land, Mary Geos. Capture all the celestial dragons alive. Even Morgans, the king of news, received the command. Broadcast the news to the world, no matter the cost. Now, with Yuyo present, all the essential elements for a global live broadcast were in place. The overthrow of the world government would be streamed for all to see. Those celestial dragons who had lorded over the world for generations, crushing countless lives beneath their heels, would meet their end. 800 years ago, the world was liberated. But in truth, it only replaced one group of oppressors with another. Meanwhile, on Whole Cake Island, Mama, it's news from Naruto. Big Mom knows what to do. Charlotte Linlin slowly rose to her feet, clenching her fists. In the next moment, after receiving a nod of approval from a nun, she was ready to act. Charlotte Linlin's body instantly returned to its original form. She now stood nearly 9 meters tall. All hands, listen up. Except for Perispero, who will remain behind, the entire Big Mom Pirates mobilize. Our destination, the Red Line. Assist the Ninja Alliance in subduing all who resist. With a flurry of commands, Big Mom's entire territory sprang into action. In Dress Rosa, Doflamingo let out his distinctive, eerie laugh. Well then, the final act is about to begin, the Celestial Dragons. Lord Naruto has promised to make this former Celestial Dragon the executioner. Not the only one, of course, and in the end, I'll have to fall by my own blade. Doflamingo raised his glass. Beside him, Monet's lips curled ever so slightly into a smile. She glanced at a photo in the news. And there, she saw her younger sister. She's gotten chubby. Monet found herself looking forward to the day they would meet again. Just then, Rebecca burst through the doors, excitement lighting up her face. Father, are we heading out too? There's an army outside. It's the famous Germa. They've come right to our doorstep. Let's join them and go support Big Brother Naruto. Kairos, restored to his human form, nodded gently. He looked over to Violet. Violet, will you come with us? Violet hesitated. A certain figure flashed through her mind. She lowered her head, just about to refuse. King Riccadoldo III chuckled. I'm getting old. Leave the house sitting to me. Besides, these days, no one would dare cause trouble here. As he spoke, the old king of Dress Rosa shot Doflamingo a sharp glare. A mere throne is nothing worth keeping. We must yield to the tides of fate. The currents of this era cannot be resisted. Riccadoldo III shook his head, then reached out and patted Violet gently on the shoulder. Go on. Be with Rebecca. With a single glance, the old king saw right through Violet's heart. Yes, Auntie, let's go together. Scenes like this were unfolding all across the world. And at this very moment, far away in the last pure land, the Red Line, in the holy land of Mariewa, the stronghold of the world government, the celestial dragons had only just realized that the entire world had been turned upside down in the blink of an eye. The 5 elders stood gathered, their faces darker than thunder. In the palace gardens, a pair of crimson eyes stared intently in a single direction. That gaze stretched far, pointing straight toward Lowtown. Joy Boy? No, he isn't Joy Boy. He surpasses Joy Boy in every way. Lowtown. Huh, so many Den Mushi. Is this going to be broadcast to the whole world? Yuta clung to Naruto's arm. Her face lit up with astonishment. Naruto nodded slightly. I'll be counting on you then. And that song, you'll need to sing it with all your heart. Of course. Yuta nodded eagerly, her eyes shining with anticipation. Elsewhere, after learning of Golden Line's location, Tashigi was making her way to the restaurant to find Naruto. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks, her hand instinctively moving to the hilt of her sword. She narrowed her eyes, watching the group of people who had just appeared before her. She froze in place. Oomph! Such unnecessary fuss. A rough, booming voice echoed through the air. At the same moment, a figure clad in red strode forward, his movements unhurried. In his hands, he held several peculiar transponder snails. Two more figures followed closely behind him. A cold wave of icy air swept through with a chilling hiss. Don't say that. What Lord Naruto is doing is meant to shatter the shackles that have bound our people's hearts for centuries, right from the very depths. Well, still as hot-tempered as ever, came a sly, mocking voice. Old man, drop that tone. If you keep it up, when everyone else comes out, we'll be the ones in trouble. Kizaru waved a hand dismissively. Doesn't matter. Hina, go find, oh? Isn't that Tashigi, the one with the glasses? My, always carrying a sword around. Such a terrifying look in your eyes. Hina, with her long pink hair, shot Kizaru an exasperated glare. Understood. Tashigi, you should know where that esteemed one is now, don't you? Tashigi glanced at her companions. They were all members of the Kuja army. Do you know where that person is? With a cigarette dangling from her lips, Hina stood with one hand on her hip, giving Kizaru a thoroughly annoyed look. What brings you here? Tashigi asked, puzzled. Hina shrugged, a helpless gesture. Just happened to be passing by and ran into them. Tashigi was left speechless. Let's go. From the look on your face, you've already met with that person. Hina took Tashigi by the arm and led the way. The three former Marine admirals exchanged glances with one another. It really showed up here. I've already sent a message just now. Akiji lowered the small box from his ear and tucked it into his pocket. This thing is so convenient. Hearing this, Cinnamon nodded in agreement. Dr. Vegapunk helped develop it. They solved, well, some kind of signal relay issue, I think, by using a special kind of den mushi as a replacement. To be honest, I just got my hands on the latest model myself. As he spoke, Senamaru unfastened the pull cord slung over his shoulder. Behind him was a cart full of den mushi. Hey, old man, what's with you twitching like that? Akiji's gaze followed Senamaru's, landing on Kizaru. Kizaru always looked a bit sly, but now with that odd twitch, he seemed even stranger. Even Akainu, arms crossed and looking rather impatient, glanced over. Senamaru gave Kizaru a nudge. What's up? Kizaru removed a tiny black device from his ear, looking puzzled. Senamaru narrowed his eyes. Lately, this old man kept buying all the latest gadgets as soon as they came out. He snatched the little black device and, imitating Kizaru, fixed it on his own ear. Old man, this thing. Kizaru shot him a sideways glance. Come on, let's get moving. We still have a mission to do. With that, he took the lead and started walking. Akiji and Akainu exchanged a glance and followed. Senamaru stood there, dazed for a moment, then started twitching just like Kizaru. He hefted the pull cord and dragged the cart full of den mushi along. Meanwhile, at the port of Lowtown, another group arrived. Sister Tsuru, we're here. A tall figure pushed open the door to the ship's cabin. Akainu and the others should have arrived as well. Let's disembark. Vice Admiral Tsuru stepped out from the cabin. Momo Rabbit. Here. Never mind. Once things settle down, I'll make sure to give you a proper crash course in knowledge. Momo Rabbit blinked, not quite understanding what she meant, but obediently nodded nonetheless. Only then did Vice Admiral Tsuru allow a smile to appear on her face. Let's go. Who knows, we might even get another chance to meet that esteemed person. Meanwhile, out on the sea, waves of ships kept appearing, one after another. There were no pirate flags, nor navy flags anymore. Only a sea of unified red banners. If they came across ships without flags, or flying the pirate flag, once identities were confirmed, they opened fire. No exceptions. Among these fleets, the Germa Kingdom's armada was the most massive. It was like an entire nation gliding across the waves. Following Germa came the Mikomo Dukedom of Zou, a kingdom long isolated from the world. Of course, when Naruto sensed that Zenesha wanted to get involved as well, he simply refused. There was no need for the Mikomo Dukedom to reveal itself so early. Besides, the future king of Mikomo was already here by his side. Naturally, the opposition wasn't idle either. What's the situation? The newly appointed god of science and defense, Figureland Garling, asked in a deep voice. The situation, it's true. A celestial dragon stammered, trembling so hard that snot was running into his mouth. Figureland Garling frowned. He glanced at the other four. Just half an hour earlier, J. Garcia, Saturn, the man whose seat Figureland Garling now occupied, the previous god of science and defense. That elder was always dressed in a black suit. His head was crowned with a mass of white curls, and his fluffy white beard gave him a distinctive look. He wore a flat cap, and a scar ran down the left side of his face. A member of the five elders. Him had stripped him of his duties. He met his end earlier than expected. The other four did not comment on this at all. Leave us. Saint Gringu waved his hand dismissively. The celestial dragon, feeling as if he had been granted a royal pardon, hurriedly stood and withdrew. Moments later, a tall man entered from outside. A long sword hung at his waist as he strode swiftly to Saint Gringu's side. This was one of the Knights of God. The situation is dire. All the news is true. We're already surrounded. Hearing this, the red-haired old patriarch, Saint Gringu, furrowed his brow. What are your thoughts? Saint Izambaron V. Nashru, the god of finance, sneered. No matter how many come, all the better for a grand cleansing. With everyone gathered in one place, it saves us the trouble of hunting them down. Saint Topman Vachali, the god of law, spoke in a low, grave voice. We cannot afford to be careless. What about the Navy? Yes, it's true that Navy headquarters has been destroyed. And it's true they've occupied so many islands. But it's impossible that the Navy was wiped out entirely. And what about the rebellious pirates? Upon hearing this, Saint Shepherd X, Pitt, the god of agriculture, added, Indeed, these are extraordinary times. We can make use of these people for now. Saint Marcus Mars, the god of the environment, narrowed his eyes. If I recall correctly, there are still plenty of nobles scattered across the seas. Tell them, if they give it their all this time, perhaps they might find a way to return in the future. The ancient sage, Green, remained silent. He glanced at his subordinate. The member of the Knights of God who had come forth hesitated for a moment. Gritting his teeth, he spoke. They are all gone. What? All four of the others turned their gaze to the Knight of God. In an instant, he found himself under the scrutiny of four of the five elders. A cold sweat instantly broke out across his brow. Yet, with great difficulty, he managed to reply. The Navy is gone. Whether on land, at sea, even beneath the waves, or up in the sky, there's no trace of the Navy anywhere. The pirates! His whole body trembled as he spoke. It was clear he understood the scale of the purge that the last territory of the world government, Holy Land Mariewa, was now facing. Speak. Green's face was grave. Yes. He drew in a deep breath, then continued in a low, steady voice. The Navy is finished. Our enemy, the army led by Naruto Uzumaki, the allied shinobi forces. They wiped out every last Navy soldier. To call it a purge would almost be an understatement. It was a complete cleansing. Those with questionable backgrounds were all imprisoned, awaiting execution. As for the rest, after the great battle at Marineford headquarters, one of the former three admirals, Kizaru, took charge and absorbed all the remaining Navy into his ranks. From the information I later received, the former admirals, Akiji, Akainu, along with the former Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garku, after reeling off this string of names, he could only force a bitter smile. They've all turned against us. They've joined the ninja allied forces. At that moment, the four realized just how grave the situation truly was. Saint Gringus waved his hand, signaling the member of the Order of Holy Knights to withdraw. Gentlemen, surely you don't think that's all, do you? What? There's more. Gringus shook his head. Despite their blind confidence in Emu, facing so many enemies all at once, this was no mere suppression. This was a spectacle for the entire world to witness. The world government, which had ruled for nearly a millennium, was about to fall. And in the ruins of the old regime, they would forge a new order. Clearly, Gringus knew far more than the other four. Otherwise, he would not be seated here. Why? Saint Nasharu, the god of finance, was baffled. The other three shared his confusion. Gringus let out a sigh and said, What forces do we have left now? After a moment of silence, Saint Topman Vochari, the god of law, spoke in a deep voice. The pacifistas, about 50 units. The Order of Holy Knights, and the five of us. Gringus nodded slightly and continued. Then, what we are up against is an almost unscathed navy. Yes, and this navy now stands united. The four grew visibly grave. Because besides the navy, there was the ninja allied forces, a force strong enough to crush navy headquarters, the Whitebeard pirates, and even the red-hair pirates all at once. Gringus understood exactly what was going through their minds. He added, within these two pirate crews, there might be quite a few who, like the navy, have switched sides. Apart from them, there are other enemies as well. Once again, the four showed a subtle shift from their usual impassive expressions. From all four seas, east, south, west, north pirates, navy, Every fighting force from across the world is converging here. In an instant, the atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy and oppressive. Don't forget, there are still 2 emperors left. With a stony face, Gringus Saint slapped the dossier onto the table. Emperor Kaido, along with his beast pirates, was nearly wiped out by Naruto Uzumaki single-handedly. Most of the remaining fighters have already surrendered, awaiting judgment. Any who were clean have been absorbed. And that's not all. Emperor Big Mom. Not long after Naruto Uzumaki set foot on the island, the whole cake pirates ceased to exist. No, it would be more accurate to say that the word pirate itself disappeared. Emperor Big Mom underwent a complete transformation. Now, what she oversees, yes, oversees, those were her own words, is called whole cake. There are no pirates. And right now, Emperor Big Mom is leading all the former strength of the whole cake pirates, heading straight for us. A collective gasp swept through the room. The 4 could feel the weight on their shoulders growing heavier and heavier. There are many, many more. For example, kingdoms like Germa have joined the fray as well. You should be aware of Doflamingo too. As for the kingdom of Dress Rosa, whether it's the nobility or, well, in any case, one sentence sums up our current predicament. The whole world is coming after us. A low, ominous hum seemed to fill the air. As soon as the words fell, all 5 fell silent. The atmosphere grew increasingly strange, heavy with tension. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves surrounded with enemies on every side. After a long pause, the ancient sage, Green, twisted the knife a little deeper. Morgan's the king of news, the queen of Pleasure Street. After rattling off a series of names, underground emperors one after another, Green concluded, they're all here too. And there's something you might not know. The news only glossed over the war that broke out on Navy Headquarters Island. In reality, it was exactly as the headline said. The Ninja Alliance didn't even fight with their full strength. In an incredibly short time, every fighting force at Navy Headquarters was defeated. Don't forget, 2 of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews were involved as well. They've all become history now. Green seemed ready to go on. But Marcus Maz, the martial god of the environment, waved his hand wearily. That's enough. No need to say more. Let's prepare for battle. We still have our strongest support. That great one. Numbers alone won't be enough to defeat them. At these words, the other 3 looked visibly relieved. With Lord Emu on our side, the advantage is still ours. Meanwhile, Hina and Sugar were locked in a staring contest. Just one grape. Why are you making such a fuss? Sugar hopped up, trying to snatch it back, but Hina grabbed her tiny hand and held her aloft. No way. Not even one. Perona, watching from the side, tried to comfort her. Come on, Sugar. It's only a grape. Yuyo, never mind. It's a lot anyway. Just deduct that one grape. Sugar's little nose scrunched up, and big teardrops welled in her eyes. Hinata set her down gently. All right. If someone sees us now, they'll think I'm bullying you. At these words, Sugar's eyes lit up. But in the very next second, the grape slipped into Hinata's mouth. Hinata glanced at the stunned Sugar, then turned to Naruto. If she wasn't mistaken, that grape had been peeled by Lord Naruto himself, just for this little girl. What a win. Dashiki could only sigh and press her hand to her forehead. She then walked over to Naruto's side and spoke respectfully. Lord Naruto, we found the Golden Lion's location. He's hiding on Sky Island. And also, Kizaru, Akiji, and Akainu are on their way here. They're bringing the very first Den Mushi developed by Dr. Orochimaru and Dr. Vegapunk. Yuta hurried over. Naruto, is it for me? Naruto nodded slightly and replied. That's right. With your song fruit powers before long, we'll be able to let everyone in the world witness, with their own eyes, the fall of the world government. The whole world. Yuta's lovely brows knitted in worry. That's a lot of pressure. She wrapped her arms around Naruto's, snuggling up as she said playfully. What if I can't handle it when the time comes? It's all right, we have a choir. Before Naruto could reply, a clear and melodious voice rang out. Creak. The door to the private room swung open. A figure dressed in vibrant orange-red strode in. She moved with a graceful, confident step, her long legs carrying her forward. Behind her, 9 fluffy tails swayed in rhythm with her every stride. Carrot, who had been munching on a carrot, paused in surprise. She quickly set the carrot aside and looked up. Her gaze happened to meet a pair of captivating, enchanting eyes. Huh. Carrot blinked, her long, fluffy rabbit ears standing straight up. Across from her, a pair of fluffy fox ears perked up as well. A woman with the charm and allure of a fox approached Naruto. With casual ease, she draped her arm over Naruto's shoulder. She looked at Carrot and asked, Are there tailed beasts in this world too? Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. Not tailed beasts. She's the king of the Fluffy Kingdom. The Fluffy King? Just as Kurama finished speaking, Carrot scampered over. A bit shyly, she reached out and touched Kurama's ear. Then, pressing her cheek gently against Kurama's, she rubbed their faces together. Karuchu, seeing that Kurama didn't react, she reached out, wanting to touch Kurama's tail, just as fluffy as her own when she transformed in her white lion form. But Kurama's tail gently pushed her hand away. A fox's tail isn't something you can touch so casually. All the women looked at Kurama with curiosity. Kurama turned to gaze at them as well. She pouted, another batch. There are probably plenty more on the way. Kushin is going to be over the moon. By the way, where are Tintin and Ino? Naruto didn't answer. He couldn't very well say that they'd injured themselves switching roles in the limited Tsukuyumi world and needed some time to recover. Could he? Yuta blinked, her eyes lingering on those 9 fluffy tails, clearly wanting to touch them as well. But after what had just been said, so Yuta could only look at Naruto with a hint of envy. As Kurama spoke, her 9 fluffy, bushy tails swished about at random. It looked like a giant, furry ball. But this ball had landed right in Naruto's arms. While Kurama was introducing herself to the women, her tails kept brushing against Naruto's face. Naruto. He grabbed all 9 of those fluffy tails in his arms, stopping them from tickling him any further. There was a hint of helplessness in his expression. From Kurama's profile, you could even spot a sly glint in her eyes. Naruto understood at once. His mother had succeeded, and in that very instant when Kurama met Carrot, even the last trace of hesitation vanished, almost as if to confirm Naruto's suspicions. Well, after all, she had lived inside Naruto for so long, and they'd been through so much together. Of course, Kurama could read Naruto's thoughts. She rose slightly onto her toes and slowly sat down, right on Naruto's lap. With utter confidence, she leaned back. Naruto instinctively reached out to steady her, making sure she didn't fall. Kurama looked at the women and, without hesitation, draped her arm around Naruto's neck. Just moments ago, those 9 tails wouldn't have let anyone touch them. Now, they were all wrapped snugly around Naruto. What now? The women exchanged glances. In the end, even Yamato couldn't help but look to Perona. But in the next instant, they were all stunned. Even Stussy was taken aback. They watched as Perona sweetly poured Kurama a cup of coffee. Sister Kurama, here, have a drink. What? What they didn't know was that Perona had already met Kurama before, and had been scared to tears by her. A bounty of 30 million berries, Akiji shook his head. To walk so brazenly down the street. Did he really think no one would recognize him? Kizaru and Senamaru squabbled over their new gadgets off to the side. Akainu took a drag on his cigar, spitting out his words in disdain. Why not just kill him right away? Akiji waved a hand, his voice calm. Interrogate him first. Umph. Akainu snorted, his fiery temper barely contained, but he held his tongue and said no more. But the pirate, bristling with anger, shouted, I just came to buy something. I'm not a pirate anymore. Admirals of the Navy, bah. The Navy's finished. Why are you still after me? Heat shimmered around Akainu as molten magma began to rise from his body. The Navy may be gone, but justice remains. Akiji stepped in, blocking him, and motioned for the former Navy soldiers to take the pirate away. Do you think hiding your name and living in the shadows erases your past crimes? If you were truly innocent, you wouldn't need to conceal your identity. You'd walk straight into the station and register your presence openly. At that, the pirate, whose bounty was 30 million berries, fell speechless. Lord Naruto. Just as Akainu was about to speak, Kizaru and Senamaru called out. Both men instinctively straightened up. Akainu reigned in his explosive temper, and Akiji shed his usual air of indifference. As for Kizaru, Naruto waved a hand, signaling him to return to his normal self. His sly, laid-back attitude wasn't really his fault, but to keep that sly grin while standing at stiff attention, it was simply awkward. Get ready. We'll do it right here. Naruto then turned to Vice Admiral Tsuru and Momosaji, who had just arrived. Stand guard over Yuta. Don't let anyone interfere with these preparations. Yes, sir. Vice Admiral Tsuru and Momosaji accepted their orders. With a sweep of her hand, the army departed alongside them. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of Impel Down, the Revolutionary Army's leader, Dragon. He surveyed the dim surroundings and shook his head with a hint of resignation. Most of the Revolutionary Army hasn't been captured, have they? After a brief silence, Dragon asked in a deep voice. Then why did you come in here? I sigh. There's really nothing more to say. Sabo let out a weary sigh. Across from him, Luffy and Ace, having just reunited with Sabo, shared a moment of joy. But it wasn't long before Luffy's stomach began to growl. So just like that, the group slumped back into their sickly, languid state. Luffy, I've been watching over you ever since you left the East Blue. I just never imagined that our next meeting would be like this. Dragon suddenly turned his gaze to Luffy as he spoke. Luffy lay sprawled on the ground, weakly pursing his lips. Shanks sat against the wall nearby. Not far from him, just a short distance away, was Kaido, the Yonko himself. Kaido looked even more battered than Shanks. Yet, while everyone else seemed weighed down by despair, Kaido appeared largely unaffected. In fact, he found this place rather agreeable. At least it wasn't boring. Compared to Shanks, Kaido still had his daughter, a handful of loyal subordinates, and who knows, maybe life would turn out quite comfortable for him in the future. Just then, the heavy doors of this level's prison swung open. A rattling sound, wheels rolling along the stone floor, filled the air. No one bothered to look. Otherwise, they'd just end up feeling sick again. But soon, a rich aroma began to waft into their nostrils. Huh. Luffy was the first to look up. Huh. Grandpa, don't call my name, Garp said grumpily. Yet, his eyes couldn't bear to look away from him. In the end, Garp sighed and brought the cart loaded with delicious food to a halt. Eat up. After this, the old man and Sengoku are heading out. Standing nearby was Sengoku, former fleet admiral of the Navy headquarters. His entire body was still wrapped in bandages. Compared to Garp, who only had one arm left, he didn't look much better. I'll set things up, Sengoku said in a low voice. Garp nodded slightly. The two then split up and got to work. Soon enough, every prisoner on this floor had a large plate piled high with meat. Sengoku, meanwhile, found a suitable spot. The place was already dim, and after finding the right spot, Sengoku took out a special den mushi from his coat. What are you up to? Kaido asked, his mouth full of meat. Garp shot him a glare. You'll find out soon enough. With a clap of his hands, Garp joined Sengoku in the preparations. Before long, several den mushi had been set up throughout the prison level. Ugh, these prototypes are a pain. Why can't we get the latest models? Garp muttered, rubbing his aching back. After that last battle, he was completely spent. He wondered if it was something he'd caught. All right, let's give it a try. Sengoku patted him on the back, then picked up the last den mushi. He placed it right at the center of the room. Everyone watched the two of them with curiosity, eating as they looked on. Before long, the sound of countless gulps filled the air. A look of disbelief swept across every face. Then a melodious, captivating song began to drift through the room. Shanks froze in place, utterly stunned. Luffy's ears had grown noticeably larger as well. At that moment, everything inside the cell had changed. Lights blazed from all directions. And at the very center, a stage had appeared. Hasn't it started yet? Sengoku muttered to himself, then pulled Garp along. Let's go. We've got the latest model, one for each of us. Put on the headphones, and it'll feel like we're right there. No need to stick around here. Garp nodded repeatedly in agreement. With any luck, we might even make it to the main event in person. With that, the two old men wandered off, arms around each other's shoulders. Outside, the action was already underway. Hurry up. We need to get there early. Exactly. If we're late, we'll miss our chance to be part of it. Damn, don't cut in my lane. Kizaru glanced down at the commotion below, a look of surprise on his face. Is that the power of the float fruit? How terrifying. Senamaru couldn't hold back. He gave Kizaru a smack on the back of the head. Aren't there plenty of people with powers like that in the Ninja Alliance? Kizaru blinked, then lifted his foot. Senamaru instinctively dodged aside. Meanwhile, Akainu and Akiji stood silently on the deck. The ultimate battle was about to begin. Whoosh. Looks like you're enjoying yourselves. You're late, Hashirama. Hashirama and Tobarama had just arrived when Uchiha Madara's impatient voice sounded from behind them. Work's been piling up. Are you all set? Before Senju Hashirama could speak, Senju Tobarama cut straight to the point. At his words, Uchiha Madara dropped his playful grin. Of course. Then let's move out at full speed. As Tobarama finished speaking, someone immediately took the order and hurried off. At the same time, countless airships appeared across the red Earth continent. Even the Big Mom pirates, who were the first to arrive, were each given an airship. At the front of one such ship stood a blind swordsman. He slowly drew his cane sword. The final battle, to uphold justice. Not far from him, a man with hawk-like eyes unsheathed the cross-shaped blade on his back. After this fight, our contract will be fulfilled. I'll be taking a break for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure stepped forward, laughter brimming with eerie confidence. Who would have thought the 7 warlords could still gather like this? Let's see. Kuma, you're here as well. That makes 3 of us. At this moment, within the dream world, where people across the globe were watching the battle unfold as if they were truly present. The scenes of these fleets heading toward the Holy Land, Manhwarecap, were already being broadcast in real time. Inside the Holy Land, the last place yet to be liberated, the five elders emerged from the conference room. A crowd of celestial dragons had gathered, along with countless slaves whose faces showed only numb resignation. He will appear. Our primary objective: eliminate Naruto Uzumaki at all costs. There's new intel. The Tremor fruit and the Float fruit. It's suspected that Naruto Uzumaki has acquired both. As Saint Gringu finished speaking, he narrowed his eyes and looked to the horizon, where a dense cluster of dark specks had begun to appear. Their advance was slow, but the pressure they brought was already spreading across the entire Holy Land of Manhwarecap. Where are the Tremor fruit and the Float fruit? This is a tricky situation, but as long as the Nika fruit has yet to appear, there won't be any real problems. St. Mars of the Five Elders let out a cold snort. There were not many members of the Holy Knights left, but now they stood against the entire world. Even ordinary celestial dragons were being forced onto the battlefield. Those who wept and sniveled were executed on the spot to steady the troops' morale. Anyone with a clear mind could see. This time, things had spiraled far beyond the upper echelon's control. Otherwise, they would never have spilled celestial dragon blood so lightly. The highest priority target, Naruto Uzumaki. We will take action ourselves. Saint Nasajiro gripped his katana, his expression as dark as storm clouds. If possible, capturing him alive would be ideal. But given the current state of affairs, to capture him alive? The challenge of taking him alive and simply killing him weren't even in the same league. Especially with the pressure of the entire world bearing down on them. If they dared attempt a live capture, they might well end up being the ones captured. A pack of filthy commoners, that's all they are. Aren't they always claiming they'll save everyone? Well then, let's see if all they can do is shout empty slogans. A celestial dragon, newly initiated into the Holy Knights, stepped forward. With a look of disdain, he kicked a ragged, frail boy. The blow was merciless. The boy let out a scream of agony. Branded onto his neck was the mark of a celestial dragon slave. Stop screaming. You lowly creature, if you don't want your sister to die this very instant, grab a weapon and get out there. And the rest of you, the same goes for you. The five elders watched all of this with cold eyes, making no move to intervene. Nor did any of the other celestial dragons. A couple of faces briefly showed a trace of reluctance. But that hesitation vanished in an instant. Soon, led by that newly appointed member of the Holy Knights, who was also a celestial dragon, a large crowd of slaves was herded out of the Holy Land, Manhwarecap. They clutched weapons in their hands, eyes rimmed red with suppressed emotion. They wanted to resist, but neither their bodies nor their will would allow it. Even though there was a certain satisfaction in their hearts. Finally, these oppressors had become the targets. Finally, a crowd had come to demand their lives. They knew, once the order was given, there was no way for them to fight back. And so, the slave army took shape. They surrounded the Holy Land of Manhwarecap, forming ring after ring. Even women and children, those with almost no fighting strength, were pushed to the very front. Among them were many fishmen and merfolk as well. It wasn't long before the first division of the allied shinobi forces arrived. Tobirama Senju raised his hand, and the army halted at once. He narrowed his eyes. Slaves? So this is the world government. Uchihamadura's expression darkened as well. Hashirama Senju furrowed his brow. This makes things difficult. We'll have to fight one-on-one. After all, they're all inside. Soon, the others also appeared. Mama. Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes. These people are... Mama, they're slaves, Katakuri replied, arms crossed, veins bulging on his forehead. This isn't a good situation for us to act. Behind Linlin, Zeus and Prometheus lowered themselves as well. They had come, intending to run wild in this place that symbolized the pinnacle of power in this world. Yet they never imagined that the very first obstacle standing in their path would be like this. Don't play dumb with me. Charge. Once again, it was that newly appointed celestial dragon of the Order of Divine Knights who made the first move. With a sickening slash. Sensing that a vast army was still advancing from behind, he didn't hesitate for a moment before severing a fishman's head with a single stroke. Not willing to obey, this is the fate that awaits you and anyone you care about. For a moment, time itself seemed to freeze. A heavy silence hung in the air. Everyone's attention was riveted to this scene. Above, the five elders stood side by side, facing the enemy. They didn't even spare a glance at the chaos below, their expressions remaining stone cold as they watched the army's advance. Within the city, the celestial dragons, their guards, and the members of the Order of Divine Knights all shared the same grim focus. At this point, their only concern was whether they could survive. As for the slaves, if sacrificing 100 or even 1,000 of them could buy a single life, they wouldn't hesitate for a second. The invading army would hardly need to lift a finger. This place would soon become a living hell. Blood would flow like rivers. Bang! In the midst of this tense and chilling atmosphere, a thunderous sound erupted. It was the roar of gunfire. Everyone turned instinctively toward the sound. A figure appeared, suspended in midair. At the same time, across the world, people were able to witness the scene firsthand through a specially engineered transponder snail. They, too, saw the arrival of that formidable figure. Oh, so it won't be that easy after all. Naruto Uzumaki. Atop the city wall, a female knight of the Order of Divine Knights, her head adorned with an odd hat, let out a strange, twisted laugh. Right then, in front of Naruto, a specially crafted bullet hovered silently in the air. The power of this bullet was enough to pierce straight through Doflamingo's head, and Doflamingo himself had no time to react or defend. Whoosh! At that very moment, a member of the Holy Knights leapt down from the city wall. It was a masked knight, wielding a massive broadsword. Clang! Just as he landed not far from Naruto, another figure sprang from the airship above. He held a black cross-shaped blade, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. Warlord of the Sea, Hokage. Perfect timing. A cold sneer curled beneath the gas mask of the Holy Knight, the mask marked boldly with the number 46 foot. In the next instant, the blade in his hand was coated in a pitch-black sheen. Armament hockey crackled around the weapon. Hawkeye's expression didn't change. With a subtle flick of his wrist, he lifted the cross-shaped black blade. The knight in the gas mask was forced to stagger backward. Not so easy to claim victory. But before that, let's use these slaves to throw their formation into chaos. Once we've taken care of their strongest fighters, everything else will fall into place. As Shepherd Jew Peter, the god of agriculture, finished speaking, rumble, the ground began to shake violently. At the same time, 9 colossal figures appeared in the distance. And following behind these giant beasts was an even larger creature, towering like a tree. Standing atop, it was a pale-skinned woman, perfectly calm and composed. Suddenly, she caught sight of the figure floating midair. A look of delight blossomed on her beautiful face. Sister Kaguya, hurry up, hurry up. I see Naruto. In an instant, Hancock's face transformed into one of love-struck adoration. Now is hardly the time for romance. Naturally, Kaguya would not rush forward recklessly. She would wait for the order. According to the plan, the tailed beast army under her command was to strike last. To be precise, all the tailed beasts would act together, raising the Holy Land, Mariewa, to the ground. Below, under the coercion of that celestial dragon who had just become a knight of the gods' knights, the army of slaves finally moved. They surged forward, attacking the vast forces of the Ninja Alliance, the former pirate army, and others. Each face contorted in agony, their eyes burning with hatred. At last, they raised their weapons and charged against the army fighting to liberate the world. Despicable! Charlotte Linlin cursed furiously. Unable to restrain herself, she unleashed her conqueror's haki. A resonant hum filled the air. The instant Charlotte Linlin released her conqueror's haki, the other powerful figures possessing the same force unleashed theirs as well. Atop the city wall, 50 war weapons modeled after the warlord Kuma appeared. All of them opened their mouths wide, gathering energy cannons within. Everyone below the wall became their target, whether it was the advancing army or the slaves being driven forward. A barrage of energy blasts whistled through the air. Not good. The army's expression shifted. All the slaves were knocked unconscious by the overwhelming conqueror's haki. And at that moment, countless more slaves were thrown out. Half of the war weapons, the Kumas, suddenly changed their targets, aiming at those slaves instead. This scene was broadcast to the entire world, just as everyone gnashed their teeth in fury at these so-called celestial dragons. A massive shadow swept across the sky. Art is an explosion. Kaboom! The power of the Tremor fruit was unleashed. In an instant, the signature sound of space shattering echoed through the air, a deep, resounding crack. Almost simultaneously, all 50 of the war machines known as bears fell silent, their weapons ceasing fire. The clash between the violently quaking space and the energy cannons spread out in shockwaves. The overwhelming force of this shockwave surged toward the main army. Suddenly, an invisible wall materialized before them. What followed was a flurry of strange and marvelous abilities, each one springing to life. If this mighty army couldn't even withstand a mere shockwave, it would be nothing short of a joke. At that very moment, all 50 war weapons, those bears, had their own energy cannons backfire, engulfing their heads in thick, swirling black smoke. Sparks danced as arcs of electricity leapt from the metal parts of their bodies. A low, ominous hum thrummed through the air. Just then, a streak of golden light flashed, darting over the vast field of unconscious slave soldiers below. It shot straight toward the city wall. Cries of alarm erupted from the crowd as many recognized the golden streak for what it was. Of course, even more people weren't able to react in time. The glint-glint fruit's brilliance combined with the flying thunder god technique. At that speed, most could only catch a glimpse. Only those with truly extraordinary observation skills could perceive what was happening. Minato Namikaze gripped a triple-pronged kunai, each blade inscribed with the flying thunder god's mark. A radiant halo of light spread out from the weapon. That dazzling golden aura quickly extended outward, forming a blade of light as sharp as any sword. To call a lightsaber would be an understatement. It was a laser, honed to a razor edge. In the blink of an eye, Minato soared overhead. A flurry of golden beams exploded from his form, each one instantly transforming into the shape of a triple-pronged kunai. High above, the spectacle unfolded. The giant white clay bird released a barrage of white clay bombs. Minato's golden, triple-pronged kunai pierced through every one of the clay bombs, each blade embedding itself firmly in the explosives. Clearly, the five elders would never simply stand by and watch such bizarre contraptions rain down upon the holy land of Mariewa. A man dressed in white robes, completely bald and wearing glasses, stepped forward. He was the only one among the five elders who neither wore a suit nor sported a beard. Clang! A sharp note of a sword echoed through the air. In the next instant, financial martial god, Isan Baron V, Nasajuro, drew his samurai blade. With a cold snort, he swung his sword, his expression utterly impassive. Swish! In a flash, countless slashes of sword light flickered past. Isan Baron V, Nasajuro crouched low, poised like a coiled spring. Clang! Another piercing ring of steel resounded. Slowly, he sheathed his sword, its blade wrapped in an aura of conqueror's haki. Thunderous rumbles rolled across the sky. At that very moment, as the sword returned to its scabbard, the rain of white clay bombs above, cascading like a torrential downpour, along with Minato's radiant triple-pronged kunai, were all reduced to shattered fragments. Yet, even when sliced into pieces, Deidara's white clay bombs did not lose their potency. They resembled some kind of explosive chewing gum, and detonations roared throughout the holy land of Mariewa. Isan Baron V, Nasajuro's face grew dark as storm clouds. Though he had managed to thwart the bombing assault, the holy land of Mariewa, which had enjoyed centuries of tranquility, had now been thrust into utter chaos. The body of a fallen colleague had not even grown cold. A low, ominous hum filled the air. At that very moment, an enormous air cannon, shaped like an adorable, chubby bear paw, came hurtling through the air. The bear, now back to its usual self, still held its striking pose. A deafening rumble tore through the city. Another wave of thunderous noise swept across the metropolis. A terrifying shockwave surged forth, rolling in all directions. But as the blast reached the city walls, it abruptly calmed, as if the violence had never happened. And so, the great battle began. The elites clashed with elites. The lower ranks faced off against their equals. But there was a problem. Even just counting the elites, their numbers already overwhelmed the opposition. In fact, they nearly outnumbered the enemy's entire force. This ends here. The ancient sage, Jalingu, frowned and was about to speak, but the impatient Nasuro-san at his side could no longer hold back. In a flash, a strange silhouette darted across the sky. Above, a gigantic figure emerged. Izambalin V, Nasajuro's saint, horse fruit. Hybrid form, half beast, half man. In the blink of an eye, Nasajuro's saint transformed. His lower body became the skeletal legs of a horse. His upper body retained a human's form. A centaur, both fearsome and magnificent. He had grown noticeably larger. He now stood almost as tall as the 6-meter-tall weapon of war. The bear, also known as the pacifist. Wielding a samurai sword, he launched himself at Naruto. I'll cut you down right here and now. Jalingu watched Nasajuro Saint charge alone into the fray and shook his head. He could already see how this would end. The other five elders remained silent. Having held power for so long, and with such overwhelming strength, it was rare for the 5 elders to fight together. Clearly, the rule was, take them on one at a time, then we'll talk. With a sharp, slicing sound, Nasajuro's hooves thundered through the air as he galloped aloft. And in the next instant, Nezushiro, now transformed into his centaur form, strode up to face Naruto. A flash of the blade sliced through the air. Yet, Naruto didn't even attempt to dodge. The samurai sword, wreathed in haki, passed straight through his body. Startled, the centaur form Nazushiro whipped around. A look of shock swept across his face. His attack had inexplicably missed its mark. Even his observation haki proved utterly useless. Nazushiro's expression grew grim. His mastery of observation haki was by no means ordinary. But now, confronted with Naruto, motionless, treating him as if he were nothing but air, he sensed absolutely nothing. I've long heard of your strange powers. Could it be that your abilities are designed to counter the three haki colors? Illusion. Once more, Nazushiro raised his hand, haki swirling. The samurai sword now coated in a layer of pitch-black sheen. The skeletal hooves pounded forward, launching a renewed charge. There was a metallic clang, sharp and sudden. Just as Nazushiro's sword was about to pierce Naruto, an invisible barrier materialized between them. How much longer are you going to keep watching? Naruto's gaze shifted toward the garden behind Mariewa Holy Land. Peering through layer upon layer of architecture, he locked eyes with a pair of scarlet-red pupils. Those eyes were utterly devoid of emotion, cold and lifeless like those of statue. A low hum resonated. Naruto's azure eyes began to change, shifting from vivid blue to blood red. At the same time, three tomos slowly appeared, whirling with frenetic energy. Insolence. Noticing Naruto's gaze, Nazushiro barked out in a panic, his voice tight with unease. A dull, thunderous impact followed. In the next instant, before Nazushiro could even react, a heavy blow struck the belly of his skeletal horse. Crack! A sharp, shattering sound pierced the air. Bones, the ribs of the centaur's form, snapped apart. Nasu Juro Saint, in his half-human, half-horse form, was sent flying backward. Splat! As he was hurled through the air, Nasu Juro Saint let out a muffled groan. He could no longer suppress the metallic tang rising in his throat, and a mouthful of blood burst forth. He crashed to the ground. Boom! Immediately after, his body, like a ball of flesh and broken bone, tumbled wildly backward across the earth. Clack, clack, clack. Suddenly, a massive skeletal hand appeared behind Nasu Juro Saint's rolling body. It seized him in a merciless grip. Cobalt blue chakra ignited, rising like ethereal flames. At the same time, that colossal skeletal hand slowly began to sprout flesh and muscle. Interesting. I can sense it. Your body reeks of decay. How peculiar. You're already so old, yet you still possess such formidable strength. Huh. Nasu Juro Saint forced his eyes open. His glasses had been shattered. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze icy cold as he stared at the man who had seized him. That figure stood, draped in crimson samurai armor, arms folded across his chest. His bizarre eyes shifted from black to a deep, glowing red. As the skeletal hand, gripping Nasu Juro Saint's body, grew muscle and flesh, the man's scarlet eyes transformed once more. The strange, patterned crimson eyes became concentric rings of spreading violet. A strange power, but that's all it is. Suppressing the turmoil raging inside him, Nasu Juro Saint sneered coldly. Uchiha Madara responded with a contemptuous smile. Interesting. Your observation haki is impressive. Did you catch a glimpse of your own future? As he spoke, Madara Uchiha began to move forward slowly. However, a true first-rate shinobi can sense the deepest thoughts of an opponent the moment the battle begins. No matter how strong your observation haki is, it won't be of much use against me. Hearing this, the expression on Natsutoro Saint's face changed. The arm gripping his own body gradually began to enlarge. That energy, like blue flames, spread outward. Tiny sparks of light shimmered along his arm. It looked as though the ancient armor from the Warring States era was draped over his giant hand. A thunderous crash erupted. A tremendous roar shook the air. Dust exploded outward. The gates of the Holy Land, Mariewa, were pushed open by a colossal thousand-armed Buddha. At that very moment, behind a vast army, 10 enormous beasts simultaneously lifted their heads. Countless orbs of dark purple and crimson light formed in the sky above. All of them gathered in front of their mouths. Their forms grew even more immense. A terrifying aura began to spread. Gulp. The pirates and marines who had joined the battle couldn't help but swallow hard. They were, of course, the first to sense this overwhelming, destructive presence. The Shinobi Alliance had long grown accustomed to this suffocating pressure. In their minds, these so-called weapons of war, the pacifistas modeled after Kuma, were utterly unworthy compared to the true weapons of war that now stood before them. This is bad. Saint Gringa's face grew darker by the second. Given the current situation, he could no longer act recklessly. His only choice was to hold the walls at all costs. As for the breached gate, there were still quite a few members of the Holy Knights with fighting strength stationed further back, so for now, there was no need to worry. What truly filled them with dread, however, was that Naruto Uzumaki's power seemed to have far surpassed anything they could have imagined. Moreover, the four Gorosei fell into a heavy silence. The vanguard troops were already struggling to hold the line, and as far as the eye could see, there was a dense tide of reinforcements gathering in the rear, swarming forward like a plague of locusts. If the full force of that army arrived, even a single collective shout might be enough to unleash a tsunami, one capable of smashing the holy land of Mary Geos to pieces. Doflamingo charged at the front of the pack, watching the group standing guard over the celestial dragons. A wild and bloodthirsty gleam flickered in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. These people couldn't just die meaninglessly. They needed to be captured, put on public trial, and executed. A thunderous crash erupted. Doflamingo's pupils shrank abruptly. A bolt of lightning struck the ground not far in front of him. Luckily, he'd slowed down just in time. Whipping his head around, he caught sight of Big Mom, her fist wreathed in swirling thunderclouds, Zeus himself crackling around her knuckles. She flashed him a sheepish smile. "Oops, sorry. My aim was a little off." Doflamingo didn't dare show any anger. It was clear she was none too pleased with him. He exhaled slowly, drawing in a deep, steadying breath. Resignation crept into his expression. Why did it seem like he was always the one everyone wanted to take down, no matter where he went? A fleeting image popped into his mind. That foolish kid with the straw hat. How odd. Why was that idiot so well-liked? Oh well, no point dwelling on it. That fool was probably still rotting in a cell somewhere. In the distance, the news king, Morgans, eagerly picked up his camera. It was no longer just a visual transponder snail he used. He weaved through the battlefield, moving swiftly from one scene to the next. Every moment, he captured with his lens. The figure suspended in midair dominated most of his footage. He trembled all over with excitement, even though he knew this was a live broadcast to the entire world, and that countless people were already watching. Delivering the news in this form was something else entirely, especially a war of such magnitude as this. He was on the very front lines, filming it all, and, remarkably, there was no real danger to him. Of course, the News King hadn't dared to reveal his identity outright. Together with his crew, he hauled the camera and filmed frantically, never missing a beat. A deafening explosion echoed across the battlefield. Not long after, Uchiha Madara stood atop the head of his fully manifested Susanoo, clutching in his hand the barely breathing Saint Nasajuro, one of the five elders. Nasajuro felt like every breath was a struggle, his internal organs shifting painfully within him. His centaur form faded away, reverting to his human shape. The aura of age and decay around him grew even heavier. The supreme Great Blade, first-generation Kitetsu, was pinned beneath the foot of the towering Susanoo. The Susanoo hadn't even drawn its sword yet. Of course, this overwhelming result was mostly because Naruto had landed a powerful kick earlier, leaving Nasajuro with barely a tenth of his strength remaining. Damn it! Nasajuro struggled for a long moment, only to realize that several of his bones were shattered. He could do nothing but spit out a mouthful of blood laced with fragments of his own organs, cursing with fury. I've sat in the seat of absolute power for too long. It's time to get up and move. In a blur, Susanoo flung Nasajuro away with a swift motion. In an instant, he was embedded into the city wall. Nasajuro's saint couldn't even muster a scream. Upon seeing this, the remaining four elders all narrowed their eyes. No one dared to save him, and no one could. Because at this very moment, within the holy land of Mariehua, there was no one left. The celestial dragons did not count as people. Now, like livestock, the warriors who had been driven inside were being bound one by one. They were kicked and sent rolling out. Row after row, column after column. This scene was all too familiar to the celestial dragons. In fact, one could say it was seared into their memory. After all, they had witnessed it countless times before. It was exactly how they treated slaves, how they processed them upon acquisition. Only now, the roles were reversed. The ones being herded like cattle, those once high and mighty, the exalted celestial dragons, had become slaves themselves. Doflamingo's eyes reddened with emotion. He landed a heavy kick on a fat, hideous celestial dragon. He was desperate to slaughter them right then and there. But he remembered the need for a public execution, so he held himself back. These scenes were broadcast to the entire world. Celestial dragons. Celestial dragons. Most people were left speechless in utter shock. Those with a bit of status, or anyone with some inside knowledge, could only stare in disbelief. The elders are dead. Those were the very figures who embodied the highest authority in the world. And just like that, they were killed so easily. Yuyo looked down at the countless people below. Many of their silhouettes overlapped with one another. They were all inside a space that felt as closed off as Impel Down's lower levels. Yet each space was separate, independent, yet overlapping. No one could see anyone else. But as a user of the Song fruit, Yuyo could see every one of them. At this moment, she was already overwhelmed by the symphony of their voices and the surge of emotions bursting forth, leaving her dizzy and dazed. Take it easy. Isn't that what we're here for? A gentle voice sounded. Yuyo turned around to see the woman with long, red hair pulling her into a warm embrace. Yuyo's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. I'll do my best. Thank you. The woman's lips curved into a soft smile. Thank you, Mom. A thunderous rumble exploded overhead. The storm clouds that had long gathered above the holy land of Mary Geos finally began to unleash their fury. Of course, before the clouds could strike, the explosive prince, terrified of lightning, had already made a hasty descent. Lightning split the sky. Bolts of electricity twisted and writhed between the clouds, like dragons of thunder weaving their way through the storm. A terrifying presence hung in the air, growing even heavier with the death of Nasujaran, one of the 5 elders. Was it the world's lament? No, it sounded more like the cries of joy at a new beginning, hidden beneath a changed facade. Meanwhile, a fearsome aura erupted from within the holy land of Mary Geos. It was as potent and domineering as Conqueror's Haki. Thick and turbulent, the presence surged upward in an instant, blending with the storm-laden clouds above. The Thunder Dragons sensed the arrival of this aura, crackling with restless energy. Thunder rolled across the heavens, echoing without end. In a flash, the skies opened and rain poured down in torrents. Yet another presence emerged. The clash of these two auras, each as intense as Conqueror's Haki, spread through the air. Lightning continued to rain down. Thunder shook the world. Deep craters, scorched by the relentless lightning, appeared across the ground. And all this happened in the span of just a few heartbeats. The remaining 4 members of the 5 elders couldn't help but gasp sharply, drawing in a cold breath. This powerful aura still felt somewhat familiar to them, something they could barely claim to recognize. Yet the other presence, so utterly foreign, sent chills down their spines and filled them with dread. The death of Saint Nezushiro hadn't truly stirred any great waves of emotion within them. But now, at this brief clash of auras, every one of them was left utterly aghast. Impossible. The god of agriculture, Shepherd X, Peter, wore a look of utter disbelief. He took several steps back in succession. How long had this man even been here? Just moments ago, there hadn't been a trace of this world's power about him. So how, in such a short span of time, had he already surpassed those who, centuries ago, were already ruling over all? Everyone present possessed some measure of strength. Not a single one could be called weak. But at this very moment, whether it was the mighty within the holy land of Mary Geos, or the strongest among the Ninja Alliance, all found themselves overwhelmed by the shock of this collision of auras, terror spreading deep into their hearts. Their eyes rolled back as they collapsed stiffly to the ground, one after another. Even the people in the world of song, though far removed, couldn't help but feel lingering fear, unable to look directly at the sky within that immersive scene. Oh, for heaven's sake! Kitsune Miko rolled her eyes, unable to hold back her annoyance. Everybody just calm down and keep an eye on things here, that's all. With that, the 9-tailed fox picked up the freshly poured coffee from the table. She glanced at Perona, whose face was alight with excitement. Then at the ever-growing number of women entering the room. She clicked her tongue in mild exasperation. How was it that, in the blink of an eye, there were even more newcomers? Thanks to the powers of the song fruit and the special transponder snails, she noticed the vast army behind the red-haired woman. With a helpless sigh, she rubbed her forehead. If only I'd set some limits back then. But soon, Kurama shook her head again. Though, it probably wouldn't have made a difference. Kushin has gone mad with joy. There's no stopping her. Meanwhile, the shock of the 4 elders had not yet faded. In all their long years, they had never witnessed an existence that could rival that great one. The oppressive force from the 2 Conqueror's Haki users was tangible. Even the air itself seemed to tremble. It felt as if the heavens might collapse at any moment. What truly terrified them, however, was that the unfamiliar aura was overwhelming one that felt eerily familiar to them. And it wasn't a struggle between equals, barely eking out a win. No, with just a single exchange. That once familiar, overwhelmingly powerful Conqueror's Haki shattered in an instant, lasting barely a second under the pressure. Attack! A flat, chillingly indifferent voice, echoed in the minds of the four elders. Thunderous and jarring, snapping them out of their stunned stupor. Recognizing whose voice it was, the four elders dared not hesitate. In a blink, their auras surged violently, and their bodies began to change. In that moment, they unleashed the full force of their devil fruit powers. Their bodies swelled rapidly. The sound of flesh and clothing tearing filled the air. All semblance of humanity was ripped away, revealing the monstrous forms that lay beneath. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, Shepherd Jew Peter transformed into a colossal insect. Beast form, it was a colossal sandworm. As it rose, it became shrouded in swirling black smoke. Its regenerative powers were extraordinary, so strong that even if its head were severed, it could heal itself in a matter of moments. Topman Vacheli Saint had transformed into a creature resembling a wild boar, the sealed boar demon. A bestial form. It was a massive beast with four long, razor-sharp tusks jutting from its mouth. Its hide was mottled and covered in bristling warts, much like a spotted warthog. Like the others, black flames curled and danced around its body. As for Marcus Mas Saint, his bestial form was altogether different. He had become a monstrous being with the head, wings, and talons of a bird, yet the immense, sinuous body of a serpent. Sparks flickered at the corners of its beak, as though it might unleash a stream of fire at any moment. And around its form, too, that strange black smoke wound and billowed. The last of them was the red-haired elder, Fegalandu Gringo Saint. Unfortunately, he hadn't had a chance to transform. A shadowy figure appeared behind him, swift and silent, like a phantom. The stranger was turned away from him. In fact, he stood with his back to all four of them. It seemed as if he had never considered them a threat at all. What? Shepherd 10 Peter Saint, who had just completed his transformation, was struck by shock and fury. His enormous jaws had only just begun to open. In that instant, countless white clay bombs were crammed into his mouth. No matter how powerful his regenerative abilities were, faced with this kind of bombardment, especially from within his own body, even he could not withstand such devastation. A deafening explosion followed. At the same moment, Gringo Saint's body collapsed, stiff and lifeless. In the blink of an eye, his presence vanished completely. There wasn't a single mark on his body. His heart was even still beating, but his soul had already faded into nothingness. A low, ominous hum swept through the air. That terrifying aura had returned. Topman Vacheli and Marcus Mars, who had just transformed, rolled their eyes back and lost consciousness on the spot. Still not coming out? Or perhaps, do you need a better body? Naruto's calm voice drifted into the rear gardens of the Holy Land, Mariehua. At last, a trace of emotion flickered in those scarlet eyes. In the blink of an eye, the monstrous form that Marcus Mars had just assumed opened its gaping, blood-stained jaws. A torrent of flames surged toward where Naruto stood. At the same time, its massive serpent tail, whistling through the air, lashed out. The fire engulfed Naruto in an instant. The serpent tail crashed down. A deafening rumble erupted. The walls of the city, symbols of the world's highest and most sacred authority, were shattered by their own hands, just like that. Thick smoke billowed upward. We got him. Shepherd Jew Peter, for now, remained conscious. The writhing giant sandworm that he had become opened its maw, spewing out clouds of black smoke from the explosions. So what if he's fast, or his abilities are bizarre? If he dares face Lord Emu's attack head-on? He's still too young. Now, only these small fry are left. Well, since Lord Emu has made a move, there won't be any more problems. Such unwavering confidence wasn't born of arrogance, but was tempered by centuries of unchallenged supremacy. Even if he was the last of the five elders standing, it wouldn't take long. Without their leader, the rabble would soon collapse. Shepherd Jew Peter tried to revert to his original form, only to find that several large hands had seized his body, holding him fast. He let out a derisive laugh. Yet as he turned around, he saw that the colossal wooden hand, vast enough to blot out the sky, was descending. In the distance, Shikkotsu, who was gathering the tailed beast ball, shuddered uncontrollably. What is wrong with these people? Neither in age nor in strength. How could he even dare to have such thoughts? Shikkotsu shook his head, bewildered, but his reflexive motion earned him an immediate lesson. He had forgotten. A fully formed tailed beast ball was still swelling in his mouth. That was as good as pointing a loaded cannon at his own allies. How could anyone tolerate that? And so, both sides got caught in the crossfire and pummeled. Why is your soul so incredibly resilient? The voice rang out, puzzled, yet still utterly devoid of emotion. As the smoke and dust cleared, Naruto stood there completely unscathed. No, he was actually hovering in midair. The city walls had been reduced to rubble. Marcus Maz Saint, or rather, Imu, who now wore the beastly form of Marcus Maz Saint, furrowed his brow. He was certain Naruto couldn't possibly be defeated so easily. That last strike had carried with it an assault on the soul itself. Why, then was the boy standing there, as if nothing had happened. You are not Joy Boy, nor have you eaten the Nika fruit. This shouldn't be possible. The immense beast's jaws opened and closed, muttering as if lost in its own thoughts. A sharp, whistling sound sliced through the air. In the blink of an eye, cracks raced across the gigantic, beastly form of Marcus Maz Saint, multiplying by the second. And then, all at once, the body shattered into countless fragments, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. There was no blood, only withered, fetid remains, like the corpses of creatures long dead. That attack had been unleashed by Imu, channeling the power of Marcus Maz Saint's beast form. The price was paid. Marcus Maz Saint fell on the spot, his fate sealed. And now, all that remained was Topman Valkyrie Saint's beastly, hulking form. With the outcome already clear, Im had no intention of lingering in this battered, broken body. A thunderous roar echoed. Suddenly, deep within the gardens of the Holy Land, Mariehua, inside that sacred cathedral, a massive, jet-black hand reached out, shattering the entire garden in its grasp. The giant hand rose slowly, and the gales it stirred swept away the heavy clouds above in an instant. One moment, dark clouds had blotted out the sun. The next, that colossal black hand loomed overhead, casting the world into shadow as it descended. Another deafening crash. Even before the hand struck, the battered city walls of Mariehua below crumbled beneath the crushing pressure. This single strike, not yet delivered, was already brimming with overwhelming power. Everyone froze, holding their breath, eyes fixed on the solitary figure ahead. Yet Naruto sensed nothing amiss, only a sense of boredom with such hollow displays of force. Lightly tapping his toes, he asked, "Where are you?" His casual question seemed to echo in the air. The apocalyptic black hand, poised to obliterate everything, faded away like a mirage. Shepherd J. Peter Saint, who had just been smashed to a heap of sand by the true several thousand hands, lost all power to heal, and, following the other 5 elders, departed the stage. As Naruto's words fell, deep within the garden of Mariehua, a pair of scarlet eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Then, a sharp, cracking sound split the air like glass shattering. Crimson eyes were laced with countless shattered cracks. Panga City. Im's voice rang out once more. In the next instant, Naruto's figure vanished from where he stood. At the same time, the army advanced, sweeping forward. Without encountering the slightest resistance, they entered Panga City, the place revered by the 5 elders as the domain of Lord Im, the world's true king, hidden behind the 5 elders, the true master pulling the strings of the world government, a being of unfathomable power and authority. At this moment, that presence sat upon the throne. 800 years ago, they were one of the original 20 kings, Sanim of the Nirona family, a Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruit user, capable of transforming into a colossal, enigmatic humanoid creature. I do not understand. A shadow flickered. Naruto appeared before the throne. The figure spoke slowly. Seeing that Naruto had no intention of speaking, it continued on its own. Why are you so powerful? You're kind. You do not seem like you belong in this world. Naruto replied coolly. That's because I do not. Im's crimson eyes flashed with a strange light. Would you be willing to tell me how you came and went? Naruto smiled. Why do you laugh? Im's expression grew instantly cold. A surge of irritation swept through it. This emotion? No, to be precise, it had not felt anything for centuries. Honestly, sometimes, I find it all rather dull, Naruto said suddenly. Im's gaze sharpened, then it raised its hand. Naruto cast a glance in the direction it indicated. That was where the weapons of the original 20 kings were kept. I can sense several devil fruit powers within you, Imu said, her tone as if she were listing delicacies at a banquet. The power of the tremor fruit, the gravity fruit. She paused abruptly, frowning in confusion. The forest fruit? 2 of them. At last, Imu noticed Naruto was growing impatient, so she slowly rose to her feet. This is the place where Joy Boy fell in battle, she said. I did not win, but neither did I lose. When you struck out just now, I felt the aura of the Nika fruit. Joy Boy has returned to life once more. The heartbeat can grant endless strength, but the price is the ceaseless drain of life itself. What Imu desired most was the fruit that the fool had consumed. It was not merely the fruit of an immortal, but of one who would never die. You're telling me all this. Do you really think you've got me figured out? Naruto regarded her with a curious look. Or are you just bored after so many years? Imu neither denied nor confirmed, but her eyes glowed blood red, her body beginning to change. I've found you, she declared. A faint, knowing smile played at the corner of Naruto's lips as he gazed at the massive shadow looming before him. He snapped his fingers. Instantly, his body vanished once again. Imu, now transformed into a towering beast, froze in disbelief. In the next instant, a look of utter shock twisted her ferocious, half-human, half-beast face. Then, her colossal form, so similar to that of Marcus Maz's own hybrid beast shape, shattered completely, as if struck by an unseen force. Not a single drop of blood remained. At that very moment, high above the Valley of the Gods. In the blink of an eye, Naruto had traversed tens of thousands of miles and slowly withdrew his hand. A new, plump pad of flesh had appeared on his palm. This really is perfect for traveling long distances, he mused. At that moment, above the Valley of the Gods, wisps of mist coiled in the air, never dispersing throughout the year. Naruto took a deep breath, the sound sharp and clear. As he exhaled, a fierce gale swept across the ocean's surface, revealing the true face hidden beneath the thick fog. At the center of the island stood two towering peaks, and a valley nestled between them was the fabled Valley of the Gods. Naruto slowly descended. Right before him stood a castle, strikingly similar to the one in Panga City. The moment he touched down, the castle's great doors swung open of their own accord. A somewhat familiar voice echoed out. Confusing. By blending his sensory abilities with his keen perception, Naruto could now detect even the slightest disturbance within the Valley of the Gods. Before the trees could rustle a warning, he was already aware of everything that moved. At the mountain's summit, the ancient and imposing castle stood with its doors wide open. Naruto glanced up at the emblem above the castle gates. It was the insignia of the world government. Clearly, this castle had stood here for countless years. And as for its master, if he was not mistaken, there had once been 20. Now, only a single one remained. Him of the Three-Eyed Tribe. Naruto paid no heed to that puzzled voice. He simply found it all rather tiresome. The other party was clearly among the world's strongest, yet still left behind so many convoluted schemes, hiding like a child in a game of hide-and-seek. He lifted his foot and stepped into the castle, a place where no living soul had entered for many years. Inside, scant light filtered through, and the first impression was one of a cold, haunting gloom. Walking along the pitch-black corridor, Naruto stepped onto the crimson carpet. Before long, he passed through 10 imposing doors, one after another. At last, he arrived at the deepest part of the castle. The heavy doors creaked open with a strange, unsettling sound. Suddenly, his vision cleared. He found himself in a grand hall. This place was unlike any other corner of the castle. Bright, piercing light shone down through the ceiling above the vast, empty space. Following the red carpet with his gaze, Naruto saw, at the very end, a towering throne. It was just like the throne in the holy land of Mary Geos. And, just as before, there was only one person seated upon it. Imu slowly opened her eyes. The third eye on her forehead opened as well. In that instant, as the third eye opened, its original crimson hue drained away in a heartbeat. Gradually, the red faded into pitch black. Then, as if beyond her control, Imu's third eye closed again. Her face remained utterly expressionless. Only her eyes revealed a hint of confusion. That's a bit unsightly. Don't look at me like that, Naruto said. Imu was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed no one had ever dared speak to her like this before. This was once the Valley of the Gods. Once, in reality, it's long since become a ruin, she said. So, this is where you've chosen for your final resting place. Naruto looked around the hall. In truth, when he blew away the mist that had shrouded the Valley of the Gods for years, he'd already taken in everything hidden here. Imu did not argue with Naruto's words. Imu has lost. What do you want? Power? Status? Or perhaps, immortality? Im shook her head, dismissing her own words. Eternal life. Naruto waved a hand. Sounds a little dull, honestly. To live for so many years, don't you get bored? Or is it that, through all these years, you've only had one obsession, to find Joy Boy, the rubber, Nika fruit? Naruto shook his head again. It's rather strange, if you ask me. You're no weakling, whether it's the 5 elders or the celestial dragons. If they're so wary of you, why don't you just deal with it yourself? It almost feels like you're deliberately raising someone who could be your undoing. Naruto arched an eyebrow, his words cutting off abruptly. Im's expression remained unchanged, as if her emotions had been wiped away by the centuries. Well, you could put it that way. You're cultivating a weapon that might destroy you. A deep hum resonated. In the next instant, thick vines surged up from outside the castle. In a heartbeat, they enshrouded the entire fortress. A thunderous rumble echoed. Inside the corridor, countless massive vines poured in. In the blink of an eye, the hall was overtaken by the twisting growth. The throne beneath was soon entangled, draped with vines that seemed almost alive. Im did not resist. She closed her eyes. Even facing the end, her face betrayed not the slightest flicker of emotion. I wanted to change the world. She spent 800 years, while you took less than 8 days. Uzumaki Naruto. So for the final time, I ask you, bury my body here. A sickening squelch followed her words. Im leaned back. A spear, formed from the converging vines, pierced straight through her chest. A subtle change flickered across Im's face, a look that seemed to blend pain with a trace of release. A crimson thread of blood welled up at the corner of her lips. Unlike the 5 elders, she was different. Her body exuded the scent of inevitable decay, the aura of age pressing down upon her. And yet, she still brimmed with vibrant life. The power of the forest fruit surged forth. Im's abundant life force began to ebb away, gradually fading from within her. But when it reached a certain threshold, the process abruptly halted. Sensing something amiss, Im's brow furrowed ever so slightly. This was the second time she had shown any sign of emotion. Slowly, she opened her eyes, no longer the blood red of before, but now clear to their former color. She gazed at Naruto with a puzzled expression. Don't worry. With those words, Naruto's aura began to surge. An expression of disbelief gradually took shape on Im's face. The strength of this man was far beyond anything she had imagined. Little by little, Im became aware of an odd sensation, as if something within her was slipping away. It didn't take her long to understand what it was. Casting a resigned, almost amused glance at Naruto, she spoke. You really aren't leaving me any way out, are you? A thunderous rumble echoed. Countless vines swept over the Valley of the Gods, swallowing it whole. The valley, shrouded in shadow for ages, vanished without a trace. A solitary figure stepped out from the ruins, moving with calm deliberation. He stretched lazily. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted outward. In the blink of an eye, Naruto vanished from where he stood. He arrived on an island deep beneath the sea, a world apart. I have to admit, you're quite good at hiding. But this is as far as you go. It ends here. Before him, a man with golden hair stared back in terror. But at this moment, he found himself utterly paralyzed, not even able to speak a single word. Countless vines rose up beneath the feet of the man with golden hair. In the very next moment, he was completely enveloped by the vines. At the same time, Naruto vanished from before his eyes. Meanwhile, the same scene was unfolding all across the island. There were no screams of agony, nor sounds of struggle. Very soon, this island, hidden beneath the sea, began to rise toward the surface. The power of the float fruit was drained away by the countless vines. There's still a little left. Let them handle it themselves. With those words, Naruto took a single step forward. In the blink of an eye, his body disappeared from the island. He returned to hover above the Holy Land, Mary Geos. It's over. His voice was calm, cutting through the silence. For a few seconds, all was still. Then, an earth-shattering cheer erupted within Mary Geos. At the very same moment, celebrations broke out across the world. In a quiet corner of Whole Cake Island, among the bustling streets, a red-haired woman wore a puzzled expression. She wandered aimlessly through the crowd, looking for all the world like an ordinary person. All around her, people cheered in jubilation. The lively, vibrant air of Cake Island stood in stark contrast to the Holy Land solemnity. As she turned her head, she caught sight of a woman gazing at her with curiosity. Are you a three-eye too? It didn't take long before all the celestial dragons were herded onto the execution platform. One by one, their bloated bodies quivered in terror. Tears and snot ran down their faces and into their mouths. A chilling, guttural laugh echoed through the air, each burst cutting like the scythe of death itself. Again and again, heads fell to the ground. Here, too, everything was settled. Much would happen after this, but none of it concerned Naruto any longer. Just as he was about to slack off, the portal of Yomi no Kuni appeared. Darling. A slightly awkward, yet shy voice rang out. A blush bloomed across her fair cheeks. Those 2 words left Naruto momentarily stunned. The next instant, a long, graceful leg stepped out from the portal. Hancock's tone made it clear she could hardly wait to devour Naruto on the spot. Naruto, is everything taken care of? Emisham. Naruto nodded slightly, His face lit up with a broad grin as he looked at the woman before him. "Oomph. I bet you finished ages ago, didn't you? Naughty little brother. You've gotten a lot bolder, haven't you?" With hands on her hips, Tintin tapped Naruto's forehead in exasperation. She glanced back, then rolled her eyes. She'd only spent a single day with her parents in this world, yet somehow 2 more people had appeared in her bed. Oh, and another version of herself, too. Turning back, Tintin found her own cheeks had turned an unexpected shade of red. "TCH. Greedy." She said it, but her body went soft as she collapsed beside him. "So greedy, and you still kept me waiting so long. All the good things are best saved for last, after all. Oomph. You still haven't paid your debt. Remember, I'm your creditor. How much do I owe now?" A sly smile tugged at the corner of Naruto's lips. Tintin shot him a glare, then blinked playfully. "No idea, but with the interest piling up, you're doomed. You'll be paying it off with your whole life, working for me forever." She tried to look fierce, but the effect was more adorable than intimidating. "All right, then let's talk about a few $100 million, shall we? You're really going to pay?" Tintin froze, caught off guard. Realizing what had happened, she bit her rosy lips and gave Naruto's chest a light punch. "You little rascal." High above the Shikkotsu forest, Naruto's figure slowly appeared. "The 2 worlds have fully merged," he said. Just as his words fell, a graceful silhouette drifted gently toward him. "Lord Naruto." That melodious voice remained as soothing as ever. Naruto nodded softly. The woman before him offered a respectful bow. "Is everything resolved?" Katsuyu asked quietly. "Yes. From now on, just leave this place open," Naruto replied. "I believe father and second grandfather will handle things well." As he spoke, Naruto looked up. "I'll go run a check. Don't worry, I'll be right back." He waved his hand, signaling for Katsuyu not to follow. Soon, Naruto reached the boundary of the Shikkotsu forest. "So, the spatial disturbance is here? I almost forgot about this." Glancing into the distance, Naruto shook himself, and an abundance of strange auras spread outward. Soon, all the statues scattered across the ninja world were simultaneously shrouded in a faint, white glow. Within each, countless slumbering souls shuddered awake. "Once I handle things here, it'll be your turn." With those words, in the Pure Land, a realm now completely cut off from all spatial pathways, the Sage of 6 Paths trembled from head to toe. But in the next instant, he closed his eyes again. The Pure Land's connection to the ninja world had been completely severed. There was no way for anyone to find this place, unless the master of the Pure Land chose to reach out to the ninja world. Of course, that was not something that could happen in the near future. The Sage of 6 Paths drew a deep breath. "It's time to bring this to an end. Naruto, and you too, mother." Otsutsuki. Beneath the Sage of 6 Paths, countless souls from the ninja world gathered. Ever since the creation of the Pure Land, every living being that died in the ninja world had their soul drawn here. What was once a fragmented afterlife, split among several realms, had become the exclusive domain of the Pure Land. A faint shadow of gloom passed over the face of the Sage of 6 Paths. Below him, the number of souls was decreasing at an alarming rate. Yet, the aura of these souls grew ever more intense. As their numbers dwindled, the presence of each remaining soul seemed to expand without limit. This was like breeding venom, nurturing the strongest by sacrificing the rest. Elsewhere, Naruto stood before a rift in space, his brows knitting in concern. From within the rift, an ancient, primordial energy emanated. He paused, deep in thought, recalling the existence of the separate world created by the infinite Tsukumi. Slowly, he allowed his figure to dissolve into the rift. This world, it craves battle. Charge! On the battlefield, a ninja let out a heart-wrenching roar. In an instant, countless ninja, blades in hand, surged forward. This was an age awash with blood, a time when vengeance was delivered eye for an eye, tooth for tooth. In an underground chamber, a multitude of ninja, all dressed in identical attire, stood in rigid formation. The world as it is now is built upon bonds, on emotions, such foolish ideals. These things, you could say, are nothing but the sum of each person's path up to now. In other words, if no one's path exists, then the world itself ceases to exist. The steady voice paused, then continued. "That's right, just as you are all thinking. I will change this world." The former leader of the Hidden Rain village, Pain, who died before fulfilling his grand ambitions. "I will inherit Pain's will and realize a world where power reigns supreme. A world built on strength alone. That is the true face of reality. I shall become a god and create an eternal order ruled by might." The man raised his hand, looking down at the dense crowd of ninja below. "For this, I need all of your cooperation." crushed the forces of the 5 great nations, the 5 Kage, and everyone gathered at their side. Another world, Konoha village. A woman with long golden hair slowly raised her hand. Before her, countless stones shimmered like crystals, swirling gently in the air. Each crystal bore the visage of a different person. The woman hesitated. A particular crystal, the one with Naruto Uzumaki's face, quietly floated in front of her. Weapons don't need weak names. You shall live on without a name. These words echoed relentlessly in her mind. At last, she let out a long sigh. With that single exhalation, a world stripped of memories, a world with no history, was about to be born. After a flash of blinding white light, Naruto found himself in a realm of pure whiteness. He glanced around. Below him were 2 figures. They made no sound, simply meeting his gaze with quiet indifference. As expected, this was a parallel world. In his mind, Naruto could already hear Tobi's voice. The 2 figures below were none other than Tonari and Boruto. Neither of them noticed Naruto's presence. They were still watching Shippuden. Naruto shook his head. Slowly, he descended. In an instant, a surge of memories flooded his mind. 8,000 spears, this power is incredible. From now on, you shall live as a weapon. Naruto's perspective shifted. He became the lead actor within the memory. He saw several members of the Uchiha clan before him, each with a ninja blade at their waist. Their faces were twisted with madness, and their eyes burned with the activated Sharingan. If we transplant other ocular abilities into her, she'll be even more powerful, many times over. A weapon doesn't need a weak name. From today, you shall live as an unnamed weapon. Brand her with a new mark. This time we must succeed. No crying. Tears are useless. A girl's agonized scream pierced the air. After a long while, your existence is dangerous. From now on, you'll live here. Do you understand? As the words faded, an urgent voice rang out from outside the door. The Senju are attacking. Bring out the nameless one. Damn it. The Senju have joined forces with other clans. They're coming just to fight the nameless. The scene shifted. Several Senju ninja, armed with blades, charged at her. There she is. She's Uchiha's nameless. After her, seal her away. And then, only endless darkness remained, along with the girl's desperate cries echoing in her mind. Enough. I can't take it anymore. Ninjas, this world, I hate it. I hate it more than anything. I'll leave Hiryujin to you to handle. What? Boruto was left speechless, stunned. Fei, what are you talking about? Back in the real world, Ertsuzi and Fei Ming had already started a fight. A low, resonant hum reverberated across the battlefield as a figure gradually faded from sight. Watching this unfold felt a little dull. Naruto shook his head. However, after having traveled through time, the Sasuke of this world had regained much of his strength. Fei Ming was basically being overwhelmed. With a swift flicker, Naruto appeared above an ancient underground palace. So, this is where the spatial disturbance is. I'll seal it and head back. Naruto didn't hold much interest for this weakened version of the world. As for the god of the Otsutsuki, he'd leave that for this world's protagonists to handle. He descended slowly. Suddenly, a figure shot out and blocked his path. Why aren't you guarding the people inside? What are you doing out here? Naruto raised an eyebrow, gazing at the black-haired girl in front of him. He glanced up at the sky, recalling his earlier conversation with him. A faint smile touched his lips. The girl stared at him impassively. Uzumaki Naruto, why are you here? No, you're not Uzumaki Naruto. In a flash, the girl drew a kunai, and her once dark eyes blazed crimson. The 3-tomo Sharingan spun into view. Without hesitation, she charged at him. Naruto said nothing. A sharp metallic clang rang out. The girl's pupils narrowed in shock. She stared in disbelief at her broken kunai. This man had stopped her attack with just 2 fingers. Stop! Naruto waved his hand, exasperated. Enough talk. The girl retreated a few steps, pulling out another kunai, ready for battle once more. Naruto. He pointed to his own eyes. The girl, seeing him raise his hand, immediately tensed up, slipping into a defensive stance. But what she didn't expect, the man before her activated the Sharingan as well. His once blue eyes instantly transformed into the 3-tomo Sharingan. How? You really aren't Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha. Hatred flickered in the girl's eyes. But almost immediately, she was thrown into confusion. This, Jinjutsu. Naruto looked at the girl, her face now blank and dazed, and couldn't help but chuckle. If pain comes here, it really will be the end of the world for this place. Of course, this world isn't that weak. But if none of their top fighters step out, it's all but over. Shaking his head, Naruto stepped past the girl and headed inside. The situation here isn't complicated. People from this world can handle it. Though the timeline is a little jumbled, it won't affect how things play out in the end. However, just as he brushed past her, the girl suddenly snapped out of the Jinjutsu's hold. She grabbed Naruto's sleeve and shouted angrily, "Curse you!" She raised her kunai, aiming to drive it straight into Naruto's chest. But in the next instant, the hatred in her eyes flickered out, leaving her momentarily stunned. Clarity returned to her gaze. Her vision seemed to drift upward. She blinked, dazed. Clang! The kunai slipped from her grasp and hit the floor with a crisp, ringing sound. Naruto had caught her arm single-handedly, lifting it up before his eyes. Still want to fight? The girl's heart trembled. She realized that this man before her was someone she could never defeat. But soon she recalled memories from her past. Your birth exists to ensure the prosperity of our clan. Destroy the enemy, even if it means certain death. Naruto shot her a sidelong glance. Same old traditions. Ouch! The girl landed squarely on her backside. Confusion etched across her face. Truth be told, she had just returned from the world of pirates. Compared to the fights there, like tigers and house cats, her spell, her reverie, was broken, and for a moment, she didn't know how to react. All right, you're so strong, do whatever you want. If you truly wish to destroy the world, so be it, but at least don't let someone talk you down with a couple of words. Naruto dusted off his hands, and as he turned away, the massive doors swung open, pushed by an unseen force. The girl's eyes narrowed in shock. You saw my memories? Hey, did you even hear what I just said? She rushed after him, desperate to prove herself, to challenge Naruto's words. I despise the shinobi world. I despise it with everything I am. There's no way I'd be talked down so easily. That's why. I want to destroy this world right now. If I do, maybe my hatred will finally disappear. Seeing her block his path again, Naruto stopped his tracks. No matter what you want to do, no matter who you are, my wish will not waver, even a little. As he spoke, the girl's hands began to form seals. Naruto bent down, raising a single finger. Startled, the girl stumbled back several steps. But soon, she froze again. They were supposed to be enemies, so why? Naruto gently wiped away her tears. See? Even you don't believe what you're saying. Destroy the world with this. The girl's lips curled in a pout. So annoying. Unnamed. Take care of the enemies that are bothering you. Just then, at the end of the dim corridor, a man appeared, talismans wrapped around his head. It was none other than Hairuji, the one who had bewitched so many hearts before. Kill him. Calm your agitation. Then you can get the future you've been longing for. A faint, sly smile played at the corners of Hairuji's mouth. A world where the shinobi realm is annihilated. The girl drew another kunai. Naruto, really? Is everyone this reckless? Are you sure you still want to fight? At those words, the girl's body trembled involuntarily. Why? Why are you stopping me? You already know about my past. So why let me keep suffering? Memories cast their spell again. Hey, isn't she the one? Better not meet her gaze at the end. She's not like us. Tap. Suddenly, her recollections were broken off once more. She instinctively pressed a hand to her forehead, staring at the familiar, yet distant figure before her. Yuyo. In the next instant, her words were cut short. A torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into her mind. And then, images even more oppressive and tragic than her childhood took shape before her eyes. But this time, the her in these memories knew how to fight back, how to plot and plan. She didn't resign herself to fate, nor did she, having gained power, destroy the world. It was as if she had lived an entire lifetime in a single moment. Yet, in reality, only a single second had passed. Nichirujin furrowed his brows. Slowly, he lifted his foot and started walking this way. Move aside. Naruto couldn't be bothered to lift a finger, but that didn't mean he wouldn't. The instant his words fell, an enormous invisible hand sent Nichirujin flying with a single slap. Boom! Nichirujin was plastered into the corridor wall, his face frozen in utter disbelief. He tried to move, but couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. His face was twisted and ferocious from the blow. The talismans coiled around his head fluttered to the ground. You cough. Who are you, really? There's no way you're Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto glanced at him coolly. With power like yours, I can't imagine why you'd bother pretending to be some phantom. Then he turned to the dazed girl. Frankly, at the end of the day, your ability is just a kind of ocular jutsu. It shouldn't have achieved this effect. At least in my shinobi world, your technique would have been seen through the moment you tried it. Drip! The girl lifted her head, tears sliding from the corners of her eyes. Why? Naruto cut her off before she could finish. Forget it. At least you're a relatively normal Uchiha. Come with me. There was no way this trip was going to end empty-handed. The girl hadn't expected Naruto to say that. In her memories, she could sense just how powerful the owner of those memories was. And she'd also realized the man before her didn't seem to belong to this world. Most important of all, he was Uzumaki Naruto. Genjutsu. Don't even think. Tap. Ow. The girl covered her forehead, her face flushed with both shame and anger. It's about time. They're here, someone said from outside. Will you come with me? Naruto glanced back over his shoulder. The fight between the two outcasts, Feiju and Faming, had come to an end. Obito's Jinchuriki had also emerged from the white space. Come with you? Naruto extended his hand. Didn't you see it yourself in my memories? A strange light flickered in the girl's eyes. But soon, she lowered her head again. Thud. Ouch. The girl's embarrassment flared into anger. Why does he always flick my forehead? So annoying. Resist. You're not a masochist, are you? Smack. The girl raised her small hand and slapped hard at Naruto's outstretched hand. Why? Why would you do all this for someone like me? She knew that if the Naruto before her decided to get serious, he could reduce this world to ashes in an instant. Naruto paused to think, then answered, I don't know. Maybe it's just habit. Then, with one hand, he lifted the girl again. With a gentle swing, he tossed her onto his back. I suppose it's my flaw. Truth is, I'm pretty greedy too. With that, Naruto carried the girl and began walking forward. They passed by Nichiritsu, who looked almost robotic but possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Go lie down over there. He spoke with a calm, indifferent glance. This was the same Nichiritsu who could fight evenly with the strongest in this world. Someone had forced the unburnable to intervene, only managing to hold his own when blessed with a special aura. His memories were simply gone. He lay quietly on the ground, awaiting the arrival of this world's Naruto and the unburnable. On Naruto's back, the girl turned her head for one last look. Everything felt unreal. She wasn't sure whether she was still trapped in an illusion. After all, the man before her was simply too powerful. His strength was beyond anything she could have imagined. It was as if he had stepped straight out of the pages of a storybook. Ah! The girl let out a startled cry. She felt a sharp pinch on her thigh. Anyone who had experienced that kind of pain would know exactly what it felt like. Could an illusion really inflict such real pain? Once again, her innermost thoughts had been laid bare, as she turned her head away in embarrassment. Thud! This time, she didn't resist like a stubborn child longing for punishment. Instead, she pressed her forehead against Naruto's broad back. Wipe your tears and snot on your own clothes. The girl, who had been crying tears of genuine happiness, froze in surprise. Her whole body went stiff. Then, mortified and angry, she shot back. I wasn't crying. Sniff. She subconsciously sniffled. The sound was all too obvious. Even she felt embarrassed by it. Before long, Naruto reached the deepest part of the underground palace. He stood before a rift in the fabric of space. So that's how it is. If that's the case, tearing open a rift like this shouldn't be too difficult for me. Naruto glanced back at the quiet, withdrawn girl. Are you coming? Or will you stay? Her eyes met his deep, clear blue gaze. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. After a long silence, her eyes grew red, and she lowered her head, resting it gently against that warm, sturdy back. I've always been alone, always trapped in that darkness. Now, I'm still in the dark. No one ever really sees me as a person, just like you. I always thought no one was truly my companion, but you're doing the laundry, Naruto interrupted her bluntly. The girl fell silent. Naruto gently wiped away her tears, sighing with resignation. It's all right, really. Even if I hadn't come, my foolish son in this world would probably have helped you work through your troubles. The girl looked up, puzzled. Foolish son? Boruto? Her voice was soft, tentative, almost afraid to hope. Naruto nodded, both helpless and amused. That's right. With those words, the girl finally took a good look at the man carrying her on his back. Golden hair flowed down, and his face bore that signature whiskered look. And, on closer inspection, he was even more handsome than the seventh Hokage. The gentle smile at the corner of his mouth filled her with an indescribable sense of peace. She lowered her head slightly, not daring to meet his eyes. You're free now, Uchiha Hikari. Uchiha Hikari? The girl froze again. And my name? Her cautious tone reminded Naruto of his younger self. Of course, he replied. But a sharp flick resounded. Ouch! She was genuinely annoyed. Why does he keep flicking my forehead? Whether you go or stay, I don't care much for this parallel world. Uchiha Hikari gritted her teeth. I'll go. And then, with a burst of indignation, she bit down. So infuriating. It didn't really hurt, but it was certainly humiliating. Then let's go, Naruto said. As his words faded, the sounds of battle echoed from within the underground palace. A massive Susanoo broke through the palace ceiling. This isn't good. It's Uchiha Hikari turned back in a rush. But almost immediately, her vision began to blur. Everything before her eyes dissolved into endless darkness. Could it be? A look of terror instantly appeared on Uchiha Hikari's small face. We're leaving. A sudden voice snapped Hikari back to her senses. She realized she was lying on a warm, broad back. That man, he hadn't abandoned her. Yet the darkness all around filled her with dread. Her small hands clung tightly to the only thing she could touch. Her face pressed firmly against that broad, comforting back. You won't leave me behind, will you? There was no reply. The girl could only feel her own heartbeat racing faster and faster. Surrounded by endless darkness, all she could hear was the quickening thump of her heart and the faint sound of her own breathing. Her fear grew stronger. She couldn't help but squeeze her eyes shut. She held on even tighter. When we get back, make sure you eat more. Otherwise, people who don't know you might think you're a boy. The sudden comment soothed her nerves. But once she grasped the meaning, she couldn't help but let out a huff of laughter, half annoyed, half amused. And another thing, stop blaming the world every time something goes wrong. Hearing this, the girl bit her lip, grumbling in protest, her voice a flustered mix of embarrassment and complaint. She closed her eyes, but now the sounds in her ears weren't just her heartbeat and breathing. She could hear another heartbeat, steady and strong, right beside her, as well as deep, even breaths. She didn't know how much time had passed. Uchiha Hikari felt the world around her begin to change. Even with her eyes closed, she noticed a crimson glow. It was the color of light filtering through her eyelids. Nervous yet hopeful, she slowly opened her eyes. And what greeted her was a breathtaking scene she had never seen before. Immediately after, she noticed a pair of beautiful eyes gazing at her with curiosity. Instinctively, Uchiha Hikari hid behind Naruto. In the next moment, the strength in her legs vanished. She hurriedly tightened her hold around his sturdy frame. Get down. You know how to walk. Naruto's voice teased her gently. Uchiha Hikari stole a glance at Katsu. After some hesitation and shuffling, she finally eased herself down to the ground. Naruto-sama, Lady Kushina and Lady Tsunade have already brought everyone back. I know. My mom has already taken them home. Naruto nodded slightly. Then, he turned his gaze toward the sky. Might as well take care of everything at once. It feels strange to keep all those souls in my statue. Katsu's face was calm and serene, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Naruto-sama, are you planning to deal with Otsutsuki Hagoromo now?